On the verge of being fired after being sabotaged by his well-connected boss, Soo-chun unexpectedly connects to the interdimensional trading platform. While he's still haggling over how many pounds of gold a ton of rice should be worth, a red-haired female knight from another world makes him an offer he can't refuse: 1,000 tons of flour in exchange for a living, powerful, and stunningly beautiful elven female bodyguard. Where the hell am I? In a small, pure white room, Soo-chun stared out the window at the boundless starry sky, completely bewildered. He was a purchaser for a food processing factory. Just last month, his newly appointed boss, a nepotism hire, made a disastrous decision, ordering over 1,000 tons of raw materials. The market price then plummeted, causing the factory a massive loss. The blame, predictably, was pinned squarely on Soo-chun. His boss gave him an ultimatum: dispose of the grain at its original purchase price within a week, or get fired. Desperate, he scoured the internet and was contacted by an ID named Interdimensional Trading Platform. And then, he found himself here. The Interdimensional Trading Platform. Could it be real? He opened a booklet on the central table. It detailed the platform's rules, connecting multiverses, membership, a point system, and most importantly, he was the sole member from the Blue Star region. This reminded him of novels where a bottle of water could be traded for nuclear fusion, or a simple rock could become a priceless treasure in another world. This was his chance to soar. Soo-chun signed his name without hesitation. Congratulations, you have become a registered member of the Interdimensional Trading Platform. Your novice gift package has been delivered. The booklet transformed into a stream of light, forming a strange symbol on his wrist. The novice package appeared: storage space, primary lifeform trading permit, omni-language card, intermediate matching card. The storage space was self-explanatory. The language card would solve all communication barriers, and the single intermediate matching card could find him a trading partner with complementary advantages. Might as well be now. Soo-chun decisively used the language and matching cards. Match successful. The scene changed. He was in a solemn, ancient hall, kneeling before a carved table. Opposite him was a stunningly beautiful woman with fiery red hair, clad in magnificent golden dress armor. Are you my trading partner? The woman's crimson eyes studied him. Her accent was strange yet melodious. I am Soo-chun, from Blue Star. The woman rose and performed a knightly salute. Vivi Chiang, 4th Princess of the Dawn World's Chiang Empire, Commander of the Blazing Flame Knights, at your service. The long string of titles made Soo-chun's scalp tingle. He cut to the chase. Miss Vivi, what do you need? Grain. Soo-chun was stunned. This lavishly dressed, rosy-cheeked princess didn't look like she was starving. Vivi saw his confusion and explained, my city-state is at war. Our food supplies are running low. I see. Soo-chun's heart settled. He smiled. Within 3 days, I can provide you with 500 tons of grain. In return, beautiful Miss Vivi, what can you offer me? You need grain? What a coincidence. 500 tons? Vivi's eyes lit up, enough to solve her immediate crisis. Without hesitation, she took out a glass bottle filled with a pale green liquid from her storage space. This is the water of life from the Elven Moon Lake. Is it a fair exchange? The platform immediately displayed the item's description. Water of life. Contains rich life force. Can cure all diseases, prolong life, promote human evolution. A treasure. Soo-chun's heart pounded, but he kept a straight face. Business is business. After a moment's thought, he looked at Vivi and said, I find it hard to determine the value of this water of life. I prefer to trade with gold. I can offer 50 tons of grain for this bottle. If it proves more valuable, I will compensate you later. Vivi's brows furrowed. The water of life she offered was indeed diluted and not very effective. After a moment's thought, she named a price that betrayed her knightly spirit: 1 kilogram of gold for 10 tons of grain. This bottle of water can be traded for an additional 10 tons of fruits and vegetables. This is my bottom line. Soo-chun's breathing hitched. 1 kilogram of gold was worth over 550,000 yuan, while 10 tons of old grain cost less than 20,000. This was more than a 20-fold profit. Deal. Soo-chun nodded decisively. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief and produced a small wooden box containing 50 kilograms of glittering gold coins. To solve Soo-chun's problem of disposing of the gold, her crimson eyes blazed with fire. Flames appeared out of thin air, melting the coins into a golden liquid. Then, she plunged her slender hands into the 1,000-degree molten gold and, bare-handed, molded 10 large gold ingots for him. Soo-chun. Back on Blue Star, Soo-chun was still dazed, staring at the still-hot gold ingots in the box. He cursed, to hell with it. Then his heart pounded wildly. With over 20 million worth of gold in hand, why would he need a job? Using an angle grinder, he cut off 3 kilograms of gold and contacted old Lu, a middleman in the gray market who helped him dispose of small gifts. He successfully sold the gold for 1 62 million, securing his start-up capital. With money in the bank, his confidence soared. That night, when his idiot boss, Lu Shang, called to berate him, Suchin simply said, "Oh, it's little Lu. Busy now, bye," and then blocked his number. He then used his position as a purchaser and his boss's desperation to legally buy the 500 tons of rice from the factory at a very low price. The next day, Su Chen completed all procedures and moved the 500 tons of grain into his platform storage space. So fast. In the trading space, Vivi was amazed and delighted to see the mountain of grain. She became even more convinced that Su Chen was a powerful figure in his world and was determined to build a long-term partnership. Su Chen then proposed the next deal, the remaining 1,000 tons of flour at the factory. This time, he didn't want gold. He asked for a self-defense magic item that ordinary people can use. Hearing this request, Vivi smiled playfully. "Mr. Su Chen, regarding your safety, I have a better suggestion." She produced a primary life form trading permit, 1,000 tons of flour in exchange for a powerful elven warrior, skilled in both magic and combat. "How about it?" Vivi said with a smile that seemed a bit too eager. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. A living, powerful bodyguard from another world? With the platform's binding contracts, loyalty was not an issue. "Deal," he agreed. A moment later, Vivi returned with another person. When Su Chen saw who she brought, even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp. Skin as white as snow, exquisite features, a playful dimple at the corner of her lips when she smiled. She was beautiful beyond words. "You must be Mr. Su Chen. I am Yu Ling. It is my honor to become your guardian knight." The tall, stunning elf walked up to him and performed an elegant knightly salute. Under Vivi's guidance, the ritual was completed, and the elf named Yu Ling officially became Su Chen's. Back in his warehouse on Blue Star, staring at the beautiful and powerful elf beside him, Su Chen was still in a bit of a daze. He had just gotten an otherworldly bodyguard for practically nothing. This was a massive win. But on second thought, something felt a little off. Vivi seemed a bit too eager to give this elf to him. According to Wei Wei, she was considered quite capable in that world. Yu Ling was even stronger than her. In a world with extraordinary powers, the value of a strong individual shouldn't be compared to 1,000 tons of food, right? Previously, Su Chen hadn't thought much about it. After all, with the trading platform guaranteeing it, Wei Wei couldn't pull any tricks. But now, upon careful reflection, he still felt something was off. Since the person involved was right here, he directly voiced his doubts. Yu Ling wasn't surprised that he would ask this. She calmly replied, "Because if I stay there, my strength alone won't provide much help to Princess Wei Wei, but rather become a burden. The coalition attacking Dream River City has many reasons for waging this war, and I happen to be one of them. As long as I leave Dream River City, the part of the coalition that is targeting me will withdraw, significantly reducing the pressure on Dream River City. Previously, I had nowhere to go, and Princess Wei Wei, out of her friendship with the elf clan and me, took me in under great pressure. Now that I have a better place to survive and alleviate the pressure on Dream River City, I naturally won't ask for more." "So, your identity is quite special, huh?" Su Chen looked at the beautiful elf with some surprise. He had thought Yu Ling was just Wei Wei's maid or personal guard, someone who could be casually sent to another world by the Lord Wei Wei. It seemed there was more to this matter. "That's another story." Yu Ling smiled helplessly and briefly explained the situation. "It wasn't complicated, it was just a cliched story of internal strife within a race. The Moon Elf tribe she belonged to was once the most powerful tribe in the Elf Kingdom, controlling the most important source of life for the elves. Later, a tribe called the Dark Elves united with the Orcs to defeat the Moon Elves, becoming the new masters of the Elf Kingdom. As a deposed princess, Yu Ling's situation was already unfortunate, but just before the fall of her kingdom, the High Priest of the Moon Elf tribe sealed the core of the source of life, something called vitality, within Yu Ling using magic, while also allowing her to take away all the water accumulated from the source of life. What does this mean? The water from the source of life flows into a lake diluted countless times, and becomes the world-renowned Moon Lake. The water in that lake isn't called water, it's called the essence of life. The essence of life, when diluted countless times, is what Wei Wei traded to Su Chen as the life water. One could say that this source of life is the most precious treasure of the elf race, and after losing its most core component, it has now fallen into a state of stagnation. It's no wonder that the new masters of the Elf Kingdom are searching high and low for her, the former princess, forcing Wei Wei to send her to another world. I think I understand now. After learning about Yu Ling's identity and background, Su Chen had no more doubts about this transaction. If he had to say something, it was that he felt he might be at a loss in this deal. Clearly, her acceptance of Yu Ling into Blue Star was a huge favor to Wei Wei, yet this woman still asked him for 1,000 tons of food. What a lack of conscience. After a simple mutual understanding and giving Yu Ling some precautions, Su Chen took her out of the warehouse. Su Chen didn't have a very specific idea of how strong Yu Ling was. However, after witnessing her casually twist a rebar the thickness of a baby's arm into a spiral, he knew he was safe. With Yu-Ling protecting him, those underground forces wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He could confidently exchange all the gold he had through old Lu's connections. Such matters are best done sooner rather than later, so Su-chen immediately contacted old Lu again, requesting a trade for 20 kilograms of gold this time. Old Lu didn't dare to agree directly. He only said he needed to ask the boss above and told Su-chen to wait for news. This was something he had anticipated, so he wasn't surprised. Once all these matters were resolved, Su-chen found that, for a moment, it seemed like there was suddenly nothing to do. It was just past 5 in the evening. He glanced at the quietly seated Yu-Ling in the passenger seat. Did you bring any change of clothes? If not, I can take you to buy a few sets. This outfit has a special magic array that can self-clean, so I don't need to change. Yu-Ling shook her head absent-mindedly. Although this was just the outskirts of Jiang City, the various buildings along the way and the different vehicles on the road still left her, an outsider from another world, in shock. Before coming, when she heard Vivi was going to send her to a strange world, she never imagined she would end up in such a peculiar place. Everything here seemed different from where she had been before. It was inevitable that she would be attracted by all the novel things. However, her introverted personality meant that, seeing Su-chen busy communicating with others through his phone while driving, she didn't directly ask him anything. What a good thing! Su-chen took a moment to glance at her beautiful long dress, deciding that he needed to get some similar items from Vivi in the future. Clothes that don't need washing would definitely sell like hotcakes. But that aside, regarding the matter of buying clothes, Su-chen insisted, your outfit is quite different from the mainstream styles here. If you keep wearing this when you go out, it will inevitably seem out of place. Let's get you a few sets. His reasoning was sound and convincing. Yu-Ling didn't insist on wearing her outfit all the time. Upon hearing this, she gently replied, all right, I'll follow your arrangement. Su-chen nodded in satisfaction and drove straight to the mall. Black stockings, white stockings, JK, OL. He couldn't help but imagine how stunning Yu-Ling's perfect figure would look in those outfits. Ahem, actually, that was just a side thought. Su-chen mainly wanted to get her a few sets of clothes to help her blend in and adapt to modern life, nothing more. Besides clothes, he also needed to get her some other essentials, like a phone. This was a necessity for integrating into life on Blue Star. She could learn to use it gradually. After all, Su-chen wasn't short on money at the moment. As for the language barrier, that was relatively easy to solve. He had previously seen a lower-tier item than the Universal Language Card in the trading platform's Points Mall, called the World Language Card, which, when used, could quickly allow someone to understand all the languages of a world. It only cost 10 points. Currently, Su-chen had completed a transaction with Vivi and earned 8 points. At this rate, he felt that after trading away those 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat, or the remaining 1,000 tons of flour, he would have enough points. By then, he could just get her one. This was much simpler than teaching her to learn the Jojo language from scratch. Su-chen didn't go to any high-end malls like SKP. He found a nearby Qingda Plaza. It was pretty much as he had guessed before coming. As soon as he and Yu-Ling stepped out of the parking lot, she became the center of attention in the mall's crowd. There was no helping it. The elf girl was just too beautiful. Moreover, he didn't know if her dress had some magical enhancement, but it was not only stunning but also seemed to have its own lighting. In dimmer areas, everyone else looked like they had stepped into a black and white photo, while she appeared to be the only person in color in that picture. Radiant and dazzling, it was hard not to draw attention. Not long after, a man holding a camera approached. Hello, beautiful. I'm a street photography blogger on a certain app. You are just too stunning, and your aura is the best I've seen among girls. Can I take a few photos of you? It will only take a little of your time, and it will be quick. As he spoke, he looked at Yu-Ling with eager anticipation. He knew that with her looks, the photos would definitely go viral online, and that meant money. The thought of being rejected never crossed his mind. To him, Yu-Ling's outfit looked like cosplay. People like her would be thrilled to have a professional photographer take their pictures. How could she possibly refuse? If the photos turned out well, she might even add him on social media. Although adding her wouldn't guarantee anything, having the contact of such a stunning beauty would be a great bragging point during gatherings with friends. There was even a chance for future collaborations, producing more photos to drive traffic to his video account. Meanwhile, Su-chen, who was walking with Yu-Ling, didn't even catch the photographer's eye. He was indeed quite handsome, not inferior to any of the readers, but his clothing style was that of an ordinary person, lacking any standout features. He was a naturally good-looking guy. However, on the internet, as long as one's looks didn't reach the exaggerated level of Yu-Ling, a bit of makeup and photo editing could make everyone look quite similar. Moreover, his street photography account primarily focused on capturing beautiful women. No one was interested in photos of men. As for whether Su-chen would agree to let him photograph Yu-Ling, that was a joke. What era was it? Since when did a woman need her male companions' permission to take a photo? However, under the photographer's expectant gaze, Yuling's big eyes looked a bit confused as she glanced at him, then turned to Su-chen, seemingly waiting for him to make a decision. Without a second thought, Su-chen said, "Sorry, we have other things to do, it's not convenient right now." If this guy were a street photography blogger with a decent following, Yuling's looks and aura would definitely make for viral photos. But the problem was, Yuling was an undocumented person. Su-chen didn't want her to appear online. "Just a little while? I'll take a few quick shots," the photographer said, sounding a bit anxious. He had been waiting all afternoon and finally found someone so beautiful he naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. "Sorry, we're busy." She's quite shy and doesn't like being photographed, especially not having her pictures posted online, Su-chen replied with a smile, ignoring him further, as he led Yuling into the mall. At this point, even if the photographer was still a bit reluctant, he had no choice but to give up. Although he wanted to sneak a few shots, remembering the warning tone in Su-chen's words, he decided against that risky idea. Yuling was so beautiful, if her photos were posted online against her will, it could lead to serious trouble. He didn't want to take that risk. Shopping at the mall didn't take long. Although Yuling was curious about everything here, her reserved personality meant she preferred to observe rather than speak. From start to finish, Su-chen made all the decisions about what clothes to buy, even the style of underwear. Sometimes, when store clerks wanted to chat with her or take a picture because they found her beautiful, it was always Su-chen who stepped in to refuse. "Don't ask, just say she's mute, introverted, doesn't understand what you're saying, and doesn't want to engage." Thus, under the regretful gazes of countless store clerks, Yuling followed Su-chen, carrying bags of all sizes, and cluelessly entered a hot pot restaurant. The good news was that as an elf, she had no dietary restrictions and could eat both meat and vegetables. The bad news was that although Yuling was strong, she couldn't handle spicy food. Seeing her sweating profusely and her little face flushed from the spice, Su-chen could only chuckle and ask the staff to switch to a mild pot halfway through. By the time they finished dinner, it was already past 8 in the evening. Su-chen took Yuling to the first floor of the mall to buy her a phone. He had been using his own phone for a long time, and since he had some money now, he could also replace his. Then he would get her a SIM card. It didn't matter that Yuling didn't have an ID, Su-chen did, and nowadays, SIM cards could be issued as secondary cards, so it wasn't a big deal. He didn't play mobile games, so he didn't have high demands for a phone. It just needed to be reliable and not crash or lose connection frequently. In this regard, the brand that best met his requirements was naturally Huawei, so there was no hesitation when choosing a phone brand. He headed straight to the Huawei counter on the first floor. However, what Su-chen didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the store, he ran into an acquaintance. It wouldn't be accurate to call her an acquaintance, it was more like someone he had met once, having shared a meal together. To put it plainly, she was a blind date. 3 years after graduation, he was already 25, and his family had naturally been urging him to find a partner. Just last month, Su-chen was half pushed, half dragged by his mother to go on his first blind date. The girl was a relative of his downstairs neighbor back home, named Zhao Lulu. She was the same age as Su-chen. Her looks were about 6 or 7 out of 10. As for her profession, she was a stay-at-home person preparing for civil service exams, and he heard she also live-streamed on a certain platform in her spare time, earning about 3,000 to 5,000 a month. She was quite the catch. The actual situation didn't surprise him. The girl immediately brought up a bunch of ridiculous demands, like having to hand over his salary after they got together, that Su-chen needed to support her with at least 8,000 a month for her civil service exam preparations, and that live streaming was her hobby, so occasionally interacting with fans in a flirty manner was something Su-chen couldn't interfere with, among other things. This was just one of the more outrageous requests. There were plenty of other bizarre demands. To this, Su-chen's response was, of course, yeah. After all, he didn't plan on it working out, so he just went along with it. He originally intended to eat and leave, cutting off contact afterward. But unexpectedly, this girl, whether she was a bit dim or not, took his you're right as full acceptance of her conditions. After returning home, she bombarded Su-chen with various messages every day, even asking him for red envelopes and milk tea, and after being ignored countless times, she still remained undeterred. Eventually, Su-chen got so annoyed that he directly blocked her, finally finding some peace. After explaining the situation to his mother, she understood what a peculiar person it was and didn't say much more. He thought that would be the end of it. He never expected that just casually taking Yuling out to buy a phone would lead him to run into her again. What a twisted fate this was. It was already awkward enough to bump into a blind date he had blocked. What was worse was that the other party didn't feel awkward at all. As Su-chen and Yuling just entered the store, Zhao Lulu locked eyes with him. Su-chen? Zhao Lulu was clearly taken aback for a moment, but then her eyes flashed with indignation as she dragged over some guy she had found out of nowhere, completely disregarding the current situation, and directly questioned, "Why did you delete me on WeChat? Because you have that big of a problem." Su-chen's mouth twitched, then he shook his head, too lazy to deal with her. The real version T0 doesn't refer to a specific gender but to those who throw tantrums and act unreasonable whenever something happens. This was a serious version T0. What was there to argue with her about? He just wanted to finish his business and leave. He still needed to arrange a place for Yuling to stay later. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? However, while he didn't want to engage, Zhao Lulu was relentless. She actually grabbed Su Chen's arm in front of everyone, looking as if he wouldn't be allowed to leave without giving her an explanation. She seems hostile towards you. Do you need me to handle it? Yuling's gaze turned cold, but recalling what Su Chen had told her earlier, she didn't act immediately. Instead, she leaned closer to Su Chen and asked quietly. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then whispered, do you have any magic that won't harm anyone but will make them uncomfortable? If she keeps pestering, let's teach her a lesson. The two were communicating in the language of Yuling's world, and since their voices were kept low, they weren't worried about being overheard. Zhao Lulu, seeing that Su Chen was still ignoring her and was chatting intimately with a stunningly beautiful woman beside him, became even more displeased. She immediately pointed at him and loudly said to Yuling, sister, I think you look decent, so let me give you a kind reminder. This is not a good person, just a pure scumbag. Don't be fooled by how friendly he seems now. If you dare to make even a small request, he'll immediately ditch you and run away. She spoke with such conviction, as if she were truly a victim of Su Chen's scumbaggery. Su Chen, upon hearing her words, was not angry but rather curious about how someone with her looks could dare to say, I think you look decent to Yuling. Unfortunately, Yuling couldn't understand what she was saying. Seeing Zhao Lulu pointing at Su Chen and shouting, her eyes flickered as she contemplated whether this counted as pestering and whether she should intervene. Fortunately, the store staff had noticed the situation, and the manager hurried over, saying, is there something you two need to discuss? We have a lounge. If there's something to talk about, why not go there for a detailed chat? The words were quite polite, but the meaning was clear. Take your drama elsewhere. Don't disturb my business. Su Chen replied, sorry, I just brought my girlfriend to buy a phone. I don't even know this person. I came to your store to shop and I encounter such a bizarre person. You have to handle this, right? The manager clearly understood this implication. He quickly turned to Zhao Lulu, apologetically saying, ma'am, this is a public place. Shouldn't we discuss our matters privately? However, Zhao Lulu's focus was completely different from that of a normal person. She directly ignored the manager's words and pointed at Su Chen, saying, what, do you really believe his nonsense about buying a phone for someone else? A stingy guy like him, who couldn't even spare a 520 red envelope last month during the holiday, would actually buy a phone for his girlfriend? Su Chen, who had been too lazy to engage with her, was now genuinely unable to hold back. No, you want a red envelope for the Ghost Festival? Are you planning to reincarnate? And who are you, lady? Let's be clear, we've only met once and had a meal together, and I paid for it. I haven't even asked you to split the bill, so why should I give you a red envelope? Look, he's starting to yell at me. This guy is clearly a violent man. Zhao Lulu maintained her unique perspective. Su Chen, seeing his speechless expression, Ling understood it was time for her to act. Give her a little lesson, but don't harm her life. Let's use that magic. Suddenly recalling something, Ling, who had been very calm, had a slightly mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately, no one witnessed the scene. Then she moved her lips and quietly recited a spell. Zhao Lulu, still pointing at Su Chen and accusing him, suddenly changed her expression. She felt a chill run from the top of her head straight down to her tailbone. That overwhelming sensation made her feel something was very wrong, and she tried to control her sphincter for a moment. But magic from another world was not something an ordinary person like her could withstand. The next moment, accompanied by a series of puff-puff sounds, a thick stream of yellow liquid burst forth, breaking free from all restraints. Unfortunately, Zhao Lulu was wearing a dress today. The onlookers' faces changed dramatically, and they quickly covered their noses and fled. Oh my god, someone just pooped in the phone store. Ugh, I just finished dinner and thought I'd take a walk. This is too outrageous. I'm going to be sick. What the hell? How did this suddenly turn into a mess? I hope she's not sick. Better keep my distance. Don't want to catch anything. Su Chen was also taken aback, pulling Yuling back repeatedly. At the same time, he glanced at Yuling and, noticing the cunning glint in her eyes and the mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, he immediately guessed this was her doing. He whispered, it won't cause any trouble, will it? While speaking, he glanced at Zhao Lulu. The woman was completely dazed, yet the spraying hadn't stopped. Listening to the continuous puff-puff sounds, Su Chen couldn't help but worry that she might end up dehydrated. No, she'll probably have diarrhea for 3 days, lose a few pounds, but there's no life-threatening danger. Then she'll be weak for about 10 days, and after that she'll be fine, with no lasting effects. Well, no lasting effects. At most she'd just have to live on another planet afterward. Su Chen twitched his mouth but felt no sympathy for this person. Didn't she enjoy making a scene in public? Then she might as well go all out. As for Yuling, who acted to protect herself, he certainly wouldn't blame her. Fortunately, the store was large enough, and the ventilation system was decent. Being a bit farther away, he couldn't smell anything foul. Suchan didn't bother with Zhao Lulu, who was being carried to the restroom by a group of staff, and instead found another employee at the other end, picked out 2 of the latest model phones, paid for them, and quickly left. Given Huawei's popularity online, if someone defecated in their offline store, it would probably trend tomorrow. He needed to quickly take Yuling and hide out for a bit. It was too absurd. Who the hell knew that going out to buy a phone would lead to such a mess? Until Suchan finished everything and came out of the mall, he still felt uneasy about that smelly little incident. He looked at Yuling, who was quietly sitting in the passenger seat, her expression normal. He suddenly felt that this little elf might not be so simple after all. At least, Yuling definitely didn't seem as calm and serene as she appeared. The glint of glee in her eyes after her prank had succeeded was something Suchan had clearly seen. On the surface, she was a dignified elf princess, but deep down, there was a little devil, right? After thinking for a moment, Suchan took a deep breath, preparing to have a serious talk with her. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Yuling said, "Sorry, I didn't control the intensity well this time. Next time I encounter a similar situation, I'll use a gentler magic." Suchan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "No, I didn't mean to blame you. I meant to say, this magic is quite good. In the future, when we meet difficult but non-threatening people like this, just use this trick or something similar." Zhao Lulu, this kind of person, was undoubtedly the most annoying in modern society, yet also the most helpless to deal with. The key was that when you were disgusted by such a person, you really had no good way to handle her. Call the police? It wouldn't help if they came. Could they really arrest someone for making a loud scene in public and sentence them or impose administrative penalties? Impossible. At most, they would just take the person to the station for mediation, which was basically useless. For ordinary people, encountering such individuals meant just avoiding them. If you were forced to take action against such a person, it would at least end up in a fight. And Yuling's magic, which could socially ruin someone without them realizing, was perfect for dealing with such nuisances. Would you be afraid if you were made to defecate in public? Ha! Yuling was momentarily stunned. Seeing Suchan hesitating to speak, she thought he was dissatisfied with her using such a nasty magic. Unexpectedly, not only was he not unhappy, but he also supported her using this trick next time she encountered a similar situation. There was a hint of excitement in Yuling's calm eyes, and she quickly nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you." By the time the two returned home, it was already past 11 at night. Then Suchan discovered another thing. The place he was living in was a rental apartment. It was a one-bedroom, one-living room setup with no guest room whatsoever. So the question arose, how were they going to sleep? Yuling didn't have an ID, so she couldn't go out to book a room. In desperation, Suchan initially planned to go out and book a room for himself, letting her stay at home. But Yuling was unwilling, saying she came to protect Suchan's safety and couldn't just stay at home as a bodyguard while her boss went out to stay elsewhere. After some back and forth, the two miraculously ended up checking into a hotel together. A suite, the kind with 2 rooms. However, that night, Yuling spent most of her time in Suchan's room. It wasn't that anything particularly scandalous happened. The main reason was that she was very curious about this thing called a smartphone and kept pestering Suchan to teach her how to use it. It seemed that as she became more familiar, Suchan noticed signs that Yuling was starting to show her true nature. Her image had gradually transformed from the dignified and serene elven princess to a lively little girl who was curious about everything. Moreover, she had a somewhat mischievous personality, seemingly enjoying teasing others. He didn't know what to say about it. So, some people you don't get close to, you really have no idea how big the contrast can be between their public and private selves. After being pestered by Yuling to teach her how to use the phone all night, Suchan, feeling extremely tired, downloaded Tetris on his phone to distract the elven princess. The next day, when he woke up around noon, he found Yuling still playing that Tetris at his bedside. Compared to when he first met her yesterday, Yuling was now wearing the loose pajamas Suchan had bought for her, lying on the bed with her fair legs crossed. Behind her, completely engrossed in her phone, which was connected to a charging cable. From any angle, she looked like a homebody addicted to the internet. There was no trace of an elven princess to be seen. When Suchan woke up, he happened to be facing Yuling. As soon as he opened his eyes, his gaze was drawn into the abyss of her lace-trimmed pajamas. It took him a while to catch his breath and come back to his senses. Glancing at Yuling, who was focused on her game and seemed completely unconcerned about her wardrobe malfunction, Suchan kindly reached out to adjust the pajama strap that had slipped off her fragrant shoulder. "Mind your image." Oh. Yuling instinctively turned to the side and adjusted her strap. This small action made Suyu catch his breath again, and he calmly pulled up the air conditioning blanket that had been kicked to the side of the bed to cover himself before asking, "Did you play all night?" Yuling, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced out the window and then exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's already bright outside? It's already noon." Suchan said, somewhat speechless, "Why didn't you go back to your own room to sleep? Don't you know how dangerous this is? I was planning to play for a while and then go back to sleep, but I forgot." Yu Ling said somewhat shyly. It's fine, our elven race has a different sleep schedule than you humans. We can go for days without sleeping. You, a person who can bend rebar with your bare hands, am I really worried about whether you can sleep or not? Rubbing his temples, he said helplessly. Stop playing, tidy up a bit, we'll be going out soon. Okay. Although Yu Ling had a strong gaming addiction, she was very obedient to Su Chen's words. Without hesitation, she closed the game that had accumulated who knows how many points and stood up by the bed. Their eyes met, and after a long while, Su Chen tightened the air conditioning blanket covering him. Aren't you going to change your clothes? Some of the clothes you bought for me, I don't know how to wear, so I want to see how you wear them first and learn. Yu Ling said very honestly. Su Yu thought for a moment and felt that those clothes had zippers, buttons, and belts, making it indeed a bit difficult for someone from another world who had never worn such things to figure it out on their own. She couldn't communicate well and didn't feel comfortable asking the shop staff directly yesterday. It was only right for someone to teach her a bit. But just as she was about to get up, she looked at the air conditioning blanket draped over her and hurriedly sat back down on the bed. Wait for me a few minutes. Okay. Su Yu tried to calm his emotions, taking deep breaths repeatedly. After a while, when he felt he had mostly settled down, he opened his eyes to see Yu Ling, wearing a loose nightgown that exposed large areas of her fair skin, looking at him with curiosity. Well, that was a waste. How about you wait for me outside? Okay. A moment later. Come on, which piece of clothing do you not know how to wear? I'll teach you. It's this strange piece of clothing, I can't seem to keep it on. Wait, are you talking about a bra? Yeah, this should be worn underneath, right? I'll take off my clothes first. No, wait a minute. Ha, why? Is your nose bleeding? Healing spell. After nearly a day of interaction, although he found it a bit hard to understand, Su Chen quickly realized something serious. That is, Yu Ling seemed to have no defenses against him, especially regarding issues between men and women. If she was this unguarded with everyone, Su Chen wouldn't find it strange. He would just think that beings from another world were more open. But when it came to others, she wasn't like that at all. Yu Ling was very smart and could already understand some simple vocabulary. However, whenever an outsider tried to talk to her, even though she could guess what the person meant and only needed to nod or shake her head to express her opinion, she would always consult Su Chen first before replying. There was no intention of getting to know or communicate with outsiders at all. If he had to describe it, it seemed like she regarded herself as Su Chen's personal possession. Su Chen wasn't quite sure why this situation arose, but he guessed it had little to do with the trading platform and was more like some kind of rule from her world. It was likely related to that nightly guardian ceremony that looked quite significant at the time. He felt it was inappropriate to directly ask Yu Ling about this, so he planned to inquire about it next time he traded with Wei Wei. After all, it wasn't a bad thing. Having a stunningly beautiful elf who listened to you and had no defenses in front of you was something he wouldn't mind having more of. Aside from being a bit useless with healing spells, there was really no downside. Putting aside some interactions with Yu Ling, Su Chen still hadn't forgotten the main business. After getting up and washing up, he had a simple lunch and then took Yu Ling straight to a farm in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. Wei Wei wasn't in a hurry for the 1,000 tons of flour, and Su Chen also planned to let Lu Shang and Li Wenyuan, those fools, wait a few days, so there was no rush for that. However, it was best to quickly sort out the fruits, vegetables, and meat he had promised Wei Wei. This batch of fruits, vegetables, and meat, along with the 500 tons of rice he had provided earlier, were all part of the trading request Wei Wei made during their first meeting. The rice had already been traded and the trading points had been settled, but the fruits, vegetables, and meat hadn't been delivered yet, so the transaction wasn't complete. They hadn't agreed on a specific time, and Su Chen had mentioned that it would take some time to prepare the fruits, vegetables, and meat. The trading platform's points were calculated based on the items exchanged in real time, and there were no strict regulations requiring a transaction to be completed within a certain time frame. In theory, even if Su Chen delayed for 10 or 8 years, or even became a deadbeat and didn't deliver, Wei Wei wouldn't have much recourse against him. But he clearly wasn't that kind of person. He generally kept promises he made to others in mind. If he didn't resolve it in a timely manner, he would feel uneasy about everything. Right now, he was heading out to solve this problem. The meat was easy. Su Chen had a childhood friend whose family ran a restaurant, and in recent years he had gradually taken over the family business. Getting a few tons of frozen meat through his channels was a small matter. However, for fruits and vegetables, which are difficult to preserve for long periods, it wasn't feasible for him to acquire several tons at once, considering the restaurant's limited scale and that it wasn't a large hotel. Nevertheless, Su Chen managed to obtain the contact information of a large farm owner in the suburbs of Jiangcheng from him. With a referral, it was naturally easier to get things done. He had already contacted the farm owner last night and arranged to meet this afternoon. Yuanfeng Ecological Farm, this is the place. After driving for nearly half an hour, Su Chen arrived at the farm located in the southeastern suburbs of Jiangcheng, not far from the Great River. He had looked over the information about Yuanfeng Farm before coming. It covered an area of about 5,000 acres where various fruits and vegetables were grown and livestock such as pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese were raised. There was also a lake within the farm, stocked with various economically valuable fish. It was a super large, comprehensive ecological farm, reportedly with an initial investment of over 100 million. Otherwise, his childhood friend's family wouldn't have recently planned to collaborate with someone to create a dining brand and open branches across the country, needing a stable supply source which made it impossible to connect with the owner of such a large farm. However, Su-chen was not just here for those few tons of fruits and vegetables. For such a small amount, a billionaire owner wouldn't bother to meet him in person. He wanted to discuss the acquisition of the farm. Yuanfeng Farm had been poorly managed, and with the overall economy struggling in the past 2 years, it was already on the brink of bankruptcy. The owner had other businesses, and life was equally tough for him, urgently needing funds to fill gaps elsewhere, which led to the idea of transferring the farm. As for why Su-chen wanted to acquire a farm, it was naturally for the transaction with Weiwei. After some research, he found that the grains, fruits, vegetables, and meats that Weiwei needed could all be procured on a large scale through the farm in a reasonable and compliant manner. Fruits, vegetables, and meats are self-explanatory. These are the main products grown and raised on a farm. As for grains, having a farm at hand made it incredibly easy to procure bulk grains reasonably. Can't I buy them to feed livestock? Why can't livestock eat grains instead of feed? Do you understand what ecological farming means? The high costs are my own business. If I'm willing to lose money, what's it to you? Isn't grain-fed beef also fed with grains? There's absolutely no problem. As for why so much grain put into the farm hasn't produced various grain-fed chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep, don't ask, just know they died from disease. It can be said to be a logical closed loop with no flaws. In comparison, while the food processing factories he was more familiar with could also procure large amounts of grain, they struggled with fruits, vegetables, and meats, and these grains being only in and not out could easily raise suspicions. On the other hand, running a hotel or restaurant made it easy to obtain fruits and meats, but procuring hundreds of tons of grain at once was a different story. Hence, the problem had to be solved from the source. This ecological farm was the source, since he had contacted them in advance. As soon as Su-chen's car arrived at the entrance of the farm's office building, a young man in a suit warmly greeted him. "You must be Mr. Su, right? Please come in. Our general manager's son is already waiting for you in the office. My surname is Zhou. You can just call me Xiao Zhou." From his enthusiastic demeanor, it was clear that the owner of Yuanfeng Farm was eager to sell the farm quickly. And this Xiao Zhou, while receiving a potential future boss, naturally displayed great courtesy. The office building of the farm wasn't particularly beautiful, and the layout was quite ordinary, but it was spotless, giving a refreshing feeling. From the traces on the floor, it was evident that it had been specially tidied up recently. The big boss clearly wouldn't arrange such matters personally, so it was obvious that these were all organized by the young man in front of him. Xiao Zhou, the owner of Yuanfeng Farm, is named Sun Wang, a middle-aged man nearing 60, yet still full of vigor. Although he is a businessman, he appears quite upright and meticulous in his work. After Su-chen accompanied manager Zhou from the farm to meet Sun Wang, the two exchanged only a few pleasantries before Sun Wang took him on a personal tour of the farm without further ado. Visiting the farm to see what was raised and grown inside was naturally very valuable for the upcoming price negotiations. Unlike factories, a farm cannot be prepared in advance. After all, crops and livestock require time to grow. There's no possibility of hastily throwing something together at the last minute. It was indeed very informative. Even if he didn't bring it up, Su-chen would find an excuse to explore the farm. After taking a look around, he realized he had underestimated the farm. The various crops and livestock being cultivated represented an enormous wealth in itself. The modern agricultural facilities were beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. The farm appeared extremely advanced, with a very reasonable layout. According to manager Zhou, the farm employed a scientific cycle planting scheme, currently producing several tons of different fresh fruits and vegetables for sale on the market every day. Under this scheme, as long as the farm was operational, there would be a continuous output of crops in the corresponding seasons. At that time, Su-chen jokingly asked manager Zhou if it was possible to expand the variety of crops grown, allowing the farm to produce year-round. Manager Zhou professionally informed him that in warmer areas further south this could be achieved. However, the climate in Jiangchang was not suitable for such practices. Although off-season planting is not a big deal with current agricultural technology, it does not align with the farm's focus on pure, natural, green ecological products. Even if they were grown, they would be hard to sell. Su-chen had not considered how to sell the produce. This was not a concern for him. Once he understood what was possible, he did not ask further questions. After the tour, the group returned to Sun Wang's office. It was evident that although Sun Wang was wealthy, he lived quite simply. The office lacked any decorative items like elegant calligraphy or paintings, and there were no luxurious pieces like a mahogany desk. Simple and clean was Su-chen's first impression upon entering. Sun Wang politely brewed a cup of tea for Su Chen, and after exchanging a few more pleasantries, they got straight to the point. Mr. Su has been inspecting the farm for a while. I wonder if you have any thoughts? It's quite good, everything meets my requirements. It's clear that you and Manager Joe have managed the farm well, Su Chen replied after taking a sip of tea, giving a fair assessment. As for the transfer of the farm, Sun Wang eagerly pressed on, clearly anxious to sell the farm. Involving assets worth over 100 million, Su Chen certainly did not have that much money on hand at the moment. However, such matters could not be settled in a day. They were merely discussing a preliminary cooperation intention. You know, Mr. Sun, I'm not in this line of work and don't know much about your industry. Why don't you name a price, and I'll study it when I get back and let you know. Su Chen returned the ball, then added, if the price is reasonable, we can sign a letter of intent by tomorrow at the latest. Initially, I can offer an intention fee of no less than 10 million. He truly did not understand the workings of a farm and saw no need to pretend otherwise. After all, his current identity was that of a businessman with money looking to invest, introduced by another businessman. It was perfectly normal not to understand the technology and market. As long as there is money in hand, there are plenty of professional institutions that can help assess the value of the farm. Sun Wang was not surprised by this answer. After much contemplation, he tentatively said, my preliminary opinion is 160 million. What does Mr. Su think? Su Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. Although he wasn't an expert, he had certainly done his homework before coming. The Yuanfeng farm was established 13 years ago, with an initial investment of over 100 million. Adding in the maintenance and various expenses over the years, the total investment would only be higher. Of course, the farm must have generated income, it couldn't be running at a loss. However, after more than a decade of inflation, the concept of 100 million from over 10 years ago is not the same as 100 million today. The various equipment purchased for 100 million back then cannot be bought for the same amount now. Moreover, most of this equipment is still in good working condition. Coupled with the appreciation of land, even though the land rights for the farm total 30 years with only 17 years left, and this is agricultural land, its value is certainly different from commercial land. Overall, trying to secure such a large piece of land for 17 years at the price from 10 years ago is completely impossible. So, no matter how you look at it, this is a very reasonable price. Su Chen's money came easily, and since the other party had already offered a price that he found very reasonable, even favorable, he didn't bother to haggle. After all, they were still in the intention stage. When it came time to sign the contract and transfer the money, he would definitely have a professional institution come to inspect and assess it. Agreeing now was no big deal. Seeing that he accepted without even negotiating, Sun Wang was naturally overjoyed. Just then, it was dinner time, and he specially invited Su Chen and the accompanying Yuling to have a meal at the farm's associated agritourism restaurant. During the meal, Su Chen expressed his desire to purchase a batch of fruits and vegetables first, and Sun Wang had no reason to refuse, immediately asking Manager Joe to arrange for people to pick them overnight so they could be delivered to the warehouse designated by Su Chen early the next morning. Of course, for this kind of purchase, the money had to be paid up front. A total of 8 tons of fruits and vegetables were purchased, all seasonal products freshly picked from this ecological farm, so the price was certainly a bit higher than what one would find at a regular market or fruit store. It totaled just over 100,000. Sun Wang took the liberty to round it down to 100,000, signing the contract and transferring the money on the spot. Seeing him transfer the money without batting an eye, and that it was from a personal account, made Sun Wang even happier. In this day and age, some so-called big bosses with fortunes in the tens of millions or even billions might actually have debts that exceed their net worth. They would have to use the company's account just to buy a car. Without using company funds, it's not guaranteed that they could pull out over 100,000 for groceries at any time. Unless they truly had no financial worries, many wealthy people wouldn't keep too much money in their personal accounts. There are tax issues involved, and those with money are quite savvy. On the frozen meat side, Su Yu's childhood friend had already prepared 2 tons, which would be delivered to a cold storage warehouse he had rented in advance tomorrow. Along with the 8 tons of fresh fruits and vegetables, the promised 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat for Wei Wei would all be traded over tomorrow. This resolved the final issue of the first transaction on the trading platform. He felt a significant weight lift off his shoulders. However, the events of the night were not over yet. Earlier, he had contacted Old Lu to trade for another 20 kilograms of gold. Old Lu had agreed, but this time the agreed location, as Su Chen had anticipated, was not the business club in the city center where they had met last time, but a rather remote resort in the suburbs of Jiangchang. Officially, it was said that the amount involved was too large, making it unsafe in a city center location. What the actual situation was, however, remained unknown. In the past, Su Chen would have absolutely refused to go. Of course, if he were really foolish enough to reveal to the outside world that he had so much gold without any backing, and if the other party truly harbored malicious intent, then it wouldn't make much difference. whether he went or not. Organizations involved in such gray industries were not something he could contend with. But now it was different. With Yuling providing close protection in the territory of Jojo, as long as he wasn't targeted by the authorities, basically no one could do anything to him. Previously, he had shown Yuling the destructive power of some modern weapons in detail through video means. After watching, Yuling gave him a very conservative answer as per Su Chen's request. With her around, no firearm could harm Su Chen. Even when facing artillery attacks with a lethal radius of over 50 meters, she was confident she could lead Su Chen to safety. As for more powerful weapons, she lacked corresponding video materials, so she wasn't as certain. But that was already enough. With her as a support, Suyu said he was completely unafraid of old Lu and the organization behind him. Naturally, there was no question of not daring to go. Moreover, he had promised Sun Wang that he would go to sign the intention contract tomorrow, and he would need to come up with 10 million in earnest money. Where would he get that much money if he didn't go? At 10 o'clock. In the evening, after finishing a dinner meeting with Sun Wang, Su Chen arrived at the Jiangxin Villa Resort, also located in the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng. He quickly found the place he had agreed upon with old Lu. As an old acquaintance, old Lu was already waiting for him at the entrance. After they met, old Lu didn't say much and didn't ask about Yuling following Su Chen. There were no procedures like body searches that one would expect in underground transactions from gangster movies. After a brief greeting, he led Su Chen into a rather inconspicuous villa. However, as they entered, old Lu still whispered a reminder. The person handling your transaction is a big shot, and they just happen to be free today. I heard they came to take care of this after hearing about it, so the money will definitely be substantial. Just be mindful of your attitude. Although Su Chen didn't know who this big shot was and why he needed to be mindful of his attitude while selling his gold, he could tell it was a kind reminder, so he didn't say much and just nodded to indicate he understood. He then carried the safe filled with gold and walked into the villa with Yuling. Old Lu didn't come in and waited at the door. Once inside, they were led by another man in a sharp cold suit who clearly had considerable combat capability, likely a bodyguard. Su Chen turned and quietly asked Yuling in the language of another world, "How many people with combat capabilities like this can you handle at most?" Yuling glanced at the bodyguard leading them and then shook her head. Su Chen thought she hadn't seen the bodyguard in action and couldn't assess his strength, so she was hesitant to speak. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Yuling said, "Just ordinary people. No matter how many come, they won't pose any threat to me. According to the power classification in our world, my martial arts strength has already reached the level of a moon-eclipsing night. Even in our world, where individual strength is powerful, if there is no one of my level in the opposing army, I can easily move among hundreds of thousands of troops. Unless I choose not to live and insist on clashing head-on with hundreds of thousands of soldiers until I exhaust myself and die. Otherwise, those hundreds of thousands of troops can't do anything to me. Of course, my martial arts strength alone can't resolve these armies. But I have also trained in elven magic, reaching the level of a grand sorcerer, and I can cast some lower-powered forbidden spells. So if there is no one of my level in the opposing army, I could attempt to bury all those hundreds of thousands of troops." Suyu was taken aback for a moment. Previously, he only knew that Yuling should be very strong. Even among those with extraordinary powers in her world, she could be considered a powerhouse. But this was the first time Yuling had described her combat strength so directly. Hundreds of thousands of enemies, and these hundreds of thousands are modeled after the armies of another world, with individual combat power far surpassing that of the people of Blue Star. If she wasn't exaggerating, then this combat power would be considered superhuman on Blue Star. On the cold weapon battlefield of Blue Star, wouldn't that mean one person could truly stand against 1,000,000 troops? Of course, this is only on the cold weapon battlefield. The armies of the other world are simply stronger on an individual level compared to the people of Blue Star, but how their overall combat power compares to that of Blue Star's modern military is still up for debate. After all, their developmental paths are different. Moreover, Blue Star has real weapons of mass destruction like the mushroom bomb. Last night, when Su Chen had some free time, he specifically pulled up various data on the Tsar Bomba to show Yuling, wanting to understand which world had the stronger peak power. After Yuling looked it over, she exclaimed it was absurd. In her words, this thing could probably put to sleep even the martial gods and magic gods of their world who had cultivated martial arts and magic to the extreme with just one hit. What she referred to as forbidden spells were essentially large-scale destructive magic. The weaker ones might have a coverage radius of a few hundred to 1,000 meters, while the more powerful ones could have a lethal radius of several kilometers, even up to 10 kilometers. In fact, they were not as powerful as the common megaton nuclear bombs on Blue Star. Furthermore, as long as there was a need, nuclear bombs could be produced endlessly on an assembly line. But the mages capable of casting forbidden spells on their side were not produced on an assembly line. There were only so many of them. So, in comparison, Su Chen arrived at a somewhat absurd conclusion. If the two worlds were to truly engage in a fight, those extraordinary beings from her world would likely not stand a chance against the ordinary humans of Blue Star who had been engaged in internal conflicts and wars for thousands of years and had mastered mutual destruction technology. Of course, that was a comparison of the overall combat power between the two worlds. In the current situation, individual strength was clearly more important to Su Chen, and Yu Ling was that individual with overwhelming combat power which gave Su Chen a full sense of security. The voices of the two were muddled by a special magic cast by Yu Ling. Outsiders could only hear them mumbling but could not make out the content at all. Naturally, they could not discover that this was a completely new language. The bodyguard leading the way also appeared quite professional, ignoring the exchange between the two as there were no silence rules in the villa, focusing solely on leading them forward, perfectly playing the role of a tool. Although it was called a villa, the interior was actually a huge retro-style mansion. After the bodyguard led them through the intricately carved corridor, they arrived at a very exquisite garden. The garden, though not large, had everything one could wish for. There were small bridges and flowing water, rockeries and stone walls, and all kinds of rare flowers and plants. In the center, there was a pavilion where a man, dressed simply in a t-shirt and shorts, was cuddling with a very cute little girl feeding koi fish. The garden was occasionally filled with the girl's silver bell-like laughter. If one ignored the fact that they were here for something shady, so you felt that the scene before him was quite healing. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt Yu Ling beside him take his hand, giving it a gentle squeeze while her voice reached his ears. That little girl is sick, she's about to die. Su Chen was taken aback and instinctively turned to look at Yu Ling. Their eyes met, and Yu Ling blinked, affirming, really, she can only live for another month at most. Su Chen, he didn't turn back out of doubt that Yu Ling was lying about the little girl dying. Rather, he felt that it was somewhat incongruous for such a beautiful and supposedly kind and gentle elf to say something like that in such a calm tone. But upon reflection, it seemed that this was all based on the stereotypes he had formed about elves from various entertainment works on Blue Star. The authors themselves had never seen an elf, so how would they know what the personalities of elves in another world were like? Looking back, Suyu noticed that the man seemed to be accompanying the little girl and had no intention of acknowledging him. He turned to ask, how did you figure that out? Our elven race is quite sensitive to the breath of life. Creatures nearing the end of their lives emit a certain aura of death. Any elf can spot it at a glance, Yu Ling explained matter-of-factly. We are close to nature and revere life. Although we don't strictly eat vegetarian as you said, the plants and animals we consume are mostly on the verge of death. This is also one of our means of finding food. Food? Suyu's eye twitched, and he instinctively glanced at the little girl. We don't eat sentient beings, Yu Ling sighed helplessly. After spending a day together, she had come to realize that the person she vowed to protect was quite good in many aspects, but his imagination seemed a bit too wild, always linking to some inexplicable things. Oh, then it's fine, Suyu said again. So this little girl is doomed? Under normal circumstances, she should be doomed, but if you or I want to save her, we can, Yu Ling said seriously. You or I? Suyu asked in confusion. You can use magic, so I can understand how. You could save her, but I can't. How would I save her? With the water of life. Yu Ling seemed a bit surprised. Princess Wei Wei traded you a vial of water of life, right? Didn't she tell you about its effects? In her condition, just a few drops could give her an extra 10 years. A cup, like the small ones you used for drinking during our meal, should be enough to heal her completely, making her healthier than anyone else. She could live to be 150 without ever getting sick. Wait. Suyu suddenly felt a bit dazed. If he remembered correctly, the water of life was what he traded for those 10 tons of fruits, vegetables, and meat, right? He spent over 100,000 on those things. Now you're telling me I spent over 100,000 to get over 500 milliliters of this stuff and it has this effect? Forget about healing. Just one cup that could make someone live to 150 years old. If he sold it, he could become a billionaire in no time. Those wealthy people who fear death would probably pay hundreds of millions for a cup without batting an eye to live a few more decades. Why didn't you say this earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered selling. Gold, this stuff is worth so much more. The trading platform only mentioned that the water of life could cure all diseases, prolong life, enhance physical fitness, and promote human evolution with long-term consumption, but it didn't specify the effects. Moreover, since it was easy to obtain, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it, only thinking about when to find an opportunity to implement its effects. Recently, he had been so busy that he completely forgot about it. Naturally, he hadn't thought to ask Yu Ling about it. Hearing Yu Ling's words, he suddenly realized that this was the most valuable thing that had appeared in this other world so far. Although the two were whispering deliberately in low voices, being so close, some of it could still be heard in the pavilion. The little girl, noticing the arrival of two strangers while playing, said understandingly, Daddy, we have guests. You go ahead and be busy. Ying needs to sleep too. Okay, Ying, you go wash up first. Daddy will come to tell you a story later. The man gently ruffled the little girl's hair. Once the woman dressed as a servant took the girl away, the man turned to look at Su Chen and Yu Ling. As his gaze swept over Yu Ling, a hint of undeniable astonishment appeared in his eyes. But it was just a glance. He quickly shifted his attention to Su Chen, intrigued, and asked, "Are you a doctor?" Su Chen never expected him to ask such a strange question right off the bat, and he replied in surprise, "Why do you ask that? When you looked at Ying just now, there was clearly a look of pity and sympathy in your eyes. You must have noticed her poor health, right? Not just poor health, she was on the brink of death." Su Chen silently complained in his heart, but his mind was quick to turn. He maintained a calm demeanor and said, "My family has been traditional Chinese medicine practitioners for generations. Although I haven't learned much, I understand a little bit. A family of traditional Chinese medicine that treats illnesses and saves lives. No wonder you have so much gold in hand." The man seemed to imply something, but then he brushed aside the matter of gold, and the originally calm and indifferent expression of the young girl who had just left now showed a hint of other emotions as he asked, "What do you think about Ying's condition? Feel free to speak, we value rules here and have no taboos about discussing illnesses." His tone seemed nonchalant, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet Su Chen could clearly sense a glimmer of hope in his eyes. So he replied, "At most, she can live for another month." After a moment's thought, he added, "Provided that the current situation remains unchanged, and nothing is done." He only knew that the young girl was close to death, but he had no idea what illness she had or what treatments she usually received. If it were cancer, she might need chemotherapy from time to time. Who knows if she could even survive a month? Suddenly, the man, who had seemed quite casual just a moment ago, stood up abruptly. His phone that had been resting in front of him fell to the ground and plopped into the fish pond, but he didn't care. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen. "You are truly a capable heir of traditional Chinese medicine? Can cancer be treated?" His expression was like that of a drowning person grasping at the last thing they could hold on to. As for whether that thing was a rope or a straw, he no longer cared. However, Su Chen pointed to the suitcase in Yuling's hand and said, "I'm here to do business. This contains gold, a total of 47 kilograms. Would the boss like to check the goods first?" To be honest, this guy in front of Su Chen seemed very rude. Clearly, he had agreed with old Lu to arrive at this time. He neither came early nor was late. Yet after arriving, he had spent over 10 minutes accompanying his daughter. He and Yuling stood by, feeling as humble as servants in their home. If it weren't for Yuling saying that the young girl was close to death, which allowed Su Chen to somewhat understand his behavior of leaving a guest waiting to accompany his daughter, he would have taken Yuling and left long ago. After all, he was here to do business, not to beg. And now, the situation had reversed. It was their turn to seek him out. Without saying much more, Su Chen still wanted an apology. The man glanced at the suitcase in Yuling's hand, surprised that such a beautiful woman could carry such a heavy load for so long, and quickly realized the inappropriateness of his previous behavior. He hurriedly stood up and extended his hand, saying, "You must be Mr. Su. I am Shin Mingshu. I'm truly sorry. I was the one who broke the appointment tonight. It's just that my daughter's health is really, sigh. In any case, it's all my fault. To show my sincerity, I will purchase this gold at the current market price. No need for verification. Just give me an account and I'll transfer the money right now." Su Chen extended his hand to shake his, then smiled and said, "There's no need for that. In business, we must verify the goods. The goods must be verified." But he would accept the market price for the purchase, which was a significant difference of over 100 yuan per gram. "Alright, let's verify then." Shen Mingshu was not pretentious and readily agreed. Moments later, someone arrived with various equipment to test the purity of the gold in the garden. Su Chen had originally planned to sell 20 kilograms of gold to old Lu. However, upon seeing the situation before him, he changed his mind and took out all the gold from his storage space. After all, keeping it wouldn't yield any offspring, and Shin Mingshu clearly looked like a big shot. He probably wouldn't refuse to take a bit more gold. With Yuling present, it was naturally not a problem to put the gold into the suitcase without alarming anyone else. Taking advantage of the time while the gold was being tested, Shin Mingshu took the initiative to engage Su Chen in conversation. This person had a very high emotional intelligence and quickly resolved the awkwardness of having left the two of them aside earlier, showing a very sincere attitude in admitting his mistake. It was a trivial matter anyway, and he indeed had his reasons, so Su Chen didn't hold on to it for long. The two soon engaged in a pleasant conversation. Then, as expected, the topic shifted back to the little girl's illness. Su Chen finally learned what disease she had, congenital leukemia. Although he wasn't a real doctor, he had heard of this illness to some extent. He had been a bit curious about what kind of illness the little girl had that money couldn't cure. Now, his doubts were finally resolved. "Mr. Su, do you think this illness can be treated?" After feeling that the conversation had reached a comfortable point, Shin Mingshu cautiously asked about what truly concerned him. "It's difficult, very difficult." Su Chen shook his head and sighed. However, upon hearing this, Shin Mingshu not only didn't feel discouraged but instead his eyes lit up. It was difficult, not impossible to treat. He didn't say anything like, "I have plenty of money and power, just tell me what difficulties you face," which would have been pretentious. Instead, he sincerely said, "Mr. Su, I have known Ying's mother since childhood. We grew up together, and eventually married. but my beloved fell ill after giving birth to Ying, and passed away within a year. Ying is not just a daughter to me, a descendant, but also the last spiritual support of my lifelong love. So, no matter what price I have to pay, as long as I can do it, I will never refuse. You see, this is called high emotional intelligence. Su Chen was quite satisfied with his attitude. Directly mentioning money felt a bit too vulgar, so he thought for a moment and subtly expressed that he had gone to Yuanfeng Farm today, lamenting how complicated and cumbersome the procedures were now, but he had his own reasons for needing the farm, and it would be great if it could be handled quickly. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingshu didn't hesitate at all and directly took on the matter, stating that he would handle it and could get it done for Su Chen by tomorrow. He didn't mention a single word about money throughout the entire conversation. Clearly, he intended to cover the 160 million transfer fee that the farm required. Since he was so straightforward, Su Chen naturally couldn't be stingy. He immediately expressed that he could go see the little girl named Shen Ying now. This was exactly what Shen Mingshu wanted, so he wouldn't obstruct it. 2. Say that he truly believed Su Chen could treat this incurable disease would definitely be nonsense. He was merely acting out of desperation because his daughter didn't have much time left, treating a dead horse as a living horse. Of course, he wouldn't be easily deceived by just anyone. A person like Shen Mingshu, with his keen insight, could tell through conversation whether someone truly had the ability or was just putting on a show. Moreover, the reason he was willing to give Su Chen this opportunity, even at the cost of over 100 million in rewards, had other reasons as well. Very few people knew about Shen Ying's condition, and the fact that an outsider like Su Chen could immediately discern her physical condition and even guess how much time she had left indicated that he was not simple. The group soon arrived at the door of a room on the second floor of the villa. Before opening the door, Su Chen said, "Mr. Shen, I didn't prepare any medical supplies before coming today, but I have a set of massage techniques that can alleviate Miss Shen's condition to some extent. You can take her to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow to see the specific effects. During the treatment, apart from me and my assistant, it's best if others stay outside. I wonder if Mr. Shen can accept that?" Shen Mingwen opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then decisively nodded. "That's fine." Saying this, he knocked on the door. When the caregiver for Shen Ying came out, Su Chen took Yu Ling into the delicate, pink-themed room. Outside, Shen Mingwen watched the slowly closing bedroom door, a glint of light flashing in his eyes as he glanced at a middle-aged man in black behind him. The middle-aged man nodded, and soon many capable bodyguards appeared both inside and outside the villa. Shen Mingwen was involved in activities that were half legal and half illegal, and naturally, he had many enemies outside. However, first, these enemies could hardly know that his daughter was seriously ill. Second, those who could hold a grudge against him were not fools. Without knowing how deep Shen Mingwen's feelings for his daughter ran, no one would think that a man like him would go so far as to have someone kidnap his daughter. It would only serve to provoke him, and would be of no real use. This was the reason Shen Mingwen agreed to let Su Chen and the others be alone with his daughter. However, while he felt reassured, he knew that people were the most unpredictable beings in the world. To be on the safe side, he had specifically gathered personnel. If anything happened to Shen Ying, he would definitely not let Su Chen and the others leave. Some things were left unsaid, but everyone understood. There are quite a few more people outside, probably around 50 or 60. Some of them are carrying weapons, likely the kind of handguns you showed me in the video," said the girl in the small room, Yu Ling, in a calm tone. "It's fine, after all, she's their precious one. Being cautious is normal, no need to worry about it." Su Chen shook his head and then said, "Go ahead and cast the spell." He had previously asked Yu Ling if her healing magic could alleviate Shen Ying's condition. The answer was, of course, affirmative. Even without using the water of life, with Yu Ling's strength, a high-level healing spell from the elven race would be enough to cure the little girl. But what was promised was still just verbal. Su Chen naturally wouldn't heal her condition right now. That's why he said tonight they could only alleviate her condition, not cure it. The real healing would come when all the benefits were received. Yu Ling would not refuse Su Chen's request. After receiving clear instructions, she immediately began to softly chant a spell. Soon, a green halo floated from her palm and landed on the already sleeping Shen Ying. The little girl, who had been frowning in discomfort during her sleep, instantly relaxed as the healing magic touched her. She clearly felt much more comfortable. "Is that it?" After waiting for a while without seeing any further actions from Yu Ling, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, "It's done." Yu Ling nodded affirmatively. If before this she could only live for a month at most, now even if we do nothing, she can at least live for another 6 months. Impressive. Su Chen didn't hold back his praise. No matter how many times he saw it, witnessing such extraordinary power in the hands of life was enough to leave one in awe. In an instant, a dying person could be brought back to life. Such great power had only existed in people's fantasies before. And now, through the trading platform, all of this felt so within reach for Su Chen. To avoid raising Shen Mingwen's suspicions, Su Chen and Yu Ling stayed in the little girl's room for nearly half an hour before finally stepping out. As soon as the door opened, Shin Mingwen hurried over, anxious to ask, "How did it go?" "Mission accomplished," Su Chen smiled and replied. "Although this won't cure Miss Shin's illness, at least it will make her much more comfortable. Patients with late-stage cancer undergoing treatments suffer greatly. Not seeking to cure the disease, but merely achieving this much is a tremendous grace for many patients and their families." Shin Mingwen repeatedly expressed his gratitude and, citing the late hour, invited Su Chen and Yu Ling to stay the night. Su Chen understood what he meant and naturally did not decline. In such a prominent family, matters were handled with rigor, and it was not like the scenarios depicted in some dramas or novels, where ambiguous couples would stay in a strange place and the host would assume they were lovers and only arrange one room for them. After the Shin family politely asked Su Chen, they led him to 2 adjacent guest rooms. Yu Ling had played games all night again, but this time it was a match 3 game. Su Chen, as usual, slept until noon the next day before getting up. After washing up and stepping out, he saw Shin Mingwen waiting at the door with Shin Yingying. As soon as he came out, Shin Mingwen quickly stood up and said to the little girl, "Quick, thank your uncle." "Thank you, uncle." The tender voice accompanied by the innocent tone of a child snapped Su Chen, who was still a bit groggy from just waking up, back to reality. He gently tapped Shin Yingying's little face. Compared to the visible pallor from last night, she indeed looked much healthier today. Yu Ling's healing magic was quite effective. Shin Mingwen brought his daughter here to wait for Su Chen, seemingly just to express his gratitude. After thanking him, he had someone take his daughter away and then sincerely said, "A professional medical team has already examined Yingying this morning, and the results shocked the attending physician. Although the cancer cells in Yingying's body have not been completely eradicated, they have significantly decreased, and the normal cells have not been affected at all, which is completely different from the effects of chemotherapy." The doctor said he had never seen such a situation. "Mr. Su, to be honest, I really didn't expect you to achieve this level. To me, being able to reduce Yingying's suffering is already enough to justify the compensation I paid you. Even if a complete cure is not possible, I won't trouble you again. So, I want you to tell me the truth. Can Yingying's illness be completely cured?" To put it bluntly, his willingness to let Su Chen try was driven by a desperate hope. Even now, he found it hard to believe that this young man could actually do better in treating cancer than doctors equipped with modern technology. In fact, there was something the attending physician said in the morning that he hadn't told Su Chen. That was, given Shin Yingying's current condition, she could not even be considered in the late stages of cancer. At most, it could only be classified as mid-stage. If a suitable bone marrow transplant could be found, the hope for a cure was quite significant. For Shin Mingwen, as long as there was hope for a cure, finding suitable bone marrow was not a big problem. However, this treatment method would certainly come with many side effects later on. Having witnessed Su Chen's miraculous methods, he naturally wanted something better. Yes. Without any hesitation, Su Chen nodded and gave Shin Mingwen the answer he wanted. Shin Mingwen did not ask further questions. After letting out a sigh of relief, he handed a folder of documents to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, everything has been arranged for you. Yuanfeng Farm, along with 6 other large farms surrounding it, totaling 17,000 acres, has been integrated into a super large farm. Of course, this is generally referred to as an agricultural demonstration area, but essentially, there is no difference. This farm is now under your name and has not yet been named. I've already found a temporary manager for you, and all the procedural issues have been sorted out. If you have a preferred company name, just give the manager a call. The number is in the documents. Additionally, I have registered a sole proprietorship agricultural products business in your name. You can also have the manager handle the name change for that later. The 47 kilograms of gold you gave me last night, at the current market price, totals 25,850,000. I've rounded it up to 30 million, which has all been deposited into this company's account. You can withdraw it at any time, and the taxes have already been paid." As he spoke, he took a deep breath. "If Mr. Su can really cure Yingying's illness, I will transfer an additional 500 million to the company account as a token of gratitude. Besides that, I, along with the entire Shin family, owe you a great favor. Of course, even if I can't cure it, what I said earlier still stands. I absolutely won't cause you any trouble." When Su Chen walked out of the Shin family's villa with the document bag, he was still a bit dazed. To be honest, when he came here last night, he only intended to sell the gold for money, then use that money to pay the deposit for Yuanfeng Farm while also purchasing food from the processing plant to sell in another world for more gold and more money. He never expected that in just one night he would almost achieve financial freedom and no longer have to worry about money. He even had plans to legally acquire bulk food products from farms, and not just any large farm like Yuanfeng, but a colossal entity several times its size. Indeed, plans can never keep up with changes. When you possess certain production resources that others do not, the speed at which you accumulate wealth far exceeds ordinary imagination. Su Chen was just an ordinary person before. He never thought that something capable of curing diseases could be so profitable. His mind was still pondering how to fiddle with that bit of gold. Of course, it mainly depended on who he was treating. Only someone like Shen Ying, a rich heiress with a well-off father, could afford such a price. If it were an ordinary person, if treating cancer really cost that much, they might only have the option to end their own life. Besides sighing that some people are born with different fates, Suchen had no other way. There are many people in the world with cancer, and every cancer patient's family has a history of blood and tears. The life-giving water from another world is not infinite, and the healing magic of the elf, Yuling, is also limited. He cannot save everyone. Among those he can save, naturally, he will save whoever offers the highest price. He is a worldly person, greedy and lustful. He does not possess a great soul that transcends base desires, and the wealth and power in his hands are far from being enough to help the world. Making money is all that matters. Well then, it's time to think about how to spend the money. Looking at the 30 million lying in his account, Suchen felt it was necessary to treat himself to a good spending spree. The operation of the farm actually doesn't cost much. After Shin Mingwen consolidated it, there was already over 60 million in the farm's account, along with a large batch of mature agricultural products that could be sold at any time to recoup costs. This 30 million could be used directly by him now, without needing to consider leaving it for the farm's operation. Speaking of which, we can now be considered people with a net worth of several hundred million. Living in a rental house is somewhat inappropriate, so I should buy a house first. Suchen quickly made a decision and drove straight to a well-known villa area in the southern suburbs of Jiangcheng. Lu Sheng had not been in a good mood lately. Ever since he returned to the country, he felt that his luck had not improved. After finally leveraging his brother-in-law's connections to find a decent job at the factory, he unexpectedly made a blunder upon taking office, causing the factory to lose hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for the fact that he had someone under him to take the blame, his brother-in-law Li Wenyuan would probably have to let him go. But the problem was, the procurement department was so small, with only a few people, and most of the previous tasks were handled by Suchen. Recently, however, Suchen had been busy running around to cover for him, and he heard that he had no time to deal with the factory's work at all. As a result, the procurement work fell on his shoulders. Damn it, he had studied a laid-back master's degree abroad. How would he understand such serious frontline work? These days had been nothing short of a headache for him. He had no concept of which company's products were good, but too expensive, or which were cheap and practical. He was completely in the dark about what money could be accepted and what could not. Whichever suppliers sent him more gifts, he would purchase from them. Less than a week into it, complaints from the frontline production department began pouring into the boss's office like snowflakes, and for this he faced quite a scolding from his boss and brother-in-law, Li Wenyuan. This was just at work. His personal life was a tangled mess as well. His fiancée, with whom he had been in a relationship for 7 or 8 years and was about to get married, was insisting that he sell the apartment his parents had bought for him in the city and buy a new one in the suburbs. He thought this woman must have lost her mind. Yet, he couldn't argue with her. Just moments ago, he received a call from his fiancée, asking him to go look at a house. To his surprise, the address was in the famous Jiangwan Villa district of Jiangcheng. The houses there started at over 10 million. He absolutely couldn't afford it. Just thinking about how he would have to humbly plead with his fiancée not to be angry and promise her that they would buy a house in a few years made him feel frustrated. But she had invited him to just take a look, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to refuse. Otherwise, he might end up with the label of being unambitious slapped on him, which he couldn't afford to have. Sigh, this is tough, Lu Sheng lamented as he drove to pick her up. Soon, he arrived at a hair salon and picked up his fiancée, who had just finished getting her hair done. Looking at her slightly made-up face, which was already more than an 8 out of 10, even more beautiful than ordinary stars and models, his resentment instantly dissipated. With such a beautiful wife, what was wrong with her making some demands? He was the one who needed to work harder. Realizing this, a smile immediately spread across his face, and he mysteriously said to his fiancée, Lingling, guess what good thing happened to me today? ? The woman in the passenger seat's eyes lit up, and she tentatively asked, did another supplier send you a big gift? Lu Sheng's embarrassment flashed across his face, and he shook his head, saying, guess again. Could it be that your company is paying salaries? Lu Sheng barely managed to control his expression, then looked at his fiancée with deep affection and said, no, it's that I saw you again, Lingling. Every time I see you, it's the best thing in my life. The woman twitched her lips, looking out the window with disdain. Boring. Let's go, we're going to see the house, I've already made arrangements. Lu Shan was unfazed by his fiancée's disdainful expression. He knew very well that his future wife had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although she said it was boring, she was probably very happy inside. After finishing his cheesy line, Lu Sheng felt great and drove straight to the Jiangwan Villa district. It wasn't rush hour, so the roads were clear. The two arrived at the Villa district in less than half an hour, and the sales representative he had contacted was already waiting at the entrance of the sales office. As soon as Lu Sheng parked the car, a doorman even came over to help him open the door. This kind of treatment made Lu Sheng marvel. No wonder it was a high-end villa district. The service was impeccable. If it weren't for the lack of money, he would definitely want to buy a villa here just for the service alone. But the next moment, when he saw someone getting out of a beat-up car in the adjacent parking space, he couldn't help but freeze. Su-chen? Just as he got out of the car, Su-chen heard someone calling his name. Looking over, he saw Lu Sheng, this unlucky kid. He didn't expect to run into this guy while just coming to look at a house, which left Su-chen a bit speechless, and he didn't want to engage with him at all. However, Lu Sheng's fiancée was right next to him, and he was in a particularly competitive mood. He had called out to Su-chen just to show his fiancée his social status, but to his surprise, Su-chen completely ignored him. This made him a bit anxious, and he quickly walked over a few steps, saying, "Wait, Su-chen, shouldn't you be negotiating with clients about acquiring that batch of grain right now? Why are you here?" As he spoke, he didn't forget to tell his fiancée, "This is the subordinate I told you about from our department." Su-chen sighed and glanced helplessly at the sand sculpture. "I say, Xiaolu, it's already past 2 in the afternoon. If I remember correctly, isn't it still working hours? If you can be here, why can't I?" Xiaolu, hearing this name from Su-chen again, especially in front of his fiancée, made Lu Sheng's face darken instantly. Usually, he boasted to his fiancée about his high status in the factory, how his subordinates respectfully called him Supervisor Lu. Su-chen calling him Xiaolu was no different from publicly exposing his shortcomings. "Xiaolu, Xiaolu, is Xiaolu a name you can call?" Lu Sheng said, stiffening his neck. "I won't hold it against you for being rude before, but this time you're really overstepping. Do you even want to keep your job? If I wanted to keep this job, would I still be here at this hour?" Su-chen looked at him in surprise. "Idiot." With that, he turned and walked towards the sales office. Meanwhile, Yuling's gaze wandered between Lu Sheng and Su-chen for a moment, and seeing Su-chen about to leave, she quickly followed. However, this time she learned a trick from Lu Sheng's fiancé and actively linked her arm with Su-chen's. Little did she realize that her assets were far more substantial than Lu Sheng's fiancé, who was so plain that one couldn't tell the difference between the genders. The sudden soft touch on his arm caught Su-chen off guard, but in public he couldn't just push the girl away, so he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "You really don't need to hold on so tightly." Yuling blinked, somewhat confused as to why she couldn't hold on so tightly, but she still loosened her grip a bit. The almost intimate sensation faded slightly, and Su-chen breathed a sigh of relief. He took a few deep breaths to cool down the blood that was almost boiling. It was at this moment that Lu Sheng noticed how beautiful Su-chen's companion was. Not only was she stunning, but her figure was also exceptional. The fiancée, who had always seemed like a goddess in his eyes, suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. Of course, there were many beautiful women in the world. Lu Sheng wasn't the type to change his mind just because he saw a woman more beautiful than his fiancée. The main issue was that this beautiful woman was actually with Su-chen. Why did this loser get such a beautiful girlfriend? Lu Sheng's actions were all noticed by his fiancée, especially when he first looked at Yuling and then turned to glance at his fiancée, which clearly exposed his thoughts of comparing the two. Although many women have a peculiar confidence in their appearance, believing they are definitely more beautiful than someone else, it depends on who they are compared to. In front of Yuling, even if his fiancée usually had confidence in her looks, she couldn't help but feel inferior at this moment. And just then, Lu Sheng, her boyfriend, was scrutinizing the two with a comparative gaze. She immediately felt humiliated and angry. She shook off Lu Sheng and walked towards the sales office without a word. Lu Sheng then realized what was happening and hurriedly jogged after her, apologizing in a low voice. He eventually promised to buy her a new bag worth 20,000, and only then did the matter settle. His fiancée finally agreed to accompany him to look at houses. Thus, the house hunting request originally proposed by the woman naturally turned into Lu Sheng begging his fiancée to go house hunting. He vaguely felt that something was off but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He even felt a bit fortunate that his fiancée was magnanimous. Although he spent some money, at least he quickly made it up to her. "Handsome, beautiful, are you here to look at houses?" As soon as they entered the sales office, a beautiful saleswoman approached them. Su-chen nodded and said, "Do you have any ready-to-move-in properties? You know, the kind that's fully furnished." "Hello, we do. Please have a seat over here." The saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she quickly led the two to the lounge area, asking as they walked, "Are you looking to buy or rent?" With the economy not doing well, houses weren't selling as easily. They also offered rental services here. "Buying a house. What are your requirements for the house? For example, regarding the environment and decoration?" The salesperson asked in detail, and Su-chen answered one by one. Finally, the salesperson asked the most important question: "What is your approximate budget range?" "Within 30 million, I suppose." Su-chen thought about his savings and replied, "If there's a really suitable house, I could go a bit higher." The salesperson's eyes lit up. "Immediately, at that price point, there are quite a few houses to choose from. We have several that meet your needs perfectly." Saying this, he pulled out a large booklet containing floor plans of some villas, their locations, and images of the surrounding environment. After some selection, they finally settled on 2 houses, and the Salesperson immediately stated that the keys were at the sales office and they could go see them right away. Suchan certainly wouldn't refuse. However, just as he was about to board the sightseeing car at the sales office, Lu Shang and his wife appeared again. They were being led by another salesperson to view a house, and coincidentally, it was the same one Suchan was looking at. But these salespeople had been in the business long enough to be perceptive. They could guess who was there to buy and who was just browsing from their demeanor and expressions. The female salesperson accompanying Suchan, noticing his concern about someone competing for the house, took the opportunity to whisper, "Don't worry, boss. My colleague says these two are just here to look and won't be buying. Besides, we're mainly looking at the external environment of the villas right now. Generally, for these well-decorated villas, you can't go inside without signing an intention contract. To see the decoration style, you mainly look at the model rooms. You don't need to worry about people going in to look before you've even bought the house. We pay special attention to that." Suchan certainly didn't need her reminder. The villas here easily cost over 10 million, not to mention Lu Shang. Even his brother-in-law Li Wenyuan, the owner of a grain processing factory, would have to think twice before buying. Having a net worth of tens of millions and pulling out tens of millions in cash are not the same thing. The rules for viewing houses in this villa area made him feel quite comfortable. After all, he genuinely wanted to buy and naturally didn't want others to casually look at his house before he had even purchased it. One could only say that their service was indeed worth the price. The sightseeing car had several rows. Suchan and the salesperson accompanying them sat in the front row, while Lu Shang and his wife sat in the last row. Although they disliked each other, it wasn't the kind of era where people would start cursing or fighting upon meeting. At this moment, Lu Shang was also inquiring in the back row about what Suchan and his companion were there for, and the salesperson who brought him was honest, replying straightforwardly, "My colleague said they are here to buy a house. They have their eyes on two. One is the lakeside villa we're going to see, which has a great view, and the other is closer to the entrance of the villa area, which is more convenient. They'll probably sign the contract after viewing." "Sign a contract?" Lu Shang scoffed upon hearing this. "Buddy, you're too honest. This guy looks like he's just here to see the world. He won't be able to afford even the deposit for a house here, let alone buy one. Look at his outfit from Taobao. Does he look like someone who can afford a villa?" The salesperson had been in this line of work for many years and could distinguish between those who were genuinely looking to buy and those who were just browsing. If he had to rely on clothing to judge whether a client could afford a house, he would have been unemployed long ago. Take the two couples in front of him, for example. The handsome couple in front, although dressed simply, had a girl who was exceptionally beautiful, and her outstanding aura made it clear at a glance that she couldn't be an ordinary person. The man beside such a beautiful companion certainly couldn't be ordinary either. The team behind was different. Although they were all dressed in high-end brands, in reality, they were just some affordable styles that weren't really that expensive. The most valuable item was probably the LV bag that the woman was holding. This was more like someone who, despite not having money, was trying to show off by hanging onto a few luxury items. For a perceptive salesperson, it was clear who among the two groups was more likely to buy a house after the visit, and there was no suspense about it. However, they were still clients, and even though they weren't there to buy a house, out of professional courtesy, the salesperson couldn't directly refute them and could only smile and remain silent. But Lu Shang, who was eager to regain some face in front of his fiancée, was not having it. He quickly added, "Don't doubt it, I know this person. He's just a small manager in charge of procurement at my brother-in-law's factory. If he really had the money to buy a house here, how could he possibly be working in a factory?" The salesperson couldn't help but respond, thinking that since Lu Shang and his companion weren't there to buy a house anyway, even if they complained, he probably wouldn't face any punishment. He immediately said, "Sometimes, a job doesn't really say much. We once had a client who usually sold fish at the market not far from the community. Many people in the area knew him. When he came to look at houses, he hadn't even had time to change his clothes, wearing a blue work uniform that was dirty and reeked of fish. At that time, there was someone here who looked down on him, thinking that because he was dressed plainly and did such a common job, he was just there to make up the numbers. Plus, it was a busy day, so the reception was quite perfunctory. Little did we expect that the fish seller actually owned a 20-story office building, and he only sold fish because he loved fishing but didn't like eating it. Initially, he sold just a few, but as he got more repeat customers, he started selling fish every morning. That boss directly paid over 60 million in cash to buy our villa area's building number 2 and even complained about the salesperson who attended to him. The end result was, of course, that the salesperson was fired, and that boss happily took down building number 2, planning to use it as a wedding house for his son in the future. Thinking that just because someone was dressed ordinarily and had a common job, they looked down on him. For some reason, Lu Shang felt that the salesperson's story was made up on the spot, aimed at scolding him for looking down on others. But he couldn't directly lash out since the salesperson hadn't named him. Moreover, he was afraid that if he got into a serious argument, it would ruin the house viewing and upset his fiancée. So, despite feeling displeased, he could only mutter, "Just wait and see, he definitely won't buy," to end the topic. The salesperson beside him was indifferent. A client like Su Chen, regardless of whether they bought a house or not, was much more pleasant to deal with than someone like Lu Shang. At least when the salesperson was introducing the house to Su Chen, he was listening attentively. But when he was introducing it to Lu Shang was looking around and didn't absorb a single word, showing a complete lack of respect. "We've arrived." The sightseeing car had not traveled far in the vast villa area before it reached a 4-story standalone villa. I must say, the scenery around the villa was excellent, with each building spaced more than 100 meters apart. Right across the entrance was a road leading to a lake connected to the Great River, with crystal clear water that was clearly treated. Moreover, considering the flood situation in Jiangcheng, although the villa area was by the lake, the terrain was quite high, so even during a flood, the houses wouldn't be submerged. It was truly well thought out. Behind the house was a forest, with neighbors only on the left and right sides. The salesperson enthusiastically introduced, "Mr. Su, this building is designed to be tranquil and secluded, seeking a place in such a big city that can bring peace of mind. All our landscape designs are crafted as closely as possible to the natural ecosystem, while also implementing various pest control measures, allowing you to experience the serene life in the woods without being disturbed by the annoying snakes, insects, and rodents of the deep mountains and forests. Our motto is to stay close to nature within limits. After all, in this day and age, no one can truly endure living in a completely natural wilderness, wouldn't you agree? Look at the lake in front, on the side. Near the villa, we have specifically set up a surrounding net to prevent outside garbage from drifting in. Additionally, we have stocked the water with a large number of native fish from the river, and there are dedicated staff for feeding them. If you enjoy fishing, once you become our homeowner, you can fish freely. All the species within the net are raised by us and can be caught. We have also hired professionals to find over 100 excellent fishing spots along the lakeshore, creating dedicated fishing platforms. This is an exclusive benefit for the owners of the standalone villas. You can choose any platform as your private fishing spot and go anytime, as this is included with the purchase of the villa at no extra cost. Besides the fish in the lake, you can also freely pick some things from the forest behind. The fruit trees there are regularly maintained. Moreover, during this season, there are mushrooms in the woods, and many homeowners enjoy this. Whenever they have free time, they will take the opportunity to go mushroom picking in the forest. After all, this is truly pure and pollution-free. The sales representative spoke for nearly an hour about the environment and various facilities surrounding the villa. To be honest, before this, Su Chen's intention to buy a villa was simply because he had money and wanted a larger living space, not wanting to be confined to a small rental apartment or compete with neighbors for the elevator in a 100-square-meter commercial apartment. But now, having witnessed the environment and various facilities in this villa area, he genuinely felt that this villa area, with an average starting price of 10 million per unit, had almost no other drawbacks besides being expensive. There was a lake where one could fish freely, stocked with a large number of fish, and a forest that produced various mountain goods without the worry of snakes, insects, or rodents. Each villa also came with a garden of over an acre, and there were no restrictions on what homeowners could do with their gardens. Whether you wanted to grow flowers or vegetables, or even set up a rice paddy, no one would interfere as long as it didn't affect the neighbors, so you could do as you pleased. Moreover, the distance between each building exceeded 100 meters, making it quite difficult to disturb the neighbors. In addition, the community also had public camping areas, barbecue zones, sports courts, and athletic fields in scenic locations, all available for homeowners to use for free. Of course, while it is said to be free, the maintenance of these facilities certainly incurs costs. However, all these expenses are simply included in the property management fees. 4. The villa that Su Chen was interested in, with a usable area of over 700 square meters, the annual property management fee exceeded 150,000. This was even higher than the annual income of an average person. But for someone who could spend tens of millions on such a villa, this amount was clearly not a concern. What mattered most was being able to buy services that made one feel comfortable. After viewing the first building, Su Chen and his companion went to see another one. In comparison, he preferred the lakeside building a bit more, and Yuling felt the same way. That building was further from the noise at the entrance of the community and closer to nature. Of course, there were drawbacks. Being by the lake, no matter how well it was managed, there would inevitably be more mosquitoes in the summer. However, while this might be a problem for others, it was a minor issue for Su Chen. Yuling was right there beside him. The elven race is close to nature and has plenty of ways to deal with these annoying little creatures. Ever since Su Chen complained about being bitten by mosquitoes at the hotel the night before last, he hadn't seen a single mosquito. In the past 2 days. He was not a procrastinator. Once he made a decision, he directly followed the sales representative back to the sales office. Completing the paperwork and transferring the money was done in one go. The 30 million he had just received hadn't even warmed up in his pocket before he spent 28 million. Calculating it out, this apartment was nearly 41,000 per square meter. In the current housing market of Jiangshan, that wasn't even among the top tier, but it all depended on the location. The environment here was indeed nice, and as for the location, calling it an urban-rural fringe was already flattering it. Selling at this price in such a location meant that a large portion of the cost was certainly spent on the actual living experience. However, for Su Chen, this place was more than enough. He no longer needed to rush to work during peak hours. On the contrary, his farm was also in the suburbs, not far from here. If he were to buy a place in a good area in the city center, this amount of money would probably only get him a small house of less than 200 square meters, which would not only provide a poor living experience but also complicate his daily commute. In short, he was very satisfied with everything here. Yuling didn't understand the deep yearning that people from Jojo had for a home of their own, so she naturally didn't grasp why Su Chen was so happy. But on the way back, she suggested, "I noticed there are many vacant lots around the house you bought. If possible, why not trade some magical plants from that world with Princess Weiwei? I can help you turn the yard into a garden filled with magical plants. Not only would it be beautiful, but it would also have certain defensive functions, and many magical plants have special effects that provide unique benefits when consumed." Magical plants? Su Chen was taken aback. He had never thought of that until Yuling reminded him. But upon reflection, as a member of the elf race, she must be very knowledgeable about the various plants in their world. With her assistance, bringing in some exotic products from another world to plant might indeed be feasible. However, there was still a question. The environments of the two worlds should be different, right? Can the magical plants from your world survive here? Why not? Yuling asked, puzzled. I even feel that the magical energy here is more abundant than in our world. Transplanting our magical plants here would not only allow them to survive, but I believe they could even thrive better than in our world. We have magical energy here too? Of course. Otherwise, how could I use magic here? Hearing Yuling's tone of certainty, Su Chen was genuinely shocked. So, does that mean one could practice magic on Blue Star? But after thinking it over, he shook his head and said, that's impossible. If that were the case, why have we never seen a magician or warrior like you in our world? Yuling's tone became slightly strange as she replied, if I remember correctly, you previously mentioned that the oldest recorded civilization in your world is Jojo, and it's only, 5,000 years, right? So let's say it's about 10,000 years. Do you know how long we've been around? How long? The Qiang Empire, where Princess Weiwei is from, has existed for over 120,000 years. Our elven kingdom has an even longer history, as elves are a long-lived race, living for at least 1,000 years. Our recorded history exceeds 300,000 years. Yuling said seriously, you are too young, you haven't truly learned how to harness that special energy in the universe. Of course, even in our world, we may not have traveled very far down the path to the extraordinary. A mere few 100,000 years is probably just the beginning of our journey on this road. This is not a personal fantasy of mine, but a reasonable conjecture drawn from the knowledge that there are worlds like your Blue Star and the existence of trading platforms beyond our own. As far as I know, in our world, some extremely powerful gods of magic or war can live for over 10,000 years, and our elven race even has beings that have lived for over 100,000 years. On the path of the extraordinary, time is the least valuable thing, and your Blue Star's civilization history of over 10,000 years is too young. But that's not right. Su Chen frowned and said, although human civilization is young, the existence of Blue Star is not short. Life appeared here billions of years ago. If our world has the presence of magical powers, then these beings that have existed for so long should have some special traits, right? Upon hearing this, Yuling furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly pondering how to explain to Su Chen. After a moment, she said, this power is very special. If one relies solely on the unconscious adaptation and absorption of plants and animals to utilize it, it is an extremely slow process. In fact, most of the magical plants I mentioned to you were artificially cultivated by our people after discovering magical powers. And those dangerous magical beasts are the same. They were cultivated by intelligent beings who first discovered magical powers. However, these intelligent beings are not necessarily humans. Elves, dragons, and dwarves have all done similar things. Plants and animals that are cultivated and come into contact with magical powers will also develop intelligence after becoming powerful enough, thus giving birth to a new intelligent race. For certain purposes, they may use magical powers to cultivate other races. This is the reason why our world has so many intelligent races now. Many races are not inherently intelligent. As for which of these races was naturally produced, first discovered magical powers, and then created other races, it has become impossible to trace back, and it is considered an unsolved mystery in our world. However, after coming to Blue Star, I think I can guess the answer. Humans are the first intelligent race to be born in nature. Your words sound so creepy. This implies that with so many races in their world, it seems to be the result of experiments conducted by the ancient beings. There. Su Chen could even imagine what those ancient beings in their world were thinking when they created other races. For instance, after mastering powerful magical powers, They felt that their human bodies were too weak and their lifespans too short. Thus, they created long-lived beings like elves, attempting to gain a longer lifespan. Through this, such things are truly within the capabilities of humans. As for cultivating so many chaotic races, whether these intelligent races would compete with later humans for survival resources after growing strong, it was clearly not something these people considered. They simply believed in the wisdom of future generations. Logically, there is no problem at all. I think we should continue discussing magical plants. Suchin felt that this topic was a bit too grand and not something he should be concerned with right now. He decisively chose to change the subject. Do you think if we introduce some special magical plants from your world here, it would be possible to cultivate them on a large scale? Or could we cultivate some local magical plants here and then sell them back to your world? Yuling thought seriously for a moment and said, the magical power of Blue Star is more abundant than in our world, so large-scale cultivation of magical plants should be feasible. However, it requires some special magic arrays to gather magical power. This is something Princess Weiwei does not have. You would need to have her procure it, which might be quite troublesome. The only ones who cultivate magical plants on a large scale in our world are our elven race and the magical kingdom. We, the elves, are able to do this because of the existence of the Fountain of Life and the Moon Lake. The Magic Kingdom relies on magical arrays for cultivation, which is more suitable for your world. Why? Su Chen glanced at her and said, didn't you say that the core of the Fountain of Life is in you? This thing is also a man-made creation, right? Can't we find a way to create a Fountain of Life on Blue Star? It's very difficult. Yuling shook her head. The Fountain of Life is said to have been created in an extremely ancient time, when dozens of god-level archmages spent countless rare treasures to build it together. Even in our world, it is impossible to recreate it now, let alone here where there is almost no theoretical foundation for magic. I'm the only one who can use magic. In contrast, as long as you can afford enough compensation, the Magic Kingdom can still sell you large magical arrays. Moreover, for the scale of magical plant cultivation on your farm, we might not even need a large magical array at the beginning. You can just have Wei Wei help you purchase a small magical array. That would be enough. There's no high barrier to purchase, and if she is willing, she can easily buy one. Alright, Su Chen sighed with some regret. But after asking Yuling about the effects of these magical plants, he immediately reignited his fighting spirit. Having something that can be grown at home as a bodyguard is better than a dog. There are plants specifically grown for eating, and if consumed in excess, ordinary people can gain the strength equivalent to a novice warrior from their side, easily able to punch a cow to death. There are also some magical plants specifically for beauty, longevity, and even enhancing vitality. This is all a business opportunity. Su Chen's farm currently has nearly 20,000 acres of land, and even if he only grows these special magical plants, he can't even imagine the prices they could fetch. This is a unique treasure on the entire Blue Star. Besides plants, there are also magical beasts raised for food in the magical world. Those things are even more impressive, primarily known for not only strengthening the body but also tasting better than any ordinary animal. This is all a business opportunity. With Yuling, an elf, helping him, he doesn't have to worry about being an outsider and accidentally killing the good things he buys. If it really doesn't work, he can buy a few more elves from Wei Wei to help manage the farm. The basic life trading permission card in the trading platform's Points Mall isn't expensive. This is a guaranteed profitable business. Just planting in the villa's yard? Too small, the scale is too limited. He wants to fill his entire farm. If it weren't for Yuling seeing the villa's yard and suddenly mentioning it due to her elven nature, Su Chen wouldn't have thought of such a money-making method. Originally, he had intended to use her as a white glove to acquire various supplies for the farm, but now it seems it wasn't a wasted purchase after all. The benefits are too many. You are truly my lucky goddess. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. If he weren't driving at that moment, he would have wanted to hug Yuling and give her a few passionate kisses. Initially, after obtaining the trading platform, he hadn't thought about how to use it to make big money. He had only known to foolishly gather gold before. But this can't be blamed on him. The magical world was completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't have the foresight to know what was valuable here, and he was still in the exploratory stage. Yuling's arrival clearly allowed him to skip this stage. With her knowledge, Su Chen could quickly utilize the transactions with Wei Wei on the trading platform to develop and grow on Blue Star. At the same time, more frequent and valuable transactions would allow him to earn trading platform membership points faster. Once he accumulated enough points, he could purchase matching cards to seek cooperation with more valuable worlds. This is a sure way to quickly integrate into the trading platform system and develop positively. Rewards. Hearing that Su Chen wanted to reward her, Yuling thought seriously for a moment and said, if you could quickly give me the world language integration card from the trading platform, that would be the best reward. She was very curious about everything in this world, especially that magical network. But, due to the language barrier, she had always been unable to learn more about Blue Star through the internet. Many times, even playing games was difficult, and she had to ask Su Chen about everything. The language integration card produced by the trading platform was crucial for whether she could go online every day to play games in BA Homebody, so it was really important. World Language Integration Card. Suchen was taken aback for a moment, then quickly came back to his senses. He thought to himself, why he had the feeling that he had forgotten something today. Yesterday, he had arranged with the former owner of Yuanfeng Farm, Sun Wang, that a batch of about 8 tons of fruits and vegetables would be delivered today. Additionally, the 2 tons of frozen meat he had asked his childhood friend Huang Lin to arrange should also be delivered to the cold storage he had rented in advance today. Suddenly gaining immense wealth from the Shin family, he had indeed forgotten about these trivial matters that only amounted to around 100,000. Realizing this, he hurriedly called the warehouse to inquire. Sure enough, although the Shin family had somehow managed to get Sun Wang to transfer the farm, Sun Wang was an honest person and still delivered all 8 tons of fruits and vegetables to the designated place as per their agreement yesterday. It was likely that the Shin family had mentioned Suchen during the transaction. Therefore, Sun Wang hadn't called him at all, seemingly afraid of disturbing Suchen's important matters, and just took care of everything for him. Even the warehouse side, where Suchen had only rented for a day and had informed the management that the goods would arrive in the morning and he would take them away in the afternoon, was a bit uneasy since he hadn't picked up the goods as agreed. The management called him to check the situation. At that time, Suchen was looking at a house and his phone was in the car, so he didn't answer. Now, after inquiring, he learned that when the warehouse management couldn't reach him, they called Sun Wang. After understanding the situation, Sun Wang voluntarily paid to extend the rental period for a few more days and informed the management that Suchen had important matters to attend to, asking them not to keep calling him. If the goods spoiled in the warehouse because Suchen didn't pick them up, they would notify him to handle it. Since they handled everything so transparently, Suchen naturally felt the need to express his gratitude. He immediately called Sun Wang to thank him and, at Sun Wang's invitation, arranged to have a meal together. After finishing the call with Sun Wang, he called his childhood friend Huang Lin. The situation was similar. After the frozen meat was delivered to the cold storage he designated in the afternoon, Huang Lin had to contact him since he hadn't come to pick it up beyond the agreed time. Sun Wang probably heard some rumors and knew he was dealing with something for the Shin family, but Huang Lin was unaware of this. After failing to reach Suchen, he voluntarily paid the fees to extend the rental period of the cold storage. When Suchen called, he heard Huang Lin cursing on the other end. Where the hell have you been? Not answering your phone. I thought you got caught at a club. I was ready to pay the fine to bail you out. If you abandon the goods worth tens of thousands, my dad would definitely skin me alive. Although he spoke rudely, there was a smile in his tone, clearly not believing that Suchen would do such a thing. It was just the usual banter between friends. Suchen wasn't angry either and chuckled. Not at all, not at all. Even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. How could I skin you? My dad has struck it rich, and since you're such a good son, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Come out now, and you can choose the place. You bastard. I can choose the place? Really, my adoptive father? On the other end of the phone, Huang Lin's expression changed in an instant, and then he asked in confusion, so generous, what windfall have you had recently? Come clean, did you get involved in some shady business? If so, how come you didn't bring me along? It's nothing much. I saved a little girl in distress, and she's a rich heiress. Her dad gave me a few $100 million to thank me, Suchen replied nonchalantly. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot of his balance to Huang Lin. This was the money left after buying a house, and there was still over $2 million. Just a second ago, Huang Lin thought Suchen was joking and was about to scold him for daydreaming. The next second, seeing his balance, he was dumbfounded and quickly said, "No way, buddy. No, I mean foster father. Foster father, you really got a few million just for saving a little girl? No, it's a few $100 million. A few what? Fine, then it's a few $100 million. Foster father, I want to go to the most expensive restaurant in Jiangchang. I said, you pick the place, I'll foot the bill." After a friendly exchange with his good brother, the good brother successfully transformed into a good son. Suchen was satisfied and hung up the phone. After hanging up, he still felt a bit unsatisfied and said, "You see, sometimes when you tell the truth, people just don't believe you." The super large farm, after being integrated by the Shin family, was definitely worth a few $100 million. He wasn't bragging. Speaking of which, he had known Huang Lin for at least 20 years. Well, he was 26 this year. They met in kindergarten and were classmates all the way through elementary and middle school. They were also neighbors for over 10 years. Later, Huang Lin's father made money in the catering business and their family moved into the urban area of Jiangchang. But during college, the two of them both got into a prestigious university in Jiangchang and naturally became roommates again for 4 years when they could choose their dorms. During college, Suchen's family had some issues. His father was injured on a construction site and lost his ability to work, leaving the family in dire straits. Suchen had to work while studying, earning money to pay for various tuition and fees, scrimping on food and clothing just to barely keep up with his studies. During this time, Huang Lin always found various reasons to give him things, taking him out to eat this and that. In fact, his first computer was a gift from Huang Lin, who insisted on giving it to him for his birthday. Huang Lin had also subtly mentioned Su Chen's work-study situation several times, saying he had talked to his dad and could help cover Su Chen's tuition and various fees, allowing him to focus on his studies without being so exhausted. At first, he and his dad didn't even expect Su Chen to pay them back, and after being refused a few times, they finally offered to lend him some money, but Su Chen still didn't accept. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't appreciate their kindness. It was just that he felt he already owed Huang Lin too much, and taking more would make it hard to repay in this lifetime. Including this time, he asked Huang Lin to help him get a few tons of frozen meat, and Huang Lin agreed without even asking what it was for. For such a good brother, now that Su Chen had become successful, he naturally couldn't forget him. In the end, Huang Lin didn't choose some very high-end restaurant. It was just about evening, so they found a well-known big eatery in Jiangcheng. The bustling and noisy eatery at midnight piqued the curiosity of Yuling, this visitor from another world. Su Chen and Huang Lin were already used to it. They hadn't seen each other for a while, and as soon as they met, Huang Lin gave him a bear hug. After some pleasantries, he noticed Yuling beside Su Chen, paused for a moment, and looked at Su Chen in surprise. "Who is this?" "Your foster mother," Su Chen said, skillfully wrapping his arm around Yuling's shoulder. After all, she didn't mind such things, and she indeed needed an identity in this world. In modern society, people refers not only to the biological entity but also to nodes. In a complex social network. Asa fairy, Yuling looked quite similar to a human. After using a bit of magic to cover her pointed ears, there was hardly any difference from an ordinary person. However, after arriving on Blue Star, she couldn't really be considered a human in the true sense. Besides lacking a formal identity, she also had no social network as a normal person in modern society. She was someone who had completely not existed before. If Su Chen wanted to give her a proper identity in the future, the current situation was definitely not feasible. He would first need to establish an identity for her and then gradually expand her social network from that identity, making it much easier to handle later. Of course, there were easier ways, like using the life water in his possession to save some influential figure, and with their connections, it would naturally be easy to get Yuling an identity. But this approach had significant drawbacks. It could easily raise suspicions and cause unnecessary trouble. After all, if someone were to investigate, they would find that apart from Su Chen, no one in the world knew her, which would be quite strange. Currently, she often went out as Su Chen's girlfriend, and with her ability to leave a deep impression on anyone with her looks, over time she would easily blend into modern society, making it hard to detect any abnormalities without a thorough investigation. After all, so many people had seen her. If one claimed she was an alien, no one would believe it. This was also one of the reasons Su Chen often took her out. Of course, the main reason was still that she was a pleasing bodyguard. What the hell? Huang Lin didn't mind Su Chen taking advantage of the situation. After glancing at Yuling a few times, he looked at his good buddy with a strange expression. "She doesn't look blind at all, so why is she interested in you? What kind of talk is that? I'm charming and dashing. It's perfectly normal for her to be interested in me." The two exchanged a few jabs before heading into the food stall together. Huang Lin also brought along his girlfriend. He knew exactly what kind of person his good buddy was, a total scumbag. But even with the scumbag label written all over his face, there were still women who fell for his act, thinking he was wealthy and fantasizing about marrying into a rich family. Who could blame them? Su Chen hadn't met this girl before, and he wasn't interested in getting to know her. They just exchanged greetings and that was it. After all, the next time they met, he might be with someone else, so there was no need to get acquainted. However, the girl who was brought along was directly stunned upon seeing Yuling's stunning beauty. After sitting down, she cautiously asked Yuling what brand of cosmetics she usually used, how she maintained her skin, and how it looked so good. But Yuling couldn't understand a word, so she couldn't respond. Su Chen directly explained that she was deaf-mute and couldn't hear at all, intending to brush the girl off. But he underestimated a woman's obsession with skin care. Seeing that Yuling couldn't answer, the girl turned to Su Chen for more questions. She doesn't use any skincare products or makeup. As for maintenance, she doesn't need any. She stays up all night playing games, and looking like this is all thanks to her natural talent. This left the girl speechless. It was like an ordinary person who studied hard but could barely pass asking a top student how they achieved full marks, only to hear the top student say they just played games and slept, purely relying on talent, something that couldn't be learned. It was like Garen using light whisper, leaving her silent and defenseless. After that, she hardly said a few more words. The two were just normal friends meeting for a meal, so they naturally wouldn't discuss too many work-related topics. It was mostly just casual banter. Huang Lin was certainly curious about Su Chen suddenly becoming wealthy, but since Su Chen didn't mention it, he didn't ask. He trusted his brother. If Su Chen could share, he wouldn't hide it from him, and if he couldn't, asking would only make things awkward for everyone. Moreover, many things, once spoken, could end up harming others. For instance, the existence of the trading platform. Su Chen didn't even plan to tell his parents, so naturally he wouldn't tell Huang Lin. Either, it was only when they finished their meal and were about to part ways that he asked Huang Lin a question. Your family is in the catering business, so I want to ask you something. What if, just what if, there was an ingredient that only needed simple processing, steaming, boiling, roasting, frying, whatever you like, and just a pinch of salt would make it taste far better than those meticulously cooked dishes? And this ingredient could also strengthen the body, enhance beauty, and even if consumed in large quantities, it could prevent all diseases without any side effects. Not an advertisement, but genuinely effective, and quite obviously so. So, could it sell well? What, do you have a magic potion? Huang Lin rolled his eyes at him. Su Chen ignored him and pressed on, just tell me, does this thing have commercial value? Of course. It does, but only the sellers of this ingredient would profit. For us in the catering business, we wouldn't make a dime. If this thing isn't expensive, we might all end up unemployed. After all, you said it tastes good no matter how it's made, so what use is a chef? Huang Lin shrugged. What if this thing was only licensed for your family's restaurant to operate? Su Chen suddenly laughed. Then I'd become the world's #1 catering giant in no time. All those KFCs and Pizza Huts would have to kneel and call me daddy. Huang Lin waved his hand grandly. After all, you call me foster father, I can't treat you poorly. By then, we can buy a yacht together, nothing too expensive. A yacht worth around $1 billion or so would be enough. And let's hire 300 to 500 young models. Let's play extravagantly. Daddy, I'll buy 2 supercars at once, 2 villas at a time, and I'll take you flying. Remember what you said. Su Chen patted his shoulder and then walked out of the food stall, preparing to find a designated driver to take him back to the hotel. Huang Lin felt a bit sobered up from the pat. After a moment of daze, he hurriedly caught up with Su Chen and asked, wait, are you serious? Did you really get a magic potion? Who knows, Su Chen shrugged, if it really exists, I definitely wouldn't forget you. Yu Ling suggested that many of the magical creatures she introduced could be edible ingredients. If they successfully breed on Blue Star, they would inevitably end up on dining tables as a high-end ingredient. However, Su Chen had little interest in the catering industry, mainly because the profit from this was limited. The real big money was in the medical field. Instead of spending time and effort to build a catering brand to sell these ingredients, he might as well find someone more professional to do it and share a portion of the profits. Such a good deal naturally shouldn't go to outsiders. As for whether Huang Lin had the capability, that was secondary. There's a saying that's very true, when standing at the wind's edge, even pigs can fly. Not to mention this was a completely monopolized opportunity. How he managed it wasn't important. What mattered was whether those magical creatures would indeed have the effects Yu Ling mentioned after arriving on Blue Star. A night passed without a word, and the next morning, Su Chen arrived at the food processing factory where he worked. He had already informed Li Yuan last night that he would come to collect that batch of flour today. This was the item agreed upon in his second transaction with Weiwei, and it was inappropriate to delay any longer, so he planned to send this batch of flour along with the fruits, vegetables, and meat that had already arrived yesterday. Otherwise, he could completely ignore Li Yuan now and directly resign from the food processing factory and run away. After all, by tomorrow at the latest, his farm would complete all the necessary procedures, and he could openly acquire a large amount of grain under the farm's name. Just like last time, this transaction went even more smoothly. Su Chen purchased the 1,000 tons of flour that Lu Shang, that fool, had bought last month for storage at a price 2 dimes higher than the current market price per kilogram. There were no unexpected incidents along the way. The transportation was still handled by the food processing factory as before. By the time the 1,000 tons of flour were all delivered to the warehouse designated by Su Chen, it was already evening. This is a sizable granary, not far from Su Chen's farm. Since it's located in the suburbs, the price is quite reasonable, and he directly bought the entire warehouse. He plans to upgrade and modify it later, specifically adding a cold storage. With a farm in place, it makes sense for him to manage these things. Now that he has his own warehouse, he no longer has to worry about items mysteriously disappearing and raising others' suspicions. He stored the grain in his trading item storage space, then went to the cold storage in another warehouse to bring over fruits, vegetables, and meat. Su Chen finally re-entered the trading platform. Although he hadn't made an appointment in advance, Wei Wei still appeared as if summoned. Just a few minutes after Su Chen notified her through the trading platform that all the goods were ready, she had already shown up in the trading space. He transferred everything to her, and both parties completed their 2 transactions. Since the trading platform only offers 1 free transaction opportunity per week, this was already the 2nd transaction for them this week. Therefore, after the transaction was completed, 10 membership points were deducted from each of them. After delivering the fruits, vegetables, meat, and grain, Su Chen earned another 19 points. Completing a transaction rewards 5 points, and 2 transactions yield 10 points. Adding the 8 points earned from delivering rice earlier, Su Chen now had quite a few membership points. Su Chen identity, registered member of the Timespace trading platform, deduct 1,000 points to upgrade to senior member, unlocking more privileges, points, 27 privileges/special items, storage space, basic life trading permission card and extra. Transaction costs 10 points, that could buy a world language communication card, which is really expensive. Next time, I should think in advance about what to trade and hand over everything at once within the week. Looking at the 10 points spent on the second transaction and then at the good items in the system mall, Suchen felt quite a loss. Wei Wei agreed wholeheartedly. This damn platform system actually takes from both sides. The extra transaction points deducted aren't taken from one party but from both, which is practically highway robbery. Although it's just 10 points, there are indeed many good items available in the points mall. Suchen even saw that the complete set of nuclear fusion technology was only selling for 3,000 membership points in the system mall. Even if he can't afford it now, matching a few more trading partners and saving up for a few years should be enough. By then, if he can get such good items, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the light of humanity. What else do you need? Still grain? With the previous transaction completed, it was natural to discuss the next trade. It's good to prepare in advance. Of course, I need grain long-term. Wei thought for a moment. If you can provide some weapons, preferably consumables like arrows, that would be even better. If there are any special weapons from your world that we don't have here, I can also procure a batch to test their effectiveness. I can provide grain, and I can offer even more next week, starting with at least 3,000 tons. As for weapons, arrows are no problem, but special weapons, we have some here, but it might not be easy to get them in a short time. I'll need some time for that. As for the power of these weapons, you can rest assured they won't be much use against strong individuals like you and Yuling, but against ordinary soldiers. Their efficiency is no different from mowing grass. Just kidding, if it weren't for the fact that the other side is a magical world. Modern weapons on that cold weapon battlefield would be a meat grinder capable of slaughtering indiscriminately. Even though there are extraordinary powers present there, not everyone can have the confidence to ignore conventional firearms like Yuling firearms should still be effective there. What about the payment? What do you want? Still gold? Wei quickly asked, being able to stably provide food and weapons. Having such a partner gave her a bit more confidence in the war she was currently facing. First, I need a magic circle to gather magical energy, a small one will do. Yuling said it shouldn't be difficult for you to get this. Secondly, I need some seeds of special magical creatures, as well as a pair of adult giant horned cattle that are ready to breed, one male and one female. It would be best if the female is already pregnant. As he spoke, he took out a list that contained the magical plant qualities selected by Yuling. As for the giant horned cattle, that was naturally also Yuling's suggestion. Previously, when Suchen traded so much rice, there were always some seeds of rice that were not properly handled, and since those didn't count as living things, the seeds of magical plants probably wouldn't either. However, these magical beasts definitely counted as living creatures. To trade, a life transaction permission card was needed. This meant that Suchen could not directly import a large number of those magical beast cubs from another world. Bringing in one male and one female was, of course, to facilitate future breeding. If the female cow was already pregnant, it would be equivalent to buying one and getting in for free, which was the most cost-effective option. As for why to introduce the giant horned cattle, it was because this was one of the most mature magical beasts for artificial breeding in their world, and despite being a cow, unlike the cows on Blue Star that can give birth to at most 1 or 2 calves, a giant horned cow can give birth to up to 9 calves at a time, with at least 5 or more. Moreover, they grow extremely fast, have no special dietary requirements, and can eat ordinary grass. They have strong vitality, high disease resistance, and top-notch adaptability to their environment. They have branches in every corner of their world. Not only can they produce beef, but they can also produce milk, which is rich in nutrients and contains special energy, providing endless benefits for long-term consumption. Compared to the aggression of most magical beasts, giant horned cattle are quite docile, with almost no aggressiveness. In the case of needing to introduce a specific breed of magical beast, it was naturally the most suitable choice. Tisk, I don't know if sending Yuling to you was right or wrong. Wei glanced at the list in her hand, knowing full well that this could not have been put together by Suchen himself. It was at this moment that she realized a problem that had arisen after sending Yuling to Suchen. In the world she was in, it seemed that Suchen was one-way transparent. With a local like Yuling around, it was too easy for Suchen to understand what good things were available here. But she knew nothing about Suchen's side. When they made the trade initially, she hadn't thought that much. She just felt that sending Yuling away would save her a lot of trouble, and Yuling could also preserve her life in another world. Now, it seemed that it wasn't that simple. So, can it be done? Yes. Wei glanced at the list a few times and did not decline. The two immediately began to negotiate the prices of the items on the list, each one carefully selected by Yuling, with different effects and uses. Naturally, there were discrepancies in prices. It was impossible to settle everything at a fixed price. Each item needed to be priced individually. Since neither party had currency at the moment, they temporarily used transferable Membership points as a general equivalent. 1 point equals 100 tons of food, one adult male giant horned cow was equivalent to 5 points, and a pregnant female cow was equivalent to 10 points. As for the pile of various magical plant seeds, each had a different price based on its use. The final transaction between the two would not be calculated in points, as neither of them had enough of that at the moment. Using points as a general equivalent, Su Chen would ultimately convert it into food of equivalent value for settlement, which was the most appropriate. After the prices were mostly agreed upon, both parties scheduled to meet again on the following Monday, 3 days later, to discuss in detail how much they could provide and maximize the opportunity for free trading next week. They then happily returned to their respective homes. Of course, when Su Chen returned, he also spent 10 points to buy a world language communication card. Yu Ling had been doing her best these past few days, and the rewards she deserved still needed to be given. Back on Blue Star, as Su Chen handed the world language integration card to Yu Ling, he hadn't even had the chance to test it before a phone call came in. On the other end was a manager named Zhou Yan, who claimed to be hired by Shin Mingwen to help him organize farm affairs. Thanks to Shin Mingwen's prior connections, things were moving quickly on that side. By today, all the paperwork had basically been completed. Now, they were just waiting for Su Chen to name the farm and sign a few documents, after which everything else could be finalized. By tomorrow night at the latest, the company could officially start operations. After consulting some friends in related industries and professional lawyers, Su Chen chose an indirect holding model to control the farm. He decided to change the business project of the sole proprietorship that Shin Mingwen had funded him with, naming it Tianyu Holdings. Su Chen would hold 100% of the shares. After integration, the farm had far exceeded the scale limits of a local private farm and was now classified as an ecological agriculture demonstration base. It was fully owned by Tianyu Agricultural Technology Company, Limited, a subsidiary of Tianyu Holdings. It seemed like a case of overkill, but this was indeed the best choice Su Chen made after extensive consultations, considering his potential future development paths. Currently, he only had Wei Wei as a partner on the trading platform, and they were just starting out, limited to agricultural production for now. In the future, the scope of operations would definitely extend far beyond this, not to mention the other trading partners he might match with later. Just with Wei Wei, as the transactions increased, the business dealings could not be limited to just grains and crops. For instance, she currently needed arrows and even firearms. Su Chen could procure arrows from some factories, and if that didn't work, starting his own factory to produce them wouldn't be a big issue. This was not illegal in Zhozhou. Such a factory couldn't be under the same type of company as the farm. To avoid complications, he would definitely need to establish a separate company for that. Instead of having Su Chen personally hold shares in two completely unrelated companies, it would be better for him to set up his own investment company first, using it as a medium to hold shares in other companies, ultimately developing into a group. This would save a lot of costs in the future operations of the company and make it easier for him to integrate the resources at hand. Even when his team matured later on, if they established connections abroad, setting up a security company overseas and sending a batch of AKs to Wei Wei wouldn't be impossible. For such a multinational company, it was clearly more convenient to adopt the investment company's public holding method. At least, when signing contracts, he wouldn't need to appear in person, he could just send someone from the company to sign. After hearing Su Chen's thoughts, Zhou Yan, as a professional manager, probably realized that this new boss's ambitions were certainly not limited to just a small farm. However, he was merely hired by Shin Mingwen to help Su Chen handle the preliminary miscellaneous tasks of the farm integration. Whether Su Chen would let him stick around in the future was still uncertain. He didn't care much about that. As long as the client made a request, he would handle it. If it was difficult, he could just go to the Shin family. Moreover, this matter itself wasn't particularly hard to manage. The next morning, under the impressive network of connections of the Shin family, Su Chen's Tianyu Agricultural Technology Company, Limited and Tianyu Holdings completed all the necessary procedures and could start operations. It's worth mentioning that Tianyu Agriculture had over 60 million in cash in its account, while Tianyu Holdings had an additional 100 million. Money doesn't just fall from the sky, this was naturally Shin Mingwen's doing. Since he had brought things to this point, Su Chen also needed to show his sincerity. That evening, he took Yu Ling back to the Shin family. Since he had notified them in advance, there weren't many people present this time. Besides Shin Mingwen and his daughter, there was also a man and a woman. The man was an old man with white hair and beard, the true head of the Shin family, Shin Mingwen's father. The woman was Shin Minghua, looking to be in her mid-20s, exuding a mature and capable aura, and she was Shin Mingwen's sister. This was the core of the Shin family. Besides this family, there were 4 formidable bodyguards in the villa, each with a gun at their waist, likely the only trusted confidants of the Shin family. The setup was smaller than when Su Chen had come before, but the standards were evidently higher. Su Chen was too lazy to ask more questions about it. After greeting everyone, as introduced by Shin Mingwen, he stated his purpose. He was there to treat a disease. specifically, to completely cure the congenital leukemia of the young girl Shen Ying. Although he had known for a long time that Su Chen had come with this intention, at this moment, even Shen Mingwen, a big shot who mingled in both the underworld and the legitimate world, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He pulled Su Chen aside and asked, "What are the chances of a cure? Will there be any side effects after the treatment?" "If nothing unexpected happens, I have 100% confidence, and not only will she have no side effects, but she will also be healthier and live longer than anyone else in the world." As he spoke, Su Chen took out a palm-sized exquisite porcelain bottle from his backpack. "The premise is that Mr. Shen trusts me and allows me to use the medicine." "What kind of medicine is this?" Shen Mingwen took the porcelain bottle and examined it. The bottle was sealed with a cork, and there was no smell. But holding it, he could feel that there was some kind of liquid inside. A family secret recipe guaranteed to cure all ailments and prolong life. The porcelain bottle naturally contained the water of life. It was just a version of the 500 milliliters water of life that Wei Wei had traded to him, further diluted by Yu Ling. This bottle contained 100 milliliters, and drinking about 2/3 of it would be enough to cure Shen Ying's illness and extend her life to 150 years. The initial version of the water of life he had received required only about 5 milliliters to achieve this effect. As for the remaining third in the bottle, Su Yu considered it a reward for the Shen family for their efforts to help him. If Su Chen claimed this was a family heirloom that could cure leukemia, Shen Mingwen would choose to let him use it without a second thought. After all, he had witnessed Su Chen's abilities firsthand. In just half an hour, he could turn a terminal leukemia patient back to mid-stage. This was enough to prove that he indeed had a way to deal with such diseases. But when Su Chen started talking about curing all ailments and prolonging life, it sounded a bit too much like a quack, and he hesitated, unsure whether to let Su Chen use the medicine. His sister, Shen Mingyue, spoke up. "Hospitals have various departments. What medicine can cure all ailments and even prolong life?" This charming beauty furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with distrust. It was as if the words "you're a quack" were written on her forehead. "That's why I said, you have to trust me for it to work. If you don't trust me, then it definitely won't be cured." Su Chen shrugged, unfazed by their doubts. He wanted to save the little girl, and there were certainly more ways than just the water of life. Directly having Yu Ling cast a higher-level healing spell would be the simplest method. Even outsiders watching wouldn't be able to figure it out, and the little girl's illness would just mysteriously improve. But then, how would he sell his water of life? How would he quickly make money and accumulate initial capital? "We have a professional medical laboratory under our name. If you don't mind, I hope to test it before use. It won't take long." Shen Mingwen proposed a compromise. "There's no need to be so troublesome. I know what you're worried about." Su Chen shrugged, directly uncorking the bottle and pouring a mouthful into his mouth. He downed a third of it, leaving just enough for the little girl's treatment. In fact, ever since Yu Ling mentioned the effects of the water of life, he had already drunk some himself. "After drinking it, my skin did indeed improve quite a bit, and some minor ailments I had, like slight nearsightedness and rhinitis, also got better. Other than that, I didn't feel anything special." Yu Ling explained that he is now in his 20s, the peak age of vitality in a person's life, and he is free from illness. It's normal not to feel anything extraordinary after drinking a small amount of the life water. The most noticeable effects of this dosage should be seen in the elderly and the sick. "Well, don't worry about whether it works or not, but it's definitely non-toxic," Su Chen said as he placed the porcelain bottle on the table and wiped the corner of his mouth. "This is all the special medicine I can provide for now. If you believe it, use it. If you don't, I don't mind if you all drink it instead." "Mr. Su, have you thought it through? Even if you can't cure Ying's illness, I won't take back the things I gave you before, nor will I pursue any other responsibilities," Shen Mingwen confirmed again. In other words, he was reminding Su Chen that if he wasn't confident, he could just say so, and there was no need to pretend out of fear of retaliation from the Shen family. "Since I said I can cure it, then I can. If I can't, I'll be here for you to deal with as you wish," Su Chen replied confidently. He had personally tried this thing and didn't feel anything particularly miraculous about it. However, his exceptional energy these past 2 days was enough to indicate many things. "Alright, then I'll trust you one more time. Once it's done, the 500 million I promised you remains unchanged, and I'll add another 200 million as a reward for this bottle of miraculous medicine." Shen Mingwen was also a decisive person. After speaking, he took the porcelain bottle and walked into the room. Shen Mingyue behind him moved her lips slightly but ultimately said nothing more. She knew about Shen Ying's condition, although she didn't trust Su Chen, who looked a bit like a con artist. The fact that a large number of cancer cells had inexplicably disappeared from Shen Ying's body a few days ago couldn't be fake. Therefore, even though she still felt skeptical, a glimmer of hope couldn't help but rise in her heart. What if? As for the old man of the Shen family, he had remained silent throughout. It was only after Shen Mingwen took the bottle of medicine inside that he casually asked Su Chen, "Young man, can this medicine really cure all ailments and prolong life?" "Whether it's true or not, we'll know soon enough," Su Chen replied politely. Seeing his confident demeanor, a glimmer of light appeared in the old man's murky eyes as he said solemnly, "Can you produce similar medicines?" "I can, but the output will definitely be very low. It's not profitable to do this. I might as well focus on running my business well." Suchin pretended to be troubled. "How can it not be profitable?" The old man immediately perked up. "If your medicine really works, I'll have Mingwen invest another 1 billion for you to start a medical company. You don't even need to give us shares, just ensure that our family of 4 has access to the medicine when needed. How does that sound? As for the surplus medicine, it doesn't matter if the output is low, we can sell it at a higher price. As long as your medicine is effective, I have some connections. If those old geezers find out there's something good, you'll definitely benefit from it." The old man looked to be at least 70. But he was in good spirits, clearly having taken good care of himself. However, it was evident that such a big shot hadn't had enough of life yet. When he heard Su Chen say that this thing could prolong life, he was eager to give it a try. But first, he didn't know if what Su Chen said was true. Second, his granddaughter needed this medicine more right now. If there was extra, he certainly hoped to live longer, but if there was only this one dose, he wouldn't snatch the life-saving medicine from his granddaughter. Now that he heard Su Chen say this thing could be produced, he naturally became excited. What difficulties? It was just a matter of money, wasn't it, in his view? If Su Chen's medicine truly had such an effect, it wouldn't be a problem at all for him to obtain a certain degree of power, let alone money. Then thank you for your support. Just wait and see, Su Chen said with a smile, pointing towards the door. Shen Mingwen was not a hesitant person. Since he had already taken the medicine inside, it was unlikely he would take too long. However, this time it was a bit beyond Su Chen's expectations. They waited downstairs for over half an hour before Shen Mingwen finally came down. He was holding a lovely little girl, delicately carved like a porcelain doll. It was Shen Yingying. The first time Su Chen saw this girl, he thought she looked very unwell. After that night when Yu Ling used a healing spell on her, the little girl's complexion visibly improved, becoming much more vibrant. But at that time, she still didn't seem to be in as good a condition as a normal child her age. Until now. Shen Yingying was cradled in Shen Mingwen's arms, her complexion rosy and her eyes bright. Anyone who saw her would have to compliment her as a beautiful porcelain doll, truly a treasure. It was hard to imagine that just a few days ago, she was a cancer patient whom the hospital had almost given up on. If the change in complexion seemed too mysterious and not so intuitive, then her long, dark hair styled into braids was unmistakably recognizable. Due to long-term chemotherapy, Shen Yingying had previously been completely bald. Now, her long, silky black hair was almost longer than her body. And anyone with keen eyes could tell it was not a wig. How's the effect? At this moment, the most excited was actually the old man of the Shen family, seeing Shen Mingwen come out holding the child. Even though he had guessed when he saw Shen Yingying, he couldn't help but ask. The effect is great. It's amazing. Shen Mingwen, a man in his 30s or 40s, had a slightly choked voice at this moment. After answering his father's question, he quickly walked over to Su Chen and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving Yingying's life. I, Shen Mingwen, owe you a huge favor. If you ever need my help, just give me a shout. As long as it's something I can do, I won't refuse. Taking money for services rendered is just part of the job. It doesn't really count as a favor." Su Chen waved his hand. They had already given a lot, and there was no need to be greedy. "I'll call right now and have the money transferred to your company account immediately." After saying this, Shen Mingwen didn't forget to tell the little girl, "Yingying, this uncle is the one who saved your life. Quickly thank him." The little girl was not shy at all. Upon hearing this, she cheerfully said, "Thank you, uncle, and thank you, auntie." The auntie referred to the ever-present Yu Ling beside Su Chen. Others might not know, but the little girl was very clear that it was this auntie who made her feel so comfortable that night. It was also then that she heard her father say her condition had improved a lot. She told Shen Mingwen about this, and he simply thought Yu Ling was Su Chen's assistant, not paying much attention to the little girl mistaking the assistant for the main person. Su Chen shook his head and remained silent, but Yu Ling, after hearing the little girl's thanks, gently squeezed Su Chen's hand. After receiving Su Chen's affirmation, she smiled and said, "No need to thank me. Auntie wishes you to grow up to be a wise person with both intelligence and beauty, and to be healthy for life." As she spoke, her fingers lightly brushed across the girl's forehead, finally pinching her slightly chubby cheeks. A flash of light glimmered at her fingertips, unnoticed by anyone. The elf clan was all about looks. She thought the little girl was adorable, so she intended to give her a little gift. Su Chen naturally had no reason to object. Soon, Shen Mingwen finished his call, and not long after, Su Chen received a notification of the transaction in his company account. Originally, there was already 100 million in Tianyu holdings, and in the blink of an eye, the balance had turned into 800 million. With the transaction settled, at least in Su Chen's eyes, both parties were no longer indebted to each other. After everything was completed, the old man of the Shen family timely brought up the matter he had mentioned earlier. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingwen confirmed that the medicine Su Chen had just mentioned could indeed regenerate, and immediately agreed to the old man's proposal. He expressed that within 3 days, they could mobilize funds to invest another 1 billion into Su-chen without expecting any shares from the pharmaceutical company. They only hoped that, as the old man of the Shin family had said, the special medicine produced by Su-chen would be able to supply their family of 4. This included the old man of the Shin family, Shin Mingwen, Shin Mingyue, and the third generation, Shin Ingying. With such a small request for 1 billion, Su-chen naturally had no reason to refuse. After a verbal agreement, both sides planned to wait for the funds to be in place 3 days later before making a formal decision. This also served as a buffer time left for the Shin family. Although Shin Ingying had taken half a bottle of the medicine and now appeared to be in perfect health, with her hair astonishingly growing long within half an hour, which was almost miraculous, they still dared not believe that cancer could be cured so quickly without a comprehensive examination at the hospital. So even though they were already 90% convinced, they still couldn't help but keep a little room for doubt. Su-chen, on the other hand, felt nothing about it. If someone were to blindly believe him without even doing a physical checkup, that would indeed be problematic. By the time Su-chen left the Shin family, it was already a little past 11 at night. The paperwork for the villa was nearly completed, and even the property rights certificate had been properly handled by Su-yu. However, although the villa was said to be fully furnished and ready to move in, it naturally wouldn't be that quick. The property management was arranging for people to do a thorough cleaning inside and outside the villa, which had been unoccupied for a long time, over the next 2 days. They would also check the electrical circuits, gas pipelines, water pipes, and other internal facilities for any abnormalities. After long-term disuse, only after everything was cleaned and inspected could Su-chen move in. This wouldn't take long, as the property management in the villa area was quite experienced in such matters. By the latest, Su-chen would be able to move in by tomorrow afternoon. So tonight, he still had to stay in a hotel. Being in the suburbs, there weren't any good star-rated hotels. After searching around, he found a decent esports hotel, and there was only one double esports room left. What else could he do? Just share a room. Fortunately, Yuling had a huge gaming addiction, so it seemed that whether they shared a room or not didn't matter much. After all, she wouldn't be sleeping, spending the whole night playing games. When Su-chen woke up the next morning, Yuling was still sitting on the edge of the bed playing games. Now, the games she played were no longer limited to simple ones like Tetris and Candy Crush. She had even started playing Peacekeeper Elite. Moreover, after being able to speak, she frequently communicated with her teammates. That was Kuko ranking up. Su-chen couldn't understand how a perfectly good elf princess suddenly changed to this style. However, he had no intention of disturbing her and quietly watched her play. Yuling knew he was awake and was quite unceremonious, immediately adjusting her position on the bed, resting her head on Su-chen's arm, leaning her whole body against him, and focusing intently on the phone screen while playing. Su-chen, wait, what are you doing? So early in the morning? This is the time when all men are at their most vigorous. Are you testing the cadres with this? Which cadre can withstand such a test? Do you really not understand this, or are you pretending not to understand? Su-chen wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear. Yuling was unfazed, continuing to play while saying, I am the princess of the elf clan, raised with royal education. ? Su-chen was taken aback for a moment. So what? There are many royal descendants. I am not the only princess. Because of our elf clan's appearance, many races or countries, after establishing certain relations with us, will request marriage alliances. Most of the time, royal princesses are merely tools for political marriage, and as one of those tools, I have naturally received the relevant education. Yuling rolled her eyes at him. You don't really think I know nothing about the matters between men and women? White Lotus? Is that the term? So what do you mean now? Su-chen tightened his arm around her slender waist a bit more. Yuling remained silent, engrossed in her game. Not speaking, of course, meant she was tacitly agreeing. It turned out that although Yuling came from royalty and had systematically studied these things, theoretically she could be considered perfect. But in terms of practical experience, she truly had none. After experiencing the taste of an elf, Su-chen understood why so many films and entertainment works depicted elves as coveted treasures by all races. They are not only beautiful, but upon deeper understanding, they possess a unique charm. Who wouldn't love that? The entire morning passed without Su-chen even stepping outside, shamelessly indulging in the experience. By the time he went out at noon, even though he had already drunk the elixir of life and had a physique as strong as an ox, he was struggling to hold himself up, nearly needing to lean against the wall to exit. On the other hand, Yuling seemed completely unfazed. After all, she was a knight of their world, a fierce warrior who could take the enemy's head from a million soldiers as easily as picking fruit. There was no way she would be truly exhausted by such matters. During lunch, Su-chen suddenly remembered something. By the way, is there reproductive isolation between humans and elves? Can they have children? Yuling, who was eating, paused for a moment, then shot him a glance and said, Now you're scared, huh? Don't worry, I can use magic. As long as I don't want to, I won't get pregnant. Scared? What the hell am I scared of? Su-chen immediately became displeased. You should take a look at how much money I have in my account. Don't say just one. Or 2, even if you had 10 or 8, I wouldn't be scared, okay? Others fear their girlfriends getting pregnant because of the immense pressure of modern society, where just surviving day to day is exhausting. If safety measures aren't taken and a girlfriend suddenly becomes pregnant, not only do they have to support themselves, but also a pregnant wife and an impending child. What's the difference between that and the sky falling? They say high-interest loans, mortgages, and carrying on the family line are things to avoid at all costs. But compared to the last one, high-interest loans seem like low-interest options. In this day and age, who dares to have children without some financial backing? But Su-chen didn't have those problems now. If he really hit the jackpot after a morning of hard work, then having a child would be no big deal. Yu Ling didn't refute him. She had already learned the language of this world and, with access to a wealth of information through online channels, had gained some understanding of it. She knew Su-chen wasn't just boasting. With his current financial strength, many things ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch were nothing to him. There is no reproductive isolation between humans and elves, but if there is no external interference, it will be more difficult for both parties to conceive compared to normal humans with humans or elves with elves. However, children born of such mixed blood do not have any defects. On the contrary, they are highly likely to inherit the strengths of both sides. Children born of human and elf hybrids often inherit the beauty of elves, sometimes even more so, while also gaining the intelligence and agility of humans, as well as superior cultivation talent. Oh, I forgot to tell you, in our world, humans are recognized as the most intelligent and agile race, and currently the most powerful race. Among all races, humans cultivate martial arts and magic the fastest. The fact that humans here can create so many miraculous items in just a few thousand years also proves this point. The advantages of hybrids are that significant? Su-chen couldn't help but feel a bit tempted upon hearing this. He glanced at Yu Ling's flat abdomen, contemplating whether he should try to create one. Not however, Yu Ling turned and said, "But these half-breeds do not have a good life in our world. We place great importance on bloodlines, and for these special mixed descendants, whether human or elf, they are not easily accepted. Despite their incredible talents and outstanding appearances, they are still a minority group that cannot be embraced by the mainstream and thus cannot obtain resource support." She continued, "Moreover, these mixed groups cannot exist long-term. Even if they intermarry within their own kind, after several generations, they will gradually begin to revert to their ancestral traits, leaning towards either humans or elves, ultimately merging completely into one of these two races. This also leads to the lack of continuity in this special group, making it impossible to form a new ethnicity, and naturally, there is no competitiveness." Su-chen couldn't help but feel speechless after hearing this. Isn't it ridiculous that feudal thinking is so detrimental? They are good-looking, smart, and talented, yet both mainstream groups disdain them instead of eagerly accepting them. In our world, bloodline is very important. This can probably be traced back to the origins of each race, where maintaining bloodlines is a consensus among all races. Yu Ling shrugged. "The dark elves who overthrew our elven kingdom also possess a very noble bloodline among the elven race. Otherwise, no matter how much our royal family messes up or how they ruin the lives of the people, it would be impossible for them to lose the kingdom, because neither the other powerful elven tribes nor the upper echelons of humans or other races would allow a coalition formed by lowly bloodline elves to violently overthrow the noble moon elf royal family. But dark elves, who also possess noble bloodlines, can. The theory of bloodlines is actually one of the important reasons for the downfall of our moon elves. Because of this, we usually have almost no sense of crisis, which led to our defeat by the dark elves despite having the upper hand." Su-chen thought it was a bit absurd that various countries and races in any world could base their foundation on the theory of bloodlines. But upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, according to Yu Ling, the Qiang Empire where Vivi is located has existed for over 100,000 years. This is far more absurd than Blue Star, which lacks a theory of bloodlines. He didn't believe that such a feudal dynasty could have had wise rulers for over 100,000 years without any foolish ones. That was clearly impossible. The fact that it could last so long evidently relied on the tacit understanding among the high-ranking nobles of the entire world regarding bloodlines. They tacitly reject anyone who might rise to power without noble bloodlines. When it comes to the interests tied to bloodlines, they would set aside their prejudices and unite against external threats. He had to admit, it was quite magical. No wonder. It was a world where extraordinary powers existed. Seeing the topic drifting further away, Su-chen quickly steered it back. "So how about you give me a half-breed baby to see?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ling blinked her big eyes and smiled. "As long as you are willing, I can certainly do that. By the way, the gestation period for elves is usually around 3 years, and sometimes it can even reach 4 years. During this time, you can't touch me at all." As she spoke, her water-like eyes winked at Su-chen. With that look, she was hardly an elf, she was practically a succubus. Ahem, maybe not. He hadn't had enough of the elven experience yet. He didn't want his newly begun happy life to be interrupted by a little curiosity. Having such a stunningly beautiful wife by his side for 3 or 4 years without being able to touch her would surely drive him to become a living eunuch. Don't even mention going out to pick some wildflowers. Where in the entire blue star could he find a flower more fragrant than this one? It was hardly worth it. Thinking of this, he decisively changed the subject. By the way, about those half-blood humans and elves you mentioned who are not well received in your world, do you think it's feasible to bring them to Blue Star? If I remember correctly, you need to purchase a trading card with points to trade living beings to Blue Star, right? Yu Ling was somewhat surprised. Didn't you say that? They are both beautiful and intelligent, and their talents are exceptional. In such a group, there must be no shortage of strong and clever individuals, right? Su Chen countered. That's true. Although their power is quite insignificant compared to the two major races of elves and humans, if we calculate by average, the strength of these half-bloods would definitely surpass that of the same number of elves and humans, and that's without the resources to support their training. As far as I know, the strongest among this group is a half-blood named Shi Xingzhe who entered the ranks of legendary powerhouses many years ago, and if he advances further, he will become a martial god. She is also a very famous sage in our world. If you can successfully bring them all to Blue Star, you will definitely gain a good batch of support. Having been long rejected, their sudden encounter with someone like you who is willing to accept them will likely earn you their unwavering loyalty, especially with the constraints of the trading platform. Moreover, this matter poses no loss for Wei Wei. Half-bloods are inherently a beneficial force for all races, surviving in the cracks, and it's a power she cannot utilize. Sending them to you could also exchange for a batch of resources. What you need to do is think about how to obtain so many life trading permissions and persuade a few of the leaders within the half-blood community. Yu Ling analyzed carefully and felt that Su Chen's sudden proposal was indeed feasible. However, it could only be seen as a long-term plan, difficult to achieve in the short term. After all, this half-blood group is a minority in their world, especially compared to the major races of elves and humans. The actual number is not small at all. A conservative estimate would likely be in the hundreds of thousands. If he wants to bring them all to Blue Star, relying on the basic life trading permission card at 10 points each, Su Chen would have to save points until the year of the monkey. To achieve this goal, he would either have to wait for his membership level to increase to see if new permissions would be unlocked or check if the points shop would refresh with some special items that have greater permissions beyond the basic ones. Otherwise, it would just be wishful thinking. However, as a backup goal, it's still quite good. The people on Blue Star all have their own little thoughts, making it hard for Su Chen to trust them completely. But these visitors from another world are different. It's not that they don't have their own agendas, they certainly do. However, unlike the natives of Blue Star, these individuals have traversed the trading platform, and with the contracts clearly written in black and white, they are bound by the great power of the trading platform. So Su Chen doesn't have to worry about them harboring thoughts of betrayal. As long as they don't betray him, everything else is negotiable. Just after finishing lunch, Su Chen received a call from Zhou Yan. He said that all the relevant procedures for Tianyu Holdings and Tianyu Farm had been prepared and asked if Su Chen wanted to choose an auspicious day to cut the ribbon and start work. Su Chen didn't believe in such things and directly stated that it was better to do it today than to choose a day. Everything should be simple and they could start work today. Zhou Yan, as a professional manager, had worked for many wealthy bosses before. He was well aware of the obsession with metaphysics among the rich. Not to mention a major event like the opening of an entire group. Some real estate developers would even make the groundbreaking ceremony look like a religious ritual. Then, after the foundation was laid, they would have to do it again, and once the building was topped, they would have to come back. If there were any other matters in between, they would have to come back a few more times. The belief was that it was better to believe in its existence than to doubt it. He was almost used to it. With a pile of contacts for various professional Taoists and monks in hand, unexpectedly, he encountered a boss who didn't believe in this sort of thing, which was quite rare. Su Chen didn't care much about it. Even though he had truly come into contact with magic, this extraordinary power, he still didn't believe in those metaphysical concepts. He once saw someone ask a question online: if a technological civilization and a cultivation civilization clashed head-on in war, which side would ultimately win? One answer left a deep impression on him, and he wholeheartedly agreed: if you think the other side is cultivating, then you've definitely lost. In simple terms, whether it's technology, cultivation, or magic, they are essentially just different ways of utilizing different energies. Ultimately, everything has its traces to follow. If you truly believe that their cultivation has no scientific basis and relies entirely on metaphysics, with no traces to be found, then there's no point in fighting. You might as well give up early. So when someone came to tell him that there were cultivators on Blue Star, he believed it. But as for those flashy monks and Taoists, he couldn't trust them at all. In the world of Yu Ling and the others, the so-called gods of law and war were, to put it bluntly, just powerful humans or other races. They had nothing to do with the mysterious deities in myths and legends. When Su Chen arrived at the farm, it had just resumed operations after a few days of downtime. Under Zhou Yan's arrangement, this season was when some fruits and vegetables were being harvested, and after a few days without picking, many ripe fruits and vegetables had either withered or fallen to the ground. The losses were considerable, but for Su-chen at this point, it could only be considered small change, and he didn't mind. After inspecting the place, Zhou Yan, who was meeting him for the first time, respectfully invited him to the chairman's office. There wasn't enough time to build a headquarters building, so the office was still the simple office building from Yuanfeng Farm. Once inside, Zhou Yan handed Su-chen a list. A layoff list. The current Yuanfeng Farm was a consolidation of several previous farms, and naturally, many departments overlapped. After the integration, there were many redundant positions, so a batch had to be laid off, which Zhou Yan had already discussed with Su-chen beforehand. The layoff list was entirely in accordance with Su-chen's requirements. Those connections who had been idling in unimportant positions at various farms were to be laid off without exception. Their connections were with the previous owners, and had nothing to do with Su-chen, so he had no qualms about cutting them. Aside from the connections, there were also those less important but overlapping departments. They would be laid off based on their work records from the original farms, keeping only one department of the same type, while all similar departments from other farms would be eliminated. Among the redundant departments being cut, those who were genuinely working could stay, and arrangements would be made to keep the remaining similar departments. Given that only one department of the same type from the original farm would be retained, and facing this suddenly expanded farm, it was clear that the original department's manpower would be insufficient, which would also help increase manpower and reduce workload. Of course, all the layoffs mentioned above were aimed only at the marketing, management, and other office-based departments. As for the much larger number of farm workers, Su-chen's intention was not to lay them off, but to keep them all. These were the frontline workers of the farm, and to put it bluntly, they were mostly honest farmers from nearby villages. The average age was over 40. Most of them came to work here to support their families, and since they were all from farming backgrounds, they usually wouldn't slack off while working. Although it turned out that the current farm workers were somewhat redundant, after much consideration, Su-chen still didn't plan to lay them off. Firstly, unlike the office workers, many farm employees truly wouldn't know what to do if they lost this job. Although Su-chen didn't intend to help everyone, he hadn't reached the point of competing with these poor people who toiled in the fields for a few coins. Moreover, these redundant farmers might not just be left to eat idle rice. When the time comes to introduce the cultivation of those magical plants, the initial phase will undoubtedly require meticulous care due to a lack of experience. Yuling cannot possibly have that much time. Su-chen would not let her spend every day under the scorching sun dealing with these magical plants. It would be a good idea to have experienced farmers take care of these crops instead. By then, the surplus farmers on the farm might not even be enough. Secondly, for the sake of stability, he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. Su-chen's current situation is that he is not afraid of a powerful figure crossing the river. He is afraid of the local tyrants. With Yuling around, he is not worried that any astonishingly good things he creates will attract the attention of some influential big shot. He does not recognize any powerful nobility. Whoever dares to cross him will find themselves disappearing from this world. At any time, physically making someone vanish is the most intimidating. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death, and Yuling just happens to have the power to make anyone on Blue Star die. So, Su-chen is not afraid of big shots, but if he encounters a local tyrant, it would be like a toad crawling on his foot. Just being there is disgusting, even if it doesn't bite. Coming from a rural background, he naturally understands the simplicity and hard work of rural people. But he also understands the rudeness and arrogance that can exist in the countryside. The farm's hired workers are all from nearby villages, and he knows without thinking that if he were to lay off a large number of workers today, no matter how justified his reasons or how generous the severance pay, the farm's future would be bleak. In such a situation, he certainly cannot let Yuling kill them all. She is his personal bodyguard and little wife, not a murderer. Therefore, to prevent unnecessary troubles, and since he indeed has tasks that require these knowledgeable farm workers, it is better to temporarily keep the extra people. Of course, since they are staying, their treatment must change. Previously, the farm paid these workers a salary of about 4,000 to 5,000 a month. It sounds like a lot, but compared to their workload and intensity, that amount is completely insufficient. Su-chen plans to raise the salaries of the remaining workers. The increase is not much, just doubling their original wages, 8,000 a month. Additionally, the various messy contracts they originally signed need to be revised into proper contracts that comply with laws and regulations. He will strictly implement an 8-hour workday, 5 days on and 2 days off, and provide 5 insurances and 1 fund. The company will cover meals and accommodation, but since proper dormitories have not yet been built, employees can rent their own houses and submit the rental contracts to the company's finance department for reimbursement, with rent up to 1,000 a month being reimbursable. Any excess will have to be covered by the employees themselves. According to Su-chen's understanding, in the outskirts of Zheng City, this price can already rent quite decent houses. For those locals who do not need to rent, he knows without thinking that some will definitely rent their own houses to cheat the rental subsidy, but he does not mind, considering it a benefit for them.
In addition, there are various other benefits, such as afternoon tea and late-night snack subsidies. The level of benefits rivals those of major internet companies.
Ultimately, as a boss, even if he cannot obtain those magical crops, he can still develop the farm normally.
By providing benefits to employees, he will not suffer losses.
And since the magical plants from another world can allow him to quickly harvest the wealth of the rich, he
naturally does not mind giving a little more to the employees.
From the beginning, he never intended to squeeze oil from these poor people. His target has always been the wealthy. Suchin does not have the idea of benefiting the world, but he does have the awareness to let those who follow him live a better life. Of course, he does not think that offering his employees salaries and benefits far exceeding those of their peers will make everyone obedient to him. There will always be a small group of people who,
after benefiting, feel benevolent and want more. If they don't get it, they will cause a ruckus.
But this will only be a very small minority. If they really start to make a fuss, there won't even be a need for Suchen to do anything. Those employees who have benefited from him will spontaneously come out to defend him. As the number of vested interests increases, the few greedy ones will naturally not be able to stir up any waves. Looking at the newly revised employee benefits system that Suchen had personally modified, Zhou Yan couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After holding it in for a while, he couldn't help but sigh. You truly are the most generous boss I've ever seen. It's just a small amount of money. This is merely the treatment for the most basic employees on the farm. For the benefits of other departments, just create a corresponding
table based on this standard and show it to me.
Don't worry about spending money. There will be enough to pay salaries, Suchen said casually.
Zhou Yan naturally
had no reason to refuse and quickly agreed. After giving these instructions, Suchen looked at him with great interest and said, Manager Zhou, your abilities are outstanding. You've handled things beautifully these past few days.
I wonder what position you held in the Shin family. Zhou Yan was taken aback for a moment but quickly reacted, saying, Mr. Su, you misunderstand.
I was temporarily hired by Mr. Shin to handle these matters, and once the hiring ends, I won't have much to do with the Shin family.
I would like to invite you to be the general manager of Tianyu Farm. I wonder if you are interested. Suchen smiled. That would be my wish. I wouldn't dare to ask. Mr. Su, you flatter me. Zhou Yan's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly replied.
Although being a farm general manager seemed a bit of a waste of his abilities, he was well aware that this young man in front of him, under Tianyu Holdings, currently had nearly $1 billion in cash flow.
What does that mean?
Many companies with a market value of tens
or even hundreds of billions after going public might not be able to take out $1 billion at any time. But Tianyu Holdings could. With his insight, it was not hard to see that Su Chen wanted to build Tianyu Holdings into a massive group. If he could succeed, joining now would mean he would be a founding member in the future. After witnessing Su Chen's financial power and ambition, he would be willing to come even without a salary. Not to mention, Su Chen was so generous to those bottom-level employees. How could he miss out on the benefits as the general manager?
Su Chen himself did not have the time to deal with these matters on the farm, so he needed a tool to help him manage.
Zhou Yan was clearly a good choice. As for whether this tool was loyal or not, it actually didn't matter.
He held the greatest power, and the farm's profits and losses were not his primary concern. Running the farm was merely a means for him to legally acquire large quantities of grain and other goods. If it made money, that was great. But if it lost money, it was of no consequence. If it lost money, he could just hire another professional manager. As for where the things acquired through the farm would ultimately go, it would be hard to keep that from the tool, but Suchen had plenty of ways to ensure he wouldn't dare to speak about such matters.
Even if Zhou Yan were truly an insider sent by someone, he wouldn't be reckless. A few bucks a month, what's the point of risking his life? Moreover, there weren't many people with motives in this regard to bribe Zhou Yan to be an insider.
The Shin family had a slight motive and definitely had the capability, but currently, Suchen's relationship with the Shin family was quite good, and they had just established contact. He felt that if the Shin family had any sense, they wouldn't offend him now,
having personally settled the issues
regarding benefits and designated a person to manage. Suchen had no intention of getting involved with the farm anymore.
He only told Zhou Yan before leaving to select
some better quality land and not to plant any crops. He would be trying to grow a batch of special new crops, but he didn't specify what exactly they would be. Although Zhou Yan was puzzled, since the big boss had spoken, he naturally had no objections. After all, if the crops grown on this land didn't survive and resulted in a loss, it
wouldn't be counted against him. Once everything was arranged here, it was evening again.
Yu Ling had been following him all day like a decoration, doing whatever Su Yu did, without saying a word to anyone else.
When it was time for dinner, she took the initiative to suggest, how about we eat here tonight?
Saying this, she took out her
phone, opened a video app, and found an advertisement for a restaurant from her favorites.
Suchen glanced at it. It was one of those restaurants resembling an ancient palace
banquet, and the average cost wasn't high.
Besides the food, there were also some singing and dancing performances
to help guests immerse themselves in the environment. They even provided some ancient costumes.
He agreed without a second thought. After all, he had no particular requirements for food. As long as it wasn't bad, that was enough.
The average cost wouldn't be too high. Moreover, he had bought so many clothes for Yuling but hadn't gotten her any ancient costumes, so he was quite curious to see how she would look in one. If it looked good, he could get her more later. Wait. Just as he agreed, Suchin realized something else. Haven't you been following me all day? When did you watch this video? During the day. Yuling blinked her eyes. There's a magic called Inside Eye that allows me to see the places I want to see. After I used this magic on my phone screen, I could see the content on the phone, and with another small magic, I could even control the phone from a distance. Suchin. So, you looked like you were standing behind me all day, but you were actually watching short videos? Goodness, what a skill for slacking off. Yes, but don't worry, I focused most of my energy on safety. I can react to anything that happens. Yuling was completely open about it. Okay. If she could multitask like that, then let her slack off. The restaurant was quite far from the suburbs, taking nearly half an hour to drive there. This type of restaurant offered not just food but also service and performances. The pricing was, of course, different from regular restaurants. After a quick inquiry, Suchin directly bought the most expensive package, which included the food, front row seats, and the ancient costumes provided by the hotel. He came for this, so he had to buy the most expensive one. Of course, although it was the most expensive, the average cost was only about 1,000, which was a drop in the bucket for Suchin now. The clothes provided here weren't of the highest quality, giving off a cheap feel in terms of material. However, Yuling's perfect figure and face perfectly compensated for this minor flaw. After putting on the ancient costume, she looked like a lady stepping out of a painting, captivating anyone who glanced at her. Although Suchin bought the same ticket, he didn't wear any of those clothes. He just didn't have the conditions for it. Those ancient costumes were completely unsuitable for modern men. Forcing himself into one would only make him look out of place. With his clean-shaven face, he couldn't pull off any scholarly vibe, and if he wore a full set of ancient attire, anyone who didn't know would think a eunuch had come out from somewhere. This wasn't just his issue. Most modern men look like eunuchs in such ancient costumes. After all, who in ancient times didn't have a beard? This place is beautiful. As soon as they entered the banquet hall, even this well-traveled elven princess couldn't help but exclaim at the decorations. How does it compare to the palaces of your world, whether among the elves or humans? Yuling thought seriously for a moment and said, if we're talking about grandeur, then this place is definitely not as magnificent as the human palaces in the magical world. Not to mention the palaces of those empires. Even Vivi's palace in Dream River City is much more luxurious than this, with pillars in the main hall made of pure gold. If we're talking about simplicity and elegance, then this place is certainly not as refined as our Elven Kingdom's palace. In our palace, you can hardly see any metal products. Most are made from special magical plants. Even the entire main hall of the palace is actually a giant tree stump hollowed out, and because our elven race has a long lifespan, we have considerable achievements in art. Every sculpture and every mural in the palace is a work of art that ranks among the best in the magical world. But this place is different. In terms of grandeur, it doesn't compare to the human palaces of the magical world. In terms of exquisite elegance, it doesn't match our elven palaces. Yet it combines the advantages of both, appearing resplendent without being overly vulgar. I see, the humans over there are wealthy, adorned in gold and silver, and love to decorate their palaces to shine brightly. The elven race is poor yet refined, able to make the ordinary exquisite. Suchin immediately nodded in agreement. But the next moment, he realized something was off. Wait, a pillar in Vivi's palace is made of pure gold? How big is that pillar? Yuling was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting the topic to veer so far, but quickly replied, I've only seen it a few times and didn't measure it, but it's probably less than 3 meters in diameter and about 10 meters high? I'm not too sure about the size, but it is indeed pure gold. Sir, this is an appetizer. Please enjoy. The waiter, dressed in ancient attire and wearing a veil, placed exquisite small dishes in front of Suchin, but he was somewhat distracted, his mind filled with what Yuling had just said. A pure gold pillar about 3 meters in diameter and 10 meters high, that must be over 100 cubic meters of gold, right? 1 cubic meter of gold weighs about just over 19 tons. 100 cubic meters, 1,900 tons of gold. Damn, this is way too little. The initial price was still too low. He never expected that there would be so much gold on Vivi's side. This is really absurd. Is gold in your world just lying around everywhere? Suchin asked in confusion. Yuling, who was eating, thought for a moment and nodded. Actually, it's not that common. It's very difficult for humans to mine gold. Races like dwarves and goblins, who are good at mining, actually don't produce much gold either. But there's a race in our world called dragons. They are also an intelligent race, possessing extremely high intelligence along with some of the most powerful physiques in the world. This race has a great fondness for shiny things, and gold is naturally one of them. For them, acquiring gold that is difficult to mine on the surface is not hard at all. Dragons are mostly not afraid of fire. They can enter the deep underground through volcanic lava.
It is said that deep underground there are all kinds of gems and gold, and that's where they obtain their gold. Many powerful individuals in our world
are very keen on dragon slaying, not necessarily because these dragons have done anything heinous.
Of course, there are dragons that have committed heinous acts, but most of the dragons targeted by dragon slayers have not done such things. This race has an extremely long lifespan and is usually quite laid back, spending most of their time sleeping in their caves. People are keen on dragon slaying, to put it simply, because they covet the gold and gems that the dragons have salvaged from the depths of the earth. Yuling's words were unexpected for Su Chen.
Wait a minute?
How does it sound like those dragons are the victims here? The normal plot shouldn't be that the dragon, relying on its powerful physique and innate talent, wreaks havoc, seizing treasures and beautiful women, only to be slain by a dragon-slaying hero who appears out
of nowhere, ultimately winning the heart of a maiden and acquiring a vast fortune, right?
Now you're telling me that the dragon's gold and silver treasures were all mine by itself,
toiling as a laborer in the volcano? Those dragon-slaying heroes just went to kill it purely to snatch its treasures? Does that align with the core values of your magical world?
Hearing Su Chen's question, Yuling was somewhat speechless and said, "What does a dragon want with human beauties? As for treasures, let alone humans, the wealth of all other races in that world combined doesn't match that of a dragon. Some powerful human empires, when in need of gold and silver treasures, would enslave some dragons to search for gold and other treasures in the hell beneath the volcano. After all, dragons are solitary magical beings, not to mention forming a nation. They don't even have a tribe. For slightly larger races on our side, killing a dragon isn't too difficult."
Goodness, that's really tragic. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he
silently mourned for the seemingly intimidating yet actually bullied dragon race for a few seconds, then quickly said, "I remember Vivi called herself a dragon slayer before.
So her gold was obtained from that dragon, right?
If her strength is enough to slay dragons and you're stronger than her, wouldn't you just go on a rampage if you
encountered a dragon?" A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Yuling's face.
Not for herself, but for her good friend in the neighboring world.
Actually, the
one who killed the dragon was the Sword Saint of the Radiant Sun Empire. Vivi just went to watch. The reason she was given the title of Dragon Slayer is mainly due to her
special identity.
Understood.
Please give me the title that was farmed out. Su Chen immediately nodded in understanding.
During their casual chat, a series of exquisitely plated dishes were served one after another by beautiful waitresses dressed in ancient costumes. The taste was average, not particularly bad, but certainly not stunning. This was not beyond Su Chen's expectations. In such places, the focus is on the atmosphere. What you eat is secondary. If it were delicious, that would be truly strange. However, halfway through the meal, Yuling, who was chatting with Su Chen, suddenly said, "There's someone across from us who has been watching you."
Watching me? Su Chen was taken aback. You mean watching you?
Given Yuling's looks, it was entirely normal for someone to stare at her when they were out.
As for Su Chen, although
he was far more handsome than Pang Yuyan, comparable to all the readers, he was still just a man.
Is it a beauty? It's a guy. It's the one in white clothes, right?
In front of you, no need to look, he's coming over.
Following Yuling as Su Chen indeed saw a young man in a moon-white scholar's robe standing up and walking towards them.
However, this young man didn't seem to be staring at him as Yuling said. His gaze was fixed on Yuling, only occasionally glancing at Su Chen.
He didn't know what that meant.
Su Chen squinted his eyes, said nothing, and continued to deal with the dishes on his plate, not paying much attention to him. Before long, the young
man arrived in front of the two.
As expected, he didn't speak directly to Su Chen but politely addressed Yuling, saying, "Beautiful lady, you are so pretty, can I get
your WeChat? I have a boyfriend."
Yuling glanced at him, rejecting him indifferently.
"That's okay, we can just be ordinary friends. It doesn't matter whether you have a boyfriend or not."
The man continued to speak to himself, seemingly oblivious to the rejection in Yuling's words, while also ignoring Su Chen beside her.
But from the corner of his eye, he kept sizing up Su Chen's expression. "I refuse."
Yuling shook her head again.
Buddy, if you keep pestering, it'll be rude, right?" Su Chen said. "Is this your girlfriend? You're really lucky, bro."
The man seemed to finally notice Su Chen's presence, grinning as he said, "Have your girlfriend add me on WeChat. I work in a media company, and with her looks, as long as she comes to our company, whether she goes the internet celebrity route or debuts as a star, she'll definitely
become a sensation.
Just make sure you don't delay her future, bro."
"You're interrupting our meal." Su Chen suddenly cut him off. The chattering man was taken aback, then laughed. "So what?"
Su Chen placed his chopsticks on the table, leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then smiled at him. "So, you can go die.
Make sure he dies far away so he doesn't bother my eyes."
The last sentence was, of course, directed at Yuling. To this, Yuling responded straightforwardly.
Yes.
The man was initially curious about what Su Chen was going to say, but upon hearing this, he almost laughed out loud. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly felt a loss of control
over his body.
In the next moment, the man who had been pestering them stood up like a marionette, swaying as he left the table in front of them and returned to his own seat. Then, as if he had drunk too much, he collapsed onto the table, his face directly buried in the dishes just served by the waiter, and he fell silent.
His female companion thought he was just joking, and for a moment she didn't react. After waiting for a while without any movement from him, she cautiously pushed him. Zhang Xiao, are you drunk? It's too noisy here, should we change places to rest? Zhang Xiao, wake up. Ah, someone's dead. After pushing for a long time and seeing the young man still unresponsive, the woman forcibly helped him up. Then she saw the young man's pale face, his eyes wide open, and blood seeping from his mouth and nose. A scream interrupted the soft music in the banquet hall. The banquet hall, which had been beautiful and harmonious just a second ago, instantly fell into chaos. Soon, accompanied by the sound of sirens, an ambulance arrived at the scene. After a quick examination, the doctor shook his head without even lifting the man onto the stretcher. Massive cerebral hemorrhage, he's been dead for a while, there's no saving him. Have the family notify the funeral home. What the hell, the body is already stiff, and they still called 120. Before the chaos erupted, Su Chen had already left with Yu Ling. On the way back to the hotel, Yu Ling couldn't help but say, did I get you into trouble? No. Su Chen shook his head. Didn't you say that guy was watching me before he came over? He was just looking for trouble. It wasn't because of you. There are plenty of people in public places asking beautiful women for contact information, but after being clearly rejected, seeing a beautiful woman still being pestered with her boyfriend beside her is quite rare. It's not normal. Of course, there are many abnormal people, so that doesn't really mean anything. But before coming over, Yu Ling said that this person had been watching Su Chen, not her. Yet after arriving, he deliberately flirted with Yu Ling in front of Su Chen, which clearly indicated he was looking for trouble. Deliberate provocation? Who is he? Yu Ling asked curiously. I don't know, and it's not important. Anyway, he's dead now. Who cares what a dead person thinks or feels? Su Chen shook his head. The topic ended there. He hadn't seen how the man died, so he certainly didn't have any psychological burden. As for Yu Ling, killing someone was nothing to her, so she didn't take it to heart. After returning to the hotel, the two naturally did some things that everyone loves to do. They didn't sleep until the early morning. What Su Chen didn't know was that while he was sound asleep in a mansion somewhere in Jiangcheng, a bruised woman was kneeling on the ground, saying something. If he were there, he might barely recognize that this woman was the companion of the man who had been easily dealt with by Yu Ling. What she was saying at that moment was about the events that had occurred in the palace banquet hall that evening. Sitting in front of her were a middle-aged couple and an elderly man. The expressions on their faces were all grim. The reason, of course, was the death of their son/grandson. Moreover, the cause of death was utterly absurd. After the attending doctor issued the death notice, the Zhang family still couldn't believe it was true, switching hospitals multiple times for doctors to examine. Once it was confirmed that there was not a shred of hope for revival, they called in a forensic expert for an assessment. The results matched the doctor's diagnoses exactly. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage, instant death. There were no doubts. It was neither poisoning nor assassination. The Zhang family was large and prosperous, with more than just this one son, but the deceased, Zheng Zai, was the most favored youngest son. Furthermore, such a large family usually had a professional medical team conducting regular checkups, and in the past, Zheng Zai's biggest issue had been merely overindulging with women, leading to kidney deficiency. There had been no signs of any cardiovascular diseases. Now, with a sudden cerebral hemorrhage resulting in his death, how could this family accept it? At this moment, they had summoned Zheng Zai's companion to ask for clarity. Initially, everything seemed normal, just Zheng Zai out shopping and spending time with his companion. But when it came to discussing what had happened in the banquet hall, the Zheng family, who had almost come to terms with the idea that their child had died of natural causes, suddenly sensed something was off. Did you say Zai mentioned who that couple was? The girl, mechanically recounting her earlier experience, paused for a moment and quickly replied. Zheng Xiao said the man from that couple is a new dog raised by the Shen family. Since it was such a coincidence, they should go teach him a lesson. But later, for some reason, there was no conflict between the two sides. After Zhang Xiao returned, he said nothing and soon collapsed at the table. The Shen family. The Zhang family exchanged glances, and then the middle-aged man pulled out his phone and searched for something, eventually finding a photo. Is this the person? The girl glanced at it and nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 that's him. The person in the photo was unmistakably Su Chen. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately turned to the elderly man beside him and said, Dad, this is a traditional Chinese medicine expert that the Shen family recently found out of nowhere. It is said that his medical skills are extraordinary, and he possesses some particularly powerful prescriptions that have many miraculous effects. The Shen family has kept this person's information very tightly under wraps, so this news may not all be accurate, and we have never obtained samples of these supposedly miraculous medicines, so we can't say for sure how effective they are. If this medicine is real, then it would be quite normal for those doctors and forensic experts not to uncover what Su Chen secretly did to Zai. Why don't we invite him over to ask for clarification? At this point, a hint of ruthlessness
appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. After all, it was his son who had died, and naturally he wanted to find the murderer and tear him to pieces immediately. However, the elderly man sitting at the head of the table did not immediately agree. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Since he is from the Shin family, let's follow the rules of our circle. There's no need to call the police. Have someone notify the Shin family, and then send a few people to invite him over." As he spoke, a strange glimmer flashed in the old man's eyes. "Be careful when inviting him, don't hurt the doctor. After all, we are merely suspicious, and he may not be the one who killed Zai. Just bring him over to clarify things. Who knows, he might even become a partner in the future." As Suchin slept soundly, he was naturally unaware that someone wanted to invite him over that night to inquire about things. When the people from the Zhang family arrived at the hotel to invite him, the Shin family also received the news simultaneously. In this world, where there is darkness, there is also light. The Shin family operated in a gray area, and the Zhang family was hardly any cleaner. Moreover, there was no evidence to support their suspicions about Su Chen, so they could only take matters into their own hands privately. What does this mean? The youngest son of the Zhang family is dead, and they suspect Mr. Su did it? Yes, head of the family. The word from the Zhang family is that Mr. Su was at the scene at the time. They say Mr. Su has remarkable medical skills, so they want to invite him over to clarify things. The bodyguard delivering the message hurriedly explained. Woken in the middle of the night, Shin Mingwen was instantly alert and lost all sense of sleepiness. He was not surprised that someone had learned about the relationship between the Shin family and Su Chen. He was just confident that, at this stage, outsiders absolutely did not know the true situation between Su Chen and the Shin family, nor how capable he really was. Therefore, to avoid alarming the snake, he did not send anyone to protect Su Chen's safety. Doing so would only draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, he did not expect such a coincidental event to occur, with Su Chen actually clashing with someone from the Zheng family, resulting in the death of their youngest son. The so-called cerebral hemorrhage, the Zheng family might still be speculating that it was Su Chen's doing, but having witnessed Su Chen's medical skills, Shin Mingwen was already mostly convinced. It was likely that Zhang Zai had recklessly offended Su Chen and was then killed by some secret means employed by him. But the Zhang family looking for Mr. Su overnight probably isn't just because of Zhang Zai's death. With his rich experience in the underworld, Shin Mingwen had some suspicions and immediately said to the bodyguard, "Don't worry about that for now. Do you know where Mr. Su is? Hurry and gather a few people to protect Mr. Su's safety. We can't let anyone take him away. If possible, bring him here. If the Zheng family tries to interfere, just wait for me to arrive." The bodyguard immediately agreed. Although the Shin family hadn't specifically sent anyone to keep an eye on Su Chen these past 2 days, Jiang City was small enough that it wasn't difficult for such a large family to track Su Chen's movements. Soon, a large number of bodyguards rushed to the hotel where Su Chen was staying. The sound of heavy footsteps and urgent knocking at the door made Yu Ling, who was lying next to Su Chen playing on her phone, frown. The faint hostility from the group outside caused a subtle blow to emanate from her hands. However, after thinking for a moment, she chose not to act immediately and instead called Su Chen awake. In fact, Su Chen didn't have many demands for sleep at the moment, going a day or two without it was nothing. The reason he still ensured 8 hours of sleep daily was merely a habit. After being awakened, his mind was quite clear, knowing that a large group of unidentified individuals with a certain level of hostility had appeared outside. He realized that the aftermath of dealing with that kid during the day had come. Su Chen had not offended many people. He had previously speculated that this person either had a grudge against the Shin family or that the Shin family had made enemies while helping him acquire those farms recently, which was why they had come looking for trouble. Seeing the retaliation come so quickly, he no longer needed to guess. The owners behind those farms that the Shin family had acquired through unknown means certainly did not have such capabilities, nor the guts. The kid dealt with by Yu Ling using a spell was most likely an enemy of the Shin family. The thought of being caught up in such a power struggle left him feeling somewhat helpless. However, there was no way around it. Any benefit comes with risks, and he had chosen to develop his career by entering the world of the Shin family, so encountering such situations was inevitable. The method of dealing with it wasn't that complicated, just face it head on. Since they had chosen not to call the police or use official channels to deal with him, he had even less reason to do so. After all, Yu Ling's identity is special and it is not appropriate to expose it now. I suppose they are here to invite us, and since they have come, let's go with them and see what it's about. Su Chen could roughly guess the other party's intentions. If it were purely for revenge, they would have likely barged in directly by now. Since they are still politely knocking on the door, it indicates that they do not believe Su Chen is the murderer of that young man. They just want to take advantage of the situation. As for their purpose, Su Chen couldn't guess. Perhaps it was to annoy the Shin family, or maybe they knew about the water of life he showcased at the Shin family and wanted to bypass them to get a piece of the pie. Who knows? But he didn't care. Just like during the day when he faced that young man, he wasn't concerned about what was going on in the mind of a dead person or what their motives were. "Are you Mr. Su?"
Outside the door, a rather cold-looking man in a suit stared at Su-chan indifferently. "That's me. Is there something going on at this late hour?" Su-chan replied casually.
"I am from the Zheng family.
"Our master has some matters to discuss with you in person."
"Please, Mr. Su, come with us," the bodyguard said with a stern expression, his muscles tense as he spoke. If Su-chan dared to say even a single word of refusal, he would immediately take action and forcibly take him away. However, to his surprise, Su-chan seemed completely unfazed and immediately said, "Sure." He even glanced back into the room and urged, "Are you ready? We need to go." "All set." Looking at Su-chan's casual demeanor and Yu Ling, who walked out of the room, dressed calmly, the bodyguard felt a moment of confusion. "Wait, I came here in the middle of the night to kidnap you and you're not even a bit nervous?" Helping the Zhang family with such late-night abductions was not new to him. Although this time they knocked first instead of breaking in directly, there was essentially no difference. This was the first time he encountered a client so willing to cooperate with his work. He initially thought Su-chen would put on an act or have some ulterior motives, but unexpectedly, Su-chen acted as if he were going to visit a friend. After getting into the car with Yu Ling, he showed no signs of wanting to escape. Instead, he focused on the writing experience, and after a serious discussion, they mentioned they might buy a car later. The highly alert bodyguard was left speechless. What left him even more speechless was that as they chatted, Su-chen actually started to engage him in conversation. He asked all sorts of trivial questions like, "How old are you this year? How many people are in your family? How old is your child? Do you have a wife? What's your monthly salary?" Seeing how cooperative Su-chen was, the bodyguard answered straightforwardly to avoid trouble, responding to whatever Su-chen asked. 30,000 a month? That's indeed not low. Su-chen acknowledged the bodyguard's salary. After inquiring, he had already figured out that this group was backed by a force called the Zheng family. The young man who had died from a simple spell cast by Yu Ling during the day was the most favored youngest son of the Zheng family. Thinking of this, he asked the bodyguard, "The salary is good. Do you have a house and a car? Your child must be of school age now, right? How's the school?" The bodyguard had no intention of hiding such matters and replied immediately, "The house was given by the master, nearly 200 square meters, and the location is decent. If I were to buy one myself, it would probably cost over 10 million, so I'm quite satisfied. As for the car, I usually drive for the master, but my wife drives a BMW worth over 500,000, which is pretty good, right? The child's schooling is arranged by the family, so we don't have to worry about that. For our own people, our family has always been generous." The bodyguard probably also knew that the identity of this group was special, and the Zheng family was keen to win them over. So, as they talked, they began to mention how good the Zheng family was to them. After listening, Su-chen couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder you are willing to serve the Zheng family. The treatment is indeed quite good." Of course, the bodyguard was about to continue praising his employer when Su-chen interrupted him. "So, if it really comes to the point where you have to die for the Zheng family, you would be willing, right?" The bodyguard was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Although I haven't read much, I understand the principle that a soldier dies for his benefactor. The master has treated me well, so if it comes to that, I certainly wouldn't hesitate." "Is that just your opinion, or do all the bodyguards think the same? Do others who work for the Zhang family feel the same way?" Su-chen pressed on. "Of course, the master treats all of us well," the bodyguard said matter-of-factly. "Then I can rest easy." Su-chen sighed, not saying anything more. Soon, the car arrived at a luxurious mansion located in the suburbs. Su-chen realized that these wealthy families actually preferred not to live in bustling urban areas. Instead, the suburbs suited their tastes better. He wasn't sure if it was because they preferred the quiet and scenery of the suburbs or if it was easier for them to engage in illicit activities in such remote places. "Mr. Su, we've arrived." If at first it was Su-chen who initiated the conversation with the bodyguard, by now, the bodyguard was trying to find various topics to engage Su-chen in a good chat, attempting to use his silver tongue to persuade this person the Zheng family was trying to win over. However, having already gotten the answers he wanted, Su-chen completely ignored his intentions. No matter how much the bodyguard talked, Su-chen didn't respond a single time. Only when he heard the bodyguard mention their arrival did he open his eyes, leisurely getting out of the car with Yu Ling. He didn't need the bodyguard to lead the way. He confidently strode toward the mansion as if he were returning home rather than being half-forced to come here. In reality, Su-chen was indeed assessing the internal facilities of this luxurious estate, occasionally making comments with Yu Ling, and they ultimately reached a conclusion. What a loss. The villa bought for 28 million was definitely a bad deal. Had he known this would happen today, with such a magnificent estate here, why would he buy a measly house? Inheriting the Zheng family's estate would be much better. This place was far more luxurious than that villa, and the decorations and layout were much more elegant. Such a mansion would require at least a few 100 million, otherwise, one wouldn't even dare to think about it. Moreover, acquiring such a large piece of land to build a house would require significant connections. Only these well-established families could manage that.
The idea of buying such a grand mansion was simply out of the question. Even with money, it would be hard to obtain. As the two strolled leisurely as if they were visiting their own home, they soon arrived at the entrance of the main house. Through the heavy lights, they could vaguely see shadows moving inside. At the entrance stood a haggard-looking middle-aged man, seemingly waiting specifically for Su Chen. In their earlier plans, they certainly hadn't anticipated this. They had forcibly invited Su Chen under the pretext of suspecting him of killing Zhang Zai. Although they intended to win him over, they couldn't be too polite at the beginning. The Zhang family originally thought of intimidating Su Chen first, scaring him a bit, and then seeing if there was a possibility for cooperation. If there was, then for the sake of profit, losing his son wouldn't be out of the question. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Su Chen had actually killed Zhang Zai. If there was no possibility of cooperation, then the murderer of Zhang Zai would undoubtedly be Su Chen. Whether they handed Su Chen, the murderer, over to the authorities for punishment or dealt with it privately, the Zhang family had plenty of ways to handle it. In short, according to the original plan of the Zhang family, as long as Su Chen arrived at the villa, then everything would naturally be under their control. At the very least, they could annoy the Shin family and make them lose their chance to take off. The Zhang family would not suffer any losses. After all, Zhang Zai was already dead. He had no value when he died, but now he could be said to have played a bit of a role. However, after the bodyguard reported Su Chen's behavior along the way to the heads of the Zhang family, the family head and the old man discussed and felt that the possibility of winning over Su Chen was very high. So they immediately changed their original plan and had the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Yuanqing, come to the door to greet him. Although it wasn't at the entrance of the estate, just at the main house's entrance, the Zhang family never considered themselves on the same level as Su Chen. In their view, this was already a considerable show of respect. As soon as the two met, the bodyguard, who had chatted quite a bit with Su Chen along the way and thought they were familiar enough, quickly introduced, "Mr. Su, this is our Zhang family's head, Zhang Yuanqing." Zhang Yuanqing, who had just lost his son, forced a smile and extended his hand. However, unlike the bodyguard's announcement of Su Chen being easygoing and close to the Zhang family, Su Chen did not open his eyes to look at Zhang Yuanqing. After glancing at him, he continued to examine the interior decorations of the house, leaving behind a nonchalant "oh." He then walked directly into the elegant yet luxurious living room. Zhang Yuanqing, with his hand outstretched, stood frozen in place. This was a situation he had never anticipated. After a moment of shock, he came to his senses, his expression suddenly darkening as he looked at the bodyguard. Seeing the confusion and helplessness in the bodyguard's eyes, he realized he had been played by Su Chen. He immediately said, "Bring people to the main house. I want to see what this kid is up to." With that, he followed Su Chen inside with a gloomy expression. Su Chen had been in the living room for quite a while when he finally saw an old man sitting in a high position. The old man did not come to greet him, and naturally, Su Chen had no intention of initiating a greeting either. Instead, he seriously inspected the layout and facilities of the house, growing increasingly satisfied. Now this was a mansion. His dilapidated villa, which he hadn't even moved into yet, was nothing compared to this. What was the difference from a straw hut? It was no wonder that a prestigious family with heritage and history could enjoy such luxury. While he was marveling at this, others finally began to enter the exceptionally spacious living room one after another. At the same time, two solemn-looking bodyguards pushed a covered body on a gurney into the living room, causing Su Chen to furrow his brows. They actually brought a corpse into his house's living room. How unlucky. However, before he could get angry, Zhang Yuanqing, the head of the Zhang family who had been ignored earlier, took the initiative to confront him. He directly pulled off the white cloth, revealing Zhang Zai's pale and ashen face, and then, with a dark expression, asked Su Chen, "Su Chen, right? Do you know him?" Su Chen glanced at him and nodded. "I know him. We had dinner at the same hotel last night." "Do you know how my son died, Mr. Su?" Zhang Yuanqing asked with a grim face. Everyone in the living room was staring at Su Chen, waiting for his answer. For an ordinary person, this would be a significant pressure. But now, standing here was Su Chen. The next moment, he gave an answer that surprised everyone present. In response to Zhang Yuanqing's questioning, he decisively nodded. "I know, I killed him. How could I not know?" The large living room suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After a while, Zhang Yuanqing coldly said, "On your way here, we have already erased all traces, including your hotel room records and the internal surveillance footage. No one knows you came here, and no one can prove you were here. Even if you disappeared from the world, there would be no evidence pointing to our Zhang family. Young man, think before you speak." Su Chen didn't expect the Zhang family to be so considerate. After a moment of surprise, he couldn't help but say, "You're quite nice, aren't you? And don't be so stubborn. It is what it is. This deadbeat is your son, right? I killed him, so what?" The Zhang family had never seen such a straightforward person before. For a moment, they couldn't help but wonder if he had some hidden backup. But after thinking it over, although the Shin family was on their way, they had sent someone to entangle them, and it would definitely take some time before they could come here to rescue Su Chen. Moreover, Su Chen was just an ordinary person and he couldn't possibly have any weapons on him. So, where did his confidence to speak like this come from? The Zhang family didn't understand but were greatly shocked. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing said, killing someone naturally requires paying with your life. However, this is a new era and our Zhang family are all law-abiding citizens. We usually don't engage in such matters. I heard that Mr. Su has some cooperation with the Shen family, working together to develop a drug that can extend life and has special effects in treating cancer. My conditions aren't unreasonable, you give us the prescription, and this matter will be considered settled. If this business goes through, we can even give you a 10% share of the profits in the future. Even if it doesn't work out, this grudge will be wiped clean and we absolutely won't trouble you again. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately revealed a knowing smile and said, so that's why there's such a big fuss. You want money? Let me tell you, this drug is not just effective against cancer. It can treat any type of cancer and significantly extend human lifespan. As for its authenticity, I don't need to swear an oath. You should have seen the investment the Shen family made in me. I can give you the prescription, but I have another condition. Although he had already gained some understanding of this special drug, hearing it directly from Su Chen made Zhang Yuanqing's breath quicken. He quickly asked, what condition? Aren't you willing to sacrifice your own son's life for money? Look at that old man over there, have the bodyguards kill him right in front of me and I'll give you the prescription. Moreover, I won't take any share of the profits, all the earnings will be yours. How about that? You're seeking death. Seeing Su Chen's teasing expression, Zhang Yuanqing realized he was mocking him and had no intention of handing over the prescription. He immediately flew into a rage, shouting, beat him. If he won't give it, then beat him until he agrees. I want to see if he values money or his life more. People die for wealth and birds die for food. The saying is indeed true. Since you've already harbored murderous intent, it is only reasonable for me to kill you. As Su Chen saw a group of bodyguards closing in, he took a step back and patted Yu Ling's fragrant shoulder. Take your time, start with these bodyguards. Yu Ling silently nodded and then pointed at the nearest bodyguard. Su Chen remembered him. He was the one who said he was willing to die for the Zhang family in the car. Now, it seemed he would get his wish. In the next moment, the bodyguard froze in place and then collapsed to the ground. His body convulsed uncontrollably, his eyes bulging, and blood slowly flowed from his eyes and mouth. The manner of death was almost identical to that of Zhang Zai. The bodyguards behind him were shocked and hadn't even had time to react before they all fell to the ground. In no time, a large area was down. This scene left the Zhang family members, who were watching coldly, dumbfounded. After a long pause, the old man of the Zhang family, whose half-body was already buried in the ground and had remained silent, finally trembled and raised his hand, saying, What kind of sorcery is this? It's not exactly a demon technique, it's called magic, Su Chen explained thoughtfully. You could say you're among the first in the world to be killed by magic, which is quite a grand way to go, so you should consider yourselves fortunate. The Zhang family wasn't made up of stubborn old-timers, completely out of touch with modern society. Naturally, they had some understanding of so-called magic through various entertainment works. Before today, if someone had told them that a supernatural force like magic existed in the world, they would have scoffed. But now, witnessing their loyal bodyguards collapsing and dying in bizarre ways, left them with no choice but to believe. Don't make a move. Please, don't do anything rash. Let's talk this out. We're in JoJo, where there are laws. You're still young. Don't let a moment of impulse lead you down a path of crime. The old man from the Zhang family hurriedly said. It was clear that his will to survive was quite strong. Su Yu, confused, asked, what path of crime? Your Zhang family has terrible eating habits, with an average of cardiovascular disease patients. What does a group of them dying from a stroke have to do with me? A group dying from a stroke. Although it sounded absurd, upon reflection, the Zhang family realized it was indeed hard to refute. Su Chen was present at the scene, but when the forensic doctor examined the cause of death, all those who died here would be found to have naturally succumbed to strokes. There was no way they could pin that on Su Chen, who hadn't died. As for whether the forensic doctor would be more diligent due to the high number of deaths and uncover any other clues, the Zhang family held no hope. If it could be discovered, the many renowned doctors and experienced forensic experts they consulted when Zhang Zai died would have already noticed something unusual. Therefore, even if Su Chen killed everyone in the Zhang family here, no one would be able to do anything to him. Moreover, the Zhang family had no good intentions when they invited Su Chen over, clearing traces along the way. Since it wasn't their first time doing such things, they were quite adept at it. By then, the authorities might not even discover that Su Chen had been here. Using the official laws of JoJo to threaten Su Chen held no deterrent power at all. Despair began to show in the eyes of the Zhang family members. The quickest to react, Zhang Yuanqing, said darkly, how about we make a deal? What deal? We'll use our Zhang family's 100 billion fortune to buy the lives of our entire family. If you die, wouldn't the money still belong to me? The Zhang family fell silent. Again, struck dumb by Su Chen's words.
The old man seemed to want to say something more, but Zhang Yuanqing interrupted him. Dad, there's no need to say more. Today's events were a miscalculation on our part. It's come to this, and there's nothing more to discuss. You can kill or maim us as you please.
See, now that's a bit of the gangster boss flair. Su Chen clapped his hands. The Zhang family's dealings were similar to the Shen family's, half black and half white.
It was only in recent years, due to strict crackdowns, that they had become more restrained. A few years back, calling him a gangster boss wouldn't have been inappropriate. By the way, your Zhang family shouldn't just consist of these few people, right? Don't worry, I never leave behind any loose ends. I'll make sure your family is all tidy. After saying this, Su Chen was about to signal Yu Ling to take action. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuanqing, who had initially appeared quite grand and ready to face death generously, suddenly broke down, kneeling and saying, "In the world of martial arts, there's a rule: harm should not extend to wives and children. Everyone present today shares responsibility for dealing with you. If you kill us all, we have no objections. But the other members of the Zhang family are completely unaware. Why go to such extremes? Your Zhang family has reached this point. Have you followed the rules of the martial world in facing all your enemies?" Su Chen retorted, then pointed at Yu Ling with a half-smile. "Think carefully before you answer. She has a lie-detecting magic. If you dare to deceive me, I guarantee you'll find it hard to even think about dying." Zhang Yuanqing fell silent immediately. The so-called rules of the Jianghu are, of course, only brought up when one is at a disadvantage. When the advantage was on my side before, they never mentioned any rules. Just the fact that the Zhang family has eliminated entire families of stubborn homeowners in secret to grab land at a low price has happened more than once. In the chaotic times over a decade ago, they did even more outrageous things. When encountering competitors trying to snatch business, exterminating entire families was merely a trivial matter. They wouldn't spare even toddlers. Seeing him silent, Su Chen continued to speak to Yu Ling. "You have a way to wipe them out, right?" There is a kind of blood magic. Using the blood of a certain person as a catalyst, it can unleash a bloodline curse. Even if the cursed person hides to the ends of the earth, they cannot escape death. Yu Ling deliberately replied in the dialect of Zhou. Upon hearing this, the despair in Zhang Yuanqing and the others' eyes deepened. Seeing this, Su Chen lost interest in playing cat and mouse. He casually waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." Yes. A glint flashed in Yu Ling's eyes, and in an instant, there was no one left standing in the entire hall except for the two of them. Thousands of kilometers away, a man in his 30s was boarding a flight home with his son, daughter, and wife. His younger brother had died suddenly in an accident, and the man couldn't quite tell if he felt happy or sad. If he said he was happy, that was indeed true. After all, there was one less person competing for the inheritance. But if he said he was sad, that wasn't a lie either, as it was his own younger brother whom he had watched grow up. However, his wife didn't have such complicated emotions. Upon learning that her brother-in-law had died and that her husband would inherit more family wealth, she would have popped the champagne already if she weren't worried about the negative impact. At that moment, while heading home with her husband and children to mourn, she was the most enthusiastic one. However, just as she fantasized about when her husband's second brother would also die, allowing her husband to inherit all the Zhang family's wealth, she noticed that her husband and children, who had just boarded the plane, seemed to have suddenly fallen asleep. She felt it was a bit strange but didn't ask too many questions, assuming they were just tired from rushing to catch the flight. When the plane was about to take off and the flight attendants came to remind them to fasten their seatbelts, the woman noticed her husband hadn't buckled up. She intended to wake him, but no matter how much she pushed or called out, the man showed no signs of movement. Until at one moment, the man, maintaining a bowed posture, stiffly collapsed onto the plane's floor without a sound. The same situation occurred with the two children sitting beside him. The scream shattered the tranquility of the cabin and caused the soon-to-depart flight to be delayed at the airport. At the same time, similar incidents were happening in several places across Zhou and even around the world. Ultimately, doctors from different countries and regions provided the same diagnosis. These individuals all died from cardiovascular diseases leading to cerebral hemorrhage, classified as natural deaths with no human factors involved. Their only commonality was that they all shared the surname Zhang. After leaving the luxurious Zhang family estate, Su Chen waited at the entrance for about 10 minutes before encountering the hurried Shen Mingwen. He arrived with a convoy of over 10 cars, and as soon as he parked at the entrance of the Zhang estate, dozens of imposing black-clad bodyguards rushed down. Seeing Su Chen sitting on the flower bed at the entrance with Yu Ling, although Shen Mingwen didn't quite understand the situation, he quickly approached and asked, "Mr. Su, are you alright?" "I'm fine, but the Zhang family might be in trouble." Su Chen waved his hand. Shen Mingwen looked towards the Zhang family's mansion. It was just past 5 in the morning, and the sky was beginning to lighten. The large Zhang mansion was brightly lit, yet it felt eerily quiet. It inexplicably gave off a chilling and terrifying vibe. What happened to the Zhang family? Shen Mingwen seemed to have guessed something and instinctively swallowed hard. It's nothing much. It's just that their family seems to have some disgusting hereditary disease. They insist on calling me here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping, and then the
whole family goes into convulsions and dies suddenly. It's really scary, isn't it? Su-chen stood up and patted Shin Mingwen's shoulder. I'm a kind-hearted person, I can't stand the sight of dead people. Since you're here, old Shin, I'll leave this mess to you. I need to go back to the hotel and catch up on some sleep. By the way, I quite like the Zheng family's estate. Make sure to have it cleaned up later. The Zheng family has fallen, which is definitely a huge benefit for the Shin family. Leaving this mess for him to handle isn't a big deal. However, Shin Mingwen was still unclear about the details, only knowing that all the Zheng family members had died. In his mind, only 2 words remained: major case. A shocking major case. Their family had actually developed from the dot gangs during the dot economy period in Jiangqing several decades ago. To put it simply, they were a local power group. Their influence was limited to Jiangcheng, and for an entire family of dozens to die overnight without a single survivor, this was undoubtedly a sensational case that would reach the ears of the heavens. It was definitely not something a mere Shin family could handle. When Su-chen told him to take care of it, he thought Su-chen was planning to make him take the blame, and he felt anxious. But he didn't dare to voice any objections. Didn't he see that there wasn't a single survivor in the Zhang family's house? Although he didn't know how Su-chen wiped out the Zhang family, if he could do that, then the Shin family, being of similar strength, wouldn't be able to escape if he wanted to wipe them out too. Seemingly sensing Shin Mingwen's anxiety, Su-chen comforted him at the right moment. Don't overthink it. Asking you to handle the aftermath doesn't mean you're taking the blame. Just inform the authorities that something happened here. As for me, just pretend I was never here. You have some connection to the Zhang family, so when you tell the authorities, just say you discovered the situation by chance. I said, the Zhang family members died suddenly. It was a natural death from a brain hemorrhage. What does that have to do with us? After saying that, he unceremoniously got into a Maybach, driven by a member of the Shin family. The driver looked at him, then at Shin Mingwen. It wasn't until Shin Mingwen nodded to signal that he could leave that the driver awkwardly started the car and drove away from this place of trouble. Shin Mingwen, meanwhile, listened to Su-chen's words and gradually came back to his senses. He recalled the news he had received not long ago. Zheng Zai of the Zheng family had died suddenly from a brain hemorrhage, and just before his death, he had come into contact with Su-chen. This was also the reason the Zheng family saw trouble with Su-chen. Shin Mingwen had witnessed Su-chen cure cancer and knew of his medical skills, so upon receiving the news, he immediately thought that Su-chen was most likely responsible. Yet, despite the Zheng family's power and wealth, after multiple autopsies, they had found no clues. He even began to doubt whether Zhang Zai's death was a coincidence. Until now, Su-chen told him that the entire Zhang family had died simultaneously from brain hemorrhages. This was undoubtedly a chilling matter, but in light of Zhang Zai's situation, there was no doubt that his previous suspicions about Su-chen were not unfounded. Moreover, if all the Zhang family members died in this manner, then resolving this matter might not be as difficult as he imagined. However, his respect for Su-chen grew a few more degrees. The ability to cause someone to die suddenly from a brain hemorrhage without any external signs is truly terrifying. But as a shrewd businessman, Shin Mingwen quickly seized the business opportunity amidst his awe. The Zhang family was large and wealthy, with various assets likely amounting to no less than 10 billion. And Su-chen only mentioned this estate, with no arrangements for other legitimate assets. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for the Shin family to expand their influence. The Zhang family's legitimate industries would require normal business processes to merge, which could be quite troublesome for those less than serious industries. The Shin family had no psychological burden in swallowing them up. There was no need to think about it. A portion would definitely be offered to Su-chen afterward, but the remaining part would be enough for the Shin family to feast on. Shin Mingwen, who had been rivals with the Zhang family for decades, suddenly felt as if he was being lifted by a big shot. Once he realized this, he began to issue various orders in an orderly manner. This naturally included contacting the Jiangcheng authorities. Upon hearing about such a shocking case, the officials were not idle either. Before dawn, the entire Zhang family estate was surrounded tightly by officials, with layers of people, inside and out. Then, those eager criminal investigation experts and top forensic doctors entered confidently, only to leave in a fog. Based on the positioning of the bodies and the traces at the scene, they speculated that these individuals had clashed with 1 or 2 people before their deaths, especially the bodyguards, who appeared to be preparing to ambush someone wielding weapons like batons. Their deaths could easily be attributed to a vendetta or gang conflict. Yet, the forensic examination revealed that all the deceased had died from cerebral hemorrhages. This conclusion was reached after gathering experienced forensic experts from Jiangcheng and even across the 9 provinces following multiple rounds of testing. Absurd, yet it was indeed the truth. It left everyone baffled. You could say it was a murder scene, but all the deceased had died of natural causes. According to normal legal procedures, this couldn't even be filed as a case. However, the traces at the scene indicated that those who died had definitely been involved in some conflict with someone at the time of the incident. It should have been a murder scene.
Such a bizarre situation left the officials at a loss. And it turned out that the Zhang family had a method for destroying evidence and dealing with official investigations. After erasing traces of inviting Su Chen, the officials truly couldn't trace it back to him. The only time Su Chen was summoned to cooperate with the investigation was due to his meeting with Zhang Zai at the palace banquet hotel the night before, shortly before Zhang Zai's death. Su Chen claimed to know nothing, and the officials did not press him too hard. After all, this matter seemed too absurd to connect to such a minor character. Summoning him was merely a routine inquiry. They also seemed to want to find Yu Ling to ask her, but due to the blurry surveillance footage and her wearing ancient attire at the time, they couldn't confirm her identity. When they asked Su Chen, he also claimed not to know her. He said he had seen a beautiful woman by the roadside, invited her to dinner, and she left afterward. Considering that these minor characters couldn't possibly do anything to the Zhang family, the officials investigating the matter did not pursue it further, concluding their inquiries after a while. In contrast to Su Chen's easy evasion, Shen Mingwen, as the sworn enemy of the Zhang family and the one who reported the case, was naturally a key suspect. However, because the deaths of the entire Zhang family appeared so natural, no matter how much they suspected him, they couldn't convict him without evidence proving that Shen Mingwen was responsible. Ultimately, after 3 days of fruitless investigation, the officials announced the case closed, showing no intention of stubbornly pursuing this bizarre case. They simply collected and sealed all the case files, assigning them a very high level of confidentiality. It is often said that the dead cannot speak, but in many cases, the dead do have a voice. The remaining bodies can, with the help of forensic experts, issue a final accusation against the murderer. Thus, the relevant departments can use this as a basis to search for the mastermind behind the scenes. Since all the Zhang family members died of natural causes, it meant that in this case, even the dead had not spoken. Therefore, no matter how much they investigated, there would be no results. It was merely a waste of time. The officials were clearly aware of this, and after clarifying the situation, they decisively chose to conclude and seal the matter. To convict someone, evidence is required, so the authorities chose to close the case. But suspicion does not need that. Therefore, just because things have reached this point does not mean it is over. There will definitely be further investigations. After ruling out all impossibilities, Su Chen, who had a conflict with Zhang Zai of the Zhang family on the day of the incident, will obviously be a key focus of the investigation. The fact that he visited the Zhang family that night cannot be hidden. Su Chen is well aware of this, but he does not care. What can they do by suspecting him? The entire Zhang family died suddenly from a mysterious illness. No matter how bizarre or unbelievable it is, this is an undeniable fact. A few days later, after some restrictions were lifted due to the case being closed, Shen Mingwen, who was under heavy suspicion, immediately sought out Su Chen. Upon meeting, he sighed, "Mr. Su, you truly have a way with things." To be honest, he was completely bewildered that early morning and had no idea what was going on. It was only during these past few days of being closely monitored that he pieced together what had happened at the Zhang family that night. Shen Mingwen's first reaction was not to gloat. Instead, he was relieved that he hadn't offended Su Chen when he came to sell gold earlier. When they first met, his daughter had neglected Su Chen, yet he had been magnanimous and didn't hold it against them. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine what the Shen family would be facing now. Just look at the Zhang family, not a single survivor was left. It was too tragic. The key point is that with everyone dead, there was no one left to reason with. It was all natural deaths. What means and methods? Just good luck. I suspect the Zhang family might have some hereditary disease, Su Chen said seriously. Yes, it must be that the family has a history of hereditary diseases and it suddenly flared up. Shen Mingwen naturally couldn't disagree with that at all. He was just playing along with what Su Chen said. However, he didn't come here today just to discuss this. After some pleasantries, he pulled out a large stack of documents. The Zhang family's assets were divided into 2 parts, the visible and the hidden. The visible part was legitimate business. With the Zhang family gone, Shen Mingwen couldn't just tamper with it. Moreover, most of those who died that day were direct descendants of the Zhang family. Some more distant branches or relatives were definitely still alive. In such a large family, it was impossible not to find a few heirs. Even if those inheriting the family business according to inheritance law were incompetent and useless, swallowing up these legitimate enterprises wouldn't happen overnight. It would take time. As for the hidden, illegitimate businesses, that was much simpler. In the world of underhanded dealings, whoever wins gets to take it all. Shen Mingwen appeared cultured, but he wasn't a good person at all. With such a great opportunity before him, he had no intention of letting the Zhang family off the hook. In just a few days, he swept up all the Zhang family's gray businesses like autumn leaves in the wind. The means used in this were naturally unnecessary to elaborate on. And the things he swallowed up, Shen Mingwen didn't dare to keep for himself. He didn't even dare to take any. Now, he brought everything to Su Chen. As long as Su Chen nodded, these assets worth no less than 3 billion would all belong to him. However, after briefly flipping through the documents, he smiled and said, "Brother Shen, you've misunderstood.
I'm not good at managing. These assets are of no use to me. If the assets are of no use, then it means he wants money. Shin Mingwen understood immediately and said, just so happens that our family's assets overlap quite a bit with the Zhang families. Since Mr. Su finds these assets useless, I'll shamelessly accept them. However, our Shin family's liquid funds are also limited at the moment. Mr. Su, give me 3 days to prepare, and in 3 days, I'll give you 1 billion as a down payment. After that, I will manage these assets and all profits will be split 50-50. With Mr. Su, how does that sound? 1 billion, plus earning 50% of the profits without having to do anything. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this proposal and nodded in agreement. After all, it was something he would get for free. He was too lazy to worry about managing it himself as someone was handling all the trivial matters. For him, he only needed to divide the profits, which of course was a reason to not refuse. At most, he would just earn a little less, which wasn't a big deal. After all, if someone else was doing the work, it was only fair to give them a little incentive. The key point for Shin Mingwen was that these assets were essentially free for him. Since he was in the same line of work, he had plenty of people under him, and being able to acquire so many assets just by having someone do a bit of work was pure profit. Only the world of the Zhang family was left wounded. By the way, after finalizing the business matters, Shin Mingwen took out another document and handed it to Su Chen. This is the land deed for the Zhang family mansion. After Mr. Su expressed interest that day, I've been having someone take care of it. It was a bit troublesome to finalize, since something major just happened here, but thankfully, it's all sorted out. All you need to do is sign, and that mansion will be yours. However, moving in might take a while. It's still under official lockdown, and even when it's lifted, given that so many people just died there, it wouldn't be quite right to move in without a thorough cleaning first. Su Chen didn't care about the debt at all, otherwise, he wouldn't be wanting that mansion while also letting Yuling run rampant inside. After signing the document, he simply said to notify him when the official seal was lifted. As for now, he didn't need to stay in a hotel every day. He had already moved into the villa he bought for over 20 million earlier. The day after the incident with the Zhang family, the villa management informed Su Chen that the building he purchased had been cleaned inside and out, and under his instructions, all the furniture had been replaced with new ones. That very night, he moved in with Yuling. They had been living there for several days now. Everything that needed to be said has been said. I've been quite busy lately because of the Zhang family matter, and I have other things to attend to later, so I'll take my leave now. Shin Mingwen was very self-aware. After discussing serious matters all afternoon, he noticed it was mealtime and took the initiative to leave. Mainly, he was a bit intimidated by this young man in front of him. His medical skills were impressive, able to save someone in the late stages of cancer in an instant. But his methods were too ruthless. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone who could kill an entire family at a moment's notice? After sending Shin Mingwen off, Su Chen flopped down on the sofa, continuing to be his lazy self. The farm matters were being handled by Zhou Yan, and production had resumed, so he didn't need to worry about it at all. Right now, he was just sitting on a pile of money, with nothing that required his attention. This was the laid-back life he had always dreamed of. If it weren't for the system, he could lie like this for a lifetime. However, such a comfortable life wouldn't last long. Less than half an hour after lying down, a phone call came in. He pulled out his phone to see it was his mom calling. Fearing that sudden wealth might shock her, Su Chen hadn't told his family about his current situation these days. He only mentioned that a friend had helped him out, and he made some business deals that earned him a lot of money, sending 2 million back home. At first, they were reluctant to accept it. It wasn't until Su Chen rummaged through his things and found a card with a balance of over 6 million, sending a screenshot of the balance, that his mom reluctantly accepted it. She even said she would help him save it. Su Chen knew that his parents probably didn't want to spend it, but since he was in Zhangcheng and didn't have time to go back, he didn't say much, planning to visit home whenever he found the time. But once his family knew he was financially comfortable, another issue arose: marriage pressure. Su Chen now felt a headache every time he saw his mom's call. Xiaoyi, are you busy? Busy? Not at all. Lying on the sofa, Su Chen lazily replied. If someone else is calling me, they must be busy, but if it's you, of course, I'm not busy. You're just being cheeky. His mom, Li Yi, was clearly pleased with this response and immediately got to the point. Are you busy tomorrow? Do you remember Aunt Wang? The one who used to play mahjong with me often? Her daughter is also studying in Zhangcheng. She came back for a month during the summer vacation and said she couldn't stay any longer, mentioning she wanted to find a part-time job in Zhangcheng or something. She's an old acquaintance of mine. Could you possibly take care of her when the time comes? What the hell? Su Chen was confused. What era is it? Do adults really need him to take care of them while looking for a job? It seems like taking care of her is just an excuse, and the real intention is matchmaking, right? But he could understand why his mom would have such thoughts. Li Yi was extremely protective, especially when it came to her own son. If this were before, when he was just a small employee at a food processing factory, even though life was relatively comfortable, the idea of him taking care of someone else would have been out of the question. But now, Things are different. Su-chan had already shown a glimpse of his wealth. In a big city like Zhangcheng, having a few thousand or even 10,000 might not seem like much, but back in their small hometown, that would definitely make him a local tycoon. To Li Yi, her son was no longer short on money, and it seemed he had established himself. The next step, naturally, would be to start a family. Finding him a match under the pretense of taking care of her would allow them to get to know each other. This was quite normal. If it were someone else making such a request, he would definitely ignore it. But this was his mother, after all. Su-chen could only helplessly say, "Mom, didn't I tell you? I have a girlfriend, so stop worrying unnecessarily." To appease his mom's marriage pressure, he had even sent her a photo of himself with Yu Ling. "The girl in the photo you sent is more beautiful than a big star. Does she really have eyes for you? Do you think I don't know that there are services online where beautiful women charge to pretend to be someone's girlfriend to deceive their families? If you want to fool me, at least find someone more normal. Those girls look like fairies. Who would believe you?" Clearly, because Yu Ling was too beautiful, his mom couldn't believe it at all. This was quite frustrating. Su-chan wanted to argue further, but the call was abruptly ended on the other end. Then he saw a message from his mom on WeChat with the girl's name and the train schedule for tomorrow. It also included a photo. To be honest, just looking at the photo, she was indeed quite pretty. Although she couldn't compare to Yu Ling, this was an objective difference between different types. Setting aside the slight gap in looks, the girl had a youthful charm unique to the girl next door in youth dramas, full of vitality. He just wondered if the photo had been edited and by how much. Looking at her age, wow, 19. She really was a younger sister. Well, I guess I should go pick her up. After looking at the photo, Su-chen felt that given the circumstances, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave her stranded at the station. Of course, this had nothing to do with her being pretty or being 18, it was mainly because she was a nice person, and he couldn't bear to let a young girl be alone at the station in the summer heat. During dinner that night, Su-chen mentioned this to Yu Ling. She was quite calm about it and didn't see any problem at all. In their world, there was no concept of monogamy. Moreover, she had always seen herself as Su-chen's guardian knight and never considered herself the main partner. Besides, this was just a matchmaking situation, nothing was set in stone yet. The next afternoon, he arrived at Zhangcheng Station on time. Yu Ling naturally came along with him. However, they didn't drive over in a fancy car. After coming into some money, he had bought himself a few luxury cars, including business sedans, sports cars, and SUVs. But this time, he only drove over in that second-hand car worth a few thousand he had before. In this day and age, if he wasn't keen on matchmaking, the girl might not be interested either. According to Su-chen's plan, they would just meet, have a meal, and deal with their parents, and that would be the end of it. If I really drove a luxury car over, it might give people some inappropriate ideas and complicate simple matters. Since I had already added her on WeChat in advance, the process of picking her up went smoothly without any surprises, and I successfully met the girl named Yang Ae. I also confirmed one thing, her photos were not edited. There was definitely no makeup sorcery involved. As soon as Yang Yi stepped out of the station, she was drenched in sweat from the scorching heat of Zhangcheng, making it easy to see whether she was wearing makeup or not. Moreover, she looked even more beautiful in person than in her photos, dressed in a JK uniform, tall with long legs, and her looks were off the charts. If we rated Yu Ling's appearance as 100 points, Yang Yi would definitely score around 96. Plus, her youthful aura was simply captivating. She was a total heartthrob for middle-aged men. If I were 30 right now, I would probably be dazed the moment I saw her. "Hello, Su-chen Gu, I'm Yang Yi." The girl had quite an outgoing personality. After they met, before I could say anything, she took the initiative to greet me with a handshake. "Hello, it's too hot here, let's get in the car first." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I quickly ushered her into the car. In this hellish weather, you could fry an egg on the ground. Being outdoors was unbearable. Now that I had picked her up, it was just around mealtime, so of course, we were headed to eat. During the ride, we chatted a bit, getting to know each other. Mainly, I was trying to understand her better. Both of us tacitly avoided mentioning that our families had originally set us up for a blind date. I didn't bring it up mainly because Yang Yi was indeed very attractive. Well, I admit I was a bit smitten. As for Yang Yi, seeing that I had Yu Ling with me, she figured it was clear there was no intention for a blind date, so she naturally wouldn't bring it up again to make things awkward. The restaurant we went to wasn't anything fancy, just like how I drove over in a beat-up car. It was a very ordinary place, and the three of us spent less than 200 yuan. Yang Yi wasn't picky at all. While eating, she praised my choice of restaurant. Both of us had decent emotional intelligence, and after some interaction, it wasn't as awkward as I had imagined. After finishing our meal and stepping out of the restaurant, the question of where the girl would stay tonight was right in front of us, with the night sky already darkening. Yang Yi was still a university student, and under normal circumstances, she could return to her dorm during the summer break. However, her dorm building was undergoing maintenance this summer, and the school had no place for her to stay. Although staying in a hotel wasn't unsafe, it wasn't a 1 or 2 day affair.
She came to look for a job, and before finding one, she would need a place to stay. It wouldn't be right to have her stay in a hotel every day. Although I could afford it, my mom had asked me to take care of her, so how could I just send her off to a hotel? After thinking it over, I decided to invite Yang Yi to stay at my place, purely out of consideration for her, and not because I was attracted to her looks. Yang Yi had only heard that I was doing business in Zhangcheng and seemed to be doing well, so she thought I must have a relatively large house, whether bought or rented. Since she needed a place to stay, she didn't think much of it when I invited her to come along. After all, it was my mom who had sent her to me, so she didn't feel there would be any danger. Until she saw the nearly 30 million yuan luxurious villa that was no different from a palace to an ordinary person. This is your home? Looking at the grand villa in front of her, Yang Yi's mind was filled with question marks. Didn't he just say he made a bit of money from business recently? This villa alone must cost several million. Is this what you call making a bit of money? Although she was still a student and had a somewhat naive look in her eyes, she wasn't so clueless as to not know how much a villa with a large yard would cost in such a big city. Well, it's okay, just that the location is a bit remote. It's fine for temporary accommodation, but if you want to find a job nearby, it might not be easy. Suchin shrugged and casually opened the door. Unbeknownst to him, he had made quite an impression. To be honest, it felt pretty good. Do I need to take off my shoes? Yang Yi, who had been very generous and confident, suddenly seemed a bit unsure, her normal inquiry sounding somewhat cautious. No need, the property management will arrange for someone to clean regularly. Yu Ling, who had hardly spoken from the beginning, glanced helplessly at Su Chen. Is this how you chat? And you still want to woo that youthful beauty? If you keep this up, you'll scare her away. She then took the initiative to link arms with Yang Yi and headed upstairs. Come on, let's go pick a room for you. No rush on finding a job. Since you're here, you might as well stay for a few days. Just right, we've been busy lately. The closeness between them was like that of sisters who hadn't seen each other in 10 years. Seeing Yu Ling take the initiative to play wingwoman, Suchin didn't think much of it. Although he did find Yang Yi quite pretty and thought there might be a chance to develop something, he wasn't some loser who would actively chase after anyone. So he remained polite to Yang Yi throughout, keeping clear boundaries while occasionally showing off his financial status. If she was interested, he wouldn't mind going along with it. But if she was indifferent, he wouldn't waste too much time on a woman. Talking about money was fine, but discussing feelings? Forget it. If he really wanted to talk about feelings, he might as well have a good chat with Yu Ling. After all, Yu Ling was bound by a contract with the trading platform, so she would never betray him, and she was pretty too. Wasn't that more reliable than outsiders? Yet, he found that Yang Yi seemed a bit slow. She hadn't even noticed the signs of his financial status he occasionally revealed. It wasn't until she saw the villa that a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. And then it was gone. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, she was just a 19-year-old girl, not a seasoned veteran of society. How could she understand all these twists and turns? Su Chen could guess this, and so could Yu Ling. That's why she chose to take the initiative at this moment, helping him out as a wingwoman. One must keep their eyes open to the world. Even the elf girl from another world is understanding. Su Chen sighed and didn't bother to think about what lessons Yu Ling would give Yang Yi, instead heading into the bathroom for a shower. After washing up, he saw it was still early and was contemplating whether to turn on the computer for a couple of games before sleeping. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Shin Mingwen. Mr. Su, I have something urgent to discuss. It's like this. After the incident with the Zheng family, Shin Mingwen had developed a deep respect for Su Chen. If it weren't urgent, he wouldn't be calling so late to disturb his rest. Su Chen patiently listened for a while and got a rough idea of the situation. Apparently, there was some big shot who had cancer and didn't have long to live. This person didn't know Shin Mingwen before, but had connections and somehow found out about Shin Mingwen's daughter suddenly recovering from late-stage cancer, which led him to Su Chen. Because this person was too influential, Shin Mingwen could only honestly explain the situation. Since they had already traced it back to him, it was only a matter of time before they found Su Chen. The recent frequent financial transactions between the two were impossible to hide. Naturally, there was no need to conceal anything. Shin Mingwen was calling to remind Su Chen and also to ask if he could help save the person. If he was willing, he could assist in making the connection. If someone was referred to as influential by Shin Mingwen, they were likely a significant figure in the realm. This old fellow was quite clever, he called to say. It was a reminder, but mainly he wanted to know if Su Chen had any intention of saving someone. If he did, he would act as a middleman to help make the connection, which would earn him a favor from the other party. A favor from a big shot is not something that can be measured in money. Without a second thought, Su Chen gave his answer. I'm not a deity. I haven't even seen the person. How would I know if I can save them? If he wants to seek medical help, he can come find me himself. This, on the other end of the line, Shin Mingwen's voice sounded somewhat troubled. What, does he need me to go find him to seek medical help? Su Chen scoffed dismissively. If he can come, then come.
If he can't, he should arrange his affairs early. What a joke, he wasn't short on money right now, so why rush to treat someone? What big shot or not, when dead, they all turned to dust. To Su Chen, they were no different from ordinary people. Su Chen, right? I'm coming to find you now, let's talk face to face. The next moment, a strange voice came through the phone. It sounded robust and very young, definitely not someone suffering from a terminal illness. Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He had already sensed that Shin Mingwen's tone was different from usual today. Sure enough, there was someone else nearby. Not wanting to indulge the other party's rudeness, he replied coolly, "It's too late today, I need to rest. Let's change the time." The breathing on the other end grew heavier. Su Chen thought this guy might lose his cool and turn hostile, but unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, the person said, "Alright, I'll find you tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have matters at the company tomorrow and I probably need to go there. I won't have time to meet you, so please understand. Your shabby farm isn't worth much. Do you know who my grandfather is? So arrogant, could it be that your grandfather is Li Gang?" Seeing the other party seemed to be getting anxious, Su Chen couldn't help but tease. He enjoyed watching these people get flustered. Mr. Su, human life is at stake. I ask you to make time to meet with me tomorrow. As for your company's losses, just name a price, and I will compensate you without bargaining. It was clear that the person was angry, but he managed to keep his temper in check and didn't explode. Of course, it could also be that he knew it was just a phone call, and losing his temper wouldn't help. Many people die every day in this world whose life isn't at stake. How can I care? Su Chen replied indifferently, "As for compensation, if I don't go to the company tomorrow, the losses might be immeasurable and you can't afford to pay." He wasn't just talking nonsense. Tomorrow was Monday and the opportunity for free trading would refresh next week. He had already prepared the items for the trade he had agreed upon with Wei, just waiting to deliver them tomorrow, along with bringing back various magical plant seeds and other items from other worlds. Then he would have Yu Ling plant them on the farm. If this could be successfully cultivated on a large scale, it would benefit all of humanity. Even a day's delay would be a huge loss that no one could bear. My grandfather's health is very poor, he probably won't last long. Let's be straightforward. Whatever conditions you need, you can propose them. As long as you can save him, we will definitely meet your requirements. To Su Chen's surprise, he thought that after saying all this, given the other party's earlier agitation, they would surely be furious. Unexpectedly, the person calmed down instead and directly began to propose conditions. Now that's the attitude of someone seeking help. Su Chen laughed. "Tomorrow morning, I'll set aside an hour for you. Bring the person over for me to take a look. As for the conditions, let's discuss them after I confirm I can save him." Su Chen also didn't know if the water of life or Yu Ling's healing technique could cure any illness. It wouldn't be wise to make promises he couldn't keep, so he decided to wait before discussing conditions. Seeing that the other person's tone was unpleasant, it was no problem to retort a few words. If one couldn't fulfill a promise made to others, that would be truly inconsiderate. The next morning, as soon as Su Chen opened the door, he saw that his front yard was already filled with cars. He had arranged the specific time with the other party last night, so there were naturally no surprises at this moment. However, he didn't expect such a grand display just for a medical visit. As he opened the door, an ambulance parked at the entrance of the villa also opened. A burly man, at least 6 feet tall with a buzz cut, carefully helped a frail old man into a wheelchair and then slowly pushed the wheelchair toward the door. Before getting too close, he called out from a distance, "Mr. Su, I am Lin Yilong, the one you spoke with last night. Come in." Su Chen nodded, his expression flat and indifferent. It was as if he had seen such scenes countless times before, showing no signs of nervousness. In reality, he had certainly never encountered such a situation, but he felt confident and was not flustered at all. Lin Yilong, who had been quite irritable on the phone last night, had become much more humble upon meeting in person. Seeing that Su Chen allowed him to enter, he lowered his head and obediently pushed the old man into the house. As for the old man in the wheelchair, he had kept his eyes closed from the beginning, and it was unclear whether he was asleep or just resting. Su Chen had little interest in communicating with them. First, he needed to determine if the man could be saved. If he could, he would do so, and then let this group, which was said to have significant connections, resolve a recent trouble he had encountered, and that would be that. After Lin Yilong pushed the old man into a bedroom on the first floor, Su Chen directly ushered him out, leaving only himself, Yu Ling, and the old man in the room. Su Chen was a fake doctor, so whether he could treat the old man depended entirely on Yu Ling. After pretending to take the old man's pulse, he looked at Yu Ling, and upon seeing her subtly nod, he felt reassured. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "This old gentleman's illness has been going on for quite some time, hasn't it?" The old man, who had kept his eyes closed and remained silent, slowly opened his murky eyes upon hearing this and replied, "Yes, it has been several years. So it should have been discovered early. Why wasn't it treated back then?" Su Chen asked casually. "Due to work reasons." Understood. Su Chen guessed that this old man had probably held a high position before. For someone in such a position, once Diagnosed with an incurable disease, if it were to leak out, they would often become extremely passive. It would also affect the confidence of some allies. If he accepted chemotherapy, it would definitely be hard to keep it from outsiders. So he kept delaying, ultimately allowing the cancer, which could have been detected early, to progress to the current untreatable late stage. Normally, such high-profile individuals would have dedicated medical support teams and would undergo regular checkups, and they would never let cancer progress to the late stage unless it was a hereditary disease like Shenanigans. And clearly, the old man's condition was not a hereditary disease. Of course, Suchin didn't know exactly what the illness was. He wasn't a real doctor, and even if a real doctor came, there was no way to diagnose cancer just by taking a pulse. Your illness is quite serious. What illness? The old man, who had previously appeared drowsy, suddenly perked up and asked with a smile. Suchin. Wait, why? Are you asking me what illness you have? I'm not a real doctor. Ahem, old sir, our traditional Chinese medicine refers to cancer differently than modern doctors do, and I don't know how to describe the lesions I found in Western medical terms. You can at least tell me where the lesions are, right? Wait, are you going to treat it or not? Su Chen's mouth twitched. Fortunately, he was a fake doctor. Although Yuling didn't know medicine, she could use magic. Upon hearing this, she subtly gestured to Su Chen, pointing to her chest. Seeing this, Su Chen thought for a moment and confidently smiled. It's in the lungs. In modern medical terms, it's lung cancer, right? Yu Ling couldn't help but rub her forehead. The old man chuckled and said, it's liver cancer. Young man, it seems your skills are lacking. Lacking skills? I've never studied medicine. Realizing he couldn't keep up the act, Su Chen decided to be straightforward. It doesn't matter whether I've studied or not, as long as I can save you. That's true. So how do you plan to save me? Are you going to use the same kind of medicine you gave that young girl from the Shin family? The old man suddenly showed some interest. Su Chen didn't hesitate, taking out a small cup used for drinking, pouring a few drops of diluted life water into it, and directly handing it to the old man. Here, this is it. The old man took the cup, sniffed it lightly, and his brows immediately relaxed, feeling refreshed. Without a second thought, he tilted his head back and downed the life water in one gulp. His previously withered face visibly improved, and he seemed to come alive. Since I fell ill, I've never felt this relaxed. It really is a good thing. The old man looked at his hands in amazement and even stood up from his seat. This bit of life water certainly couldn't cure his illness, but it could extend his life and help him regain the appearance of a normal elderly person for a short time. Right, $1 million for a cup, just transfer it to the Tianyu Holdings account. Su Chen said with a smile. This was a fat sheep. Having someone help him was a favor for saving his life, and he certainly wouldn't skimp on the medical fees. The old man paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Then give me another 100 cups. 100 cups should be enough to cure your illness and let you live to a natural old age. If you want to live a bit longer, you could buy another 100 cups. Drinking them should let you live to around 150. Would you like to consider it? Su Chen smiled. Of course, extending life is hard to verify, and I can't prove it for now. If you believe it, buy it. If not, then don't. 100 cups are enough to save your life. I won't push for more. We're not doing any bundled sales here. The old man said without a second thought. 2 billion, I'll transfer it to your company's account as soon as I step out. Old sir, you really are straightforward. Su Chen directly handed 2 exquisite porcelain bottles to the old man. This bottle probably isn't enough for 100 cups, right? The old man looked at the small porcelain bottle, somewhat hesitant. Oh, that was diluted. This is the source liquid. You can dilute it and drink it like tea at home, or you can drink it straight from the bottle. It won't affect the treatment effect. Su Chen waved his hand. Such a good divine medicine. It feels like selling you bottled water. The old man looked at the porcelain bottle suspiciously, thought for a moment, and then opened a bottle on the spot, sniffed it as usual, and downed it again. This time, the effect was clearly much stronger than that small cup earlier. As soon as he drank it, the old man's eyes widened in shock. Feeling the changes within his body, and a storm of emotion surged in his heart. If that previous cup had only made him feel considerably more comfortable for a moment, then this bottle made him feel as if the shackles that had bound him for years were finally released. At that moment, he felt as if he had regained control of his body. It felt as if not only had he recovered from his illness, but his once emaciated hands also regained some strength. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. It was surreal. He reacted quickly, feeling the changes in his body, glanced at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and hurriedly said, 10 billion a bottle, right? Give me a few more. Money was just a number to him, but this kind of thing was an invaluable treasure that was absolutely priceless. Spending 10 billion a bottle was hardly a loss. Even if he had enough with these 2 bottles, he could always give the extras to others. After all, which of his old friends and acquaintances didn't have some ailments as they aged? Even for someone who was completely healthy and free of any illness, reaching this age brings a daily awareness of the body's gradual decline, making it hard not to feel powerless and nostalgic for the days of robust youth. A miraculous medicine that can cure any ailment and even make one youthful again could serve as a political bargaining chip.
If he were to operate it, a single bottle would definitely be worth more than 10 billion.
It's gone, just the last 2 bottles, all for you, Suchin shrugged.
It was a joke. The value of this thing couldn't simply be measured in money. Just like this old man in front of him, if he were given 2 bottles of the diluted life water, he wouldn't just pay Suchin 10 billion per bottle, he would also owe Suchin a favor, needing him to do something in return.
This concentrated life water was not
something he would sell for money alone. He was counting on creating even more potent diluted versions of the life water for the pharmaceutical company to make a fortune. For now, he was definitely looking to save wherever possible. The life water he had previously traded from Wei Wei was only 500 milliliters. Out of that 500 milliliters, nearly 200 milliliters had already been consumed by Su Chen himself.
His current physical condition could be said to be stronger than an ox. As for the remaining less than 300 milliliters of life
water, it had been mixed and diluted by Yuling using clean water and some special magic. Now, Su Chen had about 3 cubic meters of life water on hand.
Of course, its effects couldn't compare to the life water he obtained from Wei Wei.
But for cases like this old man in Sheningying who suffered from incurable diseases, generally, just 1 bottle could save a life, and 2 could even extend it. Naturally, they were ordinary people. If it were the life water Wei Wei gave him, a small cup would suffice for such effects. If it were the life essence from the Moon Lake of the Elves, it would be even more exaggerated. Just a drop could double an ordinary person's lifespan, free
from disease.
The original version of the spring water from the Fountain of Life, as Yuling said, could have such effects just from a whiff.
If one were to actually drink
it, they would evolve in minutes, gaining extraordinary power, with physical strength comparable to a low-level warrior. That was the purest source energy in the world, immensely beneficial to any living being.
Naturally, the old man didn't believe Su Chen's nonsense. But since he had already refused, Su Chen didn't press further. He just looked at the remaining bottle of life water in his hand.
After hesitating several times, he still painfully drank it all.
Although this stuff was good, it was undoubtedly
more valuable for him and his family if he could gain more time. If he could really live to 150, no, just to 120, he couldn't even imagine how much energy the future could hold.
So, how do you feel after drinking it?
Su Chen asked with a smile as he saw the old man down both bottles.
Very good, I feel much younger overall. I haven't felt
this comfortable since I turned 40. The old man's spirit visibly improved. Even the half-bald, half-white head had sprouted some black hair.
The wrinkles on his skin
had also been smoothed out significantly. If he were to walk out of here now and claim to be a 70 or 80-year-old man, no one would believe him. Just looking at his appearance, he seemed at most 40. With a little grooming, he could easily claim to be under 40, and people would likely believe him.
Now that the old gentleman's
matters are settled, I happen to have something I would like to ask for your help with, if it's convenient, Su Chen said, sounding like he was asking for a favor, but his
demeanor was entirely one of entitlement, not at all like someone seeking assistance.
The old man didn't mind and readily replied, previously, Long promised you, and our Lin family will naturally keep our word. Just ask, as long as it's within our capabilities, we will help. I want to establish a few companies. With the words on the tip of his tongue, seeing the old man's confident demeanor, Su Chen, although still unclear about who he really was, thought for a moment and finally spoke up.
A few companies? What kind of companies?
The old man immediately guessed that these were probably not legitimate companies, at least not ordinary private ones.
Otherwise, with Su Chen and the Shen family's influence, they could easily handle it themselves without needing his help. One is a pharmaceutical company and another is an arms company. Let's add a tech company too. Su Chen was quite straightforward.
Except for the arms company, which requires special qualifications to operate, the other companies
generally have no specific requirements, right? Just follow the normal procedures. Are you sure you want me to help?
Old Lin asked, puzzled.
Oh, this is definitely different from other similar companies.
I need a higher level of authority, like ensuring a certain degree of independence and confidentiality, and no unit is allowed to
investigate casually.
Of course, the products we plan to sell in the market can withstand scrutiny. You can check however you want.
As for experiments and production, my
requirement is that no one is allowed to enter and inspect without my permission, not even the King of Heaven.
Su Chen stated his purpose. If possible, it would be best to elevate the permissions for my current farm as well. That makes sense. You have a big secret.
Just this potion. If it can be mass-produced, the future profits would be
astronomical. Wanting a higher level of confidentiality and not allowing random checks is reasonable.
Old Lin agreed with the confidentiality of the pharmaceutical and tech companies but then shifted the topic.
But what do you want the arms company for? To sell arms? You could make money, but even if I get this done for you, do you have arms to sell?
Facing old Lin's suspicious gaze, Su Chen still chuckled. These are all minor issues. No need for you to worry, old man.
Anyway, I won't be selling arms domestically. Even if I dared to sell, no one would dare to buy, right? We don't engage in illegal activities.
That's true, as long as you don't cause trouble in Jojo, do
whatever you want. I agree to this.
Old Lin immediately consented. Clearly, Su-chen was right, these matters posed no difficulty for Old Lin, and he could probably resolve
them with just a word. But what secret does a broken farm need to keep? Afraid someone will steal your vegetables? This old man seemed quite trendy. It was obvious he had played Happy Farm a lot.
Su-chen internally scoffed but still explained mysteriously, "Old man, to be honest, I have a technique for cultivating special plants and animals.
Using that kind of potion I just mentioned.
The plants and animals induced to evolve and mutate with this technique can have various different effects.
Some of them can even be more effective in treating illnesses than the potions you just drank.
Cattle raised with this technique, if consumed regularly, can significantly enhance a person's
physical condition. It's even possible to become superhuman. Is that true?"
Old Lin asked suspiciously. He had always regarded the light green liquid Su-chen provided
as some kind of lost traditional Chinese medicine formula brewed from various herbs. This liquid, could it really promote the growth and mutation of plants and animals? Wouldn't that be a bit too bizarre? How could it be fake? You've already drunk it, haven't you?
Su-chen immediately replied, "Old man, I won't hide it from you, this
stuff is way more powerful than you think. It's a top-secret formula passed down from my ancestors.
To protect this formula, my ancestors were even hunted by Qin Shi Huang. It took dozens of generations to pass it down to me.
My family has been renowned doctors for generations, relying on this formula. If I remember correctly, your father
was a small contractor on a construction site, but later he had to stop working due to an injury and stayed home, while your mother opened a small convenience store. Your grandfather was a genuine farmer, and so was your maternal grandfather.
I haven't heard of any famous doctors in your family, though."
Old Lin feigned confusion. "This is called hiding in plain sight. Those who understand will understand, and for those who don't, I won't say much more. In short, that's just how it is.
Just tell me if you acknowledge that I'm a divine doctor."
Old Lin looked him up and down a few times, then nodded, saying, "You don't look much like it, and your medical skills don't seem that impressive, but judging by the results, you're better than those so-called divine doctors."
"Then that's settled." Su-chen clapped his hands. "In any case, that's how things are. If you can help me with this, I'll treat you to a meal."
Old Lin felt speechless. There were so many people wanting to treat him to a meal that they could
line up from Jiang City to the imperial capital. Who wasn't begging to have a meal with him?
Only this kid seemed to think he was the one gaining an advantage by inviting him. Yet, he couldn't say much because the kid truly had skills, and if those special effects items were really to be cultivated for Su-chen, he would indeed want to try them out.
Alright, I agree to this.
Then this matter is settled, and we're even," Old Lin said immediately. Such matters seemed trivial, and with his status, he could
just give a command. But the risks involved were not small.
If Su-chen was indeed as law-abiding as he claimed, there would be no problem.
However, if he ended up doing something reckless in those unregulated laboratories, research institutions, or factories, Old Lin would be implicated. It was easy to initiate, but the follow-up could be quite troublesome. If it weren't for the genuine life-saving grace, Old Lin wouldn't have agreed at all. This was tantamount to putting his reputation on the line for someone he had only known for less than a day.
"By the way, there's one more small matter."
Su-chen pointed to Yuling. "This is my wife, whom I brought back from abroad.
Due to some complicated reasons, she doesn't have a household registration there. I want to get her a proper registration. This should be a small issue for you, right?" Old Lin opened his mouth, wanting to scold him for being greedy, but after thinking it over, he wisely kept his mouth shut. In such a vast country as Jojo, with so many people, the management hadn't been as rigorous as it is now, and the various facilities were far less developed than they are today.
There were many people without household registrations.
With the management becoming stricter in recent years and society gradually digitizing, those without registrations found it nearly impossible to get by. Many people were eager to get registered. The official side had its own set of procedures.
Compared to the previous matters, this was indeed just a small issue. "I can help you with this, but if you want it done quickly, it would be best to give her an identity, find someone to vouch for her, and ideally, get someone to prove that she indeed lived here before, just without a registration." As he spoke, Old Lin glanced at Yuling and suddenly had an idea. "How about this? Don't bother finding someone else. I see this girl is quite pretty and smart. Let's just say she's a lost daughter of the Lin family who has recently been found. With our family's guarantee, this can be settled by this afternoon.
Having such a beautiful granddaughter would give me some face in the outside world.
What do you think?"
This was already a very straightforward offer. Su-chen wasn't foolish. He understood what the old man was scheming. If he followed his suggestion and made Yuling a member of the Lin family, even if only nominally, it would at least create a bond between them. Moreover, outsiders wouldn't know the truth. Those unaware of the situation would see the Lin family helping Su-chen with so many matters, and the nominally lost daughter would also be Su-chen's wife. Naturally, they would view him and the Lin family as a whole. He would essentially be tied to the Lin family. If it were someone else, even the richest person in JoJo, they would probably find it hard to refuse such a proposal from old Lin, given his status. After all, when someone of his standing takes the initiative to offer help, refusing would seem quite ungrateful. But Su Chen was different. He didn't need to worry about these things. In the future, there would be plenty of powerful figures seeking his favor. Right now, it was they who should be giving him face, not the other way around. Today's events were purely a matter of mutual benefit. I don't think it's that great, Su Chen shrugged. The identity issue is easy to resolve, just give her a household registration under the name of being my wife, and that will do. As for social connections, I will handle that. Old Lin, upon hearing this, was not angry but rather clicked his tongue in regret inside. What a pity. Helping someone with a household registration would make Su Chen the son-in-law of the Lin family, and even the daughter would be provided by Su Chen himself. This was a win-win situation for the Lin family. However, since the other party was unwilling, he couldn't bring it up again. Grandpa, you. In the living room, Lin Yilong, who was anxiously waiting, saw his grandfather, who had just been pushed inside, suddenly walk out of the room looking vigorous. His energy seemed better than that of this young man in his 20s, and even the half-head of white hair he had left had not only grown back but had turned into short black hair. He was instantly shocked. Even the way he looked at Su Chen changed. What was this? Was this Huatua reincarnated? No, Huatua couldn't cure cancer, right? Moreover, not only had he cured the illness, but he also made the person look decades younger. It was like a wave of rejuvenation. If Su Chen had fed old Lin an elixir, Lin Yilong would believe it now. Old Lin ignored his grandson, called over the accompanying secretary, and after giving some instructions regarding Su Chen's tasks, he took his leave. Although Lin Yilong was very curious about how Su Chen had done it, he didn't dare to ask at that moment due to his grandfather's imposing presence. He just resolved to find out later when things calmed down. This was too outrageous. It was no different from bringing the dead back to life. After sending off the guests, Su Chen finally plopped down on the sofa. He asked Yu Ling, who was preparing breakfast, "What about that girl Yan Yi? What did you two talk about last night? You came back to my room so late." Yu Ling, while frying eggs, replied without turning her head, "She probably hasn't woken up yet. We didn't talk about much, just some life ideals and such. She is indeed a pretty cute girl, with no bad intentions. Her life ideals are just to eat good food, have fun, and be a salted fish without working." Yu Ling had a kind of magic that allowed her to sense the movements around her. Since she said Yang Yi was still asleep, there wouldn't be any awkward situation where one of them suddenly went downstairs in the middle of their conversation. Hearing this, Su Chen said, "That ideal is indeed lofty, but for the vast majority of ordinary people, achieving that goal is quite difficult." In recent days, Yu Ling had gained some understanding of the social situation here and smiled. "Yeah, it's pretty hard. So I gave her a suggestion." "What suggestion?" "I told her that as long as she followed you, all of this could be easily achieved, and it would definitely be better, more exciting, and easier than the life she imagined." Yu Ling covered her mouth and laughed. "I said it in a half-joking tone, but you know how people here often say that the truth is hidden in jokes." The effect was indeed good. She must have been moved, but due to the influence of the backward monogamous mindset here, she probably won't be able to think it through in a short time, mistakenly believing that I am your wife. To clarify, it's not a misunderstanding. Once old Lin takes care of your household registration, then legally, we will be a real couple. Su Chen smiled. Yu Ling's busy figure visibly paused for a moment, and after a while, she said, "That's good." After saying that, she fell silent again and focused on preparing breakfast. Su Chen walked up behind her and casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist, saying, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy, or are you just too moved?" I'm not unhappy," Yu Ling said softly. "That's good." Su Chen quietly held her, inhaling the fresh scent from the tips of her hair, and after a long while, he said, "From now on, this will be your home." Yu Ling opened her mouth, 1,000 words swirling in her mind, but in the end, they condensed into a single word, "Okay." In truth, there was one thing she had deceived Su Chen about. It was true that in their world, polygamy was the norm, but this did not include the elven race. Elves only love one person in their lifetime. She may have become Su Chen's guardian knight out of necessity, but after she took the initiative to share his bed without him asking, it meant she was completely his. The reason she made that decision at the time was twofold. One was that with her looks, becoming Su Chen's guardian knight, coupled with the binding terms of the trading platform contract, she believed it was only a matter of time. The other was that she felt the essence of home when she was by Su Chen's side. It's somewhat amusing, although she was a princess of the Elven Kingdom, the royal family was heartless, and the palace was a cold whirlpool of politics. Since she could remember, she had never felt the warmth of home. Instead, just a few days after arriving in Blue Star, she felt that way when she was with Su Chen. That was why she willingly teased Su Chen that day, giving him her most precious possession. Even after realizing that Su Chen would definitely not have only her as a woman in the future, she continued to act very magnanimously, even taking the initiative to be a wingman. It was all to avoid losing this home that she had inadvertently gained in this strange other world.
Unfortunately, this warm atmosphere lasted only a moment. Feeling the mischievous hand on her body, Yuling snapped back to reality and blushed, saying, "No, Yang Yi is already awake. What are you afraid of? Young people like that, even if they wake up, will at least laze in bed for half an hour. They won't come down right away," Suchen whispered in her ear. "Come on, let's go inside." After they finished, the two returned to the dining table and started having breakfast. The breakfast was quite simple: buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. Yuling didn't eat much. In fact, she could go a month without food and not starve, purely accompanying Suchen to eat a little. Just after finishing breakfast, Yang Yi came down from upstairs. Suchen, with his thick skin, felt nothing, but Yuling didn't have such a thick skin. Having just snuck a bite, she almost got caught by the little girl, and she felt a bit guilty. After a brief greeting, she hurried upstairs to prevent any traces of her sneaking food from being discovered. What's wrong with Sister Yuling? She seems very busy," Yang Yi said, puzzled. "It's nothing. Just spilled a bit on my clothes while eating, so I went upstairs to change." "Here, breakfast, let's eat together," Suchen warmly invited. "Is that so?" Yang Yi looked at Suchen, then at the direction where Yuling had disappeared, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint it. However, upon seeing the abundant breakfast on the table, her foodie nature erupted and her eyes lit up. But when she reached the table, she hesitated and cautiously asked, "Aren't you going to eat, Brother Suchen?" "I've already eaten, I'm a bit full now, you go ahead," he replied. After such intense exercise, who could still eat? Yang Yi's eyes brightened instantly as she picked up a bun, saying, "Is it really that delicious? Let me try. Wow, beef filling, so fragrant." Suchen smiled wickedly. Long time no see, Princess Weiwei. You still look as radiant as ever." In the trading space, Suchen looked at Weiwei, who had removed her armor and changed into a luxurious gown, and sincerely praised her. It seemed that the magic world's little rice was quite nourishing. Although Weiwei was human, her beauty was not inferior to Yuling's, with skin as smooth as jade, flawless in every way. "Thank you for your compliment." Vivi smiled slightly and then got down to business. "I've gathered everything from the list you gave me last time. That can be collected in the short term. A total of 30 kilograms of various magical plant seeds, a pair of giant horn cattle, one male and one female, and as per your request, the female is already pregnant. Additionally, while I was helping you search for a small magical array, I unexpectedly discovered a medium-sized magical array in our Dream River City Magic Guild, specifically for cultivating magical creatures. The appearance of this medium-sized magical array was completely unexpected. The Magic Guild headquarters was just about to develop a new pasture in the southern foothills of the continent, and the nearest teleportation array to that location is our Dream River City. After sending the magical array's array plate to Dream River City through the teleportation array, it got stranded here due to the war. It's already in my hands now, but since this is a medium-sized magical array, its value is incomparable to that of a small magical array. If you want it, we might have to renegotiate the price. Of course, if you don't want it for now, that's fine too. This kind of thing is hard currency here, so I'm not worried about selling it. I've also prepared the small magical array you previously reserved. The choice is yours. Besides these, I've also prepared a large quantity of the magical plants, mature fruits, and the flesh of magical beasts that you specifically requested, totaling around 5 tons. If you can provide enough food, we can give you more next time." After hearing Vivi's words, Suchen couldn't help but say, "Is it appropriate for you to just take what the Magic Guild left behind?" "Of course it's appropriate," Vivi replied lightly. "According to the Sun Empire's War Act, during wartime, as the Lord of Dream River City, I can legally requisition all resources within my territory." The medium-sized magical array from the Magic Guild appeared silently in my territory, and I haven't even blamed them for hiding important strategic resources during the war. What right do they have not to offer their things? I heard from Yuling that the Magic Guild is backed by the Magic Empire, which is not weaker than your Sun Empire, right? Can they swallow this anger? That's a matter for the high-ranking officials of the two empires to negotiate, and it has nothing to do with me. Vivi shrugged, unconcerned, and said, "Unless those old fogies with their staffs plan to escalate a local war into a full-scale war over a mere magical array, this matter will definitely end up unresolved." "No, you keep asking. Do you want it or not? You've already taken it, so of course I want it. How much is it?" Suchen replied matter-of-factly. "It would be foolish not to take something good." Vivi extended a slender finger. 1,000 tons of food? 100,000 tons. Vivi shot him a glance. "With this medium-sized magical array, even if I were to open a piece of land in Dream River City to grow ordinary food, I could harvest over 10,000 tons in a month. Yuling must have told you about the effects of these magical arrays, so don't play dumb." 100,000 tons. Suchen awkwardly rubbed his forehead. To be fair, this magical array is indeed worth that much, and its true value far exceeds that amount of food. According to Yuling's previous statements, the coverage area of a small magical array is about 10 square kilometers. The usable area of Suchen's current farm is approximately 17,000 acres, just over 11 square kilometers.
A small magical array could cover most of the farm, leaving just enough space for other activities, which would also help to conceal things. A medium-sized magical array is even more incredible. Its coverage area is not fixed and will vary based on the magical concentration of the placement location. It could cover at least 100 square kilometers, and at most, it could reach thousands of square kilometers, and most importantly, this thing can also manually adjust its range. By reducing the coverage area, the magic within the smaller region becomes denser, which is more beneficial for biological growth. If used to plant ordinary crops within the coverage of a small magic circle, the worst-case scenario would still shorten the planting cycle of the crops by 2/3. The grains produced, while labeled as ordinary, would still carry some magical properties. For instance, consuming them over a long period could strengthen the body, extend lifespan, and they would taste much better than real crops. The same effect applies to livestock raised within this range. This is just a small magic circle. The effects of a medium-sized magic circle are even more astonishing. By further reducing the coverage area of the magic circle, there is a certain probability that ordinary crops and livestock could be cultivated into magical plants or magical beasts due to the extremely dense magic inside. Judging by these effects, the price Vivi offered is indeed a bargain. It's likely that in their world, this item would be hard to sell in a short time, which is why she is selling it so cheaply. However, 100,000 tons of grain, even for Suchen, it would be quite difficult to acquire in a short time. He came prepared this time, but he only managed to buy a batch of imported wheat that had just arrived at the port at a high price, a total of 20,000 tons. The ocean freighter carrying the wheat just docked yesterday, and it is estimated that it won't finish unloading until tomorrow. Suchen will have to go to Magic City port the day after tomorrow to store this 20,000 tons of grain in his storage space to give to Vivi. The official policy in JoJo is to stockpile grain, with reserves measured in hundreds of millions of tons. But that's not something Suchen can touch. Moreover, bulk commodity ocean trade usually has buyers lined up even before the freighter leaves the shipping point. It took a considerable cost and a bit of luck for him to acquire these 20,000 tons of grain this time. It's hard to say if he will have such good luck next time. If he were to directly source from the shipping point and transport it via ocean freighter, the time required would be measured in months. There are quite a few short-term matters involved. In fact, Suchen has already had someone working on this. So, this 20,000 tons of grain is the limit of what he can obtain in the short term, unless he personally goes abroad to the origin, but that would bring about other issues, such as not having domestic farms to reasonably digest this grain. A large quantity of grain with an unclear destination could easily attract attention, leading to the exposure of the trading platform. It's very difficult to provide you with 100,000 tons of grain in the short term. To fully replenish it, at least a month is needed. After much contemplation, Suchen finally voiced his difficulties. Vivi was not surprised by this. Although she suspected that Suchen was definitely a person of power in his world, 100,000 tons of grain is indeed too much, and it's normal not to be able to obtain it all at once. So she had a contingency plan and immediately said, "No problem, if there's no grain, we can substitute it with other things, like weapons. Swords, bows, armor. I need all of these, especially consumables like arrows. I want as many as you have." The importance of military supplies on the battlefield is clearly not inferior to that of food. Speaking of this, Suchen was no longer sleepy. He came prepared today and naturally brought some specialties from Blue Star. For example, a compound bow. Suchen immediately took out a prepared compound bow. Compound bow, maximum draw weight of 70 pounds, effective range of 200 meters, equipped with sights, shock absorbers, and other auxiliary shooting equipment. For each bow, I can also give you 10 high-quality carbon arrows that can penetrate steel plates. One bow is worth 10 tons of grain. What do you think? This price is certainly not cheap, but it's not outrageous either. The compound bow he presented is of very high quality, and purchasing it would cost at least over 8,000. Meanwhile, a ton of grain, for cheaper aged grain, would probably be less than 2,000. The cost price is close to the price of 5 tons of grain, and Suchen's selling price is just double, which can be considered quite reasonable. Of course, Suchen had already started acquiring manufacturers that produced this composite bow before coming here, and if the acquisition is successful, then the cost price would be a different story. Regarding this price, Wei Wei did not directly raise any objections but took the bow that Suchen handed over and examined it carefully. The production of bows and arrows in ancient times was a very complex craft, involving multiple components and a meticulous manufacturing process. The traditional bow-making process is complicated, with a wide variety of materials used, and the craftsmanship and selection of materials can also be affected by the seasons, having certain seasonal restrictions. If this bow is indeed as good as Suchen said, then she could accept a higher price. After examining it closely and even trying a few shots in the trading space, Wei Wei frowned and said, "The sights and other auxiliary tools on the bow are very useful, and these pulleys can greatly save the archer's physical energy, but the power is still a bit too low. If I procure something like this, it would
Be of no use. Even with your sharp carbon arrows, it would be hard to pierce the heavy knight armor of our world. Is there a more powerful one? The low power is indeed a common issue with bows and arrows available domestically.
1 pound is just 0.45 kilograms, and a 70-pound bow sounds impressive, but the actual draw weight is only a little
over 30 kilograms.
In ancient JoJo, fierce warriors often used bows of 3 stones, and the unit of stone varied frequently in ancient JoJo, leading to much debate
about how many kilograms it actually refers to in modern units.
However, it is generally believed that here, a stone refers to 50 kilograms. A 3-stone bow would thus be a
150 kilograms bow. In a non-magical world like Blue Star, this is probably the human limit.
But in their magical world, there is clearly room for improvement.
Not to mention that
Wei Wei, who tested the bow, is a Starlight Knight from their world. Although her martial arts strength is slightly inferior to Yuling, her title of Dragon Slayer was
earned through some luck.
But in Blue Star, she could easily crush a Tyrannosaurus with one hand, let alone fight tigers and leopards barehanded.
This composite bow with a draw weight just over 30 kilograms is indeed no different from a toy for her. Enhancing the power is easy. How much do you want? I can make one with whatever power you need.
If they were to discuss this, Su Chen was wide awake. The maximum draw weight of a composite bow is usually around 70 pounds, but that doesn't mean it can only be made to
that weight.
In Blue Star, a 70-pound bow is already more than sufficient. Paired with good arrows, it could even knock down an elephant with a single shot.
Making it any larger would be meaningless, and not many people could draw it.
The so-called 3-stone strong bow in ancient times was not actually used for combat, it was generally used
for training.
On the battlefield, no matter how powerful a bow you could draw, it would be less effective than a few small soldiers operating a crossbow.
It would be of no use.
However, if this were placed in a magical world, given the average physical quality of the people there, equipping a large number of high-pound strong bows would be
a completely different matter. It would have real combat value. As for the manufacturing difficulty, composite crossbows can easily reach hundreds of pounds. How could a composite bow of hundreds of pounds not be made? As long as there are users and a market, with the technology of those manufacturers in JoJo, they could easily produce
strong bows over 200 pounds in no time. If this had been before, even if Su Chen acquired the manufacturer, he wouldn't have been able to produce them. It would have been
absolutely illegal.
But after Old Lin helped him secure the qualifications for military production and trade, he could indeed produce them legally and reasonably.
You don't
need to care who I sell this to, I just want to make it. As long as it's not illegal, any losses are mine to bear, and no one can interfere.
Not only bows and arrows,
but he could also provide Wei Wei with a batch of even more powerful composite crossbows.
Modern composite crossbows on ancient battlefields would give enemies a sense of pressure that is not inferior to bolt-action rifles during World War II.
They are definitely a formidable weapon. It is even possible to produce great treasures like modern
crossbows.
In any case, in terms of technology, the magical world cannot compare to Blue Star. He can fully meet Vivi's needs for basic war supplies.
Of course, they must
have their own powerful weapons, such as special bows and arrows related to magic. But such things are bound to be few and cannot be widely popularized.
Su Chen has a huge
industrialized country backing him, and in terms of production and cost, he has an absolute advantage in these basic items.
If we use the pounds you just mentioned as a unit,
around 200 pounds would be considered a very rare strong bow here. Once a certain scale is formed, even a knight fully armored and protected by holy light would absolutely not dare to charge through such a rain of arrows. Vivi pondered 10,000 of these strong bows, each bow paired with 10 corresponding arrows and 100 more
powerful arrowheads would be equivalent to 50,000 tons of grain.
The bows of Blue Star are indeed overpriced. Su Chen could spend so much on this composite bow,
mainly because the added value exceeds its actual value.
After bows and arrows completely exited the battlefield, they became an extremely niche sport for the wealthy.
It is well known that weapons and sports equipment are certainly not priced the same.
However, Vivi's cut directly severed the main artery, having the price, which was somewhat
outrageous. Su Chen naturally had to argue his case.
In the end, both parties reached an agreement. 10,000 strong bows over 200 pounds plus 10 specially made arrows, and 100 special arrowheads for each bow would offset 80,000 tons of grain.
The remaining 20,000 tons of grain would be settled with
1,000 sets of heavy armor that cover the whole body and 1,000 powerful composite crossbows.
All weaponry and equipment needed to be delivered to Vivi within a month. This time frame was relatively ample for Su Chen.
As long as he had the money, the factories were ready. With just these items, modern factories could adjust the production line, ramp up the power, and finish in a few days. Thus, the medium-sized magic circle would be cleared. But the good things Vivi brought him were far from just these. The seeds of those magical plants and the 2 giant horned cattle were worth over 10,000 tons of grain. Adding to that were the nearly 5 tons of magical crop fruits and the flesh and blood of magical beasts that Vivi brought. The 20,000 tons of wheat Su Chen had prepared were not enough to cover it.
Fortunately, He had previously acquired several thousand tons of grain in Jiangcheng under the name of a farm.
After some back and forth, they finally settled on 28,000
tons of grain to buy the items Vivi provided.
This batch of grain needed to be handed over within a week.
These were the amounts Su Chen could clearly pay within a certain time frame.
Next, there were some debts he could not settle in the short term, such as the most valuable life water to him at the moment.
Before escaping the Elven Kingdom,
Yuling had not only had the core of the spring of life embedded in her body by the Elven High Priest using special means but also took away all the spring water from the spring of life. This spring water flowed into Moon Lake, and after dilution, it became the essence of life, which, after further mixing and dilution, became the life water. The life water Vivi traded, diluted, and diluted again had the same concentration as what she had previously given to Su Chen. The spring water from the spring of life that Yuling brought out had all been handed over to Vivi. If it weren't for this, even if Vivi had a good relationship with the Elven race and with Yuling, she wouldn't have taken the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in her territory, Dream River City, lightly, especially under siege, while also bearing the pressure from the Elven Kingdom and other races to protect Yuling. It can be said that in their world, Vivi is now the person with the most life water in hand, even more than the Elven race itself, because the Elven race only has the remaining life essence stored in Moonlake, and even that is just rootless duckweed, which will be gone once used up. This time, Vivi brought much more life water than last time.
There are 5 barrels, each nearly 1 cubic meter in capacity.
What does 50 barrels of life water
mean?
According to the fact that Yuling can concoct 3 cubic meters of diluted medicine with just 300 milliliters of life water while still ensuring a certain effect, this life water can be diluted at a maximum ratio of 1 to 10,000.
5 cubic meters of life water can dilute to 50,000 cubic meters of medicine.
The reason why the diluted medicine still works so well for the Shin family and Old Man Lin, even at such a dilution, is not because the life water is truly miraculous. It's simply because there was only a limited amount to begin with, so Yuling had to use some special healing magic during the dilution process to enhance the medicine's efficacy. Once these 5 large barrels of life water are diluted, Yuling definitely won't be able to add any more ingredients with the same effort.
Without her intervention,
the diluted medicine at a 1 to 10,000 ratio will certainly not be as miraculous. A small bottle could treat cancer, 2 bottles could prolong life.
But with a
300 milliliter small bottle, 1 bottle could strengthen the body, 2 bottles could ward off all diseases, and 3 bottles could even bring back someone in the late stages of
cancer.
Drinking 10 or so bottles could extend life, which is hardly a problem.
Calculating this way, these 5 cubic meters of life water would already be enough for Su Chen's pharmaceutical company's initial consumption.
After all, it's a new product, and at first, not many people would believe it or buy it. But as the product gains fame, later on, it will definitely shock the entire country, even the whole world.
Sales will absolutely skyrocket.
As for why the life water from another world still has such good effects after being diluted so many times, Yuling analyzed that the people in this world are too weak. Various diseases here are weak compared to those in their world.
If an ordinary person from their world came here, they could easily be immune to all poisons and diseases.
And such a good thing as life water, even diluted at a ratio of 1:1000, would still have great effects for ordinary people in the magical world. If the dilution ratio is increased tenfold, it would still be effective for people from Blue Star, which is hardly surprising. After all, the greatest function of this thing in the magical world is to enhance a person's constitution and even promote evolution. Compared to making biological individuals evolve out of thin air, saving lives is simply child's play. And the value of the 5 cubic meters of life water that Vivi provided
is something Su Chen cannot afford at the moment.
She directly quoted a price of 10 million tons of grain, based on their previous agreement that 100 tons of grain equals 1 trading platform membership point. That would amount to 100,000 points.
Su Chen couldn't provide even a bit of that, but fortunately, he was
well prepared. He also knew that Vivi liked things related to war, so he took out something truly valuable from Blue Star Firearms. There were no physical items, but with the help of the trading platform, Vivi could clearly understand the destructive power of firearms. In the end, after a negotiation where Su Chen appealed to reason and emotion, he bought the 5 cubic meters of life water for the price of 100 AK-47 rifles, 10 light and heavy machine guns each, 2 heavy howitzers, and accompanying
ammunition and shells. It could not be said that he didn't make a huge profit.
As for why Vivi didn't want more powerful weapons, that was naturally because Su Chen hadn't shown her any more powerful weapons. The fact that Vivi could provide so much life water at once indicated that this thing wasn't so rare in their place.
Su Chen certainly
had to keep some cards close to his chest and wouldn't give her the best items. Things like tanks, planes, warships, missiles, and big mushrooms could wait. There would be plenty of time in the future.
Moreover, he also couldn't easily obtain those things right now. As for ordinary firearms and artillery, once he dilutes and sells the life essence he has on hand, is there any weapon in this world that he can't acquire? Even those advanced weapons like warships and aircraft that are not sold to the public, under the temptation of extending life, he is completely confident he can obtain. After a round of trading, it can be said that both host and guest were delighted. Wei Wei looked forward to the arrival of the weapons and food from Su Chen. At that time, she would not only continue to defend the city but could even attempt to organize a counterattack. On Su Chen's side, there was no need for anticipation, because after signing the trade contract, Wei Wei had already handed everything over to him. Looking at the dazzling array of magical world specialties in the storage space, Su Chen was already brewing plans for a grand undertaking. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The magical crop seeds that Wei Wei traded had already been planted in the most secluded area of the farm. Yuling personally buried the magic array in the Tianyu farm. Although this magic array could cover 100 square kilometers, it seemed a bit wasteful to install it in this farm that was just over 10 square kilometers. However, reducing the range could enhance the magical concentration within the coverage area, which would greatly benefit the growth of plants and animals, so it wasn't a loss to have it here. After planting, Yuling personally sensed the magical concentration in the farm and remarked that the magical concentration in Blue Star was probably even denser than in their world. The only problem was that the people here had not noticed the existence of a certain substance in the air and had no means to utilize it. Even if the magic array was not activated, these magical plants should be able to survive at the current ultra-high density in the farm. Now, with the magic array's support, the crops growing the fastest inside might be ready for harvest within a week. That was a type of strawberry from the magical world, known for its sweetness and large size. The slowest growing crops should mature within a month at the latest. However, the overly dense magic within the array could lead to some unexpected factors, such as certain weeds and small animals mutating to some extent. For the time being, it should be fine to have the unaware workers in the farm pay a bit more attention. But if this situation continues long-term, Yuling suggested that Su Chen should find a way to bring a team of guards from the magical world to specifically handle the farm's security issues. It wasn't that he was afraid of outsiders breaking in, but rather that he was concerned about some creatures hiding in the farm mutating and causing trouble. As for the workers in the farm, there was less to worry about. Animals staying inside for a long time would evolve, and these workers, working there long-term, would naturally evolve as well. These originally weak small animals and insects, even if they evolved, would find it hard to pose any threat to the workers who had also been in the farm for a long time. However, this was a subtle process and wouldn't be too obvious. These people would notice their strength and other metrics soaring in the short term, but without testing, they wouldn't discover any issues. Even if they did realize they had become superhumans, it wouldn't be easy to trace back to the farm. Although the plants in the farm grew at an astonishing rate, it was also simple to prevent the workers from noticing any abnormalities. They just needed to be rotated out of the same area. As for the giant horned cattle, the cow among them was about to give birth. This creature had an extremely strong vitality, so Su Chen didn't have to worry about the expensive breeding cow he had bought with points and a life trading card dying from complications. He simply followed Yuling's advice and gave the cow a cup of life essence every day. As it approached labor, the farm was gradually getting back on track according to Su Chen's original plan. Su Chen himself had not been idle these past 2 days. The 5 tons of magical crop fruits and beast meat that Wei Wei sent were, of course, for eating. He was having this for every meal. He couldn't help but marvel at how great this stuff was. Not only was it delicious, but it was also nourishing. The only downside was that it might be a bit too nourishing. It had him feeling a bit overheated lately. Fortunately, Yuling had always been by his side. Whenever he got angry, Yuling would use a magic called cooling, spending an hour or two to help calm him down. The downside was that using this magic would tire her out, and it would tire Su Chen as well. If it weren't for the fact that he had consumed quite a bit of magical food recently, greatly enhancing his physique, he would have been exhausted from the intensity of the battles. Yang Yi had been brought to the villa by him, and of course, she hadn't found a job in the past couple of days. After all, the so-called summer jobs and job hunting were just lies from both their parents to set them up. Yang Yi's family was actually quite well off, so she certainly wouldn't run around looking for work in such hot weather. She quickly got used to lounging around in the big villa like a salted fish. Under Yuling's continuous brainwashing, her gaze towards Su Chen had started to feel a bit off. This strange situation made Su Chen exclaim, "Goodness, if I weren't so tired, I would definitely take the time to write a book titled Rebirth. My elf wife is a wingman, but tomorrow I need to go to Magic City. Are you coming?" Su Chen casually asked during dinner. This was certainly not a question directed at Yuling. Yuling always considered herself his bodyguard, so wherever Su Chen went, she would go too. No need to ask. Me, am I? Yang Yi was taken aback for a moment, then curiously asked, "Is it for a trip? Or for something else? If it's for something, then I won't go." Su Chen was indeed going to Magic City to collect those 20,000 tons of grain. He was in a hurry to deliver this batch to Wei Wei within the stipulated time. Of course, it was for business, but this wasn't exactly a proper matter, so how could he put it on the table? Just bored, thought I'd go have some fun. Then, is it okay for me to go? Won't I be a third wheel? The young girl was straightforward, casting a somewhat ambiguous glance between the two. These past few days, Su Chen had been frequently getting angry, and the villa had been like a battlefield. She was an adult, not a fool. How could she not know what these two were up to? At first, she would blush, but now she was almost used to it. It was just a bit taxing on her underwear. The most she did every day was take a shower and wash her underwear. Why not just join in so you wouldn't have to worry about being a third wheel? Suchan silently complained, but he didn't say it out loud. The timing was almost right. It wouldn't be hard for him to win over this young and beautiful girl, but he didn't want to appear too proactive in this matter. The one who takes the initiative often ends up in a passive position. Anyway, he wasn't the one in a hurry. He wasn't lacking in women. Yang Yi could only stay here for a month at most, and Suchan was only temporarily accommodating her here out of respect for his mother. Once her school started, he would have no reason to keep her, and she wouldn't have any reason to stay here either. It was highly likely that the two would not meet again in the future. After all, Suchen had been getting busier with his company these days, and as the business grew larger, Yang Yi, although she hadn't been paying close attention, couldn't help but notice it while staying in the villa. In Yang Yi's view, it was only Suchen's mother who didn't know how far Suchen had developed in Jiang City, which was why she had recommended her to him. Once she found out how big of a business her son was running, it would be hard to say whether she would still look favorably upon her. If it weren't for Suchen's mother's recommendation, she would probably never have the chance to interact with someone from Suchen's social class in her lifetime. So, in this matter, it was Yang Yi who was truly anxious. Someone would love to have a beautiful girl by their side. With you being so pretty, how could you be a third wheel? Yu Ling easily dispelled Yang Yi's concerns. Then the two women began discussing where to go and what to buy in Magic City. As for whether their thoughts were truly on having fun, that was hard to say. Su, little brother, over here, over here. As soon as he got off the plane, Su Chen encountered an acquaintance at the airport, Lin Yilong. That old man's grandson. He was the one who took the old man to Su Chen's house to seek medical help that day. To be honest, this guy is actually quite nice, just a bit too impatient. It is said that he just retired from the military. After Su Chen cured the old man, Lin Yilong's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, becoming even closer than brothers. When leaving Jiangcheng, he specifically told Su Chen that once he arrived in Modu, he would definitely treat him to a meal. This time, Su Chen came over just to casually mention a few things and didn't ask him to pick him up. However, Lin Yilong still took the initiative to come. Young Master Lin personally coming to pick me up, I'm truly flattered. One should not strike a smiling face. Since he came over so politely, Su Chen naturally gave him enough face. As expected, Lin Yilong immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly said to those around him, "Did you see that? This is my brother, Su Chen, the divine doctor. Su, my younger brother, these are all my friends. They heard about your amazing medical skills and wanted to come along to witness it." As Lin Yilong spoke, he introduced the people around him. They were all children of the powerful and wealthy. Among them, the one with the visibly lowest status had a family business. That was a well-known enterprise in Zhozhou. Those like Lin Yilong, who held higher status, only mentioned their family names without revealing what their families did. Clearly, those Zhozhou tycoons in the top circles were the least presentable. These were all potential big clients, and Suchin planned to leverage the life water to extract a hefty amount of gold from these families. Naturally, he was very polite. Although the people who came along didn't know what the life water was, they all knew that the ailing old man of the Lin family was saved by this young man in front of them. Therefore, no matter what they thought inside, they at least appeared very friendly on the surface. After all, who could guarantee that their family members wouldn't fall ill? The profession of a doctor holds a high status in any era. After some simple pleasantries, Lin Yilong treated everyone to a meal at a top-notch restaurant that was not open to the public. Since they were all young people, after dinner they naturally engaged in some entertainment activities. By the time Su Chen returned to the hotel, it was already evening. Once back at the hotel, he sent a message to Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan immediately called him back. "Director Su, are you done?" "Yes, how did things go?" "Everything has been taken care of. The batch of grain you ordered has been delivered to the warehouse we reserved in advance. You can go over whenever you have time to handle it." Zhou Yan quickly added, "Also, regarding the press conference, the preheating arrangements are almost done. The Moto Convention and Exhibition Center has also been reserved in advance, and the venue is currently being set up. There will definitely be no problem holding the press conference the day after tomorrow." "Good, I trust you to handle things. You've worked hard these days. After this press conference, you can take some time off." Su Chen smiled. "Director Su, you're too kind. You treat me so well, it's only natural for me to handle things for the company. I can't accept your kindness regarding the hard work. As for taking a break, the company will probably be busy in the coming days, so I can only decline your good intentions." Clearly, as a professional manager, Zhou Yan understood very well what kind of employees the boss liked. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Didn't I say? You can choose the time yourself. Take a break whenever you feel it's appropriate." Su Chen smiled and didn't dwell on the issue. In fact, a few days ago, after helping the old man with the medical company registration issue, Su Chen had already sent Zhou Yen to Modu.
The purpose was naturally to let him warm up the company's products in advance and prepare for a grand press conference to thoroughly promote the Life Water.
To make a strong debut for the medical company. To be honest, Su Chen currently had many companies under Tianyu Holdings, from farms to military industry, then to healthcare, and even a shell company, Tianyu Technology.
Besides these, Su Chen also acquired several factories that previously produced
sports equipment like composite bows under the name of Tianyu Holdings. Countless bits and pieces.
But strictly speaking, all these companies are currently money losers.
They all rely on Su Chen's financial support to survive. There is essentially nothing being sold on the market.
Naturally, there are no profits.
The Life Water, which is
officially ready for sale, is the first product of all subsidiaries under Tianyu Holdings, and it is bound to be a hit.
The momentum must be grand.
After all, good wine fears
a deep alley.
Although Zhou Yen is nominally just the general manager of Tianyu Ecological Farm, Su Chen currently has no one else capable of handling this matter.
Naturally,
he has to let him take care of these things. Zhou Yen not only did not feel exploited by his boss, working 2 jobs for 1 salary, but was actually very happy.
What does this indicate? It indicates that the big boss trusts him and relies on him.
In recent days, managing that farm, the people there were almost idle.
After all, farm
management and the transactions involved usually don't have so many twists and turns, and it really doesn't take much effort.
Moreover, as the original crops in these farms
mature and are sold, the idle land is taken by Su Chen to plant new magical plants, leaving even less for him to do.
The only thing that worried him was Su Chen's unreasonable
request for purchasing grain, which he had to handle.
This hardly counts as a problem. Nominally in charge of a giant farm worth hundreds of millions, in reality, as
the general manager, he had nothing to do and spent his days idly.
For Zhou Yen, this was quite a dangerous signal.
Doing nothing for a year and still getting millions made him feel guilty about the money in his hands. This time, Su Chen entrusted him with an important task which instead relieved him.
Being busy is better. Having something to do also means he doesn't have to worry about being laid off one day.
Moreover, after understanding the effects of this life water, Zhou Yen, who had originally seen Su Chen continuously expanding the scale of the group without any income, fearing that the company might not sustain itself and he would be unemployed again, also breathed a
sigh of relief.
As one of the few senior executives, he had certainly witnessed how miraculous the life water was. Even those on the brink of death could be brought back, and there were no side effects at all. He couldn't even imagine how vast the market potential of this miraculous medicine could be in the future.
In Zhou Yan's view, with
the life water in hand, no matter how recklessly Su Chen spent money, the company would definitely not go under. Naturally, he was even more enthusiastic about his work. By the way, Director Su, we have guided the promotion of the effects of life water as you requested, creating quite a stir online.
If you have time, you might want to check it out and give some guidance.
Hearing Zhou Yan's words, Su Chen became a bit interested. He hadn't come up with a more impressive name for the life water. The name, after its market launch, would also be Life Water,
so it wasn't difficult to find the corresponding entries online. He immediately opened a certain app and quickly found a
video with millions of likes and nearly 1 million comments. The video was only a few seconds long and very simple. It featured a couple, both only children, with elderly parents to support and children to raise, facing immense pressure. Yet, both of them had developed different types of cancer. Busy with work, they had not paid attention to their health early on, and by the time they were diagnosed, it was already in the late stages, almost hopeless. The first 10 seconds briefly introduced the couple's situation, instantly resonating with countless others in similar situations.
Many people couldn't bear to think about what they would do if faced with such circumstances. It
was utterly despairing. The latter half of the video showed clips of these two being approached by staff from Tianyu Medical. The video was a template of images and text introductions, so it naturally doesn't detail everything too clearly. It only mentions that Tianyu Medical claims to have developed a drug that can treat various cancers and even
strengthen the body.
They need late-stage cancer patients to cooperate in the drug trial. Regardless of whether the trial succeeds or fails, each of the couple can receive
no less than 3 million in rewards.
If their condition worsens during the trial, even leading to their deaths, Tianyu Medical will compensate 10 million per person.
The final result, of course, is a complete success.
The diluted version of the life water produced by Tianyu Medical, which is ready for market sale, is not as effective as what Su Chen gave to old Lin and the young girl from the Shin family, but it still has some effect.
In fact, after the professional doctors invited by Tianyu Medical
witnessed the effects of the life water, they suggested an oral plus intravenous injection method for enhancement.
In reality, the amount of life water needed to cure a late-stage cancer patient is even less than what Yu Ling estimated. Once this result was released, it naturally caused a huge uproar online. The vast majority of people,
of course, did not believe it. The reason there are so many comments in the video's comments section is due to the large amount of debate.
Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the ratio of likes to comments would not be so high. The idea that late-stage cancer patients could be cured quickly and become lively again is indeed shocking, and it's normal for no one to believe it. The reason for so much debate mainly lies in the account that published the video, JoJo News. JoJo's official and most authoritative news media. No matter how outrageous or unbelievable the news is, if it's published on this account, it will obviously spark widespread debate. Many people who originally didn't believe it had to accept it once they saw it was released by the official JoJo account. Here, Suchin couldn't help but marvel at how influential the Lin family truly is. They managed to persuade JoJo News' official account to repost this report. Yes, repost. The original video was published by a newly established official account of Tianyu Medical on a certain platform. The video lasts nearly an hour, covering the couple's physical condition, family situation, and so on. It also includes various details from the treatment process and a detailed record of the patient's physical condition at each stage after drinking the life water. It can be said to be quite professional. The average person wouldn't understand it, but if a serious doctor patiently watched the entire thing, they would definitely be impressed. Moreover, this account has more than just this one case video. There are over 100 long videos, each with different cases, but all ending in perfect cures. These were all produced by a temporary team hastily assembled by the newly established Tianyu Medical. One must say, the saying great rewards bring forth brave men is indeed true. From the company's establishment to completing these materials, it only took 2 or 3 days. The life water is indeed remarkable, curing patients at an extremely fast pace, often in less than a day, plus the good treatment Suchin offers to employees. That's why it could be done so quickly. If it were another company trying to gather so much documentary material to endorse their products would take at least a year and a half. The short video released by JoJo News was simply a random selection from the many documentary materials and condensed into a short video. The videos originally released by Tianyu Medical had basically no traffic. After all, in this fast-paced online world, no one wants to watch such dull long videos. But with the traffic generated by the video released by JoJo News, a massive number of people quickly found the source of the video. Many people, although verbally expressing disbelief and even cursing Tianyu Medical for being heartless and trying to swindle money from cancer patients, still chose to follow the account after watching a few of the documentaries released by Tianyu Medical, showing a contradiction between their words and actions. I in the comment section of the latest video on this account, it was flooded with messages from numerous cancer patients or their family members. They were all inquiring when this life-giving water would be available for mass production and at what price. Compared to the netizens who seemed to just want to stir the pot and question everything, these patients and their families were the ones most concerned about whether the life-giving water was truly effective. Their mindset was similar to that of Shin Mingwen, who initially sought Su Chen's help to save his daughter. In a situation where the modern medical system had already declared a death sentence on them, suddenly a life-giving water claiming to cure cancer appeared. Who wouldn't want to try it and see if it really worked? As for money, you can only talk about money when you're alive. Su Chen then opened some other social media apps. He found that discussions about the life-giving water were trending across major social media platforms. Clearly, this had already caused quite a stir online. On a certain small video site, professionals had conducted a comprehensive analysis of the documentaries released by Tianyu Medical and concluded that this life-giving water capable of curing cancer likely existed. From any angle, this was an extremely successful marketing campaign. In a short time, Tianyu Medical and the life-giving water had gained immense fame online. Just then, Zhou Yan, who had been in contact with Su Chen, also had the marketing department send out the pre-prepared promotional video for the product launch. From a marketing perspective, releasing the product immediately at such a high level of interest was not very professional. It made the marketing efforts too obvious, which could lead many believers to doubt whether this thing was genuinely good or just hype. However, since the big boss Su Chen had requested it, the staff had no choice but to comply. Moreover, given the efficacy of the life-giving water, they could indeed ignore these negative effects and rumors. As long as they ensured enough attention, others could question or criticize all they wanted, and in the end, the market would provide the answer. Is there really such a miraculous medicine? One bottle can cure some difficult-to-treat minor ailments, and 2 or 3 bottles can even cure cancer. Does that make sense? Just a bunch of hype. To make money, isn't that how people in your country are? It's true. I just asked a friend of mine abroad, a PhD in medicine, and he said outright that such a thing absolutely cannot exist. The funniest part is that JoJo News actually dared to reprint such an outrageous news report. How much did they get paid? I'm also studying medicine. And to be honest, if this medicine is really as good as Tianyu Medical describes, it would be no different from an elixir. Do you think there are elixirs in this world? Curing all diseases is your lie. Making money is the truth. I think, without investigation, there's no right to speak. No one has seen this medicine yet, so who knows if it's real or fake.
It's better to let the bullets fly for a while. Don't rush to criticize. My mom is already in the late stages of cancer, regardless of whether it's true or not. I'd rather choose to believe. Heck, if you dare to give this thing to your family, be prepared to collect the body in advance. The shift in public opinion online can happen overnight or even in just a few hours. The mixed reviews about the life-giving water launched by Tanyu Medical the day before seem to have completely reversed overnight, turning into a one-sided barrage of insults and slander. At this point, only about 10 hours remained until the scheduled launch event. Su Chen woke up early to find a message from Zhou Yan asking how to handle the situation. It wasn't entirely Zhou Yan's fault for not handling things well. Such a small matter shouldn't require his decision. Rather, there were forces behind this reversal of public opinion, and someone wanted to sabotage his launch event. The goal, of course, was to delay the market release of the life-giving water and impact the entire medical industry. According to Zhou Yan's speculation, the issue likely arose during the inspection phase. Before the product launch, before this, whether within the 9 provinces or in the foreign medical industry, the so-called miracle drug, life water, which had suddenly appeared, was either unheard of or, if heard of, completely disbelieved. When the public opinion environment was still normal, many of those expressing opposing views were legitimate doctors. Even after watching the serious documentary released by Tanyu Medical, these doctors only stated that if the documentary were true, then life water indeed had effects. However, many also expressed that these documentaries were mostly fabricated and false. They simply did not believe that a single drug could have comprehensive effects. In fact, these individuals were mostly acting out of good intentions at the time. They viewed the issue from their professional perspective and believed it was indeed fake, thus advising uninformed netizens to be cautious in their purchases. Now, however, things are different. Any drug must undergo testing before it can be marketed. Even if Old Lin leveraged his connections during this period, he could at most only eliminate some complicated and unnecessary processes in the inspection process. The testing of the drug itself was absolutely unavoidable. Life water was no exception. Just last night, the testing report from the 9 provinces medical department regarding life water was released. The test results completely matched Tanyu Medical's description of the drug, and the actual application effects were even better and more comprehensive than those shown in Tanyu Medical's documentaries. Of course, under normal circumstances, testing institutions generally only publicly disclose the results of their tests and cannot directly release more detailed information, as it would raise suspicions of leaking trade secrets. However, any institution is made up of people, and where there are people, there are self-interests. After confirming the disruptive effects of life water on the medical industry, some medical professionals who participated in the testing and had actually come into contact with life water naturally could not sit still. The news spread instantly, and overnight, everyone prominent in the industry basically knew that such a miraculous thing had appeared. This immediately triggered a silent earthquake. After the earthquake, in order to protect their own interests, these individuals no longer cared about who was backing Tanyu Medical, nor did they care about healthy competition based on merit. Overnight, various negative news about life water flooded the entire internet. Public opinion can be manipulated, as long as you have enough resources at hand. Manipulating public opinion is not a difficult task at all. In the context of the entire medical industry opposing and resisting, a reversal of public sentiment was naturally reasonable. Even many who had the mindset of a dead horse is to be treated as a live one, or since there's no cure, why not take a chance just yesterday, under the overwhelming public opinion assault. Today, changed their minds to it's better to resign to fate and save some money for the family. This kind of low-level public opinion guidance, Zhou Yan, as a professional manager, certainly had enough ways to cope with it, given that he still had sufficient resources to mobilize. But he did not dare to act rashly, because behind the reversal of public opinion was the collective resistance of the entire medical industry. He feared that if he retaliated with tactics, it would attract too many enemies for his boss. Moreover, Zhou Yan was very clear about these people's thoughts. Life water was real. This was a fact already recognized by the official 9 provinces. The future promotion of this miracle drug could definitely not be obstructed by just a few people or even a single industry practitioner. The reason these people were so desperately resisting now was not because they realized the impending doom of their industry, but rather because they wanted to take the opportunity to withdraw from the industry, minimizing their losses under the impact of life water, especially for the owners of private hospitals. If life water were to be promoted now, they would undoubtedly suffer the greatest losses. But if they could delay its thorough promotion for a few months or even a year and a half, they would have ample time to withdraw. Or from a business perspective, Zhou Yan actually believes that now is not the time to retaliate too fiercely, as it might provoke these people. After all, in business, it's important to maintain good relations to make money. Leaving a line for future encounters is wise. If they keep biting down, it's equivalent to pushing them to a dead end. Once people are pushed to their limits, there's no telling who might take desperate measures. Even though the private medical system in Zhozhou is not as developed as abroad, the related practitioners are undoubtedly a massive force.
Zhou Yan thinks it unwise for Tianyu Group to provoke these people right from its inception. Anyway, with the life-giving water in hand, making money is just a matter of time, so there's no need to rush. Allowing competitors to catch their breath and slowly boiling the frog is more in line with the company's interests. However, after spending so much time with Su Chen, he understands the temperament of this big boss and doesn't think Su Chen would agree with his viewpoint. So, after much contemplation, he feels it's better for Su Chen to handle this matter himself. I don't care about all that nonsense, nor do I care whose rice bowl has been touched. The dining table is right here. Who gets to eat depends on their own abilities. If someone lacks ability and still doesn't let me sit at the table, then don't blame me for flipping the table. Retaliate however you see fit, no need for any concerns. After listening to Zhou Yan's report, Su Chen's response was very simple. Damn it, he has an invincible combat force in the form of Yu Ling by his side, and the only reason she hasn't gone on a rampage is that she's kind-hearted. To run a business and make money, there are still people daring to play tricks on him? Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Boss, you'd better pay attention to your safety lately. I'm worried someone might act out of desperation. Zhou Yan was not surprised by this outcome and reminded Su Chen while accepting the task. It's fine, don't worry about me. Just pay attention to your own safety. If not, maybe find a security company to assign you a team of bodyguards. The company will reimburse you. Su Chen casually replied. If someone really dares to lay a hand on him, he would have to ask if that person has a grudge against his entire clan. He truly dares to kill an entire family. After thanking Zhou Yan, he hung up the phone. After thinking for a moment, he decided to follow Su Chen's instructions and contacted a security company to find himself a team of bodyguards. Normally, he didn't think anyone would target him. After all, he was just an ordinary professional manager, in simple terms, just a worker. This decision was clearly made by his boss behind the scenes, not something he could decide. What's the use of dealing with a mere worker instead of the real decision-maker? But upon further reflection, Zhou Yan felt that his boss was a bit too mysterious. With an unfathomable identity and background, these people might not dare to directly attack Su Chen. It's possible they might first try to intimidate him as a professional manager to scare Su Chen. So for the sake of his own life, it's better to find bodyguards quickly. After all, the company will reimburse him. What's wrong? Yu Ling, who rarely stayed up all night playing on her phone, woke up upon hearing Su Chen's voice on the phone. It's nothing. Su Chen glanced at her, paused, and continued. There's still some time before the evening press conference. Do you want to go anywhere this afternoon? I'll accompany you. These past few days, Yu Ling had been researching travel guides for Magic City. Of course, she wasn't genuinely interested in traveling but rather in the convenience of checking guides, something she couldn't experience in the magical world. However, since she had already done the research, now that she had some free time, it was just right to find a place to have some fun. As soon as this topic came up, Yu Ling was no longer sleepy. She immediately leaned against him, disregarding the lack of modesty, and began to recommend the travel guide she had researched over the past 2 days. Su Chen listened attentively for a long time and couldn't help but ask, so, where do you want to go? Yu Ling blinked her innocent big eyes. I don't know. In the evening, with sweat pouring down his face, Su Chen sat on a stone pillar at the corner of a pedestrian street in the Magic City. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Ling, who had changed into a finely crafted, high-quality hanfu, was sitting beside him, kindly fanning him with a small hand fan. Yang Yi, nearby, was contentedly enjoying a fruit smoothie. Passers-by looked at Su Chen with envious eyes. Only he knew how torturous that afternoon had been. Now that he thought about it, when he asked Yu Ling where she wanted to go in the morning and she said she didn't know, he regretted telling her to choose a place at random. He never expected that Yu Ling would randomly pick all the attractions they had mentioned before. Then she excitedly told Su Chen that she had just learned a brand new way to travel, called Special Forces Tourism. In just one afternoon, they could visit all these places. At the time, he didn't think much of it. Since Yu Ling liked it, he thought it was a small matter she could handle. But it turned out to be a big mistake. In the previous few hours, he had run from the south to the north of the Magic City and from the east to the west with these two women. When they finally reached the so-called destination, it was just a photo op at a marked spot, and then they would immediately rush off to the next attraction. There was no stopping at all. It was either rushing or on the way to rush. In over 40-degree heat, they hadn't enjoyed anything, just spent the whole time rushing around. The key point was that Su Chen realized he was the only one suffering. Yu Ling and Yang Yi actually found this travel mode quite interesting. This was truly absurd. Let me see, the next destination is Yuen Garden. While fanning Su Chen, Yu Ling checked the next place they were going. If we take the subway from here, we first need to take the subway? Su Chen glanced at the time. It was 5:30 in the evening. Then he looked at the countless people pouring out of the surrounding office buildings. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The subway is too crowded at this time. I don't mind, but I'm mainly worried about you two girls being uncomfortable. How about we take a taxi instead, he suggested. Or we could have the hotel's car pick us up, like a Rolls-Royce.
But then it wouldn't be special forces tourism anymore. Yuling blinked and then her eyes lit up. If the subway is too crowded, we can ride shared bikes. No, this thing is all about being rushed. Where's the fun in that? Isn't it possible that we have money and time and don't need to act like special forces? Suchin said helplessly, this is something many people do when they take a break from work or study. We don't need to do it like this. Isn't this a special way of traveling here? I think it's quite interesting, Yuling lamented, but if you're tired, then let's just have the hotel's car come. What is this? Am I tired? I just feel a bit hot. How can a man say he can't do it? But the Magic City is indeed too hot this season. Although his constitution is much better than the average person, he still can't compare to Yuling, who, as a non-human, could withstand the scorching sun in over 40-degree heat without breaking a sweat. She still smelled sweet and soft, without a hint of odor. Suchen's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Hearing this, he turned his gaze to Youngie, who was eating the smoothie, and said, I'm not tired, but Yi should be tired. Look at how much sweat she's produced in this heat. Yuling then looked at Youngie and nodded, indeed. However, Youngie, who was eating, waved her hands dismissively when the two looked at her. No, I'm not tired at all. You don't need to worry about me. What a joke, we're out having fun, I can't be tired at all. The phone is ringing, let me take this call. At that moment, a phone call came in, alleviating Suchen's embarrassment. He quickly chose to answer. However, the next moment, his expression visibly darkened. Mr. Su, our press conference is starting in 2 hours, but just now, President Zhou had a car accident on his way to the venue. What should we do now? Zhou Yan had a car accident. Suchen's face immediately fell as he asked, is it serious? How is he? The accident involved a small truck. President Zhou is not in major trouble, just a leg fracture. He will probably need a long time to recover. He is currently in the hospital, and he definitely won't be able to host tonight's press conference. On the other end of the line was Zhou Yan's secretary, a young man named Xiao Lu. He had been brought along when Zhou Yan was recruited by Su Chen and was quite capable in his work. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen said, how about you host the press conference in place of old Zhou? Me? Xiao Lu paused for a moment, then hesitantly replied, Mr. Su, I've never seen such a scene before. I'm afraid I might mess things up. Unable to seize the opportunity, he was unfit for the responsibility. Su Chen couldn't help but shake his head. But thinking about it, if Xiao Lu could truly handle things on his own, Zhou Yan wouldn't have brought him along as a secretary. Tianyu Group was still in its early stages, with many executive positions vacant. But this was not the time to consider whether his subordinates could stand on their own. The press conference for Tianyu Medical's Lifewater, originally scheduled to start at 8 tonight, had already been heavily promoted and hyped up. Today, it had stirred up a huge wave online, especially against the backdrop of opposition from industry professionals, attracting countless attention. The original plan was, of course, to have the most experienced Zhou Yan host the press conference, as its success or failure directly related to the online controversy surrounding Lifewater, which in turn would affect its promotion and popularization. Under normal circumstances, Su Chen would only need to show up at the venue and check in. But at this critical moment, Zhou Yan suddenly had an issue. With no one to host the press conference, if a suitable replacement couldn't be found, the event would surely be a disaster. Don't panic over there, prepare normally. I'll handle the issue of the press conference host, Su Chen said calmly. After Xiao Lu confirmed that there were no other matters to address, he hung up the phone and turned to Yuling beside him. It seems today's Special Forces tour plan is coming to an end. Yuling was not surprised. Her hearing was exceptional, and she could hear the voices on the other end of the call, knowing what had happened. Yang Yi, as a mere ornament, naturally had no objections. What should we do now? Do you need me to heal Zhou Yan? Yuling whispered in Su Chen's ear. In fact, there were many ways to resolve this issue. Zhou Yan would have prepared specific scripts for hosting such a high-level press conference. Su Chen could find a professional host at the last minute. Moreover, injuries like this could be quickly healed using Lifewater or Yuling's healing magic, allowing Zhou Yan to continue hosting the meeting. However, Su Chen shook his head. It's not that simple. At such a critical moment, Zhou Yan suddenly had a car accident. What are the odds of that happening? If we heal him now and send him back to host the meeting, the issue for today's conference could be resolved, but it would send a message that Tianyu Group cannot do without Zhou Yan. If that's the case, the next time those people strike, it won't just be a minor fracture. In business, as in war, eliminating competitors physically is the simplest solution at any time. Don't think that a harmonious society won't have such incidents. It's just that most of the time, these things won't be exposed. Now, the boss of a certain internet giant in the 9 provinces recalls the 3Q war and admits that back then he didn't even dare to go out, fearing that he might encounter an unknown drunk driver who would take him away. Even though he was already a major player at that time, he still felt this way. Although nothing happened to him in the end, if such incidents had never occurred, and there was no risk at all, would he have been afraid? Obviously not. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. There will always be people in this world who, unable to play by the rules, resort to underhanded tactics. Zhou Yan is quite capable, and Suchan doesn't want him to die so early.
Let's have him rest in the hospital. This time.
As for inviting outsiders, the press conference involves many secrets regarding the elixir of life. Whether a temporary invitee can understand these matters and
clearly explain them at the press conference is still uncertain. The real problem would be if the secrets were leaked.
So, while waiting for the car, Suchan pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to Yu Ling, Your Highness. Yu Ling, who was playing on her phone, paused and looked at him strangely. Are you trying to roleplay?
Again? Let's talk about it at home. No, can you stop thinking about these things every day? Am I that kind of person? Suchan replied unhappily. I just wanted to ask. You, if you've received proper court education, you shouldn't be nervous in any big situation, right? Why would I be nervous?
Yu Ling seemed a bit confused.
With Zhou
Yan lying in the hospital, Suchan thought about it and realized that besides himself, no one else was suitable to host the meeting. To be honest, he wasn't from a hosting background, nor did he study a related major. Although he was confident enough now, he couldn't say he wouldn't be nervous in a very large setting.
For a moment he was a bit uncertain.
So he turned his attention to Yu Ling. First of all, her status in the other world is high enough, and she has received court education from the Elven race since childhood, so being nervous should be unlikely.
Secondly, she is smart enough. Yu Ling's learning ability is arguably the strongest among the people Suchan has seen.
Even with limited time, if she looks at Zhou Yan's prepared speech, she should know what to say and what not to say, understanding the logic and purpose behind a press
conference. It's decided, it's you. How about you host the press conference? Me?
Yu Ling didn't show any panic. Instead, she asked with great interest, I don't
even understand what a press conference is. Why do you think I can do this? Because I believe you can. Suchan joked. When you're on stage later, just read Zhou Yan's script.
When it comes to the Q&A session, if someone deliberately asks tricky questions, just use a spell to send them away.
Really?
No, but afterwards we should find someone to settle the score. I bet it will make quite a few people have a brain hemorrhage.
The two laughed and settled the matter.
Yu Ling remained as calm and composed as ever, showing no signs of worry or fear about doing something she had never done before. I'm sorry, Director Su, I really didn't expect such a hiccup at this
critical moment.
These people acted too quickly and I didn't have time to respond. It's my fault.
It's okay, I've already arranged everything for the press conference. You just focus on recovering, don't worry about this side.
Later, I'll have someone bring you some elixir of life, our company's product. As the general manager, using it
will also help us with advertising. Thank you for your understanding, boss. I've already arranged the press conference. There are people specifically responsible for the process on site, and a dedicated script has been prepared. You just need to find someone to go up and read the script. As for the subsequent Q&A session with reporters, if we can't find a suitable and trustworthy candidate within our company, it's fine to cancel it. Afterward, I will. It's clear that Zhou Yan is indeed very invested in this job. In less than an hour, Suchan arrived at the Magic City Exhibition Center with Yu Ling. Just after finishing up his injuries at the hospital, Zhou Yan called. Then, he anxiously relayed a bunch of precautions and handling methods. If it weren't for the life water not being delivered yet, Suchan would have suspected that Zhou Yan would chug a few bottles and get back up to continue the press conference. To be honest, whether the press conference succeeds or not isn't that important to him. After all, the efficacy of the life water is evident. It will eventually be accepted by the public. Even if it can't be promoted immediately and only circulates among the top wealthy and powerful circles, Suchan will still make his share of money. And for those who want to sabotage the press conference to attack Tianyu Group employees, Suchan will naturally go after them for reckoning afterward. There's no need to ensure the press conference goes perfectly. Creating a strong image for Tianyu Group online in a short time is enough to slap them in the face. In fact, Suchan feels that the latter is a bit too light of a slap. For those who dare to harm themselves first, Suchan has no intention of merely winning the online public opinion dispute. His principle is, if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, then don't blame me for wiping out your whole family. So whether this press conference achieves the intended effect, he really doesn't care that much. But since the employees are diligently doing their jobs, he won't interrupt them. After patiently listening to Zhou Yan ramble on about a bunch of things, Suchan finally comforted him a few times, assuring him that everything here would be fine and that he should rest easy. He then hung up the phone and found Yu Ling. How is it? Can you understand it? However, Yu Ling frowned and said, I finished reading it and basically remembered most of it. I can understand the majority of the content, but there are still some specialized terms that I don't quite get. Like what? For example, here, in the speech, there's an explanation about the efficacy of the life water. There's a section that mentions using intravenous injection, along with oral administration, can enhance the efficacy of the life water to some extent. The oral part is easy to understand, but what's the deal with intravenous injection? Suchan could only roughly explain to her what intravenous injection is. As for why injecting the life water is more effective than just drinking it, he understands trade, but he's not a medical professional. Fortunately, such questions don't need to be delved into deeply. Yu Ling can just read through the script, and the audience at the press conference probably won't expect the host to be an expert in the relevant field, so it won't matter much. By the way, Zhou Yan said that during the Q&A session, some sharp questions might be raised, and if you can't handle them, you can cancel that part. No need. I glanced at some of the questions he mentioned in the script. I should be able to handle them, Yu Ling said nonchalantly. Alright, it's about to start soon. If you're ready, let the makeup artist take you to change into some clothes or something. As for makeup, with her looks, makeup would actually detract from her beauty, making it completely unnecessary. That was the first thing the makeup artist said when she saw her. Yu Ling didn't feel much about it. Anyway, it was pleasing to Su Chen's ears. Look at this, so beautiful, my wife. Moments later, after the makeup artist worked on her, Yu Ling reappeared in front of Su Chen, making his eyes light up. At that moment, Yu Ling was wearing a delicate and capable women's suit. Her tall figure perfectly accentuated by the fitted clothing. She transformed from her usual laid-back demeanor, exuding an air of effortless confidence and a commanding presence. This time, she was speaking as the executive president of the Tianyu Group. Don't ask when she became the president. This isn't a publicly listed company, it's a company fully controlled by Su Chen, so what position Yu Ling holds is really just a matter of his word. With such a high position, the makeup artist naturally wanted to style her as a strong woman. Initially, when the makeup artist saw Yu Ling, she admired her beauty but also felt a bit regretful, thinking that her temperament was too gentle, and dressing her as a capable businesswoman might create a conflict in her aura. Unexpectedly, after trying it out, she discovered that the beauty who had always been by the big boss's side, once she stood tall, had a presence more powerful than any strong woman she had ever seen. If the makeup artist's little thoughts were known to Su Chen, he would probably be unable to resist telling her. Don't be fooled by Yu Ling's good looks. Although she is a deposed princess in another world, among the many princesses of the Elven Kingdom, she was the only one who could carve out a bloody path to escape. How could she truly be a completely laid-back person, having long held a high position, coupled with first-hand experience on the battlefield and countless kills? If such a person were to be outdone by those so-called strong women playing house within the rules of the business world, that would indeed be strange. How is it? Yu Ling walked over to Su Chen and gently twirled around. Beautiful, Su Chen sincerely praised. Obedient when with him, yet exuding confidence and independence in public. This is what a perfect supportive partner should be. He increasingly felt fortunate about his decision to trade for Yu Ling. One must keep their eyes open to the world. I suddenly remembered some questions. Do I have to read exactly from the speech when I go on stage? Can I improvise a bit? Yu Ling suddenly asked. Feel free to improvise, it doesn't matter if you mess it up, Su Chen shrugged. It's just a press conference, which is a big deal for now. But if you stretch the timeline and look at the long term, it's really not important for the development of Tianyu Group. For him, who owns the time-space trading platform, it's even less significant. To put it bluntly, even if Tianyu Group collapsed, he wouldn't care. Yu Ling can say whatever she wants. After all, the existence of the trading platform is restricted by contracts, so she can't disclose that, but there's nothing else she can't say. The product launch conference was organized by a professional team hired by Zhou Yan. After all, countless brands hold product launch conferences at the Magic Convention Center every year. Many companies are not large enough to justify having a dedicated department for this, so it's clearly a bit wasteful. This naturally gives rise to teams that provide launch solutions for various companies. The process follows the plan set by their team, including the audience and journalists present, all invited by them. Depending on the bids, the launch conferences are divided into several levels. The higher the specification of the conference, the more upscale the exhibition site arranged by the planning team, and the more audience and larger-scale journalists they bring in, naturally including more influential media. However, this time was different from before. Due to Su Chen's personal connections and the online buzz over the past few days, the journalists present didn't need to be invited by the on-site team. Many came uninvited. Even many small media outlets and some self-media trying to join in didn't qualify. The only ones qualified to be directly invited by Tianyu Group were a few major media outlets with significant influence from JoJo. Of course, such hot topics are something they also want to cover. The two sides can be said to have hit it off perfectly. When Yu Ling was ready backstage, Su Chen also stepped out from the back to the front. Originally, his task today was just to observe. Naturally, there was a place for him in the VIP section. However, what Su Chen didn't expect was that the press conference hadn't officially started yet, and the venue hadn't completely quieted down. Some reporters, seeing him take a seat in the front VIP area, surprisingly approached him directly for an interview. Excuse me, sir, may I ask what your identity is? Su Chen was taken aback. For a moment, vaguely sensing that the on-site management seemed a bit chaotic, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the actions of this so-called professional team. Frowning, he replied to the reporter, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Lu Chao, a reporter from the BBD news branch in JoJo. You can also call me Lu Chao." The reporter appeared quite polite. However, upon hearing that he was from the foreign BBD, Suchan became somewhat interested. He certainly had no intention of engaging in a serious interview. The questions would be the same old ones, and the key was that it was their job. He couldn't be too rude. But engaging with these foreign media outlets that liked to spread rumors could also help pass the time. Well, I happen to be the chairman of Tianyu Group. Do you have any advice? Suchan said with a smile. Tianyu Group? Chairman? Lu Xiao was clearly taken aback. He looked Suchan up and down in disbelief. Then he laughed and said, "You really know how to joke." Tianyu Group had been in the spotlight these days, attracting attention while also being scrutinized by countless people wanting to uncover its secrets. However, after their investigations, they only found out about some subsidiaries like farms, factories, medical companies, and tech companies under Tianyu Group. They even discovered that currently, only the medical company had released products, while the other companies, aside from the farms, were still in a shell state. As for who the boss behind this group was, it remained a complete mystery. With no information to be found, they could find out about the subsidiaries of Tianyu Group because this was public information available online, and the official side had to disclose it. It was not a secret. But information about Suchan had been deliberately concealed by Old Man Lin, so those with ulterior motives could not find anything. Yet, such a seemingly shell company could stir up such a huge wave in a short time, leading many to speculate that the boss behind Tianyu Group was definitely a big shot with significant influence. This reporter was no exception. Now that Suchan suddenly claimed to be the boss, he certainly did not believe it. After all, although Suchan was already 26, he had recently been drinking the water of life and consuming various magical foods. Plus, with Yulings, cough. In short, he looked extremely young now. Those who didn't know him would think he was only 18 or 19, completely unaware that he was already 25 or 26. What, you don't believe me? The boss behind Tianyu Group looked like a young man who hadn't even turned 20. Lu Chao, as a reporter for an internationally renowned media outlet, prided himself on being well informed. But he had truly never encountered such a situation. It was hard to believe, to say the least. However, since the man could sit in the VIP area, his identity must be extraordinary, so he didn't want to offend him. After holding back for a long time, he finally managed a forced smile and said, "You are truly young and promising, but I still don't know your surname." He neither confirmed nor denied it. Complimenting him couldn't be wrong, right? Thank you for the compliment. My surname is Su. Since I'm in a good mood right now, feel free to ask me anything you want, Suchan said warmly. The reporter's eyes immediately lit up as he remembered the purpose of his visit. Although he still hadn't figured out the connection between this young man and Tianyu Group, big figures always had some secret channels for insider information. If he could get a hint, it would be big news when he returned. I would like to ask, Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on the so-called water of life from Tianyu Medical? Have you ever drunk the water of life? Suchan countered. The reporter was momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, if I had drunk it, would I still need to ask you? But considering that this person's identity should be quite significant, he ultimately held back the sarcasm and simply shook his head, saying, "No, could it be that Mr. Su has drunk it? Of course I have. Guess how old I am now." Suchan continued to ask questions in return. If someone who didn't know him saw this, they might think he was the reporter and the one holding the microphone was the interviewee. However, Lu Chao had no awareness of this role reversal. After taking a closer look at Suchan's youthful and handsome face, he tentatively said, "Mr. Su, 18? Wrong, guess again. Then, 20? Still wrong. Forgive my poor eyesight, I really can't tell." Lu Chao couldn't help but smile wryly. "I'm almost 40, Suchan said. That calm and composed demeanor truly resembled that of a successful middle-aged man. There's no helping it, when a man has money and power, who cares about a bit of charm? With confidence in his pocket, even a nouveau riche can go unnoticed when he doesn't speak." Lu Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. He had been traveling domestically and internationally for years and knew that people from JoJo aged more slowly than those white folks. He had also seen many so-called ageless male and female stars, but those people relied on maintenance, makeup, and camera angles to achieve that effect of looking like teenagers in their 30s or 40s. In reality, no matter how well maintained, once they hit their 30s or 40s, they would still be different from actual young people. With his keen eye, he could tell at a glance. Yet, he couldn't see anything unusual about Suchan in front of him. Nothing is impossible, this is the effect of the water of life. Suchan's calm and pretentious words concluded this interview. Just in time, the press conference was about to officially start, and order was finally being maintained at the venue. Lu Chao could only return to his seat, feeling lost. After thinking it over, he directly wrote a news article on the spot. The headline was, "The Miracle Drug That Takes Middle-Aged People Back to Their Youth, In-Depth Interview with Users of the Water of Life." Chen felt no discomfort in his own nonsense. And who said he was talking nonsense? How is 26 not close to 40? Middle age is just a little over a decade away. It's not a big deal. At this point, the press conference could be considered officially underway. The first segment was the entrance of various VIPs, according to the plan
provided by the professional team. Su Chen, as the chairman of Tianyu Group and the biggest boss behind the scenes, was supposed to make a grand entrance.
However, he was too lazy to wait and simply came in early. Most of the invited VIPs were people Su Chen didn't recognize, but he had a rough idea of who these people were. Most were practitioners in related industries. Either they were from biomedical companies or simply the owners of large private hospitals. In short, none of them were easy to deal with.
To say they were here to cause trouble would be too undignified for them. To put it plainly, they were just here to see what was going on.
Since these people held high positions in the industry, Tianyu Medical had no reason to refuse their presence.
After all, even if the water of life that Su Chen was promoting truly cut off their financial lifeline, they would rather skin him alive than act out here. In the business world, everyone is a seasoned fox. Those who get agitated and act out at the slightest provocation would never reach this level. Although Yu Ling temporarily replaced Zhou Yan to host the press conference, she was only responsible for introducing the product
and Tianyu Medical.
The earlier welcoming of this person and that person certainly didn't require her presence.
To her, these people were just like passerby and cannon fodder ants that could be crushed at will. It would be too much to ask her to remember each one.
The team responsible for the exhibition had professionals who had a certain
understanding of the upper-class individuals in the entire Magic City.
The words spoken during the introductions and welcomes were flattering enough.
This environment made Su Chen feel drowsy.
Until at one moment he suddenly noticed that the entire exhibition center had fallen silent. He came to his senses and followed the gazes of those around him, only to discover that old Lin had actually come in person. Moreover, he was not the only one who came. Behind him followed a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to him. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they walked directly towards Su Chen and unceremoniously sat down beside him. Before Su Chen could ask anything, the person on stage excitedly announced the identity of this middle-aged man,
the guardian of Magic City,
a true regional official. As for Old Man Lin, the welcoming guy clearly recognized him but didn't dare to mention his position, only vaguely stating that they welcomed Mr. Lin's guidance.
No wonder Shin Mingwen said you're a big shot.
In the 9 provinces, Su Chen said, casting a strange glance at Old Man Lin. However, Old Man Lin shook his head and said, if I were really that kind of big shot, I
wouldn't be stuck in Magic City. Let me introduce you, this is my son. If you have any enterprises that benefit the country and the people that you want to establish in Magic City, you can ask him if he can provide some policy support. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man also smiled warmly and said, you must be Mr. Su Chen, right? I am Lin Jianye. Nice to meet you. I came in a hurry and didn't have time to bring any gifts.
I remember your kindness in saving my father, so if you have any difficulties,
feel free to mention them. As long as it doesn't violate principles, I will definitely not refuse what I can do. With such a promise right off the bat, it was not just
a new small enterprise that would be thrilled. Even the bosses of domestic giants like Penguin and Ali would be overjoyed to hear this. However, Su Chen was quite indifferent. With a trading platform and the knowledge that there were countless lives beyond this world, a more splendid world, he didn't really care about these small matters.
On Blue Star.
Moreover, with Yu Ling around, he had the capital to be indifferent.
Any dispute, in the end, would still come down to physical destruction, which was the most direct and straightforward outcome. He currently did not lack the ability to bring about the physical destruction of someone.
Therefore, the distinction between high-ranking officials and ordinary people was not significant to him. However, he was not oblivious. It was clear that this was a gesture of goodwill, and a normal exchange
of pleasantries was unavoidable.
Although Lin Jianye verbally claimed he hadn't brought any gifts, the fact that he was here in person was already the greatest gift.
This undoubtedly expressed an attitude that the Tianyu Group had the support of the Magic City authorities behind it.
Once the exhibition ended and this situation was communicated,
the news of the Guardian of Magic City personally attending the Life Water press conference would spread immediately. By then, many opposing voices would likely be suppressed.
Although it ultimately depended on whether the Life Water was effective, he had indeed helped Su Chen significantly. The three exchanged simple pleasantries, and, after a series of processes, the product launch finally reached the most critical part. When Yu Ling, dressed in a sharp uniform, stepped onto the spotlight stage, everyone
in the audience, regardless of gender, couldn't help but hold their breath. The pursuit of beauty is ultimately similar for everyone,
and Yu Ling had reached a level of beauty that captivated people of all ages. Even when she didn't bother to dress up or pay attention to her image,
she could still attract countless gazes when she went out.
Now, after being specially groomed by a makeup artist, she was naturally even more dazzling.
Many media outlets present were live-streaming the event.
Therefore, it wasn't just the people on site who were stunned by Yu Ling's beauty, but also countless viewers online. Wait, is this a real person?
Or is it AI? In person, it's a real person. Wow, is there really someone this beautiful?
Don't think about it, her beauty has nothing to do with you.
Didn't you hear what the host just said? She's the executive president of Tianyu Group. Damn, why didn't you say your president was this beautiful earlier? Although the promotion of life water is quite absurd, that said. No more talking. As long as your president says, big brother, take the medicine, regardless of whether this thing is a tax on intelligence, I'll place an order right now. Even if it's arsenic, I can down 3 big bowls. Get a grip. Stop dreaming. Can you even afford a market? Just look at how much this thing costs per bottle. Wow, they're robbing us. That's right, according to Zhou Yan's speech plan, as soon as Yu Ling came on stage, she did nothing but directly announce the price. A bottle of 150 milliliters. Diluted, and further diluted life water is priced at $88.88. For someone who knows the effects of this product, it seems incredibly cheap, but for outsiders who don't understand, it looks like pure price gouging. This is the most basic version of life water that our company has launched. I know many friends are curious why we dare to sell it at such a high price. As the bewildered crowd reacted to the shocking price, Yu Ling's calm voice rang out at the right moment. I have to say, Zhou Yan's speech plan is indeed impressive. It simply directs everyone's attention to what she is about to say next. However, under the spotlight, Yu Ling suddenly shifted her tone. I'll tell you about that later. What I want to say now is that even for the most basic version of life water, there are many restrictions on purchasing it. It's not just about having money to buy in bulk. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar ensued. Not only is it expensive, but there's also a purchase limit? I get it, this is just like those luxury goods tricks. I thought this was selling health products. I didn't expect it to be selling luxury goods. Let's disperse. I want to see how your company justifies this. Yu Ling was certainly aware of the controversy her words would stir. However, this was also the effect Zhou Yan's speech aimed to achieve. Many times, it's not that you're afraid of being criticized for saying something outrageous, it's that you're afraid no one pays attention to what you say, and even fewer are willing to listen. This is marketing. After presenting such a controversial price and bewildering purchase conditions, Yu Ling shifted the focus back to the main topic and began to introduce the effects of life water. This is the most basic version of life water produced by our Tianyu Medical, a single bottle of 150 milliliters. Its effects are actually difficult to quantify. Depending on the individual using it, the results may vary. Yu Ling spoke eloquently while holding a delicate bottle. This point is indeed true. Previously, the impact of the user's differences on the effects of life water was rarely mentioned because very few people had used this product. In reality, this influence does exist. Just like in the magical world, some people are naturally attuned to this special energy and can easily become wizards. But some people, even if they spend their entire lives trying, cannot sense this special energy hidden in the world and will never become wizards or harness this energy to strengthen their bodies to become warriors. The energy in life water is purified from formations created by countless powerful beings in the magical world, making it easier to absorb than the energy floating in the air. However, when applied to different individuals, the absorption efficiency will also vary. Since this product is to be sold, it must be clearly explained in advance. This is common knowledge in the magical world, but not on Blue Star. Of course, people on Blue Star can understand. With the same medication, some people absorb it easily, while others cannot. Some may even be allergic to the medication. This is all quite normal. After explaining in detail how different users might affect the efficacy of life water, the real highlight of the product launch finally began. Yu Ling said lightly, previously, we had done some degree of promotion for life water, and many people thought we were exaggerating. This is very normal because in this world, only our company can produce such a drug. It's perfectly reasonable to have some doubts about something that has never existed before as soon as it comes to market. So, to more intuitively demonstrate the effects of our life water, I plan to conduct an experiment for everyone here today. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 staff members brought a metal cage onto the stage. Inside the cage was a common Alaskan pet dog. However, the state of the dog at this moment was quite terrible. Its front 2 paws were visibly twisted at an odd angle, and large patches of fur had vanished. Beneath the missing fur lay a shocking wound. The wounds seemed to have undergone some basic treatment. There was no bleeding, but it was clear that the injuries were extremely severe. Yu Ling explained, this is an abandoned pet dog that was involved in an accident on a small road outside the convention center this morning. Its injuries are very serious. Both front limbs are completely fractured. There are extensive bruises on its body, and its lungs, liver, and kidneys have sustained varying degrees of damage. A nearby pet hospital provided some basic treatment but then gave up, believing that with its injuries, it would undoubtedly die within 3 days. Our staff discovered it and paid the medical fees to the pet hospital, bringing it back. This is the injury assessment issued by the pet hospital along with the CT scans. We will upload all this information to our Tianyu Medical official website as evidence later. As for now, I will use this bottle of life water in my hand to save it. As she said this, the cameras on site zoomed in on the dog, especially focusing on the areas of its wounds, capturing every detail.
It was evident that not only were the bones in its front limbs completely broken, but its chest cavity was visibly sunken, indicating that many of its ribs must have been broken. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that such injuries could be considered fatal, whether for a human or a dog. Save it? Did she mean to conduct an experiment on site? It felt quite absurd. Treating such injuries was not something that could be done in a short time. Saying it was hopeless, in reality, as long as one was willing to spend money on surgery, there was a chance to save the dog. After the press conference, they could easily find the best medical team to save the dog, and we wouldn't see it again. What kind of experiment was this? Exactly, and even if they couldn't save it, they could easily find another dog that looked similar to claim they had saved it. Who would recognize the difference? Could you at least do some homework before criticizing? Their life water is marketed for its quick healing effects. I saw in their documentary a case where a patient paralyzed due to nerve damage stood up again after just 2 hours. Do you really believe that? I could say I have a great resurrection technique that could bring someone back to life after months. Very few people were willing to believe Yu Ling's claim of a live experiment. However, the old man Lin sitting next to Su Chen looked at the bottle of life water in her hand with a pained expression and said, "Kid, if you really need money, just tell me. I may not have much of an inheritance, but I can still think of a way to help you. Wasting such a good thing on a dog, aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Don't worry, this is different from the one you drank." Su Chen casually explained, "What's being sold now is a lower grade product. This basic version of life water works well, but it's nowhere near as effective as yours. Drinking 2 or 3 bottles of this in the early to mid stages of cancer can help, but in the late stages, it can only slow the progression and reduce suffering. To achieve a complete cure, you'd need to drink several bottles of the advanced version. As for the kind that can extend life, like the one you drank, we won't be selling that to the public for now, and we don't have much of it ourselves." Of course, this was nonsense. In reality, the version depended on how much Su Chen wanted to dilute it. The main reason was that he didn't have much of the original life water on hand, and after calculations, the more diluted the life water sold, the more profit he would make. Moreover, this could benefit more people. Why not? And because the effects were different, those who had spent a lot of money on life water wouldn't likely have too many objections. "Oh, is that so?" Old Man Lin nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, Su Chen's words had led him astray. He was unaware of the intricacies of the water of life, always thinking it was some miraculous recipe that Su Chen had somehow acquired. Combined with Su Chen's statement, he naturally associated it with the successful potion he had consumed, which had the best effects. The ones being sold now were merely semi-finished or partially failed products, with rather average effects but still effective. With this thought, he immediately felt that his 2 billion was well spent. Woof woof. The dog in the cage seemed to have become extremely agitated due to its injuries. After the staff lifted it up, it continuously emitted whimpering warning sounds. When Yu Ling walked over and signaled the staff to open the cage, the dog became even more frantic due to the approaching presence. After all, it wasn't human. You couldn't expect it to remain calm after being hurt. Such behavior was perfectly normal. The 2 staff members, after opening the cage, were also a bit afraid of getting bitten if they got too close, so they specially put on bite-proof gloves and looked at Yu Ling. Do you need us to lift it out of the cage?" However, facing the extremely agitated dog that could bite at any moment, Yu Ling shook her head and said, "No need, I'll do it." Saying this, she slowly bent down to approach the cage, simultaneously opening the bottle of water of life in her hand and pouring a few drops into her palm. Then, without any protective measures, she reached her hand into the cage. This scene startled the onlookers around. Everyone knew that an injured beast was the most dangerous. Although a pet dog was different from a wild beast, in such a state of injury, its primal instincts would be triggered. At such times, it might not even recognize its owner. Wow, that's so brave, not afraid of being bitten at all. Seriously, I wouldn't dare touch my own dog in such a situation. I once saw a dog that had been in a serious car accident. It was similar to this one. It was completely unrecognizable, and when its owner tried to save it, it bit them badly. It died less than a day later. Wrong example, everyone shouldn't try this. Injured animals are very dangerous. Amidst the discussions, Su Chen remained calm and composed, not in the least bit anxious. Come on, Yu Ling was an elf. She had encountered countless wild beasts and even magical beasts. If she could be bitten by a dog, that would be truly absurd. Sure enough, as Yu Ling approached, the dog that had been so agitated just a second ago suddenly calmed down. Its slightly bloodshot eyes looked pitifully at Yu Ling, letting out a series of whimpers. Yu Ling extended her hand to its mouth and gently laughed, "Drink up, and you'll feel better." Then, as if it could understand human speech, the dog actually lowered its head and drank the water of life from Yu Ling's hand cleanly. During the process, it whimpered in pain from its wounds but showed no signs of agitation or aggression, behaving very gently. Once it finished the small amount of water of life, Yu Ling rubbed its head and said, "Come out." This little bit of water of life, of course, couldn't completely heal its injuries, but it did help the severely injured dog regain some strength. Struggling with its injured body and fractured forelimb, the dog slowly crawled out of the cage. Ling also took a small bowl from a nearby staff member and poured the remaining water of life from the bottle into it. Having tasted the water of life, the dog immediately perked up and eagerly lowered its head to lick it frantically. After finishing one bottle, Yu Ling refilled it with another. Once both bottles were consumed, a miraculous scene finally unfolded. The dog's fur, which had been severely damaged and fallen off due to the car accident, began to grow back at a visibly rapid pace. Yes, visibly. It wasn't a special effect demonstration, it was happening right before the eyes of countless cameras and live spectators. Before this, the process of biological growth was usually slow. Even those things known for their rapid growth, like bamboo that can grow several meters in a day, can only be glimpsed in their growth process through time-lapse photography. Without external assistance, it is impossible to directly observe how these organisms grow. But now, they have witnessed with their own eyes the cracking flesh of a dog healing, its fur growing, and its bones mending. The impact this brings is unimaginable. Silence. Whether on-site or online, there is now a deathly stillness. This scene, akin to a miracle, seems a bit beyond comprehension to showcase on Blue Star. In an instant, countless minds seem to crash. Isn't this a joke? This can't be real, it's too fake. What kind of technology can heal wounds this fast? In less than 2 minutes, that large wound has completely healed. It's just absurd. I also think it's fake, feels like a pre-recorded video. It's real on site, just like you all. Everyone is stunned. Those in the medical field present, like private hospital owners, look completely dazed. You'd be dazed too. Exactly. With this miraculous life water, who the hell would still go to the hospital? Why not just come for a bottle if you're sick? Although it was just saving a dog. But those who witnessed this scene with their own eyes and confirmed it was real, not a video effect, have now become utterly convinced of the life water's efficacy promoted by Tianyu Medical. Compared to the sense of unreality brought by screens online, those who saw this scene in person undoubtedly felt the overwhelming shock more directly. Several owners of large chain private hospitals, each worth billions, were drenched in sweat after regaining their composure, thinking about how to quickly sell their hospitals and flee. Knowing the life water's effectiveness and witnessing it firsthand are ultimately two different things. Before coming, they had only heard that this thing was powerful, but there was still a bit of luck involved. Now, there's no room for luck. Even old man Lin, who had personally used the life water, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene again. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes and tried the medicine myself, I would never believe such a thing exists in this world. From today on, you and your Tianyu group will probably be famous worldwide. Hee, just luck, just luck. Su Chen spoke humbly, but his expression showed no hint of modesty. Seeing this, old man Lin couldn't help but say, don't get too proud yet. The domestic medical system isn't that large, and the power it holds is just average. I'll help you navigate this. Selling this thing domestically shouldn't be too much of a problem. Abroad, it's different, especially in those developed countries, where the medical system is deeply intertwined, involving countless interests. If you want your life water to go overseas, no, even if it doesn't go overseas, they will come looking for you. Those people are the ancestors of playing dirty. In short, be careful. Old man Lin didn't say much more, but Su Chen could roughly guess what he was referring to. Those white-skinned bandits are used to robbing, and the medical industry is their pillar. How could they allow something that isn't under their control but has the potential to disrupt the entire medical industry to emerge? The so-called playing dirty is just old man Lin being polite. To put it bluntly, if you can play within the rules, then play. If you can't, then play outside the rules. They can do anything, from burning and killing to looting. Su Chen had some understanding of these pirate-like characters and knew well what old man Lin was warning about. It was bound to come to this. A common man is innocent but bears the blame for possessing a treasure. Su Chen chuckled nonchalantly. Whoever dares to reach out, I'll chop off their hand. Only you, kid, have the guts to say that. Old Lin recalled some records about the Zhang family and smiled meaningfully. There was no need for complex introductions, nor for creating a bunch of hard-to-understand vocabulary or adding a plethora of modifiers to rank one's product as the best. A simple little experiment had instantly captivated countless viewers with the life-giving water. After completing this, the product introduction portion of the press conference was considered finished. Next, they moved on to the scheduled Q&A session. According to Zhou Yan, if he wasn't present, it would be best to cancel this segment. The reporters present were the ones most eager to stir up trouble, and now that it was their turn, they would inevitably ask some rather sharp questions. Any inappropriate or incorrect answers could lead to negative repercussions. However, Yu Ling insisted on completing this segment. Naturally, Su Chen let her take the lead. Ms. Yu Ling, may I ask if you are really the president of Tianyu Group? Could you introduce yourself? Can you guarantee the authenticity of the above experiment? May I ask? There were many questions, some serious and some nonsensical. Yu Ling glanced around and casually pointed to a reporter. You go ahead. Hello, Ms. Yu. The miraculous effects of the life-giving water, as you just demonstrated, are truly astonishing, even miraculous. However, I've seen many netizens express a concern, and I'm asking on their behalf, will this treatment method leave any after effects?
Who cares about after effects when you're about to die? Of course, that was a pointless remark, but the question of whether the life-giving water had after effects did need an explanation. If the public feared after effects, they might treat the life-giving water as an emergency, life-saving drug. While that was also very important, it was still a bit too niche. Once labeled as such, sales would likely struggle to rise. Our company can guarantee that. The life-giving water produced has no after effects. Yuling's answer was straightforward. In fact, it didn't require a complicated response. Compared to the immediate effects, the existence of after effects was difficult to verify in the short term. She only needed to represent Tianyu Medical with a promise and a responsible attitude to win over the audience. The effects of the life-giving water seem a bit too good to be true. As far as I know, the medical community is currently quite shocked by this. Can you disclose the ingredients and principles behind the life-giving water? This question was actually anticipated by Zhou Yan. His response would be to refuse to answer on the grounds of commercial confidentiality. The solution was actually straightforward. But Yuling had previously asked Su-chun if she could discuss matters beyond the script, precisely for this moment. Prepared, she answered without hesitation, "Our research team at Tianyu Medical has discovered a brand new substance that greatly benefits the growth of all living organisms. After long-term research and experimentation, our team has mastered the method of extracting this substance for medicinal use. In addition to producing the life-giving water, we have also found that using this substance on certain plants and animals can induce beneficial mutations to some extent. The mutated plants and animals have significant value, and consuming them will greatly benefit the body. Soon, our Tianyu Group's Tianyu Ecological Farm will attempt to launch a small-scale sale of agricultural products that have been cultivated and mutated by us, which we have confirmed to have no side effects. Of course, that will be the topic of the next press conference." Yuling chuckled lightly and said, "As for this mysterious substance that has never been discovered before, it exists everywhere in the world. It is not a specific mineral, but rather it is right beside us, nourishing all living beings on Blue Star at every moment. It's just that there has been no proactive way to utilize it until now. Even our company's researchers once proposed a hypothesis that the reason Blue Star can give birth to life is related to this substance. Of course, this is merely a conjecture and has not been proven. Due to the uniqueness of this substance, our Tianyu Group has named it life source material." Her casual remark left everyone present dumbfounded, especially the reporter who had asked the question. From the moment Yuling answered, he was in a daze. To be honest, he had only asked a rather sharp question out of professional habit. After asking, he figured Yuling would definitely not answer. He never expected her not only to respond but to drop a bombshell. The mention of life source material seemed a bit outrageous, didn't it? However, just as everyone was stunned into silence, Yuling, having achieved her goal, chose to end the Q&A session. Gracefully, she left people with endless speculation. "Kid, what is this life source material? Is it real or just your fabrication?" Old Lin said with a serious expression. "If the life-giving water that can cure diseases is akin to dropping a deep water bomb on the entire medical industry, then the life source material that Yuling suddenly proposed is undoubtedly like dropping a nuclear bomb on the whole world." The former, Old Lin could barely accept. After all, there are many talented individuals in the world, and the rumors about miraculous doctors in the Jojo region have long been around. If a remarkable heir to a miraculous doctor were to produce some miraculous medicine, while it might be outrageous, it is not beyond comprehension, and there's no need to delve too deeply. Sometimes ignorance is bliss. But if it's the latter, then it's not just a medical issue. A mysterious substance that can promote the rapid and beneficial evolution of plants and animals could be a revolutionary discovery for the existing scientific system of all humanity. Let alone the fact that without papers or proof, who would believe her claims? Once the life-giving water is on the market, countless medical institutions and laboratories will surely study this miraculous potion. When these people find that they cannot understand the principles behind the life-giving water, no matter how casually Yuling mentioned the life source material today, they will have no choice but to believe it's real. Following that, it's likely that numerous organizations, companies, and even countries both domestically and internationally will have to pour money into researching this substance that no one but Tianyu Group has discovered. If it turns out that there is no such thing and that Yuling was just talking nonsense, then that would be quite a big joke. It might be real, or it might be an exaggeration. That's a matter for their R&D and marketing departments. I don't really understand, Su-chin said dismissively. He was well aware of what Yuling was talking about. It was the source of all power in the magical world, magic. The so-called life source material was probably just something she made up. This sounded more in line with modern science, making it more acceptable. Directly saying magic would be a bit too outrageous. This is serious, if it's true. Old Lin's expression was grave, but halfway through, he paused, then laughed, saying, "What does it matter to me, a retired old man? You all can do as you please, but I'll remind you, there will definitely be people from above coming to find you about this. I can't handle it, you'll have to figure it out yourself." Su-chen naturally agreed wholeheartedly. The product launch came to a close, but a new era had just begun. Most people caught in the vortex were unaware of how important the things that Yuling and Tianyu Medical showcase truly were. The current hot topic online is still about the water of life. The concept of life source material sounds a bit mystical, and since it was mentioned during subsequent media interviews, many people believe it isn't that formal. Therefore, its spread hasn't been very wide, and public interest is low. However, in academic circles, the discussion around life source material is extremely high. In the past few days, many have visited Su Chen and Yuling, and even after he used Old Man Lin as a shield to send some people away, some still specifically sought out Zhou Yan. By the way, with the supply of the water of life, Zhou Yan's fractured injury healed in just one day. Su Chen initially planned to give him a few days off, but this guy is a workaholic. As soon as he was healed, he went straight back to work. He even publicized his injury and the process of using the water of life for treatment. For other medications, there might be conspiracy theories like, do you see those truly wealthy people using it, or do you see the pharmaceutical company's own people using it? But with the water of life, that clearly doesn't apply. Zhou Yan, a senior executive of Tianyu Group, led by example and personally used the medication, which can be said to have significantly boosted sales. As a result, the first batch of 100,000 bottles of the basic version of the water of life available for pre-sale on the Tianyu Group's official website had not even shipped yet, and they were already sold out. Tianyu Medical directly raked in nearly 900 million. To say they were making money, hand over fist, would be an understatement. Yet behind the online clamor and the booming sales of the water of life, Su Chen had another matter to attend to. That was regarding Zhou Yan's car accident. This accident could not have been a coincidence. It was a warning from certain interest groups to him and Tianyu Group. Su Chen was never one to have a good temper, and since someone had provoked him first, this matter certainly could not be brushed aside. The press conference had concluded, but the reckoning was just beginning. He first found the driver responsible for the accident, who was detained by the police. The driver insisted that he had been driving too long and was overly fatigued, which led to the collision with Zhou Yan's car. Once the police learned of Zhou Yan's identity and situation, they clearly understood that this matter could not be so simple. They are currently investigating and searching for evidence. But for Su Chen, this was quite simple. He and Yuling merely went to take a look at the driver responsible for the accident, and without even saying a word, the driver, who had previously insisted during interrogation that no one had instructed him, suddenly shouted that he wanted to confess, then spilled everything he knew. The gist of the situation was that the driver was a gambler who owed several million in gambling debts, and a few days ago, his creditor came to him, saying that if he completed a task, not only would his debts be wiped clean, but he would also receive 500,000 as a relocation fee when he got out. The driver wasn't stupid. At first, he thought they wanted him to commit murder and didn't dare to agree. But after hearing what he was supposed to do, realizing he only needed to stage a car accident without needing to kill anyone, he immediately agreed. After all, accidents happen every day. As long as no one dies, it's not a big deal. This driver even optimistically thought he might not have to serve time, so he went ahead and did it. The process was quite straightforward. With his testimony, the police quickly apprehended the creditor who had hired him that same day. After Yuling applied a little pressure, the creditor naturally confessed. Following the clues, they ultimately traced everything back to a man named Tao Weiman. This person is considered a high-status figure in a place like Magic City. He owns a pharmaceutical company with annual revenues in the hundreds of billions and is the chairman of the Kangxin Group. Kangxin Group has over 100 private hospitals and is undoubtedly a giant in the private medical system of the 9 provinces. Given Tao Weiman's status, if it weren't for Su Chen having Old Man Lin and Lin Jianya backing him in this Magic City, and the speed of the investigation being greatly enhanced by Yuling's magic, it would have been much more difficult to uncover the truth. This case is likely to reach a dead end halfway through the investigation. Even so, if Su Chen were to stop caring about it at this point, Tao Weiman would probably not face any punishment. In fact, with just a little effort, he could easily distance himself from the matter. The old inspector in charge of the case, upon discovering Tao Weiman's involvement, initially had no desire to arrest him, believing it to be a complete waste of time. Arresting him would be pointless and could even bring trouble upon himself. It was only after Su Chen moved out of Lin Jianya's place that he reluctantly went to the headquarters of Kangxin Group to detain Tao Weiman. What the old inspector did not expect was that someone like Tao Weiman, once arrested, showed no inclination to refuse communication or to hire a lawyer or to argue his case. As soon as he entered the police station, he broke down in tears and confessed to his crimes. Not only did he admit to this incident of hiring someone to cause a car accident, but he also revealed previous offenses. There were medical malpractice cases where lives were disregarded, instances of beating family members of deceased patients, and forced demolitions of residential buildings for new hospital construction that resulted in casualties. There were even cases of sexual harassment against female doctors, leading to one jumping off a building. It could be said that his crimes were numerous and unforgivable. Most crucially, all of this was stated in front of the cameras in the police interrogation room. Because they were dealing with such a high-profile individual, the police followed strict procedures from the very beginning, fearing any slip-up that could be used against them. Therefore, from the moment they began the arrest, there were multiple body cameras recording the entire process, right up until he was brought into the interrogation room. Besides the surveillance in the interrogation room, the supervising inspector was also equipped with a body camera. It could be confirmed that no illegal interrogation methods were used on Tao Weiman. Everything he disclosed was voluntary. He not only confessed to his crimes but also revealed where he had hidden the evidence. This included not only various murder case evidences but also proof of tax evasion. It was solid evidence, leaving no possibility for an appeal. The old inspector in charge of the case was bewildered. He had spent his entire career handling cases and had never encountered a criminal who confessed everything upon arrival. He had seen this happen 4 or 5 times in one day, and the last big fish he caught also obediently confessed. In just one day, he had solved a case he thought would yield no results. This was truly absurd. The entire Tao family has been arrested. Their assets, aside from what is needed to compensate the previous victims, will be confiscated entirely. As for those members of the Tao family who are overseas, handling them is more complicated. Cross-border law enforcement has always been troublesome, and I have no way to deal with it. Besides, Tao Weiman has always protected his family well in this regard. Except for his youngest son, who has a criminal record for driving a young girl to suicide. The rest of the Tao family has not committed any illegal acts. After all, we live in modern times. We can't apply the ancient practice of collective punishment. You should understand that. My suggestion is to stop here. Both Tao Weiman and his youngest son are facing the death penalty, while the other members of the Tao family are harder to deal with. Moreover, I spoke with the people behind the Tao family. They did not intervene in this matter, but they still have some connections with the Tao family, meaning they intend to spare the others. In the hotel, upon hearing Lin Jianya's proposed handling of the situation, Su Chen was not surprised. He smiled and said, "We are all law-abiding citizens, so we must act according to the law. I have no objections to how the authorities decide." "That's good. I have some other matters to attend to, so I won't discuss this further." Lin Jianya, being in a high position, certainly had little time to spare. Taking the time to make a phone call to discuss this matter was already quite a courtesy. After hanging up, Su Chen looked at Yu Ling, who was doing yoga on the hotel floor, and helplessly said, "Ordinary people do yoga to maintain their figure and flexibility. Do you have any issues in that regard?" "No, not at all." Yu Ling blinked her eyes and said, "Mainly, I thought you would enjoy watching me do this." "Don't you like it?" "I do," Su Chen replied honestly. "But could you not do it in broad daylight? Otherwise, thinking about that all day long feels a bit unprofessional." "What does it matter if it's professional or not? Doing what you want to do is what counts as professional." Yu Ling snorted lightly but still stood up as he wished. Then, without any hesitation, she sat down beside him. "So, tell me, how do you want to deal with the Tao family? I got Tao Weiman's blood the other day at the police station." Su Chen didn't directly say what to do. Instead, he asked, "Do you think it's reasonable for one person to commit a crime while their entire family lives in luxury, enjoying the benefits of that crime without facing legal punishment after the perpetrator is brought to justice?" "Not really," Yu Ling pondered. "If something like that happened on our side, it would usually end with the whole family being killed, but that also seems a bit unreasonable." "You're right," Su Chen nodded. "In fact, there are cases where the family of a criminal is completely unaware of their wrongdoing. If we were to punish the entire family indiscriminately, those innocent people would be too wronged. But for those who know the truth and enjoy the benefits brought by the criminal, yet can escape punishment just because they haven't committed a crime themselves, that also isn't reasonable." "So, you mean I should use the truth-exposing magic to interrogate the Tao family, and then only target those who know about Tao Weiman's crimes with blood magic for revenge?" Yu Ling tilted her head. "No." Su Chen, who had been rationally analyzing just a moment ago, suddenly laughed. "Let's do it the way your world does, leave no one out. Don't use the kind of magic that kills instantly like we did with the Zheng family. It's better to use something more torturous. Let the entire Tao family suffer from some strange illness, in unbearable pain, and die one by one over the course of 6 months. Remember, reasoning is for others, not for restraining yourself. Tao Weiman attacked my people first, so it's only right for me to retaliate against his whole family. As for whether his family is innocent, that has nothing to do with me." "Is Zhou Yan not innocent? Then why within 6 months?" Yu Ling asked, somewhat puzzled. "If you want, I can make them struggle in pain for a lifetime." She didn't care about the idea of killing being a last resort. Since Su Chen said so, she would do it. "Because Tao Weiman will likely be executed in 6 months, and during this time, I will have people continuously report on the situation of the other members of the Tao family. Killing must strike at the heart." Enjoying underhanded tactics, Su Chen not only wanted him to pay a price but also to truly realize his mistakes before he died. For someone who has committed countless evils but has protected their family tightly, with no criminal record, seeing their loved ones tortured to death before their eyes before their own execution, would they regret Their actions?
Yuling naturally had no objections. She immediately sat up straight, her eyes faintly glowing red, and a scarlet magic circle appeared before her. Then, the drop of blood she had collected from Tao Weiman earlier slowly fell into the center of the magic circle. The next moment, the red light flashed and the room returned to calm. Done, Yuling said cheerfully, showing no signs of fatigue. Clearly, this kind of thing was nothing to her. By the way, is your curse magic legitimate? How can a dignified elf princess like you dabble in such sinister things? You don't have any other side jobs, do you? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. He had wanted to ask this more than once. According to the tropes in novels, such insidious methods of killing without a trace, often wiping out entire families, should be the domain of villains, right? Magic doesn't have good or bad, it all depends on the user, Yuling said with a smile. I'm just listening to you. Even if I really turned into some great demon, it would be because you led me astray. Alright, you spend all day online at high intensity, learning nothing useful and picking up a bunch of memes, right? Su Chen teased her. Horror. Words were just like parents blaming someone else for their child going astray. The two laughed and joked for a while, then Yuling excused herself to cook for him and went straight to the kitchen in the hotel suite. As for Yang Yi, she was playing games in the hotel's esports room. Soon, only Su Chen was left in the bedroom. It's about time. I should go give Vivi the things I promised her earlier and also discuss what to trade next week. The 20,000 tons of grain that had arrived at Magic City Port had long been stored in his storage space. He had even used the Water of Life to contact the owner of a large food processing company in Magic City and bought the 20,000 tons of grain that the company had just received at the port. In total, there were 40,000 tons of grain plus the bows, armor, and other items that Vivi needed, which was enough to complete this transaction, with plenty left over. With a flash of light, Su Chen disappeared from the room. At the same time, an invisible magical barrier appeared at the door of his bedroom. Before he returned, no one from Blue Star could enter this room. It seems you are all prepared. In the trading space, Vivi was wearing a gorgeous gown that Su Chen had never seen before. It highlighted her noble aura, making her stunningly beautiful, not at all inferior to Yuling. 28,000 tons of grain, along with the previously agreed upon bows, armor, and other cold weapons, are all ready. Su Chen nodded and then used the trading platform to transfer the items he had stored in the trading space. Vivi took a quick glance and nodded to accept the items. As for the firearms and other hot weapons that had been discussed, for trading the Water of Life, they were not part of this transaction. There was no agreement that the trade had to be completed this week. Su Chen could use the Water of Life for now, and as for the weapons, he could deliver them within a month. With the completion of this transaction, Su Chen's membership points also saw their first significant increase. Compared to the small skirmishes of the previous 2 times, this was truly a major transaction. 28,000 tons of grain, plus over 10,000 specially made 200-pound composite bows, 100,000 carbon arrows, 2 million specially made tungsten steel arrowheads, 1,000 full suits of heavy armor, and 1,000 sets of special composite crossbows. Su Chen, identity, registered member of the Timespace trading platform, deduct 1,000 points to upgrade to senior member, unlocking more privileges, points, 168, privileges/special items, storage space. After he bought the world language card for Yuling last time, Su Chen had not only used one of his existing basic life trading privilege cards to introduce the 2 giant horned cattle but also bought an additional one. His points had dwindled to single digits. But after this transaction was completed, the trading platform rewarded him with over 160 points, causing his previously depleted points to surge again. Vivi on the other side clearly also gained a lot of points, her joy evident on her face. This thing doesn't earn interest, so since it's in hand, it must be spent. What do you plan to buy? What do you plan to buy? After a brief silence following the transaction, they both looked at each other and asked in unison. After a moment of surprise, Su Chen extended his hand and said, "You go first. I plan to buy a basic matching card." Vivi lightly tapped the light screen in front of her, displaying the price of the basic matching card in the system marketplace, 100 points. With their current points, both could afford it. To be honest, after seeing the 168 points in my balance, the first thing Su Chen thought of was buying this. Although the other items in the system store are also good, the benefits of matching with a new trading partner are definitely greater. However, there are certainly risks involved. The primary matching card is completely random, and it's hard to say what kind of trading partner one might get. If it ends up matching with a completely worthless trading partner, then that 100 points would be wasted. No, wasting it would at least make a sound. This could very well just make him feel frustrated. Have you considered the risks involved? Although Su Chen had already decided to ignore the risks and buy the matching card, since Wei Wei also had similar thoughts, he might as well ask her what she thought. Of course I have considered it, but compared to the potential benefits, I believe this risk is completely within the acceptable range, Wei Wei said seriously. I don't know if you've seen the price of the intermediate matching card in the points store. It's 10,000 points, while the advanced matching card is 1 million points.
We already have a lot of items for this transaction and we've only earned a little over 100 points. If it's just the two of us, slowly trading to accumulate points, it would probably take hundreds of transactions to gather enough points to buy an intermediate matching card. And while the intermediate matching card will match complementary trading partners, the gap between both sides won't be too large. To change the world we are in and achieve a leap in civilization level, I believe we need the trading partners matched by the advanced matching card. At the rate we're trading now, it would take ages to accumulate 1 million points. Wei shrugged her delicate shoulders. So, it's just 100 points, it's better to take a gamble. If we happen to match with a trading partner that complements us perfectly, wouldn't that be a huge profit? Actually, I suggest you buy a primary matching card too. Even if the trading partner needs something you don't have, what if I have it? Then we can still trade, right? The same goes for me. Su-chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. He thought the same way. Compared to this 100 points, the benefits a new trading partner could bring were simply too many. The biggest advantage lies in having more fixed trading partners. Not only can he earn more points, but he can also act as an intermediary. The resources and specialties of his own world, as well as those from the world of his trading partners, are all things he can sell to third parties. The more fixed trading partners he has, the faster he can accumulate points, and the faster he accumulates points, the more trading partners he can match with, gaining more technology, resources, and knowledge from different worlds. The two exchanged smiles, and Wei clearly knew that Su-chen was on the same wavelength as her. She then stopped worrying about what to buy and began discussing what they needed for their next transaction. Along the way, Wei also brought Su-chen another piece of good news. The star seeker you asked me to inquire about has been found, and Dream River City has already established contact with her, conveying your thoughts under the name of Yu Ling. Star seeker? Su-chen was taken aback for a moment but quickly remembered who it was. The most powerful existence among the half-bloods of humans and elves in the magical world. Considered the leader of this special group. After hearing about the discrimination faced by these half-bloods, he had the idea of bringing them to Blue Star to work for him. So he mentioned this to Wei during their last transaction. He didn't expect her to be so efficient and make contact so quickly. What did she say? She doesn't know which world she's going to. I only told her that Yu Ling found a place where all half-bloods can no longer be discriminated against or oppressed, free from external disturbances. The Starseeker seemed quite interested but requested to see it first. Vivi kindly reminded, when I met her, I already checked on the trading platform. Her strength is a bit too strong. A basic life trading permission card cannot send her to your world, only a medium level one can, and a medium card costs 100 points each. As for her mixed blood kin, they form a rather large group, likely no less than 100,000. A basic group life trading card can only trade a maximum of 10,000 at a time, costing 200 points each. In other words, if you plan to buy all these mixed bloods who are banding together, you need to prepare at least 2,100 points, and that's without me charging you any fees, helping you with this for free. You'd better think it through first. 2,100 points. Su-chen frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, let's not worry about anything else for now. After we complete the trade next week, I'll buy a medium life trading permission card for you first, and you can have that Starseeker come over. These points sound like a lot, but it doesn't mean he has to bring everyone over at once. It can be done gradually. As the company expands and his secrets grow, Su-chen often finds himself troubled by the lack of trustworthy people around him. Compared to the people of Blue Star, these mixed bloods traded through the platform are much more reliable and easier to control. This matter is quite necessary. Alright, I'll help you get in touch. Our trade has been pleasant, so consider this a favor I'm doing for you this time. Having fulfilled her duty to remind, Vivi didn't say more. She was not clear about the situation on Blue Star, and commenting on things she didn't understand was not in line with her noble demeanor. After the small talk, the trade for next week was settled. The two then left the trading space but did not exit the trading platform. Instead, they seamlessly entered their private spaces on the platform. Looking at the basic matching card he bought for a huge sum of 100 points, Su-chen took a deep breath. He then took out a small basin from his private storage space, poured in some water, and carefully washed his face and hands. He lit 3 incense sticks and solemnly bowed to the card. It must work, it must work, Su-chen muttered as he chose to use the matching card. Basic matching card -1, searching for trading partners across time and space, matching successful. In the next moment, a familiar sensation enveloped Su-chen, and the scene before him slowly began to change. It was similar to when he first matched with Vivi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vivi was doing something quite similar. Dressed in an elegant long gown, she clasped her hands together and prayed in the magical world style for nearly half an hour before finally exhaling and using the matching card. Basic matching card -1, searching for trading partners across time and space, matching failed. Vivi's delicate little face suddenly froze. She had considered the possibility of matching with some bizarre trading partner, or even encountering life forms she had never imagined. That was all within her expectations. If such a situation occurred, she would merely lament her bad luck. But damn it, a direct
Matching failure was something she never anticipated. Once she realized what had happened, Vivi sprang up, gritting her silver teeth and glaring fiercely at the system panel in front of her. "You scoundrel! Refund me!" If Suchen knew that Vivi had actually failed to match, he would probably burst out laughing, because not only did he match successfully, but the other party also seemed to be human. Well, not certain. Let's take another look. The new trading partner he matched with, while appearing humanoid, was covered entirely in iron lumps. Suchen was momentarily unsure whether this was some kind of armor or if the other party was a silicon-based lifeform like those Transformers from movies. Vivi needs food. If this guy is a silicon-based lifeform and also lacks food, then their food, isn't it gasoline? The other party remained silent, and Suchen didn't speak either. The two stared at each other, causing his thoughts to drift a bit. "My intelligent assistant tells me you seem to be thinking of something quite rude." A completely emotionless electronic voice emanated from the iron lump in front of him, snapping Suchen back to reality. He smiled slowly and said, clearly, even the most advanced intelligent assistants can make mistakes, especially when facing someone from an unknown world and civilization, as the data can indeed lead to erroneous judgments. The two fell silent again. In the next moment, without any warning, the iron lump suddenly raised its right hand, and the electromagnetic cannon at its wrist charged up. Instantly, boom! A projectile, moving at an unimaginable speed, slammed toward Suchen. The moment it raised its hand, Suchen sensed something was off. Almost as soon as it fired, having recently consumed either magical creatures or the essence of life, his greatly enhanced physique allowed him to instinctively turn his head and dodge the shot. After dodging, he realized that in the trading space, traders were not allowed to attack each other, but they could display weapons. Since the other party fired that shot, it was clearly not aimed at him. Thus, it was deemed by the trading platform as a display of weaponry, not an attack. "Organism, you are very strong." The cold electronic voice sounded again, but this time it seemed to carry a hint of emotion, as if expressing some sentiment. "Since discovering spiritual energy, I have never seen a human body that can so harmoniously accommodate the power of spiritual energy." Startled by the unexpected cannon fire, Suchen was not without temper, snorting, "Tin can, whether to trade or not is a matter of a single sentence. I don't have time to play riddles with you." However, the next moment, a gentle voice emerged from the iron can. "Of course, we need to trade." As the words fell, to Suchen's astonishment, accompanied by the sounds of mechanical movements and steel grinding, the iron lump quickly unfolded. A woman in a tight-fitting outfit, with an explosively attractive figure and long hair, slowly stepped out. Leaning against the tall armor, she stretched her body, seemingly completely unaware of her stunning figure beneath the tight outfit, and lazily said, "Governor of the Dawn Alliance's Qingyu Starson State Resistance, Bai Lu. I'm sorry, I've been dealing with those iron lump cyborgs for so long that I've gotten used to the term organism. That's how they refer to normal people who haven't undergone mechanical modification." Suchen keenly caught the key phrase. Resistance, organism, cyborg, flesh and blood weakness, mechanical ascension? Suchen paused, realizing he seemed to have grasped the general situation of the other party's world. After all, Bai Lu in front of him showed no signs of having undergone mechanical modification. She called herself a member of the resistance and referred to cyborgs with disdain, so there was likely not much harmony between normal people and cyborgs in her world. Of course, Suchen could deduce so much information from her brief words, mainly because the other party had no intention of hiding anything. However, he was not particularly concerned about the internal conflicts of her world. What mattered most to him was the visibly high technology of the other world. Not to mention, just the exoskeleton armor in front of him would definitely be considered cutting-edge technology on Blue Star. The electromagnetic cannon that just fired was a technology that Blue Star could not even imagine at present. This trading partner was viable. More importantly, she was clearly very interested in him. Suchen, from Blue Star. Suchen also gave a brief self-introduction, then got straight to the point. "What do you want? Or is there something you want to sell?" Bai Lu looked Suchen up and down a few times and said directly, "I want the method you use to strengthen your body with spiritual energy. You can set the price. As long as I can afford it, I can give it to you." Spiritual energy. This was not the first time Bai Lu had mentioned this term. Suchen guessed it was an alternative name for the magical power in their world, but he wasn't entirely sure. After a moment's thought, he took out a fruit from the magical world and an apple from his storage space. This thing was called a crimson flame fruit, which, according to Wei Wei, was a specialty of their Radiant Sun Empire. It was also the most common variety among the several tons of magical plants and monster meat she had sent over last time. The taste was indeed quite good, and Suchen liked eating it. As for the apple, it was just an ordinary apple, nothing remarkable about it. "Can you tell which fruit contains the spiritual energy you mentioned?" Bai Lu glanced casually and then pointed to the crimson flame fruit. "Of course, it's this one. The spiritual energy fluctuations on it are too obvious, even without the ocular enhancement. I can recognize it." This was indeed true. The magical plant's fruit had a faint aura around it that a normal person could easily identify as unusual. Suchen didn't take this out to test her eyesight but to see if his guess was correct.
It seemed he was basically right. What she referred to as spiritual energy was indeed magical power. It's not difficult to use spiritual energy to strengthen the body. You can just eat this fruit or the meat of similar creatures. Of course, that would be relatively slow. If you want it faster, I have a type of life water here which contains even more abundant spiritual energy and is easier to absorb. At this point, Suchin smiled and said, I can provide all these things. Unlimited? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow, seemingly a bit excited. Currently, it's limited, our own production isn't enough. In the future, if I can match more valuable worlds and obtain more advanced planting and breeding methods, it might be unlimited, Suchen replied. Purchasing finished products directly from Wei Wei was too expensive. They didn't have enough for their own use on Blue Star. He had already bought a batch of seeds, and if he could successfully cultivate them on a large scale on Blue Star, he could naturally supply them without limits in the future. But he always had to leave some room for negotiation. Bai Lu pondered for a moment, but didn't say much about it, directly asking, so what do you need? You mentioned intelligent assistance earlier. I'm quite interested in that. I wonder what level your intelligent assistance can reach? What level? Bai Lu frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before saying, I don't know how your world categorizes these levels. The intelligent assistant in my armor is a military product, mainly used for capturing battlefield information, coordinating friendly units, analyzing enemy movements, disrupting enemy information networks, and so on. This is considered military supplies in our world. As the governor of the Dawn Alliance's resistance, my actual position in the Starry Federation is just the commander of a near-Earth orbital airborne brigade, so I can't sell you military-grade intelligent brains. If you want one, I can only sell you civilian-grade, commercial-grade, or research-grade intelligent brains. Civilian-grade intelligent brains aren't very useful, and research-grade intelligent brains are too expensive. I recommend you buy a commercial-grade intelligent brain. It's simple and easy to use. Many large interstellar companies in our world use this type of intelligent brain for management. It also has a strong learning ability. Even if you don't run a company, it can learn to help you handle other matters. Commercial-grade intelligent brain? Su Chen's spirit was instantly lifted. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? He immediately asked, if I want to use this commercial-grade AI to manage a company with at least a couple 100,000 employees, is it sufficient? Bai Lu glanced at him oddly. Large interstellar companies have employees numbering in the billions, and they basically use this kind of commercial-grade AI for foundational management. The logic of this AI's calculations is extremely sophisticated. Even if the company grows beyond its capacity, it would only be a matter of insufficient computing power, and upgrading the computer to increase that power would solve the issue. A small company with a few 100,000 people? It can handle that easily. You don't need to worry about security either. As an exceptionally advanced commercial AI, its security is beyond your imagination, claiming that no one in the entire Star Federation can breach it. So impressive? Suchin felt a bit tempted, but after glancing at Bai Lu, he had some doubts and couldn't help but ask, is this level of AI cheap in your world? Of course not. A core commercial-grade AI and its accompanying computer are worth more than all the equipment of our entire orbital airborne brigade. Then, as far as I know, a transport fleet will soon pass through my location on Qingyu Star, and among them is a brand new AI purchased by a giant corporation, along with a computer with a computing power of 8 petaflops. It's well known that Qingyu Star is not peaceful. The rebels of the Dawn Alliance have been causing quite a stir lately, so losing an AI isn't a big deal. How much? Su Chen was instantly stunned. Not because she planned to rob, but because of the unit she mentioned. Peta. If he remembered correctly, in the context of the Jojo language, this represented 10 to the power of 48. The most powerful computer known on Blue Star only has a computing power of 10 to the power of 15, or 10 trillion. This meant that this thing was generations ahead of Blue Star's computers. 8 petaflops? Bai Lu looked at him oddly. This is just a small computer for their branch company. Its computing speed is still far behind the truly powerful large computers in our world. No need to say more, just this. What do you want? Su Chen asked decisively. I need psychic materials that can make my physical strength at least comparable to yours. Bai Lu answered quite quickly, clearly having thought about her conditions beforehand. Like me? Su Chen was taken aback. To be honest, he hadn't realized how strong he was. Recently, he had been drinking the water of life and eating magical food, and he only felt that his body had become much healthier than before. At most, he just felt a bit stronger. But how much stronger, he had no concept of. After all, during this time, he had mostly interacted with Yuling, and he had hardly come into contact with ordinary people. Naturally, he couldn't see any difference between himself and ordinary people in Yuling. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at the apple in his hand and slightly exerted his fingers. Crack! Juice burst out, and the entire apple was crushed. Wow! Am I that strong? When he was on Blue Star, Suchen had no need to fight with anyone and had never fought anyone. He had no idea about the improvements brought by the magical food he had been consuming these days. This led to the current situation where his slight display of strength shocked him instead. As for why Bai Lu knew something he himself didn't, Su Chen guessed it was some kind of high technology, and there was no need to ask. Regarding Bai Lu's trading request to exchange that AI for resources that could make her physical strength equal to Su Chen's, after a bit of thought, Su Chen decisively agreed. These days, aside from the chi and fruit being really delicious and him eating quite a bit of it, he had been consuming other magical foods normally. The most he consumed in a week was just over 10 kilograms of magical food, and as for the water of life, it was probably around 10 liters. Of course, this was the original version that Wei had traded over, not the diluted one. 10 liters would also be quite valuable on Blue Star, but using this intelligent brain for trading is clearly not a loss, and even quite profitable. He had no reason to refuse. After explaining this situation to Bai Lu, making her understand that people's physical conditions are different and that the same resources consumed may not yield the same effects, Bai Lu accepted it gladly. She did not insist that the resources provided by Su Chen would make her as strong as him. As long as Su Chen guaranteed that the resources provided were consistent in quantity and quality with what he consumed, that was enough. The preliminary deal was reached, and, seeing that he would have another trading partner, Su Chen was naturally very happy. But amidst his joy, he did not forget the platform's rules. With a free trading opportunity once a week, he did not want to waste it and naturally wanted to trade for as many useful items as possible. Thinking of the advanced computer and artificial intelligence technology in Bai Lu's world, he proposed another trading request. Your world has such advanced computer technology, so the chip industry must be quite developed, right? Can you get me some powerful chip technology? Preferably the complete set. Chip? Bai Lu was taken aback for a moment, seeming a bit unfamiliar with the term, and after a while, she reacted, "Oh, sorry, we haven't heard that term in a long time. The computer processors in our world are generally called field coordinators. Although they serve the same purpose as chips, the principles are completely different." As she spoke, she looked a bit troubled. This is also the most cutting-edge technology in our world. If you want, I can help you procure a batch, but getting the complete set of technology is almost impossible. This technology is monopolized by a few giant companies, and no one can crack it. Field coordinator? Su Chen frowned as he listened. What on earth is that? Well, you might not have this in your world, Bai Lu simply explained. You should know the principle of chips, right? It's about etching circuits on specific materials using precision processing technology, and the smaller the process, the higher the computing power. However, this technology has too many flaws. After reaching a certain level of processing, various problems will arise, such as quantum tunneling. And even if you solve all these problems, the integrated circuits manufactured in this way will ultimately face a fundamental issue, which comes from the materials themselves. The diameter of a silicon atom is about 0.25 nanometers, and a carbon atom is around 0.15 nanometers, which means it's very difficult for circuit processes to be smaller than these numbers. This is the bottleneck in the development of integrated circuits. Our world has also gone through this stage. Although later someone invented atomic etching technology, which can etch circuits at the atomic level, and successfully commercialized it, it didn't last long. Once the limitations of chip technology were realized, people had already started looking for other technological routes and eventually succeeded. This is what I just mentioned, the field coordinator. It doesn't require any complex and precise processing technology. It uses special force fields to control all the atoms and molecules within a certain range, arranging and combining them for computation. I'm not clear on the specifics of how it's done, just know the general principle. A CPU can be played with like this? Su Chen exclaimed that he had gained knowledge. However, since Bai Lu said that this technology was also confidential in their world, he did not expect to obtain it. But surely he could get the chip technology that had already been eliminated in their world, right? Bai Lu had just mentioned that their eliminated chip technology had already achieved a process smaller than 1 nanometer. This would be a definite dimensionality reduction strike on Blue Star. The eliminated chip technology. Bai Lu pondered. Technically, this is no longer a secret. If you want the complete set of technology, I can just download it for you directly from the internet. As for the production line, right, there's an electronic museum not far from our troops. It should have such antiques. When I snatch the smart brain, I'll also grab this thing for you. Anyway, with the trading platform space, this will be easy. Stealing from a museum, really? Su Chen's lips twitched, but since she was so eager to help him, he couldn't be too harsh on her. As for the chip technology, he believed it was just as valuable as that smart brain, but Bai Lu didn't seem to think so. She appeared to look down on such things. After a brief discussion, they settled on a price of 10 kilograms of magical food. When trading with Wei Wei, Su Chen would always take Wei Wei's items first before getting what she needed. This time, however, he gave the items to Bai Lu first, and then waited for her to steal what he wanted. It sounded surreal. Su Chen couldn't help but ask, your world has such advanced technology, can it really get so chaotic that people just rob each other like this? Not to that extent, Bai Lu shrugged nonchalantly.
It's mainly because Qingyu Star is on the fringes of the Starry Federation,
a chaotic lawless zone. And I'm from the Dawn Alliance, a rebel against mechanical ascension. Why shouldn't I rob? Damn, that actually made sense. So how long do you think it will take to get everything? How long?
Bai Lu pondered for a moment, then walked back to her set of powered armor, saying, "Give me an hour." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into the trading space.
An hour? What does that mean?
Su Chen was a bit confused, but since she asked him to wait, he couldn't just leave. The good news was that Bai Lu's efficiency was even faster than she estimated.
Su Chen waited for about half an hour when she returned to the trading space. However, she had
changed into a completely different style of powered armor, which didn't look very tidy. There were still traces of smoke and black soot, and the fresh bloodstains carried a
pungent smell.
She seemed unconcerned about these minor issues and, stepping out of the powered armor, said, "Done."
Such quick efficiency, she must be a habitual offender. Even after returning to Blue Star, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim,
"This woman made robbery seem as easy as withdrawing cash from an ATM, just grab and go."
What a lawless rogue.
The key point was her self-introduction. She still held a position in the Starry Federation's military. This made Su Chen reflect on the chaotic management of interstellar
civilization. No wonder some people said the whole world was just a huge mess.
But regardless, she had brought the items back for him.
Back in the hotel bedroom, Su
Chen looked at the top-tier smart brain he had obtained. This thing was actually a small ball, entirely silver, with an incredibly smooth surface and no seams, easily held in
one hand.
Following Bai Lu's instructions, he placed a finger on the silver triangular symbol on the small ball.
3 seconds later, a slight tingling sensation traveled through his fingertip. The next moment, the small ball suddenly lit up and a voice emerged from it, executing permission binding program. DNA bound, iris information recorded, binder's biological characteristics completed. Hello, TQ 300-989, at your service. Would you like to change to a more user-friendly name? The binding process went exceptionally smoothly. Su Chen hardly did anything and completed all the procedures. Of course, this was mainly because Bai Lu's side had already cracked the binding program before handing it over to him.
Once it was officially in operation, even in their world, it would be impossible to crack a smart brain of this level. But when it was stolen, this thing hadn't been activated yet. It was merely a binding program, and cracking it was quite simple.
Name: from now on, you will be the core of Tianyu Group. Let's call you Tian Shu. Commercial-grade artificial intelligence Tian Shu. Honored to serve you. May I connect to the network, esteemed master? The electronic voice asked calmly, without any fluctuations. There were restrictions from the trading platform's contract and the limitations of the intelligence brain's own program. Su Chen, who held the highest
authority, wasn't worried about it causing any trouble on Blue Star, and immediately said, "You can be allowed to connect to the Blue Star network, absorb knowledge from
Blue Star, analyze the current situation, and also monitor and collect network information.
After understanding the current situation, you can also propose any reasonable
suggestions to me."
Understood, sir. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Tianshu responded. However, the language it used to reply made Su Chen pause for a moment. Before connecting to the network, it spoke in a completely unfamiliar language, and Su Chen could only communicate with it smoothly thanks to the universal language card.
Now, in
less than a second after Su Chen agreed to let it connect, the language it used to answer had seamlessly switched to the language of Jojo.
Moreover, its voice transformed from an emotionless electronic tone to a charming, sultry voice. Even the address changed from the somewhat inappropriate master to sir. Was this the effect of 8 trillion calculations per second? Truly terrifying.
Sir, based on the internet search for the keywords Tianyu and Su Chen, as well as an analysis of your current situation,
I believe your company has an internal risk of insufficient personnel.
At the same time, there are significant external risks, including but not limited to top medical companies on Blue Star like Zhuangxing and Huangrui, which have already set their sights on the water of life in your hands and have initiated internal high-level meetings.
Regarding this,
they will likely attempt to contact you soon to discuss patent acquisition matters.
If the acquisition fails, they all have other contingency plans, including,
but not limited to, using their country's influence on this planet to impose sanctions against you, sending spies to steal commercial secrets related to the water of life, financially undermining and merging Tianyu Group, or assassinating or kidnapping people around you to force you to hand over the manufacturing patents, etc.
After searching online, I found that Ms. Yuling beside you is quite extraordinary.
If you refuse the patent acquisition proposal, you need not worry about your own safety.
I suggest strengthening
the security measures for the executives of Tianyu Group to a certain extent, particularly increasing the security around your parents.
In just a few seconds, Tian Shu
provided an evaluation of the current situation from the perspective of Tianyu Group and Su Chen. Su Chen wasn't surprised by this. He was well aware of what those robbers
were thinking.
That's why he insisted on having Wei Wei send over the half-bloods of the elf and human races.
Not to mention, these people would definitely become a powerful force under his command in Blue Star without any concerns about loyalty. As for now, since they hadn't actively approached him to discuss acquisition, they naturally wouldn't target his family first.
There was no need to worry in the short term.
Instead, Su-chen was pleasantly surprised by Tianshu's intelligence level.
It was incredibly smart and had a strong adaptability, almost rivaling that of humans. Coupled with its extraordinary computing power and control over the network, it was not an exaggeration to say
that if he didn't impose restrictions, it might even rival Skynet from Terminator.
Of course, Su-chen didn't intend to use it as Skynet. He wasn't looking to turn the world
into a wasteland. Moreover, even in the information age, mastering the network didn't mean mastering everything.
The military networks of powerful countries are generally independent of civilian ones, physically isolated, and even if Tianshu was impressive, it couldn't break through that barrier. Moreover, even if one truly controls the military network, humanity still has the ultimate trump card, the mushroom bomb.
This thing can even operate without satellite navigation, relying solely on inertial guidance to strike
anywhere in the world. No matter how powerful you are in the digital realm, it won't help. If they pull out the big mushroom and blow up all the root servers worldwide, it
would be game over in minutes.
So it's better to let it go. He still hopes that Blue Star can maintain normal production and life to provide him with goods to sell to other worlds. Not to mention that he's not the one who initiated the war, even if others want to spark a world war now, for the sake of having enough food and goods to trade and
to safely cultivate magical creatures, Su-chen must persuade him to calm down.
If he really can't calm down, Su-chen wouldn't mind letting the whole family lie down together
to cool off.
He has ways to make steady profits and rise steadily. Only a madman would enjoy war.
You can't go all out. How can you make money if you do?
Of course, if someone
prevents him from making money, he wouldn't mind killing their whole family. It turns out that Tianshu's estimates were correct.
In matters closely related to interests, the major players act quite swiftly.
Su-chen returned to Jiang City about 3 days after finishing his remaining business in Magic City.
This was the 5th day since he
obtained Tianshu.
A person claiming to be the president of the Zhuangxing Group's Great Jojo District personally contacted the Tianyu Group, attempting to meet with Su-chen. At this time, the first batch of the expected sale of 100,000 bottles of basic life water had just been dispatched, and most had not yet reached the hands of the buyers. And this was just the first batch.
Within just 1 day, Tianyu Medical received emails from dozens of giants in the domestic and international pharmaceutical industry, all basically requesting appointments for their executives to meet with Su-chen.
It's obvious that they had gotten samples of the life water that Tianyu Medical had
just sent out. After research confirmed that this product indeed had the advertised effects, they could no longer sit still. Currently, the affairs of the Tianyu Group were primarily overseen by Tianshu.
Faced with these aggressive medical giants, Tianshu's advice to Su-chen was quite simple. While engaging in a facade of politeness and delaying tactics with these people, simultaneously use the available life water resources to buy off high-ranking officials in various countries and leaders of well-known financial
magnates and families around the world.
The emergence of life water is set to revolutionize the entire medical industry, but there are always people in this world who can
treat them.
Tianshu's plan was to leverage external forces, using capital, politics, and other means to suppress these restless medical industry giants, forcing them to
comply.
In fact, if one disregards the bug of Su-chen having a trading platform, this is clearly the most suitable plan at the moment. The business world is like a battlefield.
To win cleanly and beautifully, one must fully utilize their advantages.
In simple terms, it's the life water's incredible ability to heal and extend life.
This is something that almost everyone in power on this planet dreams of but cannot obtain.
However, Su-chen still rejected this plan.
Delaying time? He could delay for a day. Shortly after receiving these requests, Su-chen responded. He arranged for these people to meet at the Tianyu Medical Headquarters tomorrow. It had already been 6 days since his last transaction with Wei Wei. The supplies they had previously agreed upon were ready, and a couple of days ago, Wei Wei had also communicated through the trading platform that the Starseeker had arrived in her Dream River City, where she was closely preparing some supplies that Su-chen needed. Tomorrow would be the day for their transaction of the week. Once the Starseeker arrives, Su-chen would have another extremely powerful ally by his side, ensuring his family's safety. It would also be the perfect time for him to turn the tables completely. At the same time, he planned to reveal a portion of his power to prevent everyone from thinking that the Tianyu Group was easy to bully. This portion of power, of course, was the supernatural abilities held by Yuling. Whether it's magic or brute force, both can be appropriately showcased. This brings to mind what Yuling rambled about at the product launch regarding something called the life source material. Regardless of whether this thing is real or not, the key is to establish the concept first. When the Tianyu Group encounters some superhuman, they can claim it's a product resulting from the scientific combination of life source material and the human body. It can be considered quite reasonable. Kid, I heard you're meeting with those medical giants who came knocking tomorrow? The voice of old Lin came through the phone, loud and casual. Su-chen was a bit surprised and replied, "Oh, you're quite well informed, old man. I only replied to them privately via email. How did you find out? What are you talking about? Once the higher-ups learned about your situation, they decided to stir the pot first before dealing with anything else. Didn't you notice there are a few state-owned companies among them? Old Lin said, somewhat speechless. Their task is to act as troublemakers when these enterprises attempt to acquire Tianyu Medical. Anyway, if you have no intention of selling the life water patent in Tianyu Medical, they'll just mess things up to buy you some time. Once the higher-ups adjust their strategy and are ready to back you up, they won't care about the commotion outside. If you're considering selling these things, do these companies have more money than the government? The higher-ups said, as long as you're willing, just close your eyes and press 0 and they'll send the money without looking. But we all think you probably won't sell. So they sent these state-owned enterprises to stir the pot. I know your temper, and I'm calling to let you know there are allies inside, so don't accidentally harm them. In any case, you can do as you please this time. Although your sudden appearance with the life water has some impact on the higher-ups' overall layout, they can't fully back you up. But that's only for the overseas part. Domestically, you don't need to worry at all. The official forces won't do anything to you, and private enterprises won't either. With the government holding them back, those foreign companies won't be able to make a fuss. My little company is being taken so seriously? Su Chan was surprised. He hadn't seen anyone from the government come by these days and thought they weren't paying much attention to these matters. Very important, even more than you can imagine. Old Lin's tone suddenly became serious. The reason for the attention isn't just the life water, but rather the life source material your girl mentioned at the product launch. The Academy of Sciences has conducted comprehensive tests on the life water you sold. They've almost reverse engineered all its components, and the conclusion they reached is that its nutritional value is only slightly higher than that of mineral water, and it's impossible for it to have such effects. But it really works. In that case, the claim that it contains a substance never before discovered by humanity becomes quite reasonable. You haven't been to the Academy of Sciences, so you don't know how crazy those academic giants have been these days. To put it in the words of a well-known expert in a field everyone knows, if this thing is proven to be real and a method to harness it can be mastered, it could absolutely change the course of human civilization. It's highly likely to give birth to an entirely new system outside the current technological framework. The tech tree will no longer just grow and expand. Instead, a whole new tree will sprout from the side. You can slowly appreciate the importance of this. The higher-ups haven't contacted you yet because they haven't figured out how to approach you. Of course, they're also waiting for results from the Academy of Sciences. If the Academy can reverse engineer and master the life source material using the life water, your and Tianyu Group's importance will certainly rise to the next level. If not, you might find it hard to imagine how much the higher-ups will value you. That's all I have to say. In any case, you can handle it as you see fit tomorrow. Tomorrow's meeting, let's give them a big task tonight. Just letting one medical industry get anxious isn't enough. After hanging up the phone, Suchin directly asked Tianshu, how's the equipment and technology related to the chips obtained from Bai Lu coming along? The main body of Tianshu was a small sphere, which was absolutely core. Theoretically, it should be safest to keep it in the storage space provided by the trading platform. However, Su Chen found that the storage space couldn't connect to external signals, so it definitely couldn't be stored there. After much deliberation, Yu Ling suggested using a shrinking spell to make the small sphere, which was already small, even smaller, about the size of a pearl, so that Su Chen could carry it with him. Su Chen thought this could work, but since it was disguised as an accessory, he might as well let Yu Ling wear it. No one in this world could steal or snatch things from her. Thus, this intelligent brain from another world, now fully upgraded, was strung together with a delicate rope and turned into a bracelet worn by Yu Ling. To be honest, it looked quite nice. The texture was obviously very high-end, more in line with human aesthetics than any pearls or gemstones. The conversation between Su Chen and Tianshu was also very simple. Any mobile phone or a decent electronic watch could serve as a communication terminal. He could even wear a Bluetooth headset in his ear, and as long as there was a signal, he could call Tianshu anytime, anywhere. Sir, as per your request, I have completed the acquisition and integration of 3 semiconductor companies within the Jojo region through legal and compliant channels under the name of Tianyu Group. The basic framework for the semiconductor department of Tianyu Technology has been established, and the relevant factory equipment has been upgraded and iterated based on the technology obtained from Miss Bai Lu. It is expected that within 3 days at the latest, the first production line capable of producing 1 nanometer process carbon-based chips will be completed and put into use. The expected daily output is 2 million 1 nanometer carbon-based chips, with a yield rate of approximately 98%. Very good, Suchin said with satisfaction. This kind of thing was actually quite complex, from acquiring companies to integrating resources and internal personnel, and finally iterating technology for production. Each link was important and very complicated. Even those giant companies needed a large professional team to coordinate and manage such matters. If it weren't for Tianshu, this commercial-grade intelligent brain assisting him, Suchin wouldn't have had so many people to work with. Without a year or a year and a half, it would be very difficult to fully understand the technology Bai Lu provided and put it into production.
With Tianshu's help, he only needed to issue commands, and Tianshu would handle everything beautifully. This was the ideal way to be a hands-off manager. Although Zhou Yan's abilities were also good, they still fell short compared to the ever-expanding scale of Tianyu Group. Sir, there is one more thing I must remind you. As the group's development speed accelerates, there are numerous vacancies at the company headquarters and various
branches that urgently need to be filled.
If you plan to release and sell the latest processed carbon-based chips in the short term, the first issue to address is the personnel
problem. My suggestion is to conduct recruitment.
This was indeed something Suchen had wanted to do for a long time but hadn't had the time for.
Naturally, he wouldn't oppose this. Then let's recruit people. What positions are vacant? What kind of people do we need? And what kind of compensation can we offer? Please compile some data for me. To review,
Tianyu Group currently has subsidiaries such as Tianyu Medical, Tianyu Technology, and Tianyu Ecological Farm, as well as several factories under the company. Among these, the production activities in these factories and the Tianyu Farm are relatively simple and do not lack manpower. In fact, the number of workers at Tianyu Farm is
slightly redundant.
However, considering that you may expand the planting area of magical plants in the future, the redundant agricultural professionals can be temporarily
retained.
Aside from the most basic employees, it has been confirmed throughout the company that the largest gaps exist in the legal, operations, management, and finance
departments, suggesting that recruitment should start from these positions.
Then there's the research department, which has immense research expansion value, from carbon-based chips to the water of life and the various magical plants being cultivated and magical beasts being raised. Particularly, the cultivation and domestication of magical plants and beasts could greatly enhance yields if agricultural researchers could conduct long-term studies in breeding, allowing these beings from another world to adapt to the
environment of Blue Star more quickly.
As for salary and benefits, I believe we can set up a system of employee levels, providing different benefits according to each level.
Below is a preliminary proposal based on the current situation of Blue Star and JoJo.
LV.1 Employee, after-tax monthly salary of 8,000, 5 insurances in one fund, and a monthly accommodation subsidy of 1,000 yuan. LV.2 Employee, after-tax monthly salary of 12,000, 5 insurances in one fund, and a monthly accommodation subsidy of
2,000 yuan.
LV.3 Employee, after-tax monthly salary of 18,000, 5 insurances in one fund, and a monthly accommodation subsidy of 3,000 yuan.
LV.5 Employee,
after-tax monthly salary of 50,000, 5 insurances in one fund, free access to magical food provided by the company cafeteria, free accommodation and premium housing provided
by the company, and a housing reward after 3 years of service.
I will be responsible for the employee promotion assessments, and each time an employee is promoted, they will receive different rewards. For example, when a LV.1 employee is promoted to LV.2, they will receive jewelry worth no less than 10,000 yuan, and when a LV.4 employee is promoted to LV.5, they will receive a car worth no less than 1 million yuan, and so on. The above outlines the treatment for employees, while executives, due to the flexibility and variability of their positions, are not subject to this level-based salary system. I suggest that rewards be given based on the different roles and responsibilities of each executive. I will keep records and ratings of each executive's work and ultimately provide a salary that reflects their contributions.
The moment Su Chen raised the question, Tianshu had already provided a comprehensive answer.
After carefully reviewing it, he felt that it was indeed very well done, with no obvious flaws at first
glance.
Of course, compared to the salary grading systems of well-known large companies, this one seemed a bit rough. After all, those companies have dozens of levels, with
significant differences in treatment at each level.
However, this does not mean that Tianshu's capabilities are lacking. Rather, Tianyu Group does not need to complicate things
that much. This salary and benefits system only targets basic employees. The treatment for executives is personally observed and assessed by him before providing an answer.
Other companies divide employee levels so finely mainly to differentiate between mid-level and senior management. The proposal is quite good. I have no major objections.
After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen added, but could the salary and benefits be increased a bit more? How much would you like to increase it by? Tianshu asked.
On this basis, an additional 10,000 for everyone, and the housing provision should start from LV.3 employees, but we can be a bit creative with the housing levels.
For instance,
LV.3 employees could receive a 120 square meter ordinary apartment, LV.4 could get a large flat, and by LV.5 they would receive a villa directly.
Houses don't really have
much cost. Buying from others is expensive, but we can build our own. Whether in Jiangcheng or Magic City, I think it's not difficult to find a decent piece of land to build
houses for employees, and the investment isn't huge.
Moreover, providing housing is a great selling point and should attract a lot of talent.
Working hours can be adjusted
appropriately, changing from a 5-day workweek to a 4-day workweek, with daily working hours set to 6 hours. Any time beyond that will be considered overtime, with
additional overtime pay. Do you think this is feasible? How much impact would it have on the company's profits? Su-chan offered his suggestion. Tian-shu quickly responded. According to calculations, following your suggestion would result in an overall profit decrease of about 0.3% for the company. It wouldn't affect normal operations, but it could greatly stimulate employee enthusiasm and improve company efficiency. If you don't mind allocating a bit more money to the employees, I can increase some employee benefits. On this basis, this would not only make employees more enthusiastic at work but could also potentially enhance efficiency, bringing more profits to the company. Su-chan was taken aback. Why didn't you mention such a good plan earlier? Since employees can earn more money and the company's efficiency improves, I have no reason to oppose it. I apologize, sir. The reason I didn't propose this plan earlier was from a darker perspective of some individuals from Blue Star. Tian-shu sincerely apologized and explained. For those who have already achieved financial freedom and no longer worry about money, they are not unaware that providing better treatment for employees can enhance their enthusiasm and thus generate more wealth. The reason they don't do it is that they don't care about the additional wealth, they only want to maintain their comfortable lives, while gaining a sense of superiority over the struggling employees. There is an ancient saying in JoJo, Yangzi takes for me, pulling a hair to benefit the world, but does not do so. From ancient times to the present, everyone knows that this is wrong, but when it comes to the point of being able to pull a hair to benefit the world, very few actually do it. Essentially, those who reach such a level have already classified themselves into a higher class, and the struggles of the lower class are one of their sources of enjoyment. You are different, sir. To proactively propose such generous salary treatment, your character is truly noble. I have underestimated your intentions. One must admit, an AI like Tian-shu is indeed fascinating. Su-chan felt as if he were conversing with a real person. Look at this elaborate reasoning, citing various references, only to end up flattering him. This is quite human-like, isn't it? What defines an excellent AI? This is it. As for what Tian-shu said, one could argue that there's nothing wrong with it. Many people can pull a hair to benefit the world but simply choose not to. If shareholders and executives let a little benefit trickle down, it would significantly enhance the quality of life and happiness of the lower-level employees, yet how many would actively raise salaries for them? This is not necessarily related to personal character. It's just human nature. If the positions of lower-level employees and company owners were reversed, it's highly likely that those who were originally oppressed would make the same choice. This is the same logic behind the notion that a dragon-slaying youth will eventually become a dragon. If it weren't for the trading platform in his hands, everything he has achieved today would have come with little effort. Instead, he fought tooth and nail to earn it himself. He couldn't be so generous as to give money to employees. It's not about right or wrong, it's simply a matter of differing positions. Soon, Tian-shu organized a brand new benefits package for him. If all the salaried benefits listed in this package were implemented, it would not be an exaggeration to say that no worker could refuse it. Su-chan immediately used his account to send out the contents of this package, along with a mention of Tianyu Group's recruitment efforts. After the last product launch, the netizens, who were astonished by Yuling, went crazy trying to dig up information about her. Unexpectedly, in their digging, they ended up uncovering some of Su-chan's information instead of Yuling's. Of course, he didn't dig up anything deep, but his social media accounts on various platforms were quickly unearthed by netizens. Overnight, the followers on those accounts surged dramatically, with most starting from 1 million new followers. Fortunately, he had no habit of making statements online before, so netizens couldn't dig up any outrageous remarks to ruin him socially. However, since he had gained so many followers, people were leaving all sorts of rumors and seeking interaction under some of his inadvertently shared posts. Su-chan decided to satisfy them a bit. He directly posted the recruitment information on these accounts, which also allowed him to use his influence for promotion. Meanwhile, the official accounts of various subsidiaries under Tianyu Group also synchronized and forwarded his recruitment information. After all, Tianyu was an expert in online operations. Promoting something online couldn't be easier. They didn't even need to buy traffic. As long as he was willing, the traffic pool of any platform was no different. From their own, they could give as much exposure to the recruitment information as they wanted. Unsurprisingly, less than half an hour after the recruitment information was released, the entire internet exploded. With the momentum building, Tianyu Group, which specialized in healing and technology, recruiting workers was already a big deal for many job seekers. Especially since it was summer vacation, a time when many recent graduates were looking for jobs. The public recruitment by such a heavyweight company attracted even more attention. The most explosive part wasn't just that, it was the benefits offered by Tianyu Group that truly ignited the frenzy among workers, making both employed and job-seeking individuals go crazy. Is such a good benefit really existing in this world? Even as a LV.1 employee upon entering the company, the after-tax monthly salary is 18,000 with 4 days on and 3 days off, plus 5 insurances in one fund, along with food and accommodation subsidies. Does this company really exist on Blue Star? This salary and benefits are not outrageous. I could find jobs with even higher salaries and better benefits. The most ridiculous part is the job content, right? LV.1 employees mainly work as ordinary factory workers or farmhands, too absurd, earning $18,000 a month just for tightening screws on an assembly line, and still having 4 days off? What does that make my summer job in a factory, working from dawn to dusk for $4,000 a month? That's slave labor. Is it really reasonable to have such a high salary for farming? What technical skills are involved? I earn more coding in a month than that. Farming has no technical skills? Give you a piece of land, let's see if you can grow vegetables. Just because many people can do something doesn't mean it lacks technical content. You know, I've already submitted my resume. Everyone, don't rush. Let me test the waters first. Damn it, your abacus beads are falling on my face. You withdraw your resume first. I'll handle the testing. This can't be fake, right? I can hardly believe the benefits are so good. Who knows, it feels a bit outrageous. LV.3 employees are directly given houses. Isn't that ridiculous? See, there's definitely something fishy about this. There must be something fishy. If you look closely, there's a 1-month probation period upon entry, and only after passing that can you become a formal LV.1 employee and enjoy those benefits. Whether you can pass the probation isn't just up to them. I see this as a ploy to lure people in with high salaries to make them work for free. Exactly, I think so too. Anyway, I don't believe capitalists can be that generous. Once the information became a sensation, some different voices quickly emerged amidst the astonishment and disbelief. The content was nothing more than questioning whether these high salaries were real, claiming that Tianyu Group was just trying to attract attention, going crazy for traffic and attempting to deceive people into working for free, and soon, it took a place in the discussions surrounding this matter. If one were to say there were no instigators behind the scenes, Suchen would certainly not believe it. This world is sometimes like that. When everyone is equally dirty, no one will say anything about you. But here I am, desperately squeezing my employees, while over there you offer benefits that ordinary people can hardly imagine, allowing even the lowest tier employees to live comfortably. How do my subordinates see me then? The charitable persona I casually create by donating a little money would collapse, right? This absolutely cannot be tolerated. Thus, hiring online trolls to write smear articles and create a narrative became an inevitable outcome. In fact, the arguments these people used to discredit Tianyu Group were full of holes and could not withstand scrutiny. But you can't guard against those who think they are clever, believing that everything in the world is filled with conspiracy theories. Once they start spreading this narrative, those who are consumed by conspiracy theories will immediately feel as if the fog has lifted, revealing the truth behind the high benefits offered by Tianyu Group that they cannot comprehend. Sure enough, I said Tianyu Group must be boasting and harboring ill intentions. Then, they spontaneously began to spread such statements. One person tells 10 tell 100, even if 1 out of 10 is a fool, such statements will find a place in the mainstream. As more and more people, who were not that foolish to begin with, see so many others saying the same thing, they will gradually start to believe it. This is the power of marketing. Suchen had long anticipated this and naturally had no reason to be angry. In fact, one could say, this was the result of his deliberate indulgence. When he was preparing to post the recruitment information online, Tianshu had already warned him that there would definitely be groups whose interests would be harmed that would come out to smear him. With Tianshu's capabilities, given the prior warning, he could have cut off the channels for spreading these statements in advance, completely nipping it in the bud. But Suchen did not do that, because he always believed in one thing: the hostility of those who are against you will not disappear just because you cover their mouths. Hostility not only does not vanish but will instead spread in alternative ways. Rather than treating the symptoms and fearing that people will create a narrative, he would rather let these people voice their opinions first and then slap them back with facts. Along the way, he would also trace back to find the instigators and evidence behind the narrative. It may not make them pay a huge price, but it would definitely lead to their social demise. Any rumor crumbles in the face of ironclad facts. Of course, this was also because of Tianshu's presence. With Suchen holding absolute dominance over online public opinion, he dared to play this way. If it were someone else, even if the facts proved that others were slandering you, if it couldn't be disseminated in time, once the heat passed, no matter how you clarified, it would be useless. That night, about 7 or 8 hours after the recruitment announcement was sent out, the comments under Suchen's personal account had already exceeded 1 million. Among them, many praised Tianyu Group for being conscientious, while many others questioned the truth, and there were quite a few who directly cursed without distinguishing right from wrong. Suchen's response was also very simple. He posted a picture in his update. It was a salary sheet for the ordinary workers at Tianyu Ecological Farm for this month, along with the salary distribution records of Tianyu Group. Tianyu Group had been operating for almost a month now. Although these workers had not completed a full month at Tianyu Farm, they had previously worked at the farms before the merger, and the salary distribution date was fixed. Even though they had not yet worked a full month under Suchen's instructions, they had distributed this month's salary the day before yesterday, and this salary was determined personally by Suchen when the farm was just merged and established. It was far less detailed than the plan provided by Tianshu, but it was definitely very generous, although
It was not as much as the recruitment information just sent out, it was still significantly higher than their previous wages working on the farm.
Directly issuing employee pay
slips was undoubtedly a slap in the face to those stirring up trouble. Many who were following the matter saw that the owner of Tianyu Group had actually come forward to speak,
instantly raising the heat another notch. Wow, all 5-digit salaries? This is too awesome.
Pay attention to the details, this salary is just over 10,000, not even
as much as the LV.1 employee salary they advertised in their recruitment information. Isn't this false advertising? Clarification?
I see it as self-exposure.
Are some people's brains kicked by a donkey? Didn't you see what they said? This is just over half a month's salary.
And they also mentioned that this was a temporary salary set when the company was first established, given at double the rate of their previous jobs. Now that the company has developed well, the compensation will gradually improve.
Don't
say anything, just the fact that after merging with other farms, not only did they not lay off the original farm workers but they also provided double salaries.
I would call Tianyu Group an absolutely conscientious company.
Exactly, those stirring up trouble are really private equity. Go check it out. The official account of Tianyu Group has found the mastermind behind the trouble, and it turns out to be a well-known philanthropist with solid evidence.
And this person appears to be doing charity to build a persona, but behind the scenes they are desperately exploiting employees. It's disgusting.
What? There's such a thing. Brothers, let's go and expose this.
The slight turmoil on the internet did not bother Su Chen much. He didn't care who the mastermind behind the trouble was.
To him, it was just normal business competition.
Some people felt
that the treatment he gave to employees was too good, which made it difficult for their benevolent persona to hold up, so it was normal for them to stir up trouble.
Tian Shu
would naturally handle such matters well, and he didn't need to worry about it. He wouldn't go to the extreme of harming families over such trivial matters. That would be
too extreme.
Of course, whether it was extreme or not was secondary. The main issue was the trouble it caused, and it would require Yu Ling to personally make a trip.
Moreover,
amidst this wave of online public opinion, Su Chen received a piece of news from Old Lin. The minister of the business department of the Ojo Alliance had booked a flight to Jojo, departing tonight, and would probably arrive tomorrow. If such a high-ranking official were making a formal visit, they would definitely need to contact the Foreign Affairs Department of Jojo in advance, reach a consensus on the purpose, and then publicly announce the itinerary before coming. However, this Western official named Clay had booked his flight and itinerary as a private individual without any prior notification to the Foreign Affairs Department of Jojo, coming under the guise of tourism. The information on Jojo indicated that the capital behind this person was a well-known pharmaceutical group in Ojo, which was also one of the companies scheduled to
meet with Su Chen tomorrow. Furthermore, Clay's first stop upon arriving in Jojo was Jiangcheng.
The series of coincidences made it hard not to think too much.
Such behavior was quite abnormal for an official of this level.
But since he was coming in a private capacity, Jojo couldn't do much to stop him and could only let Old Lin inform
Su Chen. However, he didn't care much.
The purpose of these foreign medical companies coming to him had been clear from the start. They were either seeking a merger or requesting
overseas sales agency rights for the elixir of life. Su Chen would not give either of these away.
Calling them together for a meeting was merely a matter of basic courtesy.
To greet them and inform them that this matter was off the table. This was his basic quality as a polite person.
If they were to overstep, that would no longer be Su Chen's
problem. So, have you contacted that Su yet?
Late at night, in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, two white men sat facing each other.
I'm
sorry, Mr. Clay, we've tried multiple channels to contact him, but he has shown no intention of appearing.
The response from Tianyu Group has always been to wait for tomorrow's meeting. To be frank, I don't think the group's plan to acquire Tianyu Medical will work.
Oh, why do you say that?
Clay frowned. There are too many competitors, and we don't have much of an advantage. Secondly, regarding the price, if he is willing to sell Tianyu Group as a package, the conditions that Jojo can offer are far more generous
than ours, not to mention that there are wealthier companies on the side of the bald eagle.
Moreover, just today, Tianyu Group released recruitment information, which doesn't look at all like they're preparing to sell the company.
You don't need to worry about the conditions. Clay waved his hand dismissively. For people at this level, money
is a minor issue, power is what is truly rare. Jojo and Bald Eagle may have money, but so what?
I came here to tell him that there are some things that only we, Jojo,
can offer him, which others cannot.
I have carefully reviewed this person's recent behaviors, and believe me, once we meet, the conditions I offer will be absolutely
irresistible to him. He has great ambition and feels constrained in any country in the world. What we can provide him is an environment with absolutely no constraints, where he can be the master of his own fate. Although Ojo has fallen on hard times in this new era, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse.
They still have plenty of good
things in their hands.
This is also why they dare to step in despite being inferior to Jojo and Bald Eagle in every aspect.
Money? There are many things in this world that money cannot buy.
Just like those old empires that lost more than half after being dismembered, yet still have colonies spread all over the world.
Have those people in the parliament agreed to this? And even if the parliament agrees concerning territorial issues, the public probably won't agree either, right? The man speaking with Clay,
despite being the head of a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, was still shocked by such a grand proposal.
However, Clay waved his hand nonchalantly. The members of
Parliament have long gone mad after confirming that the elixir of life truly has the ability to cure all ailments and even extend life.
They can't wait to send our fleet over to
seize the formula for the elixir of life. At this point, he seemed a bit regretful. It's just a pity that things are not like 100 years ago.
We can't move recklessly on Jojo's territory now.
In the face of what we can't seize, trading is certainly the best approach. As for some overseas territories of little value, compared to a
groundbreaking product like the elixir of life, they are completely insignificant. Although the motivations of those in parliament are for their own interests, they are absolutely correct in this decision.
As for whether the public agrees, does it matter? Clay scoffed. In the short term, they will definitely make a fuss, but with a few years until the next election, as long as we obtain the formula for the elixir of life and let them taste some benefits, they will naturally forget how they opposed us now and instead be grateful for our wise decision.
Then, the white man glanced at Clay, cautiously saying, "What if after we offer such conditions, Suchan still refuses? And there will be many people present at that time. It wouldn't be good to put such a deal on the table before it's reached, right? That's why I called you over in the middle of the night." Clay smiled. "Your company has been developing in Jojo for nearly 20 years, right?
I heard your foundation is quite solid."
Upon hearing this, the man immediately became alert and awkwardly replied, "Mr. Clay, if this were a few years ago, that would indeed be true. Our company has had dealings with both the official Jojo and some unofficial forces.
However, in recent years, the situation in the 9 provinces has been quite tense, and with the changes in policy, it has become very inconvenient
for us to use money to establish our influence there. After all, this place is different from the West. Many issues cannot be resolved with money.
Currently, our group's branch in the 9 provinces can only conduct business honestly. We have no foundation."
Mr. Gage is too modest. Clay naturally did not believe this. He stood up and patted the
shoulder of the man in front of him, saying, "I certainly won't let Mr. Gage take risks with murder and arson.
I just need you to use all your connections and resources in the
9 provinces to arrange for me to meet Mr. Su before our meeting tomorrow. As for refusal, I've already said he will definitely not refuse."
Knock, knock, knock.
In the late night rain, the sound of knocking startled Yang-yi, who was alone on the first floor of the villa cuddling a teddy bear while watching a horror movie. After regaining her composure, she cautiously got up and looked towards the door. Seeing that the knocking continued, she mustered her courage to ask, Who is it?
"Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen's home? We have important matters to discuss with Mr. Su. Please wait a moment." Yang Yi didn't dare to open the door directly. She hurriedly put on her slippers and went upstairs, arriving at Su Chen's bedroom door. She raised her hand, just about to knock, when she heard a voice from inside that made her blush. A flush immediately appeared on her pretty face. Her hand froze in midair, unsure whether to knock or not. After hesitating for a long time before she could make a decision, the door was opened. A disheveled Su Chen, looking impatient, said, "What are you doing at the door in the middle of the night? You want to come in too?" The two were already quite familiar, so their conversation was no longer as polite as when they first met. Yang Yi, feeling guilty at that moment, didn't care about the formalities and quickly said, No, I don't want to. Someone outside is looking for you. I just wanted to let you know." "Got it, tell him to wait. If he doesn't want to wait, then get lost." That's the exact message. Bang! With that, he impatiently closed the door. In the gap of the closing door, Yang Yi vaguely saw Yuling inside wearing a gorgeous and exquisite princess dress, even sporting a crown. What a lavish play, she muttered to herself, her face flushed as she went downstairs. At this moment, Yang Yi regained her composure. Damn it, she was just watching a horror movie at home, not breaking any laws. It was her who got startled in the middle of the night. Why should she feel guilty? Since Su Chen himself didn't care about the people outside, she had even less reason to care. She immediately walked to the door and shouted outside, "Su Chen said to let you wait. If you don't want to wait, then get lost." Clay. He never expected that as a high-ranking official in the Ojo Alliance's Ministry of Commerce, a person who would be treated as a guest of honor wherever he went, he would be turned away at the door in the middle of the night. Not only was he met with a closed door, but he was also told to wait. Or get lost? "Mr. Clay, this Su Chen is really too rude. Should we just leave?" Gage, who was worth hundreds of billions, clearly couldn't swallow this anger. Moreover, if it weren't for Clay holding him back, he really didn't want to come at this hour. From any angle, given that Su Chen had already announced that everyone would meet tomorrow, finding Su Chen's residence through various connections in the middle of the night was breaking the rules. If his peers found out and spread this news, how would he hold his head high in the circle in the future? Now that Su Chen was unwilling to meet, he couldn't wait to leave. Standing here for even a minute was torture for him. Damn it, doesn't this noble lord care about his dignity? Don't rush, he didn't directly kick us out, he just told us to wait, so let's wait. Clay was also a tough character and clearly had come with a mission. After calming down, although he was very displeased, he still suppressed his temper. So, these two big shots, who were definitely at the top tier in Ojo, obediently sheltered from the rain under the eaves of the villa, waiting for the door to open. 2 hours later, click, accompanied by the sound of the lock turning, the villa door slowly opened. The expressionless Su-chan also appeared at the door. Glancing at the two, Su-chan said lightly, "Come in." In fact, when they had just arrived at the door, Yu-ling had already informed him that someone was coming. But at that time, he was already prepared and ready to handle business. He had no time to pay attention to these insignificant people. Now that the business was done and the guests had not left, Su-chan was curious to hear what they had to say. If they couldn't articulate their purpose clearly, they might as well stay the night and serve as fertilizer for the flowers and plants in the villa garden. Clay and Gago, who were half-soaked from the torrential rain, hurriedly followed him into the villa upon hearing this. After 2 hours of waiting, Clay could no longer maintain the demeanor of a high-ranking Western official. As he followed Su-chan into the house, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Su, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Clay. I don't care who you are, just get straight to the point about why you're here." "My time is very valuable," Su-chan interrupted, waving his hand as he sat down on the sofa, casually pointing to the seat across from him. "Sit down, you have about 10 minutes to explain your purpose for being here." His impolite tone and demeanor made Gago a bit unable to hold back, and he directly said, "Do you know who we are?" Su-chan scoffed. "Gago Dreyer, chairman of Dreyer Biopharmaceutical Group. I know you not because of your fame or high status, but simply because I have some understanding of the ants that Tanyu Medical is about to crush, and that's all. Instead of pretending here, you might as well think about how to sell off all the stocks of your family business and run away." Although the business was done, being interrupted still made him quite displeased. He had no intention of being polite with these white folks. The so-called meeting tomorrow was merely to inform them that the water of life was not something they should be concerned about, and to put an end to that notion. Gago's company had developed in JoJo for many years, and he himself was well-versed in JoJo dialect and culture. In the past, when cooperating with JoJo people, whether they were officials or businessmen, regardless of the content of the discussion or whether a deal could be made, everyone was generally polite, and the etiquette was absolutely in place. This was the first time he encountered someone so straightforward. It almost made him furious. He immediately said, "Mr. Su, your JoJo is a land of etiquette. In the past, I have seen." Before he could finish, Su-chan impatiently interrupted, "Don't give me that nonsense about etiquette. It's not something I said. I'm a barbarian. I don't understand that. You have 8 minutes left. It's best if you get to the point. Believe me, if you're still rambling without making any sense when the time is up, what happens next is something you definitely don't want to see." Gago wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Clay. "Mr. Su, we came here so late. Mainly to make a deal with you." Saying this, he took out a paper world map from his pocket, unfolded it, and pointed to a certain area in the Indian Ocean. "I come from the Ojo Alliance. This is the overseas territory of one of our member countries, an island of about 50 square kilometers. This is our sincerity." Su-chan, who originally intended to see what these two could say, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He then looked at the location of the island. After a moment, a smile finally broke through his previously indifferent expression. 5 vials of the water of life that extend lifespan. I'll take that island." When Clayben saw Su-chan's change of expression, he thought there might be a chance for this matter. However, he then heard Su-chan say he wanted to exchange the island for 5 vials of special life-extending water, and he was instantly dumbfounded. He quickly said, "Mr. Su, you misunderstood. What I mean is that our Ojo Alliance hopes to acquire all the autonomy of this island plus $2 billion in exchange for your life water formula. Of course, if you are willing to sell the entire Tanyu Medical as a package, we can add more money. In addition, we can guarantee that all your business activities in Ojo will not be subject to any restrictions or targeting. The Ojo market will be completely open to you." But Su-chan clearly did not want to hear him ramble on about this. He merely chuckled and said, "Why do you think I would sell the life water formula to you?" Although Clay felt a bit regretful upon hearing this, he had actually anticipated such a result. No one with sense would casually sell something so valuable. He hadn't come here today expecting that his chips would truly persuade Su-chan to hand over the life water and Tanyu Medical entirely to him. "The conditions remain unchanged. We only need the agency rights for the life water in the Western world. What do you think?" Su-chan looked at him oddly and said, "When did I ever say I wanted to sell the life water outside of JoJo?" Once this was said, not only Clay, but even Yago was bewildered. In their minds, if their company could produce such a good thing, they would definitely want to keep the technology in their hands and sell the product worldwide. That was why these medical giants from various Western countries confidently came here to seek cooperation. Being able to acquire the technology would be great, and being able to buy the entire Tanyu Medical would be even better. It didn't matter if they couldn't buy it, as long as
they obtained the agency rights for the life water in their respective regions, it would be enough to make a fortune. At the same time, spreading the news would stabilize the company's stock, allowing shareholders to exit calmly. They had never worried that Su Chen would refuse, they were just uncertain about what price they would have to pay to obtain the agency rights. The reason was simple: these multinational giant companies had an influence in their respective regions that hardly needed elaboration. They were all top local powers. No matter how good the life water was, they believed Su Chen could not abandon them to go solo. Otherwise, with their combined local official support and their own influence, they could easily make it impossible for the life water to operate outside of Jojo. But now, what were they hearing? Su Chen had no intention of selling the life water outside of Jojo? No way. What is going on here? Mr. Su, this joke is not funny, Clay said solemnly. I am not joking, Su Chen replied seriously. This was supposed to be discussed tomorrow, but since you all came here in the middle of the night, I might as well tell you in advance. The life water from Tianyu Medical will not be sold outside of Jojo. Of course, with your means, even if the basic version of the life water is only sold in Jojo, I know you will definitely be able to get your hands on it, at least you won't lack for it. But this kind of life water can only cure diseases and cannot extend life. I can clearly tell you that every vial of the life-extending water is under my control. Without my approval, no one can obtain it. I can offer you 5 vials of life-extending water, and additionally, I can personally give each of you 1 vial. As for the money, I won't charge you, just give me the island. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Of course, I don't need you to reply right now. By tomorrow at the latest, give me a definite answer. After that, it will be too late. Speaking of which, Su Chen glanced at his watch. It's about time. You haven't wasted my time too much, so let's consider this interruption forgiven. Please, you two, take your leave. It wasn't until they exited the villa and got into the special car that the previously silent Clay and Gago exchanged glances. Mr. Clay, what do you think? Clay, a mature politician and high-ranking official from the West, was beginning to grasp the situation. He couldn't help but sigh. This Su Chen is much smarter and greedier than we imagined. He has no intention of using the water of life to amass wealth, nor does he even think about expanding the market. Instead, he plans to completely monopolize the high-end water of life that can extend life, using it as a political bargaining chip that no one can refuse. From now on, obtaining high-end water of life will probably not be a matter of money. Gago naturally guessed Su Chen's intentions and nodded in agreement. Clearly, this is even more beneficial for him. As for the basic version of the water of life, he must know that even now, selling it outside of Jojo is very difficult, and he has to share the profits with others, so he simply won't sell it. He's not only greedy but also very petty, which completely goes against the spirit of business cooperation and mutual benefit. Moreover, he gives no way out to the original interest groups, forcing them into a dead end, which is undoubtedly a very foolish act. So what? Clay shrugged. If I had such a good thing in my hands, I would be even more arrogant than him. Moreover, this is Jojo. If he dares to be so arrogant, he definitely has the official support of Jojo behind him. What can the medical companies he has driven to a dead end outside of Jojo do, no matter how angry they are? This is no longer a time when a few warships could solve the problem. As a medical giant from Ojo, Gago, as a victim, couldn't help but complain. But after venting, he quickly accepted reality and said, "So, Mr. Clay, what do you think we should do now?" To be honest, those 2 types of water of life that can extend life. Clay met his gaze, expressionless, and said, "I think Mr. Su's proposal is excellent." Given his intention to completely monopolize the high-end water of life, these 5 types of water of life are definitely not something we can measure today. I will contact the Speaker of the Alliance shortly to report this matter. I believe the Speaker will certainly not refuse. He would definitely have one of those 5 types of water of life. It would be absurd for him to refuse. Gago silently complained in his heart, then said, "I will persuade the representatives I support to help finalize this deal as soon as possible. I hope Mr. Clay and your ancient family behind you can also contribute." With Su Chen's attitude, it will probably not be so easy to obtain this level of water of life in the future. The two exchanged a knowing smile, everything unspoken. Compared to the ability to extend their lives, the interests of the Ojo Alliance, or those of their families or companies, seem trivial. Clay and Gago, having received the promised benefits from Su Chen, naturally shifted their objectives. Moreover, the Ojo Alliance was no longer what it used to be. It had weakened for many years, and internally it was a scattered mess. Their strength was still somewhat lacking. After Su Chen firmly rejected their various cooperation proposals, even if they were not given any benefits, they absolutely dared not engage in any small tricks on Jojo's territory. Their ancestors had once been wealthy, so they were well aware that Jojo was currently in an unstoppable period of rise. It was best not to do anything too out of line during such a time, or the consequences would likely be beyond what the Ojo Alliance could bear. However, while the Ojo Alliance lacked strength, they also had the self-awareness not to act recklessly. Yet, in this world, there was no shortage of those who had strength and confidence, nor was there a lack of those who lacked self-awareness. So this night was anything but peaceful. It wasn't just Clay and his companion who wanted to pull some strings. Before the meeting, there were naturally people from other countries and multinational companies as well. However, their methods were more extreme. Of course, they wouldn't dare to run through the rain in the middle of the night to wait at Su Chen's doorstep. In fact, it wasn't that they couldn't find out where the Su family lived, they had already received news that Tianyu Group had reached an agreement with a well-known security company in Zhozhou, hiring over 1,000 retired special forces personnel in one go who could legally carry weapons as professional security staff. According to their intelligence, about half of these individuals were dispatched to protect the executives of Tianyu Group, while the whereabouts of the remaining 500 or so were unknown. After all, this was Zhozhou, and the information networks of these forces abroad didn't work as effectively here, especially since the Zhozhou authorities were intentionally covering things up. They not only failed to obtain much useful information but instead received some misleading false information. For instance, Su Chen had all the hundreds of missing security personnel around him for his own safety, while the security around his parents back home was quite limited.
This news made various factions with ulterior motives feel a stir of excitement.
They then stormed into Su Chen's hometown, a small mountain village located in the southernmost part of Chu province. According to villagers' recollections afterward, the thunder that night was particularly loud and dense. Especially on the road leading into the mountains, it thundered non-stop all night. The next morning, some villagers passing by that mountain road saw official rescue teams blocking the entrance and exit of the mountain road, retrieving cars that had fallen into a reservoir by the roadside. It was said that a small landslide had occurred on the mountain road last night, and cars had lost control and plunged off the cliff due to being struck by lightning. And it wasn't just one vehicle, those cars were either Land Rovers or Mercedes-Benzes. The villagers all said that these people were struck by lightning in the middle of the night, which surely meant they were up to no good and had incurred divine retribution. The next morning, before Su Chen had even woken up, he received a call from his parents. Xiaoyi, let me tell you, this flag-raising ceremony was so meaningful, though there were a lot of people, and it was hard to queue. You wouldn't believe it, your dad was in tears watching it. You must come and see it next time. What? I was a soldier too, what's wrong with shedding a few tears? Xiaoyi, don't listen to your mom's nonsense, what does she know? You just focus on your work and don't worry about us. Listening to his parents bickering, Su Chen didn't feel impatient at all. Once they finished, he said, in any case, you two just enjoy your time in the capital. I'll send someone to pick you up in a couple of days. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Your dad and I can read, we can take a bus back home ourselves. By the way, what about those young men and women? Why do you have them following us every day? Isn't that a waste of their time? Waste of time? They are bodyguards, I'm paying them. That's their job. If you chase them away, they won't have work anymore, Su Chen joked. We're just two old folks, we're not celebrities. Why do we need bodyguards? When we go on vacation? Now that you're making money, you shouldn't waste it like this. You should get married soon. Faced with his mother's rambling, Su Chen just listened quietly, showing no intention of rebutting. He simply nodded along, letting it go in one ear and out the other, considering it a loss if he absorbed even a single word. Once he was ready to head out, it was almost time for the meeting he had arranged with those people. The location was at the temporary headquarters of Tianyu Group in Jiangchang, a temporarily purchased office building. It wasn't in a bustling area of Jiangchang and hadn't cost much, and it was not far from Su Chen's residence. He brought Yu Ling along and quickly arrived at the destination. Today, his schedule was quite full. After dealing with these annoying matters in the morning, he still had to go out for a meal with Yang Yi in the afternoon. It was said that she was about to start school, and her dormitory roommates had already arrived in Jiangchang, planning to gather for a meal together. Considering that she was with her boyfriend, she cautiously asked Su Chen if he could accompany her. Was there even a need to ask? Of course, he could. Class reunions and such are just places to show off, right? He was more than familiar with that. As for the nonsense about perspective, what's the point of being low-key and pretending to be humble every day after making it big? So Su Chen agreed without a second thought. As the big boss of the company, he certainly didn't need to prepare for welcoming guests. When he arrived at the pre-prepared conference room with Yu Ling, everyone else was already there waiting for him. Without much small talk, Su Chen couldn't even be bothered to greet anyone. He walked in, glanced around, and his gaze landed on a few people from Zhozhou. Each person had a nameplate in front of them detailing their backgrounds. The ones Su Chen focused on were all representatives from Zhozhou Enterprises and the government. Clearly, they were the ones that Old Man Lin mentioned, sent by the government to stir the pot. Gentlemen, I have some matters to discuss with these foreign friends. Could you please step aside to the lounge for a moment? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was left bewildered. They had been sitting there for a while, speculating what Su Chen's first words would be upon entering. Some thought he would politely greet them and then obediently discuss cooperation or acquisition matters. Others believed that given Su Chen's previously displayed personality, Coupled with what happened last night, he would definitely explode in anger upon entering, refusing to cooperate and even directly kicking them out. There were also those who thought that although last night's events had failed, it had already served as a warning to Su Chen, and if he was magnanimous, he would surely back down now. In short, there were all kinds of guesses, but they never expected that Su Chen's first words upon entering would be to ask the JoJo people to leave first. Dude, aren't you all on the same team? You're telling your teammates to leave first, which makes us quite anxious. Not to mention the representatives and executives from foreign companies, even those from the JoJo pharmaceutical industry who came with official tasks were momentarily stunned. They were at a loss. This wasn't mentioned in the briefing. Should they leave or not? The group exchanged glances, and finally, under the suggestion of an official from the JoJo Health Department, all the representatives sent by the JoJo government left the room. Of course, this didn't mean that all JoJo people were leaving. Some private enterprises clearly weren't willing to just walk away. They weren't sent by the government to help Su Chen stir the pot, so why should they listen to him? Additionally, some representatives from foreign companies were also JoJo people. Su Chen waited for a while, and seeing that no one else was leaving, he nodded. It seems there are no innocent people present. The vast majority of people here, regardless of their country of origin, could basically understand JoJo dialect, and they were momentarily taken aback by his words. Once they processed it, a man whose nameplate read President of Zhuangxing Group Greater China Region, Yi Yunyuan, stood up with a frown and asked, "What does Mr. Su mean?" The literal meaning, Su Chen shrugged, too lazy to engage with him, and turned to the air. These people were thoroughly searched before coming in, right? In the next moment, a holographic projection slowly appeared in front of him, and the small ball in the projection was Tian Shu. Yes, sir. They had to go through 7 rounds of checks before entering, and I also scanned them through electronic signals. They are not carrying any electronic devices, nor do they have any tools for external communication. Very good, you did well. Su Chen acknowledged its work, then pointed at the projected small ball and smiled at the bewildered people. Do you all know what this is? These people clearly don't know, and Su Chen didn't expect them to give any response. He directly provided the answer. This is the core of our Tianyu group, the Tianchu supercomputer. Its computing speed can reach 8 petaflops per second, and any firewall in the world is virtually useless against it. Upon hearing this, the representatives began to whisper among themselves. Those who could sit in such positions were obviously not illiterate. Even if they weren't professionals, they understood some basic principles of computers. After a quick calculation, they soon figured out what the unit peta represented. Their first reaction, of course, was disbelief. But their second reaction was almost universally one of joy. They didn't care whether this Tianxu computer was real or not. What mattered to them was Su Chen's attitude. Su Chen suddenly came in and painted a grand picture for them, boasting about Tianyu Group's technology, which was clearly an attempt to raise the price. Raising the price meant he seemed genuinely interested in selling Tianyu Group. For these people, money was not important. It was just a piece of worthless paper. What mattered was whether they could acquire the formula for the elixir of life or the entire Tianyu Group. Wasn't it just about raising the price? How much to raise it? Even a frown would count as a loss for me. Which of those in the medical industry here isn't wealthy? Su Chen also sensed that these people seemed to have misunderstood something, but he ignored it and continued to introduce the various parameters of the Tianxu. At the end, he suddenly changed his tone and said, "Everyone, do you know what significance the Tianxu computer holds for this world? We know this is simply the most powerful computer in history. Our company is very interested in this, and we are also very interested in Tianyu Group. If President Su has any thoughts on transferring the company or equity, why not name a price?" A straightforward person asked. "It seems you have misunderstood something." Su Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Tianxu, show them the information you have collected." In the next moment, the holographic projection in front of him dissipated, and a holographic projection screen appeared in front of each representative. Upon seeing the images in the projection, the representatives from various countries were stunned, and a chill ran down their spines. This is Yi Yunyuan, the representative from Zhuangxing Group, stammered as he looked at the content in the projection, unable to articulate for a moment. After a long while, he finally said, "Where did you find these things?" "Of course, they are in the top-secret information storage documents at your Zhuangxing Group headquarters." Su Chen shrugged. "I already said, any firewall is virtually useless against Tianxu." These people thought they had kept things absolutely confidential, believing that even if they failed, it wouldn't implicate them or the groups behind them. Yet they knew nothing of Tianxu's capabilities. What they thought was foolproof, Tianxu could quickly investigate with just a simple inquiry. "Do you have anything to say? Or do you have any more excuses?" Su Chen said lightly. "I have nothing to say to you. Give me back my phone, I want to contact my lawyer." Yi Yunyuan quickly regained his composure and said coldly. Even though it was revealed that he was one of the masterminds behind last night's attempted kidnapping, he was not afraid at all. With a professional legal team defending him, he had already found a scapegoat in advance. Just based on the confidential evidence that Su Chen had somehow obtained, there was no way to do anything
to him. As for what Su Chen said about Tianxiu,
he didn't believe there was such a powerful artificial intelligence and computer in the world. He would rather believe that
someone inside had leaked the information.
While speaking, he had already made up his mind to thoroughly investigate everyone in the company who knew about this matter after
returning. Don't be in such a hurry. Su Chen waved his hand. I still have good things to show you. Yu Ling, show them a trick.
Yes. Yu Ling nodded slightly and pointed at the standing Yi Yin Yuan, saying, sit down. Yi Yin Yuan, who wanted to leave, suddenly felt he had lost control over his body, his eyes wide open in shock.
As he involuntarily sat down, he exclaimed in terror, what are you doing? What have you done to me? What kind of sorcery is this?
Although the others were not directly controlled, they realized something was wrong when they instinctively tried to stand up but found their bodies unresponsive. The entire conference room erupted in chaos.
Some, having
seen Su Chen's attitude and the things he revealed, began to vaguely guess what was happening, shouting in fear and trying to make their voices heard. However, all struggles were in vain. With Yu Ling's calm command of silence, the representatives who had been able to speak just a moment ago found that even talking had become a luxury. They could only stare around in terror with wide eyes. To be honest, although I had already guessed what you wanted to do and prepared for it, if you hadn't done anything last night,
I definitely wouldn't have touched you now.
At most, I would have just come over to tell you to leave, Su Chen said somewhat helplessly. But there's no helping it. Sometimes
people are just ignorant and fearless, eager to recklessly explore completely unfamiliar territories. And exploration comes at a cost. Su Chen did not believe they were completely unaware of the Zhang family and the Tao family from Magic City. The official Jojo could definitely guess that this matter was related to Su Chen. They couldn't possibly not know.
They were just being stubborn, or perhaps their minds were clouded by immense profit. After all, those behind them had ancestral roots from islands, and robbery was ingrained in their genes.
And robbery, of course, carries risks.
Without giving them a chance to speak, Su Chen continued, you dare to lay hands on my family.
Do you think those who died yesterday were the end of it?
Of course, I know you are just pawns. The real mastermind behind all this is someone else.
But don't worry, they will soon feel what you are feeling.
Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. After all, I am a law-abiding citizen, and murder is definitely against the law.
Yu Ling knows a
kind of magic that, once used, will make you lose the ability to express yourselves. Expression includes, but is not limited to, using words, language, gestures, and other
methods to communicate with others.
In addition, she will cast another spell on you that will cause your bodies to gradually age while your minds remain alert,
so that
you can clearly perceive how you are rapidly aging and dying, while you cannot reveal anything about what you see and hear today in any form.
Plus, since you didn't bring any recording devices with you, you see, this is a perfect plan, right?
As Su Chen spoke, he couldn't help but smile, seemingly very pleased with the plan.
A glint of light flashed in Yu Ling's eyes, and a staff suddenly appeared in her hand. The next moment, these people immediately felt something invisible yet real entering their bodies. Their bodies instinctively rejected this presence, but they were powerless to resist. The terror in their eyes intensified, yet they could not express a single opinion. Now, in
order for you to leave here with your limbs intact, so I don't have to take the blame, your memories of this place will be temporarily sealed for 3 to 5 days. After 3 to 5 days, you will gradually remember what happened here, but you will have lost the ability to express yourselves.
As for now, you are perfectly healthy. Meeting adjourned.
Su Chen waved his hand and walked out the door. Yu Ling then put the staff back into her storage space and left with him.
It wasn't until a few minutes after they
two had departed that the representatives of various companies, who had been nearly driven to collapse by the magic, finally came to their senses, looking around in confusion.
Wait, what just happened? Did that Su Chen come?
I remember he did come, and it seems he said something, but I completely zoned out.
Oh no, the chairman asked me to discuss the acquisition case with Su Chen, and I haven't given it to him yet. Where is Su Chen? Everyone, the chairman said the meeting is over.
His meaning is very clear, you can all leave now. The door to the conference room opened, and a staff member from Tianyu Group politely stepped in.
He had no idea what had happened inside.
Su Chen had simply asked him to relay a message, so he came.
Where is your chairman?
I am the representative of Zhuangshan Group. He should know what our group represents in
the medical industry.
I would like to see him again for a detailed discussion. I am the CEO of Huangrui Group in the Great Jojo area.
I have very important matters to discuss with your director Su. Please be sure to convey this.
I will wait for him right here.
Surrounded by a group of big shots, the young employee felt a bit intimidated.
But recalling what Su Chen had instructed earlier, he steeled himself and said, everyone, Director Su said to show you out.
If you are unwilling to leave, I will have to call security. Su Chen didn't want to waste too much time talking to these withered bones.
What he had told them earlier was merely to let them understand their fate. In the last moments of their lives, they should reflect on their actions or experience what despair truly feels like. After the meeting, he left the company. Once in the car, Yu Ling finally asked, what about the others?
Do we need to root out and deal with the masterminds behind these people one by one? No rush. Su Chen shook his head. These people are spread all over the world, it would be a waste of time to have you search for them one by one. Later, I will bring some powerful individuals from your world. To settle the scores, just consider it giving them a few more days to live. Yuling's sinister magic, which could wipe out an entire family with just a drop of blood, was indeed impressive, but it required that single drop of blood. Moreover, it wasn't just any blood, it had to be blood extracted through her magical means. This time, she had stirred up quite a few enemies, and going after each one to wipe them out would be too time-consuming. After all, the magical world had plenty of strong individuals, especially the Star Seeker that Wei Wei had already found for him. Once he held this powerful force in his hands, none of these people would be able to escape. He possessed this supernatural power, and it was already quite restrained of him not to indiscriminately kill the innocent. If others came to provoke him, they could not blame him for not being merciful. After all, he couldn't see how they died. For him, the number of people killed was just a statistic. He wouldn't feel the slightest psychological burden. If he were truly provoked, he wouldn't mind giving the people of this world a little shock with his supernatural powers. Has Jojo already made contact? Is there any news coming? Back on the distant shores of the ocean, in a luxurious mansion, two big figures whose stumps could shake the entire Eagle Empire were leisurely enjoying the cool evening breeze.
News has already come in. It seems that Su Chen directly rejected them, not even giving our representative a chance to speak. This was expected. The people of Jojo have always been so stubborn and unyielding. What should we do next? With this kind of drug appearing, the medical industry will definitely face difficulties in the future. Let's have the Black Palace announce sanctions against Tianyu Group first, and at the same time, tighten the existing sanctions against Jojo, especially in high-end manufacturing fields like chips. They won't be able to break through this for the time being, which should make them uncomfortable for a while. Public opinion also needs to be guided a bit, and we should take this opportunity to distance ourselves from the medical industry. Su Chen was indifferent to the brewing storm in unseen places. The principle remained the same. When he had the ability to easily kill anyone in the world, he had no reason to fear. Because no matter what organization or power, the final decision maker would always be a person. Physical destruction has always been the simplest way to eliminate an opponent. After resolving a small annoyance, he went home to pick up Yang Yi. She was having lunch with her roommates, and it was almost time. As for Yuling, Yang Yi initially intended to invite her along. Su Chen had no objections, of course. However, Yuling, as a professional assistant, did not want to interfere with the rare opportunity for the two to cultivate their feelings in solitude. So she did not go along. Regarding Su Chen's safety, she had left a protective array on him that would activate in case of danger, and she would receive the news and rush over immediately. According to Yuling's estimation, even if someone directly bombarded it with a 155mm howitzer, it would take at least a dozen shells to break through. As for firearms and other individual weapons, even if the barrels were rendered useless, it would be impossible to break this array. This was Jojo. Aside from the official forces, no one could possibly possess the firepower to break the array. And the officials would never move against Su Chen. Not to mention, he was heading to a bustling city area. Which country's officials would use heavy firepower to strike their own cities downtown during peacetime? So there was basically no need to worry about safety. Moreover, Su Chen himself was not exactly weak, although he had no patience to learn magic. These days he had been consuming various magical foods and drinking life water, and according to Yuling's estimates, his current strength was already stronger than many martial artists in the magical world. If he were willing to diligently study techniques and cultivate martial skills, becoming a proper knight would not be difficult. With his brute strength, even a dozen ordinary people would likely not be able to get close. Dressed so beautifully today, I almost thought you were going on a blind date, Su Chen teased as he saw the carefully dressed Yang Yi in the garage. The girl had been mooching off him these days and had indeed eaten quite a lot of good things from the magical world. At such a vibrant age, nourished by these delights, she now stood there looking radiant, almost glowing. Don't you look in the mirror? I wouldn't dare go out alone with you if you didn't dress up nicely, Yang Yi complained as she got into the passenger seat. Every time I go out with you and Sister Yuling, I feel like a little maid carrying bags. Has anyone ever told you too that your aura is quite intimidating when you're out? It's that kind of noble and imposing feeling. Is it? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He hadn't really paid much attention to that. However, the influence between the two was mutual. Yuling had a noble identity in the other world and naturally carried an aura. After spending time with her, Su Chen's subconscious behavior would also be influenced. Over time, it was normal for his aura to become stronger. Of course it is. So to prevent people from mistaking me for your maid when I go out alone with you, I spent the whole morning dressing up. Pretty, right? Yang Yi puffed out her cheeks and poked her little face. Not bad, Su Chen gave a fair assessment. Compared to you, Ling, it could only be considered decent.
But in the outside world, she would easily outshine countless internet celebrities and top beauties. You belong to the category of having eaten too much fine rice. It needs to be treated. With how beautiful Sister Yuling is, where else in the world could you find a second one? Su Chen thought of the star seeker that Wei Wei might send him soon. Hard to say. You've killed the conversation. Yang Yi huffed. Su Chen then smoothly changed the topic. By the way, how do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? If we need some intimate interaction, how do we go about it? Interaction is interaction, I don't mind. Do you care? How about we demonstrate it now? Yang Yi placed her hand on Su Chen's right hand. After being brainwashed by Yuling for a long time, she was much more relaxed than when they first met. She also knew that Yuling didn't mind her having a fling with Su Chen and had even been actively encouraging it, so she felt no psychological pressure at the moment. If you don't mind, then it's easy. Su Chen squeezed her leg. Aren't you cold wearing so little? Big brother, if you want to touch, just touch. It's 40 degrees outside. Yang Yi shot him a glare. Oh, I forgot. The dining place cost about 200 to 300 per person, which isn't exactly a cheap restaurant. Yang Yi said she hadn't planned to come to such an expensive place today, but one of her roommate's boyfriends was said to have some money, looked down on ordinary restaurants, and insisted on coming here, and since he was treating, the others naturally had nothing to say. When the two arrived, it was just in time for dinner. Although the prices weren't cheap, the place was still packed, reportedly specializing in local delicacies. As soon as they reached the entrance of the private room, Su Chen saw a group of young people eagerly chatting about something. They suddenly fell silent upon seeing the two arrive. The boys' gazes were almost entirely focused on Yang Yi, while all the girls in the room were looking at Su Chen. After a moment of stunned silence, one girl glanced at Yang Yi and was taken aback, then quickly stood up and said, "Yi, why are you only just arriving? We haven't seen each other in a month. I missed you so much." After some small talk, Yang Yi introduced Su Chen to the others, and they finally took their seats. Just as they sat down, the girl couldn't wait to pull Yang Yi aside and ask, "After not seeing you for over a month, how come you look even prettier? Come on, spill the beans. What skincare products have you been using lately? How can you have good stuff and not recommend it to your sisters? So mean. Skincare products, does the life water I drink count?" Yang Yi thought to herself. But she wasn't out of touch with the internet, so she knew how popular life water was right now. It was one thing to play it cool at a class reunion, but to act so grandly made her feel a bit guilty. "I haven't really used any skincare products, just went to bed early and got up early during the break, eating and drinking regularly, that's all." Eating and drinking regularly was somewhat acceptable, but Su Chen had no idea how she could say such nonsense about going to bed early. Who the hell stays up watching horror movies in the living room at 3 in the morning? But at this moment he certainly couldn't spoil the fun and just looked at his phone, playing the role of a tool. However, a boy nearby suddenly chimed in, "Skincare products? Do you guys know about that life water that's been trending lately? I heard that stuff works better than any skincare product. Just drink it and you can beautify yourself. It's been hyped up online, you can't even buy it if you want to. Is life water really that good? I've seen a lot of people raving about it online, but what's the actual effect? Has anyone tried it?" a girl asked curiously. "Where can you try it?" Tianyu Medical has only released 300,000 bottles of the basic version of life water so far. Each one costs 88.88, and they sell out in less than a second every time they release it. "I didn't know there were so many rich people in the world," a boy complained, then looked at his girlfriend beside him. "I was planning to help you grab one, but it's just impossible." The girl looked unhappy and said, "I don't care, there will definitely be more for sale later, you have to help me get one." The beauty blogger I follow tested life water in a live stream, and the effect was simply amazing. After one bottle, all the wrinkles and blemishes on her face disappeared, and her hair became so much smoother, all the yellowing and split ends vanished. "I have to get my hands on it." Su Chen, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but frown. He put out the basic version of the water of life with the intention of sparing some people from the torment of illness. Although priced at 88.88, which isn't cheap. For many who suffer from less severe chronic diseases and need to take medication long-term, this price is completely worth it. Setting the price so high was also a consideration to establish a certain threshold to prevent all sorts of random people from rushing to buy it, which would make it difficult for those who truly need it to get their hands on it. However, he didn't expect that he still underestimated some people. The water of life being hyped up as a skincare product? Really? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but then felt it unnecessary. There were definitely more than one or two people scrambling for the water of life as a skincare product, and discussing grand principles here would be a complete waste of breath. It would be better to think about how to improve the sales mechanism of the water of life. For instance, the quantity released each time could no longer be publicly sold online, but instead coordinated with official hospitals in Jojo, providing some cooperation to legitimate hospitals. The water of life? I have it, friends, just for you. In a couple of days, I'll give each of the lovely ladies here one. Just as Su Chen was pondering, the boy who first mentioned
The water of life suddenly smiled, as if this wonderful thing was completely trivial to him. Su-chan couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at him. Although the water of life was sold online, it required identity verification, and there was a limit of 1 bottle per person. Moreover, the quick sales fundamentally eliminated the possibility of scalpers buying it to resell for profit. So theoretically, a person could only buy 1 bottle at most. Giving each of the girls present one would mean 4 bottles. Being able to give away so many at once indicated that he definitely had more water of life on hand. Where did it come from? Of course, it was also possible that this guy was just bragging. After all, he didn't say he would give it away right now. But if the former was true, then that would be a big problem. Giving 1 to each? Do you really have that much water of life on you? I remember there's a purchase limit for this stuff, right? Before Su-chan could ask, someone else helped her voice the question. It was the boy who had just complained about how hard it was to get the water of life and was scolded by his girlfriend. Buying online is definitely limited, but mine wasn't bought online, the boy said proudly. My brother used to be an executive at a pharmaceutical company in Magic City, and later that company was acquired by Tianyu Medical, so he became an executive at Tianyu Medical. Their internal employees are allocated the water of life. And let me tell you a secret, you must not leak this outside. The basic version of the water of life is nothing at all, not even the advanced version that Tianyu Medical claims can cure cancer. Their company has even more powerful versions, supposedly. 1 bottle can cure any disease, and drinking 3 bottles can even extend your lifespan. Hearing the earlier claims, Su-chan didn't find anything wrong. Employees of Tianyu Group indeed have a quota for the water of life. If his brother held a relatively important position at Tianyu Medical and had a high enough salary, having a few bottles of the basic version of the water of life on hand is completely reasonable and legal. If he wants to keep such a good thing for his family, the company wouldn't interfere. But the issues he mentioned afterward were serious. The water of life that could extend lifespan was something Su-chan had never intended to spread widely, nor could it be spread widely. Every internal staff member at Tianyu Medical was clear about this and had signed a confidentiality agreement. But now, it was being spoken of by someone like him, and it wasn't that simple anymore. What's your brother's name? Su-chan asked directly. The boy, who was in the midst of boasting, was taken aback, looking at Su-chan in surprise. Dude, what does my brother's identity have to do with you? He wasn't stupid, or rather, his brother must have told him not to leak these secrets when he shared this information. Does it have nothing to do with me? That relationship is not trivial. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Su-chan was too lazy to argue with him, directly picking up his phone and saying, Tianshu, you should have seen it too, handle it. Okay, sir. After seeing the text that appeared on the screen, Su-chan put down his phone and ignored it. The boy looked a bit confused. Seeing that Su-chan didn't ask any further, he continued to boast, not thinking much of it. Soon, the dishes started to be served in the private room. I must say, even with Su-chan's picky taste, the food at this restaurant was indeed quite commendable. However, the ingredients still lacked a bit of flair, completely incomparable to those magical foods. He took a bite and then put down his chopsticks, showing no intention of continuing to eat. Yang Yi was about the same. Having stayed at Su-chan's house these days, her appetite had also become spoiled, and she found it hard to eat these ordinary dishes. The others, however, were enjoying themselves, praising the guy who treated them for his good taste. At this moment, Su-chan realized that the one treating was precisely the guy who had been boasting earlier, named Li Wu. The atmosphere in the private room had been quite harmonious, and there was no sign of the kind of pretentious face-slapping scenes often seen in novels about class reunions. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be a pretty good dining experience. But things often turn out this way. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is bound to occur. Halfway through the meal, Li Wu's phone suddenly rang. He raised his hand to signal for others to be quiet, then picked up the phone and chose to answer. Hello, Mom, what's up? I'm having dinner with classmates here. What? My brother was arrested? Why was he arrested? Leaked confidential information? Not me. I'm having dinner with friends. What confidential information could I leak? Go ask Dad. He likes to boast to those business buddies of his when he drinks too much. It must be him who leaked it. My brother said it was me talking nonsense that the chairman of Tianyu Group heard? How is that possible? I don't even know the chairman of Tianyu Group. Li Wu, who received the call, looked completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Su-chan also received the latest news from Tianshu. Sir, the matter has been clarified. Li Chang, the head of the market management department of Tianyu Medical Company, has a younger brother named Li Wu. After our people approached Li Chang, he admitted without hesitation that he had disclosed company secrets to his family. In addition, I found out that Li Chang took advantage of his position to illegally obtain hundreds of vials of life water in a short period, a small portion of which he gave to his family, while most flowed into the second-hand market, allowing him to earn millions in profit in a short time. His method of obtaining life water was to use his position to acquire the life water benefits distributed to other employees if he encountered refusals.
To sell, he would resort to coercion and inducement, which is extremely malicious. I have reported this to the authorities, and Li Cheng has already been arrested. As for how to deal with the people in his family who know these secrets, it is up to you to decide. What do you think should be done? Su Chen countered. According to legal regulations, those who are aware should sign a confidentiality agreement. As long as they do not disclose the matter afterward, this issue can be considered resolved. If they are unwilling to sign, other legal processes can be pursued. This matter is neither big nor small. I suggest that you do not interfere and leave it to the company's legal department to handle. Clearly, as an intelligent AI, Tianshu preferred to operate within the framework of rules. It was not keen on Su Chen directly taking drastic measures. However, this matter could only be considered a small issue for Su Chen, so there was no need to go as far as killing anyone's family. After giving Tianshu the order to handle it, he did not manage it further. In the private room, just a second ago, Li Wu had been boasting about how effective life water was and how much he had consumed. After answering the call, he was already in a daze. His face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. He had just spoken very loudly, and naturally, everyone else in the private room heard it. With such a thing happening, no one could eat anymore. No one cared about what would happen to Li Wu's brother. Everyone was more concerned about themselves. Just a moment ago, when Li Wu was bragging, he mentioned it was some big secret and warned everyone not to spread it. Now, the news had leaked, and Li Wu's brother had been caught. It was a bit frightening, wasn't it? Realizing they had probably heard something they shouldn't have, the faces of those in the room turned grim. You told us what your brother said. Is there going to be any trouble? Li Wu's girlfriend cautiously asked. However, Li Wu shook his head, pale-faced. It's over. Don't hold any hopes. Tianyu Medical has already filed a lawsuit against my brother, and the police in Jiangcheng are probably looking for me right now. They'll find this place soon. As he spoke, he seemed to struggle to understand. The chairman of Tianyu Group. I haven't mentioned this to anyone outside of you guys in the past few days, so how could there be a chairman of Tianyu Group? At this point, he suddenly froze, looking over at Su Chen, who was calmly sipping tea not far away. Dude, when you asked what my brother's name was, what were you really after? Su Chen glanced at him lightly and said, I am the chairman of Tianyu Group. Li Wu. He recalled what had just happened and began to suspect that Su Chen was also connected to Tianyu Group or had some relation to it, quietly passing on what they had said, which then reached the ears of the chairman of Tianyu Group, leading to his brother's predicament. The idea that Su Chen was the big boss behind Tianyu Group had never crossed his mind. After all, Su Chen looked younger than everyone else present. If one didn't know better, they might think he was a junior from somewhere. Who could imagine that the recently booming Tianyu Group, which some institutions estimated would have a market value of no less than 100 billion if listed, had such a young boss? The private room fell into silence once more. Some people couldn't hold back their urge to leave. But thinking about having heard the business secrets of a big company and the possibility of inspectors coming to find them soon, they hesitated to leave. After all, staying meant they could explain things clearly, stating they had only overheard and absolutely did not spread the information, and that they wouldn't in the future. At most, signing a confidentiality agreement would suffice. But if they ran away, who could prove they hadn't passed on the secret to others? It would be troublesome to deal with then. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Yang Yi couldn't sit still after a while and tugged at Su Chen's hand, saying, Can we leave? If you wanted to leave, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were waiting for them. Su Chen smiled, standing up to prepare to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he heard Li Wu say, You can't leave. You all heard what was said. If you leave now and spread the secret to more people, it will only get more complicated. My brother mentioned when he contacted the family that Tianyu Group would definitely not let this go easily. The wider the spread, the more serious the situation. Keeping you here is also for your own good. Su Chen shrugged, too lazy to pay him any mind. His brother Li Chang was not a good person. Instead of attending classes properly, he was involved in shady dealings. Li Wu might not be a good person either. When he started bragging, he had no filter, claiming he would deliver the elixir of life to someone. When he said this, his eyes were practically glued to Yang Yi. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to elaborate on his intentions. The small head controlling the big head, leaving the house with a brain full of nonsense. Not letting others leave was naturally not for their benefit but simply to lessen his own culpability. Crack! Just as they reached the door, before Su Chen even reached for the handle, someone from outside pushed the door open first. At this moment, it was naturally the inspectors who had come. I have to say, the official response was indeed swift. After hearing that Tianyu Group reported a leak of commercial secrets and receiving relevant information within less than half an hour, people were already being apprehended in Magic City, and the authorities had also come knocking on Jiangqing's door. This shows the current level of attention from above towards Tianyu Group. If it were another company, the official efficiency would definitely not be this fast. The inspector was quite polite. After briefly explaining the purpose of their visit, he asked everyone present to accompany him to the police station. He also mentioned that as long as they accepted a simple investigation and signed a confidentiality agreement, that would suffice. The people in the private room all breathed a sigh of relief. However, Suchen frowned and said, I have other matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I won't have time to go. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was taken aback. A young officer was about to step forward to reason with Suchen and ask him to cooperate, but before he could speak, he was stopped by the captain beside him. The captain then politely asked, May I ask who you are? I am Suchen. Alright, Mr. Su, please take care. The captain immediately cleared the way at the door, allowing Suchen to lead Yang Yi out directly. The people in the private room were left in stunned silence. After a while, a boy indignantly said, Why can they leave directly while we have to undergo an investigation? Because he is the chairman of Tianyu Group. The captain of the inspection team, having figured out the situation, replied speechlessly, to leak a company's secrets in front of their chairman, truly a genius. What will happen to them after they are taken to the police station? School starts in a couple of days, it won't affect their studies, will it? After they came out, Yang Yi couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be a problem, they just need to go sign a confidentiality agreement and they'll be out, not even staying a day, Suchen casually replied. I think you should be more concerned about what we're going to do this afternoon. Originally, the plan was to have other activities after lunch. Since Suchen was already here, he naturally wanted to accompany Yang Yi to have some fun. Now that her classmates had been caught, there was no point in going to the market. How about we go watch a movie? Yang Yi suggested, but as soon as she said it, she shook her head repeatedly. No, there aren't any good movies lately, it would be a waste of time. After thinking it over, she couldn't come up with anything fun. After all, with the heat being so intense, outdoor activities were basically out of the question. There weren't many indoor options either. In the end, the two didn't deliberately seek out any entertainment, they just spent the afternoon by the river, enjoying the breeze, watching the boats come and go on the river and chatting with the pretty girl. Suchen found it quite enjoyable. Today was the day he had previously arranged to trade with Wei Wei and Bai Lu, but that was for the evening, so there was no rush. The company's matters were managed by Tian Shu, so he, as the big boss, didn't need to worry. There wasn't much to do at home either. However, sitting by the river and chatting with Yang Yi gave him a strangely peaceful feeling reminiscent of his first love. Not to mention, Yang Yi's temperament and appearance fit the definition of first love for most people. She was the pure, moonlight type. But with a man and a woman alone, the conversation naturally grew more ambiguous. It's a bit hot here, how about we find a cooler place to rest? Hearing Yang Yi's request, her face flushed. Suchen tentatively suggested, Shall we go to a hotel? Yeah. It was a natural progression, a matter of course. In any case, on such a calm afternoon, the last barrier was easily broken. Yang Yi, who was new to such experiences, didn't put on airs. After sipping a few drinks, she was revitalized. Then she energetically pulled Suchen to go shopping and grab a late-night snack. By the time they returned home, it was already past 10 in the evening. Yuling was quietly reading at home. When she saw the two return, her gaze lingered on Yang Yi for a moment, raising an eyebrow, but she was not surprised. This was the result of her own encouragement. You two chat, I have some matters to attend to, I'll come down later. Suchen greeted and went upstairs. It was time to handle the agreed transaction for today. As for the relationship issues between Yuling and Yang Yi, he didn't need to worry about that, Yuling would handle it well. Why are you so late this time? As soon as Vivi appeared in the trading space, she expressed her dissatisfaction, briefly before handing over the prepared items to Suchen. Most of it consisted of magical plants and the flesh and blood of magical beasts, along with some seeds of magical plants, and a few magical tools that were gathered according to Suchen's requests. 5 longbows engraved with magical arrays, incredibly powerful. A magical cloak fully defensive, which even an ordinary person could wear to achieve short-term flight. There were also some swords and knives. The magical cloak was requested by Yuling, mainly for Suchen's protection. The magical weapons were what Xin Yi had asked Vivi to procure after trading with the white deer from another world. He believed that the white deer would be quite interested in such items. For these purchases, Suchen only needed to pay the remaining 20,000 tons of grain from the last transaction. It would be best if you could prepare those powerful weapons that ordinary people in your world can use as soon as possible. There might be a major battle in Mengchuan City soon, Vivi said with a serious expression after the transaction was completed. With the recent large shipments of grain support from Suchen, Vivi's immediate need for grain had significantly decreased. The people surrounding Mengchuan City had always been encircling without attacking, waiting for the city to run out of supplies. Now they discovered that not only had the grain in the city not run out, but it was also increasing, allowing even the ordinary people in Mengchuan City to have 2 hearty meals a day. This made the besieging coalition uneasy. She received reliable information that the coalition was likely planning a large-scale attack on Mengchuan City soon. If they couldn't hold it off, the city would likely fall within days. If they could hold it off, there might be a period of calm afterward. I'm a bit curious, didn't you say you were a princess of the Qiang Empire? They've been fighting around your territory for years, and your empire isn't providing you with any support? I can't count on it. Vivi waved her hand
Originally, Mengchuan City is located on the border and was abandoned by the Imperial Center, but this is my territory and I am unwilling to give it up, which is why I have
held on until now. Defending Mengchuan City is my personal action. The Empire naturally won't send reinforcements. Abandoned by the Empire?
Su Chen was somewhat puzzled.
From what you said before, Mengchuan City is a border stronghold that can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people and has solid defenses, right? How can they just abandon such a place? Could it be that your empire has suffered defeats elsewhere recently, or is it so rotten internally that there are no usable troops left? Of course not.
Vivi casually found a place to sit down and poured a cup of life water for herself and Su Chen. The situation is quite complex. To summarize simply, my father is already
old and senile, unable to handle state affairs.
Now the power in the center is in the hands of a few of my brothers, and according to news from the imperial capital, their
struggle for the throne has reached a boiling point. The entire empire is faintly igniting the smoke of civil war, but the scale of the war is still within controllable limits, and hasn't completely spread yet.
Currently, at least 1 million troops have gathered around the imperial capital, all of them the most elite forces of our Qiyang Empire,
obeying the orders of 4 princes. It is foreseeable that once my father passes away, an uncontrollable civil war will break out.
In such a situation, who would send troops?
To save a small border city?
To them, it's just territory. The Qiyang Empire is so vast that losing a bit isn't a big deal, but if they lose the throne, that would be a
total loss.
Not to mention that I am also considered one of the heirs to the throne and have the qualification to participate in the struggle. They would rather I die in
Mengchuan City than come to my aid. Goodness, the emperor isn't even dead yet and a civil war is about to break out.
This is even more exaggerated than a standoff with corpses
and armor.
Su Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't quite understand what these people from another world were thinking.
But when he looked at Wei Wei's expression, which was
completely unfazed, he felt that this woman was probably not simple either.
Defending Dream River City was likely not just about protecting her territory.
When the civil war in the Radiant Sun Empire truly begins, who will be the last one laughing is still uncertain.
Do you want to become the Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire? Su Chen asked abruptly. Without warning.
Why do you think I have the qualifications to participate in such matters?
Wei Wei raised an eyebrow.
As the youngest princess with a territory still in the barren Dream River City and now trapped in a predicament, I can hardly protect myself.
What do I have to compete for the throne? Su Chen glanced around. With this, it should be enough, right? A small initial territory, few people in the domain, a harsh external environment, insufficient political capital, are these problems?
Of course, they are, and they are major problems. With so many buffs stacked on him, in Blue Star, regardless of ancient or modern times, it was clear he was not qualified to participate in the power struggle. But Wei Wei had one major advantage that could make up for her shortcomings. That is the trading platform.
To put it bluntly, she has a cheat. Whether it's enough probably depends on how much you can support, Wei Wei joked. Just from what you showed me before, that thing from your world, the mushroom egg.
Yes,
that's it. If you send me a few of those, I can ascend to the throne within a month.
At that time, I will grant you the title of Duke of the Radiant Sun Empire, giving you a territory of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and millions of subjects. This is no different from me being Qin Shi Huang Crazy Thursday giving me 50.
Su Chen was a bit speechless.
This thing is absolutely unattainable right now. Stop dreaming and talk about something realistic.
Just firearms and artillery. How much do you think you need to ascend to the throne?
He had shown Wei Wei some videos of these weapons.
These weapons have too high logistical requirements.
If you can ensure that the logistics keep up, then within a year I should be able to take half of the empire. As for the other half, it will depend on luck. Wei Wei did not elaborate further. Clearly, as an ancient empire with a history of over 100,000 years, the Radiant Sun Empire itself was not that simple. Even as the emperor's own daughter, relying solely on strength was not enough to rise to power. Su Chen recalled that the island he had acquired from the Ojo Alliance should also be handed over soon. After a brief thought, he said, at the latest in a month, I can supply you with a large number of various conventional firearms until you finish the civil war and become the Empress of the Radiant
Sun Empire.
As for what you need to give in return, there's no need to mention titles and such. I can't even go to your world. What use would that be?
I need you to provide a complete set of theories and knowledge related to magic. How about that? Compared to something invisible and intangible, the mature magical system of the entire
magical world was clearly more enticing. However, this kind of thing was also a treasure for Wei Wei, one of the biggest advantages her world had over Su Chen's.
It was like a technological barrier.
Previously, Su Chen hadn't even mentioned this aspect. Now that the other party needed his help urgently, it was just the right time to bring it up. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei gave her answer. Even though the Radiant Sun Empire has existed for so many years, the royal family's collection of books cannot claim to encompass everything related to magic. What I can promise you is that after I ascend to the throne, I will give you the magical and martial knowledge that has been passed down in the Radiant Sun Empire for over 100,000 years. As for anything else, I am powerless.
That's fine. Su-chan was not picky. In any case, it was enough to first get a complete magical cultivation system over. He was too lazy to practice magic, partly because the elven magic of Yu-Ling didn't quite align with humans. Even if he wanted to learn, it would be a lot of effort for little gain. It was simply not worth it. The two briefly discussed their future collaboration before moving on to another important matter of the day. Vivi spoke first. The Starseeker is already waiting. Give me a mid-level life transaction permission card, and I'll bring her over right now. After buying the initial matching card last time, Su-chen was left with only a few membership points. However, after the recent transaction, the trading platform gifted him nearly 100 points. He now had over 140 membership points. Purchasing a mid-level life transaction permission card required 100 points, and the remaining points could be used to get her a complete world language access card to avoid any language barriers when she arrived on Blue Star. Without further ado, Su-chen directly bought the transaction card and used it. Unlocking the life transaction permission, Vivi immediately brought the prepared Starseeker into the trading space. Even though he was prepared, Su-chen was still taken aback by her stunning beauty the moment he saw her. In terms of looks, she and Yu-Ling were equally matched. However, their temperaments were vastly different. Yu-Ling was gentle as water, while the Starseeker exuded an indescribable calm elegance just by standing there. "You must be Mr. Su-chen," she said after a brief moment of eye contact. Bowing first, Su-chen returned the gesture. "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. The renowned Starseeker truly lives up to her reputation, absolutely extraordinary. You're too kind. I've read the letter from Princess Yu-Ling, and Princess Vivi has also briefly mentioned some information about your place," the Star-Seeker stated directly. "I want to confirm once more, if I agree to your terms and bring my people to your place, will we really not face any discrimination or oppression?" "Discrimination and oppression exist everywhere. That's something we can't avoid," Su-chen shrugged. "What I can guarantee is that the reasons for any discrimination or oppression your people might face there will not be due to their background or bloodline, and their status will not be lower than that of the local inhabitants. As I mentioned before, if you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. It's not too late to decide after you've seen it." "All right." The Starseeker agreed without hesitation, even seeming a bit eager. In the letter from Yu-Ling, that place had been described as being no different from the legendary Divine Realm, especially for their group, which faced mainstream discrimination and exclusion in the magical world. It was even more so. "In that case, let's sign the contract first." Su-chen took out the prepared transaction contract. The terms in the contract were, of course, different from what Yu-Ling had signed. Yu-Ling had no intention of returning after going to Blue Star. However, if the Starseeker found that Blue Star did not match Su-chen's description, she would certainly want to return to the magical world. She was also a top-tier powerhouse in the magical world, second only to those godlike figures. She wasn't foolish and naturally wouldn't sign a contract that was no different from a slave contract. The content of the contract she signed was roughly that after arriving on Blue Star, she needed to follow all of Su-chen's reasonable orders, obey local rules, and not act recklessly. But Su-chen also couldn't act recklessly towards her or force her to do things she was unwilling to do. If either party breached the contract, it would be terminated, and the Starseeker would be sent back to the magical world. This contract could be said to provide certain protections for both parties. "My name is Su-chen, as you probably already know. Now that the contract is signed, we will likely be together for a long time, but I still don't know your name," Su-chen asked, looking at the Starseeker, who had long water blue hair and a tall figure, resembling a goddess stepping out of a painting. "My name? It's been a long time since anyone asked me that." The Starseeker pondered for a moment and said, "My original name is Wild Grass. If you like it, you can call me that." Wild Grass. Su-chen didn't expect that one of the top powers in this magical world would have such a casual name. But thinking about her background and the situation in the magical world, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, mixed bloods are often discriminated against and rejected in the magical world, unloved by their grandmothers and uncles. Isn't that just as humble as Wild Grass? Whether Su-chen liked the name or not was secondary. What mattered was that he could clearly see that the Starseeker definitely did not like it. He wasn't foolish enough to actually call her that just because she suggested it. Looking at her purple robe embroidered with stars, Su-chen suddenly had an idea. "Wild Grass is too casual. How about I give you a name from our world?" The Starseeker seemed indifferent to such matters, currently surveying the bedroom environment. She merely responded with an "oh," indicating he could do as he pleased. After all, names didn't hold much significance for her. There were very few people in the magical world who would call her by name. After all, everyone only has one life, and who in the world didn't know that the Starseeker despised that humble name which implied being inferior from birth? "Let's call you Star Scar." Star Scar. The Starseeker had already used the world language comprehension card, so she naturally understood what those two words meant. She seemed to show a bit of interest and turned to Su-chen, asking, "Does it have any meaning?" "No," Su-chen shrugged. "I just thought it sounded nice since your clothes are covered in the trajectories of stars." The Starseeker nodded and didn't say much more. Then I will be called Starscar in this world from now on. Suchin felt that this woman had a bit of a 3-no personality, like an emotionless robot, seemingly indifferent
to anything other than whether Blue Star was suitable for mixed bloods to live in.
How about we go out and take a look?
Seeing her curiously examining the surroundings,
Suchin suggested. Starscar walked to the window and pulled aside the curtains. What can there be to see at this hour?
This was already the suburbs, and the villa faced
a lake.
At this hour, pulling back the curtains revealed nothing but darkness.
It's only a little past 11, the nightlife is just starting. Suchin beckoned. Come on.
Let Moon Listening take you out for a stroll. I have some matters to attend to and need to visit the trading space.
Tomorrow, I'll think of a way to resolve your identity issue. Okay. Starscar still had no expression, appearing to let Suchin arrange everything.
Moon Listening had long been prepared for the arrival of the Starseeker, and, as a princess of the elves, being a girl made it easier for her to communicate with Starscar than it was for Suchin.
Coincidentally, Suchin still needed to continue to
the trading space to complete today's transaction with the White Deer, so he didn't have time to chat with Starscar. After arranging this legendary powerhouse of the magical world, Suchin turned and entered the trading space again.
You finally made it. Do you know how long I've been waiting?
As soon as he entered, the White Deer's complaints reached his ears. Suchin quickly smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry, something held me up.
How did the magical food and life water I gave you last time work out? Next time you better remember to be on time.
The White Deer huffed lightly and then said, the effects are indeed good, and as you said, different people absorb these things at different efficiencies. I can confirm that from my own experience. Now, even without wearing powered armor, I should be able to knock you out with one punch. It's just being late, there's no need to knock me out. Suchin's mouth twitched. The other batch of magical food and life water I promised you has been prepared. What do
you plan to exchange for it?
Her situation is different from Vivi's. Vivi holds a high status in the magical world and can gather whatever she wants within the stipulated time. If she can't gather something, she generally has an idea of it in her mind. So when Suchin trades with Vivi, he can make an appointment in advance, and when the time comes, he can directly obtain the agreed upon items. However, Bailu's status in their world is clearly not high. The good things Suchin wants, she can basically only obtain by stealing, so there's no talk of appointments. What she can offer for trade depends entirely on what she has recently managed to snatch. A few days ago, I stole a smart brain from a cross-galaxy giant corporation, but recently it's been tough around Xingyu Star, so it's not easy to do such things. Bailu scratched her head a bit embarrassedly. However, the military supplies the Federation allocated for our travel have arrived. I can offer you 10 sets of standard Hailstorm-class power armor for the Federation's near-Earth orbital troops, as well as 3 night-class landing boats. I wonder if you're interested. Military supplies? Suchin was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Military supplies are great. He quickly asked, what about the power armor, and what about the landing boats? The Hailstorm-class power armor isn't really considered a good item on our side. Its main use is to deploy the orbital airborne brigade to the surface from near-Earth orbit when dealing with enemies from other planets. Among power armors of the same level, it's barely decent, with reasonable armor defense. The built-in energy shield is also average for its class. The advantage is that the technology is mature, durable, and can maintain combat effectiveness for a long time even in extremely harsh conditions with severed external supplies, showing strong self-sustainability. In short, it's a very mediocre piece of equipment, but it excels in cost-effectiveness. The standard weapon is an electromagnetic rifle with a magazine of 500 rounds. The power source is a third-generation micro-fusion reactor, which has decent output power and is the most valuable part of the entire power armor set. It also has a basic military-grade AI assistant, but having it or not doesn't make much of a difference. As for the landing boats, they can carry up to 1,000 tons and can reach speeds exceeding the third cosmic velocity. They are usually used to deploy our airborne brigade to seize ground control after the starship has completed its strikes on the surface. If you lack transportation capabilities from the ground to space, these are good items, just like the Hailstorm-class power armor, with mature technology, durability, and easy repairs aside from the core components. Bailu displayed her professionalism as an officer from another world as she spoke about these specifications. Her mouth kept moving without pause. Suchin listened, his eyes widening at each parameter. Damn it, if these things were brought to Blue Star, wouldn't they dominate the starry sky? That's impressive. However, seeing Bailu getting more and more excited, Chunyi couldn't help but recall another question, feeling a bit worried. Is it really okay for you to give me these military supplies from your Federation? What are you talking about? Bailu said nonchalantly. The Interstellar Federation has plenty of resources, how could they care about a few power armors and landing boats? Moreover, with the rampant banditry around Xingyu Star lately, my near-Earth orbital airborne brigade is an important force for maintaining public order there, so losing a bit of equipment is quite normal, right? I directly killed those loyal to the Federation in the army and reported them as battle losses, and I even collected their compensation. What's a few pieces of equipment? What the hell, rampant banditry?
Aren't you the bandit yourself? As for killing those loyal to the Federation and then collecting their compensation, that would be quite explosive even in the chaotic times of ancient military warlords in JoJo. No wonder Suchan always felt there was a bandit aura about this woman. Turns out she's a real bandit. But thinking about it, it seems right. She is a significant rebel within the Interstellar Federation. No matter what she does, it damages the image of the Interstellar Federation. I do the bad deeds, enjoy the benefits, and let my opponents take the blame. If Suchen were to take her place, she would probably do the same things. This package is truly ruthless. Your so-called Interstellar Federation has such advanced technology, can't you manage even a little bit? Our Qingyu star is located in the Lioli star system, which is on the fringes of the Interstellar Federation. It's essentially a no man's land, only nominally belonging to the Interstellar Federation. You might not believe it, but on Qingyu star, our orbital airborne brigade is already considered a core faction of the Interstellar Federation. We often help the Interstellar Federation clear shipping lanes, protect resource planets, and quell some rebellions. Lu scoffed. The other forces here are even worse than us. A few months ago, the newly appointed governor of Qingyu Star was killed along with his entire team on the second day of his appointment. Their bodies are still hanging at the governor's office entrance, and I can't even be bothered to collect them. The Federation only cares about whether the Lioli star system can regularly supply resources. Those cyborgs are only thinking about achieving mechanical immortality every day. They have no time to manage the security here. What a night city full of villains, right? Other than saying I've learned something new, Suchen didn't know what else to say. Who would have thought that a civilization capable of easy interstellar travel would be so chaotic inside? It's simply a collapse of order. After discussing the items for trade, Bai Lu's efficiency remained as high as ever. She went straight to the warehouse and brought Suchen the items he wanted. When delivering, she didn't even bother to unpack them. The power armor and landing craft still had their manuals inside. Everything was brand new, unopened. As for the question of what equipment Bai Lu's subordinates would use after trading these, Suchen was too lazy to ask now. If they were greedy for compensation, isn't it normal for them to be on the payroll without working? These pieces of equipment were probably surplus. Anyway, after the trade was completed, while discussing the next items for trade, Suchen couldn't help but ask, "This landing craft looks a bit small. Do you think you could get me a few of those starships capable of interstellar travel? Both civilian and military ones are fine. I've tried, but it's not easy," Bai Lu replied bluntly. "Before I came today, I originally planned to get a starship to trade for these items, but I found out that if there are people inside the starship, it can't be stored in the space provided by the trading platform. And almost every starship has people in it at all times, even during repairs. To get a starship, I would have to clear out the people inside, but starships are too large, and there are various identification systems inside. Moreover, almost all starships have interdimensional communication systems. If I stay inside for too long, it's easy for my true identity and that of my subordinates to be recognized. I can't even block the communication system to prevent messages from being sent out. So it's difficult to manage. It would easily expose my identity. If the news reaches the Federation's core, my position as the highest commander of the orbital airborne brigade would be over." She really tried it, which Suchen never expected. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the items she trades are either stolen or embezzled. Selling off the family property doesn't hurt the heart. Being able to exchange for things that help her grow stronger is certainly very valuable to her. Moreover, from these two trades with her, it's not hard to see that there are definitely many more powerful high-tech items in their world. Her daring to play like this is definitely not short-sighted, it's just that there are so many good things that they can't sell them all. Alright, then remember to help me get a starship when you have the chance. Difficult. Bai Lu was quite honest, but as soon as she finished speaking, she had a sudden idea. Do you have anything over there that can make a person's physical body become stronger out of thin air? I wonder if there are any exceptionally powerful human individuals. If there is, we can sign a lease contract. You send people over to me, and I'll show you the various models of starships we have here. Whichever one you like, I'll take your people over, let them kill everyone or anything inside the starship, and then I'll just shove the starship into the trading space. Isn't that how it works? People from another world stealing starships, and even if the modified CPUs of the Federation burn out, they won't be able to find out who did it, right? Bai Lu became more and more excited as he spoke. He almost wanted Suchen to find a strongman to come over and pull off a big score right now. Even Suchen couldn't help but feel his heart race a little at the thought. If it were before, with only Yuling as his high-end combat power, such a thing would definitely carry some danger, and he would never agree to it. But now it was different. Xinghan had just arrived, after all. In the magical world, she was second only to the god level in combat power. Stealing from an unsuspecting technological world would be a piece of cake, right? Of course, he wasn't blinded by the temptation of the starship. After calming down for a moment, he said, "You send me the starship catalog and function descriptions from your world first.
I'll study these power armors and landing boats you sent over and then decide whether to go through with it. Xinghen would likely be one of his own in the future, so if it worked out, sending her on a trip wouldn't be a big deal. But he still wasn't clear on the level of weapon development in Bai Lu's world. What if they had some powerful weapon that could deal with Xinghen? Wouldn't sending her over be like sending her to her doom? This request was obviously quite reasonable. After waiting for about half an hour, Bai Lu returned to the trading space with a stack of materials. Here are the details of more than a dozen different levels of starships. There are commercial starships, military starships, and civilian sightseeing starships. Actually, I can find quite a few starships with detailed information here, but I've only personally seen these starships, so I know the information is reliable. As for the other starships, I can't verify their authenticity, so I won't give them to you for now. You can pick from these, and whichever one you choose, let someone come to pick it up. Another fruitful day. Stepping out of the trading space and looking at today's gains, Suchan couldn't help but feel in high spirits. It was already past midnight. Glancing at the bedroom, he saw that Yuling had come in at some point, sitting on the edge of the bed in a camisole, scrolling through her phone. She didn't find it strange at all that he suddenly appeared back in the room after coming from the trading platform. She just smiled and said, "You're back, get some rest early. Next time you mess around with E, be careful. You know your own physical condition, her little frame can't handle it. Just a taste is enough." Su Chen's mouth twitched. Hearing such words from his legitimate wife, even though he had a thick skin, he still felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he was about to wave his hand and make an excuse to go take a shower, his phone suddenly rang. It was Tianshu contacting him. Suchen then remembered that he had brought his phone into the trading space earlier. And of course, there was no signal from Blue Star in the trading space. Tianshu must have been trying to reach him for a while but couldn't get through. So as soon as he came out, he contacted him again. "Master, something has happened, and it may not be good news for the Tianyu Group's development." As soon as he answered, Tianshu's voice came through the phone. "What happened?" Just 3 hours ago, the Black Palace of the Bald Eagle Nation released the latest batch of sanctions against the JoJo Enterprises, and the Tianyu Group happens to be on the list. The reason is that they believe the life water from Tianyu Medical is an unstable and dangerous drug. Unless we can provide relevant papers to demonstrate its principles, the life water will never be able to trade in the Bald Eagle's market. And their sanctions are not limited to the life water of Tianyu Medical, but encompass the entire Tianyu Group, including Tianyu Farms, which are all within the scope of the sanctions. The two ships of nearly 200,000 tons of grain you asked me to book earlier are now either unwilling to fulfill the contract due to sanctions or are trying to take advantage of the situation to raise prices. Major international grain merchants have basically reacted to these sanctions, and finding other suppliers will likely cost more. Is this really happening? Su Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. The life water could overturn the entire medical industry, so the sanctions against Tianyu Medical by the Western world were within his expectations. He just didn't anticipate that these people would be even more shameless than he imagined. They directly sanctioned the entire Tianyu Group, even trying to find ways to restrict the fair trade procurement of grain from the farms. They were simply losing all face. After pondering for a moment, he said to Tianshu, "What do you think? Do you have a plan to deal with this?" Tianshu immediately replied, "After calculations, I believe this may not be a bad thing for Tianyu Group. The main product of Tianyu Group, the life water, is currently in serious short supply, and the supply within JoJo is barely enough, let alone outside JoJo. You yourself have no intention of selling life water abroad, so the impact of the sanctions on the group is not significant. On the contrary, it could help the company gain greater fame, equivalent to the White Eagle giving the company free publicity. As for the handling plan, I have prepared 2 sets. Plan 1, ignore it and treat this matter as if it doesn't exist. As long as we show enough indifference and prove that we can do well without expanding overseas, they will be the ones in a hurry. After all, this is the internet age, their stigmatization of life water cannot last. Once the truth is known, the citizens of their country will discover that it was their own government that refused to allow this miraculous medicine into the market, and their pressure will be immense. However, this is a long-term plan, and in the short term, we may have to remain silent, acting as if we are completely unaware of this matter, which may not align with your character, so I have prepared another plan. That is to express our dissatisfaction and disdain for the so-called sanctions in a high-profile manner, and to slap them back with real technology. If it had been a week ago, I wouldn't have prepared this plan, but after you brought that set of the most advanced chip technology and its production line from Blue Star, the situation has completely changed. The White Eagle's sanctions against JoJo have a long history, and as one restriction after another is overcome by JoJo, they actually have very few cards left. Currently, the most difficult area for JoJo to break through sanctions in a short time is in indispensable items, with chips definitely ranking first. Breaking their monopoly and sanctions on chip technology would be a huge blow to the White Eagle, and the technology you have can achieve just that, can't it? Moreover, according to the original plan, these days were supposed to be when the chips were released. to the market, so now it's just a day or two earlier than originally planned, which is not a big deal.
You really are clever. Su-chen chose the second plan without any hesitation. A gentleman's revenge is not too late even after 10 years. A petty person's revenge can be from morning till night. Su-chen never considered himself a gentleman, nor
did he have the patience to wait 10 years? He wanted to slap them back hard right now, so carbon-based chips were naturally the best choice. There was no need to prematurely
announce all the news to disrupt the original release plan.
Just using the official account of Tianyu Group to give a heads up that such a product would be launched soon
would be enough to create a stir.
Of course, revealing this information now would definitely invite ridicule from various groups, but when Tianyu Technology brings out the finished product in a few days, the whole world will take notice. Since we're going to slap some faces, of course, we have to wait for the opponent to pop the champagne and build
up enough hatred. That's when the slap becomes interesting.
Under Su-chen's instruction, Tianshu that night used the official account of Tianyu Group to post a message
online. Good news.
Tianyu Group's subsidiary, Tianyu Technology, has recently made significant breakthroughs in the field of carbon-based chip research, and has now produced finished chips whose performance far exceeds international top levels. 3 days later, our company will hold a product launch event at Jiangcheng Stadium. The future is here. Stay tuned. The message was brief, and it didn't reveal much truly useful information, but just the little that was disclosed was already explosive. Chips with performance far exceeding international top levels, and they are carbon-based. Moreover, this information was released by Tianyu Group, a company deeply rooted in the public's mind for selling the life-giving water. No matter how you look at it, it seems absurd. No way, am I seeing things after staying up all night? Carbon-based chips that far exceed international top levels? What even is a carbon-based chip? Can someone explain? What a joke. Browsers don't charge, and when something happens, you just know to ask. What cyber-disabled person can't search because they have no hands? Isn't this just playing with words? There are indeed many people researching carbon-based chips, but the number of usable finished products currently is very few. A carbon-based chip that far exceeds international top levels probably doesn't even perform as well as silicon-based chips from 10 years ago. Isn't this just playing word games to fool those who don't understand? I can already imagine how this news will spread, and those brainless people in the comments sections of various websites will start saying win-win-win. Exactly, the war wolves are about to climax again. Carbon-based chips, they can't even explain their bragging. Didn't Tianyu Group just make a fortune from the life-giving water recently? Why are they still acting so poorly, doing this clickbait stuff? Isn't it disgusting? What's there to say? They probably can't hype the life-giving water anymore, right? How many fools in this world would spend $88.88 to buy a bottle of useless drink? They're trying to open a new track, you get it? Dude, have you used the life-giving water and are now saying it's useless? I actually drank the life-giving water. I was lucky enough to grab 2 bottles when they were released, one for myself and one for my friend. Drinking it had no effect at all, don't I know that? After my own experience, I can't say anything? Only you water army can deceive people into spending money on wastewater, and those who aren't fooled can't come out to expose the truth, right? You're talking nonsense. The life-giving water has a purchase limit. One person can only buy 1 bottle. Did your brother risk his life to buy 2 bottles? Do some homework before blackening others, okay? Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. I didn't believe the life-giving water was real until 1 bottle cured my years of hemorrhoids, athlete's foot, and wisdom teeth. Now I'm a die-hard fan of Tianyu Group. Don't even mention carbon-based chips. Even if Tianyu Group said they would build a starship tomorrow, I wouldn't doubt it at all. I feel the same way. It's hard not to be grateful if you've truly drunk the life-giving water. Such a good thing, and Tianyu Group only sells it for $8,888. It's simply too conscientious. With the explosive popularity of the life-giving water, Tianyu Group is now at the forefront of the internet. Coupled with Tianshu controlling the online narrative to deliberately stir the pot, the news of Tianyu Group being sanctioned by the White Eagle and then announcing their breakthrough in carbon-based chip technology quickly became known to everyone online. With traffic naturally comes controversy. After all, the current online environment is no different from a cesspool. Researching high-yield crops to feed countless people is enough to make someone a saint in ancient times, yet in this environment, they can still be scolded. Not to mention anything else. People can even insult you without needing any reason to. In this back and forth of insults, it's clear that there's no such thing as an undisputed matter in the world. Once the general direction of things was set, Su-chen couldn't be bothered with these trivial issues anymore. He handed everything over to Tianshu to handle, while he quickly took a shower and snuggled up with the fragrant and soft Yu Ling to sleep. After a day of running around, he was indeed a bit tired. However, he ultimately couldn't sleep in. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Su-chen was jolted awake by a phone call from old Lin. Kid, is that carbon-based chip of yours real or not? Su-chen groggily glanced at the time and helplessly replied, Brother, it's only 6 in the morning. I'm trying to sleep. Let's talk later. Don't hang up. Old Lin was suddenly anxious. At your age, how can you still be sleeping?
To be honest, it's not just my curiosity, many people above are very curious. Do you know how much impact the news you released last night caused? It can be said that the whole world was taken aback. But your company hasn't released any useful information. Don't tell me you were just joking around after getting drunk in the middle of the night.
Of course it's not a joke, the carbon-based chip is real.
Its performance is indeed
at the forefront of the world, and it's not just wordplay. Our carbon-based chip supports 1 nanometer, can be mass-produced, and the output is quite substantial.
It's far superior to the most advanced silicon-based chips in every aspect. Suchin casually explained a few points before impatiently hanging up the phone. It's early in the morning. If you call again, I'll block you. Beep beep beep.
Listening to the busy tone on the phone, old Lin sat in a bright conference room, looking bewildered.
The several refined
elderly men sitting next to him were also left dumbfounded.
Old Chang, old Zhao, don't just stare blankly.
You heard what he said, what's your take on it?
Tell me. Seeing
the two in a daze, old Lin was anxious and scratching his head. Since the news from Tianyu Group was released last night, the authorities had already taken notice. They initially wanted to contact someone from Tianyu Group to verify its authenticity. However, considering it was too late and that it likely involved extremely important business
secrets, they figured asking a worker wouldn't yield much, so they thought to send old Lin, who was most familiar with Su Chen, to inquire. To prevent old Lin being an elderly
man from misunderstanding chip technology and being clueless about some technical terms, they even sent 2 experts from related fields to listen in overnight, to avoid
missing any crucial information.
But after he made the call and asked the question, the experts suddenly fell silent, which left old Lin feeling quite uncomfortable.
If it's
useful, just say it. Finally, after he repeatedly inquired, the elder known as Old Chang was the first to come back to his senses, trembling as he replied, if what he said is true, and Tianyu Group really has mastered mature carbon-based chip technology and can mass-produce 1nm level chips, then all the sanctions imposed by the West on us in
the semiconductor field will become a joke. Another elder added, not just semiconductors, it also involves many fields of precision processing. You're not in research, so you don't understand what kind of technology is needed to achieve 1nm level integrated circuits. But all of this requires one premise, it has to be true. Old Lin, can you confirm it's real? Now he understood.
Old Lin was lost in the clouds regarding the technicalities and implications discussed by the first two, but he got the gist that it was
impressive.
As for the last question, doubting the chip's authenticity, old Lin didn't even think before saying, this kid often says outrageous things, but the facts prove he
never lies. So I believe it's true.
While the public opinion online was like a roaring tsunami, the internal situation at Tianyu Group remained as stable as a mountain.
Completely unaffected by the slightest bit of public sentiment. After all, the company is managed by an emotionless AI. Until Su Chen gives further orders, Tianshu will
only develop the company in what it deems the most reasonable way, planning for the future based on the existing company assets and market conditions.
Seeing the company
executives steady as a rock, the employees, who had been somewhat unsettled by the online turmoil, gradually calmed down and got back to their own tasks. The officials, however, were acting quite anxious, completely unlike their usual composed selves. In the past couple of days, they had repeatedly sought out Su Chen through old Lin.
Frustrated by
their persistence, Su Chen instructed Tianshu to give a little leeway to those anxious scholars and researchers, leaking some technical information about carbon-based chips. There was no need to teach them the principles of carbon-based chips. After all, Blue Star also had them, but the technology was not yet as mature compared to silicon-based chips. There was also no need to teach them how to manufacture carbon-based chips or what technology was required. They just needed to understand the feasibility of this technology and know that Tianyu Group was not boasting, it could indeed produce them. This was, after all, related to some of the top-level decisions and strategic designs of the Zhozhou officials, and being able to break the shackles that the West had placed on Zhozhou in the semiconductor field was undoubtedly a significant matter that could influence
national strategy, so their urgency was understandable. Su Chen could also empathize. In a situation where his own interests would not be harmed, it was no big deal to give the officials a heads up. This small matter, with his authorization, was naturally very easy for Tianshu to handle.
However, what Su Chen did not expect was that after he released the carbon-based chip technology, the West, which he thought would be furious, actually had no reaction at all.
It was truly no reaction, not that there was a reaction he was unaware of.
After all, Tianshu was monitoring the internet, nothing could escape its eyes. Thus, he found himself in an awkward situation where he had intended to respond to the sanctions from the White Eagle by releasing the carbon-based chips, only to find that they were completely unfazed.
Some people in the country who opposed Tianyu Group or simply opposed Zhozhou saw this situation and immediately celebrated.
They made the online environment a chaotic mess. But the good news was that all the information about these people was collected by Su Chen and handed over to Tianshu. Those who liked to shout would find that they had no share in the life-giving water in the future. As for the fact that the intended target of the slap in the face ignored the carbon-based chips, Su Chen did not take it to heart.
If you are just bluffing, then being ignored naturally makes you a clown, a laughingstock. But he was different. He truly had the technology, and he could even have the finished product ready for market soon. When the time came, it would be clear who the real clown was. Meanwhile, Clay and Gago, who had come to discuss business with Suchin overnight, returned to him after reporting back. This time, they brought a contract with them. It was a lease contract for an island. The country of Ojo planned to lease a place called Delos Island, located in the Asan Ocean, to Tianyu Group for the price of $1. Furthermore, they would completely open the entire Ojo market to Tianyu Group, using this as leverage to exchange for the life-giving water that could extend life. Of course, in addition to this, the contract also included some requirements for Tianyu Group to fulfill, a hodgepodge of seemingly harsh conditions, but in reality, there were many loopholes in the contract. Clay, who brought the contract, specifically pointed out where the loopholes were for Su Chen so that he would not have to comply with these stipulations later. There was no choice. They also had to account to their citizens and had to make some show of it. Su Chen had no objections to this. However, he had a much bigger issue with another matter. Originally, it was agreed that he would provide 5 vials of life-giving water that could extend life, and privately give 1 vial each to Clay and Gago for their efforts, and that would be the end of it. But this time, the contract had changed to 80 units. According to these two, this was the price set by the higher-ups of the Ojo Alliance's council, which, to put it bluntly, was a case of them asking for a lion's share, and they didn't expect Su Chen to agree. Since they had received the most direct benefits from Su Chen, these two, as representatives from Ojo discussing this matter, unhesitatingly revealed the council's bottom line and even kindly explained to Su Chen why the baseline was 8 units of life water. So, there are a total of 15 families on your side that hold the most power and can lead this matter, and at least 8 units of life water are needed to gain the support of more than 8 families for this to pass? Su Chen thought that, according to the Western way of doing things, such a significant matter could not be decided by just a few people. The news these two brought him pointed to a whole new path. If just a few people could determine the direction of the matter, then why should he even provide life water? He could simply have Yu Ling cast a spell to make these people agree directly? After all, this life water, which could extend life, was truly a valuable item. Diluting just 1 unit could produce tens of thousands of basic units of life water. That was a lot of money. However, after a detailed understanding, Su Chen dismissed the idea of having Yu Ling cast a spell on these people. It was simple. Those who could make decisions on such matters were all leaders and heads of various interest groups. They would certainly cover their own backs after making decisions to ensure everything went smoothly, and there were too many complications involved. If it weren't for the overwhelming temptation of extending life, they probably wouldn't agree to such a thing. Simply using magic to manipulate these people into signing a contract might work in ordinary business, but in matters involving territory, that would definitely not be feasible. Without the push from the upper echelons of the Ojo Alliance, such an act, which was akin to ceding territory, would surely face rejection, leading to numerous subsequent troubles. He couldn't have Yu Ling stay over there, manipulating these people to deal with things, or killing anyone who disagreed. That was unrealistic. It was better to use the local vested interests to suppress those who opposed, and of course, benefits would be necessary. The life water cannot be increased, just the 5 units mentioned before. As for getting at least 8 people to agree, how to secure the other 3 votes is not my problem. Su Chen said lightly. Once they receive the life water, they surely won't think that just casting a vote is enough, right? This is my exact wording. You can go back and tell your council members just that. Clay and Gago exchanged glances but did not continue to argue. To put it plainly, their greatest interest in this matter was the life water Su Chen was providing them. They were now on Su Chen's side, not standing with those big shots from the Ojo Alliance Council. The big boss had spoken, and since they had received the life water, they naturally had to think of a way to follow up. They weren't here to complain to Su Chen about how difficult this matter was. Clay and Gago responded quickly. They didn't even return to Ojo. By the next morning, they found Su Chen again, informing him that the council members had approved the transaction. As for how they would divide the 5 units of life water among themselves, that was not something Su Chen needed to concern himself with. He just needed to ensure he got the land. A piece of land that belonged to no country or region, with no sovereign justice, solely belonging to him. Of course, under normal circumstances, if there wasn't enough strength, this piece of land would inevitably lead to constant disputes once obtained. Su Chen understood all too well what these white folks were like. What contract spirit? Nonsense. If he lacked strength, once he agreed to hand over the life water, the issue of sovereignty over this land would inevitably come to the forefront, leading to various disputes. And it could even spark a localized war. This was likely the most important reason why the people from the Ojo Alliance quickly approved the trade proposal. They only wanted to trick him into giving them the life water and had no intention of handing the island over to Su Chen. Of course, they would agree to any conditions he proposed. Nevertheless, after signing the contract, he still agreed to deliver the 5 vials of life water within a week. The Ojo Alliance also promised that from the day the contract was signed, they would begin relocating the indigenous people from the island. There weren't many people living there, just over 1,000 in total. The relocation would be quite simple. They could dispatch a few boats from nearby, and it could be done in a day. According to the agreement, once the people were moved, the Tianyu group would take over the island. Within a week, the Tianyu group would likely already be reorganizing the island and building infrastructure. By the time the life water was delivered, the matter would be a done deal for Su Chen. As for whether they would have any tricks up their sleeves after handing over the life water, Su Chen didn't care at all. He had already acquired the power armor and near-Earth orbit landing craft from the other world. He could easily execute a near-Earth orbital airstrike, which would be far more shocking than the powerful yet obscure blood magic of Yuling. He was temporarily keeping it hidden and didn't want to expose it, but if the other party sought their own demise, he wouldn't hesitate to give the world a little taste of advanced technology. Sir, the press conference for the Lingxiao 1 chip is ready. It will officially start in 3 hours. Should we have CEO Miss Yuling host the conference again? Tianshu's reminder rang in Su Chen's phone. The news about the carbon-based chip had leaked for a few days now, and the complete production line obtained from Bailu had basically been put into production. This production line was fully automated, and with Tianshu in control, there was hardly any need for human involvement in the technical aspects, naturally avoiding issues related to the lack of skilled workers to operate the machines. The speed of production was very fast. The previous buzz was sufficient, and the entries about the Tianyu Group's carbon-based chip were still among the top trending topics on major websites. It was about time to unveil the product. It would also serve to give those indifferent in the West a bit of a shock. Did they really think he was just boasting? What do you think? Are you willing to go? With the person in question right beside him, Su Chen naturally didn't want to make a decision on his own. Since there's nothing else to do, I might as well go. Yuling was quite indifferent about it. The education she received since childhood made her unfazed in the face of any grand occasion. Moreover, compared to the previous press conference for the life water, where she had to say this and that, this time Tianshu had already prepared all the speeches for her, and if she encountered any difficulties, he would inform her in real time through an earpiece on how to respond. There was no reason not to go. Alright, then you go. Su Chen nodded, preparing to instruct Tianshu to arrange the appropriate clothing and makeup team, but before he could speak, Tianshu proactively said, Sir, I believe that with Miss Yuling's appearance, we can make some choices in makeup and clothing design that are different from the usual. She doesn't necessarily have to wear what outsiders call formal attire. Instead, we could let Miss Yuling wear some more distinctive outfits. This would also better showcase the internal culture and spirit of our Tianyu group to the outside world, establishing a good company image. Of course, this is just my suggestion and won't have a significant impact on the company's product sales. In business, many times, a company's image is tied to its brand image. Although you may have a continuous stream of cutting-edge technology and seem to not need to pay attention to these trivial matters, as a commercial AI, I must consider these aspects. Whether to adopt them or not depends on you. If you are willing, I have already prepared several sets of distinctive outfits for Miss Yuling in advance. This caught both Su Chen and Yuling off guard. After exchanging glances, Yuling said, What kind? Let's see them. In the next moment, the main body of Tianshu, which she wore as an accessory on her wrist, projected a hologram. It displayed several outfits that had been custom-made for Yuling by some long-established tailor shops in the 9 provinces. Su Chen took a look and exclaimed, Wow, they are all ancient costumes. Moreover, they were not the kind that looked rough and poorly made at first glance. They were all top-quality pieces with silk threads that were visibly high-end. How much did you spend on these things? Su Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. The unit price of each piece, if placed on the market, would be around 800,000 yuan, but I didn't spend any money, Tianshu explained. Last time, I asked Miss Yuling if she minded allowing her image to be used commercially within a certain range, and she gave a positive answer. I contacted those old brands, claiming that I was representing Miss Yuling, and they all gladly accepted. These clothes were specially designed and made for Miss Yuling free of charge. Of course, in the agreement I reached with them, Miss Yuling does not need to personally endorse them, she only needs to authorize them to use her image within a limited scope. In other words, they would just use a photo of Yuling, and she wouldn't even need to interact with them. Why not just buy them directly with money? Su Chen asked curiously. The Tianyu Group isn't short on money, right? Considering the characteristics of the Tianyu Group, collaborating with these ancient brands would enhance the brand image. Moreover, if we simply bought them with money, we might not be able to acquire these outfits in a short time, Tianshu provided its answer. Su Chen glanced at Yuling, who didn't seem too surprised. It was clear that Tianshu's previous inquiry about her image authorization was genuine. Is my image really that valuable? Yuling asked, curiously. Of course, Miss Yuling. I have studied various aspects of this world's humanities and social sciences in detail, and your appearance and temperament perfectly align with the aesthetic of humanity in this world. Even though you only appeared once at the Life Water press conference, you already have a large number of fans and loyal supporters online. You might not even realize how popular you are. It can even be said that at least 1/3 of the current attention on the Tianyu group is because of you. Exactly, how could my wife not be beautiful? Su Chen chimed in. This made Yu Ling a bit shy, and she lightly patted him, saying, I suspect you are just trying to flatter me with it. Madam, please believe in my integrity as an intelligent AI. I would never lie, Tianshu said seriously. Indeed, you are even more beautiful than what it says. If I may say, just a few outfits could make you an ambassador. Those tailor shops would make a fortune. Su Chen agreed wholeheartedly. After all, even in a world nourished by magic filled with countless handsome men and beautiful women, Yu Ling's appearance would still be top-notch. Not to mention the aura brought by her identity as a fairy princess. Completely unbeatable, really. Hearing this, Yu Ling visibly brightened up. Although she knew how beautiful she was, the flattery's impact depended on who said it. She wouldn't care about how outsiders praised her looks, but when Su Chen complimented her, it was entirely different. Where are the clothes? I want to change. Someone has already delivered it to the door, Tianshu replied immediately. Just as the words left its mouth, the doorbell was rung. Clearly, it had been well prepared. This is the power of AI. While a person might be impressive by planning 3 steps ahead, Tianshu could plan countless steps ahead, arranging everything without wasting a single second. While it was busy deciding what outfit Yu Ling should wear for the press conference, it was also simultaneously handling the reception and construction issues on a distant island. No matter how big or small the task, it prepared multiple plans, even several alternatives, to address any potential unexpected situations. When Yu Ling emerged after changing, even though Su Chen was already accustomed to her beauty, he couldn't help but be dazzled. The saying clothes make the man applies to everyone, and Yu Ling was no exception. The first outfit she changed into was extremely elaborate, clearly a complex ancient palace dress. The dress was predominantly bright red, adorned with intricate golden thread patterns. The team from the tailor shop had come to help, and they had styled Yu Ling's hair in a vintage fashion, accessorizing her with a bunch of obviously expensive jewelry. The overall impression was one of immense wealth and nobility. If someone else wore such attire, it would seem vulgar, perhaps even give off a sense of being out of place. But on Yu Ling, it felt entirely natural, enhancing her inherent nobility to an indescribable degree. It was as if she was born to wear it. Beautiful. Su Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The makeup artist who had come to help style Yu Ling's hair and teach her how to wear the outfit also couldn't help but exclaim. I wasn't very supportive when the shop owner suggested this opulent ancient style. After all, there aren't any queens in modern society who can wear such extravagant clothes. I didn't expect Miss Yu to look so fitting in it. It's truly stunning. We have a few more outfits that are simpler. Do you want to try them on? Yu Ling didn't answer, but looked at Su Chen, who immediately decided, no need to try, let's go with this one. Leave the other outfits here. After you go back, make a few more. Money isn't an issue. He had previously been curious about what kind of clothes could sell for hundreds of thousands, but now it seemed the price was indeed justified. This was art, and selling it at such prices was reasonable. The key was that very few women could pull off such outfits. The market was small, and they had to sell at a higher price to survive. Since he wasn't short on money, and they indeed had the skills, and Yu Ling seemed to like the clothes, Su Chen didn't mind letting them earn a bit. Then I thank you on behalf of the shop owner, the makeup artist said gratefully, knowing who Su Chen was. Meanwhile, while Su Chen was accompanying Yu Ling in trying on clothes, Tianyu Group suddenly announced the details of the carbon-based chip press conference scheduled for the afternoon. The online discourse surrounding Tianyu Group, which had already been controversial, exploded once again. Moreover, the news released by Tianshu wasn't just about the press conference time, it also included the list of attendees. The names on that list were familiar to everyone in the 9 provinces, and even if someone hadn't heard of them, their job titles made it clear they were significant figures, sending shockwaves across the internet. Wait, bro, are you really coming? I thought it was just bragging or a scheme to raise money with the carbon-based chip concept. You're telling me it's actually being released now? No need to think about it. The carbon-based chip technology is simply not mature. No one abroad has successfully commercialized carbon-based chips, so this must be nonsense. The so-called press conference is probably just a concept hype to swindle money, and there won't be any product showcase, so don't get your hopes up. Would they dare hold a press conference if they had nothing? That's too typical. You think Tianyu Group can do what your foreign daddy can't? Does anyone have the water of life abroad? Exactly, when the water of life was introduced, didn't a bunch of people call the Tianyu Group a scam? And what happened then? The water of life is far more outrageous than this chip. They can even produce that thing, let alone these theoretically feasible chips. Anyway, I believe in the Tianyu Group. My life was saved by them. Ha, it sounds like you didn't pay for your water of life. You spend money on something and still have to be grateful to others. What a cyber-filial son. The 8888 cured my illness that cost hundreds of thousands to treat. Is it too much to express some gratitude? So they should give it to you for free? Hee, why don't you think about how many people can't even afford those 8 or 9,000? Don't those people need treatment? No, it's not like the Tianyu Group made you sick. Whether you get treated or not is none of their business. They provided you with a treatment plan that is much cheaper than before. Why shouldn't they receive some thanks? No wonder there are so many ingrates in this world. I have all sorts of minor ailments, and I don't even know how much I've spent on various medications and minor surgeries, which are completely useless. Now I'm just afraid I won't be able to get the water of life. If I can just get one, I'd believe the Tianyu group even if they said the earth was flat. Stop flattering. Whether you can get a spot depends on your own abilities. Oh, Mr. Yu, you're here too? The 1 nanometer carbon-based chip has been released. How could I not come? Mr. Liu, are you also attending the Tianyu group's chip launch? Of course, how could our company miss such a grand event? Mr. Ma, your software company is here for a hardware launch? Absolutely, software is always built on hardware. It's quite necessary to witness the birth of a new generation of technology in advance. The grand venue was now packed. In the front row of the VIP section, almost all were big shots from well-known enterprises across the 9 provinces, the kind that anyone could recognize if they were put in front of a camera. After seeing the lineup of the VIP section, many viewers watching the livestream even made a list connecting the big names with the companies they represented, which would be hard to estimate. It could be said that half of the entire internet and semiconductor industry in the 9 provinces had gathered in Jiangcheng. And they weren't just sending a representative or manager to make a perfunctory appearance, all were the decision makers of their respective companies. Of course, whether they were here for the main event, the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip from the Tianyu group, or for the water of life, was hard to say. Perhaps some came purely for the chip, while others came solely for the water of life. It's also possible that both reasons applied. Suchin even felt that some of these people might have received tasks from certain Western countries to come and probe, but that didn't matter at all. What mattered was that they were here, making the launch event grand enough. The attention it attracted was also substantial. Thus, when he slapped back later, it would feel even better. Otherwise, no matter how good the things in his hands were, even if they quickly became widespread after the release, seizing the original market would still lack attention, and the immediate feedback would inevitably be much less, depriving him of the joy of slapping others in the face and watching them break down. According to Tianshu's arrangement, the process before the launch was actually quite brief, with no specific technical issues introduced, just welcoming this and that. Then they briefly boasted about how amazing the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip launched by the Tianyu group was, and soon it was time for Yu Ling to take the stage. As Su Chen expected, Yu Ling, dressed in an extremely luxurious ancient costume, brought a tremendous shock to everyone present. As soon as she appeared, the people at the scene were either the bosses of large corporations or big shots, and although they were inevitably amazed, they still maintained a certain restraint due to their status. However, the netizens watching the live stream online had no such considerations. The moment they saw Yu Ling, the official live stream room was flooded with a barrage of comments after a brief moment of clearing the screen. Oh my god, it's her, she really came, heavens, she's even more beautiful than last time, it's too exaggerated, isn't this just heavy beautification plus makeup plus filters? I really can't believe someone in the world can look this good, she fits my aesthetic perfectly. I'm a makeup artist, to be honest, don't talk about beautification filters, she hardly has any makeup on, I can tell at a glance, at most she just used a bit of lipstick. Did you all see that? This is my wife, quick, someone get him to take a piss to wake him up, no diabetes allowed, don't let him taste the sweetness. Dream on, she's the damn executive president of Tianyu Group, who do you think you are? Didn't you see someone post about her a few days ago? This beauty has a boyfriend. A super handsome guy, huh? A good for nothing living off a woman. How do you know she's living off a woman, looking that handsome? He seems to be around 20, and Yu Ling is the president of Tianyu Group, a definite rich beauty. What else could it be? Now that you mention it, it does seem like that. Who wouldn't want to live off that? Damn dog thief, I can't stand him. Who can tag him out? I'm going to expose him. At Tianyu Group, Su Chen, it's this dog thief, go for it. Oh my god, isn't this the big boss of Tianyu Group that's been circulating online? The boss of Tianyu Group is this young and this handsome? Su Chen didn't expect that. No one really cared about what he looked like before, and even fewer noticed. But unexpectedly, because Yu Ling's looks were too stunning, she had already made a huge impression on the world during the last Life Water press conference, leading to immense attention. Then, at some point, when the two of them went out, they were photographed, and with the language expert secretly working behind the scenes, his appearance was also exposed to the public. It was as if he had been directly unboxed. Now, almost everyone paying attention to Tianyu Group knew that although the company was so large, the boss and president were a pair of ridiculously good-looking handsome men and beautiful women. This increased the attention even more. Tianshu, you should be able to easily erase its traces on the internet, right? Su Chen said somewhat helplessly. Previously, Tianshu couldn't possibly not notice the risk of him being dug up by the public, but had done nothing. Why erase traces and hide identity? Tianshu seemed a bit confused. The persona of the company's senior management is sometimes an important factor in whether the company can develop healthily, especially in your era where traffic is king and idols are rampant. If you can create a better persona for yourself, the future development of Tianyu Group will surely be smoother. The Blue Star Jojo Rice Group is a great example. The company's CEO has immense appeal, and even if the products are sometimes unsatisfactory, they can still hold a place in the market. Although your company is different from others, completely dominating the market, it seems there isn't such an urgent need for these operational methods outside of the products, but that's only temporary. Who can say what will happen in the future? Tianshu patiently explained. Listening to this, Suchan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He just wanted to make money, easily. Make money. With the money, he was hoping to live a carefree and enjoyable life. Now they were almost turning him into an internet celebrity. How could he live freely? If he went out, he would be surrounded by people, and that would be counterproductive. No, I refuse this plan as the person involved. As for the current situation, let's keep it under wraps for now. There's no need to deliberately suppress the news or make any responses. Internet users have a memory span of only 7 seconds, and since we haven't officially started marketing yet, in a few days when the hype dies down, it would be better for us to focus more on the production of carbon-based chips. Alright, sir. I apologize for stirring the pot on this matter without your consent. I will do my best to mitigate any inconvenience this may have caused in your daily life. Although Su Chen's request did not align with the internal business logic of Tianshu, since the big boss had spoken, why should an AI worry about it? Thank you very much to all the guests and viewers for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the launch of our Tianyu Group's Lingxiao 1 chip. Following the speech prepared by Tianshu, Ling simply introduced the technical principles of carbon-based chips and explained why they could achieve a process level of 1 nanometer. These technical issues are quite complex, but fortunately, Tianshu is a genius, and its terrifying computing power allows it to learn any language at an astonishing speed. In fact, in terms of understanding written language, it is now even more proficient than Yu Ling, who uses the World Language Pass. With Tianshu's strong command of language, this speech can be described as vivid, expressive, and easy to understand. Even those who previously knew nothing about semiconductors would likely have a general impression of the Lingxiao chip after listening, and understand how impressive it is compared to current chips. While these matters are technical, the reality is that even if all the principles were explained, the world lacks the corresponding equipment, making it impossible for others to manufacture them. Just like the situation in Zhozhou, which has been choked in this area. Did they not know the principles of chips? Of course, they did. But the problem is that such things involve precision processing. Knowing the principles but being unable to produce them is of no use. Not to mention that Tianshu's script does not fully disclose the technical aspects. It is useless to anyone, so there is no need to worry. At the end of the introduction, to prove that what she was presenting was real and not just a boastful product on a PowerPoint slide, Yu Ling even took out a finished carbon-based chip. The chip was quite complex. Hers was a graphics card chip made by Tianyu Group. This was also the most intuitive way to showcase the chip's performance. However, having just the chip is definitely not enough. A graphics card requires various driver support. The good news is that with Tianshu around, even programmers who write code are unnecessary. Tianshu can whip up a bunch of drivers that can be adapted to this temporary graphics card in no time. This makes it function similarly to the current market's NVIDIA graphics cards. Of course, this similarity refers to compatibility. In terms of performance, the graphics cards available on the market are not even worthy of comparison. Have you ever seen a graphics card with 16 terabytes of memory? This was something Tianyu Group hastily put together for the launch event. To better showcase the graphics card's performance, Tianshu also created a virtual engine. The effect is hundreds of times better than the latest Unreal Engine 5 on the market. Then, the audience present and the viewers online watched as Tianyu Group used that pile of chaotic junk to bring the currently popular single-player game, Black Wukong, to life. Compared to how the game originally ran, which still looked like a game, using this graphics card, along with a bit of computing power contributed by Tianshu, the visuals in the game were almost indistinguishable from reality. This was still a makeshift result. If any game company were to develop a game using the capabilities of this graphics card, combined with the future CPU power from Tianyu Group and the virtual engine developed by Tianshu, it would be something extraordinary. The effect is definitely countless times better than this. Of course, this level of carbon-based chip technology is not limited to just graphics cards. It's just that the performance of graphics cards is the easiest to demonstrate visually. After watching the simple demonstration, even those who know nothing about the field can clearly feel how outrageous the performance of this makeshift product from Tianyu Group is. And for those in the know, upon seeing it, they couldn't stop exclaiming how impressive it was. The ultra-high picture quality, almost indistinguishable from reality. Who wouldn't be dazzled by it? Let me ask, if this thing can really be mass-produced and hasn't been released for sale, will it impact the current gaming industry? It seems you really don't understand. This is just a demonstration. The graphics card is merely the tip of the iceberg of this carbon-based chip technology. To say it without exaggeration, if Tianyu Group hasn't engaged in any fraudulent activities during this press conference, I believe the technology they hold could even change the world order. Semiconductors, what a massive market. If we, the enterprises of Jojo, were to directly overturn it, we might also get a share of the benefits. Share what benefits? Do you think Tianyu Group will share profits with you? Day by day, do you really see yourself as a capitalist's dog? Suddenly capturing such a large market, it's entirely possible to bring about a huge growth in the economy, which has been somewhat sluggish in the past 2 years. Do you dare say that economic development has no benefits for ordinary people? The guy above is really a bit outrageous. Honestly, I don't believe he can actually do it unless it's filmed in reality. Otherwise, who can produce such a high level of picture quality? Is it possible that if this is real footage, it would be even more shocking? Exactly, the monsters inside look just like the real thing, with no sense of incongruity at all. The skills displayed have no flaws. If it were real footage, they couldn't possibly have someone in a suit hiding inside, right? That would be too fake. Confirmed. Tianyu Group hired a few monsters to shoot a promotional video for their fake chips. Hahaha, that's hilarious. The live demonstration was so stunning that after Yuling finished her introduction, many audience members were still immersed in the visuals they had just seen, unable to regain their composure for a long time. The first to react were those well-known domestic internet companies. After a moment of daze, Xiao Ma, who personally came to the scene from Penguin Group, couldn't care less about the demeanor of a big entrepreneur or a successful person. As a businessman who started in software, he understood too well how much impact such hardware innovations could have on software. Moreover, he was knowledgeable. After a brief glance, he realized that Tianyu Group's prowess extended beyond just hardware. From graphics card compatibility to virtual engines, all the technology used was beyond his comprehension. The effects were surprisingly good. If this could be used to create games, wouldn't they make a fortune? He immediately stood up and said, "Ms. Yu, what is the price of your company's graphics card? Can you disclose it? What technology is this virtual engine based on? And why is the effect so good? Is it convenient to share?" Upon hearing this, Yuling glanced at him. This is a big shot. She had heard Su Chen mention this person quite a bit before, but it was never anything good. However, no matter who it was, at this moment she had only one answer. "Hello, Mr. Ma, I'm not in a position to disclose this. If your company is interested in collaboration, we can have a professional team connect with Tianyu Technology, which is under our Tianyu Group, afterward." At this moment, Xiao Ma realized he might have been a bit abrupt. However, glancing back at the other colleagues with unfriendly expressions, he didn't mind too much, chuckling lightly and apologizing to Yuling before sitting back down in his seat. He could disregard the hostility of others, but it seemed that none of the technologies from Tianyu Group were useless for his penguin. Naturally, he couldn't afford to be negligent. Next, Yuling spent nearly half an hour demonstrating the capabilities of the carbon-based chips from various angles that could raise suspicion, following the process arranged by Tian Shu. The more they watched, the more alarming it became, especially for those foreign media. The people from foreign semiconductor companies had mostly received invitations from Tianyu Group, and Su Chen originally intended to bring them on site to embarrass them. Unexpectedly, they didn't take him seriously at all and didn't even bother to show up. However, the professionals might not come, but the news media, who loved to join in the excitement, certainly would not miss out. With Tianyu Group creating a huge momentum online, many well-known foreign media outlets naturally came to see whether this was a horse or a mule. When they entered, most of these people were still full of confidence, believing that even if Tianyu Group's so-called carbon-based chips were real, they would definitely be inflated and could not be more reliable or advanced than their current silicon-based chips, until they watched project after project performance demonstration led by Yuling with their own eyes. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. By the end, their hearts were almost half cold. Semiconductor technology. In today's automotive industry, which is gradually being encroached upon by Jojo, this has become one of the few high-value-added industries in the entire Western world. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows how terrifying the consequences would be if the semiconductor industry were to be overturned by Jojo. Before today, Jojo had been catching up, but the gap in technological accumulation between the two sides was enormous. No matter how impressive Jojo was, it was unrealistic to catch up in a short time. Many things are inherently a slow grind, and cannot be rushed. Even if they slowly break the monopoly one by one, it would take a long time. The West could still enjoy some good days. However, what happened today was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the entire Western world, leaving those who had some understanding of the semiconductor industry dizzy. The most frightening part was that there was absolutely no warning. It was very abrupt. They didn't even have a moment to prepare a response. Those semiconductor giants didn't even have the desire to come and take a look, let alone prepare any countermeasures. The reporters present, including those business tycoons, could almost guess what kind of bloody storm the entire semiconductor industry would face once the news spread. After confirming that this carbon-based chip might be real, some were excited, some had mixed feelings, and others felt as if they had lost their loved ones. In a small press conference, it truly showcased the myriad of human emotions. And under the anticipation of the crowd, it finally came to the time for the real content, the interview segment.
Without waiting for the reporters or guests to ask questions, Yuling took the lead and said, "Before we start the interview segment, I have a few words I want to share with everyone. That is the reason why we are so eager to present our carbon-based chips. There are two reasons. First, our company has already matured significantly in this area of technology, and we even have a complete team responsible for the development of supporting software. Launching and selling it at this time is completely feasible. The second reason is quite interesting." At this point, a smile appeared at the corner of Yuling's mouth. "Our boss is a very petty person, and his principle has always been that if others don't offend me, I won't offend them." And a few days ago, the Bald Eagle country inexplicably placed Tianyu Group on the sanctions list. To be blunt, this thing, apart from letting them feel good about themselves, has no impact on our Tianyu Group at all. The current production capacity of our company's lifeblood supply may not even be enough for the domestic market, let alone the foreign market. However, even if it doesn't have an impact, such barbaric and impolite behavior has made our boss very unhappy. In his words, "If you don't let me have it easy, then no one will." That's why he released the news about the carbon-based chips ahead of time and moved the original chip release date up by a few days. Anyway, this is of little consequence to our company, but for certain financial powerhouses, the emergence of such a black swan in the semiconductor industry might not be easy to handle. Yes, our Tianyu Group is targeting the Bald Eagle and the Western Bloc led by it. So, here I need to emphasize again what our boss instructed me to say. From this day forward, Tianyu Group will impose sanctions on the Bald Eagle Empire. No products from Tianyu Group will flow into the markets of the Bald Eagle and its allied countries. It may sound a bit ridiculous for a small company to challenge the world's strongest empire, but please believe that someone will regret it, and that person will definitely not be Tianyu Group, nor will it be our boss. At this point, Yuling smiled slightly and said, "Now, let's start the Q&A session. Feel free to ask any questions." Silence. Not only was there silence at the venue, but even in the online live broadcast room, there were only a few scattered comments. The reason was that Yuling's earlier statements had left everyone in shock. Over the years, as the trade war intensified, countless enterprises from Jojo had been targeted and sanctioned by the Bald Eagle. However, most of the time, these companies could only shout injustice and occupy the moral high ground to criticize them. For the Bald Eagle, it was nothing but a minor annoyance. Everyone knew that Tianyu Group had been sanctioned, and initially, people thought it would end with Tianyu Group swallowing their anger. Unexpectedly, after a few days of silence without any comments on the sanctions, Tianyu Group directly served up a hard dish. They openly criticized the world's strongest country at the press conference and named names, declaring they would stand firm against them. There was no hint of pretense. Regardless of whether the words were true or not, they certainly sounded invigorating. They had been bullied to this extent. What good was it to play the victim and occupy the moral high ground? They should strike back hard, and if they couldn't win, at least they could hurl insults. Due to Yuling's explosive speech, when it came to the Q&A session, the reporters who had prepared a bunch of sharp questions to challenge Tianyu Group were too intimidated to ask anything. Come on, they were facing the world's strongest country head-on. What were they, mere small fries? What if they upset the other side and got a few retorts in return? As for those who had planned to flatter Tianyu Group during the interview to build a good relationship for better cooperation in the future, they also dared not ask much now. After all, Tianyu Group had seriously offended the Bald Eagle. You might feel good about talking big now, but what about the backlash later? Even if you aren't afraid of the Bald Eagle's sanctions, I am. So, contrary to what was expected, Yuling faced no difficult questions during the Q&A session. The reporters present asked only basic things. For example, how much was the production volume, or what the approximate price of the chips would be. There wasn't a single off-topic question. In short, the interaction was completed very smoothly, and the press conference ended. Even the explosive news that Tianyu Group's carbon-based chips not only had a lower price compared to current silicon-based chips but also had performance 10 times that of chips in the same category did not generate as much heat as her confrontation with the Bald Eagle. After the press conference, the president of Tianyu Group publicly declared that related terms for countering the Bald Eagle quickly topped the trending lists on various platforms. Counter-sanctions, she really dares to say that. They never wanted to buy your stuff in the first place, and now you say you won't sell it to them as a counter-sanction? Isn't that just laughable? Ha, like a mantis trying to stop a car, completely unaware of their own limitations. Soon, another group will come to claim a psychological victory, saying they've won again. Note that the sanctions imposed by the Bald Eagle are not against Tianyu Group but against Tianyu Medical, specifically targeting the drug known as Life Water. Now, Tianyu Group is implementing counter-sanctions, refusing to export any products to the Western camp led by the Bald Eagle, which includes carbon-based chips. What do you mean by saying they never wanted to buy your stuff? The performance of the carbon-based chips is more than 10 times that of current chips at the same level. Do you really think the Bald Eagle doesn't want it? Is it true or not? 10 times? I could boast and say I could create a chip with performance 1,000 times better than what's currently on the market. Exactly, and about that life water, I think being sanctioned is well deserved. If you don't follow their rules, why shouldn't they sanction you? What rules haven't been followed? Tell me. I looked at the Bald Eagle's Department of Commerce's reasons for sanctions. They only asked to study whether this thing is harmful and requested Tianyu Group to explain the principles of life water, which was outright rejected by Tianyu Group.
Isn't that deserving of sanctions? Goodness. So you mean I have to give it to you just because you ask? And explain the principles too? Why not let Tianyu Group just hand over the formula for life water to your Bald Eagle father? If you ask me, life water should be banned in JoJo too. Where in the world is there such a good thing? Only a fool would believe it. It's clearly a scam. Who knows how much backing Tianyu Group has, haha?
If I hadn't seen you sharing the lottery for life water from Tianyu Group on your profile, I might have almost believed it. Buddy, seeing through it but not saying it, earning a salary isn't easy.
In an instant, various opinions erupted.
A hat was also placed on Tianyu Group's head.
Some of
these hats were good, and some were bad. For those who love this land, it seems that over the years, too many companies in JoJo have been unjustly attacked and sanctioned by the Western camp led by the Bald Eagle when going overseas. Previously, those companies could only endure for the market, at most protesting a few times. But Tianyu Group's direct naming of the Bald Eagle today is undoubtedly a powerful counterattack, greatly boosting morale. Because it's not just talk. It was announced after the release of the carbon-based chip, this black technology. Not to mention Tianyu Group also holds the precious life water. Anyone with eyes knows that the Bald Eagle's sanctioning of life water is to scheme for greater benefits, not because they genuinely don't want this miraculous drug. Now, Tianyu Group has effectively cut off their hopes. You want to sanction me? Then I simply won't sell to you. And for those on the other side of the ocean, Tianyu Group's statements are akin to breaking a heavenly law. How dare they speak so arrogantly to their father? It's utterly rebellious. Naturally, they are now trying every possible way to attack Tianyu Group. There are those who spread rumors, those who directly insult, those who mock, or those who pretend to be rational analysts, subtly praising while criticizing. They are truly using every means at their disposal. Among the most disgusting are those mockers. Seeing that the supporters of Tianyu Group are in the majority, they emerge to praise how amazing Tianyu Group is from every angle, claiming it's unparalleled, which indeed attracts some who lack strong opinions and relevant knowledge but want to support Tianyu Group. Then these people will switch accounts or have companions screenshot these comments and spread them everywhere, using this to attack the supporters of Tianyu Group as brainless. It's just like a recently released game. The game quality far exceeded expectations and didn't crash. A group of people immediately jumped out, trying to hype this game as the #1 in the world, arguing from various angles about how incredibly awesome it was, how it could crush other similar games, and how it was invincible. Those who had never played other similar games rashly fell into the trap, feeling that the game was indeed fun, and after hearing the veteran players say so, they suddenly thought it was a marvel in the history of human gaming, and joined in the praise. Once similar comments proliferated, those who had initially hyped it quickly changed accounts, cutting off the remarks of those unfamiliar with the game whom they had led astray, and scolded them with, "This is just brainless monkey chatter."
This is the current state of the internet. Many times, those who mindlessly hype along with you are not necessarily your allies.
Behind the chaos of the internet, the White Eagle official, criticized by the Tianyu Group, also responded quickly, soon
providing a relevant statement.
In light of the arrogance and rudeness of the Tianyu Group, the Black Palace and the Council, after urgent consultations, have decided to intensify the original sanctions, refusing all products from the Tianyu Group to enter the White Eagle and freezing all overseas assets of the Tianyu Group.
The sanctions will
continue until the Tianyu Group publicly apologizes for its previous statements and discloses the manufacturing principles of the life water drug in carbon-based chips. This old woman is a bit too disgusting.
Suchin happened to see the live broadcast of the Black Palace spokesperson speaking and couldn't help but complain. These words had no impact on the Tianyu Group. He simply couldn't stand someone being so arrogant. So let her die.
Yuling tilted her head.
At such a distance, is that possible? I can't. Have you run over there personally? It's unnecessary. Suchan shook his head. For an ordinary person, it's not a problem.
Yuling pondered. As long as you agree, she
will immediately die on camera. Really?
Suchen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Wait a moment." Saying this, he took out his phone, casually found a picture of someone opening champagne, and posted it on his personal account with 2 words, "Good death."
Alright, now we can let her die. Killing someone from over 10,000 kilometers away was obviously not that easy.
Unlike the casualness of using blood magic before, this time Yuling directly took out her staff, recited a lengthy incantation, and then finished
casting the spell and sat back down. Is that it? Won't it be tiring? Suchen asked with concern. It's fine, just killing an ordinary person. The lack of information
medium about her is a bit troublesome, but it's not exhausting. Yuling chuckled lightly. Clearly, this was nothing for her.
Well, we're going on vacation tomorrow, so don't tire yourself out now.
After Suchen finished speaking, he looked back at the television. He wasn't sure how long Yuling's magic would take effect, but there would definitely be a delay in the broadcast. However, no matter how long the delay, it would be at most just under a second. After their conversation, almost the moment Su Chen turned to look at the television, the Black Palace spokesperson, who had been arrogant and high-spirited in front of countless reporters just a second ago, suddenly convulsed, bled from all 7 orifices, and collapsed. The surrounding reporters were first stunned, then became even more excited. Come on, the White Eagle president's assassination scene had reporters braving bullets without fear. What could they possibly fear about a disease? The news of the Black Palace spokesperson suddenly falling ill while announcing sanctions against the Tianyu Group became a major story, and in an instant it became the focus of the entire world. The Tianyu Group has once again gone viral across the global network. Some reporters who were close to the scene even openly stated that the spokesperson must have contracted some acute illness and the situation was extremely serious. He was definitely doomed. Even before these reporters were kicked out, some with medical knowledge took a look and said that the spokesperson's body temperature had already dropped, his limbs were stiff, and his pupils had begun to dilate. It wasn't that he was doomed, he was already dead. This heavyweight news spread almost instantaneously across the JoJo network. Then, some observant individuals immediately noticed the post that Su Chen had made. President Su is truly a man of character, laughing to death. He even popped the champagne. How about that? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? After all, the deceased should be treated with reverence. It's fine, the deceased himself has no objections, right? Why are we in such a hurry? Good death, let's pop the champagne. Wait, didn't you notice something chillingly thought-provoking? What? Look at the time. The timestamp of President Su's post seems to not match the time when that spokesperson from the Black Palace died during the live broadcast. Dude, there's a time difference in this world. He's on the other side of the ocean, of course, the times won't match. Are you stupid? I calculated the time, and President Su's post was over a minute earlier than that person's time of death. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted the attention of many. The time difference between JoJo and the Bald Eagle is no secret. The Black Palace spokesperson died during a live broadcast, and there was no suspense about the time of death. When combined with the timestamp of Su Chen's post, many were astonished to find that Su Chen's post was indeed a full minute earlier than the time of the Black Palace spokesperson's death. What the hell? This isn't right. Is it a coincidence? It should be a coincidence, right? Coincidence my ass. There's no such thing as a coincidence in this world. If it's not a coincidence, how else can it be explained? Could it be that President Su killed him? Hard to say. Could it really be him who did it? How is that possible? This isn't an assassination. The guy was live streaming and didn't hear any gunshots. The Black Palace even said he died of an acute illness. Definitely not a gunshot. As for whether it was poison or something like that, who knows? As for the Black Palace's statement, just take a look. If you were in charge of the Black Palace and someone from your own family was killed in your own home, would you say it was murder? In an instant, conspiracy theories flourished. Su Chen had clearly done this on purpose and naturally wouldn't explain. In fact, he not only had no intention of clarifying but also posted a so-called clarification message. To clarify the reason for my previous post, I just encountered a wild dog while playing a game that barked at me fiercely, and then I kicked that wild dog by the roadside to death, so I posted to celebrate. As for that Black Palace wild dog, no, the spokesperson's death, it was indeed a good death. As long as I have no morals, you cannot morally bind me. As long as I have no decency, if you dare to disgust me, I will curse you back. Decency? To hell with that. Su Chen didn't care about any of this. When you have the ability to change the rules, you won't care who set the rules. The business world is like this, and so is the so-called behavior and conduct. Don't think that just because he's cursing a few words online, if he directly said he killed the Black Palace spokesperson, what would happen? Would the Bald Eagle president drop a nuclear bomb on him? Don't be ridiculous. Compared to the life or death of one person, it's much easier to provoke a nuclear bomb attack by continuing to meddle with the interests of the entire Bald Eagle empire. But it doesn't matter. Last time he had already sent Bai Lu to help him find some surface interception systems that their world had already phased out. Once this batch arrives, no planes, missiles, or nuclear weapons will be able to touch him. That would be utterly useless. Unexpectedly, his so-called clarification not only failed to clarify but also, due to his ambiguous wording, led many to believe that he was indeed responsible for a moment. Even those who had meticulously analyzed the situation and believed it had nothing to do with the Tianyu group began to feel a bit uncertain. Not to mention them, even on the side of the Black Palace, after receiving Su Chen's response, they were momentarily at a loss. Kid, did you really do it? As expected, not long after the incident, old Lin's call came through. Does it matter who did it? Su Chen retorted, in any case, it was someone from the white-headed eagle who died. Popping champagne is all that's needed. This. Old Lin hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but say, kid, I won't hide it from you. Actually, since the incident with the Zhang family, someone up top has been keeping an eye on you. It's best to do fewer things like this. Often, killing only exacerbates
problems without solving them.
Although old Lin found it absurd that Su Chen could kill someone from thousands of miles away, he wasn't too surprised. After all, when the Zheng family was wiped out, their relatives across the ocean had also died suddenly for various reasons. Later, the situation with the Tao family in Magic City was even more terrifying. Although they hadn't died yet, family members had been falling ill with various strange diseases over the past month.
Conversely, Tao Weiman, who was in prison,
was completely fine, but every time something happened to a member of the Tao family, someone from the Tianyu group would specifically go to inform him. With so many factors combined, if the JoJo officials still couldn't guess that Su Chen had a way of killing invisibly, even from thousands of miles away, they would be foolish.
But there was no evidence for such things. Even if they guessed, what could they do to Su Chen?
Not to mention that the Tianyu group had already grown large, and Su Chen appeared to be on the
side of the officials.
In any case, they had no reason to move against Su Chen. Those in the know could only advise their own family members to be more vigilant when out and about, and to avoid provoking this living father. It doesn't solve the problem, but it sure feels good to me, Su Chen replied. This was an admission, no longer pretending. He acknowledged that he had killed that spokesperson from the Black Palace. Since they had already guessed it, there was no point in denying it. After all, the JoJo officials
couldn't possibly have evidence. A few words didn't count as evidence.
You kid. Old Lin could only helplessly change the subject about the carbon-based chip issue.
Are you really planning to sell it directly on the market?
Yes, the sales will include mobile phone chips, computer CPUs, graphics cards, and so on.
As far as I know, things like graphics cards and CPUs need to be compatible, right?
Have you completed the compatibility before going to market?
You're quite knowledgeable for your age, Su
Chen said with some surprise.
Basically, everything has been handled.
As for those tedious compatibility issues, you don't need to ask how we solved them. Even if you did, I wouldn't tell you.
Is there anything else?
I heard you sign an agreement with the Oju Alliance. They are leasing an island in the Indian Ocean to you for 99 years?
Old Lin brought up another matter. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at their information network.
Although the island had been privately transferred and people from the Tianyu group had already gone there, it hadn't been made public. The people from the Tianyu group couldn't leak information. The signals on that island were currently monitored by the Tianshu, and every person coming and going was under strict surveillance. Therefore, the official news could only have come from the Ojo Alliance, indicating that their higher-ups definitely had connections with the JoJo officials.
It's true, Su Chen admitted generously.
A few vials of the water of life in exchange.
Why not?
I plan to move some relatively dangerous experiments and projects to that island in the future.
Aren't you afraid they might go back on their word? Those Westerners can be quite shameless when it comes to profit.
Old Lin advised, you can buy it and use it as a resort. The key technology placed there will definitely lead to
big things in the future.
Your dealings with those members of the Ojo Alliance are not legitimate.
This island will have significant disputes in the future, and even if
those Western countries want to forcibly seize it, they will have their reasons. If you really have any dangerous experiments or projects, you can tell me. There are plenty of uninhabited areas in the country for you to develop. There's no need to go so far.
In JoJo, if you curse at the bald eagle, they can only rage impotently and curse back at you.
If you go outside, you'll have to face their fleet.
Don't worry, I know my limits.
Su Chen certainly understood what Old Lin meant.
After thinking for a moment,
he added, this island will be of great use to me in the future, and since it's already in my hands, whether or not it goes back is no longer up to them. The lease is for 99 years, just when I find it bothersome. If they dare to breach the agreement, I can just remove the word lease. After this conversation, Old Lin didn't know what else to say and could only helplessly hang up the phone. Although he didn't know where Su Chen's confidence came from to say such things, for some reason, he felt that Su
Chen might really be able to do it.
As for where this feeling came from, it was hard to say. Perhaps it was the confidence brought by the Tianyu group presenting two epic-making
products within a month of its establishment. Or maybe it stemmed from Su Chen's strange, invisible methods of killing?
It's hard to tell, but he felt in his heart that if those Westerners really planned to breach the agreement and seize Su Chen's things, they would probably be in for a big trouble.
After hanging up with Su Chen, Old Lin used
a special video device to dial another number. Once the call connected, he entered a video conference room. The other cameras showed several well-known elders throughout JoJo.
Old Lin, what did that kid say?
According to the results from the Academy of Sciences and the Tianyu Group, we can currently confirm that the Tianyu Group has mastered a very mature carbon-based chip technology, which can completely replace all silicon-based chips on the market for commercial use. Old Lin was the first to respond.
Regarding the business aspect, upon hearing this, one of the elders nodded and said, it seems the semiconductor industry can be reshuffled. Many of our previous layouts are
now void. Let the relevant departments draft a new charter based on carbon-based chips.
Isn't that too risky? Someone raised an objection. If we fully accept carbon-based
chip technology, all our previous layouts on silicon-based chips will be void, resulting in losses in the trillions. If this carbon-based chip technology were in the hands of official enterprises, then of course we could do this, but it's in the hands of the private Tianyu group, and there are too many uncertainties. So what? A new technology has emerged. Are we supposed to continue investing in a technology that is about to be eliminated, letting the domestic semiconductor industry die with silicon chips? That's not what I'm saying. What I mean is, enough. At the height of the debate, the elder in the middle suddenly made a decision: abandon silicon-based chips and fully switch to carbon-based chips. As for the technical issues, we need to find time to have a good talk with that young man. We can't steal their technology, but signing an agreement is definitely necessary. I've studied Su Chen's background. Under the condition of drafting an agreement, as long as we don't actively breach it, he shouldn't rashly tear it up. This young man seems to act without considering the consequences, but in reality, he only overturns the rules to retaliate when the other party first plays outside the rules. Moreover, he dares to be so reckless mainly because he holds enough power to disregard the consequences. From his performance, it seems that most of the time, he is willing to maintain order. I think we should reach an agreement with him regarding the carbon-based chip trade. Based on that, we can send relevant teams to contact the Tianyu Group to help them quickly expand the market for carbon-based chips and their derivative trades. The semiconductor business is too big for the Tianyu Group to handle. Alone, they cannot seize the market quickly without official support. We don't ask for much. They hold the core technology while we possess the technology in business, derived from carbon-based chips, which will tightly bind both parties together. The benefits can go largely to the Tianyu Group. In this process, our researchers can further collaborate with the Tianyu Group. Even if we can't fully grasp the technology of carbon-based chips, we can at least learn a thing or two. Even if one day that kid Su Chen really breaks the rules and turns against us, we won't be completely in the dark about carbon-based chip technology. We don't necessarily need to be more advanced than the Tianyu Group in this field. We just need to be more advanced than other countries. At this point, the old man tapped the table in front of him and looked around at the others, saying, "Remember, we must adhere to the rules and establish a deep binding with the Tianyu Group based on that. Following the rules is key, don't forget that." The old man's words were conclusive, essentially determining the general direction. The others did not continue to argue. It seemed that, for now, this was indeed the best approach. As for coercing the Tianyu Group to hand over their technology, that was almost impossible. With such disruptive technology in hand, where could Su Chen not go? Not to mention the recently sanctioning Tianyu Group. Now, as long as Su Chen shows a hint of wanting to go over, they could learn to perform the Sichuan opera face-changing in a minute and treat Su Chen as a distinguished guest. What? Su Chen assassinated the spokesperson of the Black Palace? What kind of treacherous villain dares to slander our White Eagle Empire's entrepreneurs with such rumors? In the face of such enormous interests, Su Chen's minor conflicts with them hardly count as conflicts. By the way, that kid bought an island from the Ojo Alliance. Should we intervene in this matter? Old Lin said with some concern. He became famous at a young age and has been smooth sailing. I'm afraid he doesn't yet know the ugly faces of those Westerners. If he really thinks he can easily obtain a territory close to an independent kingdom, he might suffer a great loss. No need. The elder in the middle shook his head. With his reckless style of doing things, he will indeed feel constrained if he develops long-term domestically. If we make things difficult for him, he won't be able to spread his wings. We can ignore situations like the Zheng family once, but we can't ignore them every time. Over time, contradictions will arise. It's better to let him go out and see the dangers of the outside world. Once he suffers some losses, he will naturally understand how important a relatively serious but rule-abiding social order is. As for the industries in his company, the source of the water of life is strange, and it's hard to evaluate for now. But he will definitely hold on to it tightly, and the chip industry cannot do without our Jojo's industrial support. Neither of these can be easily moved. As for that, other industries of the Tianyu Group, let him handle that. If he isn't foolish, he definitely won't leave Jojo casually. They are not 3-year-old children, and we are not their parents. We don't need to be so overbearing. Is this our island? In the boundless ocean, a shuttle-shaped spaceship hovered hundreds of meters above the sea surface. Inside the spaceship were only 3 people, Su Chen, Yuling, and Xing Hen, who had been rapidly absorbing various knowledge from Blue Star recently. 50 square kilometers, it doesn't look small at all. Yuling looked down at the island and said, if we just talk about living arrangements with reasonable planning, it would be enough to accommodate around 100,000 people. Chunyi looked at Xing Hen beside him. Didn't you say there are about 100,000 of your people? How about this island in the future? Of course, having 100,000 people living on such a small island would be quite stifling. I will cooperate with Jojo later, or ask another technological world if they have relevant equipment to expand this small island. If that doesn't work, I will find a way to buy up all the surrounding islands. You know the rules of the trading platform. It will take some time to gather enough points to bring all your people over. During this period, whether it's modernizing the island, expanding it, or purchasing nearby islands, there will be plenty of time. You can arrange it as you see fit. Xinghen glanced up at the island below, her tone devoid of any
emotion.
Then she continued to look down at her book. This woman was almost like a synthetic being, always appearing so indifferent and unambitious. Suchen had already gotten
used to it. Let's go down and take a look.
The landing craft slowly descended, hovering above the sea surface less than 2 kilometers from the island.
Suchen took out an
inflatable boat he had prepared earlier from his storage space and casually tossed it into the sea below. Then he was directly brought down to the small boat by Yuling, and in no time, they landed on the island. This island previously had only over 1,000 indigenous people who lived a very primitive lifestyle, resulting in minimal development
of the island. Most areas still retained their original ecology.
I must say, the scenery was indeed very beautiful.
After taking a close look around the island, Suchen was quite satisfied.
He then landed directly on the eastern side of the island. This was the gathering place of the indigenous people and the current temporary residents of the personnel from Tianyu Group who were receiving the island. Various machinery and equipment related to the island's transformation were still on their way, and the first batch of people to land were mainly there to survey the terrain, so there weren't many people, fewer than 300 in total. Among them, 100 were from the security
team.
All of them were hired from a large security company in Jiuzhou, and to ensure combat effectiveness in the island's jungle area, they were all retired Marines from
Jiuzhou.
Since joining Tianyu Group, they had no further ties with the previous security company and were now employees of Tianyu Group's security department.
The most crucial point was that these people were all armed.
Not only did they have individual weapons, but there were also some amphibious armored vehicles and other special vehicles.
They were mainly responsible for the initial security work of the island.
The security team of over 100 people might not have the strongest combat capability, but at least
they could ensure that they wouldn't be robbed by any random pirates.
Whether real pirates or some locals pretending to be pirates, they were fully capable of handling them. It would be difficult to deal with these heavily armed elite soldiers without deploying a real military force.
Under normal circumstances, unless someone was insane, they would
never tear their face and use military force to attack such a small island. But the current situation was severe, making it hard to say. Today, Su Chen came here not only to inspect what his island was like but also to strengthen the island's defensive capabilities. Now that everything was in his hands, anyone who wanted to come and rob him would have to break their teeth in the process. From this perspective, merely equipping the security team with some individual weapons and a few special operation vehicles was
definitely not enough.
As for warships, it was also not easy for Su Chen to acquire them. It wasn't that there were no channels given his and Tianyu Group's value. If he were
to ask, getting a few warships from Jiuzhou would definitely not be a problem.
The 52D even had export versions. It made no sense that it could be sold to other countries.
But not to him. But the problem was, he couldn't afford it. Moreover, even if he bought them, there weren't enough people to operate them. So rather than complicating things, it would be better to keep it simple. That he had just acquired 10 power armors from the White Deer. What you see now is the latest product from our Tianyu Group's Tianyu military industry, the Tianbing 1 type power armor. In a warehouse on the island, Su Chen pointed to the 5 power armors lined up behind him and said to the 10 strong young men in front of him, this power armor is completely different from the kind of exoskeletons used in modern armies that merely save effort. As for the specific technologies and principles used, I won't bore you with that. You probably wouldn't understand anyway, and to be honest, I don't quite get it myself. You'd have to ask the people at the Research Institute.
Upon hearing this, the 10 people in front of him chuckled a few times, not feeling offended.
Often, it's like this: the same meaning expressed in different ways can give entirely different impressions.
Su Chen waved his hand and continued, let me briefly tell you some parameters of this thing.
First is the endurance. It
has almost no range anxiety. Even at full power, the range is enough for you to fly around the Earth several hundred times.
Don't ask what technology was used, and don't
guess, you just need to know that it's very durable. Even if one day the range really runs out, it will give you a long advance warning, and even when you're executing the most
dangerous missions, there will be enough energy redundancy to respond.
Then there's the power. It has 4 small non-working medium engines at the back.
To put it in terms
you can understand, the combined maximum horsepower of these 4 engines can reach 240,000 horsepower. Of course, this description may not be entirely accurate, just know that this thing can fly, and its maximum speed can exceed 6 times the speed of sound. As for its protection, the external armor is made of special alloys, with the thinnest
part being less than 3 mm thick, yet it has an equivalent protection effect of 800 mm.
The thickest part of the armor reaches 70 mm, providing an equivalent protection effect of
5,000 mm. Equivalent to 5,000 mm?
Doesn't that mean it can withstand armor-piercing rounds from a tank's main gun? Someone couldn't help but exclaim.
The armor can definitely
withstand it, but whether you can handle it is another story, so I wouldn't recommend showing off in front of a tank's cannon. Su Chen shrugged and continued, in addition,
this power armor is equipped with an energy shield primarily designed to resist electromagnetic interference. Even in a nuclear explosion zone, the electronic systems Inside won't be affected by the electromagnetic storms generated by the blast.
Furthermore, this thing is also very effective against energy weapons. Lasers are basically
ineffective against you.
Bullets and shells can also be blocked, depending on how much energy you're willing to input to maintain the shield.
One thing to note is that this
energy shield is the highest energy-consuming device on the entire power armor. If it's kept on continuously, the armor's energy will deplete rapidly.
Under normal use, it has
almost unlimited endurance, but if the shield is kept at full power, it can last for no more than a month.
That's the defense part.
As for the weaponry, it comes with an electromagnetic rifle, with the rail located on the wrist of the armor's right arm, internally loaded with 1,000 special alloy steel needles that have extremely strong penetration
power. A single shot can penetrate the front armor of a tank.
Additionally, the power armor's shoulders are equipped with 10 micro-missiles on each side, with explosive energy 30 times that of TNT. A small explosion is even more powerful than a 155mm howitzer. Of course, considering that in some extreme conditions these weapons and ammunition might run out, we also equipped the left arm of the armor with a high-energy laser emitter, which has a reasonable energy consumption, not too high.
Its power is also
decent, slightly more powerful than the most advanced laser weapons in the world today. However, this thing is prone to breakage, so in the most extreme situations where you've run out of electromagnetic rifle bullets, used up all the micro-missiles, and the laser launcher has failed, you still have one last option: the high-frequency chainsaw sword. This thing vibrates millions of times per second, and the blade is made from a special alloy. Tank armor is hardly tougher than tofu in front of it.
Usually, it is
stored in the form of an iron chain under the armor on your right leg, and when you need it, just grip the hilt and pull it out.
The powerful magnetic field will cause the iron
chain to coalesce into a perfectly seamless great sword, definitely sharper and tougher than any cold weapon you've ever used, and it is your last weapon at hand. Of course, even if the chainsaw sword breaks, you still have the ability to resist. With the power armor, your punch exceeds 20 tons. Even without a weapon, you have the capability to tear a tank apart with your bare hands. This is the general capability of the Tianbing 1-type power armor, and of course, its abilities go far beyond this.
The fireproof, waterproof, and poison-proof tri-defense system is absolutely unmatched by any equipment on Blue Star. It's not an exaggeration to say that even if aliens appeared on the moon right now, you could put it on and go fight them.
The built-in targeting system is no different from using cheats in a video game. Under suitable conditions, the 1,000
bullets of the electromagnetic rifle can easily kill 1,000 enemies.
In simple terms, once you wear this, you are basically in an invincible state on this planet.
You can
withstand most weapons, and even those you can't withstand, you can dodge with terrifying mobility. Of course, nuclear weapons are the exception. If you encounter such a strike and are at the center of the explosion, then I can only say your families will receive a huge compensation that will last 3 generations. Previously, he had served in the military and after retiring, became an elite employee of a security company. For these men, death is not a taboo topic. If they didn't have the courage to face death, they wouldn't be in this line of work. So when Suchen half-jokingly and half-seriously teased them at the end, they didn't take it to heart. The leader, a tough young man named Zhang Qingshan, laughed and said, "If I get blown up by a nuclear bomb, then this life would have been worth it. Boss, we all trust your character. We feel at ease knowing you will handle our affairs after we're gone. Now with this kind of incredible equipment, just give the order, and even if you send me to the Black Palace to capture the sleeping emperor, I, Zhang Qingshan, would just frown and be a softie." He is the captain of this 100-man security team and one of the most trusted among the security personnel recruited by Su Chen. Trust is not given lightly, it is based on evidence. Among the group he poached from the security company, Zhang Qingshan may not be the most capable, but his current position is largely due to his background. While he was still in the military, during an overseas operation to eradicate a drug trafficking ring, he killed 6 criminals who were supposed to be captured alive in order to save his teammates. The process was extremely brutal, and he ended up severely injured, nearly dying out there. However, due to insufficient evidence against these criminals, they could not be convicted, and they were not key figures in the organization, but rather crucial leads. After he killed them, there was no evidence left, which infuriated the higher-ups of the organization. As a result, he faced disciplinary action upon his return, and his promising military career came to an end. With no other choice, he had to retire. After retiring, the military had arranged a job for him, but his mother fell ill with uremia. Although the post-retirement job had decent benefits and paid better than most ordinary people in a small county, the endless medical expenses were still overwhelming. Therefore, he had to resign from what was a relatively stable job and choose to join a security company with a higher salary. The work of the security company is mainly divided into 2 categories. One is domestic, which is basically not dangerous at all. Every day is just a matter of passing time. The other involves long-term activities abroad. The danger level skyrockets, and sometimes it really requires going to the battlefield. To make money, Zhang Qingshan hardly takes on domestic security tasks. Instead, he risks his life going abroad to carry out various dangerous missions. There have been several close calls, but he has never complained. Every time he earns money, he sends it to his mother for her medical treatment. When Su Chen was recruiting, he had Tian-shu check the backgrounds of these people in the security company, and he immediately took a liking to this guy. After easily curing his mother's illness with the water of life, Zhang Qingshan was overwhelmed with gratitude, declaring that his life now belonged to Su Chen. Such a man, willing to give up his future in life for his comrades, and even more so, to forsake a peaceful and comfortable life for his mother, is a true man who walks through fire and blades. Su Chen did not believe that someone who had received such a great favor would betray him without any reason. Besides him, the experiences of the other 9 people here were not much different. Su Chen was not just their employer, he was essentially someone who had done them a great favor. Of course, the concept of favor is also quite ethereal. It is useful for many, but one cannot guarantee that there aren't people who know the face but not the heart, who speak of gratitude but turn around to stab their benefactor in the back. So he certainly did not take it for granted that just because he had done them a great favor, they would not betray him. They only had the right to use the power armor. Above them were 2 higher levels of authority. One level was with Tian-shu, and the highest authority was in Su Chen's hands. While they were using the power armor, Tian-shu would keep a close watch on their every move. If they had any inappropriate thoughts or actions, Tian-shu would report it to Su Chen immediately. If Su Chen could not handle it right away, Tian-shu would autonomously adjust the permissions to deal with it, forcibly recalling the power armor and locking the person inside, waiting for Su Chen's decision. So there was definitely no problem in allowing them to use the armor. It would also significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of this isolated island overseas. Let's not talk about that. Once you join the group, we will all be one family, just focus on your own tasks. Su Chen waved his hand and then announced the arrangements for the power armor. Currently, there are 5 mature prototypes. My intention is for you 10 to split into 2 shifts and take turns using them. During daily training, you can train and research together, quickly exploring the functions of the power armor and discussing scientific usage methods. The functions of the power armor are quite complex, and it's hard for me to explain everything clearly at once. The Research Institute believes that no amount of explanation from me is as effective as you personally wearing and using it for a few hours. The armor also has built-in AI, so you don't need to worry about it being difficult to handle at first. That's about the situation. You can discuss among yourselves, pair up, and choose the armor as you like since they are all the same. At this point, he seemed to remember something and added, by the way, in case you didn't know, this power armor has a load capacity of over 10 tons. If you want, one person can carry a large cannon and fire a few rounds at the enemy before the battle starts. With these 5 power armors here, even if the Bald Eagle really brought a carrier strike group here, they might not be able to take this small island. At most, they could only destroy some basic infrastructure on the island. As for personnel safety, the core of the first phase of the island's transformation project is the underground shelter. Su Chen required the construction of a nuclear shelter that goes hundreds of meters underground, capable of withstanding nuclear bomb explosions. Once completed, in the event of war, the residents of the island would be able to retreat inside immediately. A nuclear bomb might not even be effective, let alone a carrier strike group bombarding indiscriminately. If it really comes to that, the residents will hide underground, and these few pieces of armor would be enough to keep the entire carrier group at bay. In fact, if the powered armor were to board the carrier, Su Chen might just end up capturing a White Eagle carrier and taking the naval commander alive for the whole world to see. Not to mention, he was even a bit looking forward to that scene, cough cough. After finishing the serious business, Su Chen left the warehouse and arrived at the beach. Yu Ling and Xinghen were sitting on a rock, gazing at the endless sea, whispering something to each other. It wasn't until Su Chen approached that he heard Xinghen, who had been expressionless until now, actually looking a bit dreamy as she stared into the distance, murmuring, "What a wonderful world this is." Wonderful? In what way? Su Chen sat down next to them without hesitation. Xinghen turned to glance at him, pursed her lips, and said, "In many ways." Like what? Like everyone here is equal. Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. That's just talk, don't take it seriously. There are plenty of inequalities. Everyone is an independent individual with different abilities. Absolute equality is impossible. He thought this girl had been brainwashed by a bunch of nonsense books during her time on Blue Star. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he saw Xinghen nodding. "I know. But at least the mainstream view holds that everyone is equal. Even if people don't truly believe it, they must acknowledge it verbally. And in a way, compared to the magical world, it is indeed more equal here. The inequalities are merely caused by differences in power and capital. In this world, if a person has enough power and capital, even someone from a humble background can attain a very high status. Unlike our world, where bloodlines determine everything. From the moment of birth, everyone is destined for their place in that world. There, regardless of race, intelligent beings are divided into nobles, commoners, and lowly people, and I am not even considered a lowly person, just a mixed breed." At this point, Xinghen scoffed, looking at Su Chen. "Did you always think
I held a high status in the magical world? Isn't that the case? Now it was Su Chen's turn to be astonished. Although he had heard from Yu Ling about the strict class system based on bloodlines in the magical world, Xing Hen was known as a starseeker there, one of the strongest beings beneath various divine and martial gods. How could someone like that not have a high status? So, your world is great, so great that it even makes you think that having strength can earn you a corresponding status. Xing Hen shrugged. Those nobles who pride themselves on their bloodlines will, of course, show a certain level of respect in front of me, but most of the time, they disdain to even appear before me and will even deliberately avoid me. Even when they have to discuss some matters with me, once the discussion is over, they will turn around and curse. Despicable mixed breed, just lucky enough to have received some favor from the gods. How dare you speak to me like that, and then hurry off to bathe in the most fragrant petals. As if I carry some innate stench that would tarnish their noble bloodline. Su Chen leaned in to sniff. Nope, you smell quite nice. Xing Hen's pretty face stiffened, and she awkwardly tilted her head. Princess Yu Ling said you are quite lecherous, and it seems to be true. Impossible, that must be a misunderstanding on Yu Ling's part. Su Chen quickly changed the subject. Not everyone in your world can be that exaggerated, right? Don't you think so, Yu Ling? Yu Ling? As he spoke, he looked over at Yu Ling, only to find her expression a bit unnatural. Wait, did you also do something? Princess Yu Ling is considered one of the few pure streams among the nobility, so I came here only because she asked Princess Vivi of the Qiyang Empire to convey her message to me, Xing Hen proactively added. It's not that simple, Yu Ling sighed. When I was still a princess of the elven race, I truly believed I was inherently superior. My kindness towards the half-breeds of your human race and the elves was merely out of pity. At that time, I didn't think it was unfair at all. But later, after the elven kingdom fell and I was in exile, I reflected a lot. Plus, coming to Blue Star and seeing how humans interact here made me realize my mistakes back then. I'm very sorry. You've apologized many times, Your Highness. It's unnecessary, Xing Hen smiled helplessly. Regardless of your intentions, at least compared to others, you've been kind enough to us who have been abandoned. The social environment does indeed influence a person's worldview. It's normal to have erroneous beliefs in such an environment, Su Chen also comforted from the side. This is actually a great truth. Society operates because of people, and people change because of society. It's perfectly normal for the same issue to be viewed differently in different social contexts. What matters is being able to adapt accordingly to the social environment. Individuals must adapt to the larger environment rather than expecting the larger environment to adapt to individuals. The worldview of the magical realm is just like that. It's normal for Yu Ling to go with the flow. One cannot expect everyone to suddenly overturn mainstream thoughts and create a new school of thought. But then again, as a person from Blue Star, he found the magical world's absurd bloodline theory ridiculous. Here was Xing Hen, a demigod, still only receiving superficial respect due to bloodline issues. Even the smallest noble or those of lowly status would disdain to associate with him. Even if they banded together, they wouldn't be able to match her in a fight, yet it remained the same. It felt like a person from Jiuzhou, wielding 1,000,000 troops, bringing a starship to the doorstep of Ozhou, only to have some self-proclaimed noble send out an old gatekeeper to tell him, lowly Yazhou monkey, do you think you deserve to speak to me? It was a complete explosion of worldviews. It's hard to imagine such things truly exist, but the facts are right in front of us, and both parties from the magical world feel the same way, so there's no need to elaborate. So have you made your decision? After some more conversation, Su Chen asked the question he truly cared about. I've made my decision, Xing Hen nodded. Next time you go to trade, I'll give you my token, and with it, you can summon my kin from the magical world to come here. You need time to accumulate points to bring life through the trading platform to this world, right? No need to rush, take your time. Alright, I'll let you know when my points are enough to bring a batch over. Su Chen immediately agreed. This was originally his goal, and it now seemed like a solid win-win situation. As the sky darkened and the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the three did not rush back to Jiuzhou but instead set up an outdoor barbecue on the beach. Xing Hen, who had previously been silent, melancholic, and expressionless like a robot, seemed to have unraveled some inner turmoil, visibly becoming much more talkative. Su Chen was also enjoying a vacation, so he naturally wasn't in a hurry to return. By the time he got back to Jiuzhou, it was already 3 days later. As soon as he returned, Tianshu brought him some bad news. Are you saying that the Ozhou alliance is about to start making moves? Not exactly. Tianshu replied unhurriedly. After obtaining the water of life, they no longer kept your agreement confidential, attempting to gradually guide public opinion to lay the groundwork for its announcement. However, the entire Ozhou alliance has long been infiltrated by the Bald Eagle, and the highly confidential agreement known only to a few has just slightly relaxed its secrecy level, and the news was immediately known to the Bald Eagle. Subsequently, the high-ranking members of the Ozhou alliance, driven by their own selfish desires, sold the island at an extremely low price, and this matter was soon exposed, causing a huge uproar across the entire Ozhou continent.
Now, many Ojo people are taking to the streets with banners to protest, demanding the return of the island and the resignation of those high-ranking members of the Ojo Alliance who passed this agreement. Based on the past style of the Ojo Alliance in handling such matters, I believe they won't hold out for long and will soon either soften their stance or resign in shame. As for whether the next people in power will still adhere to the agreement, I hold a pessimistic view. Taking the benefits and then resigning to run away, leaving the mess behind? Suchen scoffed. They are thinking too simply about this. This is the advantage of a small government. They are not accountable for the foolish decisions made during their tenure, nor are they responsible for their partners while in office. After resigning, they don't care if the floods come, and sudden changes in policy are not unusual for them, Tianshu explained. This is also the biggest difference between the West and Jojo. If you plan to deal with them using the mindset of Jojo people, you might suffer quite a bit. Tianshu. Sir, I am here. Suchen suddenly sneered. You have misunderstood one thing. Please enlighten me. I don't care what unspoken rules or regulations they have over there, or whether they need to take responsibility after resigning. Suchen said solemnly, if you do business with me, you must follow my rules. Do they really think that resigning and running away will solve everything? They are overthinking it. The water of life not only extends life but can also be their death warrant. If they take my benefits and refuse to do their part, there is no such good fortune in this world. Suchen knew that the operational methods of the West were different from those of Jojo. He was aware that he wanted to play this way to exploit the psychology of these people, to get the island first and then talk. The agreement is signed, and no matter who comes to power afterward, they shouldn't think they can renege on their debts. As for those who take the benefits but refuse to act, thinking they can run away once they have the water of life, they shouldn't expect any good fortune like extended life. Suchen would ensure they wouldn't even live to their original lifespan. Sir, you are right. When you hold absolute power, you don't need to care about who made the rules. After a moment of silence, Tianshu agreed. In the future, I will incorporate this important data into the calculation model to avoid drawing incorrect conclusions again. That's not necessary, Suchen countered his suggestion. You just need to calculate according to the rules. It's best not to resort to special means outside the rules. Once you rely on brute force to break through when faced with issues, order will gradually collapse and the entire system will tend toward chaos. At that time, the whole world will fall into extreme disorder, which is not good for anyone. Although he had recently enjoyed using the power of the magical world supermodels to solve problems outside the rules, he remained clear-headed, mostly resorting to external powers only when the existing rules couldn't solve the problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to do any business. He could just let Yuling and Xinghen go on a rampage, and in no time he would become the richest person in the world. But doing such things too often would quickly lead to the collapse of world order. What follows would be a world plunged into chaos. At that time, no one would have it easy, and they might even face mushroom explosions, which would be a loss without gain. That's settled then. Notify me immediately if there are any updates. After finishing his instructions with Tianshu, Suchen was about to ask Yuling what they would have for dinner tonight. However, just as he stood up and took a couple of steps, Tianshu brought new information. Sir, the Bald Eagle has just issued a notice. Suchen paused. What notice? The Bald Eagle has a long-standing military alliance agreement with the Ojo Alliance. Just now, in the name of this agreement, the Bald Eagle issued a notice regarding the trade between the Ojo Alliance and your island. The notice states that this agreement is also an illegal agreement, not recognized by the Military Alliance Organization. Your landing on the island with Tianyu Group is considered an act of invasion and you are ordered to withdraw all Tianyu Group employees from the island within 3 days. Otherwise, according to the terms of the agreement, the Bald Eagle and the military forces of the participating countries have the responsibility to initiate military action against you to reclaim the island that originally belonged to the Ojo Alliance. Military Alliance Organization? Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately thought of the infamous North Atlantic Treaty, sneering, they really know how to exploit loopholes. What about the Ojo Alliance? Tianshu promptly replied, 3 of the Ojo Alliance's top council members who reached an agreement with you have resigned under pressure. The speaker's current attitude is very ambiguous, seemingly leaning towards tearing up the agreement. Moreover, the Bald Eagle's statement is actually not something the Ojo Alliance can control. Since the Second World War, most of the military power of the Ojo Alliance has been in the hands of the Bald Eagle. The Bald Eagle is using the North Atlantic Treaty as a pretext to launch military action against you under the guise of protecting the Ojo Alliance's territory. Even if they wanted to stop it, they wouldn't have the capability. The North Atlantic Treaty has effectively demilitarized the entire Ojo continent. Among so many countries in the Ojo Alliance, only 1 or 2 can act independently militarily. If the Bald Eagle decides to intervene, whether or not to initiate military action is indeed not something they can control. Ojo Alliance? Just a pitiful broken-back dog. Suchen shook his head, then asked Tianshu, what do you think is the appropriate way to handle this within the rules? After a brief contemplation, Tianshu provided an answer. According to calculations, the best strategy within the rules is to leverage our information advantage on the internet to forcibly change the perception of the Western public regarding this island trade. By applying pressure from the public, we can compel the bald eagle to abandon this action. The public can be deceived. When the amount of information is sufficient, their attention will be drawn. Compared to direct coercion, people are more likely to believe the answers they deduce themselves. By using some general, vague, and broad descriptions, we can guide them to arrive at the answers we want, ultimately turning public opinion to our advantage. And on this planet, I just happen to have that capability. Tianshu's method is quite simple, a direct information bombardment to change the Western public's perception. Then, using the Western voting mechanism, we can force the bald eagle and the countries of the Ojo Alliance to abandon military action and begrudgingly accept this trade. As for how to legalize a transaction that is inherently illegal while ensuring that the vast majority recognize its legitimacy, that is not a difficult task. As long as you have the ability to control online public opinion, under a barrage of massive information, you can turn black into white and dead into alive. Calling a deer a horse is not impossible in the modern internet environment. A person's worldview cannot be generalized when they are part of a group versus when they are an independent individual. Changing an individual's worldview is difficult, but altering the perception of a group is quite simple. Suchen had no doubt that Tianshu possessed such capability, but he still shook his head and said, "What about other methods? Leverage our own advantages and drag Jojo into the fray," Tianshu decisively replied. "Currently, aside from you, the only entity capable of countering the bald eagle and its allies is Jojo. If we can leverage your importance and that of your industries to drag Kyushu down, there's a 50% chance that the bald eagle will abandon the idea of military action, a 30% chance of some friction occurring, and ultimately the bald eagle will give up on targeting you. There's a 15% chance of an unusual localized war breaking out, as the location of the islands is far from both Kyushu and the bald eagle's homeland, making the outcome unpredictable. There's a 5% chance this could trigger a world war, setting the entire world ablaze." Suchen's lips twitched. To be fair, the Kyushu officials had treated him quite well. Dragging someone down for no reason was less preferable than sending Tianshu to brainwash them. Forget it, Su Chen waved his hand. "It's indeed difficult for you to handle this matter without using external forces. Let's leave it at that for now. Even if they are truly preparing for military action against the islands, it won't happen in the next couple of days, so there's no need to worry for the time being. You should focus on the construction of the islands. Clearly, you have prepared a better plan. Outside of your handling, I really find it hard to come up with a better answer." Tianshu silently flattered him. The so-called better plan referred to the 5 power armors that Suchen had sent to the island in advance. To put it bluntly, this was still using something outside the rules to solve the problem. However, this time the situation was somewhat different. The bald eagle was directly seeking military confrontation, thus breaking the rules first. Su Chen certainly didn't have to stick to conventions. If they were sending warships to confront you, would it not be foolish to reason with them? The transaction between Tianyu Group and the Ojo Alliance, along with the turmoil that erupted on the Ojo side and the reactions from the Bald Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, reached Kyushu that same day. The next day, without Tianshu's intervention, it exploded across the internet. The Bald Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization threatened military action against an overseas base of a Kyushu company. This was quite unprecedented. The long-suffering people of Kyushu immediately stood up, rallying in support of Tianyu Group. However, under the premise of general support, there were naturally some self-righteous individuals singing a different tune. The major forums have been buzzing all morning. "I now feel like the people on this land have gone mad, completely hopeless. Dude, be careful with your words, you can't speak the truth here. Damn it, the awakened brother is back, I'm taking a bath. It's good to curse, these sword tunes deserve it. Others are already pushing their luck and they're still being sarcastic, they're just born to be second-rate lackeys. Here we go again, trying to label me, huh? Have you self-righteous people even carefully read the statements from the Bald Eagle's military spokesperson and the information disclosed about the related events? It was your Tianyu Group that secretly bribed the high-ups of the Ojo Alliance to reach a leasing agreement for the islands. Is that legal? The agreement has already been made public. It's in black and white. How is it not legal? Just because there's an agreement means it's legal? Go ask the Kyushu officials if usury contracts are legal. Did the people of the Ojo Alliance agree to the sale of the islands? If agreements reached through underhanded means are considered legal, then nothing in this world is illegal. Is it illegal just because someone opposes it? Was there no public opposition when the previous dynasty signed unequal treaties? Why do those white-skinned people get to act like tyrants over a bunch of leased lands? That's sophistry. The times are different now. Shut the hell up. When your Western father was strong, it was legal to be a thief. Our ancestors suffered for generations to build up our wealth, and now that the situation has changed, you come out saying it's illegal? I can't believe this. In less than a day, the online uproar had reached a fever pitch. Most people
believe that the Bald Eagle is being overly aggressive as the Tianyu Group has a contract with the Oju Alliance in black and white, and now these people want to go back on their word, which is simply intolerable. However, a small number of people think that the Tianyu Group reached the island leasing agreement through improper means, and thus, they were at fault from the beginning. Even if they faced military strikes from the Bald Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization overseas, they deserve it. Essentially, this matter does not have a clear right or wrong, whether it is the Tianyu Group, the Oju Alliance, or the Bald Eagle, they are all acting out of their own interests. The contract signed by the Tianyu Group is indeed in black and white, and it clearly states the obligations they have after taking over the island and what they need to do. Although the contract has many ambiguous loopholes that allow the Tianyu Group to easily evade these obligations later, it does indeed state these things. Just looking at the surface of the contract, it cannot be considered an unequal agreement. Therefore, they certainly have reasons to refuse to return it. For the people of the Ojo Alliance, the agreement reached through the bribery of their high-ranking officials by Su Chen is something they are unwilling to acknowledge. The Bald Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty have the obligation to protect the territory and interests of the Ojo Alliance, and their intervention is reasonable and legal. Everyone has something to say. In this situation, the debate about this matter on the internet thousands of miles away in the Jojo network is no longer a question of right or wrong, but rather a matter of stance. Standing in different positions will naturally lead to different conclusions about right and wrong. For Su Chen, online public opinion holds no significance. He is not an official and does not need to care about how outsiders evaluate the right or wrong of this matter. The saying goes, a ruler who begins with this will surely perish by it. The Tianyu Group does not rely on these chaotic matters for survival, so they naturally do not care much about external public opinion. Although the island issue has caused quite a stir, Su Chen estimates that with the efficiency of the West, it will take at least 10 days to half a month to reach a conclusion. If military action is to be taken, it won't happen in the next few days, so there is no need to worry for now. Moreover, he has deployed 5 power armors on the island, which are more than enough to handle most emergencies. After returning to Jiangcheng, while the outside world endlessly debates the future of the Tianyu Group, he, the main party, has instead found himself with free time. After a few days of idleness, he heard from Yu Ling that the first batch of magical crops planted on his farm was ready for harvest. Except for a portion that needed to be kept as seeds, the rest could all be sold. These magical crops belong to fast-growing varieties, and the magical power contained within them is not very high. In fact, they are inferior to the finished products imported directly from Weiwei. Magical crops sound impressive, but the principles of planting them are not much different from ordinary crops. Crops that are hastily ripened will certainly not taste as good as those that grow normally. This is a similar principle. However, even so, these magical crops that mature quickly in the magic array are definitely more nutritious and delicious than ordinary crops. Although the magical power contained is low, it still depends on what you compare it to. Compared to ordinary crops on Blue Star, they are still highly nourishing. Since Yu Ling suggested selling them, Su Chen certainly had no reason to hold back. After all, he would never lack magical crops for himself, and with so many other magical crops planted on the farm, selling them was only a matter of time. He directly called Huang Lin. Su Chen had not forgotten that he had previously promised Huang Lin to give him a lift. His restaurant was just looking to become a chain brand, right? With the supply of these magical crops, it would definitely soar to new heights. Of course, what Su Chen meant was not anything like magical food. To convince Huang Lin, he said that a new type of crop had been cultivated in the ecological farm, which not only has a very unique taste but is also extremely nutritious. After consuming it, there are many benefits. Not only can it strengthen the body, but it can also nourish yin and supplement yang. Are you kidding me, buddy? Did you just grow a fairy elixir on the farm? This was Huang Lin's immediate response after hearing the description. Of course, one thing is one thing, his body was still very honest. He immediately brought the head chef from the store to Su Chen's house, and after tasting the magical ingredients cooked by the chef, he bluntly stated that once this thing hits the market, it will definitely explode nationwide. Forget about opening a chain restaurant, it could absolutely become a giant in the food industry. What Hey DeLeo and McDonald's are just little brothers. Upon hearing Su Chen mention that the Tianyu Ecological Farm would provide him with ingredients at normal prices for these special ingredients, and that as long as he could eat them, all the magical ingredients produced by the farm could be processed for him, Huang Lin's attitude was quite simple. No way. We're brothers, but business is business. This thing is currently unique, and although the procurement price for special ingredients isn't cheap, the selling price after it's made into a finished product is astronomical. Just making money from selling the ingredients is too much of a loss. If all the special ingredients from the farm go to me, it would mean that this special ingredient is also unique in the food industry, and monopolies always bring huge profits. What I mean is, the conditions you proposed remain unchanged. But regarding the restaurant issue, I'll go back and discuss it with my old man. You can hold 50% of the shares and profits in the restaurant company in the form of a technical investment, and the rest we can negotiate with other partners. If they can accept it, then fine, if they can't, they can withdraw. I'll refund their money now. Of course, the reason for doing this can't be told to them right now. When we first started our store, we brought in quite a few outside investors, and over the years they've made a lot of money and caused quite a few conflicts. To be honest, my old man and I didn't really want to deal with them anymore. If we can take this opportunity to let them exit before the special ingredients go public and the company expands, it would be a good thing for us. Su-chan listened to his lengthy discourse and finally understood his meaning. It turned out that the father and son had long been dissatisfied with some partners, and now that they knew the magical ingredient supply from Su-chan would definitely take off the store, they naturally didn't want to give other partners a break. He would rather give the extra shares to Su-chan after these people exited. I have a question. What question? Huang Lin asked, puzzled. Since there are so many shareholders in this store that you are unhappy with, why not just get rid of it and open a new one? Su-chan shrugged. Opening a new store isn't really a hassle, is it? Huang Lin sighed at this. No more worries about a bunch of messy shareholders, but new troubles are even more. Our store has been around for a few years, and we've spent quite a bit of money hiring many celebrities and internet influencers for endorsements. I'm not afraid to say it, but it actually has a certain brand value. It would be a shame to give up this brand and start over. Celebrity and internet influencer endorsements? Su-chan's mouth twitched as he looked at him like he was an idiot. What kind of look is that? Huang Lin said, dissatisfied. Are you stupid? What good is it to have celebrity and internet influencer endorsements? Su-chan pointed to Yuling, who was curled up on the sofa playing with her phone. Which celebrity or internet influencer could be more popular than her? Huang Lin was taken aback and instinctively shook his head. It seems there isn't. Even though Yuling didn't even have a social media account that had been dug up and had never spoken in any public setting outside of Tianyu Group's product launch, her stunning looks and charisma made her online popularity completely overshadow all first-tier celebrities. So, do you think there are any celebrities or internet influencers that our Tianyu Group can invite? Su-chan asked again. Huang Lin continued to shake his head with the current state of Tianyu Group. It is already poised to become a giant in the domestic semiconductor and medical industries. Which short-sighted celebrity or internet influencer would dare to disrespect Tianyu Group? Well, that's settled then. Su-chan patted his shoulder and said earnestly, what can I say? I'm your godfather and you're my good son. Kid, be bold, don't be so petty. Just go back and get things sorted out quickly for the opening. All this brand accumulation is nonsense. When your new store opens, I'll make you famous across the internet in a day. How to handle the magical crops grown on the farm was ultimately just a minor issue. At most, it could only be considered a small episode in daily life. Regarding the island, although the so-called military strike led by the Bald Eagle of the North Atlantic Treaty had yet to arrive, some annoying tactics that were of little use came earlier than expected. On the 5th day after he left the island, he received a message from Zhang Qingshan, the captain of the island's security forces. Early that morning, hundreds of unidentified individuals claiming to be the island's indigenous people arrived on the island by speedboat. Their reasoning was simple: this was their home, and they wanted to move back. Moreover, they were not alone, many journalists accompanied them, and the entire event was being live-streamed for the world to see. The momentum was enormous. As these people drew closer to the island, Zhang Qingshan was at a loss for what to do and could only send a message to Su-chan asking how to handle the situation. If the other party had come armed to seize the island, or even arrived on a warship, it wouldn't have been a difficult dilemma. For Zhang Qingshan, he could simply deploy the powered armor and deal with them. But these were unarmed civilians, and ordering direct fire was clearly problematic. Su-chan understood his concerns. He wasn't so deranged as to order direct fire on ordinary people being used as pawns. That would truly escalate things. After a moment of thought, he gave Zhang Qingshan a directive. At this point, it was time to give these white folks a little shock with some otherworldly technology. Unlike supernatural powers like magic that needed to be concealed, Su-chan had never intended to hide the powered armor. Not only did he want to use it, but he also wanted to showcase this powerful weapon from another world to everyone right from the start, leaving them all in awe. Initially, he thought the powered armor would debut on the Bald Eagle's warship, but it seemed that moment would not come. However, with a large media presence, the impact could be even greater. After receiving Su-chan's authorization, Zhang Qingshan immediately ordered the island's security forces to mobilize. In the vast expanse of the A3 Ocean, dozens of small boats filled with people sped across the sea like a pack of wolves, creating white waves behind them. Each boat carried about 10 ragged, dark-skinned indigenous people. They steered their boats toward the direction of their former home, but there was no excitement or righteous indignation in their eyes. Instead, they appeared somewhat flustered and helpless. Clearly, although the indigenous people had a generally low level of education, it did not mean they were foolish. Just recently, they had received a substantial resettlement fee from the Ojo Alliance and left the small island. After only a few days of enjoying their newfound freedom, a group of powerful figures approached them, asking them to return in the name of reclaiming their homeland. These were The island's indigenous people, not primitive inhabitants who couldn't access the internet.
They were well aware of the disputes surrounding their small island during this time. Some even believed that this island could potentially spark a major conflict between the Kyushu and Western factions. As those at the center of the storm, the islanders themselves were indifferent to the notion of home or homeland. Not everyone in the world has the same deep-rooted attachment to their homeland as the people of Jojo. As long as the money is enough, they don't care who they are sold to or whether they can return to their poor, dilapidated island. Therefore, when the Ojo Alliance offered an exorbitant relocation fee, none of the islanders opposed it. They happily took the money and moved away. Now, someone wants them to come back. Naturally, they are unwilling. In this conflict between deities, these islanders are mere mortals caught in the fray. They know their own limitations and have no desire to get involved in this mess. But they have no choice. Often, for powerless and insignificant individuals, it is like this. Whether moving off the island or protesting on it, they have no right to choose. It's just that those big shots wrinkle their brows, come up with an idea, and then they have to execute it, that's all. The difference is that when they moved away, Su-Chen had insisted in the island transfer agreement that the Ojo Alliance's compensation for these islanders could not be a single cent less and must be increased. That's why they were able to receive such a substantial relocation fee so smoothly. But now, with someone sent to reclaim the island, the people sending them are not as accommodating as Su-Chen. All they provided were these small, shabby boats. Compensation? Certainly not a penny. Their reasoning is quite simple. You want to reclaim your homeland, and you expect me to pay you? Providing you with some small boats and letting a group of reporters follow you for support is already a great act of generosity. What? You don't want your homeland back? Then I'll have to discuss the legality of the relocation fee the Ojo Alliance previously gave you. Under such manipulative tactics, it would be strange for these islanders forced to come back and reclaim their homeland to be willing. Behind these small boats, several nautical miles away, is a very luxurious yacht. On the yacht are reporters from well-known media outlets in Western countries. At this moment, they are all casually dressed in beach attire, chatting in groups on the deck while enjoying snacks. On the deck directly in front, long guns and short cannons are already set up. As soon as they enter the waters belonging to that island, they will immediately return to their posts, broadcasting the heroic act of reclaiming the homeland of islanders who suffered unfair treatment and were forced to leave to the world live. Jack, is your drone tracking them? Where are those filthy islanders? A shirtless reporter approached a young man operating a drone. Almost there, we're less than 20 nautical miles from the island, and we should be entering the island's waters soon. I think they should be making some moves over there. You'd better have all the reporters turn on their machines to warm up for the occasion, said the young man, referred to as Jack, casually controlling the drone towards the island, seemingly unconcerned about any potential airspace violations. Hearing this, the shirtless reporter immediately stood up, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and shouted, "We're almost there, almost there. Everyone get busy. After we successfully return this time, we'll throw a party to celebrate." However, just as all the reporters received the notification and returned to their posts, having just turned on their machines and opened the live broadcast connection to convey the heroic act to the world, Jack, controlling the drone, suddenly exclaimed, "WTF? Jack, what the hell are you doing?" The shirtless reporter, having just changed his clothes, turned back with some dissatisfaction. "The drone, our drone, has been shot down," Jack said in horror. "I didn't even see what initiated the attack. The drone was just destroyed, and it's very likely a surface-to-air missile." A surface-to-air missile? The questioning reporter couldn't help but look serious. Impossible. According to the intelligence provided by the Arctic Ocean Treaty, the Tianyu group should be transporting a batch of weapons to the island, but there definitely shouldn't be any anti-aircraft missiles or anything like that. It should just be some light weapons. Jokingly, if there were really planes or cannons on the island, they wouldn't dare to get close. The controversy surrounding this island is significant. Their actions are no different from invading another country's territory. The Tianyu group has every right to open fire. And even if they do fire, whether it is right or wrong is as contentious as the current situation of the island itself. If the island is eventually reclaimed by the Western camp, it would be fine. Those who die here could barely be considered sacrificed freedom fighters. But damn it, if this island really ends up in the hands of the Tianyu group and is recognized by various organizations, regions, and countries around the world, then if they die here today, it would truly be a meaningless death. These journalists have access to a lot of information and see things much more clearly than ordinary people. If they didn't know there were only light weapons on the island, they wouldn't have come. They were just given a bit more money. What's the point of risking their lives? What do we do now? The young Jack was somewhat at a loss. The leading journalist was also feeling a bit of a headache, but seeing the indigenous boats getting closer to the island, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Can't worry about that now. Let's keep moving forward." Unless the Tianyu group really doesn't care about the consequences, otherwise I don't believe they would dare to act against us journalists and the indigenous people ahead. But, if the issue of the island's ownership is unclear, we are definitely trespassing, Jack said quietly.
Do you know the law doesn't punish the crowd? Even if we are trespassing, do you think they would dare to do anything to so many people?
The man shot Jack a glare, then turned to instruct the captain in the yacht's cockpit to speed up, not to let the small boats ahead get
too far away. Jack opened his mouth but ultimately didn't dare to say more.
He picked up the camera, connected it to the yacht's communication equipment, contacted the news company behind him, and then started the live broadcast. Soon, on various platforms like YouTube and Twitter, many world-renowned media outlets simultaneously broadcasting brave
islanders reclaiming their homeland attracted a lot of attention. Even notorious Western media like BBD started live streaming on the internal network of JoJo. With the
mechanism pushing the stream, many people quickly clicked into the live broadcast room.
What do you mean brave islanders reclaiming their homeland? This is clearly Tianyu Group's island. Ha, occupying someone else's homeland, what's the difference from being an invader?
I think the authorities should arrest the boss of Tianyu Group and
confiscate their assets. Stop talking nonsense, do you believe everything they say? This island was clearly legally purchased by Tianyu Group. Exactly, if you ask me, these
islanders shouldn't be causing trouble for Tianyu Group. If they have any grievances, they should go after the ones who made them move out. By speaking for the capitalists
like this, do you think they'll give you the elixir of life? Stop their nonsense.
I'm a normal person, I only care about who is reasonable.
Nonsense about reclaiming their homeland, this is clearly an invasion.
I heard that Tianyu Group has armed security forces on this island. I suggest we retaliate directly, give them a taste of their own
medicine.
The ongoing controversy reached a new peak after these live broadcasts appeared.
Those opposing the Tianyu Group have defined Su Chen as an evil invader, wishing they could put him on the gallows.
Supporters of the Tianyu Group now wish Su Chen would set up a few rocket launchers by the sea and take them all out. As for those who don't support either side and view the issue objectively, well, they are scolded by both sides. That's how the internet works, it's either black or white, right or wrong, and the result of rationally considering issues without taking sides is that neither side sees you as human. If there are differing opinions in the 9 provinces regarding
this matter, the views of those watching the live broadcast online are much more unified.
They all want the Tianyu Group to roll out of the islands and return the homeland
to the islanders. However, this barrage of insults did not last long.
Less than 10 minutes after the journalists on the yacht started the live stream, all the voices of
cursing and controversy fell silent.
You have intruded into the territorial waters of the islands under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu Group, seriously harming the interests
of the Tianyu Group. I will now arrest you according to the law. Please cooperate, and if you resist violently, we do not rule out using corresponding countermeasures. The warning broadcasted was no longer heeded by those on the ship.
Whether they understood the language of the 9 provinces is another matter.
Even if they did, they had no mind to listen at that moment.
Because a power armor over 2 meters tall, entirely made of metal, gleaming in the sunlight, was hovering right in front of the yacht's deck. Under the gaze of all the cameras, for massless engines behind this power armor were expelling pale blue plasma streams, silently standing there like a miracle.
What the hell is this? Wow, is Iron Man here? From what he said, this is from the Tianyu Group, right? I thought it was already impressive that the Tianyu Group could produce life water and carbon-based chips, but I didn't expect there to be such a master. Who is this guy's general?
Feeling a bit dazed, can someone explain how this metal lump is
floating in the air? Don't ask, just know it's super strong. Did you not see the engines behind? No, it doesn't make sense. I see fighter jet engines making a huge noise. Why does this thing's engine make no sound at all, like a ghost? Who knows? Compared to an engine, I think the appearance of this power armor is even more frightening. What does the Tianyu Group mean by this? Are they planning to detain all these people? The reporters on the scene quickly regained their composure after their initial shock. It must be said that as journalists, these people still had considerable professionalism. Once they realized what was happening, their first instinct was not to explain or inquire about anything. Instead, they all raised their cameras to capture the floating power armor in a frenzy of shots. Thud! The power armor landed heavily on the yacht's deck, producing a loud sound.
Faced with reporters whose faces were filled with excitement, having forgotten the current situation, madly taking photos, Zhang Qingshan was clearly well prepared. The broadcast voice sounded again, since you have intruded into the territorial waters of the islands under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu Group, seriously harming the interests of the Tianyu Group, I will now arrest you. Please cooperate with my work, and if you resist violently, we do not rule out using corresponding countermeasures. Before the broadcast even finished, one of his hands had already landed on a camera not far from him. This camera, worth hundreds of thousands, didn't even have time to emit a cry before it was crushed to pieces by the immense force of the power armor.
No, you can't do this. We are still over 12 kilometers away from the
island, this is international waters, and you have no right to arrest us. Finally, a reporter reacted and quickly argued loudly. Zhang Qingshan clearly had no intention of debating with him, ignoring him completely, and simply looked towards the yacht's cockpit and the flustered captain, raising his hand lightly.
Puff! There was no sound of gunpowder explosions, no noise at all. A low, crisp sound came from his wrist. Following that, the entire control station was completely destroyed, and even the captain inside. The cockpit was struck by flying glass, leaving a bloody mark on his face, causing him to kneel down without a second thought. A few sharply dressed young men, clearly not journalists, instinctively placed their hands on their waists, seemingly preparing to draw something out. One could see the heavy power armor, and for a moment there was a dilemma about whether to draw their weapons. Damn it, with that broken pistol, it didn't look like it could break through this armor at all. However, their hesitation to act didn't mean that Zhang Qingshan would let them off the hook. The combat assistance system of the power armor immediately detected their subtle movements, and in Zhang Qingshan's line of sight, these few people were instantly highlighted by a prominent red box with a note beside it: armed personnel who have undergone rigorous military training, carrying some type of pistol, grenades, and a dagger. To prevent any accidents, it is recommended to shoot to kill or arrest and disarm them to eliminate their ability to resist. Seeing this, Zhang Qingshan directly maneuvered the power armor and took a few steps to stand in front of the bodyguards, extending a hand covered in armor. Hand it over. Naturally, the few were unwilling to surrender their guns and pretended to be confused, as if they didn't understand what was happening. Zhang Qingshan remained unfazed, quietly watching them. For a moment, the atmosphere on the ship seemed to become subtly tense. Although he had already fired, it was merely to damage some equipment on the ship without injuring anyone. It was more of a warning. In other words, there was still room for negotiation. But if someone got hurt, that would be a different story. Especially with countless cameras nearby capturing the scene and broadcasting it to the entire world. The tense atmosphere continued to spread. This standoff was essentially a psychological game. The few people opposite were betting that Zhang Qingshan wouldn't dare to act against them under the watchful eyes of the public. Little did they know, Zhang Qingshan didn't care about the consequences of using force. The reason he repeatedly demanded they hand over their guns instead of directly subduing them was purely because of the orders from Su Chen. Under the gaze of the whole world, he had to put on a show. After all, he had to showcase the power of the armor. He was actually hoping these people would lose their nerve and pull out their guns to empty their magazines at him. However, these folks were clearly more cowardly than he had imagined. Although they showed no intention of surrendering their weapons, they also didn't display any willingness to fight back, just stiffly staring at the power armor as if they had some great grievance. You're asking for trouble. Since that's the case, according to our Tianyu Group's security regulations, you are suspected of attempting to infiltrate our Tianyu Group's territorial waters with weapons to launch a terrorist attack. As the captain of the island security team for Tianyu Group, I am now arresting you based on the regulations. If weapons are found on you, you will face over 15 years of imprisonment or even the death penalty. Now, all of you squat down. Sure enough, upon hearing the mention of 15 years in prison or even the death penalty, the eyes of the few trained bodyguards nearly bulged out. Come on, which country's laws are you following on this island? Is this still Blue Star? Just carrying a gun means you get executed? Sir, there's a misunderstanding. We are the crew protecting this ship. Our duty is to deal with pirates. The leading bodyguard tried to argue, but after just a couple of sentences, he was struck hard in the face by the power armor, sending him flying. After spinning in the air, he crashed into the nearby railing and lost consciousness immediately. Repeated warnings have been ineffective. I will take coercive measures against you. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly ignited. These bodyguards were mostly soldiers from the North Atlantic Treaty who had seen real battlefields. If it were just about surrendering their weapons, they might have held out for a bit. But the prospect of 15 years in prison or even execution was too much to bear. Who could withstand that? As for whether such a level of punishment was reasonable, that was not something they could consider at the moment. With the Tianyu Group's style of doing things, even the most unreasonable matters could be carried out. No one dared to gamble their lives on whether the other side was crazy or not. If they didn't rise up and fight back now, they would truly be cowards. Bang bang bang. These people had excellent military training. After exchanging glances, they almost simultaneously rolled back to find cover while swiftly drawing their handguns and chambering rounds. Then they began to fire wildly at the power armor. After the smoke cleared, the scene before them brought a hint of despair to their faces. After not knowing how many bullets had hit, the power armor hadn't even lost a bit of its paint. It stood there, unmoving. Zhang Qingshan was not surprised at all. They had been training and researching the uses of this power armor for the past few days. One of the most critical aspects was its protective capability. They had tested it with various weapons. The conclusion was that its defensive ability was even more exaggerated than what Su Chen had roughly mentioned. Let alone this small caliber handgun that was no different from a toy. Even a direct hit from an individual rocket launcher would cause no damage at all. So throughout, Zhang Qingshan, fully aware that these people had weapons, showed no intention of dodging at all. Seeing that the handgun bullets caused no damage to the power armor, several bodyguards, without a second thought, took cover behind their barricades and pulled out grenades, skillfully removing the pins and calmly preparing to throw. As the moment approached, they shouted,
fire, disregarding whether it would harm the surrounding reporters, and tossed the grenades towards the power armor. It was only at this moment that Zhang Qingshan, who had remained motionless, finally made a move. But he merely reached out and caught the thrown grenade, tossing it aside into the air. Boom! The grenade exploded in the air outside the ship, and shrapnel rained down on the power armor, making a clanging sound. As for that shockwave from the close-range airburst, it couldn't even make the power armor budge. The bodyguards' eyes were filled with despair. Not only did they not bring any weapons for this special mission today, but even if they had, given the situation, they didn't believe their individual weapons could threaten such a steel monster. Have you had enough of this? Zhang Qingshan's calm voice came from within the power armor, sending a chill down the spines of the bodyguards hiding behind their barricades as they changed magazines. Before they could chamber their bullets again, Zhang Qingshan finally moved. The 4 non-mass engines behind him flashed brightly, and the seemingly heavy power armor suddenly surged forward like it was equipped with springs, lunging 10 meters forward and grabbing one bodyguard by the throat, lifting him up. Then he swiftly appeared behind another bodyguard, following the same method. One in each hand, he instantly had 2 people in his grasp. The first bodyguard he caught didn't even require any additional means from him. The extreme load brought on by the sudden acceleration of the power armor caused that person to lose consciousness immediately. In less than 10 seconds, including the one who had been knocked out earlier, all 7 bodyguards were subdued. While Zhang Qingshan displayed his might here, dozens of speedboats were also intercepted on the other side. In front of the fleet of speedboats, a power armor hovered quietly in the air, looking down on the ants aboard the boats. Like a deity, this is the maritime area under the jurisdiction of the Tianyu Group. If you continue to advance, it will be equivalent to invading a dead man's territorial waters, and I will open fire directly. As he spoke, the hatch on the shoulder of the power armor opened, revealing rows of miniature missiles inside. At the same time, a fully automatic Gatling gun mounted on the back of the armor slowly turned to aim at the boats below. The power armor's powerful load-bearing capacity and numerous attachment points on its back made it very suitable for modification. The 2 pilots selected for this power armor were clearly suffering from severe firepower deficiency syndrome. After consulting with Su Chen and learning that modifications were possible, they directly installed a set of motor control steering and targeting equipment along with a 6-barrel Gatling gun on the back of the armor. Accompanying this was an ammunition box capable of holding thousands of rounds. With these additions, the power armor looked as if it was carrying a backpack. It seemed somewhat uncoordinated, yet surprisingly effective, performing exceptionally well during regular training. When facing ordinary people who had never seen power armor before, its intimidation factor was off the charts. In their confusion, the islanders, who were already reluctant to be forced over, surrendered without a second thought. They didn't even entertain the idea of escape. Damn, has the Tianyu Group really created Iron Man? To be fair, while this thing is quite impressive, it's still not as awesome as Iron Man in the movies. That armor looks like just a person in a suit, while the Tianyu Group's power armor appears much bulkier, standing at an estimated height of around 2 meters 2 to 2 meters 3. A normal person couldn't possibly be that tall. It must be that the internal equipment occupies a certain amount of space, necessitating a larger design for the armor. But movies are fake, and this thing is real. Yeah, it's outrageous. What kind of black technology is this at Su Chen at Tianyu Group? Boss, come and enlighten us. This isn't just one kind of black technology, it feels like there's an overwhelming amount of it. Not to mention, this thing looks like it must weigh at least 1 or 2 tons, yet those small engines can make it hover in the air, and when it accelerates, it's utterly ridiculous, so fast you can't even see it clearly. There are many other technologies that are incomprehensible, completely beyond understanding. Let me take a shot at this. I'm in Zhou, just got off the plane, working illegally at a domestic aircraft engine research institute. I may not understand other things, but I do have some say regarding these engines. The engines on this power armor look completely different from our current mainstream aircraft engines, and during acceleration, there are no obvious signs of jet propulsion. It looks very much like a massless engine. I just can't comprehend what kind of technology could miniaturize a massless engine to such an extent while still ensuring such a high output power. Based on my rough calculations, if we assume the weight of the power armor is 1 ton, then to achieve such maneuverability, the combined thrust of these 4 engines must be, to put it in a way everyone understands, but not so rigorously, it should be no less than 100,000 horsepower. How much? You're telling me these little things have a thrust of 100,000 horsepower? Good grief, if I installed this on my car, according to the theory of great force, wouldn't my car be able to fly into the sky? If it really has 100,000 horsepower, theoretically, it should be possible. Of course, going up is easy, but coming down, who knows? I suggest leaving a few parachutes on the car just in case during the modifications. I've found a blind spot. It seems there's a rail-like device on the arms of the power armor, coupled with the fact that it previously raised its hand to fire and destroyed the cockpit, but I didn't see a gun in its hand. I suspect this could very well be a miniaturized electromagnetic weapon. +1, I noticed that too. Miniaturizing electromagnetic weapons to this extent for use as firearms, this technology can only be described as incredibly impressive. Damn, waking up suddenly feels like the world's technology has advanced 1,000 years without me.
Wow, I'm not the only one feeling this way. What the hell, where am I? Is this still Blue Star? If it weren't for
the fact that these reporters were originally live streaming to target the Tanya group, I wouldn't even believe what they were broadcasting was real. I just took a look at the external network, and good grief, those
people out there are even more confused than we are.
They even started talking about mechanical deities, with some saying that the Tanya group is a company favored by the god of technology and that we must not provoke
them. Surprisingly, many people actually believe this. It's hilarious. I think it's not impossible. Boss, all the indigenous people from the island and the reporters following them have been arrested and are currently on their way back to the island. What should we do next?
In Jiang Qing's office, Su Chen listened to Zhang Qingshan's report without much expression and replied, "Disarm them and find a place to temporarily hold them.
It won't
be long before someone comes to ransom them, so there's no need to come back specifically.
Make sure to keep a close watch on them.
No one is allowed to leave the island until I give the order."
Understood. Zhang Qingshan's response was straightforward.
After giving a few more instructions, he asked him to arrange for people to patrol the island's surroundings in powered armor around the clock before hanging up. After all, the facilities on the island are limited. They haven't even installed a radar yet.
Su Chen's order for the powered armor to patrol continuously was essentially using it as a temporary radar.
The radar system on the powered armor has a detection range of over 200 kilometers, within which even the world's most advanced stealth aircraft have nowhere to hide. In a sense, it is much more powerful than many ground radar stations today. The only issue being its slightly smaller detection range. So in addition to the powered armor, Su Chen also had a landing craft hovering in space over 1,000 kilometers above the ground, using its onboard radar to constantly monitor the safety issues around the island.
The landing craft is originally equipment for the armies of another world to forcibly land on other planets.
Naturally, it is equipped with ground detection radar. These radars have extremely high precision and an exaggerated detection range, monitoring an area with a radius of 5,000 kilometers centered on the island.
Some weapons on the craft specifically designed to strike
ground targets are also kept in an active state at all times. Once Su Chen feels that the situation is off and even the powered armor might not hold up, it will be time for the landing craft in the sky to transform into
the staff of God and start calling names.
2 landing crafts, one hovering high above the island and the other currently floating over Jiangchang.
No one in the world realizes that 2 swords of Damocles are suspended above everyone's heads.
Sir, it seems the public online is very interested in your powered armor. I believe if you want to use this equipment for strategic deterrence, you could release some parameters.
What do you think? The voice of Tian Shu suddenly rang out. Su Chen agreed without a second thought. In fact, even if Tian Shu hadn't mentioned it, he was already planning to do so.
Essentially, Su Chen is someone who dislikes trouble. So many times when others offend him, he just wipes out their entire family to avoid future issues. This time, deliberately exposing the powered armor, a valuable asset, is mainly to reduce future troubles. Otherwise, with this small matter, he has at least 10 ways to handle it without revealing any black technology. But if he did that, resolving it now would only lead to more significant troubles later.
For instance, the Western camp or NATO might directly go to war on this pretext.
So since the original goal is to deter, it must be carried through to the end. Let them see where his confidence truly comes from.
WTF. I need to know what these iron lumps really are.
In a spacious office in the capital of a small country in the Northern Ojo Alliance, an old man in military uniform smashed the tablet in his hand to pieces. Here is the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, a stronghold from which the Bald Eagle militarily controls the Seagull Alliance.
The operation against the Tianyu group was also planned from here.
The furious old man at this moment is named John Krish, a 4-star general of the Bald Eagle Empire and the current head of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. According to the original plan, once this group successfully landed on the island today, they would be able to significantly disrupt the Tianyu group's development of that island, allowing them to manipulate the Seagull Alliance to threaten the Tianyu group into returning the island. If the landing fails, and these people are driven away or intercepted, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization could use this as a pretext to launch a military operation under the banner of justice to reclaim the island.
Of course, they don't care
about a single island. The Bald Eagle's goal from the very beginning was to disgust the Tianyu group and prove one thing to them. That is, unless Su Chen and the Tianyu group plan to stay holed up in Jojo for the rest of their lives, they must bow their heads and obediently offer the Tianyu group's treasures as a token of submission.
As long as the Tianyu group is willing to submit, what is an island worth compared to the invaluable
life water in the trillion-dollar market of carbon-based chip technology? A mere few dozen square kilometers of island is nothing. As long as Su Chen is willing to embrace their Western camp now, they could find a reason to gift him any territory on the world map, except for the territories of the Western camp and strong nations like Jojo. According to their plan, once they reclaimed this island that Su Chen easily acquired, they would then seize on Su Chen's desire to have a territory overseas and propose a technology exchange.
Su Chen would most likely not refuse anymore.
However, the appearance of these two power armors has completely disrupted all their preparations and plans. The people have been captured by the Tianyu group, and they were even live-streamed in front of countless viewers around the world. If they were to follow the previous plan, they should now hold a press conference to vehemently condemn the Tianyu group and Su Chen. They would then use their media resources to portray the Tianyu group as an evil corporation akin to the Umbrella Corporation in a biohazard crisis, ultimately announcing that the Great Bald Eagle Empire and the Great North Atlantic Treaty Organization absolutely will not tolerate the existence of such an evil company, and for the sake of world peace, they would deploy troops. Then, naturally, the fleet would mobilize and they would be at the gates. Let Su Chen, this yellow-haired kid, witness the strength of an old empire. The ideal is grand, but the reality is harsh. They couldn't figure out the performance of these two power armors at all. Moreover, from the footage that was transmitted back, they received a terrifying piece of information. The engine thrust of these power armors is shockingly powerful. If the internal structure design of the power armor has no fatal flaws, once it takes off, its speed would be quite frightening. At least, their air defense systems on those warships that haven't been updated in over a decade would likely not be able to intercept it. This is a serious problem. Allowing an outsider onto a warship is one thing, but if this person is supersonic and the armor they carry can withstand any individual weapon, then that is a serious issue. It is not an exaggeration to say that such an individual, once on board, could easily kill everyone on the ship and directly seize the warship. As the world's #1 superpower, John couldn't even dare to imagine what it would be like for a warship to be captured on the battlefield. Thus, after his furious outburst, he decisively backed down. He directly cancelled the subsequent plans. What? Those reporters were captured, and those islanders were repatriated? Why are you looking at me? It has nothing to do with us in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I didn't capture them. Deploying troops? That's not happening, okay? In any case, before their warships truly reach that area, they can distance themselves from this matter and pretend that nothing has happened. The disgusting tricks from the Bald Eagles side have quieted down. They probably won't have any inappropriate thoughts once they figure out the parameters of the powered armor. However, Su Chen's actions on the island have just begun. That night, Su Chen entered the trading space again. It had been about 10 days since his last trade with Bai Lu. In the meantime, Su Chen completed a weekly fixed trade with Wei Wei, but since Bai Lu didn't have anything fixed to trade yet, he casually exchanged some smart security robots. The utility of these things is actually quite limited, so there wasn't much to see. Last time, because a batch of magical crops in the farm had matured, he directly gave Bai Lu 1,000 tons of magical ingredients. Besides these useless robots, Su Chen also reserved a big machine recommended by Bai Lu, which he found very useful after reviewing the parameters, the solid-state planetary mining machine. This device is used by people from Bai Lu's world for mining operations on planetary scale mines. Its functions are extremely powerful and comprehensive. It is said that if excavated without regard for cost, within 10 years, it could completely pockmark a planet, fundamentally altering its landscape. It's incredibly impressive. The key point is that this machine can not only mine but also process the mined materials. It can even synthesize various finished products from the mined ores according to demand. For example, if you want to build a house and need items like rebar and cement, and the underground resources happen to be rich in these materials, that would be fantastic. While the mining machine digs in front, you can follow behind and start constructing with the raw materials. If you also have another machine, a large construction module, then the speed would become terrifying. In Bai Lu's words, when they encountered a new planet, even if it wasn't very habitable, as long as the conditions weren't too extreme, just throwing these two sets of equipment up there would allow them to create a large habitable area on the planet in less than 10 years. Su Chen's current need is simply to quickly transform that island and completely reshape it into what he wants, making it the true headquarters of the Tianyu group. With these two items, it would naturally be no problem. The 1,000 tons of magical crops were mainly exchanged for these two machines. These items are not particularly hard to obtain. In their world, the cost of interstellar travel is extremely high, and most of the time, such large machinery is disposable. Many who discover new planets purchase this equipment either for mining or for transforming entire planets. Once they are done, due to transportation costs, they simply leave them on that planet. New ones need to be bought, but there are plenty of second-hand ones available. Not to mention, not far from the Qingyu star where Bai Lu is located, there is another planet called Iron Melt Star that has a planetary mining machine and a set of large construction modules. It is said that a resource-based giant company spent a lot of money to buy it, thinking that there would be a large amount of precious metals to collect on the lava planet, which could yield a big profit. However, halfway through the mining, they discovered that there were hardly any metals on that planet, and they had mined it out in just a few days. Other metals were indeed abundant, but they were just basic materials like copper, iron, silver, and aluminum. Using this equipment to mine these fundamental metal materials would be a huge loss.
Consequently, the company directly sealed the planetary mining machine and left it on Iron Melt Star. They also abandoned the large construction modules intended for building long-term living cities for workers. This incident caused quite a stir in the star system where Bailu was located, becoming a well-known case of loss. Suchen had been troubled about how to quickly enlarge that small island through land reclamation, how to swiftly change the situation on the island and transform it into the core headquarters of the Tianyu Group. After thinking it over, he couldn't come up with any good solutions. Using those sand-blowing ships from Blue Star to slowly fill the area could work, but to meet his requirements, a construction period of at least 3 to 5 years is out of the question. Along the way, there would likely be constant disturbances from various forces. Once the land reclamation is completed, building a large city on the island according to his vision would also take several years. To achieve his goal, if he were to rely solely on existing technology from Blue Star, it would be a project spanning over 10 years. That's why he brought this up with Bailu, asking her if there were any devices that could solve this issue. Originally, Su Chen didn't have high hopes. After all, they had already entered the interstellar era. Why would they expend so much effort on land reclamation? To his surprise, when he inquired, there actually was a planetary mining machine that could meet his needs. Of course, if the people from her world found out that someone was using a planetary mining machine for land reclamation, they would probably scold him for being wasteful and extravagant. Did you bring everything? As soon as they met, Su Chen couldn't wait to ask. Of course I did. Don't you know who I am? Bailu patted her impressively large chest and said boldly, you absolutely won't believe it, but I have an unexpected discovery this time. Not only did I find that planetary mining machine and a complete set of large construction manufacturing modules in the abandoned mines of Iron Melting Star, but I also found an entire X7674 special alloy production line. The X7674 special alloy is the alloy used primarily for the defensive armor on your power armor. While its strength and toughness are several times that of normal steel, the weight of X7674 special alloy is less than 1/5 that of steel. Even in our world, it is considered a high-quality alloy with a wide range of applications. Of course, I studied the industry layout of that giant company on Iron Melting Star on my way there. They were mainly there to mine a type of metal substance known as superconducting metal. This superconducting metal is very special, although its applications are not as broad as those of X7674 special alloy. It is commonly used in the core parts of various mechanical prosthetics, with a value over 100 times that of the same weight of X7674 special alloy. The superconducting metal mine is different from ordinary iron ore. Most of the time, it can only be found below the surface because long-term exposure to various electromagnetic storms in space can cause the superconducting metal to lose its properties and turn into a pile of scrap iron. Additionally, the areas where superconducting metal exists have extremely strong magnetic fields, making it difficult for almost any surveying equipment to work, so collecting this metal largely relies on luck. The giant company that had its sights set on Iron Melting Star was called Galaxy Heavy Industries. After extensive exploration, they discovered the existence of superconducting metal mines on this planet and hired many related experts. After nearly 20 years of surveying, they still didn't dare to directly purchase equipment for excavation. Ultimately, due to major problems within the company and nearing bankruptcy, they had no choice but to take a gamble, betting on the existence of a large amount of superconducting metal on Iron Melting Star. The final result, as I mentioned to you before, was not very good. The planetary mining machine, after being sent to Iron Melting Star, worked for less than a year before exhausting all the superconducting metal above. The profits from that little superconducting metal weren't even enough to cover the costs, and Galaxy Heavy Industries announced bankruptcy and restructuring overnight, leading to the indefinite suspension of mining operations on Iron Melting Star, with all workers being withdrawn. It was just that the planetary mining machine and the large construction manufacturing modules were too big and difficult to transport, so after that, they were sealed on the planet and have not been touched since. Unless a new rich mineral planet is discovered nearby, or there are planets with less extreme conditions that need terraforming, the fate of these two machines is to mold and eventually merge with Iron Melt Star. Bailu shrugged. This X7674 special alloy production line should be a byproduct from Galaxy Heavy Industries' extraction of superconducting metals. After all, this planet has an abundance of other types of metals. Since we're here, it would be a bit wasteful to only extract superconducting metals and leave the others behind. Transporting ordinary metals via interstellar routes would definitely incur losses, but if we process the originally ordinary metals into X7674 special alloy right here on Iron Melt Star and then sell them, while the profit may not be substantial, there will still be some earnings. The raw materials needed for X7674 special alloy are actually not complicated. They are mainly aluminum, iron, and some rarer metals mixed in special proportions. The raw materials are available throughout the universe and should not be hard to find on your side. You can use them once you bring them back. So, is this considered a bonus? Su Chen joked. Bailu looked down on this thing, but for him, it was quite appealing. According to Bailu, X7674 special alloy is just a relatively ordinary alloy in their world, with uses very similar to basic items like steel. It doesn't have any particularly outstanding features, but that also means it doesn't have any obvious shortcomings. This alloy is somewhat useful for anything? Given the current technological level of Blue Star, Suchen really doesn't need an alloy that is very prominent in certain aspects but has significant limitations and limited uses. An all-purpose alloy like this is very suitable. So, although he half-jokingly asked if it was a gift, he was just saying it casually. He would definitely not shortchange anyone on what was due. However, to his surprise, Bai Lu actually took his words to heart. She waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "Anyway, the trading space is infinitely large, so bringing these along is just a matter of convenience. If I give them to you, then so be it. They're of no use to me. And there's more than just this. In addition to the complete production line for X7674 special alloy, I also found a huge pile of various finished metals in their abandoned base's warehouse. Among them, there are no less than 5 million tons of X7674 special alloy, 1 billion tons of refined steel, 2.3 billion tons of copper, and 3.1 billion tons of aluminum. I won't bother listing the other metals that don't exceed a billion tons, there's still a whole bunch. Additionally, there are massive amounts of various industrial raw materials, like sulfuric acid and nitric acid, too many to count. I don't know how valuable these are on your side, but since I'm here and the trading space is still infinitely large, I brought them all along." As she spoke, she handed a list to Suchen. "Here, this is the list, take a look for yourself. I suspect this should be the last batch of minerals extracted before Galaxy Heavy Industries went bankrupt and restructured. Most of them haven't even been processed into alloys through the X7674 special alloy production line. That 5 million tons of alloy probably wasn't transported because the quantity was too small, it was all left behind." Suchen looked at the list and couldn't help but swallow hard. The 1 billion tons of steel nearly blinded him. What does this mean? The entire annual steel production of the 9 provinces is only about 1 billion tons, which is already more than half of the world's steel production. He just scored this much for free. It's hard to say he didn't hit the jackpot. The subsequent 2.3 billion tons of copper and 3.1 billion tons of aluminum were even more outrageous, simply absurd. The entire Blue Star now produces only a little over 20 million tons of copper each year, and he has managed to acquire 2.3 billion tons, which is equivalent to holding the future copper supply of Blue Star for the next 100 years. As for aluminum, the production on Blue Star is even less than that of copper. Not to mention a whole bunch of other metals. Just the finished silver alone amounts to 200 million tons. This stuff, aside from being used as currency in ancient times and as jewelry in modern times, is also an extremely excellent industrial raw material and conductor. It holds considerable value on Blue Star. It's no exaggeration to say that just these items could make Suchen as rich as a nation. And this is merely a gift received during a single transaction with the White Deer, judging by her indifferent expression. Clearly, for them, these resources are nothing significant. One can only say that. It's no wonder they are a civilization capable of interstellar travel. They don't take such basic resources seriously at all. Blue Star lacks these things simply because it is trapped on a small planet, unable to venture out. If they had mature interstellar mining collection technology like in her world, they probably wouldn't think much of these resources either. Compared to a tiny planet, the boundless universe is far too abundant. "Mr. Lin, you're quite the busy man. What brings you to find me again?" After the transaction was completed and Suchen had just returned to Blue Star, he received a call from Old Man Lin. Old Man Lin didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Kid, what do you plan to do with that island?" "What to do? That's my territory, of course. I'll be transforming the island's environment and developing it." Suchen shrugged, feeling no need to lie about such matters, and directly stated his intention. "I plan to build a city exclusively for Tianyu Group here, a city unlike any in human history, which will eventually be given as employee benefits to the staff of Tianyu Group." Tut, Old Man Lin didn't quite understand his line of thinking but was still intrigued. He couldn't help but remind him, "Although you've passed this time, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization will definitely not let it go, or rather, the Bald Eagle Empire behind them will certainly not let it go. This was just a test. Similar tests will only increase in the future. Are you sure you're prepared to deal with it? Additionally, I must remind you again, there's a Bald Eagle overseas base located less than 400 nautical miles from your island. It's a joint base for land, sea, and air forces, with over 8,000 troops stationed there, including 3 Burke-class destroyers and even submarines docked inside, though I don't know the exact number. Besides that, the base is also home to at least 80 F-35 fighter jets and an Army combined battalion. Once you completely sever ties with the Bald Eagle and relations deteriorate, their air force can reach you within an hour, and their naval vessels can arrive at the coast of your little island within a day. Amphibious assault ships can land troops the very next day. Are you still sure you want to invest heavily in transforming that island? Let me tell you the truth, that place is simply not safe. Why not make a slight adjustment and turn it into a tourist spot? With your Tianyu Group's connections, as long as the price is reasonable and you ensure environmental protection and service, there will definitely be no shortage of domestic tourists. You'll still make a good profit. Old Man Lin's words were heartfelt.
It was indeed an objective problem with Suchen's island.
It was very close to the Bald Eagle's overseas base, something Suchen was already aware of. He also knew very well that this was a trap left for him by the Ojo Alliance. This could be considered one of the traditional skills of those old geezers in the Ojo Alliance. After they colonies were dismembered by the Bald Eagle and the Bear, the countries in the Ojo Alliance, which had thrived on their ancestors' plundering and pillaging, were left with nothing but their disgusting abilities. Over time, it became almost instinctual for them to discuss their trading partners or even completely unrelated third parties whenever they conducted business. This was particularly evident in the matter of this island. Of course, they had more and larger islands that were closer to the Bald Eagle's overseas bases. They could certainly exchange such islands for more life essence from Suchen, but they deliberately chose to sell an island that was only a few hundred nautical miles from the Bald Eagle's important overseas base to Suchen. Their aim was not only to discuss Suchen but also to irritate the Bald Eagle. Although the Ojo Alliance's military was under the Bald Eagle's control, the two were by no means on the same page, and causing trouble for each other was hardly surprising. As for the disgusted Suchen, to put it bluntly, he didn't care at all. 400 nautical miles? No rush, in a few days it would only be a few hundred nautical miles. Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry, I'm well aware of this and have been prepared for a long time. Since the other party kindly offered a suggestion, Suchen wouldn't stoop to saying something like, I already knew this, why do I need your reminder? Are you referring to those iron lumps? Old Lin finally stated the purpose of his call. Kid, just tell me honestly, what on earth are those things? Power armor, the latest product developed by our Tanyu technology, but it hasn't been mass-produced yet. So far, it seems to be performing quite well. Suchen had no intention of deceiving him. Anyway, if you ask me, I'll answer. Even if you dare to ask me the parameters of this thing, I would dare to respond. But if you want the finished product, sorry, I can't provide any. It's not that Suchen was stingy, he only had 10 power armors, which were barely enough for himself, let alone selling more. What kind of effects can this thing have? As expected, Old Lin continued to inquire. He was clearly on a mission. The effects are just average. It can withstand a 155mm howitzer, fly at speeds exceeding 6 times the speed of sound, and can go to the sky or dive into the water. It can even fly directly into space. Chen said casually. Hiss. Old Lin's sharp intake of breath came through the phone, followed by his pressing questions. What about endurance? How long can it last? Is the power source a non-working medium engine? Where does the energy come from? Could it be some kind of brand new battery? Upon hearing these professional questions, Suchen knew that Old Lin couldn't possibly come up with them, and he replied somewhat speechlessly, I say, old man, why don't you let someone next to you ask? You won't understand what I tell you anyway. Alright, I'll let him ask. This is a senior researcher from the Kyushu Weapons Institute named Zhang Hua. He's only a few years older than you young people should get along well. Old Lin quickly passed the phone over. Mr. Su, it's an honor to speak with you. To be honest, after watching the related videos the other day, our Weapons Institute has been very interested in the power armor your company has showcased. We have some speculations, but since we haven't dealt with each other before, we took the liberty of asking Mr. Lin to come to you for verification. Please don't mind. The young man named Zhang Hua spoke very politely, showing no arrogance despite his high position. Well, regarding those questions, what I can tell you is that all 4 engines are non-working medium engines. As for the energy and endurance, I can't disclose what the energy source is, but under continuous normal use, the endurance lasts at least a year without needing a recharge. Not some kind of battery? No way. It's impossible for a battery to have such a high energy density. Could it be? An insider sees the essence, while an outsider watches the excitement. If it were Old Man Lin, he would probably just listen to what Suchen said without understanding its meaning at all. But Zhang Hua, as a senior researcher at the Weapon Research Institute, was clearly a top figure in the industry. He instantly guessed something, hesitated for a moment, and cautiously said, nuclear? Sort of, but it's probably a bit different from what you're thinking. Nuclear energy is divided into nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. However, if it's nuclear fission, Zheng Hua found it hard to imagine what kind of technology could compress a reactor to such a small size while ensuring that radiation does not leak out. Surely, they couldn't just ignore radiation, right? Otherwise, wouldn't the power armor pilots become one-time use only? So, it must be nuclear fusion? At this thought, he was momentarily stunned. This can't be right. The mainstream countries and organizations currently researching nuclear fusion on Blue Star haven't even managed to achieve normal commercial nuclear fusion yet. And you're saying you can already use nuclear fusion as a battery the size of a palm? That doesn't make sense at all. In most fields, making something big isn't considered a skill. Making it small is true craftsmanship. This is true for chip manufacturing processes, and of course, it applies to nuclear reactors as well. In an era where even small fission reactors are larger than a room, the sudden emergence of a fusion reactor that can be used as a battery feels a bit too advanced. Even Zhang Hua, as a senior researcher at the Jojo
Weapon Institute, who has access to cutting-edge technology and is well-informed, was stunned for a while upon realizing this was a fusion reactor. He then said, "Mr. Su, you're not joking, are you? The power armor uses a miniature fusion reactor? What fusion reactor? I never said that," Su Chen chuckled. "Professor Zhang, don't make things up. But this thing does have some relation to nuclear energy. It was inadvertently developed by researchers at our Tanyu Technology Research Institute. Some of the more significant derivatives are still not mature yet, but once we fully understand the technology, it will be time to announce it." Su Chen had never mentioned nuclear fusion, but what he was referring to was already obvious to Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua immediately became excited. "Is it true? Has your company really overcome the issue of commercializing nuclear fusion? Nuclear fusion has been in development for decades now, and some of the technologies are actually quite mature. It can definitely be controlled. After all, the uncontrollable thing is called a hydrogen bomb. But being controllable doesn't mean it's successful. Whether something can be commercialized depends on input and output. Currently, the energy required to operate controllable nuclear fusion technology is greater than the energy produced. Such nuclear fusion has no practical significance for widespread use. At the very least, the energy output must exceed the energy input for it to be considered controllable commercial nuclear fusion. It should be able to enter the market, providing humanity with unlimited clean energy. Blue Star is currently stuck at this final hurdle. "Let me reiterate, I never said that. This is all in your imagination," Su Chen replied nonchalantly. But seeing Zhang Hua's expression, he was already convinced of his guess by 70 or 80%. In fact, Su Chen didn't intend to deliberately hide anything good. Mainly, he didn't actually possess real nuclear fusion technology himself. Even the fusion reactor in the power armor was built into the armor. He had only mentioned it earlier because he thought that since Bai Lu had such a thing, they would eventually be able to bring nuclear fusion technology over. The timing was completely uncertain, so it was certainly not good to boast about when it would happen. Seeing this, he decisively changed the subject. "By the way, I have something good here and wanted to ask if the official is interested." "Oh, what is it?" Zhang Hua's eyes immediately lit up. He realized that anything Su Chen referred to as a good thing was definitely something truly valuable. "We at Tanyu Group have developed a new product, the X7674 Special Alloy. Don't be fooled by the seemingly ordinary name. In reality, this is true black technology. The power armor we can produce owes much to it. I'd love to hear more." Zhang Hua immediately became interested. "It's a special alloy with strength and toughness reaching over 10 times that of normal steel, yet its weight is less than 1/5 that of steel of the same volume." Su Chen briefly mentioned the basic data of the X7674 special alloy, then asked, "I wonder if the officials are interested?" Of course, they were interested. Zhang Hua was almost ready to slap his thigh in excitement. With strength and toughness several times that of steel and a lightweight design, what kind of celestial technology was this? If the price was right and the production sufficient, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this alloy alone could completely change many industries. If cars used this special alloy, the strength of the body would be terrifyingly high, and in the event of an accident, the mortality rate would significantly decrease. If this alloy were used to replace ordinary rebar in construction, the safety and lifespan of buildings would be greatly enhanced. If applied in the military, that would be even more impressive. Suppose a main battle tank originally weighs 50 tons. After using this special alloy and neglecting the weight of some internal facilities, the weight could be reduced to 10 tons without compromising, but rather increasing its defensive capabilities. What does it mean for a main battle tank to weigh only 10 tons? It means it's lighter. Ugh, that's obvious. It means that many places previously inaccessible to main battle tanks could now be reached after reducing the weight. The most typical examples are mountainous and wetland areas. Due to their excessive weight, main battle tanks have very limited operational areas. Their basic application scenarios are confined to vast plains. To operate in complex terrains like mountains or other environments, one would need to design lighter tanks. If applied to the Air Force, it would significantly reduce the takeoff weight of aircraft without changing engine thrust, undoubtedly increasing endurance and speed. Is the speed too fast for pilots to handle? No problem, just use drones. The same effect applies to naval vessels. Enhance defense and reduce weight. This could greatly improve combat effectiveness for almost all modern weaponry. After briefly considering the uses of the X7674 special alloy in his mind, Zheng Hua decisively said, "We want it. As long as this alloy is as good as you say." "No, it doesn't even need to be that good. If it has half the effectiveness and the price isn't too outrageous, we'll take it." "May I ask how much X7674 special alloy Mr. Su can provide, and what the approximate price would be? If you could let me know, I can apply to my superiors for a proposal regarding bulk procurement of X7674 special alloy right now. As long as the samples you provide are verified, I guarantee to expedite the proposal's approval." As for the price and quantity, Su Chen pondered for a moment and then chuckled. "The price is something you'll need to send someone from your side to negotiate with our manager. I can't disclose that here. As for the quantity, I can only say that whatever you need, I can provide." saying whatever you need, I can provide is, of course, an exaggeration. The actual situation is that the smelting process for the X7674 special alloy is quite complex and requires many relatively rare elements. These materials are not lacking on Blue Star, they are all available. Through procurement, he can gather the raw materials, including the most crucial and heavily consumed iron, of which he has 1 billion tons. If that runs out, he can get more from the White Deer side. For White Deer, this stuff probably isn't worth much. But just because there are other materials on Blue Star doesn't mean they aren't in short supply. What's lacking is still lacking. He also needed to procure materials to gather the raw materials required for production. This was the key limitation on output. As for production efficiency, if there were no shortages of raw materials, the X7674 special alloy production line that Bai Lu provided him could achieve an output of over 100,000 tons per day. From the perspective of pure steel, this might not seem particularly exaggerated, but when it comes to producing this special alloy, it was incredibly fast. This was even at a normal production speed. If efficiency could be maximized, this single production line could produce over 500,000 tons of X7674 special alloy in a day. Of course, the energy consumption would be substantial. The small fusion reactor supplying power to the production line might not last long. However, he estimated that even the official authorities of Jojo could not consume that much, which is why he said they could provide as much as they needed. After the call ended, Zheng Hua was still preoccupied with thoughts of these alloys. Without caring about the occasion, he hurriedly asked old Lin to lend him the study, opened his computer, and began editing documents. First, he organized the information about the X7674 special alloy and sent it up the chain. Then, he meticulously recorded the entire conversation with Suchun from that evening, along with the audio files from the recording device, and sent them to the relevant higher-ups. Meanwhile, Suchun was not thinking about these things. Compared to the special alloys, he was much more interested in the planetary mining machines and large construction modules he had just acquired. It was already past 11 at night, close to midnight, which was quite late. However, after getting his hands on these two big toys, he felt no sleepiness at all. After a moment's hesitation, he directly took Xinghan and Yueling out with him. They found a remote and open area to activate the stealth mode of the landing craft and then boarded it, heading straight for his little island. Pulling us out at this late hour, did you acquire something good? Yueling looked at the clouds intertwining beneath them and the occasional city flashing by, easily guessing that Su Chen had brought back something valuable. After you arrived here, although you know that there are nuclear bombs in the technological system, which are extremely terrifying, you haven't seen one, so you probably can't clearly understand what advantages technological civilization has besides being a bit more advanced in cultural thought than your world. Tonight, I will let you see what top-notch technological creations really look like. This was not just a baseless assumption from Su Chen. In fact, both Yueling and Xinghan had basically evaluated Blue Star as being much more convenient for living than the magical world, with many novel little gadgets. In terms of combat power, they had only heard of something called a mushroom bomb, which was incredibly powerful. Just throwing one would make even a god of magic kneel and shout in awe. However, people find it hard to imagine things they have never seen, through mere speculation. Therefore, all along, regarding what advantages technological civilization had compared to theirs, even after being here for so long, Yueling probably only thought that the gap between people in technological civilization was far less than in the magical world. Besides that, nothing. And now, Su Chen was ready to show them what truly impressive technology looked like. The landing craft was already moving quickly. Within the clouds, with just a bit of acceleration, its speed exceeded 18 times the speed of sound. This was still within the atmosphere. If the flight altitude were raised to a thinner air region, the speed would be even more astonishing. At such an incredible speed, the landing craft reached Su Chen's destination in less than 5 minutes, having spent nearly 2 minutes accelerating and decelerating along the way. It was undeniably fast. Due to the time difference, it had only just gotten dark on the island. Su Chen looked down at the island from the air, where Zhang Qingshan and other security personnel were guiding the Tianyu Group staff on the island to board the ship for evacuation. As soon as he emerged from the trading space, he relayed all the items acquired from the transaction to Tian Shu. After some calculations, Tian Shu suggested that he should quickly use the planetary mining machine and the large construction manufacturing module to rapidly transform the island. Turn the raw rice into cooked rice. This way, the Westerners would have nothing to say. After all, when you sold the island a few days ago, it was only 50 square kilometers. Overnight, it had transformed into a giant island of several hundred, even thousands of square kilometers. If you then claim that this thing is yours, it might be a bit too outrageous. Therefore, even before Su Chen arrived, or even set off, Tian Shu had already guessed his intentions and ordered the security personnel stationed on the island, including Zhang Qingshan and other staff, to leave the island quickly. This is why Su Chen saw employees boarding ships and waiting to leave as soon as he arrived. Of course, whether this method would make those Westerners behave and stop causing trouble was something Su Chen didn't care about. He was in a hurry to come over mainly to see what these two highly recommended items by the White Deer were all about and how effective they were.
It was like how boys loved to watch excavators as children, even squatting to watch for an entire afternoon without feeling bored. His curiosity was purely about the mechanical aesthetics of the steel behemoths from another world. And these two items would clearly not disappoint him, especially the planetary mining machine. After all the employees of Tianyu Group on the island had boarded the ships and left, Suchen finally brought out the planetary mining machine. The large construction manufacturing module was composed of countless fully automated engineering machines, and each individual machine wasn't that large. But the planetary mining machine was different. Standing over 600 meters tall, with a length and width of 2,700 meters and 1,400 meters respectively, the planetary mining machine was a true steel behemoth. With a flash of light, this massive machine slowly appeared on the surface of the sea, until the countless mechanical arms supporting the mining machine found their footing on the seabed. Even the water in this area, which was over 120 meters deep, couldn't wet the body of the mining machine. The shape of the planetary mining machine was very unique. Its overall proportions appeared quite flat, resembling a giant beetle. Yet the numerous mechanical arms extending from the sides made it somewhat resemble a large, flat but not overly long centipede. Not only its posture but even its working method was very similar to that of some insects. The huge collection mouth at the front, with its digging buckets and gears spinning rapidly like teeth, moved faster than a bug chewing on leaves, focusing on devouring everything clean. A single bite could create a massive trench over 1,000 meters wide and several thousand meters long. It could instantly cause seawater to rush back in, making the originally calm sea suddenly turbulent. Inside the mining machine was an extremely complex refining system that could categorize and melt down everything ingested according to basic settings. For example, it could quickly refine ordinary sand into hard stone, or take calcium-rich coral and, by adding other elements, melt it into lime cement and other materials. Anything that was difficult to refine due to insufficient raw materials would be treated as waste and stored inside the mining machine, to be expelled once it reached a designated area. In other words, within this brief cycle of eating, digesting, and expelling, not only could the area of the island be expanded, but a large amount of raw materials needed for construction could also be refined. It was proven that the mining speed of the planetary mining machine was indeed astonishing. Originally a well-formed island, in less than half an hour, it was completely devoured by the planetary mining machine, leaving not a single hair behind. Behind the planetary mining machine, everything that had been consumed was basically refined into various stones, expelled in the form of waste, and neatly stacked in the original location. Most of it is still underwater. After all, after refinement, the useful materials were retained by the planetary mining machine, and what remains clearly cannot stack up to form such a large island as before. But this planet lacks everything except for places that the planetary mining machine can dig. Considering that anything could exist on an unknown planet, waterproofing is naturally the simplest thing for the mining machine. After finishing off the island, the planetary mining machine, according to its original exploration records of the sea area, directly extended its head into the water, voraciously devouring the seabed. This is not the edge of the continental shelf, so aside from the potential for a tsunami due to the large movements, there's not much to worry about. Even if a tsunami were to occur, Suchen wouldn't care much. After all, the nearest country is India. They have a population of 1.4 billion, but only 100 million are considered people, while the other 1.3 billion are not even regarded as human by their own officials, so Suchen certainly wouldn't either. If they love to die, that's their business. Sir, based on the conclusions drawn by the planetary mining machine after exploring the surrounding environment and resources, it is most suitable for this island to expand to 680 square kilometers at present. If it goes beyond that, there probably won't be enough materials for the mining machine to consume. The voice of Tianshu timely echoed in front of Suchen. 680 square kilometers should be enough for now. I've already thrown the large construction manufacturing module into the completed part of the island and granted you some permissions. You can just control it. Thank you for your trust, sir. What kind of buildings would you like? Based on our current technology and resources, as well as the situation of the island, what do you think is the highest building we can construct? Su Chen countered. If you are willing, we can directly use all 5 million tons of X7674 special alloy to build a single building, which could be an unprecedented super skyscraper on Blue Star, exceeding 6,000 meters in height. Of course, finding supporting elevator equipment in this world might be quite difficult. For such a tall building, entering and exiting would be a problem. Even using the fastest elevator in the world, it would take several minutes for a round trip, making it very inefficient. I do not recommend you do this. Tian Shu quickly provided an answer. There really isn't much that can be done about this. Su Chen certainly wouldn't go out of his way to trade for elevator technology from Bailu, although the technical content isn't high and some related companies on Blue Star could probably develop it themselves. He didn't want to wait. Forget it, within a reasonable range. What's the maximum height we can build? 2,299 meters is the limit. Then build me a 2,222 meter tall building to serve as a landmark on our island. Su Chen immediately said, additionally, around this building construct a city capable of accommodating millions, even tens of millions of people for long-term residence. Of course, this doesn't need to be completed right now. The first phase should be enough for 2 to 300,000 residents. Handle it as you see fit, or you can list a few plans for me to choose from. He was now quite adept at using this super high computing intelligent brain. Instead of slowly wrestling with problems himself, it was better to throw the issues to it and let it provide solutions while he made the final decisions. Many normal people might take 10 years to figure out problems without the help of computers or other external devices, but with its incredible computing power, it could instantly provide a pile of solutions from which he could simply pick one he liked. After all, it couldn't go wrong. A large project like building an entire city from scratch, if left to a professional design team, would likely take at least a year and a half to produce even the first version of the plan. But for Tianshu, it was just a matter of an instant. Moreover, the plan from Tianshu is definitely more refined and user-friendly than any proposal from design teams. It even considers the optimal placement of outlets in an ordinary room within the city. A serious urban construction team could never be this meticulous. Even the most detailed plans would inevitably encounter various issues later on. This is the advantage of having a super AI by your side. Taking advantage of the time while Tianshu was computing, Su Chen looked at Yu Ling and Xing Han beside him and smiled. What do you think of this planetary mining machine? As long as it is given enough time, in a few years at most, it could completely alter this planet, making it utterly uninhabitable for humans. It could completely destroy a life-bearing planet. Incredible. This kind of power could almost change the entire natural environment. Before today, I never imagined that technological civilization could reach such a level. Yu Ling couldn't help but exclaim. It's hard for an ordinary person to see such a terrifying mechanical beast without feeling a sense of awe. Su Chen was busy with this massive project in the middle of the night while the neighbors nearby were starting to get restless. Woo! 400 nautical miles away, at the Bald Eagle base on Gadagaya Island, a piercing alarm rang out. In the dead of night, the howling sound startled the Bald Eagle soldiers who had just fallen asleep, causing them to scramble out of bed. By the time they donned their gear and exited the barracks, they realized that a tsunami had struck without warning. Fortunately, the tsunami was not large enough to completely destroy their base. However, the few warships docked at the base's harbor were in dire straits. They had no chance to evade. The sudden tsunami swept them ashore, leaving them stranded on the island. The command room at the base was in chaos, with a multitude of messages being compiled, ultimately leading to a conclusion. 400 nautical miles to the southeast, a source of tremors has been detected, with a magnitude exceeding 4, and the depth right on the seabed. The data from the earthquake monitoring agency set up by the Bald Eagle Empire nearby caused everyone at the base to be puzzled. The source of the tremors is right on the seabed? What the hell? Tell them to clarify the situation before reporting. If they keep reporting data haphazardly, I'll have them court-martialed. The person in charge of the base immediately exploded in anger. The communications officer hurriedly complied, relaying the commander's words verbatim to the monitoring agency. But moments later, a message came back. General, they confirmed that their data is accurate. They said if you doubt their professionalism, you might as well send a few helicopters to check it out yourself. Bastards, an earthquake happens and they want us to check the source? What use are they? The base commander was furious. However, after calming down, he patiently asked, what else did they say? Is there any information on the cause of the earthquake? How long will it last? Upon hearing this, the communications soldier quickly replied, Report, General, the cause of the earthquake is unknown. The duration is also unclear. In fact, since the seismic waves appeared, the tremors have not stopped. The Earthquake Monitoring Bureau's suggestion is to quickly move all equipment to higher ground. As for the ships, they can only be left stranded and repaired later. Fortunately, the magnitude of the earthquake has not increased and has maintained a relatively consistent frequency. The tsunami's intensity is not great, and generally, staying away from the coast should be safe. By the way, they also said they have contacted NASA, trying to get them to deploy satellites to observe the situation at the source of the tremors. However, they don't know if it was a volcanic eruption. When NASA sent commercial satellites, they found the sky filled with dust, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The North Atlantic Command and the Ministry of Defense recently sent word, hoping our base can dispatch military aircraft to check the situation. This time, the one sending the plane to investigate is not the Earthquake Monitoring Bureau, but the real top boss. The base commander was very dissatisfied, thinking this was just the higher-ups messing with people out of boredom. Nevertheless, 2 helicopters were dispatched directly to the earthquake zone. After sending out the planes, the general glanced at the map and suddenly realized something was off. He pulled the messenger over and asked, Did you just say the epicenter is 400 nautical miles to the southeast? The messenger nodded, confused. Yes, sir. Isn't that the island that the Kyushu monkey bought? The base commander's expression turned serious as he pointed at the distance on the map. As a professional military personnel, he was well aware of the situation around the Gadagaya Island military base. Not to mention, just The day before, they had been preparing to land troops to seize that very island. He was more familiar with it than anyone else. The magnitude of the quake isn't high, but it's continuous. At this thought, the commander's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder the North Atlantic Command and the Ministry of Defense, thousands of kilometers away, had noticed this minor incident. Upon further reflection, this did not seem like a natural earthquake at all. These sons of bitches wouldn't be conducting nuclear tests on the island, would they? At this point, the commander couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, pushing the messenger aside and shouting, "Quick! Notify everyone, if the equipment can't be moved, then so be it. Open the underground shelter of the base." Everyone quickly moved to the underground shelter. With his imagination, combined with the data from the Earthquake Monitoring Bureau, the only thing he could envision was a continuous nuclear test. But what he couldn't understand was why those damned Kyushu people would run to such a desolate place to conduct nuclear tests. Wasn't that insane? However, as a military supervisor of the base, he had one advantage: he generally didn't dwell on things he couldn't understand. Rather than think too much, it was better to focus on practical matters. For instance, right now, it seemed like a retreat, but it had deeper meaning. He immediately ordered all soldiers to retreat into the underground shelter. As for the equipment outside, which was about to be submerged by increasingly powerful waves, if it got flooded, so be it. The Congress had plenty of money, and the base had its accounts to settle. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a natural disaster. If they really managed to save all the equipment, that would be truly foolish. If it got submerged, he wouldn't have to deal with the hassle of fixing a cup that costs thousands of dollars. All debts would be settled at once. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for whether they would be subjected to a nuclear strike, that was less important. The risk was what mattered. Moreover, he had a strong feeling that they were indeed conducting nuclear tests there, and who knows when they might drop a bomb on this base. Earning so little money in a month, what was the point of risking their lives? As for the crew members and special forces on the planes that had been sent out, he could only wish them good luck. Suchin had no idea that his simple repair of the island would cause such a huge uproar, scaring the soldiers in the neighboring Bald Eagle base to hide in their nuclear shelters. However, he was somewhat prepared for the commotion being discovered here. The high-altitude area had long been taken over by the Tianshu, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening on the island through satellites. As for the sea and low-altitude areas, after the security team on the island escorted personnel away, all 5 powered armors had already taken off to monitor the surrounding situation. Not to mention military aircraft coming to check things out. Not even a bird could fly in at this time. Although the radar on the powered armor had a limited detection range over the vast ocean, there was still a landing craft in the sky keeping watch, and any movement in the vicinity would not escape its eyes. The helicopters from the Bald Eagle base had just taken off when they were locked onto by the landing craft's radar. Su Chen was currently sitting in the landing craft, watching the mining machines below reshaping the islands. After receiving the news, he sent a command to the power armor squad patrolling the area: drive these flies away. If they don't want to leave, then they can stay. WTF? What the hell is happening here? It's incredible. It feels like the apocalypse has arrived. 2 helicopters were flying at high speed about 100 meters above the sea, heading towards the source of the tremor. Looking down at the sea surface, which was trembling like boiling water, the people on the plane were shocked, frantically taking photos to send back to headquarters while continuing towards their destination. However, just under 100 nautical miles from their destination, the 2 helicopters suddenly began to slow down and eventually hovered in place. Boom! Lightning flashed, and in the air directly in front of the helicopters, a piece of power armor was quietly suspended there. The armor's operator was holding a device similar to a dragon's eye lens used to amplify its radar reflection area. There was no choice, given the size and technology of the power armor. Without holding such a device, even if it stood right in front of the radar, it wouldn't be detected. Ahead is the airspace of the Tianyu Group's private island. This is not a place for you to come. A emotionless voice came through the public channel. Those who could participate in such missions were the elite of the White Eagles base, and naturally, there were many who understood the language of Jojo. Upon hearing this, the translator quickly conveyed the message to the squad commander responsible for the operation. The commander instinctively glanced at the map, his eyes wide in disbelief. Not a chance. The last time those islanders charged the island, you at least started intercepting them from 20 nautical miles away. 12 nautical miles from the territorial sea was already quite close, barely acceptable. But now, damn it, there was still over 100 nautical miles to go. Was this really heading into your territorial sea and airspace? What kind of concept is airspace? Does it grow automatically? He immediately said, tell him this is international waters, a free airspace. We have every right to fly and navigate freely. The translator promptly relayed the message via the helicopter's radio. Upon hearing this, the operator of the power armor showed no intention of wasting time with them, casually raising his left hand, the blue light flickering ominously, delivering the final ultimatum: back off, or fall. The squad leader didn't know what kind of weapon this was, but his instincts told him it was best not to attempt to confront such a monster with this broken helicopter. Otherwise, they would surely meet a gruesome end.
Being shot down and falling into the sea was the least of their worries. The key was that the tsunami nearby was still ongoing. Even if they survived the fall, they probably wouldn't be able to wait for any rescue.
In just a moment, he quickly ordered the crew, retreat.
Have the base send warships. This thing is not something we can deal with. F***K. What kind of freaks have the JoJo people created?
Amidst the curses, the two helicopters wisely turned around and flew back, showing no intention of lingering.
The task of checking the earthquake source was already absurd enough, and encountering the Tianyu group's power armor halfway was just
ridiculous.
It wasn't worth risking their lives for such a ridiculous mission. Sure enough, when the news returned to the base commander not only did not blame them for canceling the mission on their own but instead praised them for their adaptability and showered them with compliments. It was a joke. The commander suspected that the JoJo people might be conducting some nuclear tests on the island, and at this moment he would rather bury his head in the sand to avoid drawing attention. If it weren't for the orders from above that were hard to defy, he wouldn't even want to send those 2 helicopters in that direction. After all, if they angered the other side, it could be disastrous for his base. Who knows if this underground shelter is a shoddy project capable of withstanding a few big mushrooms? Now, halfway through the flight, they were stopped without seeing anything they shouldn't have or causing any conflict, so they had an explanation for the upper management. After safely getting through this incident, the base, which had been flooded for the most part, could settle
its previous debts. This is just too satisfying. What more could one want?
As for what the people of JoJo are up to on that island, it's none of his business. Anyway, as the commander, he only has 3 months left in his term, and when the time comes, he'll just pack up and leave, donate some money to the charity fund of the big shots above, and he'll be promoted and rich in no time.
Why risk his life for this? Kid, our earthquake
monitoring network has detected a very strange seismic source on your island.
What are you up to? Hearing old Lin's words, Suchen was surprised. Wait, isn't it thousands of kilometers away from JoJo? You can detect that? What else? Do you think why nuclear tests anywhere in the world are detected immediately? Do you really think the International Alliance's big-hearted benefactor is just a joke? Old Lin said irritably. What the hell are you doing? This is even bigger than a nuclear explosion experiment.
Including the White Eagle, more than 10 countries have contacted our Foreign Affairs Department overnight to inquire.
They all think
you and the Tianyu group are the official white gloves of JoJo, going crazy at sea in the middle of the night, treating nuclear bombs like firecrackers.
Suchen glanced at the planetary mining machine below.
The commotion caused by this thing moving was indeed terrifying, and it was normal for people to mistake it for continuous nuclear testing.
Why do you care about them? Just push the matter onto me, let them come find me. And that's it. Old Lin rubbed his forehead, helplessly saying, do you think I got up in the middle of the night to call you? Big brother, haven't you noticed that besides me, even the JoJo officials can't contact you? Oh, I see. Su Chen had forgotten.
Previously, worried about being disturbed by various calls, he had asked Tianshu to set up a firewall for him. Besides Old Lin and a few others, only his family and friends could
contact him directly. Outsiders had to make an appointment with Tianshu first.
Only when Tianshu saw that Suchen was free would he report who had made an appointment for a call, and then Suchen would decide whether
to contact them. Here's the deal, just tell them I discovered some peculiar natural phenomena on the island I just bought. As for the specifics, they'll know tomorrow. Anyway, it's not a nuclear test, we're law-abiding citizens, how could we have that?
Suchen's joking made Old Lin feel a bit of a headache again.
What the hell is this nonsense? Natural phenomena, really?
You, forget it, do as you please, no one can manage you anyway. Old Lin simply didn't want to waste more words, hung up the phone directly. As for how to deal with those trying to pressure JoJo through negotiations to figure out what was happening on the island, deal with
it. The JoJo officials themselves didn't even know what was going on. The sun rose. By noon in JoJo time, the sea area where Suchen was located finally welcomed the sunrise.
The noise from last night had quieted
down.
After a night of settling, the small island, which was only about 50 square kilometers with buildings limited to indigenous wooden houses, had completely transformed after a night of construction. A large island, 50 kilometers long and over 12 kilometers wide, silently appeared on the sea surface. The area of the small island had increased from the original 50 square kilometers to now over 600 square kilometers. The planetary mining machine had long been stored in the trading platform space by Suchun. The earthquakes, tsunamis, and clouds of dust that had persisted for most of the night had finally dissipated. Countries monitoring the situation had gathered their satellites. After discovering the changes to the island, they were all left dumbfounded. The number of nations trying to contact JoJo was countless, but JoJo itself was still trying to figure out the situation and was completely unresponsive. Some even attempted to bypass JoJo and contact the Tianyu group directly, but the only response they received was, Mr. Su Chen, the chairman of the group, is busy. If you wish to meet him, please make an appointment and wait until Mr. Su is free to make contact. This was no different from nonsense.
In translation, it meant, want to contact our boss? Wait in line, and as for when it will end? Who knows, it depends on when our boss is free.
In short, the parties involved refused to contact you.
Yet, at this moment, the major powers and organizations most concerned about
this matter were helpless. There was no way around it. Overnight, a small island of about 50 square kilometers had transformed into a large island exceeding 600 square kilometers.
No matter how you looked at
it was a bit too shocking. If it weren't for modern society, where everyone talks about science, some might even believe it was a miracle. Of course, compared to the anxious foreigners, the JoJo officials were
even more anxious. Damn, a whole island appeared overnight. This is a miracle.
At the first moment of discovering the island's changes, old Lin, under pressure from above, attempted to contact Su Chen again.
This time, the
call was answered by Tian Shu, as Su Chen had already fallen asleep holding Yu Ling. As for Tian Shu's response, it was quite simple. Mr. Lin, our director Su has instructed that these matters cannot be disclosed to you for the time being. But Director Su also said that if you called, he would give you 3 invitations, each allowing 100 people. One is for the JoJo officials, and the other 2 you can distribute as you wish,
inviting whoever you want.
Old Lin didn't even realize he was speaking to an AI. Hearing a woman's voice, he thought it was Su Chen's secretary and quickly asked, "Invitations? What are they for?" "They are invitations to celebrate the establishment of our Tianyu Group's global headquarters, which will take place 3 days from now, on this island." By the way, our director Su didn't like the previous awkward English name for this
island, so it has been renamed to Panglai Island.
Wait a minute. Old Lin quickly pulled out the satellite image that had just been sent to him. Looking at the barren island with nothing on it, he was stunned for a
moment before asking, "Isn't there nothing on this island?"
"The establishment of Tianyu Group's global headquarters, it won't be a beach party, will it?" Tian Shu politely replied, "You don't need to worry about that. You can fly over at any time. The airport is ready, so there's no need to worry about landing." Oh, and Director Su also mentioned that it would be great if you could send a few planes to bring some of our key members from Tianyu Group over. They are all essential to the company, and for such a significant event as the headquarters establishment, they should be present.
Old Lin,
he felt he had never been so speechless in his life. An island suddenly expanding tenfold overnight was already absurd.
Now you're telling me to fly to this barren island?
Even if there is an airport, it's probably a makeshift battlefield airport. Regular commercial
flights definitely can't land there.
I'm afraid we'll have to request the military to send a few transport planes. Commercial aircraft have high runway requirements, but transport planes are not so troublesome.
A makeshift
field airport can still take off and land. However, this invitation is quite a good thing. Although he didn't find out how the island had grown overnight, this invitation from Su Chen was indeed valuable.
3
invitations, a quota of 300 people, with 100 for JoJo.as for the remaining 200. Su Chen gave the allocation rights to the official authorities of JoJo.
Aren't those people outside very curious about the situation on that island? Giving them a chance to go up and take a look, would you go?
This is not an invitation, it is clearly a form of capital. Old Lin immediately began to contact his superiors to inform
them of this matter.
Although it sounded a bit outrageous, the fact was right there. The island had indeed grown overnight. There was no way to refuse it. The JoJo authorities quickly adjusted their direction, shifting from figuring out the truth behind the island's expansion to how to use the quotas given by Su Chen to negotiate with those Western countries and gain some benefits. As for Su Chen, when he woke up, it was already
noon local time.
Before going to sleep in the morning, he had retracted the planetary mining machine and dumped all the large construction modules onto the island. There was no shortage of building materials like cement. Here, the planetary mining machine had dug down several hundred meters into the seabed for dozens of nautical miles around, not only collecting enough materials to fill the island but also gathering all the necessary construction materials. As for the metal materials like rebar, Su Chen had plenty of those. Although both rebar and cement were the most basic materials for the large construction modules, it was actually the basic materials
that were easier to use.
This set of construction modules included tens of thousands of robots with various functions, and there was no shortage of any equipment needed for construction. Moreover, all operations were fully automated. As long as Su Chen selected a plan and provided the materials, they would quickly construct it. They would consume the basic materials like rebar and cement, and what came out at the end would be perfectly proportioned reinforced concrete columns, the quality of which would absolutely surpass any similar columns produced in factories. There was no need to manage anything extra.
Last night, based on the situation of the
island laid out by the planetary mining machine, Tian Shu had provided several island transformation plans. In the end, Su Chen chose a plan called Ninefold Celestial Towers.
Once completed, the island would present a
radial structure expanding from the center outward. At the very center would be the landmark skyscraper that Su Chen specifically requested, standing at a total height of 2,222 meters, with the rest decreasing in height
sequentially, ultimately resembling mountain peaks.
Of course, what pleased Su Chen the most was the architectural style of the buildings. The design plan for the Ninefold Celestial Towers created by Tian Shu featured buildings all in pure JoJo style,
layered pavilions and intricately carved railings.
From the renderings provided by Tian Shu, once completed, it would look like a beautiful inkwash painting from a distance.
breathtakingly beautiful. After looking at it, Su-chun chose this plan without any hesitation. After all, any plan that Tianshu could come up with was guaranteed to be perfect, and there was no need to worry about any inconveniences that might arise from such a design. He only needed to choose a style he liked. At this time, according to the original plan, the large construction modules had already completed the construction of the port and airport, as well as most of the internal roads of the city. The first issue addressed was the transportation problem inside and outside the island. The first to be completed was the airport, which had extremely high specifications, with a total of 8 runways. All construction was completed within an hour. By the time Su-chen woke up, the airport was already bustling. The large construction modules actually included interior decoration functions, but compared to purely building houses, the furniture and various materials needed for decoration clearly had to be procured from outside. Fortunately, Tianshu had prepared in advance, combining the construction speed of the building modules. As soon as the airport was completed, cargo transport planes had already landed at the airport. The procured goods came from all over the world, with the majority from Jojo, and a small portion sourced nearby. Those that could be delivered so quickly were basically procured from surrounding countries. They were all items with little technological content, mainly raw timber or green plants to improve the island's greening environment. Many things had already been ordered by Tianshu when Su-chen confirmed the construction plan last night. The island wasn't even built yet, and the delivery plane was already in the air. As for how to resolve the flight routes, hacking into the back end of the International Civil Aviation Organization to coordinate the routes was nothing for Tianshu. In fact, after hacking in, it even helped fix several existing vulnerabilities in the internal system of the International Civil Aviation Organization. Although the pilots of those transport planes had never been to this place, there were no issues with the flight routes, and the airport raised no objections. With everything proceeding normally, there were, of course, no complaints. After all, they were flying delivery transport planes, and they had been to all sorts of chaotic places around the world. A previously unheard of island like Panglai was certainly no problem. As for the sellers of those goods, why would they care about logistics when they were bored? Under Tianshu's control, everything was proceeding in a seemingly absurd yet very reasonable manner. However, not many could see the absurdity in this, at least for now. Only Su-chen and Yu Lingxinghen were aware. If someone with a keen eye were to investigate, they would surely uncover the issues. But so what if they did? Su-chen didn't care at all, and Tianshu cared even less. Originally, it was relatively law-abiding, but it couldn't withstand having a lawless master with no restrictions. Aside from the airport becoming the busiest in the world, with various transport planes taking off and landing non-stop, Tianshu also gathered data from all international cargo ships not far from Panglai Island. If it found that the cargo on a ship was useful for the island, it would immediately negotiate with both parties and purchase the goods in the name of Tianyu Group. The cargo ship would change its route on the spot and head directly to the island. All materials and equipment delivered to the island would be put to use immediately, wasting not a moment. Every piece of machinery that could be mobilized was in operation. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. This is the power of an AI with extremely high computing power and impressive algorithms. If someone else were to handle it, even with planetary mining machines and large construction modules, it would be impossible to complete the island's transformation project and meet occupancy conditions within 3 days. That was simply not feasible. Let alone 3 days, on this island far from the mainland and industrial bases. Even 3 months might not be enough. Because even if everything was pushed to the limit, the resources that could be coordinated would always be limited to what was at hand. You couldn't know what useful resources were on the nearby cargo ships, even if you immediately sourced from the origin. Sea transport was a lengthy process that required a lot of time. At the same time, no one could take over the entire back end of the International Civil Aviation Organization like Tianshu, controlling all flight routes and squeezing enough routes for those transport planes delivering goods to the island without affecting normal operations. Tianshu could not only mobilize global resources on a macro level but also control every piece of equipment on a micro level, avoiding efficiency loss due to redundant functions. Compared to humans, its advantages were immense. I don't want any damn island survey data, I want the reason. Why can a 50 square kilometer island suddenly expand to over 600 square kilometers overnight? While things were bustling on Panglai Island, thousands of miles away in the Black Palace of the Bald Eagle Empire, the president was furious. A mere island had grown more than tenfold out of thin air. Upon hearing this, the emperor initially thought he was listening to some fairy tale. After repeated inquiries, he barely confirmed that this was actually true. This 80-year-old man's worldview was nearly shattered. Is this even science? Is this reasonable? He really wanted to grab the secretary who reported this news and have him ask those people at NASA again if there was a problem with the satellite images. But before he could speak, the secretary repeatedly emphasized that there was absolutely no problem. Not only the satellite data, but they had also verified it through radar and various other means. Whether you believe it or not, the island just grew larger overnight. After calming down, he instructed the people in the Black Palace to quickly find a way to clarify the reason. This was, of course, a futile effort. They immediately tried to contact the current owner of the island, Tianyu Group. The result was that they found out the people at Tianyu Group had already blocked the phone number of the Black Palace's external office, and when they tried to reach out through other means, as soon as the other side heard they were from the Black Palace, they hung up at lightning speed, clearly refusing to communicate. If they wanted to contact Jojo to solve the problem, the people from Jojo were as slippery as eels, responding with nothing but circular talk. Don't rush, I'll explain it to you slowly. Those who understand, understand, those who don't, I can't say much more. That's just how it is. We definitely want to find a way to resolve your doubts, but that's not how things work. That air of cryptic mystery made the Black Palace staff responsible for contacting Jojo initially think they were about to hear some monumental secret. After listening for a long time, they realized it was all just nonsense, utterly useless. Finally, after several hours of ineffective communication, the person from Jojo who was in charge of liaising with the Black Palace finally provided some concrete information. We do have a few spots for visiting the island in 3 days, but there are quite a few people going up, and our spots are limited. You see, this situation. Name your price. I'm tired. $100 billion per spot. Are you people from Jojo crazy? Don't rush, we can negotiate the price. If you don't have the money, we, the Bald Eagle, have plenty of money. Like you wealthy folks who are so generous, then it's $100 billion, not a cent less. How about we discuss what to do if we don't have the money? In the end, after exchanging enough benefits in other areas, Jojo allocated 5 spots to the Bald Eagle officials. 5 is not bad, he should thank us. Afterward, the diplomat in charge of this matter said during an interview with reporters, clearly, the country interested in this island that suddenly grew overnight was not just the Bald Eagle. After Tianyu Group made it clear they refused to communicate, many representatives from other countries approached Jojo. The 200 spots in Jojo suddenly became highly sought after. Although they couldn't really sell a spot for the outrageous price of $100 billion, they still managed to secure quite a few benefits from other sources. For example, the 5 spots sold to the Bald Eagle came at the cost of the Bald Eagle canceling some policies and tariffs that were only aimed at Jojo enterprises. Additionally, just recently, the Ojo Alliance proposed to impose tariffs on cars imported from Jojo, but after granting 10 spots, that proposal was quickly shelved. A few spots for visiting the island were certainly not worth that price. They were willing to pay such a high cost mainly because the terrifying ability that had changed the entire sea area almost overnight was too outrageous, shocking all the countries and forces in the world capable of discovering this matter. But under the absolute information suppression of Tianshu, they could not obtain any useful information and had no idea how Tianyu Group accomplished this. What kind of existence is the most terrifying? The answer, of course, is the unknown. Once, I saw a very interesting question online. Someone proposed, based on the concept of cultivating immortality in modern entertainment works, if technological civilization and cultivation civilization collided head-on, which side would win? Do you know what the best answer is? In Jiangqing's home, Su Chen looked at Yu Ling and smiled as he asked. They had just been discussing this issue, and Yu Ling found it hard to understand why these countries were willing to pay such a high price to visit the island. What? Yu Ling asked curiously. On the other side, Xing Hen, who was studying the tea ceremony of the 9 provinces, also turned his head. For a technological civilization whose understanding of the world is based on science, if you think the other party is cultivating immortality, then you've already lost. Su Chen shrugged. Many people have a significant misunderstanding of science, thinking that science is just physics, chemistry, and biology. In fact, these are merely parts of natural science. Science is a knowledge system that reflects the objective laws of nature, society, and thought. It is about investigating things, discovering phenomena, exploring principles, and summarizing laws. If cultivating immortality really exists from a scientific perspective, the first thing to do is to study why this phenomenon exists and why individuals can become so powerful. It is not about drawing a clear line with the other party, thinking that this is unscientific and does not conform to natural laws, calling it mysticism. That is not science, that is religion. This is also the reason why you publicly announced the existence of magical power as a life source at the Life Water press conference. I could have used this to make a lot of money, but I never mentioned it again afterward. At this point, he looked at Yu Ling seriously and said, even though your world has a history of using magical power for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, once the people of Blue Star discover the existence of this substance, they can master it more skillfully than you in just a few hundred or even a few decades, developing more different forms of utilization. Your technological advantage in this area will no longer exist. Do you believe it? The gap between systematic research and small-scale experience accumulation is indeed vast. The 9 provinces had suffered greatly from this before. Many things are not necessarily better utilized just because you discovered them earlier. If the method is wrong, the previous accumulation will only be quickly caught up by others. In the days Su Chen spent with Yu Ling and the others, he roughly figured out how the magical world inherited and utilized magical power. Whether it was wizards who played with magic or martial Artists who refined their bodies using magical power, they basically followed a one-on-one teaching model. What they researched would only be passed down to their descendants or closest disciples. Any groundbreaking discoveries usually took a long time to spread throughout the world. Yuling thought carefully and felt that Su Chen's statement seemed reasonable. If they followed the Blue Star model and invested a lot of manpower and resources to research and share the results after discovering the existence of magical power, they might indeed quickly surpass the technological advantages accumulated over millions of years in her world regarding magic. Wait, technological advantage? She suddenly froze, realizing what Su Chen was truly trying to express. Just now, she thought Su Chen had digressed. Clever. Su Chen pinched her cute face. Now do you understand why they want to come to the island to take a look? How we turned the island into what it is now is actually not important to them. Whether we use technology from another world or magic from another world is also not important. Because whether it is the obviously supermodel future technology on the Blue Star technology tree or magic, they must see it as a technological advantage. Compared to concepts like mysticism and cultivating immortality, which do not adhere to science and are completely unknown and incomprehensible, even if they cannot understand how we did it, as long as they categorize it as a technological gap, it does not hinder them from believing that this technological gap can be bridged. And the first step to bridging it is to figure out what technology we are actually using. So, in order to catch a glimpse of the island, they are willing to pay a huge price. The unknown is always frightening. They are now trying to break through that unknown. Yuling blinked. Then why did you agree to let them come up? The signs of construction on the island are quite obvious. Once their people come up, they can easily guess that this is the result of some mechanical work, right? Isn't it better to keep them in this state of unknown filled with awe? Because compared to the unknown that comes with complete darkness, the tangible unknown is even more terrifying. Su Chen chuckled. Even if they come, they won't know why we have such great power to change nature. This will actually have a greater impact on them than simply blindfolding them. When the technological gap is too large, no matter how scientific my things are, to them, it is no different from completely unknown metaphysics. Even if they brainwash themselves and insist that this is just a technological gap, when they can't find any clues no matter how much they research, they will naturally categorize these things as unfathomable and terrifying metaphysics. So sometimes, showing a little bit can be more intimidating than hiding everything. After this, we should be able to have a period of peace, though this peace probably won't last long. Not last long? Is there anyone who would dare to step out in the face of such complete unknown fear? Yuling was somewhat puzzled. Imagine encountering an opponent in the magical world who has far surpassed the power of a god of magic, so strong that one cannot comprehend them at all. She definitely wouldn't have the courage to strike first. If it continues like this, of course not, but clearly that won't happen. Su Chen shook his head. Cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. This saying applies everywhere. When it truly touches the core interests of these Western countries, even if they fear the unknown, they will definitely take risks. As for this core interest, it is naturally energy, or to put it bluntly, oil. The Western world, led by the White Eagle, uses powerful force to leverage oil trade, continuously draining resources. Why? Simply put, humanity currently cannot live without oil and gas energy. And Su Chen is already sending the White Deer to seize, to find their complete set of technology on nuclear fusion. Even if they can't find the most advanced nuclear fusion technology in their world, the older models can still be found. And it won't take too long. Once nuclear fusion, this almost limitless clean energy, is realized, oil and gas will quickly become just normal industrial raw materials. Without the ability to bind energy, industrial raw materials cannot support the extraction of resources from the world. Once the oil system collapses, the good days for the entire Western world will come to an end. It's still that saying, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Su Chen is already going to kill their parents. They clearly won't sit idly by, and taking risks is inevitable. Yuling nodded, somewhat understanding. Although she is smart and has obtained a world language card that allows her to quickly understand all languages on Blue Star, she is still very eager to learn and often studies various knowledge. However, her time in Blue Star has been too short. Compared to the magical world she comes from, the human civilization on Blue Star, although it has appeared for a shorter time, is full of tricks. The complexity of the political situation here far exceeds that of her hometown. In a short time, it is naturally difficult for her to understand why Su Chen's development of nuclear fusion could very likely trigger a world war. However, while listening to Su Chen talk about these things, the curiosity and admiration in her eyes were unmistakable. It was a significant emotional value for him. After all, who wouldn't want to show off in front of a beautiful wife? But just then, a rather discordant voice suddenly rang out. Sir, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but there is something I must inform you about. The voice of Tianxiu abruptly came from Su Chen's phone. He picked up the phone and saw that Tianxiu had already sent him several messages, but he had been so engrossed in boasting that he hadn't noticed at all. What is it? We might be out of money. Out of money? Su Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a thing to happen to him. Yes, the investment in building the island has been too large.
Although the money is mainly needed for purchasing some household items, according to your requirements, all the equipment and items we procured are top-notch in Blue Star, and we also need to hire a private plane for transportation. The costs for both purchasing these items
and transportation are astronomical.
Based on my calculations, with the current available funds in the Tianyu Group's account, to complete the first phase of the construction on Penglai Island within 3 days and ensure that all buildings are ready for immediate occupancy, we have a funding gap of between 20 to 26 billion.
Is it that much?
Su-chan was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the first phase of the project would only require building a small city for 2 to 300,000 residents, and it shouldn't cost that much.
Yes, sir. Given the tight timeline and without disrupting normal trading practices, this is already the most compressed cost possible.
What do you suggest?
Su-chan asked directly.
It was too easy for Tianyu Group to make money. Tianyu couldn't possibly lack solutions.
The reason for coming to ask was likely that there
were multiple options, and executing these plans was beyond Tianyu's authority.
2 options, Tianyu replied immediately. Option 1, sell a portion of Tianyu Medical shares to Jojo or the Bald Eagle.
With the financial power of these 2 countries, they could quickly approve the plan and transfer the funds to you. Option 2, if you want to keep the special drug, the water of life, entirely in your hands and do not wish to use option 1, we can propose another technology that is not as crucial for us but is extremely important for big countries like Jojo or the Bald Eagle to create a new company, giving them a certain share to entice
them to invest. Su-chan frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, does the X7674 special alloy count? I remember I had Jojo contact you to procure this alloy, right? Don't they want it? It counts, and its importance is indeed significant, Tianyu answered decisively. But for just procurement, the Jojo officials clearly cannot make a decision that quickly. However, if we were to create a new company based on the X7674 special alloy technology and then let the Jojo officials invest again a share, it actually wouldn't align with your and the company's interests. In other words, the X7674 special alloy was too important to sell. But the source couldn't be given to others?
Su-chan immediately understood what it meant, thought for a moment, and said, so you think there are technologies in my hands that are not that important, but if shared, the
Jojo officials would not hesitate to pay?
None, Tianyu replied calmly. With all due respect, sir, you are too focused on high-end products in your transactions with the tech world. You do not place enough importance
on some technologies that are not low in content but are relatively basic.
The technologies you currently hold from the tech world are too advanced for Blue Star at this time. Even if given to them, they would find it difficult to grasp in the short term, and these technologies are also of great benefit to you, making them unsuitable for direct technology exchange.
For example, do you have any good recommendations? Su-chan was not angry and patiently inquired.
Tianshu was clearly well prepared and quickly provided an answer. As far as I know, there exists a metallic hydrogen battery in the technological world, and the technology is quite
mature. One might even say it's quite old.
Its energy density is 900 times that of gasoline, and its safety is much higher than any battery currently on Blue Star.
Battery technology is not overly advanced for Blue Star
at the moment, and it has great utility.
If we can trade for it, Jojo will definitely agree to this cooperation.
The key point is that for your trading partner, Miss Bai Lu, finding the complete technology and some samples of the metallic hydrogen battery is very simple. She can download it directly from the internet. To be honest, Su-chan hadn't experienced the feeling of being short on money for a long time.
But sometimes, things are just that absurd.
Although Tianyu Group was raking in money from the sales of the water of life and carbon-based chips, the time they had accumulated wealth was still too short.
The money earned in a short time indeed couldn't support such a super project.
Being short on money had become a natural consequence. Of course, with the strength of Tianyu Group, if Su-chan was willing, he could directly use technology as collateral. To borrow from Jojo, it wouldn't be a problem to borrow 200 or 300 billion. If he offered the complete technology of carbon-based chips, he could ask for 1 trillion, and Jojo's officials would probably
not even blink, transferring the money to his account at lightning speed, fearing he might back out. In fact, after the money was given, Jojo would even hope he couldn't repay it. After all, if he couldn't repay, they would gladly accept the technology. It would be pure profit, right? But Su-chan was quite resistant to loans. When he had just graduated from school, he bought a car because commuting was inconvenient. After paying the down payment, he took out a 3-year loan. Those 3 years could be said to be the darkest years of his life. Although he only needed to repay 3,000 each month, his salary was far above that number. But that 3,000 felt like a death warrant, urging him to concentrate on work at all times, not daring to slack off for a moment, let alone lose his job. Every day upon waking, he thought about how many days were left until the next repayment date. In just 3 years, he had developed loan PTSD. He couldn't even imagine what kind of tough people took out 30-year loans to buy houses. Now, he felt uncomfortable just hearing the word loan. Since there was a better solution, borrowing money from others was definitely out of the question.
Even though he knew this kind of loan was completely different from the one he had before, it didn't stop him
from not wanting to touch it at all. Bai Lu has it, right? Then I'll go find her now. Su Chen immediately stood up.
The invitation had already been sent out, and the first phase of the project on the island had to be completed within 3 days. In the trading space, after Su Chen sent a trade invitation to Bai Lu, she seemed to be free at that moment and appeared right in front of him. Shouldn't it still be before the agreed trading date? Why are you looking for me so suddenly? Is there something up? Bai Lu casually sat in her seat. Her perfect and exaggerated figure under the tight-fitting outfit could even be placed directly on the table in front of her. Su Chen glanced at her and discreetly shifted his gaze to discuss the matter at hand. Metallic hydrogen battery? You want such an outdated thing too? Bai Lu showed a look of surprise but quickly nodded. Thoughtfully, that makes sense. Your world focuses on spiritual energy, so it's actually normal to be behind in these technological studies. You could say it's possible that our world is also quite behind in the research of spiritual energy. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, not picking up on that thread. So, can you get it? It's quite urgent. Of course, it's nothing simpler. Bai Lu waved her hand, preparing to go get it for Su Chen directly, but after thinking for a moment, she added, is there anything else you want? Why don't you say it all at once? Not really. Su Chen paused, then seemed to think of another question and quickly asked. By the way, I have a question. Do the soldiers in your world's army each have a set of powered armor? The Central Galaxy's Imperial Guard can indeed provide standard powered armor, but as for us ragtag troops in the remote border areas, how could we possibly have such technology? Even the 10 basic models I gave you are quite valuable. Just one set could offset the compensation for 100 ordinary soldiers. Bai Lu rolled her eyes at him, seemingly puzzled as to why he would think that. Although she had complained about the outdated style of the powered armor when giving it to Su Chen, that was just her perspective. To be fair, the fusion reactor inside that thing alone could fetch a sky-high price on the black market. Sure enough, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly followed up with, so what equipment do you usually use? Since powered armor isn't standard, your Near-Earth Airborne Brigade, being the first to engage in ground combat, can't just let soldiers land in landing craft and rush out with their guns, right? Exoskeletons, what else? It's an outdated piece of junk. That's been obsolete for who knows how long. Are you interested? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. This thing has simple technology. Our Near-Earth Airborne Brigade's exoskeletons are completely consumable. Generally, we get direct funding and materials from our production line to make them ourselves. If you want, I can set you up with a few production lines, and I guarantee you can create a well-balanced exoskeleton army. Although I've been skimming off the funds for updating the exoskeletons every time we procure materials, which means our brigade has only used those production lines twice since they were delivered. They are still in near-new condition. However, it's about time we replace them. You give me a good price, and I'll pack them up for you. Of course, if you're not in a hurry and are willing to wait a while, I can go back and request an update for the old exoskeleton production line. Once the new ones arrive, I can sell them to you directly without any issue. Goodness, you're ready to sell them before they even arrive in your hands, huh? Although Su Chen was indeed in urgent need, he couldn't help but ask curiously, if your brigade's exoskeletons aren't updated, how do you fight? How can they not be updated? Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Our airborne brigade has 600,000 soldiers on the roster, but only 20,000 actual soldiers. If an exoskeleton breaks, we have plenty of brand new ones in the warehouse to replace them. We don't use those production lines because we can't even exhaust our inventory. So where did the remaining 580,000 go? Of course, I'm pocketing the extra pay. What, do you think they're dead? Bai Lu said impatiently, so, do you want them or not? Do you want the old ones or the new ones? Awesome. Su Chen gave her a thumbs up and then said without thinking, you said they're near new, right? I urgently need them, so just give them to me. Do you have any guns? Ammunition, planes, or cannons? If you do, throw in some of those too. A full set of production lines would be best. We have millions of spare individual weapons in our airborne brigade's warehouse. If you want, I can give them to you directly. I can also help you procure the production line haul from the black market, but it will take some time. As for cannons, we don't have such outdated weapons. For planes, we only have space fighters, which are only useful in space warfare and have no ground strike capability. If you don't have a space carrier, there's nowhere to land them, so they're useless to you. Bai Lu clearly didn't care about these things at all and was quite forthcoming with information. Ultimately, after friendly negotiations, Su Chen acquired a complete set of metal hydrogen battery technology and an old battery production line from her, and several new exoskeleton production lines from light to heavy, for various purposes. It's no wonder that doing business with Bai Lu is so enjoyable. She doesn't indulge in empty talk. What she has is what she has, and what she doesn't is simply absent. She doesn't care whether it's a profit or a loss. After all, her goods are all seized, and she doesn't pay much attention to the intrinsic value of these items. As long as she finds the things Su Chen provides acceptable, then the deal is done. A complete set of metal hydrogen battery technology, an old metal hydrogen battery production line, and several production lines for different specifications of exoskeletons. As for the production lines for firearms and weapons that Su Chen wanted, she also stated they would be ready within 3 days to be delivered together with the items for next week's transaction. In the end, she only asked Su Chen for 500 tons of magical crops and 100 tons of monster meat. Moreover, there was no need for immediate payment, it was a futures deal, to be settled after the next batch of crops and monsters matured on Su Chen's farm. Even if Su Chen didn't wait for the goods from the Blue Star farm and went directly to trade with Wei Wei, it wouldn't be a significant consumption, at most just a few tens of thousands of tons of ordinary grain. The situation on Wei Wei's side was different from here. Dream River City was under siege and there were special magical arrays within the city. However, no matter how fast the crops grow, they still require a certain cycle. If they planted only ordinary crops or grains in this magical array, it wouldn't be enough for the entire city's population. Before obtaining the trading platform, if she used the magical array to plant magical crops, there would be nowhere to sell them, and the yield wasn't high enough to feed the whole city. Previously, she relied on the massive stockpile of food in Dream River City's granary and the magical array to plant ordinary crops to barely supply the entire city. As the food in the granary was about to run out, the food from the magical array was also insufficient for the city's consumption. It was indeed a very precarious situation. Until Su Chen appeared, he could provide a large amount of food, and he was particularly interested in various magical crops and edible monsters. Naturally, the two sides hit it off immediately. Now, the magical array in Dream River City is filled with all kinds of magical crops. Although the magical array is the same, and even Su Chen's intermediate magical array is slightly more advanced than the one in Wei Wei's city, the people there are better at taking care of these crops and hastening their growth. On the other hand, only Yuling on Su Chen's side understands this. Moreover, at the beginning, the quantity of various seeds was not large. As a result, the yield of magical crops and livestock on the Dream River City side far exceeded that of Su Chen's farm. So, even now, although Su Chen has provided several tens of thousands of tons of food to Dream River City, Wei Wei's attitude towards food remains the same. Whatever you give, I will take. There's no way around it. She's afraid of hunger. She now wishes to fill all the granaries in the city, even expand a few hundred more granaries, and stuff the entire city with food. After all, she doesn't know when this war will end. Next week, I need to order more magical food from Wei Wei. I should make an appointment with her in advance. Su Chen thought, since he was already here, he might as well contact Wei Wei. Moments later, Wei Wei arrived in the trading space. However, unlike her usual dignified appearances, this time her appearance was quite disheveled. Not only was she covered in blood, but her magnificent armor also had several noticeable damages. Her fiery red waves of long hair were matted with blood on her fair forehead, and she exuded a strong smell of blood. As soon as she entered, she sat down in her spot and casually pulled out a leather bag, opening it to gulp down its contents. It was easy to see from the few drops spilling from the corner of her mouth that she was drinking the water of life, and it was definitely of a much higher purity than what she had traded to Su Chen. In the middle of a battle, what's going on? After finishing the drink, Wei Wei casually pulled out a silk scarf from under her chest armor to wipe the blood off her long sword while asking nonchalantly. Su Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He had the distinct feeling that both of his trading partners seemed a bit unreliable. Of course, he thought about it, but he still made his intentions clear. I hope you can provide more magical crops and edible beast meat during next week's trade. How much? If you have 300 to 500 tons, that's fine. If you have a few thousand tons, I can manage. It's up to you. Got it. I'll give you an extra 1,000 tons next week. Is there anything else? Vivi stood up, pretending to leave. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush just yet. Su Chen waved his hand, and a white deer delivered a sample of the exoskeleton to his side. Unlike the exoskeletons on Blue Star, which were basically just frames, this one from the white deer was covered in armor. Moreover, since this exoskeleton didn't need to consider various combat environments like high altitude, underwater, or space, and only needed to operate on the ground, the armor on it was even thicker than that of powered armor. Of course, the high-tech features like energy shields and electromagnetic rifles found on powered armor were absent from these exoskeletons. After all, the energy source for the exoskeleton wasn't a miniature fusion reactor. Adding those features would definitely drain the energy supply. Is this a full-body armor? Vivi paused, her gaze landing on the exoskeleton armor, then shook her head and said, the design isn't aesthetically pleasing. And it's too heavy. Ordinary soldiers would probably find it hard to fight in it. Only martial artists could wear it, and even they would be hindered in their movements. However, this completely sealed armor might perform quite well in some extreme situations. Can I get 100 sets to try? She wasn't foolish, she could tell at a glance that this was definitely not prepared just for her. Why don't you try wearing it first? Su Chen tapped on the exoskeleton. Is there some hidden trick? Vivi frowned but didn't refuse. However, she was still wearing armor, making it difficult to put on the exoskeleton. After a moment's hesitation, she decided not to be coy and took off her armor in front.
of Su Chen.
Underneath was a pure white long shirt and pants, which was far from the seductive scene one might imagine. Instead, most of the white clothing was stained red with blood, looking quite terrifying and giving off a strong metallic smell.
How many people have you killed? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. Just a few hundred. Vivi suddenly paused mid-sentence, then glanced at Su Chen and said irritably, why does it have to be about how many people I've killed? Can't it be blood from my brave battles? Come on. You're a princess, the lord of Dream River City. When you go into battle, you should be taking on weaklings, not really risking your life.
This woman was clever. Her title of
dragon-slaying warrior was just a facade.
From her demeanor, it was clear that Dream River City was far from being breached. How could she possibly put herself in real danger on
the battlefield? Once you're on the battlefield, how can you not fight for your life?
Vivi shot him a glare, then seemed to want to prove her point by lifting her shirt to
reveal her flat abdomen.
There was a gaping wound about 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, bleeding profusely and looking gruesome. It corresponded exactly to the damaged area
of her armor.
It seemed to have been mostly healed by the waters of life, as there were no other symptoms apart from some oozing blood.
But Su Chen guessed that when she was
first injured, one could probably see her insides through that wound.
What happened here?
Vivi lowered her shirt and casually replied, a siege crossbow combined with a magic armor-piercing arrow. That's a common tactic against high-level martial artists like me during large-scale battles.
So getting hit by that would pin you to the wall?
Pretty much, and it hurts a lot. Vivi shrugged, looking indifferent, then pointed at the exoskeleton and asked, how do you use this thing?
You put this on, then stand in front of it,
facing away, and just press the button on top, Su Chen said as he slipped a deep blue bracelet onto her wrist.
Wei Wei examined the device for a moment before following his instructions.
As soon as she pressed the activation button on the bracelet, the exoskeleton armor that had been standing quietly suddenly came to life.
Amidst the sounds of
mechanical movements and friction, the exoskeleton actively began to cover her body. She was prepared for this, so she didn't panic much. She was simply quite amazed.
It wasn't
until the armor completely enveloped her and the internal operating system appeared before her that she exclaimed, what amazing armor!
You'll see something even more amazing
soon, granting pilot level 2 access.
Yes. A cold electronic voice echoed within the armor.
Immediately after, Wei Wei heard, detecting that the pilot's physical condition is poor, there is a fatal injury in the abdomen and you may go into shock within half an hour. Life support fluid is being injected. This fluid can stimulate the nerves at the wound site to stop the bleeding while keeping you conscious. Please quickly seek the nearest battlefield medical pod for self-rescue.
A faint tingling sensation spread from her
wrist, and then Wei Wei felt a cool liquid being injected into her veins. The effect was basically negligible.
However, it didn't stop her from understanding what the armor was doing. She couldn't help but marvel, it's just a piece of armor, and it can even heal?
Although the so-called life support fluid was far less effective than the water of life and was of no use to her due to her robust physique, it would certainly be beneficial for an ordinary soldier.
Not just that, you can try throwing a punch. Upon hearing
this, Wei Wei immediately extended her hand and clenched her fist, looking at the armor covering her palm in amazement, then lightly swung her fist.
Instantly, she felt something was off. This thing can also enhance strength?
It's a power assist device achieved through technological means. It can indeed provide greater strength, faster speed, and
stronger impact resistance, Su Chen replied, observing the surprise on her small face without revealing his own thoughts. Pretty impressive, right?
Wei Wei tightened her fist and then suddenly threw a punch at the air in front of her. The trading space was immediately filled with the sound of her fist slicing through the air. Along with this sound came
the exoskeleton's warning, warning, right arm drive system failure, warning, waist drive system failure, warning, back engine overload, warning, power output overload. Watching the exoskeleton spark and sizzle, Su Chen's brows furrowed.
If Wei Wei had been standing outside, then a single punch could easily disable the exoskeleton.
But she was inside it. A punch that directly caused the exoskeleton to overload and break down, was that reasonable? Not bad.
Ignoring the bewildered Su Chen, Wei Wei, now encased in the exoskeleton weighing dozens of kilograms and completely out of power, casually took a few steps. Then, with brute force, she shoved her fingers into the armor and forcibly peeled it off her body, looking at the pile of scrap metal and commenting, the defense, strength, and speed are comparable to a third-tier warrior. If I use the firearms you gave me before, my combat power should be even stronger than a third-tier warrior.
Moreover, in situations involving ranged attacks, soldiers wearing this should be less afraid of mages than normal warriors.
The internal voice that occasionally speaks can also assist the warrior wearing it to enhance combat power.
However, there are drawbacks. It's not truly yours, after all.
The armor doesn't cover completely, leaving many weaknesses. If a real third-tier warrior gets close, they can easily find the flaws.
A proper warrior can
still fight when injured, but if this thing gets damaged, it probably won't be able to move. Weighing dozens of kilograms, it would become a burden for the soldier. This is her evaluation of exoskeletons from the perspective of the magical world. It seems she is completely unaware that the true advantage of this thing is not in hand-to-hand combat, or shooting at wizards.
Suchen couldn't help but ask curiously, how do you generally fight in your world?
I'm not talking about sieges, but in situations where both armies
are roughly equal.
In cold weapon warfare, sieges are actually quite straightforward. It's just about throwing lives at the problem. If the besieging side has enough logistics, the most reliable method is to starve the people inside the city. Those fire and water attacks in entertainment works aren't completely useless, but the scenarios where such
tactics can be applied are almost non-existent.
This, of course, has no reference value.
How else would you fight? Of course, you find a suitable battlefield, set up your formation, and fight directly, Vivi replied matter-of-factly, seemingly not finding anything wrong with it. Don't you have any tactics or anything? Tactics? Are you referring to choosing a battlefield that is advantageous to your side? Is that what you call tactics?
No, it's hard to believe that after hundreds of thousands of years of development in your world,
you still rely on cold weapons without having developed any tactics, just relying on brute force in battles?
Suchen thought for a moment and still felt it was unlikely. So he asked carefully, for example, do you have tactics like sneaking up on the enemy when they're not paying attention, quietly finding their supply depot, and setting fire to
their food supplies?
Upon hearing this, Vivi looked at him with a surprised expression, clearly disgusted. That's too despicable. It doesn't align with the knightly spirit.
That's despicable?
Suchen immediately felt unhappy and countered, not only can you burn supplies, but you can also pretend to have an internal conflict with your subordinates. Then send them to the enemy to surrender, let them into the city, and then close the gates to trap them.
That's called a feigned surrender. Your battles are too crude.
No wonder the enemy outnumbers you by several times, and it takes years to capture a city.
Turns out you're that incompetent.
Let me be your military advisor. Those ragtag soldiers
outside Mengchuan City will be defeated by my slight maneuvering. Listen, first you need to understand a concept. War is a path of deception. Moments later, Vivi,
somewhat confused, returned holding a copy of The Art of War and a head full of crafty tactics. Of course, since they had already traded, it wouldn't just be one book.
Suchen
also gave her the 200 exoskeleton armors sent by Bai Lu as samples. Besides the previously agreed additional 1,000 tons of magical crops, Vivi also needed to provide a secret martial arts cultivation method from the imperial family of the Radiant Sun Empire. The magical crops were exchanged for the exoskeleton armor. As for a book like The Art of War, it certainly couldn't be measured by material value. She had to exchange it for technology of equivalent worth. This technology, of course, referred to the knowledge inheritance of cultivating magic or magical martial arts. In fact, Yuling and Xinghan also had these things. However, they practiced the elven magic and martial arts, which humans could also cultivate, but it was very difficult and slow. As a half-blood, Xinghan had some magical and martial arts inheritances suitable for human cultivation, but they were all of relatively low level, which Suchen didn't find appealing. So sometimes, even when he had free time, he wanted to try cultivating, but he always struggled to find suitable methods. Vivi was the type of person who wouldn't get up early without profit, without corresponding items to exchange. It was impossible to get truly valuable treasures from her. This time, discovering that the war situation in their world was still so ancient, he casually found a copy of The Art of War on the bookshelf and could exchange it for a cultivation method that had been passed down for over 100,000 years in the magical world. Was a huge profit. Of course, he might have profited, but Vivi definitely wouldn't lose out. The Art of War would undoubtedly be a dimensional strike on their battlefield.
Suchen could even imagine the scene of her launching a
counterattack from the city, which had been besieged for 3 years. After she thoroughly studied this book,
the backward nature of warfare in the magical world is not without reason.
These people rely too heavily on individual combat power, believing that a powerful warrior or magician can completely determine the outcome of a war, while they pay no attention to armies composed of ordinary people and low-level warriors. It's only natural that strategic tactics have not developed. But can these high-end combat powers truly
dictate the outcome of a war? Not necessarily.
If the high-end combat forces in the magical world were truly powerful enough to ignore all low-end forces, then it wouldn't matter
how many people came. The existence of armies would be entirely unnecessary.
They wouldn't have developed armies at all.
Suchen specifically asked Vivi many questions about the wars in their world.
The conclusion he reached was consistent with his guesses.
In the magical world, both magicians and warriors are usually divided into 9 ranks. Each 3 ranks serve as a watershed.
Magicians from ranks 1 to 3 are generally referred to as magic apprentices, while warriors are simply called warriors, with prefixes to
denote their rank.
From ranks 4 to 6, the titles change. Magicians at this stage can be considered proper magicians, while warriors are referred to as knights.
Ranks 7
to 9 represent high-end combat power in the magical world, with different titles for each stage. A rank 7 magician is called a Grand Magician, a rank 8 is called an Archmage, and a rank 9 is a Grand Archmage.
Correspondingly, warriors are known as Starlight Knights, Eclipse Knights, and Blazing Sun Knights. Vivi belongs to the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, both at rank 7. Yu Ling, on the other hand, is at dual rank 8. When Su Chen asked Vivi how Yu Ling's strength compared to hers, the woman actually said she was only slightly stronger, which shows her thick skin and dark heart. Saying such nonsense without blushing. With her skills, she wouldn't be able to withstand a single hand from Yu Ling. Beyond rank 9, both magicians and warriors are collectively referred to as legendary powerhouses, like Xinghen. They are also known as demigods. Above demigods are the divine mages and divine warriors, the true gods of their world. According to Vivi, aside from the gods, there are no true beings capable of mowing down enemies effortlessly in their world. Without army support, even those so-called demigods, when surrounded by a million-strong army, especially one equipped with magical weapons, would face certain death. Some magical weapons in this world are far more powerful than the guns and cannons on Blue Star. For instance, the siege crossbow and magical armor-piercing arrows that injured Vivi are standard equipment in their elite legions. Even a dual rank 7 powerhouse like Vivi would be seriously injured if hit by one arrow head-on, though it wouldn't be fatal. It's only thanks to the life water that she can act as if nothing happened. On Blue Star, to inflict such an injury on Vivi while she's wearing magical armor would be nearly impossible. Even with a direct hit from a 155mm howitzer, it would require a missile. Moreover, while missiles might have decent power, in a real battle, it would be impossible to hit Vivi, and their effectiveness would definitely not compare to that of the magical armor-piercing arrows. Clearly, the magical world has not developed for nothing over the years. Their armies excel at using these magically enhanced weapons to deal with those powerful beings. That's why there is a meaningful existence of armies in their world's warfare. The notion that high-end combat power can completely determine the battlefield's direction is utter nonsense. No matter how good the tactics are, it's irrelevant. In Vivi's current situation, as long as she can thoroughly understand Sun Tzu's art of war, she will undoubtedly shine on the battlefield of their world in the future. And one copy of Sun Tzu's art of war isn't enough. He has a whole pile of other military texts here. The so-called tactics he previously discussed with Vivi would be things even a 3-year-old in JoJo would know. There are far more impressive strategies out there. Returning to Blue Star with a bountiful harvest, Su Chen's first action was to call Old Man Lin. "Is this Director Su? What can I do for you?" From his tone, it seemed Old Man Lin was in a good mood. Su Chen didn't waste time and got straight to the point. "I need 3 billion. On the other end, Old Man Lin, who was chatting over tea with an old friend, sprayed tea all over the other man. He didn't even bother to apologize and exclaimed sharply, "What, do you think I'm a money printing machine? You can't just ask for 3 billion like that. I have a battery technology that is absolutely revolutionary. I need 300 billion for 10% of the shares. I need the transfer immediately. It's urgent." Su Chen ignored his shock and directly stated his intention. "What kind of battery?" Old Man Lin asked cautiously after a moment of silence. "Metallic hydrogen, never mind, you wouldn't understand. In short, this thing has an energy density 900 times that of gasoline. You figure it out. 900 times? Old Man Lin wasn't easily surprised. In his younger days, he had been through storms and battles, crawling out from piles of corpses. The main issue was that Su Chen had always kept his good things hidden, never willing to share the profits. He had also proven that he could indeed monopolize the benefits. The same went for the life-giving water and carbon-based chips. As for those power armors that even the researchers at the Academy of Sciences couldn't comprehend, Su Chen wouldn't even sell them. The last time Old Man Lin inquired, Su Chen had been vague, not even wanting to show them. This stingy miser suddenly wanted to collaborate and offer shares in new technology. Old Man Lin immediately thought that this so-called new technology was probably just mediocre, and throwing in 300 billion might not even guarantee a return. Of course, he didn't plan to refuse. He just knew that he couldn't make the decision alone and needed to understand what it was first. Unexpectedly, this question hit him like a bolt from the blue. What does it mean for a battery to have an energy density 900 times that of gasoline? Although Old Man Lin hadn't read much, he had been a soldier and had basic common sense. TNT has an energy density only a few dozen times that of gasoline. This battery, if it were turned into a bomb, wouldn't it be more powerful than the mainstream bombs today? Just 900 times, don't be so surprised, Su Chen said immediately. So, how about it? 10% shares for 300 billion, can I get a response? Sure, why not? But wait a moment, I need to contact my superiors, and they will probably send someone to verify. It's not that we don't trust you, after all, we are official. Even if it's a special case, there are still procedures. Old Man Lin hurriedly replied. If what Su Chen said was true, then this battery technology was definitely worth that money. This was a guaranteed profitable deal, only a fool would pass it up. No, it didn't even need to reach the 900 times Su Chen mentioned. If the energy density was 9 times that of gasoline, as long as it was safe, it would be enough to sweep away all the batteries currently on the market. If it were true, then everything that this small battery could disrupt would be even more. Gasoline, and even bombs in the military field could all be overturned by this small battery. 300 billion was a guaranteed profit. I need the money urgently, Su Chen said flatly. He didn't sound like someone borrowing money, he sounded more like someone collecting a debt. Old man Lin sensed his impatience and quickly said, don't rush, don't rush. I'll call the higher-ups right away. Getting the money isn't difficult, we can transfer the funds first and then send someone to verify. Special cases are handled specially, this is normal. We still trust your character. Even if Su Chen is just scamming and running away, the Tianyu group still has a lot of assets in Jojo. The Jojo authorities can't afford to lose either. Whether they give it early or late doesn't really matter. Alright, then I'll wait for your good news. By the way, I have a few other things here. When you call people to verify these batteries, you can also bring a few military experts to take a look. Military experts? Old Lin was taken aback. Did you come up with some weapon you want to sell? What weapon? It wouldn't be that powered armor you showed before, would it? Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but scoff. Why are you only thinking about good things? But it does have a bit to do with that. You'll understand once your people arrive. What's going on, Old Lin? Is it that Su from the Tianyu group? At Old Lin's home, another old man who was drinking tea with him had just wiped the tea off his face. Seeing Old Lin get up, he quickly asked, Old Joe, don't ask so many questions. I need to make a call to report this, excuse me. Saying this, Old Lin hurriedly ran off, leaving Old Joe standing there, deep in thought. They had been old comrades who fought side by side a long time ago, but after the war, they chose different paths. Old Lin chose to continue in politics, while Old Joe opted for business. Both had nearly reached the pinnacle in their respective fields. In all of Jojo, there were only a few people with more power than Old Lin, and it was hard to find someone wealthier than Old Joe. But many times, money couldn't solve everything. Just like right now. Seeing Old Lin, who was about the same age, suddenly looking younger while he himself was still aging, needing support to walk, made Old Joe anxious. After years apart, sitting together, they looked like father and son. Naturally, Old Joe was quite anxious. But not to mention him, in all of Jojo, aside from that young girl from the Shin family who accidentally obtained the life-extending water from Su Chen, the only ones who could get such treasures were Old Lin and a few at the very top. Old Lin was lucky to have traded for it, while the others received it as a gift from Su Chen for their help. Aside from that, no one else in the world had ever used the life-extending water. As good brothers who had fought together in their youth, it wouldn't be accurate to say he was jealous, but it would definitely be false to say he wasn't envious. After all, ordinary people live difficult lives, and living too long could even become a burden. But people like them were different. Every day alive was a joy. Of course, they wanted to live a bit longer. Today, he came to find Old Lin because he heard that Old Lin was mainly responsible for the liaison between the Jojo authorities and Su Chen, making him the person with the best relationship with Su Chen in the official system. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them friends across generations. He was hoping to ask his old brother if he could inquire whether Su Chen still had that life-extending water, and if so, what conditions Su Chen would set. Unexpectedly, before he could even express his purpose, the main person called first. Then Old Lin hurriedly ran off. It seems the Tianyu group is short on cash? Old Joe, though older, had surprisingly good hearing. Although Old Lin hadn't used a speakerphone, he still caught some of Su Chen's words. After glancing at the direction Old Lin had left, Old Joe hesitated for a while, then finally got up and picked up his phone. Contact the Tianyu group and tell the person responsible for liaising with other companies that I heard Su Chen is short on cash and wants to use 3 billion to purchase the life-extending water. Previously, he had tried to contact the Tianyu group himself, but he had never offered such a high price, and each time he was politely refused, never even given a chance to negotiate. But this time was different. He had heard with his own ears that the Tianyu group was short on cash, and he was offering 3 billion, so he didn't believe he could be turned down. Although this could be seen as eavesdropping on confidential matters, he no longer cared. Old Joe was very clear that even with his deep friendship with Old Lin, the chances of Old Lin being willing to help him out were slim. Now that he had finally seized such an opportunity, he couldn't let it go. As for whether it would disrupt the cooperation that the authorities in Su Chen might reach, he couldn't care less about that now. They would deal with it later. Are you saying that someone intends to spend 300 billion to buy the elixir of life that can extend lifespan? Upon hearing Tian Shu's report, Su Chen was initially a bit incredulous. But upon further reflection, for those wealthy individuals, spending hundreds of billions for decades of life was incredibly worthwhile. Why is it that this offer comes at such a critical moment and exactly 300 billion? A playful expression appeared on Su Chen's face, and he immediately said to Tian Shu, reject him. Extending life was undoubtedly an irresistible temptation for the upper echelons. Standing at a higher level, they could see a broader landscape. Whether they wanted to accomplish more to fulfill their ambitions or were reluctant to part with wealth and glory, they all needed a longer lifespan. If Su Chen were willing, he could become the richest person on this planet just by selling the elixir of life that extends lifespan. But doing so would lead to unimaginable consequences. Death is the most equal thing in this world. It does not spare anyone. However, if there were a group of
People with lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary humans, regardless of their own thoughts, the world would ultimately be controlled by these immortal beings. Their descendants would also possess the most resources and continue to purchase the elixir of life from Suchen to extend their lifespans. Over time, this group would truly become a race of longevity, independent of all current humanity. The disparity in lifespan would completely delineate them from ordinary people. Eventually, Blue Star would resemble the magical world. The theory of bloodlines would form a closed loop here, becoming the most irrefutable truth. Regardless of whether these individuals were inherently longer lived, once their longevity became an objective fact compared to their family members, a sense of superiority bound by bloodlines would gradually emerge. After all, if Suchen were to open a market for the elixir of life, given that his own elixir was entirely reliant on imports, it couldn't be sold cheaply. Only the upper echelons of society could afford it. In the early stages, he used the elixir a few times mainly to accumulate initial capital for himself. Now, he no longer needed to rely on it for income. As for the 5 vials sent abroad, to put it bluntly, he didn't care at all what would happen outside of Jojo. He simply didn't want his hometown to become a polluted mess by supplying an elixir that could only extend the lives of a select few. He had no interest in what happened abroad. If a few powerful individuals from the Western world came knocking to beg for it, giving them a few vials wouldn't matter. Moreover, Suchen only wanted the 300 billion because there was a funding gap in the Panglai Island renovation project. Essentially, he didn't lack money at all. Now that he had filled that gap with Jojo, there was no need to seek extra funds. Alright, sir, through online tracing, I found that the person hoping to make this transaction is currently at Old Lin's home. Should we notify Old Lin? No need for that. If the deal doesn't go through, at least we maintain our integrity. If Old Lin discovers it himself, that's his business. If he doesn't, it has nothing to do with us. This is called protecting client privacy. By the way, as a commercial AI, why are you able to ask such questions? Suchen casually remarked. Unexpectedly, Tianshu replied seriously, Sir, ever since I started following you, aside from internal company matters, most of what you do is unrelated to business, which has forced me to learn these things. So it's still my fault for leading you astray? Such matters were merely trivial interludes for Suchen, but at this moment, the elderly man with the surname Zhou, who was at Old Man Lin's house, couldn't help but sigh after receiving a reply. Just then, Old Man Lin, who had just finished his business, returned. Seeing his troubled expression, it seemed he wasn't too surprised. He sat down across from him with a calm demeanor and said, Stop sighing. This thing can't be spread around casually. Excluding that young girl from the Shin family in Jiangcheng, my obtaining this thing was purely a matter of chance. The few above could get it because that kid was worried about trouble and concerned about the company's development. In fact, before obtaining this life-giving water, their intention was to prevent this life-extending substance from spreading indiscriminately, and they had no intention of causing trouble for the Tianyu group. It was just that this kid was overly cautious and insisted on giving it. You already knew, the elderly man Zhou exclaimed in surprise. What do you think this place is? Right now, I'm mainly responsible for the official liaison with Suchen. Every call made from here is monitored, Old Man Lin said helplessly. Jianwu, forget it. Talking to you about this feels like taking advantage and then acting innocent. No more, no more. Old Man Lin initially wanted to persuade him, but thinking about how he was the beneficiary, the words got stuck in his throat. Back then, he was on the verge of death, and it was his grandson who brought him to Suchen for treatment. That was how he successfully obtained the life-giving water and extended his life. Now, his old friend also wanted to live a little longer. What right did he have to criticize others? Zhou Jianwu couldn't help but sigh. Old brother, you know me. Back in the battlefield, the enemy could brush past my steel helmet without me blinking. There's really no need to be so open-minded about death at this age. Mainly because my descendants are unfilial. If I die, this family will probably fall apart. It's also my fault. After retiring, I got busy with business matters and didn't focus on my family, failing to educate my children well. Seeing him like this, Old Man Lin felt a pang of sympathy. After pondering for a moment, he said, I have a method. Whether it works or not is hard to say, but you can give it a try. Oh? Zhou Jianwu's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly said, Old brother, you say it. Regardless of whether it works, I owe you this favor. I heard your granddaughter seems quite beautiful, Old Man Lin said, pausing at this point and not continuing. Zhou Jianwu immediately understood his implication and frowned. You mean, Mou is indeed beautiful, but she can't compare to that girl named Juling by Suchen's side. Is this reliable? How would I know if it's reliable? Just give it a try, Old Man Lin shrugged. You don't need to worry about that girl. She doesn't seem to mind Suchen being involved with other women. You mean to let our Mou be a mistress? Zhou Jianwu's eyes widened in shock. Are you suggesting she should be the main one? Old Man Lin retorted, annoyed. What kind of fantasy are you having? Suchen treasures that girl immensely. He takes her everywhere, and they are legally married. I was the one who facilitated that. Whether being a mistress
Woodwork is another matter entirely, so don't think about impossible things. He doesn't need your Zhou family's resources. Why would he abandon his longtime wife? The two old
men, whose ages combined were nearly 200, didn't hold a strong view on monogamy. That notion wasn't prevalent in their time. When discussing such matters, they naturally
felt no hesitation. But this sounds unreliable. If it works out, that's fine, but if it doesn't, how will our Moyu face the world? Zhou Jianwu's expression was conflicted. What do you mean by facing the world? What era is this? Can't one still live after dating? I say, your thinking is outdated.
Damn it, she's not your granddaughter, so of course, you're generous. Then you might as well wait to die. By the time that happens, even if your ungrateful descendants are too busy fighting over your inheritance to care
about you, I will definitely make sure to give you a grand send-off.
3 days passed quickly. So quickly that Suchan hardly felt it. He just stayed at home playing games, and before he knew it, the time was up. Yet, it was long enough for a small island, stripped bare by a planetary mining machine, to transform into a vibrant tropical
paradise. Is this the result of the transformation?
On the floating landing craft, Suchan gazed in awe at the massive island below, covered in dense jungle.
If one didn't know
better, no one would guess that just 3 days ago, this place was completely barren. Even more unimaginable was that 4 or 5 days ago, it was merely a small island of less
than 50 square kilometers. The large construction manufacturing module took the surrounding environmental transformation into account during its design, which is why it contains specialized robots for cultivating plants. These robots utilize local materials based on the characteristics of the planet's vegetation, combined with our genetic technology, to create plant catalysts that allow these plants to grow rapidly, Tianshu explained. We transplanted 2 million tropical plants to the island and planted over 10 million different species.
As for the seeds, most of these plants were seedlings when they were sent to the island, and thanks to these robots, they have grown to their current
scale in a short time. Cultivating plants? Can those magical plants be cultivated? Suchan immediately thought of other places. Probably not. This kind of cultivation is not
necessarily a good thing for the plants. It is the result of genetic modification technology obtained at any cost.
After the modification, the lifespan of the plants is greatly
reduced, and they are considered inferior genes within their respective populations.
To ensure that these inferior genes do not spread and contaminate the gene pool of normal
plants, their reproductive capabilities are also cut off during the cultivation process.
Most of the magical plants you currently possess are primarily for food. After being
cultivated using these methods, whether they can still grow normally is uncertain, and even if they do grow, they will not bear fruit.
Tianshu's explanation made Suchan frown involuntarily. Then what's the point of such modifications? Doesn't that mean that in a few years, all the plants on this island will die?
Theoretically, yes, Tianshu explained. After all, the original intention of designing such large construction manufacturing modules was to allow explorers to quickly establish a foothold on new planets.
All construction logic is designed with this as the starting point.
Some planets are not particularly suitable for human survival, and in such cases, it is necessary to rapidly plant a large number of native plants to modify the environment. Don't underestimate plants. Even in the interstellar age, their role is irreplaceable by many technologies. In that world, technology is far more advanced than on Blue Star, yet people still cannot solve the problem of deserts purely through technology, while planting trees can. Thus, the large construction manufacturing module includes various genetic modification programs for plants, ensuring that these plants can adapt to any harsh environment as long as there is sufficient sunlight, while also granting them the ability to grow rapidly. However, these technologies do not consider the plant's reproductive issues or how long they can live after modification, as they are merely stopgap measures that prioritize speed.
What a pity. Suchan was not overly sentimental. They were just some plants, and if they died, they died.
It was just unfortunate that this method had significant side effects and could not make those magical crops grow faster.
Shaking his head, he pushed these thoughts aside and looked at the picturesque island below, unable to help but exclaim, the changes are so rapid. If I had known, I shouldn't have gone back to be a couch potato. Watching for 3 days here would definitely be much more interesting.
Sir, I have recorded the entire process of the island's transformation using drones from above, and you can watch it at any time, Tianshu said thoughtfully. Suchan glanced at the time. It was still early, and there was some time before the invited guests would arrive.
He didn't refuse and directly asked Tianshu to play it on the landing craft.
After all, one couldn't just sit here watching a video for 3 days.
In this video, which was only about half an hour long, Suchan witnessed countless robots crawling across the island like ants.
As large cruise ships docked, the items they carried were quickly unloaded by many
robots.
Then, accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, buildings rose from the bare island. Green plants began to cover the island from nothing. Initially, the coverage was small, but as time passed, the greenery rapidly spread across the entire island. Even before the green plants had fully expanded, the first ones planted had already grown into towering trees, forming a dense forest.
Watching the entire process, it was hard not to be amazed. Of course, this was without paying attention to the timestamp on the video. If one were to look at the time taken for the entire island's transformation, no one would believe it was real. 3 days. No, it wasn't even 3 days. Nearly 600 square kilometers of greening work, including dozens of buildings, the tallest of which was 2,222 meters, had just sprung up out of nowhere. This transformed the island completely. Such a miraculous phenomenon was something ordinary people could hardly imagine. It was the kind of thing that would make a civil engineer faint on the spot and require a respirator. Suchen didn't need to look to know what kind of shockwaves this video would create if it were released, but he still wanted to see it. Tianshu removed the timestamp from the video and posted online using our company's official account. In fact, many details in the video indicated that everything was completed in an extremely short time. Whether the timestamp was removed or not was irrelevant. Many people would still be able to tell. It would instead spark some debates online. But it didn't matter, Suchen was deliberately stirring the pot, and it would also help confuse the concept of time, so that the terrifying story of transforming an island in 3 days wouldn't scare uninformed netizens. Alright, sir, I've also completed the online preheating for the establishment of the group headquarters. Releasing the video of the headquarters being built now will indeed attract a lot of attention. By the way, should we also preheat the news about launching our exoskeleton armor during the headquarters establishment event? A few days ago, when you had the Tianyu Group's security department test the exoskeleton armor, I also recorded some videos with drones, editing them together with the island construction. Video should draw even more attention and help establish the image of a technology company for Tianyu Group, Tianshu suggested. If you think that's a good idea, then let's do it. Suchen waved his hand. Tianshu was the professional in this matter. He didn't want to interfere too much. Soon, a short film titled Rebirth was released on the Tianyu Group's official website and various platform accounts. The video began with a small island that had some greenery but looked somewhat bare from a distance. On the island, some dilapidated wooden shacks could be vaguely seen, along with a few small fishing boats by the sea. Clearly, this was what Penglai Island looked like before. Then, the scene shifted, and the dilapidated island disappeared, replaced by a vast, desert-like flatland that abruptly appeared in the middle of the sea. Anyone with a bit of common sense could easily tell that this bare island was now many times larger than the previous one. The scene flashed again, showing the rapid transformation of the island by large building manufacturing modules. In the video, the acceleration effect is clearly visible, under which the bare island rapidly grew lush greenery. Green plants began to sprout from the coastline, quickly covering the entire island. Meanwhile, buildings sprang up in the center of the island like bamboo shoots after a rain, even faster than the green plants could cover the land. Observant viewers could even see numerous transport planes continuously taking off and landing at the island's airport from an aerial perspective, while countless giant ships were constantly arriving, unloading, and departing from multiple ports around the island. Everything highlighted extreme efficiency. At the end of the short film, in front of a completed yard that appeared to be a military facility on the island's edge, a fully exoskeleton-clad army was lined up for drills. After a close-up shot of one of the exoskeletons, the video ended. The closing logo featured the ancient characters in a traditional style. The former is the trademark of Tianyu Group, and the latter is naturally the name of the island. Once the video was released, Tianshu used a few tactics to draw traffic, and then it didn't need to do anything else. The explosive content of the video quickly went viral across the internet, topping the charts on various video platforms. This naturally attracted countless people's attention. Is this the island of Tianyu Group? Didn't there just be a commotion about indigenous people landing on the island a few days ago? Now you're telling me the island has already been transformed and its area expanded so much. Wow, this efficiency, it feels like a fantasy film. Are you guys stupid? Didn't you see the fast forward? This must have been transformed long ago. Edited in post-production. I bet the island's transformation was already nearing completion when those islanders tried to land. Now that you mention it, this island probably has long been in the hands of Tianyu Group. Then why did those islanders come to cause trouble at this time? Do I even need to think about it? They must have realized the island was transformed too well by Tianyu Group and regretted it. But speaking of which, buying islands is legal abroad. I know that. But is it really legal to reclaim land on a purchased island and expand its area? Won't it affect shipping routes? That question is quite niche. I bet even those countries selling islands never thought someone would reclaim land on a privately purchased island. If it doesn't affect shipping routes, it should be fine. To Tianshu's surprise, the first thing netizens focused on when the video was posted was not the changes to the island, but rather the legality of such expansions. And due to the overwhelming popularity, a legal blogger quickly emerged to educate netizens on the topic. Some said it was legal, while others claimed it wasn't. In short, there were arguments on both sides, and as for legal references, none could be found. After all, no country is idle enough to legislate for such a niche issue. Fortunately, it wasn't long before someone steered the topic back on track. A small Blogger with only a few hundred followers made a video with a sensational title. With this thing, you actually care whether what Tianyu Group is doing is legal? Once the video was released, it quickly gained traction on the site, racking up millions of likes. The content was simple, mainly extracting the last segment about the exoskeleton armor from the video sent by Tianshu, while also including parts of the video from a few days ago where the powered armor intercepted those islanders and the hurried fleet, accompanied by some text. Did you all forget about the powered armor that Tianyu Group sent out when those islanders stormed the island? Wow, although the one shown at the end of this video look a bit different from the previous two, aren't they still powered armor? With so many of these things, why do they even need to care about the law? The bald eagle should think twice before trying to mess with the Tianyu Group, right? As netizens saw this, they immediately recalled the powered armor that had just sparked heated discussions online a few days ago. Looking at the nearly 100 meticulously arranged exoskeleton armors on the screen, they were all stunned. Wow, if all these are like the powered armor from that day, not only can they fly but they can also withstand grenade explosions at close range. That's really a bit over the top, isn't it? I can't even imagine how explosive it would be if our Jojo army were equipped with such amazing stuff. To be fair, no wonder the Tianyu Group dares to claim this island even though they know those Westerners have bad intentions. They must have some confidence here. Amidst the astonishment of many netizens who felt they had uncovered the truth, Tianshu directly took to the Tianyu Group's official account and replied in the comments section of the video. These armors only appeared for less than 2 seconds, and to notice them, the blogger is quite impressive. I can give everyone some information about these armors. The ones that appeared a few days ago guarding the island are our Tianyu Group's latest developed powered armor, officially named the Tianbing 1 All-Terrain Multifunctional Powered Armor. Its capabilities are quite powerful, able to operate in the sky, sea, and even in the weightlessness of space while still maintaining combat effectiveness. The ones shown in the video are our group's Guardian-type exoskeleton armor, which has already reached a considerable level of maturity in technology. There is a significant gap between the two. Compared to powered armor, exoskeleton armor has many limitations and can only support ground combat without modifications. This serious explanation wasn't really meant to educate people on the differences between powered armor and exoskeleton armor. Of course, it wasn't to show off either. Tianshu is an AI and doesn't need emotional validation from others. The purpose of saying all this was merely to warm up the exoskeleton armor. If they didn't hype up both the exoskeleton and powered armor, how could they sell them later? Sure enough, as soon as the official account of the website made a serious statement, it caught the attention of many who stumbled upon the video. It quickly rose to the top. With all this powered armor and exoskeleton armor, why don't I understand any of it? Bro, could you explain it in detail? Why do I recognize every word, but when they're put together, I can't make sense of it? Wait, did I miss something big? With all this armor talk, why does it sound so strange? Is this still the 21st century? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Brothers, listen to my analysis. These so-called humanoid armors are fundamentally unreasonable designs, requiring too high a demand for materials. If there were such amazing materials, wouldn't it be much better to build a tank than these armors? Surely they can't just be made to look cool. What kind of formula are you talking about? You mean those large mechs from anime and movies? Those things indeed have no practical combat significance, but what does that have to do with exoskeleton armor? If these powered and exoskeleton armors are truly useful, then the people wearing them would be super soldiers, and the combat enhancement for the army would be absolutely enormous. No need for it. Didn't the powered armor already demonstrate its combat capabilities a few days ago? It took bullets and withstood grenades without a scratch, and it can fly with immense strength, definitely a super soldier. If this exoskeleton technology matures, it could very well completely change the nature of modern warfare. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking invention. The Tianyu Group dares to boast, but do you really believe it? The bald eagle hasn't even developed such technology. What makes you think you can? Think a little, stop bragging, and be more pragmatic. Upstairs, turn to manual. For a moment, the comments section was filled with discussions. But in reality, most people remain skeptical. After all, whether it's powered armor or exoskeleton armor, they are revolutionary products that seem a bit too advanced for the current blue star. Such things belong in a sci-fi movie, where the audience would cheer in excitement. But when they appear in reality, people just find it hard to believe. A few days ago, many people indeed watched the scenes of powered armor in action. However, only a few saw it live at the first moment. Most learned about it through clips of the live broadcast. Moreover, the attempt to send islanders to the island to annoy Suchen failed and backfired. Consequently, the Western high-ups unanimously chose to suppress news related to this incident. As a result, there was hardly any coverage of that day's events on foreign websites, leading many to believe it was all fake news, that the videos were fabricated, and that nothing of the sort actually happened. So even now, when the official account of Tianyu Group comes out to discuss these matters, many still do not believe it. However, Tianshu does not care about such things. Controversial topics are easier to spread. It also knows that Su Chen is a person with a very dark sense of humor, particularly fond of using alternate accounts to settle scores with those who made outrageous statements. That came back to bite them. Now, it is deliberately vague and not clarifying things, intending to provide its boss with material for some online amusement. Soon, the debate over whether powered armor and exoskeleton armor are real or fake had not yet reached a conclusion when some observant individuals discovered even more explosive information from the video released by Tian Shu. The video appeared to be a sped-up edit, but in reality, from the start of the island's transformation to its completion, it was all one continuous shot, with only acceleration and no cuts in between. Initially, when the blogger mentioned this, some viewers were confused, asking what was so special about it if it wasn't edited. Then the blogger pointed out the most critical part. Brothers, are you blind? The segment about transforming the island only went dark 3 times throughout the entire video. Do you know what that means if there were no edits? It means they completed the entire transformation of the island and the construction of buildings within just 3 days. Sure enough, this person was bombarded with insults. The main issue was that transforming such a large island and constructing so many buildings in just 3 days was even more fantastical than the exoskeleton and powered armor. The key point was that anyone could see that most of the plants were just seedlings when they were first planted, and by the end of the video, they had all grown. To say this could be done in 3 days was simply too counterintuitive. As for the claim that the video content was unedited, while it was reasonable, the vast majority of people, based on common sense, believed it had to be edited, condensing a lengthy construction process into this short video. However, soon, aside from the initial discoverer, many video editing professionals came forward to address this issue. Some even analyzed the video frame by frame, proving that it had absolutely not been edited, only sped up. This led many to change their opinions once again. Before long, the internet was divided into 2 factions, those who believed Tianyu group completed the island transformation in 3 days and those who did not. The 2 groups argued heatedly, and simultaneously, different factions also clashed over the armor issues. One could only say that Tian Shu, as an AI, truly excelled at playing the internet game. A simple video had stirred up the rhythm, leaving the onlookers bewildered. But clearly, its goal had been achieved. Without arguments, where would the attention come from? How to attract more people to focus on the ceremony for the establishment of Tianyu Group's headquarters? How to promote the reputation of exoskeleton armor to attract buyers? Everything was within Tian Shu's plan. Of course, if it wanted to, it could easily hack into the backends of major websites to forcefully drive traffic and increase attention. But that would be playing outside the rules. Following Su Chen, it had almost gotten used to being a lawless rogue, but most of the time, Tian Shu was still much more rule-abiding than humans. When Tian Shu was frantically stirring up trouble, the island of Tianyu Group finally welcomed its first batch of guests. As 5 of the latest transport planes from Zhozhou slowly landed at the airport, the official delegation from Zhozhou had finally arrived on Panglai Island. Using transport planes to bring people was clearly a waste, but there was no other choice. After all, no one had come here before today. Zhozhou thought that the airport Su Chen mentioned was a makeshift battlefield airport, so they naturally didn't dare to just send a few commercial passenger planes over. Leading the delegation was, of course, Old Lin. Not only did he have a good relationship with Su Chen, but his status and qualifications were also sufficient to represent Zhozhou outside. To promote the products, Su Chen had really gone all out this time. Not only was there a red carpet laid out, but on both sides of the carpet there was also a welcoming formation made up of 50 security soldiers in exoskeleton armor. As soon as Old Lin got off the plane and saw Su Chen, he wanted to complain about why the airport was so well done if he hadn't been informed earlier. Before he could say anything, he was struck dumb by the sight of the exoskeleton armor. These exoskeleton armors look a bit different from the one you showed us a couple of days ago. Is this the kind of powered armor your company has developed? Old Lin's gaze was fixed on the armor, unable to look away. A couple of days ago, when he had given Zhozhou's officials a portion of the shares for the metal hydrogen battery, Su Chen had hinted at selling them exoskeleton armor. He had shown them a sample and even let them take it back. Of course, the most important technologies in these exoskeletons were the materials and energy sources, so they couldn't reverse engineer it after taking it back. The technological gap was too vast. This thing was almost like magic on Blue Star. Therefore, after the military experts from Zhozhou took it back, there had been no news for days. No, our company's powered armor is limited and already has task assignments. This is a different type of exoskeleton armor. Su Chen waved his hand. Let's go, a spot has already been arranged for you in the venue. No, there's no rush. Old Lin quickly replied. Isn't it still not time? How about we discuss this exoskeleton armor a bit more? I think we have a lot of room for cooperation in this area. He had tested the waters before and knew very well that Su Chen couldn't sell that kind of combat-capable powered armor, but there was definitely room for negotiation on these exoskeletons. Haven't we already given you a set? Have you figured it out? Do you want to purchase more? Su Chen asked with a half-smile. Of course we need to purchase.
The military side wants us to initially procure 100,000 sets of the exoskeleton armor you provided, and we are already in talks with your company, Old Lin said, feeling a bit emotional. I really don't know how you managed to create something like this. A lightweight exoskeleton, with that thin layer of frontal armor, can actually withstand a 30mm cannon. Our military experts were amazed by the internal structure after disassembling it. It's simply a genius design. The sample Su-chen provided to the Jojo military was actually just the most basic model from the batch of exoskeletons he had. It was tentatively named the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor. It was also the lightest among the several different exoskeletons he had. The thickness of the chest armor was only 5mm. Although it also used the X7674 special alloy for the armor, according to the direct data of the X7674 special alloy, it should not be able to withstand the impact of 30mm armor-piercing rounds. The effectiveness was mainly due to its intricate internal design, which could reduce the bullet's kinetic energy to a certain extent, allowing the armor to endure less impact. This is similar to the fact that under the same materials and thickness, tanks with sloped armor have much stronger defense than those with vertical armor. With excellent materials, there must also be excellent design to maximize the effectiveness of the materials. In the world of Bailu, there are so many outlaws, and the frequency of war is much higher than on Blue Star, so there are naturally merits in weapon design. By the way, that metal hydrogen battery you use as a power source in the exoskeleton is a bit outrageous, isn't it? It's only about that big, probably just 1 or 2 kilograms, and it can actually support high-intensity operations of the exoskeleton. For a week? How on earth did you manage to create this thing? The old scholars at the Academy of Sciences barely have any hair left, and now they're really going to be bald. Old Lin complained as he walked. To be honest, I came here with a bunch of tasks, and the first one is to ask how you guys made these things. If it weren't for the laws in this world, I think they would want to grab your researchers from Tanyu Group and open their heads to see what's inside. He had seen quite a bit of the world. After serving in the military for over a decade, most of his subsequent work was related to the military. He considered himself quite familiar with the development process of the military, and had considerable insights into how various new weapons and equipment were invented and used. However, the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton that Su-chen provided still brought him a huge shock, mainly because this thing was just a bit too outrageous. Once soldiers put it on and undergo some training, their marching speed can easily exceed 100 kilometers per hour, with a normal load capacity of over 1 ton. In extreme cases, they can carry up to 1.8 tons for a short time, and if we disregard the potential damage to the armor, even 2 tons is not impossible to carry. The endurance is even more astonishing. With just a small battery inserted, if they do nothing but use the exoskeleton for rapid marching, in ideal conditions, they can run nearly 15,000 kilometers. Even if we set aside energy loss from different terrains and the driver's ability to endure, they can still run at least 10,000 kilometers without running out of power. Moreover, even if the power runs out, replacing the battery allows them to continue. Compared to this thing's load capacity of over a ton, a mere battery weighing less than 2 kilograms is insignificant. It's only because we are in a relatively peaceful period. If war breaks out, if Jojo can equip a large number of these armors, it would be a dimensional strike against the armies of various countries on Blue Star. There's no need for airdrops or landings, just starting from the homeland and running on 2 legs, they could breach the Eurasian continent within a week. Although Su-chen hadn't thoroughly understood the parameters of these exoskeleton armors before, hearing Old Lin boast about them now didn't come as a surprise. This is basic equipment used by ground forces of interstellar civilizations on landing planets. Not to mention, the endurance must be maximized. In Bailu's words, wars involving entire planets often take a year or more to establish a long-term base on the ground, even after completely neutralizing the opponent's defenses in space. Because everyone has all sorts of impressive weapons, facing a planet with no foundation, even if you have air superiority, it's still difficult to establish a foothold on the surface. Similar to the orbital airborne brigades under her command, when it comes to airdropping into unfamiliar planets for combat, they are merely cannon fodder, serving only to disrupt the enemy's ground deployment and clear a safe zone for subsequent forces to establish a base. Similarly, as cannon fodder, elite soldiers with powered armor can escape the planet's surface if they sense danger, relying on the powerful performance of their armor. Those in exoskeletons can only fight for survival amidst the chaos. In such situations, it is essential to ensure that the exoskeleton has long endurance. Throwing people down as cannon fodder is already inhumane enough. They went down, and after just a couple of days, the armor ran out of power. Who the hell would want to play with you? Old Lin was blowing smoke about the armor that Su-chen provided, and when he felt it was about time, he finally revealed his true intentions. Little Su, I see that the exoskeleton here is quite different from the one you sold us. Do you think you could whip up a few more sets for me? Seeing that the old man had laid the groundwork for so long just to state his purpose, Su-chen didn't even think before refusing. Don't even think about it.
To be honest, the model sold to you is the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor, while the one you see now is our latest Sentinel-3 exoskeleton armor. It's not for sale, we're keeping it for our own use. Although old Lin had already guessed it, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. What a pity, this thing looks way stronger than the exoskeleton you gave us.
The Sentinel-3 is classified as heavy exoskeleton armor in our lineup. I won't bore you with the specifics, but, simply put, it can tear apart the mainstream main battle tanks in the world. The so-called Sentinel series was just a name Su Chen casually came up with after getting it on the
production line.
Bai Lu had given him 3 different production lines for exoskeleton armor, each designed and manufactured by different arms dealers from their world, and they had no real connection, with vastly different design styles. The only commonality was that these exoskeletons shared the exoskeleton rating standards of their interstellar
federation.
The 3 types of armor represented light, medium, and heavy models.
The medium exoskeleton armor, named Sentinel-3 by Su Chen, would be a standout even in Bai Lu's world.
There weren't many that could surpass it, aside from those specially made exoskeletons. The power armors Bai Lu provided could only be considered light power armors in their world, and compared to this heavy exoskeleton, they might not even be fully superior. Many parameters of the heavy exoskeleton were even more exaggerated than those of the power armors. So, Su Chen was destined not to sell this thing.
So, you still have medium exoskeletons? Can you sell them? Old Lin's eyes lit up. Su Chen glanced at him but didn't say much. Sometimes, not saying anything is already equivalent to saying something. Not refusing obviously meant it was possible.
In fact, for Su Chen, the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton was
positioned as something anyone in the world could buy. Whoever dared to buy it,
he would dare to sell. However, the more powerful medium exoskeleton, Sentinel-2, had certain
purchasing thresholds.
Currently, he planned to sell it to a company in Zhou, and whether he would sell it to others later was still up for discussion.
As for the Sentinel-3
heavy exoskeleton and power armor, they were not for sale, at least not for now.
He originally intended to sell the medium exoskeleton to Zhou, so he wouldn't outright refuse.
But even if he were to sell such things, it wouldn't be that simple. It couldn't just be about collecting money.
The specifics of how to sell it, how much, and what Zhou would
need to pay in return still had room for negotiation. There was no rush. Old Lin clearly understood his meaning and didn't press further, instead starting to evaluate the
situation on the island. Did you really manage to get all this done in 3 days?
Although he had already seen satellite images before coming, Old Lin still found it hard to
believe once he was on the island.
Those tall buildings and the greenery on the surrounding ground didn't look like they had sprouted in just 3 days.
Zhou was known for its infrastructure prowess, but even they had to bow down to the efficiency of the Tianyu group. Mainly, this thing just didn't seem scientific at all. It was completed in 3 days, but there are quite a few drawbacks.
Most of the things on the island can only be looked at for now. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Su Chen replied simply. Incredible. Old Lin couldn't help but exclaim.
Incredible things are everywhere, just keep a calm mindset.
At your age, if you get scared on my island, I can't take the responsibility. What are you talking about? I, the old man, have seen a lot in my time, alright?
Old Lin scoffed at this. Although he had been amazed all the way with his mental fortitude, he would only sigh and wonder, how could he possibly be scared? Just then, in the gap of their conversation, a landing craft suddenly swooped down from the sky, landing
right next to the transport plane.
Only about 10 meters off the ground did it adjust its flying posture, finally hovering less than a meter from the ground before slowly
landing.
The old man, who had just claimed to have seen the world, was instantly dumbfounded, standing there with his mouth agape. After a long while, he finally pointed at the
landing craft and stammered, What is this?
Oh, this is a flying vehicle developed by our company.
Not bad, right? Su Chen smiled and said, it has a payload of 1,000
tons, and it can go up into the sky or down to the sea without any issues.
You mean this thing can go to space?
Old Lin swallowed hard, his eyes shining as he looked at the
landing craft.
Don't just talk about space, its speed can completely escape the gravity of Blue Star, it can even go to the moon.
Seeing the old man's expression as if he wanted to climb up and kiss it, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, not for sale, so don't even think about it.
What a pity, what a pity. He said this, but Old Lin's eyes never
left the landing craft. Halfway through, he pointed at the obvious weapon mounts and the clearly movable hatch on the bottom of the landing craft, asking, what is this? A weapon system? Yeah, mainly for ground strikes.
1,000-ton payload, can go to space, and can strike the ground. Old Lin couldn't help but gasp, isn't this thing
invincible?
With the current technology of Blue Star humans, dealing with ultra-high altitude units dozens of kilometers above ground is already quite difficult.
Not to mention even higher positions.
Hearing Su Chen's words, Old Lin couldn't help but imagine flying this vehicle hundreds of kilometers into space, dropping all sorts of random things, while the
opponents could only stare in disbelief.
Hearing him say that, Su Chen didn't hold back, confidently stating, in terms of current human technology, it really is invincible. Alright, we have reception staff prepared for you behind, we'll chat more later.
With that, he walked directly towards the landing craft, which had just opened its hatch. The
only reason he sent a landing craft to pick them up was, of course, his parents. As he approached, he saw Yuling helping his mother, Li, down, while his father curiously
surveyed the surroundings.
Previously, Suchen had told his family that he had made a bit of money in business. Later, as the Tianyu Group grew larger, he simply stopped pretending and revealed to his family that he was the boss of Tianyu Group with an uncountable fortune. At first, he had hidden it because his strength wasn't quite enough, and he had
many concerns. He was also afraid of scaring his parents.
But as his strength grew, those concerns faded, and during this time, he continuously raised their threshold to increase
their acceptance capacity.
Naturally, there was nothing inconvenient to say anymore.
Bringing his parents here didn't have any other meaning, mainly, they wanted to see for themselves. Before coming, they already knew today was a big day for Tianyu Group, so they didn't linger much. After chatting with Su Chen for a few words, they urged him to get busy. Then they were taken by Yuling to tour the island that belonged to their son. Yuling was clearly very willing to do this, including picking up Su Chen's parents. It was Yuling who took the initiative. Although it was their first meeting, it was not hard to see that she had already made a good impression in front of the two elders. After learning about the relationship between the two, Su Chen's mother specifically pulled him aside to quietly ask when he and Yuling would get married, insisting that such a good girl must not be taken away by someone else. This left Su Chen at a loss.
He wanted to say that the last person who dared to flirt with Yuling now had their entire
family's grave overgrown with grass. Moreover, he and Yuling had already obtained their marriage certificate.
But it was not something he could easily say. If he did, his mother
would probably first think about when he would go home to get the household registration book. As for the quotas for JoJo, aside from the 100 that were for JoJo
itself, the other 200 were distributed quite evenly among various countries.
Many nations sent representatives to attend. Due to the limited number of spots, there were
naturally no media from other countries present. Only a few official media outlets from JoJo were qualified to go to the island. This was arranged after JoJo's officials
consulted with Tianyu Group in advance.
If Tianyu Group had not given their approval, there would not have been any media on the island at all. Although there were few media outlets,
it did not mean that the momentum of the inauguration ceremony was small.
From the moment the JoJo media set foot on the island, a live broadcast was already underway globally. The official media's presence, combined with the recent buzz surrounding Tianyu Group online, quickly attracted a large audience. There had already been heated discussions online about how long it took to build Penglai Island. Now that the live broadcast had started, it was inevitable that there would be another round of debates in the chat room. Although the officials knew that the island was completed by Tianyu Group in just 3 days, since Tianyu Group did not disclose this information, they certainly would not go out of their way to explain, allowing the audience to argue among themselves. However, as the live camera delved deeper into the island with the reporters, the debates quickly turned into various exclamations. Not to mention anything else, the scenery on this island is truly beautiful. Indeed, with blue skies, white clouds, and crystal clear waters. There's no pollution in sight. If it were open for vacationing, I would want to go see it. Dream on, didn't you see what Tianyu Group's official website said? This island will be one of the benefits for Tianyu Group employees in the future, and it is currently not considering opening to the public. I have friends working at Tianyu Group, and it's true. They even showed me the latest employee benefits list, which includes information about Penglai Island. Every employee of Tianyu Group can vacation on the island for a month each year, bringing up to 3 relatives, with travel and accommodation fully covered. Moreover, this is the headquarters of Tianyu Group, and employees working at headquarters can live there long term. Once they reach a certain length of service, they will also be allocated housing. Did you see the other buildings on the island besides the headquarters? Most of them are residential buildings allocated to employees. Schools, hospitals, and other facilities will be established later, and it won't be long before this place becomes a fully equipped city. I don't recommend Tianyu Group giving such benefits to employees because our company doesn't. Sour grapes, I'm so jealous. When Tianyu Group was hiring, I met all the requirements perfectly. I originally wanted to go, but then my boss specifically came to talk to me, saying that the benefits at Tianyu Group must be a scam. I actually believed his nonsense. What a boss. I start work at 8. I don't understand. Can any insiders tell me when Tianyu Group will be hiring next? No other intentions, I just want to contribute to Tianyu Group. If you want a luxury sea view room, just say so. By the way, this island is rented by Tianyu Group, so it doesn't count as our JoJo territory, right? Isn't going there like going abroad? Do we need to get a passport? I specifically asked about this yesterday, and there's no passport for Penglai Island. I don't know, but I heard from friends who work there that it seems they don't need a passport at all. They flew directly over on a military transport plane. To be honest, if there's no need for a passport, visa, or any other extra proof, then aside from the distance, going to Penglai Island is indeed more convenient than going to some places domestically, right? It's hard to say. Anyway, it seems that currently there's no need for that.
both the officials and Tianyu Group have tacitly acknowledged that employees can come and go without any documents. There are too many points to discuss regarding Tianyu Group, especially since this is a live broadcast from an official media outlet. Soon, the number of viewers across several different live streams exceeded 5 million. As time went on, the completion ceremony of Tianyu Group's headquarters was finally approaching. The live broadcast perspective shifted from various areas of the island to the main building of Tianyu Group, which serves as a landmark. The building, over 2,000 meters high, is nearly impossible to see the top of when viewed from the ground. Surrounding it, the other skyscrapers are all at least 1,500 meters tall. Being in this environment felt like suddenly transitioning from a picturesque island to a metropolitan city made of steel and concrete, especially since the photographer responsible for this angle specifically provided a low-angle shot looking up from the ground. This instantly amazed the viewers watching the live stream. Just then, a highly futuristic-looking flying vehicle abruptly appeared in the sky between the tall buildings and hovered in midair. For a moment, even the photographer was stunned. The landing craft that had just appeared at the airport didn't stay long. It dropped off people and left. Therefore, not many had seen it. Even the on-site photographer was taken aback, let alone the online viewers. The already dense barrage of comments seemed to be cut off by some mysterious force the moment the landing craft appeared in the frame, leaving a large blank space in the entire scene. After a moment, an even denser barrage of comments began to flood in, instantly filling the entire livestream with reactions like "Wow" and "What is that thing?" This fervent barrage peaked as the landing craft descended smoothly and finally landed at the entrance of the building, especially when the hatch opened, and 6 power armors along with dozens of Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeletons jogged out and lined up along the road. The moment Su Chen held Yuling's hand and walked out of the landing craft, the audience's astonishment reached its climax. Such a flashy entrance was clearly devised by Su Chen himself. The effect was remarkable. Even Lin Lao too, who had seen the landing craft before, was now gaping, completely dazed. He couldn't help but think how impressive it was. Tianyu Group was putting on such a grand show today, and he had known in advance that unlike previous press conferences hosted by Yuling, this time Su Chen would make a personal appearance. Naturally, he was curious about how he would present himself in such an occasion. He never expected it to be such a bold move. Earlier, everyone was wondering why there was such a large open space at the entrance of the main building. Now they realized it was reserved for Su Chen to show off. With the spaceship entering, power armors clearing the way, and heavy exoskeletons lined up on both sides, this kind of spectacle was truly impressive. Lin Lao too couldn't help but slap his grandson on the head. Did you see that? Learn from them. This is what you call an innate show off. If you had even a third of Su Chen's flair, would you still be single until now? Lin Yilong, whose eyes were glued to the power armors and had no interest in Su Chen's display, was inexplicably slapped by his grandfather and momentarily didn't react. Hearing him mention Su Chen, he instinctively said, "Grandpa, let's not talk about showing off. For now, aren't you on good terms with Su Chen? Can you help me get a set of that power armor?" Slap. Another smack landed on the back of his head, and Lin Laotu said irritably, "What good thing are you thinking? Even if I could get it, I'd have to try it out myself first to see if this treasure is any good. How could it be your turn? Grandpa, this is high technology. You wouldn't understand at your age. Hey, you little brat, I'm trying to teach you something, and now you're lecturing me? So what if I'm over 90? Can you beat me?" Old Lin immediately became displeased. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilong dared not argue anymore. Although the old man was 90, after drinking the life water, his physical condition should be around that of a 40-year-old, even healthier and stronger than most middle-aged people in their 40s. Plus, he had fought on the battlefield in his youth with rich combat experience. If it came down to a real fight, Lin Yilong, as a young man, would indeed struggle against the old man. Moreover, as his grandson, even if he could win, he wouldn't dare to fight. He could only quickly point ahead and say, "No, no, no, we're doing serious business here. Wait, there are experts?" Along with his exclamation, there were numerous spectators on site and viewers in the livestream expressing their astonishment. As Su Chen and Yuling walked to the center of the venue beneath the building, under the gaze of thousands, Yuling glanced at the barren surroundings and then gently waved her hand. Suddenly, tender sprouts emerged from the soil in the flower bed that had been empty. These sprouts quickly grew, spread out, and eventually bloomed. In an instant, countless fragrant flowers filled the open space at the base of the building, with various vines covering the ground of the passageway, adorned with flowers of all colors. Moreover, it wasn't just flowers that sprouted from the flower bed. There were also many trees. These trees, like the blooming vines, grew rapidly and eventually blossomed into vibrant flowers. For a moment, the entire street at the entrance of the building was filled with a refreshing floral scent, creating a scene so dreamy it felt unreal. Is this science? Now I finally understand how Tianyu Group managed to plant trees all over the barren island in just 3 days. Turns out they can do magic. This is really absurd. Stop it, what magic? This is clearly achieved through some kind of video technology.
In my opinion, including the spaceship entrance earlier, it was probably all synthesized using AI or some other means.
Don't doubt me, I specialize in AI. And no one here knows better than I do. Hey, are you here, Brother Dong? Laughing to death. So many spectators on site look completely bewildered. How could this be fake? You laugh at nothing. There are only a few hundred people here. If Tianyu Group wants them to laugh or cry, it's just a matter of a word. Who would dare not cooperate? They could hire a few actors to put on a show, and you all get confused, believing this is so fake. You really have no brains. Do you know who those people are? Actors? You think you can invite generals from the Jojo military to act? And that old white man in the corner on the right, he's a 4-star general of the Eagle Nation, and next to him is the spokesperson of the Black Palace, the president's secretary. Are these people actors? Are you crazy, or is the world crazy? A simple analysis shows this is definitely not magic. I suspect it's some kind of technology that stimulates rapid plant growth. Then I'd rather believe this is a holographic projection technology developed by their company, creating a lifelike projection on site. Why can't it be some kind of optical cloaking technology? These flowers and trees were originally here, and when she waved her hand, the projection gradually faded, revealing them on camera. They didn't just appear out of nowhere, there was a growth process, okay? Optical my foot. Damn it, are we just guessing? Randomly now? Looking at the nonsense you all are guessing, I feel like magic is more reliable. Shut up, just watch. How it was done will be revealed in due time. Why rush? This series of actions flowed seamlessly, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Su-chen looked at the astonished expressions of the guests below and was naturally very satisfied. If you have the conditions and still don't show off, what's the difference from being a salted fish? As for whether he would expose his trump cards and secrets by showing off, for him, the biggest trump card and secret was just one, the trading platform. Even if the rest of the things were exposed, the worst consequence would probably just be scaring a random group of passers-by. Aside from that, everything else was a benefit. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a jade disc is a crime. The things he carried were undoubtedly that exquisite jade disc. If he didn't demonstrate a certain level of strength, it was only a matter of time before someone had ulterior motives. Power armor and exoskeletons were indeed impressive and had enough deterrent power. However, in the face of absolute interests, it was not impossible for someone to take risks. Even though currently on this planet, almost nothing could threaten him except for nuclear bombs, anyone who dared to have ill intentions towards him would find he had the capability to strike back. But he was not completely invincible yet. If a conflict truly arose, who knew what would happen if things escalated? It could very well lead to a complete reset of Blue Star Online. A world that was utterly destroyed did not align with his interests. Therefore, there was no need to hide all the good things and engage in entrapment. Appropriately revealing some trump cards as a deterrent could save a lot of trouble. Welcome everyone to the inauguration ceremony of the Tianyu Group headquarters. The beginning was, of course, filled with some cliched phrases. As the big boss, Su-chen's presence to speak was enough to reflect the importance Tianyu Group placed on this ceremony. However, given his status, it was impossible for him to stand on stage like a welcoming host reading a script. After welcoming the attendees with Yu Ling in his capacity as a top executive of Tianyu Group, he directly handed the stage over to a professional host. Such a ceremony naturally had its procedures. No matter where it was, the bigger the event, the more cumbersome and complex the ceremony would be, pursuing a so-called sense of ritual. But this was essentially a way for those in power to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. Just like the so-called sense of ritual at the dining table, with a plethora of messy rules about how to eat, the position of wine glasses, and the posture of holding knives and forks. Does eating this way really make it healthier or taste better? Of course not. The idea that holding a wine glass by its rim affects the wine's taste and flavor is nonsense. Aside from the nouveau riche eager to integrate into the so-called noble circles, no one would believe such nonsense. The old lady from John Bull's family certainly didn't have so many pretentious rules in her lifetime, nor did anyone say her etiquette was problematic. The fact is that most of the so-called etiquette was created out of thin air by the wealthy and idle to draw a line between themselves and ordinary people, because before entering the industrial society, the vast majority of ordinary people simply didn't have the energy to study such things. Only a small portion of it was genuinely healthy habits. And whether it was Su-chen or Tianyu Group, it was clear they didn't need to highlight their grandeur through such cumbersome etiquette and so-called sense of ritual. Therefore, at his request, the inauguration ceremony for the headquarters was very streamlined, with nothing too complicated. About 10 minutes later, as he was invited by the host to the stage to cut the ribbon, the inauguration ceremony for the Tianyu Group headquarters and the completion of the first phase of the transformation project for Penglai Island came to an end. The process was so simple that it left the attendees in shock. But would these people look down on Su-chen and Tianyu Group because of this? Clearly not. Although the ceremony was simplified to the point of being rudimentary, who could say that arriving by spaceship and having a moment of inspiration didn't carry a certain prestige? Not to mention that representatives from dozens of important Countries around the world were present. Who in the world could claim that their future ceremonies would be more grand than this brief ceremony of Tianyu Group? The inauguration ceremony for the group headquarters had ended, but the real main event was just beginning. Previously, Su Chen had let Tian Shu leak some information about the exoskeleton armor of the Tianyu Group through social networks, as well as news about a new product launch event following the completion ceremony of the headquarters. Many astute individuals, just from the rumors online, had keenly sensed the connection between the two events, not to mention the elite political figures present. So when the ceremony concluded, Su Chen not only did not leave but instead walked back onto the stage under the gaze of many eyes. Everyone knew something big was about to happen. I believe you have already guessed that after the completion ceremony of our headquarters, we have prepared some other programs, such as the new product launch. I can probably guess some of the reasons why everyone came to Penglai Island. Besides wanting to explore the island, it's mainly out of interest in our new products. As for the island construction issues, I'm currently not in a position to disclose anything, but since you are all here, it wouldn't be right for Tianyu Group to not show any hospitality. So we will present some new products that were originally scheduled to be launched at least a month later. Of course, these are all mature products that can be sold immediately after the launch. Tianyu Group has never showcased half-finished products. I know. You probably don't want to hear too much talk, so let's get straight to the point. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the ground of the exhibition stage split apart and a display platform rose from below. On the platform was a rectangular block resembling a brick. At the same time, the headquarters building of Tianyu Group behind Su Chen transformed into a massive screen. The item on the display was projected in close-up on the screen for everyone present to see clearly. What is this? A black block that looks like some kind of plastic material. What does this have to do with the flying armor? No way. Some informed individuals from Jojo naturally recognized the object as a metal hydrogen battery. However, most foreigners thought Su Chen was going to showcase the power armor and exoskeletons, and it was hard to guess what this was at first, until a researcher from the Eagle Empire, who had come with the team, wiped his eyes and looked at the inconspicuous positive and negative terminals on the battery, tentatively stood up to ask Su Chen, could it be a type of battery? You guessed it right, but unfortunately, I didn't prepare a reward. Su Chen smiled. This is the latest product from Tianyu Energy, a subsidiary of Tianyu Group. It is made with a completely different structure and materials compared to all batteries currently on the market. The mainstream in the market should be lithium batteries, right? I can clearly tell you that it is completely different from lithium batteries. It is metal hydrogen battery. I won't go into detail about the specific principles. I'm sure no one came here to listen to me recite academic papers. Let me briefly share some of its general data. First is the most important issue of energy density for batteries. Within the same volume, the energy density of a metal hydrogen battery is 900 times that of gasoline. What? How many times? This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely don't believe it. Before Su Chen could finish his sentence, the entire exhibition hall erupted. Of course, since most of those present were political figures from various countries, there weren't many actual researchers, so most people were left dumbfounded upon hearing this data, with only a few knowledgeable individuals unable to contain themselves upon hearing this terrifying number. There were only about a dozen of these people. After all, the quotas for each country were limited, and many countries only sent 1 or 2 representatives, with few able to bring their own researchers along. However, just the exclamations of these dozen or so people created quite a stir, forcing Su Chen to pause his boasting. However, he wasn't actually bothered by it. If these people weren't surprised, how could it highlight just how impressive the products of Tianyu Group are? That's the effect they wanted, right? 900 times more than gasoline? What nonsense is this? No wonder the boss of Tianyu Group is saying such things. For a moment, I couldn't tell if he was joking or serious. It's clearly nonsense. I suspect this guy doesn't understand technology at all and has no concept of the numbers he's throwing around. The energy density is 900 times that of gasoline, and it's a controllable battery. Anyone with even a little knowledge in this area wouldn't say something so outrageous. It's over. Who wrote this draft? After today, their job is probably in jeopardy. Do you think it's possible that what he's saying is true? That this battery's energy density is really 900 times that of gasoline? What a load of crap. If that were true, I'd go downstairs and eat the community's greenbelt. It's too ridiculous. The brainless fans of Tianyu Group really go out without their brains. Believing this is like walking down the street and someone telling you're not born of your mother but of a monkey, and you actually believe it. What's the difference? The people up top are in a frenzy. Do you even know what metallic hydrogen is? Are they really calling it that? If it were a metallic hydrogen battery, the energy density might actually be that high, but the challenge is how they managed to make it into a battery. No way. Hydrogen, how can that have anything to do with metal? I may not have read much, but I can pass middle school chemistry, so don't try to fool me. Nothing is impossible. I have a feeling Tianyu Group is really going to pull something big this time. Just wait and see. I think so too. If this is true, it would explain the previous debates about what energy source to use for powered armor. They really have black technology. Indeed, with such a high energy density battery, using current technology to create an exoskeleton armor is not out of the question. Wait a minute, if this battery is really that amazing, oh no, I need to quickly sell all my energy stocks. Damn it, I just bought an electric car. The audience on site was stunned and incredulous, and those watching the live stream were no better off. Moreover, there were even more people in the live chat, making it easier for thoughts to spiral. Some thought it was fake, while others, having seen the unreasonable products released by Tianyu Group before, believed it was all true. The two factions hadn't even had time to start arguing when someone immediately sensed something was off, especially those involved in stocks and funds, with their keen instincts quickly realized that something was amiss. Regardless of whether the metallic hydrogen battery from Tianyu Group was real or not, since they dared to announce it now, it would likely be hard to disprove it in the short term. If it couldn't be quickly disproven, then the related sectors in the stock market would inevitably plummet. If they didn't take the opportunity to run before the news spread, when would they? Su-Chen hadn't anticipated that it would trigger such a chain reaction. Of course, the emergence of the metallic hydrogen battery would inevitably affect related companies, but that wasn't even on his radar. Or rather, whether it was Tianyu Group or the Jiuzhou authorities, when faced with a technology that could completely disrupt the entire industry, they wouldn't consider how those who would be crushed by this technology felt. Even if some of those people were from Jiuzhou Enterprises. But so what? It's only natural for old productivity to be replaced by new technology. Compared to their outdated lithium battery technology, Tianyu Group's metallic hydrogen battery clearly represents the future. Ignoring the astonishment of others in the audience, Su-Chen continued to explain the characteristics of the metallic hydrogen battery. I won't go into detail about how metallic hydrogen batteries are made, but essentially, this is a technology that converts hydrogen energy into electrical energy. Compared to the lithium batteries on the market, even if the hydrogen-based metallic hydrogen battery leaks, it won't cause any pollution. Upon hearing this, a Western scientist suddenly raised his hand and said, Mr. Su, if the energy density of this battery is really as high as you say, then once it leaks, people should probably be more concerned about whether it will pollute the environment, right? As far as I know, even TNT explosives don't have a higher energy density. The implication, of course, was a veiled mockery of Su-Chen's earlier claim that the energy density was either false, or that this was a walking bomb, one with greater power than TNT. Su-Chen had anticipated such questions and was not bothered. He simply smiled and said, your concerns are not without merit, but since our research team dares to make a battery with such a high energy density, we certainly have corresponding safety solutions. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a power armor standing nearby, acting as a mascot, immediately walked up. With a flick of his wrist, he drew out a chainsaw sword. Then, in front of so many people present, he directly swung the sword down onto the battery. Sizzle! It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. There was almost no resistance. The battery, along with the display stand beneath it, was sliced in half. The imagined explosion, of course, did not occur. After a few wisps of white smoke, the battery fell completely silent. However, the solid material that resembled metal quickly dissolved upon contact with the air, and soon the outer layer disappeared, revealing a black isolation board inside. Su-Chen bent down to pick up the severed battery and gave it a shake, then placed it back together in the instrument brought by the staff. Two technicians from Tianyu Group hurriedly connected the severed battery with a wire harness, then used a wire connected to a light bulb to attach to the positive and negative terminals of the battery. The moment the light bulb lit up, everyone's minds were left with just two words, awesome. I can't understand it, but I'm greatly shocked. I can understand that it didn't explode when cut, which shows Tianyu Group's technology is impressive. But how is it reasonable that a battery cut in half can still be connected with a broken wire and still discharge power stably? Looking at the battery structure, I guess the battery is divided into sections. And the section that was cut wouldn't affect the other sections. As long as the internal cables are connected, it can still be used, which is easier to explain. It was violently cut open but didn't explode, not even a spark. I really can't understand how they managed to release all the energy from the battery in such a short time if it truly has such a high energy density. I see those dissipating metallic objects, they should be the so-called metallic hydrogen, right? It didn't make a sound while dissipating, and I'm starting to doubt whether the energy density is really that high. Doubt? Didn't they say? These things can be sold after the press conference. If it were a scam, who would come to buy it later? What's the point of deceiving people at such a time? That seems reasonable. A small battery left everyone present speechless, unsure of what to say. Regardless of whether the energy density is true or false, even if it's fake, the fact that this thing can light a bulb when connected to a wire is enough to prove it is indeed a battery. What kind of battery can be violently cut in half without catching fire, smoking, or exploding? There really isn't one on the market right now. Just this technology alone is worth its weight in gold. Not to mention Su-Chen's solemn claim of having an energy density 900 times that of gasoline within the same volume. Once confirmed to be true, it would definitely be a technology that could overturn an entire industry. The people on site were fine. Those watching through the live stream, especially those in the battery-related industry, couldn't help but feel a tightening in their chests.
Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Su Chen, who had conducted a small experiment in public, continued, regarding the safety of the battery, our Tianyu Energy has a very
comprehensive handling plan, so you all need not worry too much.
Of course, with such a high energy density, I know some clients are also interested in exploring its applications in other fields.
We've thoughtfully considered this for you. Please watch the VCR.
As he spoke, he pointed to the large screen behind him.
In the next moment, the screen switched to a different perspective. The crowd was
momentarily stunned before realizing that this was actually the viewpoint from the power armor beside them. They then saw the power armor directly pick up one of the severed batteries from the display stand
and fly into the sky.
In an instant, it arrived at a deserted seaside. From the first-person perspective, the pilot of the power armor casually tossed the half battery into the sea.
Boom! Accompanied
by the intense explosion sound coming from the screen, the audience on site quickly heard the distant blast.
Along with the explosion, the power armor returned after dropping the bomb. You see, as long as you're willing, you can use it as a bomb.
The principle is that the battery has an internal control system that can constantly monitor its status and decide whether to release energy and in what manner.
For the vast majority of mass-produced batteries, we won't leave any backdoors. These batteries can never explode. However, for some batteries supplied for special purposes, these batteries are not just batteries, they are also extremely powerful bombs. Of course, these explosive batteries will only be sold through Tianyu Group's Tianyu military industry. You also don't need to worry about someone cracking the security program to turn a normal battery into an explosive one. I can responsibly tell you that the possibility of this is zero. If any battery purchased from me explodes and causes damage, Tianyu Group will provide tenfold compensation.
Simply put, he not only wants to sell batteries but also bombs. After all, Bai Lu had made it very clear when she gave him this thing that metallic hydrogen, with its absurd energy density, serves as an explosive, which is one of its important uses. Selling it only as a battery would be a huge loss, right? While speaking, Su Chen also shook the half battery in his hand.
The audience below had just witnessed the explosive power of the other half battery, and at this moment, they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Damn, don't be fooled by the fact
that this battery is only palm-sized after being severed. Those who understand the field could probably estimate that the explosive power of that half battery would require at least dozens of kilograms of
TNT to achieve such an effect.
If it exploded in Su Chen's hands, it wouldn't just be him who would be affected.
Dozens of kilograms of TNT equivalent means that this little thing exploding would be no different from a 155mm howitzer shell explosion. Who wouldn't be afraid of that?
However, Su Chen daring to hold such a dangerous item as a toy also indirectly indicates that Tianyu Group has absolute confidence in the safety of the batteries. Otherwise, they wouldn't let their own boss take such risks. Those who were originally skeptical had to believe it was true at this point. After all, Su Chen's demonstration, whether it was the outrageous energy density he mentioned or the incredible safety, had all been showcased live. The evidence was irrefutable. It was impossible not to believe.
By the way, regarding how metallic hydrogen batteries are sold, Tianyu Group currently has only one sales plan, which is by weight.
The value of metallic hydrogen itself is fixed. You can think of it as a type of
gasoline.
The price of the shell that controls and preserves the metallic hydrogen is uncertain and depends on different styles.
This means that whatever kind of battery you want, we can make it. But the more complex and precise the battery shell, the more expensive it will be.
I won't go into more detail on that. Friends interested in purchasing can directly contact Tianyu Energy for inquiries. With that, Su Chen casually tossed the half battery onto the display stand beside him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ground opened up and a Sentinel-1 light exoskeleton was slowly brought onto the stage. This
was another new product that Tianyu Group was preparing to launch.
However, before he could speak, a man with very ordinary clothing and dark skin suddenly stood up and said, "Mr. Su, earlier you mentioned that the explosive metallic hydrogen would be sold by Tianyu military industry. Can it now be sold together with the metallic hydrogen batteries? Can anyone place an order directly?"
Su Chen glanced at the man.
No impression, didn't know where he came from. He immediately replied, "I'm not sure who this friend is, sorry, Mr. Su, I was so shocked by your company's technological prowess that I forgot to introduce myself," the man quickly said.
"I'm from the resistance organization Haas in the central Pakistan, and I'm a logistics procurement officer. It's an honor to witness the completion of Tianyu Group's headquarters.
Central Pakistan, Haas." Su Chen paused for a moment, then quickly remembered that this was the place that had recently been at war.
Central Pakistan was first occupied,
and then completely devastated. It was quite tragic. He hadn't expected that people from such a place would come to the event. But then he thought this was probably the work of Jojo.
After all, the quota was distributed by Jojo.
After a brief contemplation, he casually said, "I've mentioned before, as long as it complies with the laws and regulations of your region, we certainly won't restrict
purchases, no way."
Unexpectedly, before Su Chen could finish his sentence, a sharp voice interrupted him. He turned to find a well-dressed white man, who, without waiting for him to inquire, said, "Mr.
Su, their Haas is an internationally recognized terrorist organization. If Tianyu Group engages in arms trade with them, are you trying to stand against the international community?
This guy seemed very agitated, his face red and neck thick as he spoke rapidly. Suchin had the universal language card, so he could understand what he was saying, but after the man finished, he remained indifferent and said, "What are you saying?
I don't understand."
The man was taken aback, thinking Suchan really didn't understand. But then he realized something was off.
Damn it, Suchan had just been communicating
effortlessly with that procurement officer from Haas. They were clearly using the same language, so why couldn't he understand him? Pressing down the translator who was ready to help, the man immediately stood
up and said, "Mr. Su, I know you can understand me. You'd better take my suggestions seriously. The Haas organization is the enemy of our divine people.
If you openly sell such lethal weapons to them, it's equivalent to being against our divine race." However, Suchin completely ignored him and instead looked at the central Pakistan guy who wanted to buy the metallic hydrogen battery bomb, enthusiastically. Speaking in their language, "Our Tianyu Group treats every customer fairly and justly. You can certainly procure our metallic hydrogen batteries, but if you plan to use them on the battlefield, I suggest you don't rush to place an order. It's best to wait until you've seen our new product launch before deciding,
because the product I'm about to introduce might interest you even more." Saying
this, he took a step back and pointed at the exoskeleton that had just been brought onto the stage, the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton.
This is the latest generation of exoskeleton armor developed by Tianyu military industry under Tianyu Group.
It uses a metallic hydrogen battery as its power source, with a load capacity exceeding 500 kilograms and a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per hour.
The external armor is made from our
group's latest developed X76-74 special alloy, with a chest armor thickness of 5 millimeters. However, due to its unique internal design and the properties of the X76-74 special alloy, its chest armor can withstand
continuous fire from a 12.7mm machine gun.
Even the weakest part of its armor can easily resist shots from all calibers of automatic rifles available on the market today.
Suchan recited the armor data as if reading a menu.
It wasn't that he had memorized the script, he couldn't be bothered to memorize such things. Tianshu read it through the earpiece, and he just needed to follow along.
The data he reported for the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton was far inferior to what Jojo had measured before. This was certainly not him being modest or intentionally underreporting the parameters. The exoskeleton he was
selling, while indeed a Sentinel-1 model, was a stripped-down version that Tianshu had specially adjusted the production line for, lowering the material standards. What Jojo received before was the
genuine article.
The parameters were certainly not comparable. After all, Jojo was his hometown, and he had to take care of it. When doing business with outsiders, he had to make a bit more profit. The key point was that this type of exoskeleton armor was the most basic individual equipment from the White Deer side, with average performance, primarily emphasizing durability.
According to White Deer,
these exoskeletons held a status in their world equivalent to that of the AK-47 in Blue Star, and because of the superior materials used, they were much more durable than the AK-47.
Given the intensity of most wars on Blue Star, this exoskeleton would likely last until the end of time without breaking. If something you buy doesn't break, how would Suchen continue to make money? Arms trade has never been a one-time deal. Hence, this strip-down plan was devised. This is the current data for the stripped-down version of the Sentinel-1. When the Tianyu Group believes the market for this exoskeleton is nearly
saturated, they can release a version of the original Sentinel-1 with fewer modifications and continue selling it. Increase the load capacity by 100 kilograms, boost the speed by a few kilometers per hour, enhance the armor protection a bit more, and add back the stripped-down internal auxiliary aiming module. Then, it can be renamed Sentinel-1 Plus, and later versions could be called Sentinel-1 Super,
Pro, Max, Ultra. Who would dare say this isn't a brand new generation of products?
What? You say you already have the previous exoskeleton and it's completely sufficient, so you won't buy the new
model? Then I might just have to send your competitors the latest model.
The same piece of equipment starts from the stripped-down version and gradually increases the parameters for continued sales,
pulling others into an arms race.
This way, as an arms dealer, he could make big money.
No money? Who says resources aren't money?
Suchen didn't care where these resources came from or how easy they were to
extract. As long as others dared to offer, he dared to take. Just like with Penglai Island.
He didn't care what purpose others had in giving him this. Once the agreement was signed and the goods were delivered, it was his. As Suchen introduced the exoskeleton, the previously furious divine man, who was about to have the translator translate his words into Jojo language to prevent Suchen from continuing to ignore him, suddenly froze in place, his eyes filled with confusion. Tianyu Group had a type of power armor that seemed very impressive, and this was no longer a secret among the high-ranking
officials of the Western camp.
However, they had used many methods over the past few days, both openly and covertly, not to mention obtaining the parameters of the power armor. They couldn't even confirm
how many of these power armors Tianyu Group actually had.
After a group of so-called military experts combined current technology and theories to engage in a bit of speculation, they concluded that the probability of this powered armor being just for show was higher. Although it seemed powerful based on its few demonstrations, the duration of each powered armor deployment was too short. Therefore, Western military experts generally believed that this armor definitely had endurance issues. Of course, if they were to guess again now, they would certainly not think that the powered armor would have endurance problems. After all, Suchen had just announced the metal hydrogen battery. With the metal hydrogen battery as the energy source, there was no need for a built-in micro-cold fusion reactor. The powered armor was already sufficient to handle most situations that could occur on Blue Star. As for using nuclear fusion as a battery, if they knew about that, they would probably faint on the spot. In addition to the endurance issue, these Western military experts raised numerous questions about the powered armor from Tianyu Group. In short, the final conclusion was that while there were indeed many impressive technologies involved, they were definitely more for show than practical, and it would be very difficult to mass-produce, thus posing no threat. This led to the military forces of various Western countries not being as optimistic as these military experts, but they also no longer placed as much importance on the powered armor as they had before. Until now, after Su Chen presented the data for the Sentinel-1 type exoskeleton, which was clearly inferior to the powered armor, those present who thought they had some understanding of Tianyu Group's personal armor were left stunned. Alright, this is basically what it is. If I say too much, I doubt everyone would want to hear it, Suchen said, having reported most of the parameters and then shifted the conversation to the next segment. This made the attendees from various countries, who had even taken out their notebooks to frantically jot down notes, twitch at the corners of their mouths. They wanted to say, "Brother, please continue, I love hearing this." But before they could voice it, they heard Suchen announce something even more explosive than the exoskeleton armor parameters: its price. The Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor, currently Tianyu Group's quoted price is 1 million Kyushu coins each. WTF? 1 million? In Kyushu coins? So cheap? Did I hear that wrong? Once this shocking price was revealed, the audience from other countries gasped in disbelief, unable to believe it was real. In their view, while this thing might not have the firepower of a tank, it excelled in being compact and agile. With a load capacity of 500 kilograms and the ability to mount other weapons, there seemed to be plenty of room for improvement. Adding a Gatling gun and carrying an ammo box on it would be completely feasible. Wasn't this much better than those armored infantry fighting vehicles that cost several million or even tens of millions each? More importantly, given the high technological content of this thing, they thought it should be priced higher. After all, different equipment cannot be quantitatively compared, and this exoskeleton armor was clearly a revolutionary piece of equipment that could change the current warfare model on Blue Star. Even if they converted that 1 million Kyushu coins to Eagle coins, they wouldn't see any problem with it. However, this was all from the perspective of bystanders. Su Chen and Tianyu Group's decision to price the exoskeleton armor at this level was certainly not without reason. First of all, the cost of this thing was low. The most important cost for high-tech products is actually the research and development cost. This was a production line they had picked up for free, so the R&D cost was virtually non-existent, and there was naturally no need to consider the cost recovery in this regard. With only material and production costs to consider, the average production cost of each Sentinel-1 exoskeleton was less than 6,000 Kyushu coins. Not to mention the Sentinel-1 lightweight exoskeleton, even the Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton had an average production cost of less than 10,000 Kyushu coins. The cost is shockingly low, which is one of the reasons for the cheap selling price. Another important reason is that the production line provided by Bailu is incredibly efficient. The production efficiency is so high that even a death assembly line would have to bow down in admiration, and it operates in a fully automated mode. As long as the materials are sufficient, the production line can assemble 50,000 exoskeleton armors in a single day. If the power is maxed out, it can reach up to 80,000 units in a day. Even for a major country like Jojo, which has a standing army of 2 to 3 million, a single production line running at full speed could arm all of Jojo's forces in just a month. Not to mention other countries. With such production efficiency, this thing is definitely going to be sold in bulk. Selling it too expensively might not be as practical as a strategy of thin profit margins and high sales volume. Moreover, this thin profit margin is already nearly 200 times the profit. Another point is that, at this price, not just countries or organizations can afford it. Many individuals can also buy this armor. And Suchen does not impose any restrictions on personal purchases. As long as you can take it home, you can buy as much as you want. This means that in some relatively free places, it won't just be gunfights every day. The vast majority of civilian and even police firearms are no match for this thing. Therefore, to deal with these potential security risks, it's not just national armies that will be purchasing exoskeleton armors from Tianyu Group. Even law enforcement agencies will be involved. What do you call this? This is called expanding the market where there is none, creating demand where there is no need. Of course, most people present still haven't realized the implications of this. They are merely astonished that Tianyu Group is selling such high-tech products at such low prices. Only old Lin, who is familiar with both sides and knows a lot, seems to have guessed something when he realizes that the exoskeleton armors sold to Jojo and those sold abroad have completely different parameters and prices. His gaze towards Su Chen has changed. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, he would have been unable to resist saying, "You look like a good guy, but I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." After expressing his astonishment at the price, the first to sense something was off was the representative of the divine race. The more he heard Su Chen report those outrageous parameters, the more reassured he felt. Such an impressive item sounds expensive, and since the oil underground in the Middle East is controlled by their divine race, the Haas organization is essentially a bunch of poor folks. How could they afford such equipment? But after Su Chen announced the price, he immediately panicked. At 1 million per unit, it seems they really can't afford it. Not to mention how many they could buy. Even 100 units shouldn't be a problem, right? The divine race's encirclement of the Middle East has already bogged down into urban warfare, making it difficult to advance. If these fearless Haas members were to be equipped with such exoskeleton armors, he shuddered at the thought of how they would fight. These mere mortals dare to carry bombs to find opportunities to blow up their tanks. If they were to get their hands on this exoskeleton, what would happen? Would their divine race's tanks become moving cans? Realizing something was wrong, the divine race representative immediately slammed the table and exclaimed, "Mr. Su, are you sure this is the final price for the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor?" This time, he didn't wait for Su Chen's eye roll and quickly had the translator beside him repeat his words in Jojo language. "Yes, this is the final price for this exoskeleton armor. Is there a problem?" Su Chen replied with a light smile. He could guess that these guys were up to no good again. "I believe that your company selling this weapon at this price will greatly increase global turmoil, create security risks, and affect peace in many regions," the representative of the divine race said solemnly. "I am very serious in presenting these suggestions to you, and I hope you can consider them seriously, such as changing the price of the armor, for example, replacing the 1 million behind it with bald eagle coins. In that case, our divine nation can directly place an order for 1,000 units, showing our sincerity." Su Chen almost couldn't hold back his urge to ask him if he was still half asleep after hearing this. Seriously, telling an arms dealer to love peace is just absurd. He had no idea where this guy got his confidence from. 1,000 units? Even if they sold for 1 million each, that's just $1 billion. Is he trying to throw pennies at a beggar? Su Chen's response was simple: "I'm sorry, but this is the most reasonable price our company has arrived at after serious discussion, and it cannot be changed." The divine representative clearly anticipated this response and did not show any surprise. He then said, "Since the price cannot be changed, I hope your company can refuse to sell armor to the notorious terrorist organization, Haas. They are the enemies of humanity, and I believe that any organization or individual with a shred of conscience should not support such a terrorist organization." Wait, how can you say the word conscience with a straight face? Do you even have any? Su Chen was left speechless. He then turned to the representative of the Haas organization, who was clearly getting anxious and was about to stand up to speak. "We at Tianyu Group naturally have our own views on what kind of organization they are, and I do not quite agree with your perspective. And didn't I say it? Any organization can purchase equipment from Tianyu Group. If you now want me not to sell to them, wouldn't that mean I have to take back what I just said? In that case, what credibility would Tianyu Group have left? Who will compensate for the losses? Moreover, you are afraid that the Haas organization will not be able to compete after purchasing our exoskeletons. But you can buy them too. You can't just..." As Su Chen was saying this, Yu Ling in the audience coughed twice at the right moment, seemingly reminding him of something. He immediately feigned realization. "Oh, I'm sorry, that was my mistake. I didn't think much at the time and forgot that when the Bald Eagle Empire sanctioned our Tianyu Group, your divine nation also joined in the sanctions, and later we included you in our counter-sanction list. Although I said anyone can buy, it is indeed very regrettable that organizations on Tianyu Group's sanction list are not included. The official organizations and all enterprises of the Bald Eagle Empire and your divine nation cannot directly purchase the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor produced by our group." Su Chen smiled slightly, but his words were full of traps. Their national officials couldn't buy it, and large enterprises couldn't buy it. But individuals could. They could let individuals come to buy, and then you officials could go collect it. At most, it would just be a few more transactions, costing a bit more money than others. In essence, this was just a disguised way to increase their cost of purchasing exoskeleton armor. This way, they could complete the sanctions, thoroughly disgust those who had come to annoy him, and still sell the exoskeletons to them. It was hard not to see it as a win-win situation. Yes, he wins twice. No. You can't do this. Due to the language barrier, this divine representative clearly hadn't realized the leeway in Su Chen's words and thought he was genuinely determined not to sell them a single piece. He immediately became anxious. His mouth opened, and he started firing off words like a machine gun. "That is a commercial act. We are only participating in the sanctions against Tianyu Group's commercial products." What you are selling now is military-use weapons, which is completely different. If you prohibit our divine race from purchasing such exoskeleton armor, I have ample reason to believe that you are discriminating against us? We were once targeted and slaughtered by the evil shampoo guy during the S2 season. I never expected that in today's world there are still organizations like you and the Tianyu group that continue to exclude and discriminate against our divine race. Damn, what a smooth combo. Suchen was stunned, completely taken aback that this guy could ramble on like this, dragging the conversation back decades. You can shoot at others, but if others shoot at you, it's inhumane? Don't give me that crap, it makes me sick to listen to. And don't try to morally bind me, I'm a barbarian, I have no morals. After a sarcastic remark, Suchen was too lazy to continue the conversation. This kind of double standard group was simply not thinking straight. After all, they could use the Bible as a local contract, and it's hard for normal people to keep up with their thought process. The more he talked, the more he feared he might get infected by their nonsense. Perhaps he couldn't stand the sudden madness of his ally any longer. The representative of the White Eagle Empire, who had been as steady as a mountain and silent until now, finally stood up. Mr. Su, I am the representative from the White Eagle Empire, currently serving as the Minister of National Security and a 4-star general. You can call me Mike. So, Mr. Mike, what questions do you have? Suchen asked leisurely. After all, compared to the Divine Kingdom representative who had been going crazy from start to finish and whom he didn't even know the name of, this Mike seemed more like a normal person, at least someone who could communicate. Mr. Su, the divine representative may have said some extreme things, but some of his points are not without merit. Have you not considered that such a cheap yet highly powerful weapon, once it spreads, could further exacerbate global turmoil and trigger another world war? Believe me, I am not being alarmist, Mike said with a serious expression. Suchen scoffed. General Mike thinks a game can trigger a world war? Ordinary weapons can't, but your company's weapon greatly amplifies individual power. Once there are too many unconstrained individuals, the world situation will become increasingly chaotic, ultimately leading to a major war, Mike replied earnestly. How does General Mike think the current weapons compare to those of the S1 season? And how about compared to the S2 season? Instead of answering his question, Suchen threw out another question. Naturally, they are far superior to the weapons of that time. Although he had already guessed what Suchen was going to say, Mike couldn't deny such a question and could only honestly give an affirmative answer. So, is the potential for a major war caused by the weapons? I don't think so, Suchen said with a half smile. You should think carefully about why other countries and people trigger world wars after acquiring powerful weapons. Is it because some people took too much wealth that originally belonged to others, causing those others to be unable to survive? As soon as these words were spoken, General Mike's face turned green. Suchen was just a step away from saying that the White Eagles were sucking blood from the whole world. How could this conversation continue? It couldn't. He couldn't say he wasn't sucking blood. After all, people willingly gave him money and resources, right? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't believe such nonsense. Realizing that Suchen would absolutely not retract his intention to sell exoskeleton armor to the world, Mike quickly organized his thoughts, took a deep breath, and asked again. So, Mr. Su, are you now certain that during the sanctions, you will not sell this model of exoskeleton armor to our country's officials and enterprises? He emphasized the words officials and enterprises, making his meaning very clear. He was asking Suchen whether he was only prohibiting their officials and enterprises from purchasing or if he intended to ban any exoskeleton armor from flowing into the White Eagle Empire. Absolutely, Suchen replied affirmatively. Are you kidding? Such a large market, why would he not want it? Sanctions could make these people pay a greater price. Alright, thank you for your clarification. As for the sanctions, I am a soldier and not well versed in that area, but I will communicate with the relevant departments once I return. Mike said some polite words before sitting back in his seat. Not to mention, these people at least maintained their so-called gentlemanly demeanor on the surface. Even when he opened his mouth to strip the rights of those they had drained of their very essence to purchase weapons for resistance, he still kept his composure. It perfectly illustrated what it means to be a model of civility with a heart of a beast. But regardless of whether he was putting on an act, at least he was indeed speaking human language now, and Suchen naturally wouldn't do anything to him. It was the previous representative of the divine nation who, in an attempt to continue telling Suchen how miserable their divine race had been and what respect they should receive, grew increasingly loud after receiving no response. Suchen simply had him escorted out. The reason given was suspicion of his mental state, advising the divine race to send a normal person next time. Of course, they could choose not to come. He couldn't stand barking dogs. Okay, the little interlude is over. Since no one has any objections, let's continue. Seeing that no one else was attempting to ask questions, Suchen continued to introduce the process of the exoskeleton. Meanwhile, the online viewers watching the live stream saw him confront people throughout. The scene had calmed down, but the online uproar was just beginning. Since no one has any objections, haha, I'm dying of laughter. Those with objections were all kicked out. Who would dare to have any now? You have no idea, I saw that representative of the divine race turn from white-skinned to red-skinned when he was kicked out. Directly turned red, they said. TSK, and you guys are still proud of it. This Su-chen looks like one of those who can't take any opinions. Someone expresses a different opinion and he directly kicks them out, then sarcastically says no one has any objections. Truly a typical person from JoJo. Wait, can there really be reflection here? Don't scold me, can't I reflect as a person from JoJo? Let me reflect for Sudong. How could he talk to that bee for so long? He should have kicked him out ages ago. That guy got kicked out purely because he was being unreasonable. If he could speak properly, would he have been kicked out? Exactly, look at that White Eagle might. The Tianyu Group and the White Eagle Empire have blacklisted each other, yet he wasn't kicked out? To be fair, that guy doesn't look too good either. Is something bothering him? No wonder, he even placed the hat of destabilizing the world on the Tianyu Group, and instead, Sudong publicly stated that they were the ones disrupting world peace. Of course, he turned red. Otherwise, how could he be a 4-star general? I can't compare to that thick skin. If it were me, I'd probably have to run away. The hat he placed on others got thrown back at him, a boomerang to the face. Speaking of boomerangs, I declare that the fastest boomerang of the year has been born. It really has. I remember the White Eagle announced sanctions against the Tianyu Group, and then the Tianyu Group retaliated with sanctions in less than 2 weeks. At that time, everyone thought the so-called counter-sanctions were a joke, but who would have thought the boomerang came back so quickly? It directly left the White Eagle and his allies with swollen faces. By the way, is this exoskeleton really that amazing? Is it impossible not to buy it? There are already big shots writing articles analyzing this. It really is something you can't do without. Soon, an article titled From the Perspective of Former Professional Military Personnel. How the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton will impact the modern battlefield surged to the top of various popular websites in JoJo. It was even quickly translated and uploaded to foreign networks, attracting a lot of attention. The content of the article was quite professional, analyzing from various angles how this incredible equipment, which greatly enhances the strength, speed, and endurance of individual soldiers, would change combat methods. It opened with the direct conclusion that super soldiers may become the mainstream on the battlefield. To verify this conclusion, the author of the article also listed the currently exposed power armor, Sentinel-1 exoskeleton, and the Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton, which was presented at the press conference as a mascot but is clearly different from the Sentinel-1. Additionally, they released footage of the previous power armor arriving alone at a yacht under the eyes of the world, easily subduing the armed security personnel on board and seizing the entire yacht. The commentary was quite explosive. I believe that not only this ordinary yacht, but even if it were replaced with a heavily armed aircraft carrier carrying thousands of combat personnel, once this power armor boards the ship, as long as the power armor has enough energy, the final outcome would not differ from that of this yacht. This is an obvious point that most non-professionals had not noticed before. In a situation where it can completely resist individual weapons, once a ship's environment is breached by power armor, the outcome is bound to be catastrophic. Being penetrated by a single individual is an inevitable result. The article then extends to a broader battlefield. Jungle warfare, urban combat, are almost entirely the advantageous battlegrounds for this type of personal exoskeleton armor. If we consider the terrifying speed of power armor, even in aerial combat, those fighter jets may not be its match. The article even carefully analyzed the currently most comprehensive data on the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton and preset most of the combat scenarios that could occur in land warfare. The conclusion is that even on land, tanks that are more expensive, have thicker armor, and are faster, have almost no chance of countering the Sentinel exoskeleton, which is extremely agile but possesses far greater strength and defense than ordinary infantry. A modified exoskeleton traveling at 60 km per hour, unless on a completely obstacle-free plane, can find even a slight cover. It becomes very difficult for tanks to hit such a fast and small target. The key is that if it's just one person, even if the tank cannot hit the individual, the shrapnel and explosion from the tank shell hitting nearby would be enough to kill them. However, the exoskeleton's defense is strong. As long as it's not an explosion at extremely close range, it's likely that shells hitting around a soldier in exoskeleton would cause no significant harm. In short, after such an analysis, the 3 personal armors currently revealed by Tianyu Group have almost become invincible. The modern military equipment that the Blue Star people have developed over an unknown period has almost no chance of countering this series of performance-defying personal armors from Tianyu Group. The final conclusion drawn is that, from the perspective of a former soldier, it is recommended that the JoJo military should vigorously procure these armors, leveraging the good relationship with Tianyu Group to see if some technology can be introduced to some extent. Even if it cannot be introduced, it would be best to acquire some advanced armor that is not available on the market. The reason is simple. No matter what, Tianyu Group is just a company. As long as they don't act recklessly, the possibility of them becoming an enemy of JoJo is very small. In this case, JoJo does not need technology more advanced than Tianyu Group, just needs to be more advanced than other countries. This guy really writes like he knows what he's talking about. He must be from the JoJo official side, right? This is mainly because the descriptions in here are just too detailed. It's impossible to write something like this so quickly. It must have been prepared in advance. The entire text is rich in data, logical, and well supported, making it hard not to be convinced. Moreover, it was released less than an hour ago and has already topped the trending searches on major platforms, even overshadowing the press conference for two explosive products from Tianyu Group. This makes it hard not to suspect that the JoJo officials are behind the scenes promoting it. Why would the officials praise our company's products like this? Yuling handed over a peeled peach. Suchen took a bite and casually said, "How should I put it? Modern nations are different from your magical world. Many things need to be publicly announced, especially matters involving significant military reforms. In our JoJo, there's a saying, the major affairs of the nation lie in warfare and sacrifices. If the JoJo army, which is currently developing steadily, suddenly undergoes a major overhaul from warfare thinking to equipment, the implications are enormous and will affect the interests of many related groups. For instance, a shift in warfare thinking could very likely lead to the dismissal of a large number of redundant officers and soldiers who are no longer needed in the new warfare model. Equipment reforms could put some military factories in a difficult position. If these matters are not handled well, or if someone is dissatisfied with the handling at any stage, it could lead to significant trouble. So, it's crucial to set the tone for a matter in advance." He casually tossed the peach pit into the trash can. Just as Su Chen was about to grab a tissue to wipe his hands, Yuling summoned a magical water ball that floated in front of him. After a moment of surprise, Su Chen understood her intention, dipped his hand into the water ball to wash it, and then pulled his hand out, making both the water ball and the stains on his hand disappear. Seeing this, he couldn't help but praise, this is quite convenient. Just a little trick, nothing to worry about. What happens next? What should we do after setting the tone? Yuling asked curiously. When most people, well, not everyone, just a majority believe that reform is necessary, then implementing a matter becomes very simple, Su Chen replied lightly. The officials just need to arrange for those ordinary people whose interests will be harmed during the reform process, ensuring they don't end up losing everything. Even if the higher-ups of those interest groups are dissatisfied, in the end, they won't be able to do anything. But no matter what, it will still harm some ordinary people's interests, right? What if those ordinary people oppose it from the start? Yuling frowned, still a bit confused about the way JoJo people handle matters. Of course, they will oppose it at first, but ultimately, as long as a safe path is arranged for them, their opposition won't be too strong. Moreover, most people whose direct interests are not harmed will agree. When a certain ideology becomes mainstream, even if most of the people whose interests are harmed initially oppose it, eventually they will recognize the correctness of that ideology. People tend to lose a certain degree of rationality when they are part of a group. This characteristic is often deemed foolish by many who consider themselves enlightened, but it may not be so. The process of human societal development is one of constant change, and during this time, regardless of the circumstances, the old vested interests will be replaced by the new. If humanity did not possess this characteristic of mob mentality and could not weaken the turmoil brought about by change through public opinion, then any reform in human history would ultimately lead to war. Mob mentality is the code written into human genes during the evolutionary process, allowing individuals to compromise for the group. Once a group reaches a common understanding, even if a few individuals do not agree, they cannot stop the overwhelming trend to first occupy the moral high ground and gain the recognition of the vast majority before proceeding with reform is the most legitimate path. This is also the purpose behind JoJo allowing someone to write such an article. Yuling listened, feeling a bit lost, but after a while, her brows suddenly relaxed as she said, I think I suddenly understand why our moon elves were usurped by the dark elves for the elven throne. How so? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He only knew that Yuling was a princess of a fallen nation and didn't have much understanding of the enmity between the moon elves and dark elves in the magical world. Yuling rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache as she said, it was probably 10,000 years ago when the dark elves led a rebellion, but at that time, our moon elf royal family was much stronger than them, easily defeating the dark elf tribe. The elven king at that time intended to scatter this tribe or completely annihilate them. However, the leader of the dark elf tribe surrendered before our army broke through their last city, claiming that they were deeply sinful and willing to accept punishment, only asking the elven king to spare the dark elves for the sake of their shared lineage as descendants of the elven gods. They voluntarily surrendered and even invoked the name of the elven gods, so the elven king found it difficult to eradicate them completely. He stripped the dark elves of their noble titles in the elven kingdom, executed the leader of the rebellion, and then spared the dark elf clan. For the vast majority of the past 10,000 years, the dark elves, who possess a noble bloodline no less than ours, have remained at the very bottom of the elven kingdom. Of course, this was only nominal. In reality, because of their noble blood, no one dared to discriminate against or make things difficult for them, except for a few royal families. However, the Dark Elf tribe seemed to genuinely be atoning for their past treachery, remaining extremely humble and even submissive since then. they often mingled with those at the very bottom of the Elven kingdom who had the lowest status and bloodline. The other top tribes descended from the Elven gods, including our moon elves, have always looked down on the dark elves, generally believing they have sullied our noble bloodline, using this as a topic for mockery. Elven youths from several top tribes would often speak ill of dark elves when
encountering them, deliberately provoking them. Yet, they had never shown any dissatisfaction or resistance before that.
At that time, there was a common understanding among the upper echelons of the Elven kingdom that the war 10,000 years ago had broken the backbone of the dark elf tribe. Although they possessed noble blood, they had lost the noble spirit of their ancestors.
Until that day.
Ling sighed. Almost all Elven factions, except for us moon elves and a few other top tribes, picked up arms and charged into our royal capital at the call of the dark elves.
Ling had already
explained the structure of the Elven kingdom. Besides the moon elf tribe, which had long been royal, there were 5 other tribes of extremely high status, including the dark elves.
These tribes all shared
a characteristic: their ancestors were the founding Elven gods. They are the descendants of the 5 direct bloodlines of the Elven gods.
In a world filled with bloodline theories, they are inherently the noblest beings.
From what Ling said, Su Chen could roughly piece together the reasons behind the fall of the Elven kingdom.
He couldn't help but exclaim how outrageous it was. In a world where bloodlines are paramount, if an ordinary tribe rebels, after defeating them, showing your tolerance by sparing them is understandable. Because these lowly bloodline tribes inherently lack legitimacy in that world and cannot achieve anything.
But facing an opponent with the same level of legal standing who can endure and has ambitions after they openly rebel and provide such a good reason, if you defeat them and do not eradicate them completely, that is pure defiance of fate. It's like in ancient China, when a prince competes for the throne, the one who succeeds, to show his mercy, humiliates the defeated one thoroughly and then just lets it go. The defeated prince either mingles with the lower classes or seeks to win over the middle class. It doesn't matter.
You can do whatever you want. Not only does
it not matter, but you also have to mock the other party fiercely, along with ridiculing the lower and middle classes. If the Elven kingdom isn't toppled after this, that would truly be a miracle. After
all, their bloodline is not inferior to yours. They have the legal right to replace you.
But now that things have come to this point, with Princess Ling of the Moon Elf clan being captured and sold to another world, what else can be said?
There's nothing to do but sigh.
It's fine, you're not the Elf King. This is purely because the Elf King is an idiot, not your fault. Su Chen patted her shoulder in a slight attempt to comfort her. The Elf King is my father, Ling said, twisting his waist in annoyance.
Oh, my father-in-law, then it's all good. Su Chen's expression changed instantly. I
told you those dark elves are no good. They're too cunning. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, just as Su Chen confirmed the headquarters of his group and everything was progressing smoothly, Princess Vivi of the Magic World, who had been trapped in Dream River City for several years, was feeling quite a headache. In the spacious conference hall, Vivi listened to her subordinates report the latest battle situation. Unable to help but rub her forehead. She had been studying the art of war by Sun Tzu that Su Chen gave her, and her mind was filled with a bunch of clever strategies she was ready to implement. Unexpectedly, before she could put them into action, the besieging coalition forces launched another attack. This time, it was fiercer than ever before. With one misstep, Dream River City could be in danger
of toppling.
If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. There had been more dangerous situations in the past few years. It was the recent observations by the city's mages regarding the situation outside that were the source of her headache.
Are you saying that the Elf Kingdom just withdrew its troops and has now returned with an even larger army?
Yes, sir.
According to the results observed by the mages
in the city using observation magic, the newly added army from the Elf Kingdom is likely no less than 100,000 troops.
A man in armor immediately replied, 100,000 troops. Have these pointy-eared folks gone mad?
Vivi exhaled, then asked,
have they sent anyone to inform us of their demands?
Currently, the man was about to say no, but halfway through, he paused and quickly changed his words. Your Highness, news just came from the city walls that the commander of the Elf Kingdom's army, the current Elf King's daughter, Anchi, wishes to speak with you directly. Vivi tapped her fingers on the table, then stood up and walked outside, her expression icy. Then let me see what reason they have for invading this time. Soon, Vivi led a large group of attendants to the towering city wall, which stood 100 meters high.
Below was an endless expanse of tents.
These were the coalition forces besieging Dream River City. At a glance, aside from the elves, the coalition was filled with handsome men and beautiful women. The rest were either dwarves or orcs, or perhaps goblins.
There wasn't a single humanoid among them.
Vivi's eyes visibly showed her disdain.
She was well aware of the other faction's intentions. They merely wanted to break through Dream River City and seize the fertile plains behind it while the Radiant Empire was in turmoil, making a hefty profit. These impoverished folks living in the wilds surrounding the Radiant Empire would seize such opportunities every time, so she wasn't surprised at all. Those dwarves and goblins not only lived in barren and impoverished
areas but were also the lowest on the social hierarchy in this world. Humans generally didn't regard these humanoid races as people. The elves, however, were different. They bore a striking resemblance To humans and their average beauty was enviable, being a long-lived race. The elf clan had never mixed with those goblins and dwarves. Under normal circumstances, they rarely mingled together. Moreover, the location of the elf kingdom was certainly not a barren place, it was very prosperous. So Vivi could never understand what madness had overtaken these elves. Previously, when they participated in the siege of Dream River City, it could still be said that they used special magic to find out that Yu Ling was in Dream River City to demand someone, although it seems unreasonable to make such a big fuss over a kingdom's princess. This reason is not entirely unfounded, and she reluctantly accepted it. Now that Yu Ling had been packed off to another world by her, Vivi couldn't understand why these elves were still coming. Taking a deep breath, she calmed herself and looked down indifferently. A female elf waiting below the city wall for a long time finally smiled and said, "Honorable Princess Vivi of the Radiant Sun, it's good to see you again. It's been a while and I've missed you dearly. If it were a different occasion, I would be happy to reminisce with you," Vivi replied coolly. "State your purpose, and then take your filthy companions and get out of Dream River City." "Your Highness, you seem quite angry," Anchi said with a calm smile. "The daughter of the Sin King of the Elven Kingdom, Yu Ling, has defected with our kingdom's treasure. If you hand her over, we will immediately withdraw our troops." Upon hearing this, Vivi couldn't help but frown and instinctively said, "I already told you last time, Yu Ling is not in Dream River City, and your priest has confirmed it." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped. Anchi had produced a severed head. It belonged to the elven priest who had previously confirmed that Yu Ling was not in Dream River City and had led the elven army to retreat. This person betrayed our clan and has been executed by our king. I believe his judgment cannot be trusted. If your highness still insists that Yu Ling is not in Dream River City, perhaps you could open the city gates and allow our elven army to search. This way, we can clear up any misunderstandings. Looking at the head in the box, Vivi's frown immediately relaxed, revealing a look of relief. She finally understood that the elves had come not to find Yu Ling but to take advantage of the chaos within the Radiant Sun Empire. After a moment of thought, she asked, "Who invited you here? The first prince? Or the third prince?" "It shouldn't be the second prince. My second brother's wife is from the Moon Elf tribe, so he shouldn't have any connection with you." However, Anchi's expression remained unchanged as he replied blandly, "No one invited us, we have come solely to find Yu Ling." Such nonsense wouldn't fool even a 3-year-old, let alone Vivi, who scoffed. "Are you saying that you dark elves?" Halfway through her words, her eyes suddenly widened as she recalled something. The area where the Elven Kingdom was located was not originally a prosperous place. It had been transformed from a harsh land into a paradise on earth due to the existence of the Fountain of Life, a divine artifact. Now, there was something that very few people in the entire magical world knew, but Vivi did. The core of the Fountain of Life had been sealed within the body of the last high priest of the Moon Elf tribe. The Elven Kingdom had previously relied on this artifact to locate Yu Ling, forcing her, a powerful 8th-level warrior skilled in both magic and martial arts, into a corner where she had no way to escape, ultimately hiding in her Dream River City. Afterward, when Yu Ling was sent to Blue Star, the Elven Kingdom naturally lost its positioning of the Fountain of Life's core. Previously, they only needed to retrieve the core of the Fountain of Life, and everything would be resolved happily. The elves would continue to live peacefully in their original territory, and it would merely be an internal power transfer within the Elven clan, with no relation to outsiders. But now, the core of the artifact was missing, and they couldn't even sense it. This thing had completely disappeared from this world. Therefore, the elves, the prosperous territory protected by the Fountain of Life, which had a large population due to their reproductive difficulties, would gradually revert to its former barren state. Without the Fountain of Life, such land could not sustain the current large population of the Elven clan. In other words, they had to expand their territory this time. The trouble was likely not caused by a power-hungry prince promising to involve himself in the internal strife of the Radiant Sun Empire, but rather someone genuinely wanting to take a chunk out of the empire, leaving the elven race to survive. Even without the Fountain of Life, this is a big problem. Vivi realized that the situation was probably much more serious than she had thought. The elven race was not like those various tribes that lived in harsh, impoverished lands, struggling just to survive. Under several great empires, the Elven Kingdom was one of the strongest forces. In the face of a full-scale attack from the Elven Kingdom, even the entire Radiant Sun Empire had to take it seriously. A small place like Dream River City could hold off those barbarians, but to confront the entire Elven Kingdom, that was just a joke. She hadn't worried before because even if the Elven Kingdom attacked Dream River City, they wouldn't exert much effort. Under normal circumstances, they absolutely did not want to offend the Radiant Sun Empire. But now it was different. If they weren't seizing territory, they would be dead themselves. "What do you think, Your Highness? Let our army enter the city, and I can guarantee they won't harm a hair on anyone. If we can't find anyone, we will retreat immediately and compensate for your losses afterward." The dark priest below the city wall continued to speak to himself. Vivi didn't understand why this guy, knowing full well she would never agree to open the gates, still had to say such nonsense, but she replied expressionlessly, "The Radiant Sun Empire has never opened its gates for another nation to
Inspect its city. The royal family's mission does not allow me to do so.
If the Elven Kingdom insists on going to war with the Radiant Sun Empire, then let's speak with swords.
Below the city wall, the
Dark Priest of the Elves realized that Vivi had escalated this localized conflict in the border area to a confrontation between the Elven Kingdom and the Radiant Sun Empire, and he understood that Vivi had guessed their true intentions. The smile on his face slowly faded. It seems that Yu Ling told you about that matter before disappearing. Vivi looked at her and did not deny it. The Dark Priest sighed. Your Highness, you are not well liked among the Radiant Sun royalty, are you? In fact, you should have much in common with our Dark Elf tribe. We have great potential for cooperation, and everything can be negotiated. Vivi had no intention of negotiating. Her red lips parted to utter 3 words, not possible. Right now, no one from the Radiant Sun Empire will come to support you. With just Dream River City, you cannot hold out. Behind my 100,000 troops, 1,000,000 elven warriors are gathering. Goblins, dwarves, and orc tribes have also formed an alliance with us. This time, it's a
true alliance. A storm from the northern border of the continent is brewing. You cannot withstand the storm.
Vivi clenched her fists and then slowly relaxed them. Stop talking nonsense.
If you're so confident, just come and attack. What's the use of saying so much?
With that, she flicked her cloak and left the city wall directly. The Dark Priest below shook his head and slowly retreated behind the army. The next moment, accompanied by heavy drumbeats, a brutal siege battle was about to begin. The defending army in Dream River City was less than 50,000, while the enemies they faced had already
far exceeded 500,000.
Those before were a rabble, but once the elven race genuinely joined in, the combat power of those outside the city would be greatly enhanced. Even with the natural defenses of Dream River City, if nothing unexpected happened, the city would likely fall soon. Back in her residence, Vivi didn't issue any orders for city defense. After years of guarding a broken city, her subordinates already knew what they should do without her directing them. After dismissing those around her, she directly entered the trading space. Opening the list of trading partners, there was only
one person inside.
Moments later, Su Chen appeared in the familiar hall, looking at Vivi, who appeared somewhat dispirited and completely different from her usual proud and confident self. He couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Has Dream River City been breached?" "Not breached, but it's close enough," Vivi replied weakly, leaning on the table.
"What do you mean? Didn't you hold out well for years before?"
Seeing her state, Su Chen continued to inquire. Vivi was here to seek help, so she certainly wouldn't hold back. She immediately laid out the entire situation, breaking it down clearly for him. She emphasized that the current situation was completely different from before. When the coalition forces were besieging Dream River City, they were a disorganized mob, unwilling to exert themselves and
only wanting to take advantage.
Therefore, their offensive was always weak. Now, with the elven race taking the lead, the combat effectiveness of these coalition forces would definitely increase, and the breach of Dream River City was likely just days away. After hearing this, Su Chen noticed her worried expression and couldn't help but laugh. "I used to think that Dream River City had incredible combat power, that tens of thousands of troops could easily withstand the siege of hundreds of thousands.
Turns out they weren't even trying?"
"Don't joke about it," Vivi said, clearly annoyed.
"The situation is as it is. See if there's any way out. If there's no way out, then I won't take responsibility for this mess.
I'll just abandon the city and run, heading back to the imperial capital to fight for the throne with those useless brothers of mine."
"Can't you request aid? According to you, the Radiant Sun Empire shouldn't even regard these small fries as a threat, right?"
"You should clarify the stakes with the higher-ups of the Radiant Sun Empire.
Would they really sit idly by while a key border stronghold is breached and a whole prosperous region in the north is permanently taken away?"
Su Chen suggested. Previously, Vivi's royal brothers wouldn't come to Dream River City because they knew that the disorganized mob only wanted to come in, grab what they could, and leave. The territory of the Radiant Sun Empire was right there, and after the coalition forces had taken what they wanted, they definitely wouldn't dare to occupy it. Otherwise, once the internal strife in the empire was over, they would come
out swinging.
Now she was certain that the Elven Kingdom's goal was to truly carve a piece of flesh from the Radiant Sun Empire, so it made no sense for the higher-ups of the Radiant Sun Empire to ignore.
You don't understand," Vivi sighed.
"My royal brothers are arrogant and would never believe that the Elven Kingdom would dare to do such a thing. Even if I sent the news back to the imperial capital, they would just think I couldn't hold Dream River City and would fabricate lies to trick them into sending support. In any case, don't worry about us, just focus on your side."
"Do you have any ways to defend the city?"
"Ways?"
Su Chen shook his head. "I can't say there are none, but it might already be too late.
The firearms and artillery I gave you before, I told you not to rush to use them, but to first train a group of people who can use them proficiently."
"How many have you trained?"
"About 20,000 who can use firearms proficiently and around 3,000 who can use artillery." Well, Vivi reported the numbers without hesitation, clearly having kept a close eye on the training. However, Su Chen still shook his head. "That's still too few.
20,000 people can use firearms.
But if they were equipped with machine guns or anti-aircraft guns, even if they had used guns before, it wouldn't be something one person could operate.
At most, they could equip a few thousand machine guns. And operating artillery requires even more personnel. 3,000 people who can proficiently use artillery would probably only be able to operate 300 to 500 pieces at most. If the enemy were still in the era of cold weapon warfare, as long as the ammunition supply was sufficient, this kind of firepower could easily take down a million-strong army. But the problem is, this is a magical war, and the lethality of modern firearms and artillery on the battlefield has been drastically reduced. Hundreds of cannons and thousands of machine guns might have some impact on the battlefield, but they definitely won't change the inevitable outcome that Dream River City cannot be defended. There should be many people on your side who can operate such weapons, right? Vivi suddenly said coldly. What do you mean? Su-chan was taken aback. I have over 200 points which I can use to buy a basic group life trading card. Where did you get so many points? Now he was genuinely surprised. His two trading partners would trade at the scheduled time every week, trying to maximize their points. He had only managed to save just over 200 points. There were always times when points were needed for various small transactions, making it really difficult to accumulate points quickly. If he remembered correctly, Vivi should only have him as her trading partner. I bought a basic matching card last time, and after failing to match, I haven't used any points since, which is why I've saved up so many. Vivi shrugged. So I provide the life trading card. Can you provide a sufficient number of people? People were the key. Sending weapons over was simple in comparison. The price of a basic group life trading permission card was very cheap, but it had strict requirements regarding the strength of the traded individuals. In the magical world, it meant that individuals below the third tier couldn't be traded using the group life trading card. This was also why Su-chan had been hesitant to buy this thing to bring the star marks kin to blue star. Those with too low strength wouldn't be of much use. But now it was different. Sending blue star people to the magical world made the basic group life trading permission card very useful. Because when blue star people were sent there, they were judged solely on their physical strength, which was even less than that of ordinary people, so there would be no restrictions at all. However, the problem was that Su-chan didn't have an army of over 10,000 skilled personnel who could operate various weapons. Power armor and exoskeletons were useful on Blue Star, but in the magical world they might not be as effective as modern military long-range weapons. Let me think about it. Su-chan waved his hand, not agreeing immediately. Sending tens of thousands of people to a completely unfamiliar otherworld could never be done quietly. He could only confront Jojo. If I negotiate with Jojo to some extent about the existence of the otherworld, borrowing an elite force of over 10,000 should not be a big problem. Moreover, from another perspective, this might actually be a good thing for Jojo. The war in the magical world won't end anytime soon. It's a protracted war. If they participate, even if Jojo wants to change the prices of the military on Blue Star, they won't need to reduce the originally procured weapons or shut down the factories producing those weapons. Instead, those manufacturers could earn even more. This is very beneficial for Jojo, and they would definitely not refuse. The biggest problem lies in confidentiality. With Yuling's magic and Tianshu's control over network information, as long as only a few people are informed about the otherworld, it shouldn't be exposed in the short term. After pondering for a moment, Su-chan looked at Vivi and gave his answer. Feasible. After confirming the feasibility, the two discussed some details. When they finally emerged from the trading space, the result of their discussion was that within 3 days he would send a modern army of 10,000 along with absolutely sufficient supporting firepower. Their task was to help Vivi build a heavy fire defense system for the city and train operators for various modern weapons. Vivi had the obligation to ensure the safety of these people to the greatest extent possible. Of course, casualties on the battlefield were inevitable, especially in a world where magic was flying everywhere. Su-chan's request wasn't harsh. He just needed to ensure that these people did not have direct contact with the enemy forces. When those modern weapons first appeared, the enemy might be stunned for a moment, but once they regained their senses, even a fool would know to first take out the firepower positions that had been established. In this situation, what Vivi needed to do was withstand this pressure and prevent these ordinary people from Blue Star from being directly overwhelmed by those martial artists and mages. This was hardly a demanding request, and of course, Vivi would not refuse. In fact, with Su-chan as an ally who could provide a large amount of logistical support in modern weapons, what she lacked the most was people who could operate these weapons. Even if Su-chan didn't say anything, she would still prioritize protecting this group of people. If they managed to hold the city, she was counting on these individuals to transform into instructors to teach her army how to use those weapons. In this regard, the two quickly reached a consensus. However, Su-chan proposed another point. That was, once the city was on the verge of falling and things became dire, Vivi would need to enter the trading space to find him, so he could purchase a group life trading card to bring people back. If there were any unexpected casualties that resulted in the 10,000 strong team returning under strength, Vivi could also slot her trusted subordinates into the group to bring them to Blue Star for temporary safety. After all, even if the city fell, she herself would definitely be fine. Wars among nobles were like that, the people under them could die at will, but for top-tier nobles like her in the magical world, even in defeat, the Elven Kingdom would hardly dare to do anything to her, especially since Vivi was different from Yu Ling. The worst-case scenario would probably be being well-fed and kept under house arrest. Even if those elves went mad and wanted to kill her, with the trading space in hand, Vivi could easily escape, which was a minor issue. Moreover, taking the opportunity to send her trusted subordinates to Blue Star would preserve her living forces for future use. Vivi had no objections to this. The two sides basically reached a consensus on the major points. She still needed to return to oversee the city defense and couldn't stay in the trading space for too long, so after discussing for a while, she went back. However, once Su Chen emerged from the trading space, the matters he had to consider were far more complex than what had been discussed inside. The first issue was how to find people. Collaborating with the Jojo officials was the most reliable way, but doing so would definitely expose the secrets of how he could access other worlds. However, the exposure wouldn't be too significant. He had ways to conceal what those other worlds were like and whether the technology from Tianyu Group had come from there. Of course, this concealment would only be temporary. Unless he had no intention of bringing back the people he sent over, these secrets would inevitably be revealed once they returned. In fact, as long as Su Chen could develop himself to the point where he was not afraid of any threats in Blue Star before these people came back, the exposure wouldn't be a major issue. There were certainly better plans. He could directly hire an experienced mercenary group around 10,000 people, and with the capabilities of Tianshu and the financial power of Tianyu Group, he could quietly and beautifully execute this plan. He could even ensure that these people wouldn't know where they had been sent after being transported to another world. As for whether they would be willing to fight or would work half-heartedly once sent over, that would be beyond their control. Vivi had plenty of ways to make them obedient tools. Afterward, they wouldn't need to return, so there would naturally be no risk of leaking information. However, this approach seemed too inhumane. Su Chen could kill entire families without hesitation when dealing with enemies, but these people had no grievances with him, so there was really no need to go that far. So after a brief contemplation, he decided to negotiate with Jojo. But once the issue of finding people was settled, more problems followed. For instance, weapons. Things like planes and tanks would definitely be useless over there. This thing is already difficult to deal with the various exoskeletons brought out by the Tianyu Group, let alone those martial artists and mages whose combat power is even stronger than exoskeletons. Weapons that have strong single-target lethality but cannot form coverage, like missiles, are equally useless. This thing is expensive to produce, and its advantages are long range and high precision. Moreover, there are no satellites for precise guidance in another world, so the role of missiles is indeed limited. Additionally, using this thing to clear out miscellaneous soldiers is not cost-effective. When it comes to decapitation, their high-ranking individuals are practically scions, and you can't blow them up. Weapons that enhance individual protection are useless, and high-tech weapons don't have much utility either. So, the final selection of weapons becomes quite limited. It's just large-caliber artillery and rocket launchers. Just blow them up, and that's it. I heard that over in Jojo, there seems to be some fierce work with naval guns on the way, moving 1130 onto trucks. This thing is also useful. Set up a few for Vivi on the city walls, and as long as they aren't destroyed by magical means, isn't that just mowing the lawn? And then there are those single soldier tubes, simple and brutal. If we send over a few 100,000 sets, apart from the tens of thousands of regular troops in Mengchuan City, there are still hundreds of thousands of civilians with little combat power, right? This stuff isn't hard to operate. After all, it's a cold weapon war, and you don't have to consider longitude. Just pick it up, point it down at the city, and fire with your eyes closed. It's not difficult to operate. These are all good things. Besides, there are plenty of simple and brutal weapons that don't require much training, like grenades. We could even temporarily modify them, replacing the TNT explosives originally in the grenades with the metallic hydrogen just developed by the Tianyu Group. Considering that the average physical quality of people in another world far surpasses that of Blue Star, we could even increase the weight appropriately. There's no fear of not being able to throw them far. With such a small enhancement, the power would be completely incomparable to ordinary grenades. The key is that it not only has no usage threshold but is also easy to produce. Even if the alien coalition attacking Mengchuan City has individuals who can withstand explosions under overwhelming fire coverage, they would still have their brains blown out, letting them truly feel what industrial power means. As his thoughts expanded, Su Chen suddenly felt that this battle might not be as difficult as he had imagined. As long as Vivi can restrain the enemy's high-end combat power, this would almost be a massacre without any suspense. Su Chen felt that what he was thinking might not be perfect enough, so he immediately found Tian Shu and told him about his decision and the situation in the magical world. Sure enough, after establishing the corresponding model for calculations, Tian Shu proposed many very useful suggestions. For example, directly maximizing the efficiency of the Tianyu Group's metallic hydrogen production line and starting to produce metallic hydrogen for weapons at full throttle from now on. As for batteries, that can be postponed for a while. After all, the
Current procurement of metallic hydrogen batteries is mostly by countries or organizations, not individuals.
Delaying delivery won't cause any dissatisfaction.
Meanwhile, he contacted the military factory in Jojo that produces shells, directly redesigning the shells to replace the explosives with metallic hydrogen. Normally, even such changes would require a lot of calculations and experiments. It wouldn't be done in less than 10 days or half a month. But with Tianshu around, there's no need to consider these issues, simply changing the shell parameters to replace the original explosives with
metallic hydrogen is incredibly easy for him. He can calculate a perfect modification plan in seconds.
After connecting with the Jojo military factory, we can initially procure the current equipment from Jojo to use. As long as we hold on for a day or two, under full capacity release, the Tianyu group and the Jojo military factory will probably be able to produce a large number of metallic hydrogen shells, rockets, and grenades. The personnel to be sent to the magical world do not need to be primarily combatants, they should mainly consist of support staff.
It is sufficient to send a few individuals who know how to operate these weapons.
Under the premise of fixed personnel numbers, with no limits on equipment and funding, Tianshu directly found a relatively obscure weapon produced by Jojo.
For Su Chen, the SH Modular 155mm unmanned turret artillery system.
One vehicle, with a cannon towed behind, can be operated by just a driver and a gunner. If we don't consider the need to change positions, after firing a few shots for defensive operations in a siege, even the driver can be omitted, one person can manage it alone.
Moreover, this is fundamentally a basic field weapon, requiring no satellite positioning or anything of the sort. Replacing conventional artillery with this vehicle-mounted fully automatic artillery would certainly skyrocket the costs. But it doesn't matter, Tianyu Group has plenty of money, and compared to the important trading partner Wei Wei, Su Chen is not concerned about spending a little. It's just a way to generate revenue for Jojo's military industry. Based on the
general situation in the magical world of Dream River City, Tianshu quickly provided the most extreme plan that could be achieved under the current conditions for this support operation to another world. In addition to fully automatic artillery, there are also Jojo's latest rocket launchers, which can be operated by just 3 people. This is the real firepower coverage artifact, primarily focused on quantity. There are even more types of shells available. Armor-piercing rounds are meaningless there and are not needed at all.
Aside from the new high-explosive shells using metallic hydrogen, all kinds
of munitions like cloud bombs and incendiary bombs are included. In the magical world, there are no clauses restricting such things. There's no need to worry about incendiary bombs being deemed inhumane, and they can directly use a little white phosphorus bomb to shock the other world. Tianshu even suggested that Su Chen could look for Western countries like the White Eagle to procure some chemical weapons,
like gas bombs. Su Chen thought better of it.
But looking at the various weapon lists provided by Tianshu, he couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a bit anxious for those alien races outside Dream River City. He initially thought that with modern high-tech weapons being of limited use against enemies from another world, the support he could provide to Wei Wei would also be limited.
Now it seems that high-tech precision weapons might not be necessary to make the other world drink from the same cup.
After discussing with Tianshu, he directly sought out Old Man Lin. Since the press conference had just concluded, Old Man Lin still had tasks to attend to and was planning to find a good time to discuss cooperation with Su Chen later. Moreover, Tianyu Group had no intention of rushing anyone. Aside from the headquarters building, everything else on the island was open, so he naturally stayed. When Su Chen found him, the old man was fishing on a specially prepared fishing platform next to Panglai Island with his grandson, Lin Yilong. As he approached, he heard the old man's impatient scolding, "Come on, can you even fish? This isn't how you fish. Grandpa, you're also in the Air Force, what gives you the right to say that? Hey, if it weren't for my old age and fear of not being able to handle a big fish, I would have caught a ton by now." Right. Lin Yilong was already used to his grandfather's ramblings and didn't argue, just agreeing was enough. There should be plenty of things to do on the island. Why do you two want to come fishing? Su Chen walked over to them, glancing at their empty catch, unable to resist making a comment. "Oh, it's Director Su." Old Man Lin immediately turned around and then patted Lin Yilong beside him. "At my age, I don't really care about these things. Mainly, this kid insisted on fishing and was too scared to come alone, so I came along to keep him company. Just a kid, you know." "Yes, Mr. Su, I can confirm that what Grandpa said is true," Lin Yilong solemnly echoed. Su Chen chuckled and said, "Even if you fish until tomorrow, you won't catch a single fish, so don't get your hopes up." Old Lin immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared. "Director Su, don't look down on me. Back in my youth, I was." "This has nothing to do with your skills, it's because there are simply no fish around this island right now," Su Chen explained, suppressing a laugh. The noise from the island's renovation and expansion has scared the fish away from the surrounding waters for the time being. "If you want to fish, you might have to come back after a while. We've created an artificial coral reef in this fishing area and will regularly release food to attract fish. It shouldn't be long before the fish return here." "Oh, is that so?" Old Lin's face turned red. "I knew this was a good spot for fishing. Why couldn't I catch anything?" "Ahem.
Is there something you need from me, Director Su? He decisively changed the subject. Su-chan remained silent but did not deny that there was a matter at hand. Old Lin quickly caught on and glanced at his grandson. The two stared at each other for a while, and Lin Yilong still didn't react. The old man kicked him in the rear. What are you staring at? Go buy me a bottle of water. After sending his grandson away, Old Lin turned to Su-chan, his expression becoming more serious. Is it something important? I suppose it could be considered important. Mr. Lin is so interested in fishing. Isn't it a bit neglectful of us if there are no fish to catch on our island? As he spoke, Su-chan looked at Yuling. Old Lin was left in a fog. Weren't they just talking about something important? How did they suddenly switch back to fishing? Then he saw Yuling slowly walk to the water's edge, murmuring something as a strand of green light gradually appeared in her palm. Finally, this glow, as if it had substance, was casually tossed into the sea by Yuling. The green light spread rapidly upon contact with the water's surface, then vanished without a trace. This left Old Lin even more confused. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, he didn't have to ponder for long. Soon, he got his answer. A small fish slowly floated to the surface of the previously calm fishing spot. Then came the second, the third. More and more fish appeared around the small pavilion at the fishing spot, growing larger and larger. At one moment, Old Lin looked out and saw an endless school of fish beneath the entire surface of the sea. This scene, almost miraculous, made him forget to breathe for a moment. If he hadn't been in good health, he might have fainted from the shock. Old Lin looked at Su-chan, dumbfounded. Previously, they could understand the scene of flowers blooming that Yuling had conjured at the press conference as a trick created by Tianyu Group through some technological means, like holographic projection, since flowers are inanimate and don't have much movement. But this was different. He was 100% sure that the fish beneath the surface were all real live fish. These fish not only suddenly gathered in this area of the sea but also circled quietly around the pavilion at the fishing spot. They neither rolled about nor splashed water, nor did they show any signs of leaving, just calmly adjusting their positions with the waves while facing the pavilion. Spirit summoning technique, a simple little magic. Ling smiled at him and then stepped back behind Su-chan. Old Lin took several deep breaths to regain his composure. His mind was quick, and he soon recalled a special term that Tianyu Group had mentioned before but had quickly dismissed. Is this what you call life essence? You really have mastered this substance, not just for those life waters, but you can also use this energy to gain special powers? Life essence. Su-chan thought of what Yuling had made up earlier and smirked. In a way, your understanding isn't wrong. This is indeed a method of controlling life essence. But you've got the order wrong. It was only after we mastered the method of using life source material to gain special powers that the water of life came into being. Su-chan generously provided his answer this time. Old Lin was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly laughed in relief. Damn it, I said that after offending you, the Zhang family from Jiangcheng and the Tao family from Moda would soon be wiped out. It couldn't be a coincidence. Those bastards insisted that it was definitely a coincidence, that it couldn't be man-made. You're really ruthless, leaving not a single survivor. What can I say? I'm a petty person. Su-chan shrugged. So why are you telling this to the old man? What do you want to do? Old Lin probably guessed that what he was about to hear was definitely a huge secret, and he became serious. To prevent himself from mishearing or misremembering due to his old eyes, he took out a recording pen in front of Su-chan. I have a big matter I want to discuss with Jojo. Su-chan had no intention of delaying any further and briefly explained the situation about the magical world and his plans. Old Lin thought he was mentally prepared, but when he heard Su-chan say he wanted to send troops to support another world, he couldn't hold it together for a moment, his eyes vacant and expression dazed, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Until Su-chan nudged him. What do you think? Do you find my method feasible? Old Lin finally came back to reality, carefully replaying what Su-chan had just said in his mind, and finally said, there's absolutely no problem with the equipment. However many you need, however you want it customized, I can agree to that. But borrowing troops is not something I can decide. According to your words, these 10,000 people can't just be any random 10,000, they need to be carefully selected. I have to report this up the chain and see what those few think. Should I contact them directly by phone or report back first? This matter is too big. It probably won't work to discuss it over the phone. I need to go back. You have the airport arrange a flight path. The transport plane can leave at any time. Old Lin was not dragging his feet, and as he spoke, he was about to head outside. But just as he turned around, Su-chan stopped him. Time is limited. The plane is too slow. Let's take this instead. As he spoke, a landing craft was slowly descending onto the beach ahead. Old Lin looked at this massive machine that could hover and take off at will and couldn't help but swallow. During the press conference, Su-chan had come out in this thing but had never mentioned what it was. One of the important tasks he had left was to ask Su-chan what this was and whether Jojo could possibly buy one to study. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have to ask. Su-chan had brought it right in front of him. Let's go. This should be much faster. Once we're on board, there will be time for you to contact Jojo. The hatch of the landing craft opened, and two powered Armors immediately stepped outside to stand guard as the group boarded. Old Lin took a deep breath and followed Su Chen into the craft. The interior structure immediately caught his eye. Upon entering, there was a clean and tidy space with 4 rows of seats, each row having about 100 seats. To the left of the entrance, there was a staircase, clearly leading to more space on the second floor. Su Chen had no intention of lingering at the entrance and directly led Old Lin to the front, opening a hatch to enter a space that was much more exquisite than the outside. This area was different from the previous enclosed cabin. It resembled a viewing platform, complete with sofas and coffee tables, and even snacks on the table. At the same time, there was a glass wall made of an unknown material through which one could see outside. Old Lin glanced outside and realized that the spaceship had taken off at some point and he hadn't felt a thing. What kind of Zenith Star technology is this? Just as Old Lin was lost in thought, he heard Su Chen point to the sofa beside him and say, "Sit down, this place can connect to the global network, so don't worry about the signal. You can contact the people above directly and explain the situation. Time is tight, and I hope you can understand." Once on the landing craft, Old Lin experienced what it felt like to travel 80,000 miles in a day. This thing was much faster than an airplane. He first contacted the people in Jojo by phone, stating that he had very important matters to discuss with them regarding Su Chen and hoped they could arrange the itinerary. Just after hanging up, he found himself already in Jojo. At this time, it was evening on Penglai Island, while it was just midnight in Jojo. The landing craft casually found an empty stadium in the heart of the capital to drop him off. It wasn't until he got off and watched the landing craft fly away leisurely that Old Lin finally reacted. So, this thing really just flew into the capital of Jojo so effortlessly and then flew away again after landing? Old Lin looked dazed. What else? It's not like an airplane, it doesn't need to circle and adjust its angle to land. Su Chen waved his hand. No, it's not just about how it lands, is it? Old Lin exclaimed angrily, this is the damn capital, where's the radar? He knew about stealth fighters, but those could still be detected by ordinary radar. Not to mention high-power ground radar stations, even the latest early warning aircraft could spot most of the so-called stealth fighters on Blue Star. Yet this landing craft hadn't triggered any radar alarms and just plunged straight into the capital. Thinking about it made him feel a chill. Su Chen, however, didn't care much. If a landing craft from an interstellar civilization could be detected by Blue Star's radar, that would be a real ghost story. I doubt anyone has been born who could design a radar to detect it. Su Chen waved his hand. Let's go, we're heading out. What a mess. Old Lin shook his head at the sight, too lazy to think about it anymore. In fact, the impact of this landing craft operation on him was far greater than witnessing Yuling use magic. After all, he could no longer comprehend magic. Amidst the shock, he had a thought of, since I can't understand it anyway, why bother? But this landing craft was different. As a former professional soldier who had served as a senior commander in the military after retirement and had been exposed to Blue Star's top military technology, this landing craft had completely refreshed Old Lin's worldview. Now he finally understood why Su Chen dared to be so arrogant, casually humiliating the bald eagle without leaving any face for the other party. It turned out he wasn't afraid at all. Sigh, I'm getting old, can't keep up with the times. Don't sigh, even the younger ones can't keep up with the development speed of our Tianyu group. Su Chen comforted him thoughtfully. Old Lin decisively changed the subject, glancing at the surroundings and said, this is the capital stadium, right? I'll make a call to have someone come pick us up. I contacted them long ago, Su Chen said, walking calmly towards the stadium's main entrance. Before they reached it, the dark stadium suddenly lit up. The main gate opened, and a stream of sharp-looking staff in black suits entered. Soon, a man jogged over, saluted in front of Old Lin, and said, the 4th Internal Affairs team is here to welcome the 3 of you, please follow us. In just a moment, Su Chen followed the unmarked convoy of the Internal Affairs team directly into the power center of Jojo. Although it was already midnight, the inside was still brightly lit. There wasn't much to say about the meeting process. The reception for Su Chen was quite high. Among the few people, one was on an overseas visit, another was inspecting in the field, and the rest had all arrived. After explaining his cooperation demands and having received prior notice from Old Man Lin, it was clear that they were somewhat prepared on that side as well. Soon, both parties reached a consensus on the general direction, and the next step was to discuss the details. The focus here was primarily on the safety of the 10,000 people. In peacetime, the sudden disappearance of a 10,000-strong army would place immense pressure on the central authority of the 9 provinces. The final outcome was that these 10,000 would follow Su Chen to another world, under his command. However, should any accidents occur, in addition to the compensation provided by the 9 provinces, the Tianyu group would also offer a substantial compensation package. How substantial? It would be over 10 million in compensation directly deposited into the family's accounts. Additionally, the families would have permanent free access to all products from Tianyu Medical, a subsidiary of the Tianyu Group. If children or direct relatives were willing, the Tianyu Group could also facilitate their entry into the company as formal employees, enjoying the benefits of senior staff.
They would not only receive free housing, but in the future, the Tianyu Group would also establish schools, hospitals, and other facilities for employees, which they could use for free. In short, even if those sent to the other world were to perish, the Tianyu Group would clearly arrange all their contingencies, leaving them with no worries. If they did not perish in the other world and successfully return to Blue Star, they would receive a basic employment fee of 10 million from the Tianyu Group, regardless of whether they chose to continue serving in the 9 provinces army or retire. If they had special achievements in the other world, there would be additional rewards, the figures of which would be unimaginable for an ordinary person in a lifetime. This was merely the sincerity offered by Su Chen. Since it was a collaboration, the 9 provinces would not be stingy either. If someone were to perish in the other world, the 9 provinces would provide compensation as well, and the deceased's parents and family would become key subjects of local official care, receiving condolences during festivals, and those without jobs could be arranged employment. Direct descendants would also be given priority admission to certain special schools in the future. They would have the highest priority during the interview phase of official examinations. The earlier arrangements were relatively standard, but the latter priority was immensely attractive to many people from the 9 provinces. This was the arrangement for the soldiers sent to the other world. As for the selection of candidates, it was not mandatory. It was clearly stated in advance that this was a life and death mission, and the rewards and compensations for the mission were explained, allowing the soldiers to choose whether to go. Those who refused would not face any penalties, only needing to sign a confidentiality agreement. In practice, no one would actually refuse. The soldiers of the 9 provinces were not afraid of death. They fully complied with their superiors' directives to protect the interests of the 9 provinces. As for the commander of this operation, after a round of selection, it was quite coincidentally an old acquaintance of Su Chen's who was chosen, Lin Yilong, the grandson of Old Man Lin. Yes, he was still on Panglai Island. Although the matters were settled and personnel transfers were simple, the mobilization of various weapons, equipment, and logistical supplies still required time to prepare. Therefore, 3 days might not seem long, but in such significant matters, time was indeed very tight. The final plan was for the 9 provinces to place the equipment in several different bases, and once prepared, Su Chen would directly go to retrieve them by landing craft. As for how he would retrieve them, that was not a concern. Aside from the weapons that would be redesigned and produced in overtime, the first batch of weapons sent over would mostly be stocked from military warehouses. After all, the armies of the 9 provinces had their own responsibilities and were not idly sitting around. Hastily withdrawing active duty equipment in large quantities could lead to very serious consequences if any accidents occurred. Moreover, the stockpiled equipment did not necessarily mean it was outdated or secondhand. There are indeed some used but still functional equipment inside, but most of it is actually brand new, stored in the warehouse just in case, to avoid logistical issues in the event of an unexpected war. This incident is considered an emergency for the 9 provinces. It could even potentially affect the fate of the nation. The main reason is that Su Chen offered too much. First, there's the procurement rights for the Sentinel-2 medium exoskeleton. Compared to the Sentinel-1 from the 9 provinces and the castrated version of Sentinel-1 sold abroad by the Tianyu Group, although the data in all aspects is much better, the basic architecture of this exoskeleton armor is the same, with no generational gap. The Sentinel-2 is different. The medium exoskeleton not only offers data improvements over the light exoskeleton, but the vast expansion space brought by various internal auxiliary devices and more external interfaces can provide a very intuitive enhancement to combat capability. Moreover, the Sentinel-2 is equipped with a built-in combat assistance AI. This is not the same as the auxiliary aiming modules in the Sentinel-1, it is a true intelligent AI. Of course, it cannot compare to the AI in the Tianshu or powered armor, but its capabilities are already extremely powerful. For the 9 provinces military, the biggest attraction is that this built-in AI can control drones, and it is fully automated. Wherever the operator points, it will control the drones to strike there. It can control up to 3,000 drones simultaneously. Once this thing is deployed on the battlefield, it can truly achieve the effect of I am the swarm. The idea of one person commanding an army is no joke. The 9 provinces military had already wanted to procure the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 when they learned about them, and this time, Old Lin attended the Tianyu Group's press conference to take the opportunity to bring this up and see if a deal could be made. Su Chen was also prepared to sell them the Sentinel-2. However, due to a twist of fate, they hadn't brought it up yet, and Su Chen approached them first. This instead became one of the conditions for asking the 9 provinces for help. Another condition was regarding the water of life. Of course, not the version that extends life, but the most basic version that alleviates pain. The 9 provinces hope that Su Chen can provide more consistently, rather than just letting Tianyu Medical release tens of thousands of doses on their official website every so often like before. If possible, they hope to have the medical insurance department contact Tianyu Medical to discuss the possibility of including this highly effective medication in the insurance coverage. The specific price is not something the 9 provinces demanded to be below a certain amount. They plan to have a professional team negotiate with Tianyu Medical. Many things
are like this: as long as there is something to discuss, it is already half the success. Previously, the medical department of the 9 provinces had also brought this up with Tianyu Medical, but the matter was handled by Tianshu, who believed that this would not maximize the group's interests, so it was not agreed upon. In fact, Suchun himself is not particularly keen on these trivial matters now. Since the 9 provinces officially regarded this as one of the conditions, he naturally agreed. It's just a matter of earning a little less per unit. Once included in insurance, selling more should overall yield greater profits. As for raw materials, that is no longer an issue. Vivi's hometown is almost taken over, and she has plenty of water of life to spare. Then there's the last condition, which might have a significant impact. The 9 provinces hope to cooperate with the ecological farm of the Tianyu Group located in Jiangcheng, allowing a well-known agricultural university in Jiangcheng to enter the farm to research those plants. At first glance, this condition seems a bit absurd. Such a trivial matter can be brought to the table in this context? In reality, it showcases the political wisdom of the 9 provinces over thousands of years. Knowing that there is something called source of life in the world, but being unable to understand it no matter what, the people of the Tianyu Group not only can use this energy to create the water of life and cultivate those beneficially mutated plants, but even humans can gain superpowers afterward. It would be nonsense for Jojo to say they don't want to research this. However, the Tianyu Group has always been vague about the so-called source of life, clearly not wanting to collaborate with others. Previously, Jojo had no intention of making things difficult for themselves. But now it's different. Suchen not only told Old Man Lin about the existence of another world but also had Yuling personally demonstrate some magic. Naturally, the higher-ups in Jojo believed this was a signal released by Su Chen. On this matter, it's not impossible to talk. If they can talk, then everything else will be easier. However, they need to control the pace. It would be unrealistic to directly demand Su Chen to reveal the secrets of the source of life or to obtain technology from the other world in this regard right at the start of their cooperation. So they settled for a compromise. They didn't seek the latest extraordinary power technology from the other world just to keep up with the technologies that the Tianyu Group had already brought to Blue Star. While other countries still had no clue about the source of life, Jojo was already able to send these magical crops that could enhance human constitution to the tables of people nationwide through their own research and development. This was a tremendous advancement. The higher-ups in Jojo always understood one thing: neither the Tianyu Group nor Su Chen were enemies of Jojo, nor could they even be considered competitors. Since the moment the Tianyu Group and Su Chen showed their heads, there had been no conflicts with the Jojo officials, nor had they done anything to threaten Jojo's interests. Even now, occupying Penglai Island and leaving the white-headed eagle stunned, he could easily establish a nation and declare himself emperor if he wanted, but he still chose not to do so, continuing to identify himself as a Jojo person. Compared to this mutual understanding, the higher-ups in Jojo were rather amused by the trivial issues of whether he needed a passport to run to Penglai Island, whether it counted as illegal immigration, what kind of place Penglai Island really was, and which country's territory it belonged to. Still, Jojo didn't need to be more impressive than the Tianyu Group in these areas. They just needed to be more advanced than other countries. Once the conditions were agreed upon, the remaining matters could naturally be left to Tianshu to handle. Su Chen himself found some leisure time. He originally planned to take a vacation on Penglai Island now that it had just been renovated and he had some free time. But unfortunately, just as he returned to the island and hadn't even settled in, Tianshu brought him some bad news. Sir, we've encountered some trouble. An international cargo ship that just arrived in the Honghai Sea area was carrying the supplies we need, so I contacted the buyers and sellers behind the merchant ship and purchased the supplies at a premium. The procurement process went smoothly, but now the ship has run into some issues. What kind of issues? Su Chen, who was about to go downstairs to fish, put down his fishing gear. If Tianshu specifically came to find him, it must be something serious, and he couldn't afford to take it lightly. Did they encounter pirates? The infamous Suwagwa pirates on Blue Star. 6 hours after I reached an agreement with the buyers and sellers behind the merchant ship and paid for the goods and shipping, the ship was intercepted by pirates while turning back towards Penglai Island, passing through Suwagwa waters. The ship belongs to Jojo, and the goods being transported are industrial semi-finished products sold by Jojo to the Ojo Alliance. For Suwagwa, which lacks an industrial base, these goods have no value. Under normal circumstances, their goal in robbing merchant ships should be to demand a ransom. Therefore, they usually wouldn't target such a large ocean-going cargo ship, they would only hold the people hostage. But this time, after they hijacked the merchant ship, not only did they not immediately demand any ransom from the Jojo shipping group, but they also took the ship to a port in the Sogwo after detaining the crew. Not only did they take hostages, but they also seized the ship, which is quite unusual. Coupled with the timing being too coincidental, I believe their intentions go beyond mere robbery. It is highly likely that someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Su Chen frowned as he listened. Can you find any traces of them being manipulated through the internet? No, sir, Tianshu replied immediately. The previous instances of manipulating online public
opinion may have already attracted the attention of certain forces. This time, they left almost no traces online. It seems they are controlling everything through offline actions.
There are only a few
countries and forces in the world capable of remotely controlling these pirates to do such things.
The range of suspects has suddenly narrowed. Haven't they demanded a ransom yet? Not yet. Currently, the
JoJo shipping group is already in contact with them, but the results are not optimistic.
Then let's not worry about it for now. Let JoJo handle the communication. Su-chan waved his hand. The JoJo
officials have certainly encountered such situations before and have much more experience in handling them.
It's best to leave professional matters to professionals. I suspect their target should be the Tianyu group.
If JoJo negotiates, it might be difficult to achieve any ideal results, Tianshu reminded. Additionally, the supplies loaded on this ship are urgently needed by us.
The industrial zone expansion on Panglai Island cannot do without these materials.
If they cannot reach the port of Panglai Island within 3 days, it is very likely to delay the planned military aid to the magical world.
Of course, there is another solution.
That is for you, sir, to make a trip yourself and use your personal space to transport the materials from the origin. Upon hearing this, Su-chan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly chuckled. Those white-skinned folks seem to still have their thieving hearts. Connecting the various clues, it is not difficult to guess
that the masterminds behind this matter are the White Eagle and the people from the North Atlantic Treaty.
In such a short time, without using online means, only these traditional Western powers could
control those pirates.
As for their motives, that is also easy to guess. It is simply to use these pirates to provoke the Tianyu group into becoming scapegoats, forcing the Tianyu group to resort to force to retrieve their goods and rescue the kidnapped crew. After all, although Sogwo has been in a state of anarchy for decades, it is still nominally a sovereign state. Even if they refuse all the conditions proposed by JoJo cannot truly disregard international implications and send warships across the ocean to violently attack the pirates.
Ultimately, if the Tianyu group wants to resolve this matter quickly, they must take action themselves.
Once they act, they can assess the combat capabilities of those powered armors and exoskeletons.
Given the current development momentum of the Tianyu group,
once these Western countries determine that powered armor and exoskeletons can be dealt with, they will undoubtedly launch a war against Panglai Island without hesitation.
They have too many reasons
to go to war. The reason they haven't completely torn their faces yet is simply because they are uncertain about the true strength of the Tianyu group and dare not act rashly.
Understanding these key points,
Su-chen immediately said to Tianshu, "You directly use the channels of major social media to inform those pirates. Within 3 hours, if this ship cannot set sail again, the consequences will be theirs to bear."
"Yes, sir."
Tianshu did not say more and immediately published the news of the merchant ship being hijacked by pirates on all social platforms worldwide using the official account of the Tianyu group. At the same time, it posted Su-chen's demands. Under its control of the dissemination, the news successfully spread around the world in less than an hour, instantly causing a huge uproar. Pirates
robbing merchant ships is not really news around the world.
In the past, when such incidents occurred, whether it was the official stance of various countries or the shipping companies that were robbed, they tended to downplay the situation, not making a big fuss about it. Even so, the pirates from the Sogwo are notoriously infamous worldwide. Basically, everyone has heard of them. This time, however, the news of the merchant ship being robbed was announced to the entire world, and they boldly demanded that the pirates allow the cargo ship to set sail again within 3 hours, not to release the hostages within 3 hours, but to have the ship ready to go.
Such audacity, showing no regard for the pirates at all, was unprecedented.
It caused quite a stir.
After all, no matter how you look at it,
Sogwo is nominally a country. They have taken the goods back to their territory.
If you don't honestly pay the ransom, are you really going to send troops over? That would not just be a simple matter of fighting pirates, but an invasion.
This is also the reason why, over the years, various countries have been in a bind with these pirates but have never been able to find a solution.
Fighting pirates is completely different from invading a sovereign nation's territory.
You're still too young. When faced with such situations, it's best to just pay up.
Now that it's escalated, what if they don't listen to you? Are you really going to send troops over? Young people don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, and you're the boss of Tianyu Group? If it were me handling this, I could definitely make it look good. You can't even handle such a small matter. Old Deng talks too much. If you're so impressive, why aren't you the boss of Tianyu Group? They have backing, you know? Let's just say those who understand. It's normal for you young ones not to get it. Honestly, I also think this is inappropriate.
There was still room for negotiation. Both sides could have talked privately, given a little money, and treated it as a way to resolve the issue. Now that it's turned into this, it's like putting both sides on fire. Yeah, if the pirates obediently returned the people and goods, how would they operate in the future? If they rob another ship, the robbed party might also issue a notice like Tianyu Group. How would they handle that? They can't possibly let the hostages go. If they really don't release them, then the pressure will fall on Tianyu Group. What if they don't give you face and treat your words like nonsense? What will you do?
Are you really going to send in violent forces to forcibly retrieve them? Does Su-chen have that kind of strength? Don't say that, there really is. Just look at those exoskeletons and powered armor. You don't think a bunch of pirates can take on that kind of stuff, do you? What exoskeletons and powered armor? They haven't been battle tested, it's all just promotional nonsense to swindle money. Only a fool would believe it. Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter. I know that many countries have already placed orders for the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton. They want more advanced exoskeletons and powered armor, but Tianyu Group won't sell them. Let's wait and see. I even have a feeling that Tianyu Group might really be able to solve the pirate problem of Sogwo directly. Are you serious, buddy? Dream on, it's impossible to solve. That's determined by their national conditions. The rampant behavior of Sogwo pirates is indeed a necessary result. In the chairman's office on the rooftop of the group headquarters, Su-chen was explaining. The origins of these pirates to Yuling, their location is too advantageous, controlling the entrance to Honghai, a major shipping route between the east and the west. And they are so poor that it's heartbreaking. Right in front of them is a golden waterway connecting the whole world, yet they are so impoverished. What can they do? They can only rob. Occupying such a good place, they shouldn't be poor if they did business normally, right? Yuling asked, looking at the map with confusion. The internal situation is a complete mess, with constant fighting. It's called a country, but in reality, it's an anarchic, chaotic area. It's a miracle they aren't poor. Previously, you said that most of the wars and chaos in this world have the shadow of the bald eagle behind them. So, is this situation in the Kingdom of Su also their doing? In Yuling's mind, the bald eagle empire of Blue Star had already become the image of a mid-level villain, one that was guilty of all sorts of evil. Naturally, when these matters were mentioned, it was hard to avoid bringing it up. There is indeed some connection, but it's not the essential reason, Su-chen replied with a smile. The bald eagle has only shown kindness once in its life, wanting to do a good deed without any ulterior motives, and that was right here. And then, the black eagle fell. We can watch it together sometime. The movie was quite good. The chaos in this place has probably to do with much earlier times. Back then, the dominant force in world order wasn't the bald eagle, but rather the John Bull over there. As colonizers, these guys, lacking in virtue, drew arbitrary borders all over the world, leaving behind a bunch of disputed areas, which has led to many small countries continuously erupting in wars even to this day. The Kingdom of Su was also considered a small tyrant in the Black State, but it ended up fighting with its neighboring country over border issues, resulting in mutual destruction, the official collapse, and the current state of anarchy. The whole situation is a dark humor. The disputed area was originally a place where no birds would defecate, and neither side cared about it. Then one day, an energy company from Gull Island suddenly claimed there was oil there, and then the fighting started. Su-chen shrugged. The abstract nature of the Black State was appalling. It was indeed difficult to determine who was responsible for the Kingdom of Su becoming this way. In the end, it could only be traced back to John Bull's reckless line drawing. Yuling blinked, somewhat unable to understand the thought process of the Blue Star people. After a brief contemplation, she decided to change the topic. So how do you plan to resolve this? Do you need me to step in? No need for that. With so many people in a country, we can't just kill them all. What I want is to intimidate them while also scaring off those behind them who are trying to rob my things. If you step in, they won't even understand what's happening, and it won't have a deterrent effect. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Su-chen glanced at his watch. There's still half an hour, just wait and see. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the pirates from the Kingdom of Su naturally did not release the hostages. Just as Nedison said, if they easily let them go like this, how would they continue their robbery business in the future? Therefore, even if no one was guiding them from behind, they wouldn't release the hostages this time. It seemed that in response to the fully charged threat from Tianyu Group, the leader of the pirate group, that had robbed the merchant ship, even specially recorded a video and uploaded it online. In the video, the dark-skinned pirate was wearing tattered military attire from who knows which country, holding a sharp military knife in his hand. Behind him were about 10 crew members who had been robbed. He waved the knife back and forth across the necks of these crew members, and finally, looking very angry at the camera, he ranted for a while, with English subtitles conveniently provided below. The gist was, every 3 hours, he would kill one hostage, and if Tianyu Group wanted to rescue these hostages, they had to transfer $1 billion to their designated account every 3 hours, with no upper limit. If they wanted to retrieve both the people and the merchant ship, the CEO of Tianyu Group, Su-chen, had to personally go to them to collect the hostages. In the end, this guy even had a lewd grin, saying that the CEO of Tianyu Group, Yuling, was very beautiful, and if Su-chen was too scared to go, they could let Yuling come, and they would release the hostages. Provocation. Any normal person watching the video would know that these pirates had no intention of negotiating. This was a blatant provocation. Demanding $1 billion every 3 hours was no small sum. Even kidnapping the president of the Bald Eagle wouldn't be worth that price. Not to mention the absurdity of asking Su-chen to personally go and retrieve the hostages, as well as insulting Yuling.
Even a fool could see that these people had no intention of bargaining. After watching the video, Suchan didn't feel angry. He just put on a set of power armor and had Yu Ling take a photo of him to send out.
Wait for me, I'm coming. Wait for me, I'm coming. The boss of such a giant multinational corporation, wearing this era-defining black technology gear, said such words. For a moment, the netizens following this event were stunned. No way, are you really going? Let that old black guy talk big. Now it's good, director. Su is going to confront him in person. If you don't stop bragging, you'll die. He's in the territory of the Sogwo. How are you going to get there? Wake up. Sogwo has no government, and even less customs. Are you really going to fight? If this goes wrong, it could be an invasion of another country, and I remember Suchen is still a citizen of Jojo. Won't this implicate us? Dude, if you're afraid of the bald eagle, that's one thing, but are you really afraid of Sogwo? If we fight, we fight. What does it matter if we're from Jojo? Can they come to Jojo to settle scores with? You? Can't you even handle a little online drama? Meanwhile, the excitement of the netizens about the impending fight contrasted sharply with some foreign media. These media outlets gathered a bunch of so-called military experts and international relations specialists, and after a round of analysis, they all believed that Tianyu Group was just putting on a brave face and would never actually fight. They either claimed that Tianyu Group simply didn't have the capability to handle such matters, and in the end, it would still have to be resolved by Jojo. They were just short of saying, if Su Chen dares to fight, I'll eat it. The purpose, of course, was not to highlight how far-sighted they were. To put it bluntly, it was just to stoke the flames, putting Tianyu Group and Su Chen on the grill, lest Su Chen suddenly calm down and back out. If he didn't fight, how would they watch the show and obtain the parameters of those equipment? Compared to these onlookers, the pirates from Sogwo were also showing a considerable sense of relaxation at this moment. Even the pirate account that had previously released the provocative video specifically went to the I'm coming post that Su Chen had sent on the foreign network to comment, remember to bring your group CEO over, our boss has taken a liking to her. This comment was instantly pushed to the top by countless onlookers who loved the drama. Sitting in the landing craft that had just reached Sogwo's airspace, Su Chen took a moment to use the entertainment system inside the power armor to open these apps. After glancing at what this guy had posted, he casually took a photo from the air and sent it back. You can still jump around for a few more minutes, cherish it. WTF? In a city made up of low adobe houses, in a 6-story small villa that looked out of place among the surrounding buildings, a dark-skinned boy holding an AK and looking no older than his teens, suddenly jumped up from the sofa. What's all the noise? It's not even time to eat yet. A slightly older pirate next to him said impatiently, he really came. The pirate boy quickly handed over the tablet he had snatched from a crew member. The image on it was the aerial view that Su Chen had just sent him. He pointed at the very conspicuous white villa among the adobe houses. Look, this seems to be us. They really came. The old pirate was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, grabbing the intercom and saying, General. Not good, General. The people from Tianyu Group are coming. At that moment, the pirate wearing somewhat tattered military attire was interrogating the captain of a merchant ship, trying to get the captain to transfer his money into the pirate's account. Unlike those poor crew members, the captain, who could command such a large ship, was clearly not short on cash. Just as the captain was about to crack under pressure, the sudden voice from the intercom infuriated the pirate leader. He immediately tossed the phone's whip and transfer device to a nearby lackey. You tell him to transfer the money. I'm going out to see what's going on. Speaking of which, he picked up the intercom impatiently and said, Who is calling? Speak clearly. It's people from the Tianyu Group. It seems to be their boss. He's really calling. The fearful voice of his underling made the pirate leader very displeased, and he scolded, What are you afraid of? Don't you see where this is? At my command, the whole city is mine. Back in the day, the people from the White Eagle had to flee here in disgrace. What is the Tianyu Group to me? Go notify the others, tell them that outsiders are coming, and have everyone grab their weapons. After saying this, he opened the door to the interrogation room and walked out, wanting to see how far the Tianyu Group had come, what they were riding in, and whether it was an armed helicopter. If it was, he would need to arrange for a few underlings to go to the warehouse and bring out his prized Stinger missiles. Just then, the only luxurious villa in the city faced the sea, right by the port. The moment he opened the door, he saw a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. A flying machine he had never seen before was hovering above the deck of the cargo ship they had seized, 1,000 meters away at the port. Shadows were continuously jumping down from the flying machine. At the same time, he received a frantic radio message from the underlings guarding the cargo ship. They're here. The Tianyu Group is coming. They're all monsters. Bullets don't work on them. Help! The chaotic figures and the shocking scene before him made the pirate leader swallow hard, his brain entering a state of shutdown. It wasn't until he saw the spaceship retract its hatch and fly back towards the city that he reacted, quickly running to the makeshift broadcasting room in the villa, turning on the citywide broadcast and shouting, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bring out all the weapons from the warehouse, and all the hostages, bring them all out. Everyone in the city, grab your weapons, defend our home, and repel these invaders.
Those without weapons, come to me to get some. Hurry up. The landing craft moved slowly forward, and Su Chen sat inside, observing the dilapidated small town ahead, his face showing no emotional fluctuations. At the speed of the landing craft, he could easily rush in and eliminate those pirate leaders before these rabble even realized what was happening. But that would only be a temporary solution. Moreover, dealing with the pirates was not his purpose for coming this time. He wanted to intimidate those behind the pirates who still had ideas about the Tianyu group to make them behave. At least until he found a way to resolve the nuclear weapons issue on Blue Star, he needed them to stay calm and not cause trouble. Once Su Chen could solve the nuclear weapons problem, it wouldn't matter whether they behaved or not. A quick decapitation tactic clearly wouldn't achieve the desired intimidation effect. So he needed something more shocking, like armed thugs breaking through a city head-on. Sir, they should be gathered by now. Tian Shu's voice sounded at the right moment. At the same time, a Stinger missile was streaking towards the landing craft, trailing flames. I didn't expect to have to fight a battle before heading to support the war in the magical world. Su Chen stood up, the faceplate of his power armor closing, and a cold, emotionless electronic voice came from the armor. Let's begin. Leave no one alive with weapons. As soon as he finished speaking, the hatch of the landing craft swung open violently. A piece of power armor shot out instantly, grabbing the incoming Stinger missile at a terrifying speed, forcefully stopping it and throwing it back to the ground. Compared to these standard-issue counterfeit AKs, the heavy firepower consisted only of RPGs and single-man anti-aircraft missiles on the island. The warriors of the Tianyu Group's security department, clad in full power armor or heavy exoskeletons, charging into the city was like a modern army beating up primitive people. Su Chen had no intention of executing anyone. Several powered armors flew out of the landing craft and directly entered the city to search for the kidnapped hostages, while the massive landing craft hovered low over a relatively flat area at the edge of the dilapidated city. Aside from the exoskeleton soldiers controlling the cargo ship, the remaining 180 soldiers donned their exoskeletons and jumped down from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Once on the ground, they immediately dispersed, quickly securing several entrances and exits of the city according to the previously formulated combat plan. In such a small town, it wouldn't take long to navigate around with the data from the heavy exoskeletons. This time, Su Chen brought over 200 people, including himself, 9 powered armors, and 200 ground combat personnel equipped with heavy exoskeletons. All of them had been meticulously selected through layers of screening by the Tianyu Group's security department over the past few days, mostly consisting of elite soldiers who were retired. Their combat skills were top-notch. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before over 100 soldiers surrounded the entire city. Of course, surrounding the city was not the goal, it was merely the beginning. While the exoskeleton troops maneuvered to control the entrances and exits of the city, the powered armors that entered first had already engaged in combat with the pirates inside. The first target was the most conspicuous villa in the entire city. This was also the most heavily guarded place in the city and one of the few locations where hostages could be confirmed, so 2 powered armors were dispatched here. Although the pirates lacked powerful weaponry, they were not short on several anti-aircraft machine guns. The flying speed of the powered armors was not particularly fast, giving the opponents ample time to react. Therefore, before they got close, the sound of intense gunfire erupted. However, facing the hail of bullets from the large-caliber anti-aircraft machine guns, the 2 powered armors showed no intention of dodging and charged straight toward the villa amidst the rain of bullets. Although the operators of the anti-aircraft machine guns had limited skills and most of the shells missed, a few still managed to hit. However, it was of no use. As soon as the shells approached the powered armors, they would have their kinetic energy partially weakened by the energy shields above, making it impossible to penetrate the armor. Of course, even without the energy shields, such anti-aircraft machine guns should not be able to pierce the powered armors. In the terrified eyes of the pirates, the 2 powered armors leisurely landed on the rooftop of the villa. Captain Wang Chanlong was the captain of a shipping company under the Jojo Shipping Group. At nearly 60 years old, he had over 40 years of sailing experience and had been the captain of a deep-sea cargo ship for nearly 20 years. Over these 20 years, he had changed several ships, traveled countless miles, visited numerous countries, and had never encountered any major accidents. This time, as soon as the ship reached the Honghai Sea area, they received orders to turn back to the Tianyu Group's Panglai Island, which actually made him quite happy. Not only did the financially robust Tianyu Group promise to give everyone on board double their salary as a bonus upon arrival, but he had also heard of the Tianyu Group's great reputation and was very curious about Panglai Island. It was a perfect opportunity to avoid unnecessary detours, earn more money, and see the island. This trip couldn't have been better. However, this pleasant experience didn't last half a day. Before it came to an abrupt end, they encountered pirates. As a giant deep-sea cargo ship weighing several 100,000 tons, normally, pirates wouldn't target such a large vessel because big ships usually had guards and were too tall to board. They were considered tough nuts to crack. However, this time, the pirates seemed to have gone mad, almost emptying their lair. When Captain Wang Chanlong stepped out of the cabin and saw hundreds of black-skinned pirates outside, each holding an AK and some even brandishing rocket launchers. His heart sank when he saw the leading islanders pull out a large amount of high explosives, threatening them to stop the ship and surrender, and then immediately blow the ship to the bottom. He knew there was no way to escape this situation. The ship was indeed quite large, and once the engines were at full power, those poor pirates, lacking helicopters or anything of the sort, could only dream of boarding. They weren't afraid of ordinary firearms or RPGs at all. With such a large ship, even if a few holes were shot through causing leaks, it was impossible for it to sink. A little patching up afterward would solve the problem. But the issue was that they had no intention of forcibly boarding. While the ship could withstand some individual weapons, it couldn't withstand an entire shipload of TNT waiting below. This was not just a few hundred kilograms. A rough glance revealed that the explosives these pirates brought were definitely measured in tons, and the number in front of the tons could even be double digits. Wang Changlong didn't understand why a group of pirates would have so much TNT, but it didn't stop him from knowing that he absolutely couldn't resist at this moment. With so many bombs set to explode around the ship, let alone a mere cargo ship, even an aircraft carrier would be blown to pieces. Thus, he and his ship naturally became the captives of the pirates. These pirates were strange. After capturing them, they didn't even mention ransom, and even just did a simple search of the ship's previous belongings before holding a gun to his head, forcing him to take the ship back to the dilapidated port of Sugwa. Wang Changlong initially thought that the next step would involve company executives or officials from Jojo sending someone to negotiate with the pirates and then ransom him and the others. Having spent years at sea, he was very familiar with these pirates. Typically, they valued money over life. Once they received the money, they would generally release the captives. After all, the pirates from Sugwa had publicly traded companies. In business, integrity was key. If they engaged in ransom and betrayal, who would pay them in the future? But the reality proved he was still too young. The people here spoke Gallic, and as a highly educated individual, he happened to understand a bit. He then overheard two small black pirates joking privately about the conditions their boss had set for Tianyu Group, demanding that Tianyu Group transfer $1 billion to their account every 3 hours, or else they would execute the hostages. Upon receiving this information, Wang Changlong felt as if the sky had fallen. He immediately realized that this was not a simple pirate robbery, but something involving higher stakes. These pirates had no intention of releasing them. Based on Tianyu Group's past hardline stance and Jojo's way of doing things, he believed someone would come to rescue them, but before that, he needed to keep himself and the captured crew alive. Wang Changlong speculated that these pirates were being manipulated from behind, aiming to create trouble for Jojo or Tianyu Group. However, the pirates were greedy, and they were bound to be avaricious themselves. So, when he encountered the pirate leader again to check on the captives, he took the initiative to step forward and claimed to come from a prominent family, with power, influence, and immense wealth. Just in his own account, he had hundreds of millions of dollars. If they released him and the crew, that money could be transferred to him immediately through international banks or digital currency. The pirate leader was indeed tempted, but releasing them was clearly out of the question. He ordered the other captives to be taken away for separate supervision while he personally interrogated Wang Changlong, intending to force him to transfer money through torture. Wang Changlong did have money, but asking him for tens of millions of Jojo coins was feasible. Claiming he had hundreds of millions in deposits was nonsense. However, this way he at least achieved his goal. The pirate leader, not trusting his subordinates to torture him, decided to take matters into his own hands. The pirate leader stayed with Wang Changlong, and the remaining pirates naturally dared not kill the captives indiscriminately. After all, these were not ordinary captives but key pieces in some international game. This also ensured the safety of the crew. But he himself suffered greatly. At 60 years old, after being tortured, there wasn't a single good spot left on his body, but from beginning to end, he still gritted his teeth and insisted that he would only pay once he saw the release of the hostages. Of course, he couldn't admit that he was deceiving the other party, otherwise, it was hard to say whether these thugs would kill a few people out of anger once they realized they had been tricked. Just when Wang Changlong was being tortured to the point of losing consciousness, the pirate leader suddenly rushed out in a panic after receiving some information. He vaguely heard the pirates shouting something about the people from Tianyu Group are coming. After hearing the sudden sounds of gunfire and explosions outside, Wang Changlong stood there in a daze for a moment before finally tilting his head and fainting. The last thought in his mind before passing out was, if I had known they would come so quickly, I wouldn't have played the hero and come out to suffer. Bang! The powered armor violently kicked open the door to a small room in the villa where 7 or 8 little black figures were huddled together. They all held AKs, but facing the powered armor in front of them, they didn't even have the courage to pull the trigger. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a powered armor withstand a rooftop heavy machine gun's barrage and slowly descend to tear apart the people firing the cannon. Faced with a monster that even a heavy machine gun couldn't handle, their little AKs provided no sense of safety whatsoever. Suchin glanced at the little black figures in the room without paying them much mind. His gaze swept around and landed on a relatively new tablet. It was obvious that this thing had been snatched from the crew members. Of course, Suchin had no intention of taking the items back. He had come here mainly because someone had just applied to confront him, so he showed up. Under the terrified gaze of the little blacks, he strode over, picked up the tablet, and Tianshu instantly bypassed the password lock. After a quick search, he found the message record where someone had mocked him on social media earlier.
Not bad, I didn't come to the wrong place. Suchen opened the electromagnetic
rifle on his powered armor arm and casually destroyed all their useless AKs, confirming that these people should be unarmed before lifting his helmet. Who was using this computer to mock me on my
social account just now? Come out, I'm here, what do you have to say?
With the universal language card, he was fluent in countless languages from various worlds, including the Gaulish language commonly used by these little blacks, allowing for seamless communication. The little blacks exchanged glances, then without hesitation pointed to a young man who looked to be under 20.
The pointed out person turned pale, devoid of any color, and hurriedly said, "Sir, it wasn't me, it wasn't me. The video was his idea, he made us film and send it out, and those things he said in the video, you can't blame me."
However, Suchen completely ignored his excuses, walking straight to him and grabbing his shoulder, lifting the young man up.
Looking at his terrified expression, Suchen scoffed, "You don't even take a moment to look at what you are, an uncivilized primitive dares to have designs on my wife?" The little black was about to argue, but the next moment, the fingers of the powered armor gripping his shoulder gradually exerted force. The intense pain instantly interrupted his words, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones breaking. When Su Chen threw the pirate, whose shoulder blade had been crushed, onto the ground, the guy twisted into a ball like a maggot in pain. He kept making ha-ha sounds, unable to even scream from the agony. "Stop screaming." Su Chen kicked him over, grabbed his dirty dreadlocks, and pulled him up again. Then he took the tablet and snapped a selfie with him, posting it using the account on the tablet. "See, this is what happens when you act tough online." The other little blacks in the room watched his actions, not daring to move a muscle, trembling in fear. After finishing these tasks, Suchen tossed the guy to the ground and crushed his head with a kick. Looking at the remaining few little black figures in the room, he expressionlessly opened his electromagnetic rifle and, with the aid of the assisted aiming module, fired 6 shots in the blink of an eye. Not a single one was spared.
The remaining 6 were almost all shot through the forehead with perfect accuracy. With the help of the built-in war AI in the powered armor, shooting for Suchen was like using auto-aim in a game. At this distance, there was no chance of missing. The keyboard warrior who was typing and shouting is dealt with, but there's still one more on video chat, Suchen said as he walked out of the small room. He casually swatted a panicked islander trying to escape past him, then opened the radio and asked, "Have you found the pirate leader?" A response immediately came through the radio. "Report, Chairman, Team 1 has not found him yet." "Report, Chairman, Team 2 has not found him yet." "Chairman, I am the captain of Team 3. I have noticed that the armed personnel in the city are relocating their positions unusually quickly. Some armed personnel that were intentionally let go will soon appear on the other side of the street. I suspect there is a developed tunnel system in the city, and those brains from the island group, along with some of the kidnapped crew members, are likely underground." Upon hearing this report, Suchen immediately said, "You all focus on your respective areas. I will have the landing craft activate the high-power scanner to scan the city's structure. If any underground structures are detected, they will be synchronized to the maps in your armor. At that time, each team will send 3 people to form a small squad to explore. Any armed personnel are to be killed without question. If you encounter that pirate leader, you can spare his life for now. I want him to be useful." Understood. The intense gunfire had not ceased since it began. In this fantastical place, even the poorest families, who could barely afford food, might pull out a few AKs to shoot at you. These people probably didn't even know why they were firing at outsiders, they just followed along because everyone else was shooting. They completely failed to notice that the exoskeleton soldiers from Tianyu group, who weren't firing, couldn't be bothered with them. The moment someone picked up a weapon and fired, they would be the first to have their heads blown off by quality rounds coming from who knows where. Over 100 soldiers fought their way from outside the city to the inside, and the number of armed personnel they had killed was almost uncountable. They combed through the entire city, inside and out like a comb. Finally, as night was about to fall, after nearly 2 hours of fierce battle, the continuous gunfire finally quieted down. Only occasionally could a few sporadic shots be heard. After a long silence, of course, there were only a handful of living people left in the entire city. This wasn't because the security department of Tianyu Group had cleared everyone out. Some people had dropped their weapons and fled the city once they realized something was wrong. With fewer than 200 exoskeleton soldiers, it was still too few to truly encircle the entire city. At most, they could only block a few key traffic routes to prevent vehicles from passing. Those who had nothing left to lose ran barefoot from the fields, and there was no need to chase them. The entire city had about 30 to 40,000 people. About 30,000 had fled. As for the remaining people, according to the data collected by Tianshu connecting all exoskeleton systems, in just over 2 hours, these 200 people had killed nearly 10,000 armed personnel. There was nothing benevolent about it. These people, who seemed like pitiful souls too poor to afford food, became murderous pirates the moment they picked up a gun and boarded a small boat. In the past, for various reasons like humanitarianism and international order, they were allowed to run rampant without intervention.
But Su Chen didn't care about any of that.
They robbed him, kidnapped his crew, threatened him, and even dared to insult Yu Ling. He wouldn't bat an eye if he slaughtered everyone here. After all, to him, these beings didn't even count as human. Killing them was just killing them. Chairman, our second team has already discovered the fleeing island leader and the last 2 hostages he has taken in the underground passage. We are in pursuit and will ensure he is brought before you within 10 minutes.
Good work. It's better to finish this quickly so you can head back.
Su Chen sat on the rooftop of the villa, gazing at the seaside scenery, and said lightly, after we return this time, each person will receive a 2 million bonus and you'll have a month of paid leave.
You can either go back home or take a vacation on Panglai Island. A month of paid leave? Wow, that would be amazing.
Chairman, you're awesome. I've been eyeing the fish schools around our island these days. I'm going to fish like crazy for a
month during my leave.
The voice channel was suddenly filled with cheers. Although combating pirates violates many established norms, it is fundamentally just and aligns with the public's simple values. Even so, these warriors would inevitably carry some psychological scars after such a battle.
Giving them a break is the least that can be done.
Sir, there is a reconnaissance aircraft approaching
from the White Eagle's overseas base,
less than 100 kilometers from the Kingdom of Sorrow. They must have observed the situation here via satellite and sent the reconnaissance aircraft to gather intelligence, with 2 transport planes following behind, carrying some reporters from the White Eagle and Gull Island Alliance media.
The latter should be a temporary organization by the White Eagle,
wanting to capture the events in this city to create a narrative, putting pressure on Tianyu Group's fishing fleet.
Should we take countermeasures? Take them down, Su Chen said expressionlessly. Only target the reconnaissance aircraft or take them all down.
Also, use the group account to issue a statement saying that Tianyu Group is conducting a mission to combat pirates and rescue hostages
in the nearby area.
The airspace has been sealed off, and any aircraft from any country or organization is strictly prohibited from approaching, or they will bear the consequences.
Hack into the back end
and change the announcement time to before their planes take off. Even if there were disputes later, if the White Eagle found the black box of the downed aircraft, they would have to acknowledge that our announcement was made first before their planes were dispatched.
It's entirely their own fault. Who can they blame? Besides, isn't this pirate territory?
If their planes get shot down, why come looking for
me instead of the pirates?
Understood, sir.
Tian Shu immediately complied.
In the next moment, the landing craft, which had been hovering over the sea for 2 hours without movement, slowly turned. The armor on top quickly lifted, and a large electromagnetic cannon extended from the top of the landing craft. After aiming at a certain direction in the sky, it fired 3 quality rounds in quick succession, while a laser cannon extended from the side, shooting a thick beam of laser into the sky above.
It then retracted both turrets and returned to its previous silent state.
Sir, 1 reconnaissance aircraft and 2 transport planes have been shot down, and I have also taken down the White Eagle military satellite observing this area from high altitude.
Well done. Su Chen was not worried at all
about whether this would provoke a war. The barbaric fear the powerful but do not hold virtue. These white-skinned mad dogs only bite those weaker than themselves. They may seem tough and domineering, but, in reality, they are greedy and fear death. They would not confront an unknown enemy for just a few planes and lives. If they were shot down, so be it. If we don't strike, they will use the situation here
to create a narrative.
If we do strike, they are more likely to pretend nothing happened. After all, Tianyu Group shot down the White Eagle's military aircraft and even took down their military satellite. If this news spreads, it would likely incite public outrage, and even if they dare not retaliate, they would have to muster the courage to confront Tianyu Group.
This is something the higher-ups of the White Eagle absolutely do not want to see.
The reason Su Chen had Tian Shu change the announcement time was merely a precautionary measure. Chairman, we caught the person, but during the capture, 1 hostage
was shot in the abdomen and is in critical condition. We request to use the water of life. Go ahead, bring that pirate leader to me.
Bored out of his mind, Su Chen finally showed some interest and jumped
down from the rooftop.
The heavy power armor smashed a large pit in the villa's garden. But it didn't matter, this cursed place had already been wrecked. He had a plan for how to deal with the aftermath. In any case, this broken place could no longer house anyone. If it was destroyed, so be it. Now, he wanted to see if this pirate leader, who had the audacity to call him over in a video, had 3 heads and 6 arms, or if his head was armored.
Before long, the man was brought before Su Chen.
Looking at the pitiful pirate leader, he couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you just calling for me in
the video? I'm here, so what now?
This guy seemed so scared that he was a bit out of his mind. Upon seeing Su Chen, his eyes were filled with fear, and he nervously replied, Demon.
You are demons. You killed everyone. Slap. Stop acting crazy here. I'm asking you a question.
Su Chen slapped him directly, knocking out a few of his teeth. Once the guy settled down, he continued, Now tell me, who
sent you to hijack this ship, and what benefits did they promise you? This time, the pirate leader dared not play the fool anymore and quickly said, it was the people from the White Eagle, the CIA. Yes, the CIA. They contacted me in the Kingdom of Sorrow, asking me to hijack this merchant ship and provoke the Tianyu group in Jojo. I have evidence. They transferred me $500 million, and the transaction records are still there. They also promised to grant me White Eagle citizenship after the job was done, allowing me to wash my hands of this. I was tricked by them, otherwise, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare provoke the Tianyu group in Jojo. As he spoke, he kept banging his head on the ground. Su Chen frowned and immediately asked Tianchu, is there such a large sum of money in his account? If there had been a transfer record beforehand, it wouldn't make sense for Tianchu to not find evidence of someone behind the scenes from the start. They could only rely on speculation. The bank system's firewall was like a toy in front of it. No, I checked all his and his close relatives and trusted subordinates' private and company accounts, and I found no trace of this 500 million. I also checked the funding flow of the White Eagle's Overseas Intelligence Department and found that this sum indeed exists. Last night, the White Eagle's Finance Department allocated this money to the Intelligence Department under the guise of Overseas Operational Funds, and then it was divided into dozens of parts, transferred multiple times before entering the private accounts of several high-ranking officials in the White Eagle's Intelligence Department. In fact, nearly $200 million were exchanged for Jojo currency and deposited in a bank in Jojo. As for the bank transfer records given to him, they were actually forged. His family in the White Eagle received not a single cent, and he was controlled. Su Chen looked at this guy and carefully reviewed what Tianchu had just said. For a moment, he didn't know whether to mock this fool for risking his life without receiving any money or to criticize the people from the White Eagle for being truly impressive, providing $500 million for operational funds while giving this poor soul nothing, pocketing it all. Just kill him. This guy was somewhat of a warlord in the Kingdom of Sorrow, and Su Chen initially thought he had some substance. But was this all? Aside from marveling at the excellent matching mechanism of the Black State region, allowing such brainless individuals to rise to power, what else could he say? After resolving the issue with these pirates, everyone was rescued, except for the captain, who suffered some superficial injuries from severe interrogation, and one unfortunate soul who was shot during the capture of the pirate leader. Everyone else was fine. The injured lifewater for treatment meant that this operation had saved all the kidnapped crew members without any casualties. Well, the casualties of the kidnappers certainly don't count as casualties. After sending the uninjured crew back to the ship, in order to protect their wounded spirits, Su Chen specifically left 10 exoskeleton warriors to accompany the ship back to Panglai Island. As for the remaining warriors, he only took half, leaving behind 100 exoskeleton warriors and 3 power armors here. They were responsible for handling the follow-up matters. To avoid escalating global tensions and affecting the company's business, the events that occurred here still needed an explanation. Striking the pirates and killing over 10,000 of them, while true, was somewhat of a stretch. Therefore, Su Chen decided to find someone to take the blame. Who better to shoulder the blame than the local warlords of the Sogwo? These people, who engage in civil wars and ethnic massacres with casualties in the hundreds of thousands, would find a mere 10,000 casualties trivial. Taking the blame wouldn't hurt them at all. Compared to the absurd news of the Tianyu Group's security department killing over 10,000 pirates in one battle, it would be much more acceptable to the world if it were reported that the local warlords seized the opportunity to attack and claim territory after the Tianyu Group destroyed the pirate stronghold, resulting in casualties of over 10,000. If the former were to spread, others would think the Tianyu Group was too ruthless. If the latter were to spread, the uninformed onlookers would probably just think, oh, only over 10,000 died this time? That's much better than the usual hundreds of thousands. There's progress. That's the difference. As for whether the local warlords were willing to take the blame, that was beyond their control. It didn't matter if those willing to take the blame received some benefits, those unwilling? There was no such thing as unwillingness. This was a matter of taking the blame regarding this thoroughly wrecked little city. Su Chen also didn't plan to just leave this place unattended. Mainly, the geographical location here was too advantageous, almost guarding the most critical point of the Golden Waterway. Whether to avoid similar problems in the future or to annoy the White Eagle, this place had great use for him. As for the legal issues, that was even simpler. Sogwo was originally an anarchic place. Just find a warlord to recognize them as the legitimate authority and sign an agreement, and that would be it. As for whether the International League would recognize it, Su Chen couldn't care less. The land was in his hands. Whether they recognized it or not was irrelevant. The locals had no objections. Who were you to point fingers? When the White Eagle was committing atrocities, the International League didn't even make a peep, so how could he not have all the necessary procedures in place? Compared to the almost certain anti-piracy operation here, the online buzz was much livelier. The moment Su Chen posted the photo with Xiao Hei, the netizens who had been following the matter exploded. Compared to more serious news topics like politics and technology, it was clear that the public preferred this kind of drama. The chairman of the Tianyu Group, a notorious loudmouth, was now associated with pirates. This was big news that could make headlines anywhere. That photo and the previous screenshot of Xiaohei mocking Su-chen in the comments were even compiled into a collection, spreading all over the world. Although it was mostly a joke, quite a few internet loudmouths had indeed toned it down significantly afterward. A few careless remarks could lead to someone knocking on your door to kill you. Who wouldn't be afraid of that? Additionally, in order to divert attention, Tianshu intentionally pushed the flow, causing this incident to rapidly go viral across the global internet in a very short time. As for what happened to those pirates, not many were concerned. Among that small group of discussions, most believed the pirates deserved it and didn't need any sympathy. While the little episode on Blue Star was happening, the magical world was equally restless. In the castle of Dream River City, Wei Wei listened to her subordinate report on the battle situation with a furrowed brow. Since the Elven army arrived at the city yesterday, it took them only half a day to integrate the chaotic coalition forces outside, and then they began the siege. For a day and a night, the siege did not cease. The geographical location of Dream River City is quite special, situated at the confluence of two rivers, surrounded by water on two sides and backed by mountains on one. Only the side facing north is relatively flat and open, allowing the coalition forces outside to launch a full-scale attack. Although the other three sides were also besieged, the limited available space made it difficult for the coalition to mount an assault there. The pressure of the siege was also quite low. Previously, Vivi could communicate with the outside world at any time from within Dream River City, relying on the relatively lax defenses on this side. Some small batches of goods and a few personnel could still enter the city via river transport. However, large quantities of goods like food and consumables, such as weapons, were much harder to bring in, which is why Dream River City lacked nothing except for food and weapons. Although the coalition forces besieging from the other three sides were few, they were not completely ineffective. Conversely, the defending troops on those three walls were also relatively sparse. After all, with only tens of thousands of defenders, it was impossible to spread them thinly across the four sides of the city walls. The main defensive position of Dream River City's garrison was only the northern wall, with deep moats and high ramparts combined with the unbeatable geographical advantage. This was why Dream River City could hold out against a larger force for several years. But that was in the past. The coalition forces outside, composed of various races with their own agendas, hesitated to launch a full-scale assault against the towering walls and impenetrable defenses, even though they had the numerical advantage. They feared that an all-out attack might weaken their own race's strength, which could jeopardize future negotiations over profit distribution or other matters, effectively making them work for others. Now, however, the situation was different, with the addition of the powerful Elven Kingdom and the remarkable leadership of the Elven princess named Anchi. The once chaotic coalition had been transformed into a united front. Since the attack began yesterday, the pressure faced by the defenders of Dream River City had far exceeded that of the previous several years. Waves of coalition forces surged toward the towering walls like a tide, leaving the defenders gasping for breath. Yet the enemy did not simply rely on brute force. At times they feigned attacks, suddenly retreating halfway, while at other times they launched genuine assaults. Simultaneously, many coalition soldiers not directly involved in the siege were busy throwing large quantities of sandbags into the moat. The moat of Dream River City connects to the two rivers on either side. It is wide and deep, having thwarted countless attacking enemies. However, just one day later, after countless sandbags had been thrown in, a makeshift path of sandbags had been forcibly created across the moat. After all, the water in the moat was diverted and not from a real river, and the flow of water was too slow. The defenders on the walls, exhausted from dealing with the enemy's feigned and real assaults, had no time to protect the moat. It was only natural that the path would be created by filling it in. Without the river's protection, the scale of the coalition's attacks would only grow larger and more intense with each wave. The issue of the insufficient number of defenders in Dream River City finally became apparent at this moment. Faced with the coalition's relentless, staggered assaults, the two shifts of defenders on the walls clearly could not keep up. Even though these soldiers were all martial artists at the very least, they could not withstand such continuous attacks. The coalition forces, being numerous, could rotate and rest, but the defenders of Dream River City could not. After a day and night of fighting, the fatigue of the soldiers throughout the city was visibly apparent. To address this, Vivi had no choice but to take out some of the life water, dilute it, and distribute it to the entire army to alleviate the soldiers' exhaustion. But this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. At most, it could only sustain them for a short while. Under the coalition's relentless and cost-ignoring attacks, even iron men could be worn down, and life water was not a panacea. Just hold on for 3 days at this pace. I don't need you all to die meaninglessly alone with the entire city. Just 3 days. If we can hold for 3 days, our reinforcements will arrive. In this situation, nothing could boost morale more than the promise of reinforcements on the way. Faced with a group of exhausted subordinates, Vivi had to paint a grand picture. Of course, it wasn't entirely a false promise, as there really were allied forces. After giving her subordinates a morale boost, she intended to go up to the city wall to inspect the defenses. But at that moment, a wizard in a mage's robe rushed into the Lord's mansion, holding a scroll. Your Highness, news from the capital. Vivi calmly dismissed the others, allowing the wizard to present the scroll. What is it about? Your Majesty has passed away. The wizard immediately knelt, trembling. Vivi's hand froze as she opened the scroll, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, followed by a bitter smile. This really isn't the right time. Upon opening the scroll, she saw it was from her elder brother, the current crown prince. The initial part lamented the loss of their father. The latter half got to the point, citing the emperor's death. He requested that the princes and princesses scattered across various regions return to the capital to pay their respects to the late emperor and participate in his coronation ceremony. He would ascend the throne as the royal firstborn in 10 days, hoping to receive the blessings of his siblings. Of course, these were just formalities. The last few sentences were the crux. In these turbulent times, many unscrupulous individuals are scheming for power. When you come to the capital, sister, you may bring your personal guards with you. I am aware of the siege on Dream River City. We can set that aside. For now, once the new dynasty is established, I will ensure you receive a more prosperous fief. In plain terms, he was asking Vivi to bring troops to the capital to help him secure the throne. As for that wretched Dream River City, a key stronghold on the northern border, losing it was no big deal. In the eyes of these princes, it was merely a bunch of barbarians from beyond the borders coming to take advantage. They would leave afterward, and the territory could be reclaimed at leisure, not a concern at all. Moreover, Dream River City was located on the border, constantly ravaged by war and quite impoverished. As long as Vivi could help him secure the throne, he could grant her a more prosperous fief in return. Could Vivi's apparent strength truly influence the power struggles among the princes in the capital? Clearly not. Even the weakest among them commanded at least 100,000 troops. The allied forces besieging Dream River City would likely crumble within a day when faced with the elite troops of the Blazing Sun Empire under the control of these princes. Not to mention Vivi. The people she had at her disposal could hardly sway the situation in the capital. What truly mattered, what would prompt the ambitious princes to extend an olive branch to invite her, was her identity. A royal princess, renowned and recognized as a genius since childhood. Once she aligned with a faction, openly supporting one of the princes for the throne, the political impact would far outweigh any military contribution. After reading the heartfelt invitation, Vivi tucked it away and looked at the kneeling wizard on the ground. Is there anything else? And no, nothing else. Vivi's expression remained unchanged as she stood up, drew her sword, and beheaded him. The crown prince extending an olive branch to pull her into his camp at this moment meant the other princes would surely have the same thought. Moreover, as the firstborn, the crown prince had stacked numerous advantages, yet he was still competing fiercely with his younger brothers for the throne, even appearing to be at a disadvantage among the factions. This spoke volumes. His methods were far inferior to those of the other princes. If he could think of recruiting other royal siblings who were not involved in the power struggle, the other princes would certainly have the same idea. But now, Vivi had only received news from the crown prince. There's no need to think. It's most likely that the Grand Prince's people in the Lord's mansion controlled a magical array for external communication, and the information from the other princes has mostly been intercepted. The one responsible for the communication array is this magician in front of me, and killing him would certainly not be unjust. Vivi immediately summoned people to come over, not only to deal with the body but also to conduct a thorough search. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they found many letters intercepted by the Grand Prince's people. Most of them were recent attempts by the other princes to extend an olive branch to Vivi. The earliest even dated back nearly half a month, but all had been intercepted by an insider sent by the Grand Prince to her side. Always using such underhanded tactics. No wonder the rightful first heir to the throne has ended up like this. Vivi couldn't help but recall a line from The Art of War that Suchen had given her. In all warfare, the principle is to use the normal to engage and the extraordinary to win. Clearly having the greatest advantage, yet not taking the proper path, always trying to accomplish things through these underhanded means. She expressed doubt about her royal brother's capabilities. In her mind, this guy was basically already out of the running for the throne. Aside from being the legitimate firstborn, he was useless in every other aspect. What right did he have to compete with the others? As for the other intercepted letters, while they also extended olive branches, the other princes were much more articulate. They wouldn't dare suggest something outrageous like having her lead troops into the capital directly in their letters. Instead, they merely stated that the late emperor's most beloved princess was her, Vivi, who was now gravely ill. Once news of the emperor's passing reached her, she must return to the imperial capital to pay her last respects. As for asking her to abandon Dream River City and promising to grant her land later, they wouldn't even mention such outrageous things. Regardless, the emperor's duty is to protect everyone in the empire. To say she would abandon this or that before even ascending the throne, and to write it in a letter, would cause too much damage to her reputation if Vivi were to make it public. Dream River City was under siege by foreign tribes. She could pretend to be blind to that, but asking people to abandon the city and flee was a bit too much.
Such a scandalous act was something the other princes would never do. Only the Grand Prince, with a screw loose, would write it in a letter and send it over. But just because it wasn't explicitly stated didn't mean it wasn't implied. Each prince had given Vivi many hints, promising her numerous benefits both openly and covertly. Vivi glanced through the letters sent by these princes and found that no matter how they phrased it, they all conveyed the same message. They wanted her to boldly lead troops back to the imperial capital. The number of troops didn't matter, but it was crucial to show which side she stood on. There was nothing new in it, and she was too lazy to read further. Instead, she picked up the latest news from her own people in the capital. Immediately, she felt a headache coming on as she rubbed her temples. Despite the Grand Prince's letter sounding relaxed, the actual situation was much more complicated. The old emperor had passed away last night, and since then, the entire capital had been under martial law. On the surface, only the Imperial Guard and the palace's forbidden army were obeying the emperor's orders directly, sealing off the entire city. Of course, everyone knew that the Grand Prince controlled these two armies. Other ambitious princes were certainly not willing to sit idly by. Early this morning, the first batch of hundreds of thousands of troops under the second prince arrived outside the capital, demanding that the Grand Prince open the city gates for the second prince to enter under the pretext of mourning. More troops were still on the way. The elite forces of the Blazing Sun Empire, numbering in the millions and under the command of the four princes, had long since gathered around the capital and were now on the move. War was on the verge of breaking out. Even within the capital, the Grand Prince, as the first heir, could not fully control the situation. In this renowned city of the magical world, the sounds of battle had not ceased since last night, and no one knew how many had already died inside. Vivi's intelligence personnel in the capital were also uncertain, only reporting that the river outside the palace had turned red this morning. The situation in the capital seemed tense, but in reality, it was anything but easy. On the surface, the princes had not yet fully engaged in battle, but secretly, the war had already begun. They were just waiting for an opportunity, and Vivi had a feeling that this opportunity was not far off, perhaps within the next few days. Ignoring the dead and attacking in armor, Vivi shook her head and withdrew her gaze from the distant imperial capital. Rather than worrying about that side, she might as well take care of her own Dream River City first. Moreover, the news of turmoil in the imperial capital and the emperor's death could not spread in Dream River City these days, otherwise, it would surely shake the morale of the troops. After all, she had been painting a rosy picture every day, claiming that reinforcements were on the way, while the garrison in the city had no idea about the otherworldly reinforcements and naturally believed it was support from the imperial capital. Now to tell them that a civil war was about to break out in the imperial capital, with several princes nearly ready to fight for the throne, would be tantamount to saying that reinforcements were impossible. Vivi had just ordered her trusted aides to seal off the news and cut off all external communication channels in the city, including the magical array of the Magic Guild. Just then, she received a message from Suchan uploaded to the trading platform. Originally feeling gloomy due to the pressure of city defense and the turmoil in the imperial capital, Vivi's eyes suddenly brightened, and her whole demeanor visibly became much more radiant. She quickly briefed her subordinates on the situation and then entered the trading space. "How's it going? Do you have any leads? Can it be resolved within 3 days? Dream River City can only hold out for about 3 more days. As soon as she entered, Vivi asked rapidly. Although nearly 2 days had passed since she had agreed with Su Chen on the 3-day time frame, she felt that this time was still too short, and it was likely that Su Chen would not have enough time to prepare. 3 days? No need for 3 days. The first batch of supplies is already ready, and the troops are all in position. We can send them to you right now. Hearing Su Chen's words, Vivi, who had originally held no hope and thought Su Chen was just coming to tell her that the previously agreed timeframe was too tight, was momentarily stunned, and then she felt enveloped by a sense of happiness. To be honest, these past 2 days had been filled with bad news. Finally, a piece of good news had arrived. Is it really that fast? A large army of over 10,000 people, and you need all kinds of technical personnel, and you have prepared them all? Vivi still found it hard to believe. Having interacted with Su Chen more and having seen the modern equipment from his side, she had a certain understanding of the composition of the Blue Star Army. She knew that the number of technical troops like artillery and engineering soldiers was not that high in a proper army. It was difficult to find so many in a short time, let alone prepare a large amount of supporting equipment, which was even harder. Not only had they gathered all the personnel, but also, in order to prevent any rumors and avoid giving people a chance to talk, they had not recruited from the active duty troops but had instead found experienced retired soldiers. The conditions offered by the Jojo military and the Tianyu group were enough to entice anyone, including those retired soldiers who needed to work for a living. Although this was dangerous, there were clearly many willing to take this risk. However, retired soldiers were scattered all over the country, and after finding them, they still needed to explain the dangers and importance of the situation, giving them time to consider. It was precisely for this reason that Jojo had spent nearly 2 days finding people. As for the mobilization of equipment, that was not a problem. There were already plenty of supplies in the readiness warehouses of several war zones, and Suchen could just go pick them up.
Finding a group of experienced, suitable individuals
who would not raise suspicions and were also brave and skilled was the most challenging part. If they had directly drawn from the active duty troops, it would not have taken this long. The army could have
set out the day after Suchen and Jojo reached a consensus.
After briefly explaining the reason for the 2-day delay to Vivi and seeing her shocked expression, Suchen said nothing on the surface,
but couldn't help but want to laugh inside. Do you understand what modern society's mobilization capability means? So now I can take your soldiers and army directly back to Dream River City?
Vivi still
found it hard to believe.
No, you need to give me the junior group life trading permission card first, Suchen replied with a smile.
Oh.
Vivi hurriedly used her membership points to buy the group
life trading permission card and handed it to Suchen.
After using it, Suchen immediately transferred countless military supplies from his trading space to Vivi, and then he also transferred the 99.99 soldiers who were on standby in the trading space to her through the trading platform.
Only then did he pull out his old acquaintance Lin Yilong, who looked shocked and bewildered. This guy was originally
an active duty officer but had retired before coming here for this mission.
As for matters concerning the other world, Lin Yilong was completely unaware.
He only knew that he was to lead a unit composed entirely of artillery and engineering troops to carry out a very dangerous mission. These soldiers were all elite veterans recalled temporarily under resource constraints, and on top of that, the Tianyu
group had equipped each of them with a Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton. This thing was something that even Kyushu couldn't buy.
But now, he was able to command this assembled army, and it was impossible not
to feel excited.
As for the mission rewards, let alone those retired soldiers struggling to make a living, even he was drooling at the sight. With great rewards come brave men, this has been true since ancient times, and it was no exception now. That was all the information Lin Yilong had. Then, after their group gathered at a military base in a deep mountain, they saw Suchen arriving in a landing craft. And then, he came to this place.
Brother Su, what's going on here?
Looking at the trading space that appeared in the form of an ancient hall, along with the boundless starry sky outside, Lin Yilong
felt like his brain was a bit overwhelmed.
Don't ask what you shouldn't. Suchen naturally didn't want to answer his question and immediately pointed to Vivi, saying, the place you need to carry out the mission is a supernatural otherworld. Your task is to help Her Highness Princess Vivi from the otherworldly Qian Empire defend her territory, Dream River City. I don't care how you do it, no one will
mind if it's inhumane or not.
As long as you successfully defend the city, that will be a great achievement. During this time, you all need to obey Princess Vivi's commands. Of course, she won't interfere
with professional matters.
Upon hearing this, Vivi also stated, leave professional matters to the professionals.
Don't worry, I won't meddle in that area. Once we get there, this army will be under
your full command, independent of Dream River City's existing military system. You can directly participate in high-level meetings in Dream River City, and your status will only be second to mine, without
needing to consider anyone else's opinions.
In the magical world, bloodlines were respected, and armies like those from Blue Star, which had no family lineage or reputation, had no need to integrate into Dream River City's local military. Vivi intended for them to form their own faction, independent of Dream River City's original military system. All that was needed was for Lin Yilong, as the leader, to participate in formulating tactical strategies. The rest she wouldn't manage. There was no one else in Dream River City who could oversee it, and she wouldn't allow anyone to approach the prepared
base for this Blue Star army. The simplest and most straightforward way to avoid any potential conflicts. In fact, this was unavoidable. The worldviews of people from both sides differed too much. The mid to upper level officers in Dream River City were basically knights from various noble backgrounds.
Meanwhile, Blue Star people had no habit of distinguishing nobility based on bloodlines. If both sides were to engage in deep communication, conflicts were almost inevitable. It would be ridiculous if they hadn't even driven out external enemies and were already causing internal strife. Lin Yilong still didn't know what the situation was like over there and was a bit surprised to hear this. He thought to himself that the people of this other world were quite nice, actually giving an outsider such high authority. This was essentially allowing a foreigner to lead a large army alone within the city, which showed a considerable level of trust. Of course, this thought arose because he didn't understand the rules of the trading platform at all, not knowing that the agreement between Suchen and Wei Wei determined that their reinforcements could never become members of the trading platform in the other world. Compared to his original subordinates, whose loyalty was hard to gauge, Wei Wei would naturally trust this army bound by the trading platform much more, regardless of the level of authority granted. After a simple exchange and a briefing on precautions, the handover was completed. The scale of this transaction was undeniably large, and the content was even more outrageous. There were countless military equipment, with 3,000 sets of the SH Modular 155mm unmanned turret artillery system alone. Without considering the relocation of positions, each set only required one gunner to operate. 3 1,155mm howitzers firing in unison was a sight rarely seen even on Blue Star, let alone in another world.
Suchin couldn't even imagine the psychological impact this would have on the people outside Mengchuan City during the first simultaneous firing.
In addition to these 3,000 automatic artillery pieces, there were also 1,000 rocket launcher vehicles, each capable of firing 32,
40 rockets in a very short time.
This was true firepower. These were the main items, the rest, like engineering vehicles, were hardly worth mentioning. Besides these, a massive stockpile of ammunition was also sent over. Just the 155mm shells exceeded 9 million rounds, and the number of rockets was similarly countless, with various types available,
coupled with replacement barrels, launchers, and some engineering vehicles for logistics and earthworks. These supplies alone would be enough to wage a war of annihilation on Blue Star.
There were hardly any countries that could withstand such firepower. When the quantity of weaponry reached this level, it was no longer something that could be measured by money.
On Blue Star, this could serve as a political bargaining chip. In contrast, the items Wei brought to complete this transaction seemed much simpler and more straightforward.
10 large barrels of life water.
Or to be more specific, it was called life essence.
The life water of the elven race originally flowed from the fountain of life, and after some magical means combined with natural evolution, it transformed into a milder version with slightly less efficacy than the original spring water. This life essence eventually flowed into a lake, giving rise to the elven race's world-renowned life essence, also known as the elven holy water.
Even in the magical world, this was something the elven race would never sell externally.
They diluted the life essence and named it life water, selling it as a vacation specialty of the elven race. At this time, the life water still had significant effects,
useful for many high-level mages or warriors.
However, the life water Wei had previously given him was even inferior to this, having been diluted several times.
After Su Chen received these diluted
versions, he further diluted them by tens of thousands of times, and this still had healing effects on Blue Star. Now, Wei was offering 10 large barrels, each visually exceeding 1 cubic meter.
Moreover, what was inside was not even life water anymore, it was all life essence.
The rich vitality was so strong that any living being could sense it. Just from a distance, as he caught a whiff from the
wooden barrel, Su Chen felt a jolt of energy. Wei used this as a bargaining chip for the transaction, and its value was completely equivalent.
After Su Chen took it back, just diluting 1 barrel would probably be enough for everyone in the 9 provinces to rid themselves of ailments. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a great merit. And all of this was achieved by these 10,000 soldiers and the officials of the 9 provinces. Regardless of whether their purpose was for generous rewards or other considerations, it undoubtedly brought great benefits to everyone in the entire 9 provinces. The trading points awarded for transactions are determined by the content of the traded items.
This unprecedented trade has clearly received recognition from the platform.
This was the first time Su Chen encountered a situation where the points earned from a single transaction exceeded 3 digits.
Moreover, it wasn't just barely over 3 digits. For this transaction, the platform rewarded him with over 300 points. The same was true for Wei. After buying the basic group life trading card, she had become a pauper, but unexpectedly, after the transaction, she ended up making a significant profit.
Su Chen speculated that this was likely the trading platform encouraging both parties to engage more freely in transactions. However, time was tight at the moment. After gaining this powerful external support, Wei was eager to return and reorganize the city defenses, leaving no time to discuss this matter further with him.
They would have to talk about it next time. Returning to Blue Star.
With 10 barrels of life essence, Su Chen called over Yuling and Xing Hen, eager to open the boxes. After confirming that ordinary people could drink this without any negative effects, he unhesitatingly poured himself a cup. The life essence, which had not been diluted multiple times, was indeed much stronger than the life water. He usually drank life water like it was regular water, and that stuff had long since lost its effect on him. However, after drinking this life essence, he felt refreshed, as if his entire being had become much more comfortable. Yet, this refreshing feeling and taste, Su Chen felt it was very familiar, as if it wasn't his first time tasting it, but rather that he drank it often. Seeing his strange expression, Yuling thought there was something odd about it and took a sip from her own cup, then nodded, saying, "It's definitely life essence.
Do you think it tastes bad?"
As a fairy princess, she had also drunk this stuff like water when she was young.
Many of the elven nobles
believed that life essence was too rich and not palatable. She thought Su Chen might feel the same way, and then advised, if you drink more, you'll get used to it.
Life essence is much better for the body than life water.
Drinking more of this will help you greatly, whether you want to practice magic or martial arts in the future. It's not that it tastes bad, I just feel that this flavor is a bit
strange.
It feels too familiar, as if. Su Chen glanced at Yuling, then at the quiet Xing Hen beside her, who was drinking water and reading a book, hesitating to continue.
Strange? Not at all. This is just a normal taste, slightly sweet with a hint of fragrance, rich in life energy.
Yuling picked up her cup and sniffed it, somewhat puzzled.
How should I put it? Su Chen looked at her rosy lips, thinking that there were no outsiders around, so he simply said, "Don't you think this stuff tastes like your saliva?" Damn it, when he first drank it, he thought it tasted quite good but felt strangely familiar. He couldn't figure out why he had this sense of familiarity, as if he drank it often, until Yuling spoke. Looking at her rosy lips, Suchen suddenly remembered. He always felt this way. When he was intimate with Yuling, no matter how tired he was, as long as he kissed her lips a couple of times, he would immediately feel refreshed, as if he had been fully revived. Kissing, obviously, wouldn't have such a miraculous effect, but during the process of kissing, there would inevitably be an exchange of fluids. But Xing Hen, who had been quietly reading, never expected that these two would suddenly start talking like this. After spitting out a mouthful of water, he hurriedly stood up, saying, "Sorry, I just remembered I have something else to do." You two continue chatting. You? What nonsense are you saying? Seeing Xinghan leave, Yuling blushed and irritably slapped Su Chen. "I'm not blind, it really smells exactly like you." Su Chen pulled her closer and tried again, confidently, stating, "That's right, it's exactly the same smell, even that mysterious life aura is identical. If I had to point out a difference, it's that the feeling you give me is even clearer than this life essence." Yuling noticed he seemed to be serious, and for a moment she was lost in thought, not knowing what to recall. Seeing her like this, Su Chen added, "Didn't you say that your tribe's high priest sealed the core of the fountain of life from the elven kingdom inside you before he died? Could that be the reason? If it really is a problem with the seal, then the core of the fountain of life might never be retrieved." Yuling frowned, a bit distressed. "It shouldn't be. Why do I have no feeling at all?" As she spoke, she got up and found a flower pot in the office, which contained a type of ornamental plant from another world that blooms beautifully, but it was still in the budding stage. Yuling extended her finger and a drop of blood slowly gathered at her fingertip. At the moment that drop fell, a massive life force seemed to materialize. Su Chen could clearly feel a tremendous energy sweeping through the entire room, and then he saw that magical plant growing at a visible speed, quickly maturing and blooming in an instant. It would be simple for Yuling to achieve this effect with magic, but this time she didn't use any, it was just a drop of her blood. Judging by the effect, it was probably even more effective than the life essence. The facts were laid out before her, even if she didn't believe it, she couldn't deny it. The core of the fountain of life sealed within her, that thing called vitality, had a problem with the seal and had completely merged with her. In other words, she was a human-shaped fountain of life. She had never realized this, and the only one who had intimate contact with her was Su Chen. Su Chen had only seen the diluted life water countless times, so he naturally didn't know what the original life spring water tasted like. It wasn't until today, after drinking the life essence that was closest to the original life spring water, that the familiarity made him discover this blind spot. So, does that mean I'd become a fool? Spending so much to buy a bunch of life water? Su Chen joked while holding Yuling. Yuling seemed to think of something, her little face instantly turning red as she whispered, "The life water I bought has other uses. What I have on me can't." This topic was somewhat absurd, but it was indeed a serious issue. Yuling suddenly became like a Tang Sang meat, having completely merged with the core of the fountain of life. Now, anything that fell from her would be a good thing that could prolong life. But just as she said, even if the life water from another world was diluted, the life force within it was still flowing from a genuine fountain of life, so using it for trade or other purposes was definitely not a problem. But her current situation was anything but normal. Not to mention her, Su Chen wouldn't agree first. Joking aside, this was his wife, after all. The fountain of life has merged with you, this situation should just be a form of manifestation, right? Do you think it's possible that you can fully control the power of this life source core, and without needing such an awkward form, you can still control this power? Then later, just casually get a cup of water, and with a spell, it becomes the richest life spring water? Su Chen speculated. Of course, he didn't understand any of this. To put it simply, it was inspiration drawn from the fantasy novels he had read before. Yuling pondered for a moment after hearing this and surprisingly nodded. "What you said doesn't seem wrong. If I can try to master this power and actively control it with magic, then whether it's my own strength or other aspects, I could achieve a tremendous enhancement. Just like you said, from a small lake to a cup of water, at that time, I would only need one spell to turn them all into the water of life. This is not impossible." However, the spring of life was previously just a lifeless object, passively flowing on its own. Those deities probably never considered letting someone grasp the core of the spring of life and use this power for themselves from the very beginning. Therefore, I suspect that fully mastering it might not be so easy. It will require a long period of experimentation. At the very least, I need to figure out what form vitality is integrated with me. The most critical question still lies here. How is the core of the spring of life sealed within her body, and how did the seal fail? How did this thing merge with her? Yuling was completely in the dark, having no idea where this life force came from, let alone how to actively control it for her own use. "No rush, we have plenty of time," Su Chen comforted her, then suddenly seemed to remember something and laughed. "I used to see people online say that being close to beautiful women can prolong life, and I didn't believe it. So it's true. Come on, let me try again. The star mark hasn't gone far yet."
At the moment Su Chen made a significant discovery, Wei Wei finally brought reinforcements to Dream River City. Previously, Su Chen had sold her some artillery and firearms. Although it wasn't much, she understood the principles of these weapons and how to use them. Before the transaction, Su Chen had already informed her early on about the types of weapons he would be delivering this time. So Wei Wei had long prepared the positions for those automatic turrets and rocket launchers in Dream River City, and the camp and warehouse were also fully ready. Here, it must be mentioned that the advanced agricultural productivity based on magic in this other world supports a massive population. As a border fortress, Dream River City often experiences wars. It is a typical military city. In ancient times, in the 9 provinces, aside from merchant caravans and armies, there were usually not many people living here. The same goes for the magical world. Ordinary people do not like war, and this principle applies in any world. However, due to the enormous population base, even in such a war-torn border fortress city, the permanent population exceeds several million. This scale of population naturally gives rise to an extremely large city. Moreover, on the eve of the coalition forces surrounding the city, the people of Dream River City realized that this time it was different from the previous skirmishes. Most had fled, and now there were less than 1 million people left in the city. This led to Dream River City being quite empty. Whether it was the artillery positions or the temporary military camps and warehouses, they were easy to find. There was no time for Lin Yilong to adapt to the wonderful feeling of crossing into another world. The moment he arrived in Dream River City, he began to organize the army, while notifying all the instructors in the team, briefly explaining the situation in the magical world and the purpose and significance of this operation. Then, without even having time to arrange tactics, he had professional drone operators launch a dozen military surveying drones. At the same time, a field command post was set up. Within less than an hour of arriving in the magical world, the terrain around Dream River City, within a 10-kilometer radius, was quickly mapped out by the drones and then modeled into a 3D sand table using AI algorithms. Wei Wei, along with several officers from Dream River City, watched their operations throughout, initially unaware of its significance. Upon seeing the 3D sand table floating in the air, along with the familiar mountains and rivers depicted on it, they were instantly astonished. How did you do this? This was done using drones for temporary surveying, and then the surveying information was utilized at the field command post, where the intelligent AI of the command post created the model. It's actually quite rough. If we had satellites, we could produce a more precise 3D sand table. A female officer immediately replied, in addition to the sand table at the command post, the surveying data will also be converted into specialized military maps, which will be sent to all automated artillery and rocket launchers. With these map data, once we confirm the strike targets and provide them with the locations, they can initiate bombardment immediately. This is how we can achieve beyond visual range firepower delivery. Otherwise, relying solely on radio communication in complete darkness makes it very difficult to accurately strike targets outside of sight. Wait a minute. Vivi was still a bit confused. Beyond visual range firepower delivery? If I understand correctly, that means firing without seeing the enemy, right? But how can you fire without seeing the enemy? These professionals from Blue Star were really puzzling her. This wasn't right. The artillery that Su Chen had given her didn't say it could be used this way. Shouldn't it just be about finding an open space on the city wall or behind it and then firing directly at the path the enemy would take during the siege? It never mentioned being able to accurately strike unseen enemies. This was more absurd than magic. On Blue Star, we have many methods, like artillery, radar and satellites, to detect enemies beyond sight and strike them directly. There are too many ways. In this world, the methods are fewer. Currently, our plan is to deploy drones to observe the enemy from high altitudes, and then our command post will process the information from the drones and relay it to the firepower delivery positions for long-range strikes. Drones? What if the drones get shot down as soon as they get close? Vivi frowned. She knew about drones. There were some in the items she traded with Su Chen before. However, the drones Su Chen had given her were all palm-sized little things with limited functions. To use them for reconnaissance, they had to fly very close to get a clear picture. But the closer they got, the more the enemy could see them too. Although the coalition forces didn't know what this flying object was, it wouldn't stop them from shooting it down once they discovered it. Drones getting shot down? The female officer sent to contact Vivi was taken aback. Her expression, serious. Is the magic in your world that powerful? Can even reconnaissance aircraft at 10,000 meters be shot down? If that's the case, then we might have to think of other ways to provide strike coordinates for the artillery. Wait. Vivi quickly called for a stop. 10,000 meters? Can you get effective information flying that high? The drone Su Chen gave me couldn't see much from a kilometer away. Oh, then what he gave you must be civilian products. They are different from military drones. The female officer quickly replied, so if our reconnaissance drones can survey from 10,000 meters, they won't get shot down? At 10,000 meters, unless we happen to encounter a magician.
Observing the sky, they will definitely not be detected, Vivi asserted. Then there's no problem. Occasionally getting spotted and shot down is fine. We brought a lot of equipment this time and they can't possibly keep an eye on us all the time. The female officer also breathed a sigh of relief. In a world without satellite support, if the reconnaissance methods of drones became ineffective, it would be a significant problem. At that point, they would have to send scouts with handheld devices to get close for reconnaissance, which could lead to substantial casualties. Of course, not scouting doesn't affect firing, but that would be too inefficient. While she was breathing a sigh of relief, Vivi on the other side gasped in shock. Previously, she only knew that the weapons from Blue Star posed limited threats to high-level mages and warriors, but their sheer quantity made them excellent for clearing out foot soldiers. However, after witnessing this method of striking from beyond visual range, imagine this: she was leading her army down the road with no warning at all, and suddenly shells and rockets were raining down on her like a storm. It was more terrifying than a horror story, especially that reconnaissance aircraft observing ground information from 10,000 meters up. Such a method was already a bit outrageous for the magical world. Every move you made was seen by the enemy. How could you fight this war? At that moment, the magical world finally felt the dimensional strike from modern technology. If it weren't for their ability to use magic and some means of counteraction, in a world without magic facing this mode of warfare, they would probably surrender before even seeing the enemy. Even a 9th level mage couldn't cast spells at targets beyond their line of sight. After the coalition forces outside the city were bombed, the only option left was probably for high-level warriors and mages to charge into the city together to find a way to deal with this group of artillerymen. However, this countermeasure wasn't very useful either, because the defending troops in Dream River City were not to be underestimated. In terms of army size, Vivi naturally couldn't compete with the coalition forces outside the city, but in terms of the number of experts, her lord's mansion was not lacking at all. After all, she was a princess of the empire, surrounded by many strong protectors from the Imperial Guard, as well as her own attendants. At the same time, as an ambitious princess, it was difficult for Vivi to recruit a large army. Before the situation became chaotic, but it wasn't hard to gather powerful mages and warriors to serve under her. So, there were indeed quite a few high-level mages and warriors in Dream River City. If the enemy thought they could break in relying solely on these high-level forces, they were clearly overestimating themselves. After touring the camp of the reinforcements, Vivi immediately adjusted the city defense plan. The defensive forces on the city walls could be appropriately reduced. Then, half of the mages and warriors above the 7th level would be reassigned to form a temporary guard team stationed around the reinforcements camp and the artillery positions. This was to ensure the safety of these output positions. After the personnel on the city walls were reassigned, although the city defense forces were somewhat weakened, their firepower was much stronger than before. Ideally, a simultaneous barrage from thousands of 155mm howitzers and 1,000 rocket launchers would be enough to turn most of the area outside the city gate into a dead zone. Even if half of the defensive forces on the walls were withdrawn, there was no longer a need to worry about the city gate being breached, because it was highly likely that these coalition forces wouldn't even reach the city gate. The war outside the city was still ongoing, while inside, everyone was fully cooperating with this army from another world to dig fortifications and build positions. The senior officers among the reinforcements were discussing how to conduct this battle. After receiving Vivi's assurance that they could just focus on bombing without worrying about their own safety, these officers were practically itching to get started. It didn't matter if the supporting technology was insufficient, having this comprehensive field temporary command post was enough to handle information and command. This was an extremely pure artillery force, without needing to worry about logistics or threats from enemy counter-battery, radar, ground missiles, aircraft, and so on. How powerful could an army with thousands of cannons and over 1,000 rocket launchers be? Even they themselves didn't dare to imagine. It truly echoed that saying: they had never fought such a wealthy battle in their lives. There was nothing more to say. Once everything was ready, they would just fire the cannons and let loose. The siege outside the city had not stopped at all. After a whole afternoon of intense preparations and a night of rest, the command center for reinforcements learned from the senior officers of Mengchuan City that the coalition forces attacking the city would change shifts 4 times a day, and at the designated time, they would immediately switch personnel to continue the assault. The first shift change for the siege in the early morning was around 8 o'clock. Therefore, last night, the command center ordered all soldiers to rest early, wake up before 6, and return to their respective positions. When the coalition forces outside the city changed shifts, they would immediately open fire, giving the opposing side a little shock of firepower. This would directly disrupt the enemy's siege rhythm. Wei Wei naturally knew about the reinforcements' plan to open fire, and she had no objections. Professional matters should be left to professionals. The female officer sent by Lin Yilong told her directly, while directly bombing the attacking troops will certainly disrupt their engineering efforts. Such firepower delivery will also create a significant psychological shadow for them.
However, now that the attackers are at the foot of the city wall to protect the wall, and because of the firepower blind spots, it is actually difficult to hit the people at the foot of the wall. If the enemy has someone with keen observation, they will immediately notice this flaw. Rather than exposing our weakness to them, it would be better to let them attack for now, and when the shift change occurs and the firepower blind spot at the foot of the wall is unoccupied, we can then carry out the bombardment. This way, we can not only give the enemy a greater shock but also conceal our own shortcomings. In fact, the small flaw hardly counts as a defect. Exposing it to the enemy would not allow the coalition to take advantage of it. But the enemy's attack has blind spots and weaknesses, and the idea that the enemy's attack is inescapable presents two completely different concepts. The latter will definitely lead to the collapse of the coalition's morale and disarray. Many times, a weakness may not truly be very weak, but the biggest problem with exposing a weakness is that it gives the enemy hope. The magic world of warfare had previously remained at the stage where both sides openly displayed their forces and fought. Wei Wei had learned a few small strategies from Sun Tzu's Art of War, and before she could even put them into practice, she was already considered quite tactical in this world. And now, these reinforcements from Blue Star had operations in their minds that she simply could not comprehend. She could only exclaim how impressive they were. Just like this artillery firing incident, her original intention was to directly bombard once the positions were ready. But the command center for reinforcements even had specific timings for firing, and upon hearing this, it seemed to indeed be the case. It was simply too meticulous. What does professionalism mean? This is what professionalism looks like. Now she was a bit eager to see what expression that little dark elf named Anchi would have after the firing began. Just as Wei Wei was estimating that the time was about right, contemplating whether to find a spot on the city wall to watch the explosions, the front line suddenly transmitted the latest news. Your Highness the Princess, the coalition has changed shifts, but they have not continued the attack. Their commander wishes to speak with you. Commander? That elf named Anchi? Yes. All right. Without a second thought, Wei Wei stood up and walked outside. Just a second ago, she was still thinking about this matter, and unexpectedly, it had come so quickly. Wasn't that a coincidence? Thinking of that little brat mocking her at the foot of the city a few days ago, she couldn't help but want to retort, quickening her pace. However, halfway there, she remembered something and turned back to grab the intercom, saying into it, "Are you ready? We are completely ready here and can fire at any time." The female officer's voice came from the command center. Will it be timely to fire upon my command? Or do you have fixed firing timings that must be controlled by yourselves? Wei Wei asked. There are no fixed timings. You can command when to fire, but it's best not to let the enemy get too close to the city wall. Of course. With a positive response, Wei Wei's mood instantly brightened. Anchi, I have met Her Highness the Princess. Below the city, the elven princess named Anchi remained as gentle and dignified as ever, exuding grace. Even the light armor she wore did not detract from her beauty. Instead, it added a touch of heroism, making her stunningly beautiful. What is it again? Wei Wei asked expressionlessly. It has been 3 days. Does the princess still have no intention of surrendering? Anchi replied softly. I can assure you that if you open the city and surrender, the coalition forces will not harm anyone once they enter. We only wish to secure enough territory for our survival. After these days of battle, you should be well aware that you cannot hold this city. Her expression was calm and composed, as if capturing Mengchuan City was a matter of course for her. Are you that confident? Wei Wei said with a half smile. Since you are so kind to offer me a promise of no harm after the fall of this broken city, I will also give you a promise. After your coalition is defeated, I will not do anything to you. Instead, I will send you to a good place. Anchi could not fathom where Wei Wei's confidence came from. After these days of fighting, the defenders in the city were visibly exhausted. They had likely exhausted all their strength just to hold the city, let alone think about a counterattack. She had even thought about how to arrange for her after defeating the coalition. For a moment, she began to doubt whether this princess of the Radiant Sun Empire had lost her mind. Or perhaps there were reinforcements? Anchi glanced back at an elderly elf with white hair behind her. The elf shook his head, indicating that there was no such thing. There were no signs of any human army supporting them around Mengchuan City, and none of the city gates had been opened. There were simply not enough magic circles in the city to transport a large army inside. Then it was nothing. Anchi looked at Wei Wei, who had a smile at the corner of her mouth, and guessed that this was Wei Wei deliberately trying to scare her, sowing doubt to buy time for the defenders to rest. She then shook her head and said, Your Highness, you should know the price the coalition forces have paid to surround us. To think you can scare us away with a few words is rather naive. I already told you before that there have been significant changes in the northern region, and we had to move south. Stubborn resistance will only lead to more deaths. It is meaningless, give it up. However, while others did not know the details, Wei Wei was clear about them, and she immediately retorted, What significant changes? Isn't it the rebellion of your dark elves that caused this? This is a man-made disaster, not a natural calamity.
The life spring of the elven race was destroyed in
their internal strife, leading to an imbalance in the northern region's environment, which would soon make it impossible for the vast number of
elves and various tribes to survive.
This was the reason why the coalition, which had previously been a disorganized group merely seeking to take
advantage, suddenly became united and was willing to pay any price to capture Mengchuan City.
If outsiders did not know, they might really think that some natural disaster had struck the northern region after hearing Anshi's words. The Moon Elves and several other royal families have decayed to this extent. My clan bears no fault,
Anshi said lightly.
I do not wish to argue about who is right or wrong, I just want to tell you, Weiwei said solemnly, you are responsible for the mess caused by your internal strife. The Radiant Sun Empire has no obligation to clean
up after you.
The northern region is no longer suitable for your survival. Whether you die in the cold wind or from famine, that is your
concern. This place is not one you can come to. You say I cannot withstand the storm of the northern region? Now I will tell you. I am the storm, fire.
At the moment Weiwei uttered the words to fire, Anshi, though still unaware of what would happen, felt a surge of crisis that made her breath catch. Instantly realizing that something extremely dangerous was approaching, she glanced at the elven priest beside her and saw that the old elf also wore a look of panic, realizing that she was not the only one feeling this way. Immediately, she wanted to notify the army behind her, which had gathered and was preparing to attack the city, to retreat. This army was larger than any previous rotation of siege troops, and was composed entirely of elite soldiers, with a mix of elite elven warriors alongside the goblins and dwarves' miscellaneous troops. After 3 days of besieging the city, she believed the time was right to make a decisive push to capture Dream River City, which was why she had assembled such an elite siege force. This was also the reason she had called Vivi out again before the battle, attempting to persuade the opposing side to surrender. But now, the assembled elite army had become live targets. She wanted to order a retreat, but it was already too late. Accompanied by a shrill whistle in the air, a rocket trailing a fiery tail struck precisely in the center of the crowd.
In an instant, dozens of
tightly arranged elven elite warriors were blown away, and those closer to the explosion were torn to shreds, leaving no trace of their bodies. Even those who were not directly blown away but were still several meters away suffered severe injuries, spitting blood.
One rocket, in a
completely unguarded situation, had directly claimed the lives of dozens of elven warriors and left nearly 100 injured.
It should be noted
that these elven warriors were not ordinary people. At the very least, they were first-level martial artists. And this was just the beginning.
As if opening Pandora's box, with the first rocket landing, more shells began to rain down from the sky like raindrops. The tail flames of the rockets blotted out the sun, and amidst the smoke, countless 155mm howitzers could be seen. What is this? Anki looked at this scene, her face pale, but her reaction was quick.
She immediately turned to the elven priest beside her. The priest understood the situation as well.
Although he did not know what these things were, responding to them as magical arrows should not be wrong.
The old elf waved his staff and chanted
incantations.
In the next moment, the staff slammed down onto the ground, and a translucent canopy suddenly appeared above all the elven troops, attempting to block the rain of shells. Vivi, on the city wall, couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile.
Sure enough, facing this endless barrage of shells and rockets, the canopy shattered in less than a second. The old elven priest also spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground.
In this world, magic and martial arts could not ignore the numerical advantage before truly becoming divine. As long as there were
enough people, even demigods could be killed.
This was also the reason why a world with extraordinary powers still had organized nations. The elven priest was an 8th-level mage, and if he wanted to run in the face of such concentrated firepower, no one would be able to stop him. But to catch all these shells was nothing but a pipe dream.
Did your drones see those few leaders in front? Can we concentrate fire and take them out?
Vivi picked up the intercom and asked. The female officer in the command center who was in contact with her immediately replied, those leaders are our primary targets. Over 50 155mm howitzers are aimed at them, and 5 rocket launchers are also targeting them, currently firing. The fired shells include high explosive shells, white phosphorus incendiary shells, cloud explosive shells, etc. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we guarantee to blow the coalition leaders to bits right here. Originally, the command center just wanted to create a big explosion for the other side by dawn, but they didn't expect the coalition leaders to come out. Although they were unsure if they could kill these powerful beings from another world with such firepower, the command center still allocated some firepower to try. Hearing this, Vivi immediately dropped the intercom, pulled out a magnificent longbow from her storage space. She twisted her waist and drew the bowstring, the bow forming a full moon. A silver energy arrow coalesced on the bow, aimed directly at the dark priest, who had sensed something was amiss and was helping the elven
priestess prepare to retreat from the battlefield. Trying to escape? It all seemed to take a long time, but in reality, less than a minute had passed since the first shell struck the coalition's formation outside the city. Vivi aimed at the retreating dark priest and released the bowstring.
The bow snapped like thunder, the string like a clap of lightning. A 7th-tier powerhouse skilled in both magic and martial arts, combined with this demigod-crafted magical longbow. This arrow might not have the AoE effect of a rocket, but in terms of single-target lethality, it far surpassed those rockets and shells. Even an adult dragon would have to avoid its edge, let alone the Dark Priest. The Dark Priest, who was about to retreat with the priestess, felt a prickling sensation at her back the moment Vivi shot the arrow. The 7th-tier warrior's premonition of danger saved her life once again. At the instant Vivi released the arrow, the Dark Priest abandoned her magical beast mount and dodged to the side. Screech! The air was torn apart with a shrill cry, akin to a phoenix's song, and the magical beast mount struck by the arrow froze in place. The next moment, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not a single intact bone. The Dark Priest was taken aback. At such a moment, she couldn't care less about maintaining a gentle and dignified image. Before she could steady herself, she rolled again to evade another arrow. Vivi on the city wall, however, was not in a hurry. Although this demigod-crafted longbow was powerful, she herself was only a 7th-tier cultivator, and the Dark Priest opposite her was also 7th tier. To kill the opponent with just this bow, without any other means, was still a stretch. Her archery was merely to buy time, not giving the Dark Priest a chance to escape. The large-scale AoE was still to come. The Dark Priest clearly guessed Vivi's intentions, but under the pressure of this longbow, she could only keep dodging, restricted to her spot, with no time to flee. Otherwise, being hit by an arrow would mean death or severe injury. Sure enough, when Vivi shot her 4th arrow, dozens of rockets, accompanied by the shrill sound of air, slammed directly toward the Dark Priest. Vivi's arrow just happened to interrupt the Dark Priest's action of retrieving a magical item. Having received prior notice and knowing this was a big one, Vivi, after shooting her last arrow, immediately cast a defensive spell on the city wall without a second thought. Several other high-tier mages on the wall also cast the same spell. The next moment, the first 2 large projectiles landed. Out of respect for the powerful beings in the magical world, the command center used the largest 750mm rockets that the 191 rocket launcher could fire when targeting such high-tier powerhouses carrying a warhead of over 500 kilograms of cloud explosive. Because arrangements had been made for laser guidance on the city wall, the deviation of these 2 rockets was minimal. Almost all of them struck within a meter of the Dark Priest. Boom! Even with several high-tier mages' defensive barriers in place, the entire city wall trembled after the explosion, causing some soldiers to struggle to remain standing. 2 mushroom clouds slowly rose from the explosion site. Just a few meters behind the Dark Priest, the elite elves and goblins who had not managed to retreat were instantly torn to shreds. These individuals were all at least 4th-tier warriors or mages, yet they couldn't withstand even the aftershock of such a weapon. Vivi looked at the 2 massive mushroom clouds and couldn't help but swallow hard. This is probably going to hurt a bit. However, this was just the beginning. The flames from the explosion had yet to dissipate when a rain of rockets and shells began to pummel the spot where the Dark Priest had just been, as if they were free. By the time the last shell landed, a full minute had passed. The area in front of the city wall was shrouded in smoke, and through the haze, the ravaged ground was barely recognizable, with not a single flat spot left. This was just in front of the city wall. In the distance where the armies were arrayed, facing the firepower of 3,000 howitzers and 1,000 rocket launchers. It had turned into a hell on earth. The ground was littered with the shattered corpses torn apart by high explosive and cloud explosive shells. The rain of fire from the white phosphorus bombs exploding in the sky covered the entire battlefield. The coalition soldiers who were fortunate enough not to be killed by the shells had to dodge the rain of fire while fleeing. Once touched, the burning white phosphorus would consume everything it came into contact with like maggots on a corpse. Even jumping into the water would not extinguish it. The bombing range was not limited to the troops gathered at the city gate preparing to take Dream River City in one go, but also encompassed the vast coalition camp outside the city. At that moment, the burning of the camps was no longer just a story that the people of Jojo had heard since childhood, but a grim reality. The morning sunlight was obscured by the smoke of gunpowder, presenting a doomsday scene across the battlefield. It wasn't just Vivi who was stunned, the soldiers on the city walls were as well. Some had previously questioned why Her Highness the Princess valued those frail outsiders so much and even felt a bit indignant. But after witnessing this, all previous imbalances were rectified. What did the 7th and 8th tiers matter? Compared to the methods of those strange-looking people in the city, their combat power was merely a source of amusement. I'm afraid the God of Magic's forbidden spell would only have this kind of effect, a level 8 mage couldn't help but exclaim. After all, he certainly couldn't achieve it himself. Even if his magical power were drained, he could at most unleash an attack with a range of a few hundred meters. It was only slightly more powerful than the 2 rocket artillery shells loaded with cloud explosive bombs that had just been fired. With this group of people helping, Dream River City might just hold out, another level 7 warrior said wearily as he sat on the city parapet. Is it just about holding Dream River City? The level 8 mage suddenly revealed a strange smile and turned to look behind him, or rather, to the south. The warrior understood in an instant, recalling something that made his heart race. They had allied with Vivi for quite some time. If this worked out, they could secure a position as a minister under the dragon. Despite being level 7 or 8, in essence, they were just individuals with slightly stronger abilities. Compared to the true aristocrats of the empire, they were far behind. Even a demigod like Xinghen would still face discrimination in this world due to his bloodline, let alone them. The top-tier bloodlines, such as those of Vivi from the imperial family of the Blazing Sun Empire and several royal families of the elves, were basically descendants of the ancient gods of magic and martial arts. Others could never impersonate them. However, those of slightly lesser status were not without their own narratives. As long as one mingled long enough in the circles of the powerful, regardless of their origins, they could find an opportunity to trace their ancestry and cling to a noble bloodline. Over time, even if it was false, it could become true. This was also the reason why these people had allied with Vivi. Previously, they did not believe Vivi could contend for the throne. They only sought to follow her into the circles of the powerful in the north, completely severing ties with their previous commoner status. Now, it seemed that perhaps there was hope for greater ambitions. The terrifying firepower coverage lasted nearly half an hour. The reinforcements, with 3,000 cannons and 1,000 rocket launchers, fired over 600,000 rounds of various types of shells within that half hour, with the total ammunition exceeding 20,000 tons. The amount of Van Fleet ammunition was merely for amusement. With modern technology, the more durable barrels and faster ammunition changes, along with modular rapid replacements for damaged parts, allowed for firepower delivery capabilities far exceeding those of decades ago. The scale of firepower delivered by these 3,000 cannons and 1,000 rocket launchers in that half hour was unprecedented even on Blue Star. After all, since entering the new era, Blue Star had never engaged in a truly high-intensity war. These weapons seemed unremarkable in everyday use, appearing to lack any standout features. It was simply because the scale of application was still far from sufficient. Weapons like artillery can only demonstrate their value when used on a large scale, delivering the greatest shock to those involved. At this moment, the defenders of Dream River City were clearly among the most shocked. After the overwhelming bombardment ended, it took more than half an hour for the smoke and dust outside the city to dissipate. The battlefield before them was a scene of devastation, with not a single intact piece of ground visible. Craters from shells and various corpses littered the area, including those of elves, orcs, and predominantly dwarves and goblins. Who were they? Main forces in the coalition. Corpses were everywhere, yet it was difficult to find a few complete bodies among them. The moat, which had previously been filled in by the coalition with sandbags, had now been completely buried and vanished under the relentless bombardment that struck indiscriminately. It was as if the moat had never existed at all. This was just the area close to the city gate. Further away, the coalition's camp, visible from the city walls, still had flames that had yet to be extinguished. Beneath the towering black smoke lay a wasteland where no signs of life could be seen. The defenders of the city, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, were all pale-faced, unable to believe how they would cope if they were standing on the other side of the walls facing such a scale of bombardment. The range of the bombardment was too vast. In addition to the 155mm howitzers, there were also numerous powerful types of rockets. Occasionally, there would be a mix of cloudburst bombs, thermobaric bombs, and white phosphorus incendiary bombs. Ordinary shells could be somewhat resisted by martial artists and mages of the 4th tier and above, but when faced with the various types of rockets, they had no means of defense. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. In such an environment, only martial artists and mages of the 7th tier and above could hope to survive on the battlefield. The reality was indeed as such, unless deliberately interfered with by high-tier beings like Vivi and some of the higher-ups in Dream River City. The high-tier martial artists and mages in the coalition had mostly managed to escape. However, once entangled with equally powerful teammates and unable to break free, even high-tier individuals could fall here. One such example was the 8th-tier priestess of the elf race and the princess who was also the commander of the coalition, Anshi. The former perished on the spot. The latter, Vivi, initially thought she had died as well, but unexpectedly, while sending a group of cavalry out of the city to clear the battlefield, she found Anshi still clinging to life. Of course, it wasn't that a 7th-tier martial artist could withstand 2 cloudburst bombs and dozens of shell bombardments. Rather, as the princess of the elf race and the most beloved daughter of the new elf king, she possessed many life-saving treasures. These allowed her to barely survive in such a hellish environment. But she was left with only a breath of life. When she was retrieved, there wasn't a single intact piece of flesh on her body. For a captive of this level, Vivi certainly wouldn't let her die just like that. After sealing her with magic, she used the water of life to bring her back. In the aftermath, whether as a bargaining chip for negotiations with the Elf Kingdom or for other purposes, she would prove to be very useful. The spoils of war collected during the post-battle cleanup extended far beyond just capturing Anshi. After the cavalry of Dream River City finished clearing the front lines outside the city. They advanced a few kilometers further, cautiously probing as they went, and entered the coalition's main camp. Before entering, they noticed that the fires ignited by incendiary bombs had not yet been extinguished, but inside, it was eerily quiet. Initially, they suspected an ambush and were quite cautious. However, once they truly entered the camp, they discovered that it was already deserted. Most of the camp had been reduced to ashes, and the rear camps that had not been affected by the flames were now also empty. The cavalry of Dream River City searched the camp for half a day and found only a few hundred survivors. These were either too injured to move or completely paralyzed by fear, lacking even the courage to run. From these individuals, they learned that the bombings had not yet ceased, and there was a massive rout among the soldiers in the coalition camp who were not engaged in battle. No matter how the mid to high-ranking warriors and mages tried to stop them, they could not. Even after the artillery from Dream River City directly struck the coalition's main camp, those mid to high-ranking warriors and mages began to scatter as well. The collapse of the army was vividly displayed at that moment. To the north of the coalition camp lay a mountainous region with rugged paths, including several narrow valleys that were essential routes. Thus, after the large-scale rout, a severe stampede occurred on the escape route. Everyone cursed their parents for not giving them 2 more legs, terrified of the terrifying shells falling behind them. Abandoning their path was akin to throwing away their armor without a second thought. As for the logistics and supplies left behind in the main camp, they were countless. Post-battle statistics revealed that among the various supplies captured in the coalition's main camp that had not been burned, ordinary weapons and armor exceeded 300,000 sets, while mid to low-tier armor and weapons inscribed with magical runes surpassed 100,000 sets. Ordinary food supplies exceeded 100,000 tons, and various magical ingredients exceeded 20,000 tons. The life-giving water used as marching medicine exceeded 5,000 barrels, each barrel containing about 1 cubic meter. This life-giving water was of the same concentration that Vivi initially traded to Su Chen. As for the casualty figures, they were even more outrageous. The coalition's most elite troops, totaling 200,000, had gathered under the city to make a concerted effort to take Dream River City. In the aftermath, rough estimates indicated that over 160,000 coalition soldiers had perished on this front line, with no more than 40,000 managing to escape the battlefield after the bombardment. The situation in the rear camp was even worse than that of the bombarded front line. At least the main army had some armor for protection, while the soldiers in the camp were completely unprepared, and there were nearly 1 million coalition troops stationed there. After the cavalry of Dream River City entered the main camp, the statistics revealed that the casualties among the coalition in the camp were even more horrific than on the front line, with the death toll likely exceeding 200,000. This round of bombings had caused at least 360,000 coalition soldiers to be killed or wounded. In cold weapon warfare, a casualty rate exceeding 10% without disbanding is already considered elite among the elite. With over 1 million troops in the coalition, this meant a casualty rate exceeding 30%, making a rout entirely expected. When the troops of Dream River City believed this was the outcome of the bombing, the reality proved they had underestimated the devastation caused by the mass disarray of troops. A cavalry squad from Dream River City was ordered to scout along the route of the coalition's retreat, and along the way, they encountered layers upon layers of bodies with no gaps in between. Some were injured soldiers who had escaped after being bombed or burned, while most of the corpses were broken and mangled, clearly trampled to death by their own comrades. In the chaos of their hasty flight, especially at several narrow passes, the density of the corpses was almost unbearable to witness. Blood flowed everywhere. When the people from Dream River City arrived here, they could still see many who were barely alive, wailing amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. A simple calculation revealed that on the escape route alone, over 100,000 coalition soldiers had died due to the internal chaos and stampede. Therefore, the total gains from this battle for the reinforcements should exceed 400,000. This figure is truly shocking. Upon hearing such terrifying casualty numbers, Linilone, the commander of the reinforcements, also gasped in disbelief. Such results were beyond anything their command had anticipated before the battle. There was no way around it. They had no experience in this kind of battle. In the post-battle review, many commanders believed there were numerous reasons for the significant casualties. One reason was the simultaneous firing of artillery and rocket artillery of this scale, which was likely unprecedented even on Blue Star. The density of firepower was terrifying, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide. Another reason was that the people from the other world lacked countermeasures against artillery weapons and had no defenses whatsoever. Whether it was the formations lined up for a siege or the coalition's camp, they were quite dense, often resulting in scenes where a single shell could kill dozens of people, something that was nearly impossible on the battlefields of Blue Star. Even the excellent matching mechanism of Uncle Black's army would not be foolish enough to let so many people stand together to be bombed, and here they were still in the era of cold weapon warfare, where dense formations were common. Another important reason
was that the people of this world had almost no understanding of artillery weapons. Although Vivi had tried out a few artillery pieces before, those were outdated products brought in by Su Chen, and there were too few of them. The coalition, after being bombed, thought it was some kind of magic and didn't take it seriously at all. The lack of understanding of artillery led to a significant increase in the lethality of such weapons. On Blue Star, everyone knew to lie down when being bombed. While this method might be clumsy, it genuinely increased survival chances. However, the people of this world had no such concept. When bombed, they just ran around in a panic, completely unaware that the artillery's attack range was several dozen kilometers, making running futile. With so many factors combined, the current battle results were achieved. Lin Yilong had gone up the city wall to observe the situation outside. To protect the mental well-being of the soldiers, he even dared to tell the soldiers in the reinforcements that this battle was a great victory, while he simply refrained from discussing how many enemies were eliminated or what the battlefield was like. He also instructed those observing the frontline battlefield with drones not to speak carelessly. Such scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood were a bit too extreme for the people of Blue Star. Even taking a photo and posting it online would require heavy pixelation. Unlike the post-war statistics and experience summaries from the reinforcements, Vivi nearly jumped for joy upon seeing the terrifying results. As a noble from the magical world and an old feudal lord, she was already accustomed to the slaughter on the battlefield. Casualties in the hundreds of thousands were commonplace in the magical world. Not to mention her, even the army in Dream River City and the ordinary residents merely marveled at how impressive the reinforcements' weapons were, with no one feeling that killing too many enemies was inhumane. That was just how their world operated. In war, one had to be prepared for death, whether killing or being killed, without any moral burden. It was only the people of Blue Star, who had enjoyed peace for so long, that felt uncomfortable with such casualty figures and battlefield scenes. Afterward, Vivi was generous, directly giving 1,000 barrels of the seized 5,000 barrels of life water to the reinforcements. She planned to set aside 2,000 barrels as a thank you gift for Su Chen. As for the tens of thousands of tons of magical ingredients, the current situation in Dream River City could not digest them internally, so they naturally needed to trade with Su Chen. On Blue Star, Su Chen had not yet received news of the great victory in Dream River City. However, he was not idle. After finishing the task of sending reinforcements to the other world, the chain reaction from the actions of Tianyu Group and Suwa Country finally emerged after a 2-day delay. The military aircraft of the Bald Eagle had been attacked by Tianyu Group, and while the Bald Eagle dared not make a sound, it did not mean they would let the matter rest. After sending several elite special forces to conduct close reconnaissance of the pirate town and discovering it had completely turned into a ghost town, the Bald Eagle immediately informed the media, and the news spread worldwide. The special forces were actually apprehended by the cleanup crew left behind by the Tianyu Group's security department. There were no close-up shots, but there were plenty of photos taken from a distance with military cameras. The White Eagle couldn't dare to admit that its overseas troops were so cowardly that they didn't even dare to approach the exoskeleton soldiers of the Tianyu Group's security department, so it could only claim that these photos were taken by random tourists. One by one, they were a bit blurry, but the desolate city and the traces of war were enough to indicate that a battle had indeed taken place here, and there were hardly any people left in the city. Moreover, they also found some residents who had originally lived in the city and escaped during the Tianyu Group's operation, bringing them forward to identify the situation. They even directly took the Tianyu Group to the White Eagle's court. With the White Eagle fanning the flames, the news spread through Western media channels and went viral worldwide in just a day. A huge label of anti-humanity was directly placed on Su Chen's head. For Su Chen, these matters were of no offensive nature. To put it bluntly, the Tianyu Group's products had no competitors and were almost essential for human development. Therefore, the company's reputation was actually not important at all, but allowing slander was not his style. Furthermore, regarding how to handle the aftermath of this incident, the Tianyu Group had already had a plan in place after dealing with the pirates that day, making the process effortless. First, the Tianyu Group issued a statement acknowledging that the conflict in the area of Suwa Country did indeed exist, but the purpose was solely to combat piracy and rescue the kidnapped merchant ships and crew, based on an irrefutable stance of justice. Secondly, regarding the White Eagle's claim that the Tianyu Group had slaughtered the city, killing everyone in the small town where the pirates were located, the Tianyu Group naturally could not admit to that. The entire process of this battle was recorded by every piece of powered armor and exoskeleton on the ground, and there were also drone and landing craft perspectives from the sky. The Tianyu Group had no intention of hiding the facts and directly released all the videos. There were nearly 300 different camera angles, all featuring videos longer than 2 hours. From the moment they entered that small town to all the actions taken to eliminate the pirates, everything was captured clearly and in great detail. This included close-ups and dedicated camera angles showing how residents escaped during the battle. Every person killed by the Tianyu Group's security department was clearly documented. The facts prove that the security DEP, not to mention the past, even during peacetime, the police of the White Eagle would clear their magazines when encountering armed suspects. What right do they have to criticize the security personnel of the Tianyu group from this perspective? So when faced with media interviews asking how they viewed this matter, the new spokesperson of the White Eagle's Black Palace thought for a long time before saying, the Tianyu group is clearly anti-human. They have the most advanced weapons and could completely ignore the outdated firearms and weapons in the hands of those people, yet they still chose to kill all the armed individuals. What else could this be if not anti-human? If they were just, they should have used their advanced weapons to disarm these people and then unifiedly detain them, judging them later for their crimes, rather than executing them directly. Such outrageous remarks really amused me. Because my weapons are advanced. So I can't kill someone pointing a gun at my face, I can only subdue them, right? There are too many points to criticize, I don't even know where to start. I don't know if he's praising the Tianyu group for their good equipment or criticizing them for killing too many people. In war, who doesn't die? If others are shooting at you, you're not allowed to fight back? Is there such an absurd thing in the world? Exactly, I say. Tianyu group did nothing wrong in this matter. Those pirates from the Sogwo are too rampant, simply lawless, and they deserve a heavy blow. Chairman Su did what I always wanted to do but lacked the ability to do. The White Eagle can still call out. Wasn't it in this place when the Black Hawk fell back then? Didn't they want to kill then? They were just surrounded and beaten by a bunch of pirate thugs, and since they didn't have the capability, they think others shouldn't act when they have the ability? That's too absurd. They always have double standards, strict with others but lenient with themselves. It's a century joke that one shouldn't kill armed opponents when they have overwhelming weaponry. Once these words were spoken, they quickly sparked ridicule, mainly because the White Eagle had previously relied on its technological superiority to commit countless misdeeds, and now to say others shouldn't kill enemies with superior equipment is a bit too abstract. Not only did they fail to attack the Tianyu group as intended, but they also inadvertently advertised the powered armor and exoskeleton armor of the Tianyu group. The high-tech weapons preferred by the White Eagle's Black Palace, with a record of hundreds of thousands in the Black State, can be verified. Of course, this kind of advertising is a joke because the Tianyu group's equipment no longer needs advertising. After the release of those first-person combat videos, orders began to pour in for the Tianyu group like snowflakes. Among them were various countries and some non-state small forces, such as local underground gangs or warlords. Apart from the rebellious ones in the southeast of Jojo, Suchan welcomed orders from anywhere in the world. The Sentinel-1 exoskeleton is for sale as long as you pay. Anyone can come. It even often happens that two countries in conflict both purchase exoskeletons from the Tianyu group. Besides these countries and various organizations, many wealthy individuals also contributed a large number of orders. After all, this thing can really be used by a single person, and since it has just emerged, countries haven't yet decided whether to legislate to restrict these things. Many people want to take advantage of the loophole and get a set for themselves first. Isn't this much cooler than any supercar? And it's damn cheap. Once you put it on, you can directly transform into a little superhero. Who can refuse to get one for themselves if they have the money? This situation was actually anticipated by the Tianyu group. Otherwise, Suchen wouldn't have specifically mentioned at the press conference that the Sentinel-1 could be sold retail. The Bald Eagle never expected that. Instead of just trying to discuss the Tianyu group, it ended up giving their exoskeleton a loud advertisement. Days passed one after another. The fluctuations in the Blue Star fishing fleet caused by the Tianyu group not only did not stop but instead showed a trend of escalating intensity. At the same time, the great victory in the magical world hardly stirred any waves on Blue Star. After all, only a few people on Blue Star knew about this matter. After receiving the battle report passed on by Weiwei, not to mention Su Chen, even Yuling was stunned. She believed she had a relatively deep understanding of the weapons of Blue Star and the various magical means of the magical world, but the fact that this batch of reinforcements could achieve such results in their first battle, even completely defeating the million-strong army surrounding Mengchuan City, was something she had never anticipated. However, after watching the battle report from the magical world sent by the Kyushu reinforcements, as well as the very professional on-site combat footage, she had no choice but to believe it. In fact, after watching the video of the battlefield littered with corpses, she felt that the reported enemy casualties of around 400,000 were too conservative. Due to the limited number of troops and the significant gap in individual combat power compared to the people of the magical world, Linyalon's reinforcements certainly wouldn't participate in the dangerous and dirty work of cleaning the battlefield. Therefore, they had not conducted a detailed count of enemy casualties. As for the army from the magical world, they wouldn't bother to count carefully either. A rough estimate based on the confiscated weapons and equipment would suffice. Some soldiers from Mengchuan City responsible for cleaning the battlefield were even more perfunctory, simply digging a large pit and estimating that they could burn over 1,000 corpses. So they calculated based on the pits, multiplying The number of pits filled with corpses by 1,000 to estimate the enemy's casualties. This couldn't really be blamed on the people of Mengchuan City. They had no idea what use it would be to know how many people on the other side had died, so of course, they wouldn't pay much attention. In short, this battle left Yu Ling greatly shocked. However, it did not make her start to fear these firearms or anything like that. Although the battle report from Mengchuan City was rough, it was still possible to count how many casualties there were among those above the 7th rank. In such a large-scale coalition army, there were over 300 mages and warriors above the 7th rank, with about 30 to 40 reaching the 8th rank. There were no 9th rank experts at all. The magical world has an unwritten rule, said to have been established by those who became gods many years ago. That is, martial gods, magic gods, and various demigods are not allowed to intervene in wars between ordinary people. Therefore, in the absence of demigods, the 9th rank is the highest combat power visible on the battlefield of the magical world. In Blue Star, this would be considered a nuclear-level existence. Mengchuan City, with its million-strong army surrounding the city and the Elven Princess personally commanding the troops, was, after all, just a local battlefield. 9th rank big shots typically wouldn't appear in such places, and naturally, they wouldn't die here either. Among so many 7th and 8th rank experts, when accounting for those captured and those whose bodies were found, the effective statistics showed 9 7th rank warriors and 16 7th rank mages. No bodies of 8th rank warriors were found, but 3 8th rank mages were confirmed dead, one of whom was the old priest of the elven race. One wonders if he burned extra money for his future self during the sacrificial ceremony to honor the deceased. It can be seen that, in terms of casualty ratios, warriors on the battlefield definitely had a much higher survival rate than mages. After all, mages are physically weak, and their ability to escape is far inferior to that of warriors. Thus, their survival rate is naturally higher. The causes of death for these individuals can also be explained. They were mostly due to the strong individuals from Mengchuan City noticing something was amiss and deliberately using means to keep them on the battlefield to be bombed, which led to these high-ranking experts being killed in the explosion. If there were no equally powerful individuals to restrain them, the masters of the magical world who were blown to bits could have easily escaped without fear of these weapons. This principle applies to Blue Star as well. These weapons are certainly a threat to Yu Ling, but without peers to hold them back, similar masters above the 7th rank would not be directly killed on the battlefield when facing modern firepower. And apart from Xinghen, there is no second individual on Blue Star who is stronger than her. Xinghen is one of their own, so she doesn't count. This means she is essentially in an invincible state on Blue Star, and there is no need for her to worry unnecessarily. Even those two who have some understanding of both worlds were shocked by the performance of the 10,000 reinforcements in their first battle, let alone the informed high-ranking officials of Jojo. A battle with casualties in the hundreds of thousands would definitely be recorded in the annals of history on Blue Star, but on the magical world side, it is nothing significant. The differences brought about by the different worlds have greatly impacted many people on the Blue Star side. However, the high-ranking officials of Jojo did not become complacent or arrogant, thinking they could dominate the universe. After a detailed analysis of the defense battle of Mengchuan City by professional military personnel, they generally reached a conclusion. The effectiveness of this battle was mainly due to the enemy being completely unprepared, and the next time it would probably not be so easy to get through. Yes, the next time. Based on the information obtained from the battle report, they carefully analyzed the current situation in the magical world and ultimately believed that whether it was the Elven Kingdom or other various races, they would absolutely return. After all, this is not an ordinary war for interests, but a war for survival fought by the northern races of the magical world, primarily the Elven race. They have no way to retreat. Moreover, given the population density of that world, even if a million-strong army was scattered this time, they could quickly regroup an even larger army to invade again. They have already suffered a significant loss from weapons like artillery. As long as they are not diminished, they will have defenses next time. It will be very difficult to achieve such results again. In short, from the perspective of those in Jojo, luck played too large a role in this victory, and it does not signify much. As for others, when asked, they would say they are quite weak and are already trembling. In any case, pride and complacency must be avoided. Of course, if when receiving the spoils of the life water sent by Vivi, the elder Lin responsible for the reception could be a bit more restrained and not so eager to anticipate when the next battle would start, this humility would be even more credible. In summary, regarding the war in the magical world, it seems that Vivi has secured Mengchuan City, at least for the short term, and there is no need to worry about it anymore. Su Chen has successfully preserved a highly valuable trading partner. Jojo has received a large amount of high-concentration life water, which, of course, was all exchanged by Su Chen for a diluted version. Vivi specifically sent only 1,000 barrels of life water to Jojo, but in the end, what Su Chen provided to Jojo was enough for the entire population of over 1 billion people to use once, completely eliminating diseases with a massive diluted version of life water.
Although the battlefields these warriors were on were not in Blue Star, they fulfilled their promises made in the military in another way, truly working for the welfare of the people. Faced with this sudden influx of basic life water, the decisions of the high-ranking officials in JoJo were also very decisive. Release it, free for all citizens. Every JoJo citizen has the unconditional right to receive an injection. For the vast majority of normal people without serious illnesses, this injection is enough to ensure a lifetime of safety without easily falling ill. However, for many suffering from cancer or other special stubborn diseases, one basic version of life water is certainly not enough. In response to this, the practice in JoJo is that if you need more than one, you have to pay for it. The price is not high, in fact, compared to its value. Calling it a bargain would not be an exaggeration. However, it can only be purchased through JoJo's medical insurance system. The official narrative is that JoJo has reached a deep cooperation with the Tianyu Group, which has led to an unlimited supply of the elixir of life, and this elixir has successfully been included in the medical insurance. The collection of fees is not really about making money, it merely offsets some expenses and sets a certain threshold to deter those who are not sick but still want to get a few doses. There is little doubt that if it were completely free, such people would definitely not be lacking. One should never test human nature. In contrast, setting a price that is not too expensive, ensuring that everyone with a genuine illness can afford it, is actually more reasonable than providing it for free to anyone who shows up. To prevent loopholes, the elixir of life within JoJo strictly enforces identity verification. This means that everyone can use one dose of the elixir for free with their ID card, and if they want to buy more, they can, but they not only need to pay, but their purchase records will also be logged and synchronized to a network database. This way, if any issues arise, it can be directly traced back to the individual, noting when and how much elixir was purchased. Furthermore, every dose of the elixir, whether it is the free one or an additional one bought, must be injected on camera, and the camera must be confirmed to be functioning properly before the injection. This ensures that the whereabouts of every dose of the elixir can be verified, completely eliminating the possibility of some individuals selling the elixir obtained from JoJo's official welfare for profit. Additionally, when this announcement was made, JoJo specifically noted at the end that this initiative was developed in collaboration with the Tianyu Group. If anyone attempts to exploit this, they would not only be violating JoJo's laws but also the regulations of the Tianyu Group. In such cases, JoJo and the Tianyu Group would not be held responsible for any consequences. Compared to the layers of regulations, this final announcement carries significant deterrent power. In the perception of ordinary people, although the Tianyu Group is currently thriving, it is certainly not as formidable as JoJo, given the vastness of the country. No company can match JoJo's level of deterrence. However, for those who dare to scheme in such matters, the Tianyu Group's deterrent power is indeed greater than that of JoJo. After all, JoJo is large and internally complex. If only one or two such individuals appear, they could be dealt with as examples, but with enormous profits at stake, many might emerge wanting to sell JoJo's low-priced elixir at a high price through their own channels and means. In such cases, the authorities would find it difficult to handle, as the law does not punish the masses. Who knows whose relatives or friends are involved in such activities? But the Tianyu Group is different. Su Chen, who openly rubbed the face of the White Eagle into the ground, directly retaliated when crew members were kidnapped, almost declaring war. No one dares to provoke him. Money is a good thing, but you need a life to spend it. Moreover, even if they don't target the elixir distributed to the public by the authorities, they still have other channels to profit from the elixir. For instance, they could purchase the elixir sold by the Tianyu Group. After all, the elixir from the Tianyu Group is still much cheaper domestically than abroad, and they can buy it and sell it for a decent profit. Additionally, compared to the previous situation where many people were scrambling for it, forcing them to buy from individual sellers, now that the authorities are giving everyone in JoJo a free dose, those who genuinely need it can go to the authorities to buy it at a lower price. The number of people scrambling for the Tianyu Group's elixir has actually decreased. Just be an honest second-hand dealer and make some money. Don't risk your life for a bit of profit. That's really not worth it. Almost no one would doubt that once Su Chen and the Tianyu Group discover someone selling the ultra-low-priced life water from JoJo outside, harming the interests of the Tianyu Group, they would dare to kill. He has recently made it clear to everyone with facts that it's best not to provoke him. As a result, the issue of distributing life water within JoJo has been temporarily settled. Su Chen originally thought he could enjoy a few peaceful days with his beautiful wife and family. Unexpectedly, just as he finished that, Bailu sent new news. On an ordinary afternoon, she suddenly called Su Chen to the trading space. Just now, it was the Interstellar pirates who hijacked a transport ship belonging to the Alliance that was passing through Arching Star. Want to guess what good stuff is on it? As soon as he entered the trading space, Su Chen saw the smug look on the girl's face and couldn't help but shrug. I can't guess. TCH? Boring. Bailu rolled her eyes at him and casually tossed over something that looked like a crystal ball. This transport ship belongs to the
Interstellar Alliance's Cosmic Museum, and it's carrying artifacts from hundreds of years ago. Su-chan looked at the marble-like crystal ball
in his hand, a question mark floating above his head. This isn't just any crystal ball, it's a storage chip that was very common in our world
hundreds of years ago.
Although it has now been replaced by more efficient field coordinators, it was truly the pinnacle product of the physical chip era. This tiny round ball in your hand can store up to 512 YB of information. This chip you have is said to be the first mass-produced product after this type of chip emerged as a breakthrough technology, making it very commemorative. It had been preserved in the Cosmic Museum until it was moved out for some unknown reason and just happened to be hijacked by the interstellar pirates.
I happened to be passing
by, and as the commander of the Interstellar Alliance's Qingyu Star Orbital Airborne Brigade, I had to execute justice and take it back.
So, what use do I have for this thing?
Su-chan tossed the marble-like chip in his hand, feeling a bit curious but not seeing any practical use
for it.
A single chip has value on Bai Lu's side because of its commemorative significance,
but that significance is utterly meaningless. In Blue Star, to put it bluntly, isn't this just a large spherical storage card? He wouldn't have any equipment to decode what's inside if he took it back. Moreover, it's hard to say whether there's any useful information stored in it. You actually asked me what use it has? Have I ever given you something useless?
Bai Lu said with disdain. Don't return it to me.
Of course, he couldn't return it at all. Su-chan discreetly put it in his pocket and said, that won't do, you should at least tell me what this thing is for, right? You can't just call me over to show off the antique you just stole. Someone keeps asking me about nuclear fusion, isn't that in there? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. Didn't expect that, did you? I didn't either.
The confidentiality level of cold nuclear fusion and heavy nuclear fusion technology in our world
is very high, and it's hard to get without special channels.
Moreover, your world's industrial foundation is too weak. Even if I brought out
some technology, I estimate you wouldn't be able to grasp it.
But getting the complete set of this confidential technology is almost impossible. As for the earlier hot nuclear fusion, it has been obsolete here for hundreds of years, and the technical data is only backed up in some high-level archives of the Alliance, which I also find it hard to access. There are quite a few tech enthusiasts who understand these technologies. I originally wanted to find a few tech-savvy individuals on the Alliance's network to see if I could extract a relatively complete set of usable thermonuclear fusion reactor technical data from them for you. I didn't expect to stumble upon such an antique, and it turns out that this antique
actually contains a complete set of thermonuclear fusion technology, from the first generation of fusion reactors using tritium and deuterium
as fuel, to helium-3, and then to the mature third generation of thermonuclear fusion that can design reactor size and output power based on usage
with composite materials. The entire set of technical data is stored right here. How detailed is it? Let me put it this way, this contains instructions starting from blacksmithing on how to manufacture a fusion reactor.
As long as your civilization can use iron tools, take this data,
and within a maximum of 100 years, you could produce a nuclear fusion reactor for a world that has already entered industrialization
and has even conducted some research on nuclear fusion. I can say without exaggeration that as long as you are willing to invest enough manpower and resources, you will see the first reactor in your world completed in no more than 2 months. Bai Lu spoke with great confidence, seemingly unconcerned about overestimating her own capabilities. Su-chan quickly took out the bead and examined it closely, then said, so how do I access
the data inside?
You didn't give me a card reader or anything.
The smart brain I gave you before can read the data inside.
No need for you
to do it, Bai Lu replied, exasperated.
That massive amount of literature printed on white paper would probably fill an entire starship. Do you
expect someone to read it slowly? If that's the case, don't even think about 2 months. Even giving you 20 years might not be enough to
sort through this data.
Oh, I see. Su-chan didn't mind her tone.
The two were already quite familiar, and Bai Lu was not like Wei Wei, the
aristocratic young lady who was always concerned about etiquette.
She had a certain roughness about her, almost as if she were ready to call
Su-chan her brother.
There was no need for politeness in their conversation.
Who among friends speaks with excessive caution and respect? So, what do you want? Su-chan asked the serious question.
In fact, compared to the things she had offered earlier, this set of fusion technology was the real priceless treasure.
Things like powered exoskeletons were essentially castles in the air on Blue Star, lacking any theoretical support.
The Tianyu group merely had the production lines to manufacture such items. As for the specific principles, they were completely in the dark. However, if this set of fusion technology could indeed allow a civilization that only knows how to use iron tools to quickly construct nuclear fusion reactors, then the technical data inside must be very detailed. Not only could Su-chan start production directly now, but when the Tianshu organizes the data, within 3 to 5 years at most, he would be confident in thoroughly understanding and mastering these technologies. Even if he lost the production line provided by Bai Lu or the trading platform in the city, he would still be able to fully grasp this technology. Moreover, when it comes to the significance of nuclear fusion for the people of Blue Star, it is far more important than any carbon-based chips, metallic hydrogen batteries, or exoskeletons. Energy is just two words, yet it is almost the source of most conflicts on Blue Star. Having nuclear fusion means mastering nearly limitless energy. From now on, the history of humanity on Blue Star will completely turn anew page and write a new chapter, which is no longer just empty rhetoric but a reality. This is far more important than those fragmented high-tech products and chip technologies. For a world without nuclear fusion, its value is almost immeasurable. What do you want or not want? Come on, buddy. Bai Lu waved her hand dismissively. This little thing, if you still have those special ingredients or that life water on hand, just get me some. If you don't have much on hand, then forget it, just give me something random. Just remember me when you have good stuff in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, Suchen was stunned. Bai Lu couldn't possibly not know what nuclear fusion technology meant for Blue Star. Yet she still gave it so readily. She didn't even make any demands. This girl really knows how to deal with people. No wonder she could engage in such violent activities and still hold a senior position in their world's official organization without anyone reporting her. With such a generous leader, who wouldn't want to serve her? Su Chen even thought about sticking with her. Cough cough. Just right, I've got plenty of life water recently. Since she offered her sincerity, Su Chen certainly wasn't one to be outdone. Wei Wei had just delivered 2,000 barrels of life water to him, and he directly took out 500 barrels. This life water is much more concentrated than what I gave you before. The previous small cup would at most keep someone healthy and free from illness, but this small cup can genuinely extend one's life. Moreover, drinking more can lead to qualitative changes, just like me. As he spoke, Su Chen pulled out a rebar as thick as a baby's arm from his private space and bent it with a sudden force. The rebar was instantly bent. Bai Lu took the bent rebar from Su Chen and instinctively tried to bend it. It didn't even budge. She calmly stepped back into her power armor, took the rebar again, and with a gentle twist, she connected the ends of the rebar together. Average. Bai Lu casually tossed the thing aside, but feeling that her comment was a bit pretentious, she thought for a moment and added, I mean the quality of steel in your world is average. Oh, I thought you were saying my strength is average, not even as strong as your power armor, Su Chen teased. So, how much of this life water do you need to drink to achieve your level of physical strength? Bai Lu decisively changed the subject. Hard to say. Su Chen shook his head. This wasn't him brushing off Bai Lu, he genuinely didn't know how much of this stuff he had consumed. Moreover, it was hard to say whether his current condition was due to drinking life water. If it really was, he had only been drinking it for a few months, how much could he have consumed? He could easily tell Bai Lu to drink a few barrels of life water and eat more magical ingredients daily, and that would be about the same effect. Even just a few days ago, he would have said the same without feeling any issues. But ever since he discovered the anomalies with Yu Ling, he realized things weren't that simple. If the core of the Fountain of Life had truly merged with Yu Ling in some form, and she was now a human-shaped elixir, then Su Chen felt that his current strength was less about drinking life water and more about sleeping with Yu Ling every day. What life water? Nothing beats the essence of a girl. So he wasn't quite sure what his current situation was. Even the demigod-level star mark couldn't make sense of it. Of course, drinking this concentrated life water would also make one's body stronger, even far beyond that of an ordinary person, which was a fact. Didn't you say this stuff can be sold as medicine after being diluted in your world? You aren't even sure about the specific dosage? Bai Lu asked in astonishment. As long as it's good for people, that's all that matters. You've been drinking a lot lately, so just tell me if your overall physical condition has improved, right? Can those ailments be cured? Can elderly people regain their youth? As long as it works, who cares about all those data parameters and nonsense? Su Chen said matter-of-factly, I can't even be bothered to test this stuff. Hiss. Bai Lu looked at the several large barrels of life water in front of her and gasped, it's a pity you were born in the wrong world. Otherwise, with a schemer like you, you'd either be spending a lifetime in an interstellar prison or be a big shot in a major corporation. To build a company to the level of a giant, you need someone as thick-skinned and ruthless as you. I guess I'm just too upright, I'm not cut out to be a capitalist. Come on, you kill and smuggle without batting an eye. I never expected the word upright to come out of your mouth, Su Chen scoffed. Bai Lu didn't mind. While looking at the hundreds of barrels of life water, she asked, forget it, I'm not arguing with you. I'm in a good mood today. What else do you want? Let me know, and I'll go get it for you. Then get me a few star destroyers, Su Chen said without hesitation. Bai Lu rolled her eyes at him. The star destroyers near Qingyu Star are all acquaintances, it's not easy to get them. I'll notify you when there are star destroyers passing through from other places. At that time, you can bring that so-called superwoman you mentioned and let her kill everyone on the star destroyer. Then I can stuff this thing into my storage space and take it away. We already agreed on that earlier. What I'm asking is what you need recently. I'll find a way to get it for you.
Actually, there is something I urgently need. Suchen thought for a moment and said, do you have anything that can intercept weapons traveling at several times or even dozens of times the speed of sound? Such slow things need to be intercepted? Bai Lu looked puzzled but quickly realized, oh, you mean within the atmosphere, of course. At this point, she suddenly got stuck thinking for a long time but couldn't recall anything that would have that effect and finally shook her head. We fight in the starry sky. Why would we bother with toys in the atmosphere? Don't you also land on the surface? How do you deal with high-speed kinetic weapons in the atmosphere? Like missiles loaded with nuclear warheads. The Star Destroyers have similar functions. If they detect something suspicious, they just fire a shot, Bai Lu said helplessly. Actually, the kind of weapon you mentioned has long been obsolete in our world. No one uses such things. So naturally, no one develops them, Suchen agreed, finding her reasoning quite sensible. They fight in the starry sky. If you lose the battle in the starry sky, it's like two countries on Blue Star fighting, with one side losing air superiority. If you're on the surface, you're just getting bombed. Even if you develop some amazing atmospheric weapons, what good would it do? Their Star Destroyers patrol the starry sky 24 hours a day. By the time you fire a shot, your entire base would probably be blown to bits. Missiles and nuclear bombs are outdated weapons that no one uses over there, so of course, there wouldn't be corresponding defensive measures. Ugh, that makes things difficult, Suchen said, feeling a bit of a headache. The reason he was still negotiating with those countries on Blue Star instead of launching a direct attack was mainly due to the concern that they possessed nuclear weapons which are self-destructive. Actually, it's not completely hopeless, Bai Lu suddenly rubbed her chin and said, kinetic weapons are also quite common in starry sky battles, and besides kinetic weapons, ships traveling in space also need to guard against impacts from small celestial bodies like meteoroids or space debris. These things move much faster than what you mentioned, at several times the speed of sound. However, this kind of defense system is generally installed on starships, powered by the internal reactors of the starships, and doesn't consider energy loss at all. If you want it, you'll probably have to build a reactor specifically for it. Moreover, it's not easy for me to get this for you. I have to find a way to dismantle a starship during our journey. It's not feasible. Just a couple of days ago, we reported a loss of a military transport ship, so it will take at least another month or two before we can talk about it. You can take this time to prepare the reactor first. Dismantling a close defense system directly from a starship and also creating a nuclear fusion power source was a solution that Suchen hadn't considered. But upon reflection, it seemed there was no problem with it. After all, if it could serve as the last line of defense for a ship in the complex starry illusions, its accuracy would definitely be reliable, and the coverage size shouldn't be an issue either. After all, with the small area of Penglai Island, it might not even be as large as a big starship. Intercontinental ballistic missiles re-entering at speeds of dozens of Mach are nearly impossible to counter on Blue Star, but for this kind of defense system, the speed might as well be like an ant crawling. If they could really set up a system on the island, they wouldn't have to worry about Penglai Island being nuked. However, the problem is that once nuclear war breaks out, it won't just be his island that gets bombed. If the whole world turns to ruins, what good is it to protect just one island? So, do you want this thing or not? If not, then forget it, and I won't bother dismantling it, Bai Lu asked again. Yes, of course I want it, Suchen replied eagerly without a second thought. Come on, even though this thing has limited use, having it is better than not having it at all. Seeing that he wasn't very satisfied with this, Bai Lu thought for a moment and added, actually, we have another type of weapon here that might solve your problem, but this weapon has a wide impact and the consequences are hard to predict once it's used. What weapon? Planetary magnetic field shield. Magnetic field shield? Suchen paused for a moment, then guessed based on the name, you mean this thing can disrupt a planet's magnetic field, so those ballistic missiles, even if they use inertial guidance, wouldn't be able to find their direction without satellites and couldn't hit their targets? No, this thing is far more powerful than you think. Its actual effect is much more outrageous than its name suggests, Bai Lu explained. In simple terms, if you launch this at a certain planet, it can turn most conductors on that planet into insulators in a short time, shielding all electrical signals. Do you know what that means? Wait a minute, conductors turning into insulators? Suchen couldn't help but pause, then he realized the severity of the issue. The end result of conductors turning into insulators would be that all electrified devices on Blue Star would fail, and everyone would go back from the industrial age to the agricultural age. Since electricity was discovered, humanity on Blue Star has become inseparable from it. Using this would be like pulling the plug on the entire planet. Even if intercontinental missiles are designed to be simple and brainless, once the conductors inside turn into insulators, they can't be launched. And that's just one of the results of all conductors turning into insulators. There are even more severe consequences. If it can turn conductors into insulators and shield all electrical signals on a planet in a short time, Suchen pondered, then everyone would just drop dead, right? Don't think that only modern industrial products use electricity. In fact, any living organism has bioelectricity. Not to mention, at the very least, human nerve signals are a form of electrical signal. If the human body became an insulator, Su-Chen thought it was still a bit too outrageous. Living organisms have their own biological magnetic field for protection, so they wouldn't be affected by this weapon. It only targets inanimate objects, Bai Lu explained. After use, all means of communication on the planet, except for sound waves, would fail, and all slightly complex weapons with conductors inside would also fail. At the same time, it could lead to large-scale disasters on the planet, such as the massive release of viruses from biological laboratories due to equipment failures. In short, this thing is a double-edged sword. The Interstellar Alliance developed this weapon specifically to deal with surface suppression, as some civilizations deploy weapons on planets that can attack ships in space. Once this thing is deployed, those weapons will become ineffective, allowing transport ships carrying combat personnel to approach smoothly and drop airborne troops onto the surface. Since it is used against enemies, it certainly does not consider what chain reactions it might trigger. However, you are different. If you want to use it on your own blue star, it is highly likely to lead to many unpredictable outcomes. The biological virus leak mentioned above is just one possibility. Since your world has already begun to utilize nuclear energy and has some research on nuclear fusion, you must have simpler nuclear fission technology. At that time, it could very likely lead to nuclear leakage, and I need to inform you of this in advance. Moreover, this thing is actually difficult to obtain. It is a weapon under strict control by the Alliance, and there is none on Xingyu Star. If you want it, I would have to spend time looking for it, and I might not be able to get it in the short term. Disrupting the magnetic field of an entire planet to turn all conductors on the planet into insulators, this weapon is practically a miracle. Su-Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This thing seemed a bit exaggerated. Here, it is considered one of the most advanced weapons. When technology is too advanced, it is not much different from magic. You are not wrong in saying that. If you can get it, then bring some over for me. If you can't, then forget it. No need to force it. Although he hadn't obtained this thing yet, Su-Chen could already imagine how to operate it after deploying it on Blue Star. Any technology and machinery could be rendered useless, but he still had magic. The warriors and mages from the magical world could easily sweep across the globe in such a situation, destroying all existing weapons of mass destruction and manufacturing equipment on Blue Star. Once the effect of the electromagnetic shielding passed, it would be too late, and everything would be over. However, as Bai Lu said, using this weapon would come at a great cost. Not to mention the leakage of chemical substances and nuclear leakage. Those who rely on machines to survive would likely perish immediately. For example, patients who can only survive with artificial lungs and ventilators, or uremic patients who need to undergo dialysis at fixed intervals. They would face major problems due to the chain reactions caused by the failure of these devices. Of course, these issues would only arise outside of Jojo because the people of Jojo have the water of life. As long as they arrange things in advance with the Jojo authorities, the probability of accidents would be relatively low. The inconvenience of not being able to use any electromagnetic devices during the electromagnetic shielding period would need to be overcome. But if this could completely eliminate the nuclear threat on Blue Star, then for both Su-Chen and the people of Jojo, such a cost would be worth it. This weapon is still a castle in the air. Bai Lu herself said it was also difficult to obtain on her side, depending on luck. Just like the complete set of third-generation nuclear fusion technology they managed to acquire this time, thermonuclear fusion has become so outdated that it has almost been lost in public records. The planet-level electromagnetic shield is too advanced, and the ruling interstellar alliance of their world keeps it under wraps. This time, she was able to bring this thing over mainly due to luck. She usually disguised herself as a robber to steal artifacts, and it just happened to contain epic-making technology. Trying to replicate it again would probably not be so easy. Su-Chen didn't need to consider this in the short term, thinking so much is not as good as getting nuclear fusion up and running on Blue Star early to avoid the embarrassment of having to dismantle the close defense system from the starship when there isn't enough energy support here. His mind was quite clear, so the first thing he did upon returning to Blue Star was to hand that storage card, no, it should be called a storage sphere, to Tianshu. The amount of information inside was so vast that even Tianshu took several minutes to fully receive it. After that, it spent a little more time formulating several plans for constructing a nuclear fusion experimental reactor based on this data. Yes, an experimental reactor, not a finished product. This point is crucial, after all. It came from another world. Although Bai Lu assured that this was a mature technology and there would be no issues, it is hard to say whether the physical rules differ between worlds. Su-Chen required a quick construction of a nuclear fusion reactor based on existing data, which meant there was no time to thoroughly digest this technical information. They could only follow the script. If there were some differences in physical rules between the two worlds, then a construction failure would be inevitable. Therefore, in a situation where it was uncertain whether this Data was 100% applicable on Blue Star, but there was an urgent need to build the reactor. Constructing an experimental reactor for feasibility verification was essential. Otherwise, if they proceeded to build a fusion reactor on a large scale with this uncertain technology, it would be a huge embarrassment if it failed. Not only would it be embarrassing, but any mistakes could potentially lead to disasters like nuclear leaks. Although the radiation from fusion is far less than that from fission, there is still radiation. Just like a hydrogen bomb, theoretically, a hydrogen bomb itself has no pollution or radiation, but in reality, detonating a hydrogen bomb requires an atomic bomb, so even a hydrogen bomb, when detonated, does emit radiation. Our Panglai Island is too small. If we only plan to build an experimental reactor at the start, I think you should find a suitable place outside. Because although Panglai Island is small, it was originally designed to accommodate a considerable number of people. The demand for electricity will be enormous, and a small experimental reactor will likely not meet the island's power needs. Therefore, building an experimental reactor on the island means we will probably need to dismantle it later to build a larger one, which is undoubtedly a waste of resources. After verifying its effectiveness elsewhere, we should then construct a large fusion reactor on the island that can meet the maximum population capacity designed for Panglai Island. This is the best plan. Naturally, Su Chen would not refuse this. Money was secondary. The main concern was that it would be too troublesome to replace it temporarily if it turned out to be insufficient later. A small fusion reactor could meet the electricity needs of a city with millions of people, while the population capacity designed for Panglai Island was in the tens of millions. It was only a matter of time before it would be insufficient. So where do you think is the most suitable place to build this commercial controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor? Since the method had been decided, the next step was to determine the specific location and how to tackle these issues. Jiuzhou. Tianshu immediately provided the answer. Oh, Suyu was taken aback for a moment, intrigued, and asked, why Jiuzhou? I thought you would say that abandoned small city in Suwa country. There are many reasons, Tianshu explained. Firstly, from an industrial perspective, what we have obtained this time is only technical data and blueprints. Everything required must be produced by ourselves. Although Panglai Island lacks nothing, it does not have any industrial foundation, and it is impossible to rely solely on ourselves to create a nuclear fusion reactor in the short term. Jiuzhou is different. As the country with the most robust industrial foundation on Blue Star and the only one with all industrial categories, building this experimental reactor in Jiuzhou would be much more convenient from various aspects. Especially regarding the procurement of certain equipment and the customization of some devices, it would be so. Even if we don't build the experimental reactor in Jiuzhou to quickly construct this reactor, we still need the support of Jiuzhou's industry. At the very least, we should choose a location closer to Jiuzhou. Sir, your relationship with Jiuzhou is quite good, and they should be more than willing to see the first commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion reactor in human history established in Jiuzhou. They will definitely provide full support when the time comes. This is clearly the truth. Turning the designs into reality relies on industrial backing, and apart from Jiuzhou, no other country in the world can supply these components. When Su Chen decided not to build the reactor on Panglai Island, he had already thought about where to construct it. There was almost no suspense in this matter. Only Jiuzhou could be chosen. As for the Jiuzhou officials, it was obviously impossible for them to refuse such a good opportunity. Building the experimental reactor does carry certain risks, but to put it bluntly, this is nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission. Even if an accidental leak occurs, it won't have the severe consequences of nuclear fission, and can be easily managed. Moreover, Jiuzhou is vast and rich in resources, so finding a sparsely populated area for construction is completely feasible. The impact of this device, as the first usable nuclear fusion apparatus in human history, being established in Jiuzhou is simply enormous, so significant that anyone involved in this matter during this era will undoubtedly be remembered in history, with a page dedicated to them in their family tree. When future generations pay tribute to their ancestors, they will definitely be the first to benefit. Clearly, this is a temptation that no one in Jiuzhou can refuse. The only concern for the people of Jiuzhou might be whether this technology is effective, fearing that after all the effort, it might lead to nothing. However, the name Tianyu Group can completely dispel their worries in this regard. Therefore, there is no need to consider the possibility of Jiuzhou refusing. By the way, sir, besides the reasons mentioned above, I believe there is another important reason why building in Jiuzhou is more appropriate. Tianshu continued, this reason is related to war. Undoubtedly, once mature controlled nuclear fusion technology emerges, it will have a tremendous and disruptive impact on the existing world order of Blue Star. It is not an exaggeration to say that once it is built and confirmed to be effective, the individuals and forces responsible for its construction will become targets of public outrage, and it is not impossible for it to trigger a nuclear war and face strategic strikes. After
all. If controlled nuclear fusion is successfully commercialized, those countries that rely on selling energy will no longer be able to indulge
in luxury as they do now.
That is secondary. The most critical point is that a certain country on Blue Star relies on energy to harvest wealth
from around the world.
Once their oil, which is tied to energy, is no longer a necessity, the value of their resources will plummet, undoubtedly,
cutting deep into their hearts. It is hard to guarantee that they will be able to restrain themselves from taking action. And if they do take
action, they are not familiar with our armor, which they fear and can even say they are scared of.
So for them, the simplest solution is to
directly use nuclear weapons to eliminate our experimental facilities along with Panglai Island. After all, no matter how powerful our armor is, it cannot withstand intercontinental ballistic missiles traveling at dozens of Mach at terminal speeds.
Building it in Jeoju would undoubtedly allow Jeoju to share the risk,
compared to Panglai Island, which would have no means of retaliation after suffering a nuclear strike, and would only bear some blame. Jeoju holds equivalent nuclear weapons for deterrence.
Unless those people are truly insane, willing to provoke
a world war and have nuclear weapons wash over the entire world, they would absolutely not dare to launch such an attack on Jeoju.
After
all, if the value of their resources is no longer tied to oil and they can no longer harvest wealth from around the world for the high-ranking officials of the Bald Eagle Empire, it would just mean losing a bit of money.
Blowing up Panglai Island might be something they would do to
protect their interests, even if it means being criticized for casually using nuclear weapons.
But to blow up Kyushu and drag the whole world down with them, that's something they definitely wouldn't do.
Whether they earn a little less money or even lose some, to those high-ranking officials of the White Eagle who can truly decide whether to launch the big mushroom, it doesn't really matter.
It won't stop them from continuing to be above others.
But if it triggers a nuclear war, even if they manage to survive in their underground bunkers, no one will be able to
exploit them anymore.
They might even lose their lives, and that would be a real blood loss. So I believe that placing the nuclear fusion experimental reactor on Panglai Island or elsewhere outside of Kyushu has a high likelihood of suffering a nuclear strike.
If it's placed in Kyushu, the possibility is actually quite low.
Suchen felt that what was said made a lot of sense, and upon careful consideration, it indeed was the case.
Mature commercial controllable nuclear fusion is indeed a bit too advanced, and it would definitely make many people anxious. The risk of placing it on Panglai Island is still too high.
But placing it in Kyushu is completely different. In this world, having nuclear deterrence and
not having it are two entirely different matters.
Given the weakness of those capitalists, the loss of even a small profit from nuclear fusion
would certainly be painful, and for that reason, using nuclear strikes on a place without weapons of mass destruction is completely within their acceptable range.
But all of this is based on the premise that the Tianyu group has been bombed and has no ability to retaliate.
If it were Kyushu, those noble lords wouldn't want to drag the whole world down with them, everyone dying together. It would be better to endure and continue being their noble lords. It's really not worth it to risk their lives for a bit of money. Suchen wouldn't feel too heartbroken about Panglai
Island being hit by a nuclear strike. After all, if it gets blown up, they can just rebuild it. With planetary mining machines and large construction
modules, rebuilding isn't a big deal for him. Although the close defense system provided by Bailu hasn't arrived yet, it wouldn't affect
the residents' ability to escape, whether it's the underground shelter prepared over 1,000 meters deep for emergencies when designing and
constructing Panglai Island, or the landing craft capable of carrying many people away, ensuring that there wouldn't be any casualties.
But that
would still be troublesome.
He hates troublesome matters the most.
Building it in Kyushu could almost avoid 99% of the troubles, so why not?
This
wave, Suchen would consider it a way to give back to his hometown. After discussing some general plans with Tianshu, Suchen made a phone call to Old Lin.
Hello, Director Su, what's up? As the designated contact person for the official high level of Kyushu, his call was connected
immediately.
Even though it was already late at night on Panglai Island, it was just the early morning of the next day on Blue Star, which didn't
prevent him from answering right away.
Old Lin, congratulations on your wealth.
Suchen opened with a congratulatory remark, leaving Old Lin, who had just been woken up to answer the phone, looking confused. I got rich? What wealth are you talking about? Oh no, I meant to congratulate you on your promotion. Suchen quickly corrected himself. This left Old Lin even more bewildered. As a former senior figure, if he hadn't
voluntarily retired due to old age, there probably wouldn't be many in Kyushu with a higher rank than him.
Now holding such a leisurely position
is also because, after obtaining the water of life, he still wants to contribute to the country but doesn't want to manage too deeply.
Otherwise, why would he take such a trivial position without any important duties? Just get to the point. You woke me up in the middle of the night with your call. I can't just listen to you ramble. Old Lin yawned. I have something good I want to build in Kyushu. What good thing? Controllable
nuclear fusion, and theoretically, our Tianyu Group's technicians believe this plan is already fully mature, with a feasibility exceeding
90%. Suchin didn't keep him in suspense any longer and directly dropped this ultimate bombshell. Old Lin's silence was deafening. After a long while, Suchen was worried that the old man on the other end of the line might be so excited by such big news that he could die from it, so he couldn't help but ask, Hey, where are you? Don't tell me you got so excited that you dropped dead? I'm not responsible for that, so don't try to pull a fast one on me. Only then did old Lin come back to his senses, and without engaging in any more banter with Su Chen, he quickly asked, breathing heavily, are you sure it's controllable nuclear fusion for commercial use? Sure. Are you sure you want to build the first reactor in Jojo? Sure. Forget it, just send that spaceship of yours over, I'll come talk to you in person. Old Lin hurriedly got out of bed, thinking about sleep? Sleep my foot. Compared to this matter that could affect the nation, the people, and even the future of all humanity, how could he possibly sleep even a wink? In just a moment, old Lin rushed to the headquarters of Tianyu Group located on Panglai Island in a landing craft. He landed directly on the rooftop of the building. Su Chen was already waiting for him in the rooftop office. As soon as they met, old Lin couldn't wait to ask, Director Su, is that nuclear fusion you mentioned real or fake? Do you think I would be joking with you at this hour? Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. The situation now is that our theoretical technology is completely mature, but since we haven't built an experimental reactor for verification yet, we want to construct one. Such things can't be kept secret from others. Not only do I need to build a reactor, but I also need to recruit a large number of experienced nuclear physicists. Once we start, it won't take long for many people to find out. Nuclear fusion, combined with the current high-profile name of Tianyu Group, will definitely attract huge attention. I discussed it with other senior executives in the group, and we believe that building this experimental reactor on Panglai Island might be a bit dangerous. You know how it is, if it really succeeds, it would undoubtedly cut off the financial lifeline for some countries. Since ancient times, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. You can't be sure they won't act out of desperation. If they were just to use conventional means to attack Tianyu Group, I wouldn't be too afraid. But what I'm mainly worried about is that they might go insane and directly use nuclear weapons. If that's the case, the newly built Panglai Island would probably be lost. So I want to find a place to build this experimental reactor, a place that not only has a complete industrial base but also meets the conditions for constructing a nuclear fusion reactor, such as having a sufficient water supply. Moreover, and most importantly, this place should also have a comparable nuclear deterrent capability, so that those crazed white folks, who have lost their financial lifeline, won't dare to act recklessly. I think, given the weakness of the bourgeoisie, even if these people can't grasp the lifeblood of world energy, their lives are far from what they used to be, and they probably won't act out of desperation and drag the whole world down with them. Hearing Su Chen say this, old Lin immediately perked up. So you're talking about Jojo? Don't worry, I've already communicated with the higher-ups on the way here. They take this matter very seriously and have given me a lot of authority. Just point out a place in Jojo that you think is suitable for building a nuclear fusion reactor, and we'll take care of the rest. During the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor, if you need any components or industrial materials, just give me a list, and I'll get them for you. As long as it's available in Jojo, I can get anything to you within 3 days. As for external threats, the only ones who might go crazy over this would be the bald eagle controlling the world's oil trade. No need to say more, Jojo has never been afraid of them. When we supported North Luo back in the day, no bragging, I personally carried a gun to the battlefield and killed over 20 enemies. I wasn't afraid then, so why should I be afraid now? Rest assured, I've dealt with those bald eagles before. If this thing is placed on your island, they might really go crazy and drop a mushroom bomb. But if it's in Jojo, they definitely wouldn't dare to risk it all. No one values their lives and current status more than they do. Old Lin patted his chest loudly, clearly not taking the bald eagles seriously. After all, he was a veteran who had faced them directly on the battlefield in his younger days, and he still had that spirit. That's just perfect, Su Chen nodded. Then let's talk about what happens after this experimental pile is completed. To expedite the construction of the first commercially viable nuclear fusion reactor, our Tianyu Group plans to finish it within 2 months. During this time, we will definitely need your cooperation and assistance, along with the costs for land use. I currently have 2 proposals. One is that everyone settles the accounts clearly. When the time comes, Tianyu Group will pay Jojo whatever amount is due, and we can even negotiate a higher price. Everything is negotiable. The other is a collaborative research and development effort. Right now, we are lacking a large number of nuclear physicists, while Jojo clearly has plenty. Based on our cooperation in building the nuclear fusion reactor, Jojo can send over a batch of nuclear physicists. We won't care how many come, we will accept however many you send. The salaries and benefits for these people will be covered by Jojo. We will only be responsible for teaching them some relevant knowledge about constructing this reactor. Whether they join Tianyu Group afterward is up to you and how you handle it.
Under this premise, the core of this proposal is that once this nuclear fusion reactor is built and we confirm that our plan is effective and reliable, we won't need it anymore. It can be handed over to the Jojo government for management and operation. Whether you integrate it into the national grid for continued use or dismantle it for research, I have no preference. Then we will share with Jojo some of the technology related to the design and construction of this nuclear fusion reactor. You can also build it yourselves, of course. The core part will still be controlled by Tianyu Group. At that time, we will make the core of the nuclear fusion reactor into a giant whole piece and sell it to Jojo as the most critical component. Regarding the supply of this thing, we can sign a contract later to ensure stability. Even after you confirm its effectiveness, you can purchase a larger quantity at once as a strategic reserve, which would also facilitate Jojo in building its own nuclear fusion reactor in the future. Su Chen spoke very straightforwardly, indicating that most of the technology for the first-generation nuclear fusion reactor could be given to Jojo as a reward for their assistance. But the core part definitely could not be given away. After all, it was just providing some convenience, and it could also create a lot of jobs and positions for Jojo, so that was sufficient. As for whether he would continue to retain the technology for the first generation after he developed the second generation based on the information from Bai Lu, that was a matter for negotiation. When the time came to sell this technology, he would certainly consider Jojo first. There was no doubt about that. After all, this was his home. Who wouldn't want their home to be better? But feelings are feelings, and business is business. It was absolutely impossible to just give away such technology for free. Even independent children wouldn't hand over all their savings to their parents, let alone the relationship between a company and a country. Any seemingly ordinary regulation could affect the production and lives of countless people. It couldn't be taken lightly. Regarding the two proposals put forward by Su Chen, Old Lin naturally chose the latter without a second thought, but he wouldn't have gotten up in the middle of the night just to help build a nuclear fusion reactor. The goal of Jojo has always been clear. Tianyu Group claimed to have mature commercial nuclear fusion technology, so they came. The purpose was for the technology, not for business. Otherwise, Old Lin wouldn't have come right out and said he could offer Su Chen various privileges and conveniences. And Su Chen's demeanor, calculating like a brother, didn't bother Old Lin at all. Many times, when an organization reaches a certain scale, personal feelings are rarely discussed. Su Chen is Jojo, but Su Chen is still Su Chen, and Tianyu Group is Tianyu Group. They never expected that because of such a small relationship, Tianyu Group would hand over the crucial technology of nuclear fusion that could change the world. They didn't come with the intention of getting something for nothing, so they wouldn't be thrown off by someone else's brotherly calculations. On the contrary, seeing that there was still room for negotiation on the technology front made Old Lin very happy. He was afraid that Tianyu Group only wanted to use Jojo as a tool and had no intention of discussing any technical issues. Now that there was something to talk about, it couldn't be better. Because such a significant matter involves many aspects, the two discussed while contacting others for inquiries. Whenever Su Chen encountered something he didn't quite understand, he could only ask Tian Shu. As for Old Lin, he had already contacted the senior management of Jojo when he boarded the landing craft, and now Jojo had organized a team of experts in nuclear physics, electricity, and various fields, waiting for Old Lin to reach out, ready to solve some professional issues for him. As for decision-making, there was no need to consult others. Old Lin had already been granted high authority before coming, and he could make decisions himself. Finally, after several hours of discussion, the two reached a consensus. They also confirmed the site for the first thermonuclear fusion experimental reactor. The location was on Shon Island in the southern sea of Jojo. There were many reasons for choosing this place. First, the first-generation nuclear fusion technology has many limitations, one of which is the need for a large amount of water. Freshwater resources and rivers are too precious. If something goes wrong and gets contaminated, it would be a disaster. So, the best location is close to the sea. The eastern and southeastern seas are not that safe. Both sides have unfriendly neighbors that can't be dealt with in a short time, plus a treacherous trader. If construction started there, if someone acted out of desperation, even without nuclear weapons, conventional arms could easily affect the reactor under construction. But Shon Island is different. It is backed by the mainland and faces the vast southern sea. The only neighboring country is Baiwa. Whether Baiwa would go mad is another matter, but compared to the neighbors in the eastern and southeastern seas, Jojo officials are confident that even if Baiwa wanted to go crazy, they wouldn't be able to. As for threats from the sea, the southern sea is wide enough. As long as preparations are made in advance, there is sufficient depth to set up defenses. So, this seemingly remote large island is actually a very safe location. After discussing all the details, Old Lin hurriedly left with several recording pens in hand. He still took Tianyu Group's landing craft. Of course, this was no secret among Jojo's senior management. It had even been publicly displayed to the world before. Calling it a landing craft still felt a bit inappropriate. So, to be more formal, Su Chen casually named this
Type of landing craft: Mayfly-class near-Earth spacecraft.
When old Lin first heard this name, he was a bit confused and pointed at it, asking
Su-Chen why such a large thing was called Mayfly. Su-Chen just smiled and didn't explain.
Compared to the colossal starships in the world where Bai Lu resides, this thing really is just a Mayfly. When old man Lin returned to the 9 provinces on the Mayfly, it was already past 9 in
the morning there. An hour later, at 10 o'clock in the morning, the Tianyu Group and the 9 provinces government jointly issued an announcement. After friendly consultations and equal exchanges, at 8 o'clock this morning, the 9 provinces Nuclear Industry Group and the Tianyu Group reached a cooperation agreement regarding the design and construction of the first generation of commercial nuclear fusion reactor. Experimental pile. The construction site for the reactor has currently been selected as Cheon Island in the 9 provinces, and construction will commence shortly. This is undoubtedly a great project, and we hope this cooperation can be successfully realized and achieve immediate success. The content of the announcement was very formal, and both sides released identical statements. A few plain lines of text seemed to announce something rather unremarkable. However, the mere fact that these two groups joined hands to issue an announcement was explosive enough to attract attention. The direct mention of constructing a nuclear fusion experimental pile was even more sensational. Soon, this announcement spread across the internet, drawing countless people's attention. What the hell is going on? Is this still Blue Star? No way, what big event happened? While I was asleep, nuclear fusion? Dude, why do I feel like this world suddenly evolved into something I can't understand? Is this for real? I haven't read much, don't fool me. The 9 provinces Nuclear Industry Group and the Tianyu Group. No, it's the Tianyu Energy Company. Under the Tianyu Group, this collaboration, wow, a strong alliance, huh? They're just rehashing old news. They've been promoting nuclear fusion for years, and there's been no breakthrough. Stop blowing smoke. A strong alliance? That's a joke. When it comes to nuclear energy, you still have to look at the bald eagle. What do you guys count as a strong alliance? I don't recommend the government cooperate with the Tianyu Group. This company, from top to bottom, including Chairman Su Chen, are all butchers, killing without blinking. They created a horrific incident in the Black Provinces. I don't believe the government is unaware. If they know and still cooperate with such a company, it is undoubtedly collusion and a contempt for human civilization. Shut the hell up. If the Tianyu Group could really achieve nuclear fusion, they would sweep through the Black Provinces and leave not a single living soul. I would praise them for that. Exactly. And you still suggest it? This is nuclear fusion. What's wrong with nuclear fusion? It's a scam. Only you idiots would believe it. Isn't powered armor a scam? Is the water of life a scam? Are carbon-based chips a scam? The Tianyu Group might just be an illusion for you. After all, it has made your bald eagle father look so foolish. How could it possibly be real? Laughing to death. So funny. I saw an article on the Tianyu Group's official website about the feasibility of nuclear fusion technology. Is there a good brother who can quickly check if this is real or not? Shortly after the announcement was released, the Tianyu Group organized a paper compiled by Tian Shu. It contained some information about the nuclear fusion technology that the Tianyu Group had on hand. For those in the know, if they took a careful look at this information, they would find that the Tianyu Group's approach to constructing a nuclear fusion reactor seemed genuinely feasible. However, Su Chen did not release this to point other countries on Blue Star in the direction of nuclear fusion research. On the contrary, this was a summary of information compiled by Tian Shu, comparing it to the current nuclear fusion approaches on Blue Star. If someone continued their research based on the route outlined in this information, they would not only fail to produce a useful nuclear fusion reactor but would also be led astray. This is because this information was derived from legitimate sources but taken out of context. It is correct, but without understanding the background, it could lead one in a completely wrong direction. It's like the phrase to take out of context being derived from not to take out of context. Sometimes, the consequences of missing key information can be far more severe than if you were to redevelop everything from scratch. Especially after the Tianyu Group actually creates nuclear fusion based on this data. This nuclear fusion feasibility paper missing critical information will undoubtedly lead some impatient countries into a pitfall. From this perspective, it is clear that no one on Blue Star could spot the problem with this data. After both sides issued announcements, and about 4 or 5 hours after the Tianyu Group released the information, a knowledgeable expert immediately stepped forward. A well-known nuclear physicist from the White Eagle praised, "I am very grateful to the Tianyu Group for generously making this precious data public, and the paper is available in both a universally accepted language and the Kyushu language, saving me translation time. If possible, I hope the Tianyu Group can disclose more technical details. Nuclear fusion is a significant matter for all humanity. Once successful, humanity will no longer have to worry about energy depletion. Of course, if the Tianyu Group is unwilling to disclose this from a commercial perspective, that is understandable. I absolutely do not mean to impose any moral pressure. If possible, I would like to apply to join the Tianyu Group and participate in the construction of the nuclear fusion experimental reactor in Kyushu. I have extensive experience, both
In theoretical knowledge and in reactor construction, I have a solid foundation personally. I hope the Tianyu Group can give me a chance. In that end, this foreigner even tagged Su Chen's personal account and the official account of the Tianyu Group at the end of the article. Then, Tian Shu said, it can be confirmed that prior to this, no one from the White Eagle's official side had spoken to him or negotiated with him through other means. He actively reviewed the paper we sent out and voluntarily wrote these things to apply for participation in the reactor construction. Of course, he has now been approached by the White Eagle's FBI, who are working on his psyche. I can hear the conversation from there. Surveillance. It seems the White Eagle people hope he won't come to the Tianyu Group and have promised him more funding to research the nuclear fusion route indicated in this paper on their side. Oh, now the offer has been upgraded. Previously, they said they would give him $1 billion in funding, and now it has directly increased to $10 billion. They also said that even if he can't produce results, it won't be his fault. I checked this person's information. He is indeed a big shot in the relevant field, and from his personal resume, he seems to be quite pure. Compared to politics, he is more interested in nuclear physics research and doesn't care which country conducts it. I believe this person can be brought into the company. With me keeping an eye on him, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Since Tian Shu said so, Su Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. The purpose of publishing this paper, aside from leading people into a pitfall, was actually to attract talent. And isn't this a high-end talent coming to the door? In fact, in the field of nuclear power plants, there might be even more talent in Kyushu. But poaching from one's own hometown isn't very appropriate, so the focus should be on foreigners. As long as this person has no issues, Su Chen wouldn't even consider whether he might be coerced or anything like that. He has plenty of ways to alleviate these technical personnel's concerns. If all else fails, he could just go to the White Eagle's Black Palace and kidnap the sleeping emperor to exchange for hostages. It's not a big deal. And with Tian Shu watching at all times, whether these people are loyal or not isn't really important. They could never pass on any information. In modern society, very few can escape Tian Shu's gaze. Only those specially trained agents can manage that. These academic types don't have such skills or cunning. If they did, they would have been filtered out by Tian Shu long ago. There are no safety issues, and they are indeed the people that Tianyu Group currently needs, so there's really nothing to worry about. Once they arrive, as long as they do their best to work, Su Chen won't shortchange them on their benefits. In time, these people will understand what it means to abandon the darkness for the light. What it means to board the bus to the future, no, the rocket to the future. The paper from Tian Shu is quite obscure, containing a vast amount of computational data that most ordinary people, even those in related research fields, cannot comprehend. Only those who have immersed themselves in this area for many years and truly possess the skills can understand it. Soon, a second and third person appeared, affirming the content of this paper and praising Tianyu Group for making these technical materials public. Of course, not all of them were merely offering compliments. Many were hoping to climb the ladder, wishing Tianyu Group would release even more. Some of this group were genuinely eager to learn, wanting to know how to handle subsequent issues. Others, of course, had ulterior motives, hoping to get the information for free. The nest has been established by Su Chen, but how many formidable technical experts can be attracted to Tianyu Group is still unknown for now. However, it seems there are quite a few. Just from Tian Shu's perspective, there are dozens of candidates that can be recruited immediately. There are also hundreds on the observation list, which Tian Shu needs to monitor for a while before deciding whether to absorb them. Naturally, as time goes on, the situation has evolved from purely scientists discussing the highlights of the paper to a mixed bag of various people. Among them are many who want to morally coerce Tianyu Group into releasing more information, and there are even many who can't understand the paper but still come out to offer their opinions. The more of these people there are, the harder it becomes for Tian Shu to filter out those who are useful. It still needs to allocate manpower and resources to build the nuclear fusion reactor on Zhozhou Qiangdio. Not only does it need to allocate people and resources, but it also needs to design reactor and power station blueprints based on the specific site conditions combined with the technical data in the materials. At the same time, it must also take care of various other matters for Tianyu Group, including the aftermath of the small unmanned city in Suwa country. It can be said that there is a mountain of tasks to handle. Later, it simply became too lazy to waste computing power on such matters. In less than a second, it set up a special talent recruitment portal on the Tianyu Group official website. Want to see the world's cutting-edge technology? Come and sign up yourself. Of course, as a special talent recruitment, there are indeed thresholds for signing up here. Those with an educational background lower than a doctorate can't even fill out the first page of the application. At the very least, one must have relevant research experience and a resume to qualify for registration and wait for Tian Shu to filter them. When Tianyu Group just announced the opening of the special talent recruitment portal, the news spread rapidly online. But moments later, it was met with a chorus of complaints. What the hell? I have a master's degree in nuclear physics and I can't even qualify to sign up.
I used to work with my advisor at a nuclear power plant. Dude, I took a look at your resume. When did architectural design have anything to do with nuclear physics? Exactly, civil engineering bros shouldn't come here to stir up trouble. What the hell, don't nuclear power plants need people to build them? I spent over a year on a construction site for a nuclear power plant with my advisor. Isn't that enough experience? I checked the cooperation details between Tanyu Group and Jojo Nuclear Industry Group. The construction of the nuclear power plant is provided by Tanyu Group with the blueprints, while Jojo Nuclear Industry Group is responsible for the construction. And the blueprints have already been delivered to Jojo. What use do they have for someone in architectural design? Ha? So fast? Fast? Do you really think it's a temporary collaboration? They must have been in contact for a long time. Don't say they just exchanged blueprints now. Given Jojo's character, I'd believe it if the reactor was already built. No, why can't I sign up too? I'm a PhD in a related field. Oh, in theory, huh? Then let me ask you, can you understand the paper published by Tanyu Group? Ahem, I have a basic understanding. You can't even understand their paper. What are you doing here? Wait, who are you, old dang? Can you understand it? Take a good look at my profile picture. Oh my. Mentor. Entering this page requires certain educational and professional certifications, so the circle is naturally small. Many who complain about not being hired want to vent, only to be ruthlessly shot down, and upon closer inspection, the ones shooting them down are either well-known big shots or experts in the field, each more impressive than the last. Soon, the complaints die down. Although entering this recruitment page requires seriousness, not many can come in to join the fun, but the information inside is clearly hard to keep hidden. Before long, enthusiastic onlookers have carried the situation outside, and many who couldn't get in are calling it thrilling. Many didn't expect that Tanyu Group's recruitment requirements were so high that even many with relevant research experience were directly filtered out. Moreover, the admission rules aren't solely based on education, they also consider resumes. Resumes are filled out by the applicants themselves, so naturally, some people fill them out carelessly. However, these individuals will soon discover that Tanyu Group not only knows their fabricated resumes are fake but can even pull out their real resumes for them to see. Some were about to say that Tanyu Group was invading personal privacy, but before they could, they saw Tanyu Group presenting their real resumes along with the agreement content they had hastily confirmed without reading. One of the clauses was that agreeing to the terms meant defaulting to Tanyu Group's right to review personal resumes. At this point, even the most dissatisfied individuals had to swallow their grievances. As more and more people joined the fray, more details were uncovered. Comments about Tanyu Group first dropping the bombshell of wanting to build a nuclear fusion reactor, then releasing a paper, and subsequently starting to recruit professionals in related fields gradually shifted from initial shock to increasing astonishment. After reading through it all, I realized that Tanyu Group has been planning this for a long time. Just the various details on that website couldn't have been put together in a short time. It was thrown together last minute. Although I can't break through the website's firewall, it's not a problem to see when they set it up by looking at the code. I found that many guys are trying to find bugs in the website to sneak in because they heard that once hired, Tanyu Group would immediately deposit 100,000 into your specified account as travel expenses to Panglai Island. Of course, some want to make that money, but it turns out there's no way in, there are no bugs at all, and the website is impenetrable. I've heard that too. Tanyu Group's money transfers don't require manual review. As long as you pass the website's verification, the system automatically sends the money. I used to think Tanyu Group was just burning money, not afraid of people finding loopholes to exploit, but I didn't expect their network technology to be so advanced. Not just advanced, it's at a level I can't comprehend. It's just too impressive. Many people realized Tanyu Group's prowess a long time ago, but today it has refreshed their understanding. Previously, Tanyu Group either held a press conference throwing things out without caring, or got into conflicts abroad, inexplicably showcasing a bunch of high-tech without explanation. This time, they actively engaged with the public and netizens, deepening many people's impression of Tanyu Group's capabilities, not only showcasing nuclear fusion technology to prepare for building a reactor but also their incredible network technology. It brought a tremendous shock to the onlookers. It inexplicably gave them the feeling that a colossal entity had revealed just the tip of the iceberg. Every year, so much funding is allocated, yet we can't even obtain a shred of useful information. Can experiments related to nuclear fusion be conducted secretly? The manpower and resources involved are countless. And yet, you have no information in advance, only realizing it after they voluntarily announced it? Is the Empire's funding being fed to the dogs? An angry roar echoed from the president's office in the Black Palace. The head of the White Eagle's Overseas Intelligence Department stood in the office, meek and cautious, not daring to retort. After the old man finished speaking, he carefully said, "Mr. President,
that the Tanyu Group is indeed quite mysterious. Didn't they also manage to keep everything under wraps last time without us discovering any
clues? This is definitely not a problem of our intelligence department. But when the Tanyu Group released the carbon-based ship technology, last time I asked you why you didn't get any news in advance, and you said it was because the Tanyu Group was previously unknown and not listed as a key observation target, which allowed them to keep everything secret while developing the carbon-based ship. The Sleep Emperor countered. Last time, they were not well known, and you didn't pay attention. What about this time? Is the Tanyu Group still not known? They are, the head of the intelligence department quickly replied, but this really can't be blamed on us. I have used all available resources to investigate the Tanyu Group, yet still found no clues. Mr. President, just as you said, nuclear fusion is not like other technologies. It cannot be developed quietly behind closed doors. Reliable experimental data requires countless rounds of testing. The power consumption involved is astronomical. In any country, conducting such experiments cannot be kept under wraps. So I wonder, is it possible that the so-called nuclear fusion being jointly developed by the Tanyu Group and JoJo is completely fake? Why would they go to such lengths to deceive the world? The Sleep Emperor was almost amused by his outrageous statement. Sir, think carefully about what nuclear fusion represents, the head of the intelligence department whispered. It represents unlimited energy. And who would be hit hardest by the emergence of unlimited energy? In this world? Without a doubt, it would be us. Our position in the oil trade is closely tied to oil and gas, and the most important use of these resources is as energy. If they claim to have unlimited energy based on the miracles previously created by the Tanyu Group, then whether this matter is true or false, most people will believe it to be true. Our position in the oil trade will soon plummet. But a lie is still a lie. Over time, if they can't produce a finished product, this bubble will naturally burst. The Sleep Emperor said lightly, the Tanyu Group has created too many miracles before, and I have dealt with JoJo many times. These people are always steady in every step they take. You say they teamed up to play a huge joke on the world. The likelihood of that is too low. No. The head of the intelligence department quickly interjected, Sir, you see, you have fallen into a logical fallacy. Whether it's the Tanyu Group's rapid breakthroughs in technology or JoJo's solid and steady working style, it's all an image they want to create for you and for everyone in the world. Aren't you falling for it right now? In my view, with humanity's current technological level, we are still far from successfully creating commercially viable controlled nuclear fusion. It is simply not credible. The official grew more confident as he spoke. Initially, he just wanted to find a reason to deflect responsibility. As he pushed forward, he suddenly realized that his nonsensical talk actually seemed to make some sense. Then what will they use to explain themselves to the world? Shui Huang retorted. They don't need to explain. The person in charge slapped his thigh and said, Sir, first think about what their purpose in lying is. Why dismantle the Daol oil system and deal us a heavy blow? Shui Huang's expression was doubtful. Exactly, the person in charge quickly replied, think carefully. Once the whole world believes they have mastered nuclear fusion technology and that the first experimental nuclear fusion power plant is under construction, what will happen to our Daol? Oil will no longer be synonymous with energy. It will become a mineral, still precious but incomparable to energy as a necessity. At that time, the value of Daol will plummet, and we won't be able to harvest the world with the old oil system to solve our internal problems. They only need to maintain this scam for a few years, and we might not even be able to afford the military expenses for our overseas troops, with chaos erupting domestically. That's their goal. The people of JoJo are truly malicious. As for how they will explain themselves later, they don't need to explain at all. Building an experimental reactor takes a few years, which is quite reasonable, right? No one in the world can find fault with that. A few years later, they will claim that some unexpected minor accidents occurred during the experiment, but it won't affect the construction of the reactor. It will just take some more time before it can officially start generating power, dragging it out for a few more years. They can easily stretch it out for a decade or so, and once oil and natural gas are no longer considered the main energy choices by the world, can our White Eagle hold on for another 10 years? The person in charge said confidently, Mr. President, you know the domestic situation better than I do. It definitely won't last, and they know that too. Shui Huang initially dismissed this guy's remarks, thinking he was trying to shift the blame. But now, upon hearing this, it seemed to be true. After the Tanyu Group and JoJo's manipulation, whether nuclear fusion is real or not, as long as the other party delays the completion of the nuclear fusion reactor and imposes certain restrictions on the White Eagle in other areas, such as in warfare, the vast White Eagle Empire will soon be dragged down. After all, even now, the White Eagle is already burdened with hundreds of trillions of Daol in debt. Once oil loses its energy attribute, the collapse of their massive White Eagle Empire will be instantaneous. This is almost inevitable, because the entire empire has too many places to spend money on now. For every action, environmental and
Animal protection organizations demand their protection fees, often resulting in more effort for less gain, losing the ability to harvest the world to cover such high expenditures of the oil system. In the most optimistic scenario, the finances will completely collapse in just a year or two. If the situation worsens, they might not even be able to pay the interest on their debts in a few months. Just thinking about such a vast empire about to decline in his hands made Xue Huang suddenly feel very sleepy, wanting to take a nap. Originally, he had intended to pin the blame on the head of the intelligence department, but unexpectedly he had stumbled upon a major issue. However, with the situation at hand, going straight to sleep was definitely not an option. After pondering for a moment, he still asked, "So what do you think we should do now?" "They want to crush our oil system by hyping concepts. We can hype concepts too," the person in charge said confidently. "Sir, please, believe us, no one knows how to hype these high-tech concepts better than we do." Xue Huang thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Although the White Eagle Empire hadn't made much progress over the years, relying on its past foundation and reputation, there were indeed people who had harvested countless leaks just by hyping technological concepts. What metaverse? What virtual currency? What colonization of Mars? All of it sounds like nonsense to anyone with a bit of common sense, yet it can really fool a whole bunch of people into believing it. And then they rake in profits hand over fist. What is all this based on? Isn't it just the stereotypes left behind by countless technological advancements created during the competition between the White Eagle and the Arctic Bear over the past few decades? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized. No wonder the person in charge said that the Tanyu Group and JoJo were just hyping concepts to fool the world. Isn't that exactly what the White Eagle loves to do right now? So what do you plan to do? The sleeping emperor immediately perked up, no longer feeling sleepy. After all, in this field, the White Eagle was much more experienced than JoJo. I believe this nuclear fusion they proposed is just like the Star Wars program we put forward when competing with the Arctic Bear. It's all fake. The person in charge quickly replied. At that time, the Arctic Bear fell for it and invested a huge amount of money, which ultimately became one of the key factors that dragged them down. I think we cannot repeat the mistakes of the Arctic Bear. Since they proposed nuclear fusion, I believe we should also propose a corresponding concept. A corresponding concept? The sleeping emperor asked in confusion. What do you mean? He really couldn't think of anything in this era that could be on par with nuclear fusion as an infinite energy source. They had already played their trump card. What could he possibly counter with? There are plenty, sir. The person in charge's face turned red, clearly quite excited, and quickly said, for example, the virtual universe, which allows people to enter and leave behind all their worries in reality. Or colonizing Mars or the Moon, opening up a new home for humanity. These things are probably just as valuable to the current world as nuclear fusion. Wait a minute. The sleeping emperor interrupted immediately. I remember someone has already mentioned these things before, right? Have they? The person in charge was taken aback. He was usually very busy with work, and when he wasn't busy, he was either on vacation or playing golf, only occasionally hearing from friends about someone hyping some tech concept to make a quick buck. He had no idea what concepts had been hyped before. The fact that he could come up with these two was probably just something he had heard someone mention at some point. Now that he thought about it, it was likely that he was influenced when they were hyping it up. Although the sleeping emperor was old, he wasn't confused, and he had some understanding of these technologies. Seeing his expression, he coldly snorted. Even if no one was hyping it, what you mentioned has no comparability to nuclear fusion. It's indeed difficult to ask you for ideas here. Go find the expert group. I need to consult their opinions. Okay. The person in charge hurriedly left. As soon as he stepped out, he forgot most of the grandiose things he had just said. He had originally wanted to shirk responsibility, but now it seemed he had passed that hurdle. As for what to do next, to hype some concept to compete with JoJo, whatever, it was none of his business. After all, he would be retiring soon, and even if the White Eagle fell tomorrow, his wealth could be moved to another country to continue living a carefree life. Who cares? Breaking news! Breaking news! The White Eagle Empire announces significant progress in the field of nuclear fusion, claiming that it will soon create a commercially viable nuclear fusion reactor. The timing of this announcement was just one day after JoJo and Tanyu Group revealed their construction announcement for the nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Is this a healthy competition of blooming flowers, or, the next day, a piece of news spread across the globe, capturing the attention of almost the entire world? It seemed to correspond to the nuclear fusion experimental reactor construction plans of JoJo and Tanyu Group of the Bald Eagle Empire united with the Gull Island Alliance, also proposed to build a controllable nuclear fusion reactor that is ready for commercial use, and they had already selected a location when the news was announced. It is situated in a picturesque bay on the outskirts of a large city within the Bald Eagle Empire. Unlike the impression left by Western countries that often procrastinate on such matters, within an hour of the news breaking, local residents claimed to have seen a large number of workers and machinery already at work at the site of the announced nuclear fusion power plant. It didn't seem like nonsense at all. It appeared that they were indeed going to construct a nuclear fusion power station. This made many skeptics start to believe a little. After all, this time it seemed they were serious. The news was directly stated by the spokesperson of the Black Palace, and the location was personally disclosed by them. They had even already begun construction. In contrast, the siege by the Tianyu Group and the Jojo Alliance had been announced for nearly 2 days, and only a few netizens had noticed that there seemed to be some people responsible
for surveying operating various drones, seemingly mapping the terrain.
Not a single building material had been seen, let alone anything else.